Chapter 1, Joke. Su Yunqi was a little confused. Just a second ago, he was cursing the sky and the earth, sitting in front of his computer desk angrily typing away and engaging in heated arguments with others. The next second, he found himself trapped inside a book. No, was there something wrong with what he cursed? This famous trope-filled novel, The Arrogant Emperor Conquers the World, roughly tells the story of an ignored prince who undergoes countless hardships, ultimately overcoming all obstacles to successfully ascend the throne, a tale of dramatic reversal and triumph. It was packed with over-the-top excitement and middle-school sensibilities, its blood-pumping drama just about to see the protagonist living a life filled with tossing gold coins, building a harem, and commanding the empire. Suddenly, without warning, the protagonist inexplicably loses hope, becoming a tyrant, condemning whoever he pointed at to death, and in the end, met justice as he was struck down by a bolt of lightning. Su Yunqi fumed. What was this supposed to mean? It was nothing but an utterly absurd twist. But it didn't end there. The author of this novel even went so far as to add one more sentence at the very end. Justice may be delayed, but it never fails. Pfft. What nonsense. However, at this moment, Su Yunqi couldn't muster up any frustration at all. As he stared at the ornate bed canopy above him, he quietly covered his eyes, feeling deeply desolate. If only he had another chance, he vowed that he would no longer curse at the author. Back then, as his consciousness dimmed, Su Yunqi only remembered entering a strange space. There was nothing in it except for a few lines of text floating in midair. Since you have such deep insights, here's your pen, go write. Su Yunqi thought that this suited him just fine. Thus, when he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to work hard on rewriting things, he suddenly realized that there wasn't actually any pen or material given to him in this place. Isn't this like asking a diligent housewife to cook without ingredients? As he tentatively touched those words, fate played a huge joke on him. Su Yunqi lay on the bed, half closing his eyes as he clenched his fists. Based on all the years of reading novels and relying on his experience, he blindly guessed that the male protagonist likely became too corrupted through blackening, leading him to indulge in revenge and lose control of himself. After all, his life was simply too tragic. Every time Su Yunqi recalled how the protagonist managed to narrowly escape from various dire situations, he felt both heart-wrenching pain and admiration. Because he himself was merely a carefree little salted fish. If it were him encountering such circumstances, he wouldn't survive past the first chapter, so weak he'd probably off himself without even needing the villain to lift a finger. And yet now, here he was, forced into rewriting the plotline of this book. Struggling to recall every detail of the book's content, Su Yunqi managed to retain at least some grasp of the general direction of the storyline. He firmly believed that even with a handicap, he could keep the protagonist from going mad. As Su Yunqi was lost in beautiful reveries, his fighting spirit ignited, ready to save the world. His throat started itching, causing him to begin coughing. Master, little master, are you awake? Qinghe is coming in. A female voice laced with concern, and slight panic, grew closer. Slowly supported by an attendant, Su Yunqi sipped a little hot water and gradually regained his composure. In no time, the small bit of ambition that had ignited within him quickly fizzled out. Annoyed, Su Yunqi tapped his head and gazed at his puny five-part body beneath the covers, his face expressed sheer mental and physical exhaustion. Young, frail, and born prematurely before his due date. Fortunately, there was still hope. Though heaven might close one door, it also opens a window. At least now he was the young master of a general's mansion, a status that should give him some leverage to help support the male lead. Work quickly, finish quickly. He wasn't sure how long this weak constitution could hold up, but the most important thing right now was to help the male lead return to the palace as soon as possible and avoid too many days spent wandering outside being oppressed. The soul of a Su Yunqi worker burned brightly, his eyes firm and resolute like someone eager to join the party. Is young master unhappy? Though summer is approaching and it's getting warm, we must still take good care of ourselves. If the young master secretly indulges in the cold again and catches a chill, Qinghe will not be able to meet you later. Qinghe wasn't much older herself, her eyes slightly red. She looked at Su Yunqi with a trace of bewilderment and whispered advice while continuing to change his clothes. But Su Yunqi, who was mentally 19 years old, a successor of socialist ideals, grabbed the maid's arm tightly and held down the quilt. Sister, I can dress myself. Come on, stop making jokes, okay? He did have some dignity after all. To his surprise, upon hearing this, the maid pouted her mouth, seemingly ready to cry. Qinghe has already been reprimanded by the mistress for not properly taking care of you. Is young master now also rejecting me? Of all the things in life, Su Yunqi feared nothing more than making women cry. Slowly, he climbed up, wiped away her tears with his hand, and then hugged Qinghe's arm, shaking it. Sister, I'm not rejecting you at all. Sister, please don't cry anymore. Next time, I'll definitely try to faint a little later. First, let me say some good things for you so that mother won't punish you, alright? Qinghe was startled by his words, her tears giving way to a smile as she quickly wrapped the quilt around the little figure who was babbling nonsense with wide-open eyes and an open mouth, fearing he might catch a chill again. Alright then, our young master has always been considerate since childhood. With his cherubic face, Su Yunqi ultimately gave in to the maid's coaxing and allowed himself to be helped off the bed. As he made his way towards the main courtyard, he looked at the branches around him, now beginning to bud green leaves, frowning thoughtfully. The book had not elaborated much on the second son of the general's mansion, he was merely a minor supporting character. So, as long as he acted more childish, there would be no risk of revealing his true identity. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. He needed to find an opportunity to meet the male lead. Estimating the ages and timing, he should still be hiding somewhere. As a salted fish with lofty ideals who would get to personally witness the rise of the male lead, he had to take early advantage of this chance, becoming the protagonist's closest and most trusted younger brother. In that case, one day he'd definitely be able to live carefree, basking in a life of comfort, with his back forever protected by his big brother. Master, what are you so pleased about? We're about to see the mistress, Qinghe said, lowering her gaze to Su Yunqi, whose expression betrayed hidden thoughts. She watched as the upward curve of his lips slowly faded, only for him to puff out his cheeks instead. Kids really had such expressive faces. Qinghe assumed he'd just realized how fearful it would be for the lady to scold him. She was about to offer some reassurance when suddenly, he dashed over to the nearby pond, cupped water in his hands, and splashed it on his face. If the servants hadn't reminded him repeatedly, Su Yunqi would have completely forgotten that the illness of the original occupant was the mistress' greatest concern. This time it was even worse, this ailment was entirely self-inflicted, and there was bound to be a fair amount of nagging. Su Yunqi stared at his delicate reflection on the surface of the water, and gradually he felt reassured. He was just a cute, naive weakling, how could anyone bear to yell at him? The thick-skinned Su Yunqi swiftly turned around, grabbing the hand of Qinghe, who was coming to restrain him, even kindly comforting her instead. What's there to worry about? Sister Qinghe, don't be scared, I'm here, and if anything, I'll cover for you to sneak away first. Seeing this unusual cleverness in a usually quiet little master who barely reached her waist, Qinghe appreciated his occasional shrewdness and quickly nodded in agreement. Wow, master is truly brilliant. Caught off guard by being so easily flattered and coaxed, Su Yunqi was left speechless. Chapter 2, The Dog Hole. Hey, who's this? Why don't you cry in the yard for a few more days instead of coming to me? The woman with her hair coiled gave a sidelong glance towards the door, raising an eyebrow. She set down the tea in her hand and laughed irritably. Aya, please stop scolding me, Aya. If you keep scolding, your child will really lose his little pearl. Su Yunqi braved the difficulty and rushed forward, clinging to Xue Jian's embrace as he muffledly pleaded for mercy. Xue Jian couldn't hear what he was saying clearly, so she lifted him up effortlessly, then touched his cheek with her forehead. Though sharp-tongued, inside she felt much reassured. What pig? I see you really deserve a beating to learn some sense, knowing how weak you are but still throwing tantrums. Aya wouldn't do that. Su Yunqi silently chanted, being cute is shameful but effective, then slumped bonelessly on Xue Jian's shoulder, secretly fiddling with the tassel hanging from her head, nodding and shaking along with it. Xue Jian thought he was shivering from fear because she had been too strict, so she quickly relaxed and took the tassel off her head, placing it in his palm. Alright, let's have breakfast. If you act out and get sick again, I won't be so lenient next time. Su Yunqi shook the tassel in his hand and quickly climbed down from Xue Jian's lap. Aya, I don't want you to feed me, I can eat by myself. He dodged the motherly hands that suddenly sprang toward him, looking somewhat complex as he stepped onto the footstool beside him and sat on the wide chair, swinging his legs. If this level of spoiling continued without any bottom line, this young master would inevitably be spoiled into uselessness, yet it seemed like this family didn't care at all. Su Yunqi slowly stirred the porridge with a spoon, finally sparing his mind for future actions rather than just dwelling on his own situation. He had to find a way out and try his luck to see if he could find the male lead. The book described the male lead's first appearance in a broken alley, where the whole person was gloomy and filled with a heavy aura of anger. Su Yunqi took a bite of the cake handed to him by Aya beside him, gave a shy smile, and continued to think deeply. Or perhaps not thinking is better. The original owner has never left home, how confident could he possibly feel about finding someone? Xue Jian changed the type of cake she was feeding her second son and noticed that this piece had even less bitten off than the previous one, so she decisively switched back to the previous kind. Aya, I want to go out. Be obedient, eat some more. Aya. I want to play outside. After finishing this piece, we'll talk. Su Yunqi gritted his teeth, humoring his mother's mysterious feeding obsession. Satisfied, Xue Jian wiped her hands on a handkerchief, then frowned sharply and tossed it away. Not allowed. When the weather gets warmer and your elder brother comes back, he'll take you out. But don't even think about going alone. Su Yunqi barely paid attention as he jumped off the chair and ran towards his courtyard. Haven't you watched over the young master yet? Xue Jian's expression turned cold as soon as Su Yunqi stepped out. Qinghe saw this, hastily bowed and followed after. After all, Su Yunqi had already warned her beforehand, so whatever happened next wasn't her problem anymore. Adults need to know how to give themselves a break. Su Yunqi had been eyeing the dog hole at the corner of his courtyard wall for quite some time now. Although the method was less than dignified, it didn't matter since he was nothing but a frail child. Surely they couldn't expect him to climb trees or scale walls. Master, what are you doing? Qinghe watched Su Yunqi kneeling on the ground, sticking his butt up as he lay sprawled in front of the dog hole. She nearly fainted. She ignored the disparity in status, rushing over to pick up the little master, and brushing off dirt from his knees. Su Yunqi twisted his body to regain contact with the ground. Looking at Qinghe with obvious intent, he began wheedling, his voice low. Let me ask you, whose orders do you follow? Of course, I follow the master's. Qinghe's hair stood on end, sensing something ominous about to happen. Then isn't it true that if I tell you to do something, you have to obey? Su Yunqi narrowed his eyes and added further instructions. You don't need to know what I'm doing, and you're not allowed to tell my mother. But. If you don't cover for me and they trace it back later, do you think my mother will punish you or me? Qinghe found herself caught between two difficult choices, wishing desperately to say, no, why can't we just prevent this entirely? That way, no one needs to worry about getting caught, right? Aya, stop worrying. I'll just stroll around outside, and I'll be back soon. If anyone comes, just say I'm asleep. You'll definitely benefit. Afterward, I'll praise you more to Aya and ensure your salary increases. After sketching out this grand plan, Su Yunqi squatted down and continued to wriggle through the dog hole, ignoring Qinghe's stammered attempts to stop him. With a single kick, he began his exploration of the new area. Broken alley, where's the broken alley? To be honest, he somewhat regretted not changing into different clothes. He felt like the street vendors were looking at him strangely. Whose child has gone lost? Don't know. Look at these clothes, doesn't seem like an ordinary family. Su Yunqi quickly walked with his head down when someone suddenly grabbed the back of his collar and lifted him slightly. Hey brother. Look what I found, a kid. Alan, if our teacher finds out how much you like talking, your palms will have quite a bit of trouble. Pei Yunlan chuckled while letting go of Su Yunqi, trying to turn him around to see his face. At this moment, Su Yunqi was drenched in sweat, his mind racing from the previous mention of elder brother. What bad luck, bumping into the male lead's future opponent. Taking advantage of Pei Yunlan loosening his grip, Su Yunqi blindly ran off in panic. Hey! Pei Yunlan thought it was fun and tried to chase after him but was stopped by his own elder brother. Not going to chase, brother. Pei Wenjing pulled him along without much expression, saying, mind your own business, let's get back to the palace. Su Yunqi dashed into an alley, gasping for air. He cautiously peeked out, realizing no one had followed him, and relaxed as he took a look around. Escaping the tiger's den, only to fall into the wolf's lair. In front of him, over a dozen beggars glared at him fiercely, as if he had trespassed on their territory, ready to tear him apart at the slightest opportunity. Instinctively, Su Yunqi raised his hands, stepping backward slowly, when something tripped him up, causing him to fall straight onto the ground. In the process, the pin in his sleeve flew out. The decrepit alley, an extremely extravagant hairpin, and Su Yunqi appeared to be a very easy target for bullying. It might as well have been written across his forehead. I'm super rich, I'm all alone, come bully me. He deeply regretted his decision now. If only he brought Qinghe along, at least she could run fast with him. Chapter 3, Jade Pendant. A few older little beggars tentatively approached Su Yunqi first. Seeing that he made no move, they immediately pounced and grabbed the hairpin on the ground. The younger ones quickly gathered around, trying to get a share of whatever was left. How could Su Yunqi have time to think about those material possessions? Supporting himself against the wall, he got up, ready to slip away. But before he could escape, the children pounced on him, pressing him down and searching his body everywhere. What do you want from me? I'm not carrying anything. Let go, don't touch me. Su Yunqi was overwhelmed by the chaos of smells and started dry heaving, tears streaming down his face. Take off his clothes, they're worth something. In the midst of the chaos, Su Yunqi noticed the only person still standing aside. Leaning nonchalantly against the wall, this individual seemed completely unconcerned about the situation here. In fact, he looked slightly annoyed as he closed his eyes and turned his head slightly. Big brother. Big brother, save me. You search high and low in vain but stumble upon success without effort. Su Yunqi had never imagined that his first meeting with the male lead would happen like this. This isn't right. According to various Mary Sue scripts, shouldn't it be that he extends a hand to the male lead, successfully rescuing him from suffering and establishing an image of gentleness and healing? Now, it's a shattered beginning, dreams dashed. Pei Yanchu raised his head and looked at the whining child on the ground. He saw the kid, whose face was smeared with dirt, tearing up and reaching out for help. Desperate as he was, when Su Yunqi noticed Pei Yanchu's reaction, his eyes lit up instantly. And then, it faded. He watched as the male lead closed his eyes again and covered his ears. He actually covered his ears. Isn't he the male lead? The son of justice? How can he stand by and watch someone die without helping? Su Yunqi lost all hope. The previous uneasiness about being thrown into this book, compounded by the collapse of the male lead's character that he couldn't control, made him feel that any plan for a wonderful future was almost impossible now. Amidst a jumble of emotions, the jade around his neck was pulled painfully. Su Yunqi slowly lay flat. It turns out true heartbreak doesn't come from yelling and screaming. Waya. Big brother, I'm scared. Wah, big brother save me. Well, let's struggle a bit more. Suddenly, the force around his neck disappeared. Su Yunqi cautiously opened one eye and saw the male lead standing beside him, looking down. The surrounding little beggars slowly stepped back. Sitting on the ground, Su Yunqi quickly hugged Pei Yanchu's leg. At least it was the only chance to talk, regardless of what the situation was. He had already discarded his dignity long ago. Thank you, big brother, for saving me. Cry. Big brother, you're so nice. Ah. Burp. Su Yunqi was suddenly short of breath and stood there speechless. Pei Yanchu, seeing the dirty, bewildered child at his feet, suddenly lost interest and kicked his leg, attempting to shake him off. What a strange request. Su Yunqi didn't have time to think. But seeing the nearby beggars beginning to move again, he immediately burst into tears. Big brother, I'm so scared. Wah. Pei Yanchu squatted down and the intrigue surfaced again. You cry so ugly. Su Yunqi simply couldn't believe what he'd heard. Now, he truly wanted to cry. What a terrible kid. Being tasked to win his favor felt like an insurmountable task. I'm not ugly. You are. Humph. Seeing the kid getting teary-eyed again, Pei Yanchu couldn't resist pinching his cheeks. Softer than expected. In a meaningless day, he encountered a silly, clumsy kid who only cried when bullied by him. Pei Yanchu suddenly gripped harder, puffing Su Yunqi's lips. Su Yunqi desperately pulled at his hand, trying to rescue his own face. Hee, please stop messing with me. Pei Yanchu promptly stood up and moved away from his hand, his calm interior returning. Give the things back to him. Since he showed up, might as well do something good-hearted. Clearly, the surrounding kids were very wary of Pei Yanchu. They dared not oppose but pushed each other until the hairpin, jade pendant, etc., were thrown to Su Yunqi. As if everything that had just happened were nothing but fleeting clouds, Su Yunqi stared wide-eyed. Damn, it's the male lead after all. Even though his personality seems a bit dog-like, it's still a B-class setting. Big brother, you're so amazing. I will definitely repay your life-saving grace. As long as you remember me, give me some benefits later, hee. Pei Yanchu extended 2 fingers and lifted the scruffy kid in front of him, noticing that he was about to spout some more nonsense. Cry. Brother, I'll see you next time. Su Yunqi grabbed his belongings and bolted. As he had already made his appearance, there was no way he would subject himself to this humiliating situation again. When the little pest had completely disappeared from view, Pei Yanchu shifted his gaze to a group of dirty rats secretly glaring at him from behind. He let out a cold snort, tightening his fists. In such a place, only the toughest could have their say. Dang dang dang. Suddenly, something lunged at him from behind. Pei Yanchu turned around sharply and held it off. Wait, this is for you. Don't forget me. It didn't occur to Su Yunqi until halfway through his escape that the male lead was not much older than himself. Being both semi-grown boys, if for a couple of days he couldn't leave his house conveniently and the male lead forgot about him, wouldn't that result in a loss? Pei Yanchu was forced to accept a jade pendant into his hand. The warm touch prompted him to curl his fingers slightly. Speak. What do you want? A small nobleman who looked like he was used to luxurious living, scared out of his wits, managed to escape but ran back, definitely not just to give him a jade pendant. Pei Yanchu found it increasingly interesting, indeed wanting to know what went on in this dim-witted brain. I don't want anything, just remember me, brother. Better yet, think of him every day, memorizing this moment perfectly, making it easier next time they met to get closer. Pei Yanchu reached out and pinched his face again, seeing Su Yunqi retract his neck briefly before sacrificing himself once more, his mouth flattened passively as if he were an obedient little sufferer. Oh. Cry. Su Yunqi discreetly rolled his eyes while lowering his head, then turned and fled again. A gentleman's revenge waits 10 years, and for his great cause, he wasn't going to argue with a difficult boy like the male lead. As the footsteps gradually faded, Pei Yanchu slowly lifted the jade pendant in his hand. It was a fine piece, similar ones he had seen in the palace before, though none quite as clear and translucent as this one. Unfortunately, he was no longer a prince, just an insignificant weed overlooked by everyone. His mother, consortly, had gone mad until her death, and those people even wanted to cut their roots entirely. So now, shouldn't he be considered as good as dead? How dreadfully boring. In the corner of the jade, there was a prominent tiny character. Pei Yanchu collected his thoughts and carefully identified it, confirming it was the character, Qi. He well knew that, to possess virtue is to invite crime. Seeing the restless ones preparing to challenge him again, he put the item in his bosom and casually picked up a stick from the ground. Want it? Beat me first. Chapter 4, The Food Box. Su Yunqi on this side had never thought about what Pei Yanchu was experiencing far away in the alley. Of course, if he knew, he would probably just secretly enjoy it. It's a small revenge, after all. Who let the protagonist always bully him with those clumsy hands? Anyway, the protagonist is not going to lose. And the pressing matter now is to quickly take a bath and change clothes. When Su Yunqi crawled back through the dog hole and saw Qinghe standing there perfectly fine, he felt no burden at all, waving for water to groom himself. He soaked in the bathtub, leaning his head against the edge, frowning as he thought. Mother isn't easy to talk to, but father is very easy to deceive. Just a few days more and his father will be back. He must seize this opportunity to bring the protagonist into the general's mansion and keep him under his watchful eye while ensuring his safety, then find a chance to explore the map of the palace. Su Yunqi patted the water. He is truly a loyal younger brother, serving his master wholeheartedly. With this pace, the protagonist can save at least 10 years of detours. La la la, I love taking a bath, my skin is so good, oh oh oh. Master, please stop singing and wash up soon. Qinghe is really scared. The young girl stood guard by the door, keeping an eye outside for him. Her hands were fidgeting with her sleeves, clearly uneasy. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi chuckled twice, then after changing clothes, he climbed onto a chair and began writing and drawing with a brush pen. Qinghe, hearing the commotion, walked in briskly. She held a towel in her hand, drying his hair while curiously wondering what the young master was up to. There he was, scribbling circles and strange symbols, before nodding satisfactorily and placing the pen between his two fingers. Clap. Satisfied, Su Yunqi put down the pen, preparing to start the first step of, to win a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. He tugged at Qinghe's sleeve beside him, good sister, what's the best thing to eat in our house? Qinghe didn't answer. Good sister. Not understanding why she hesitated, Su Yunqi turned around to look at her, immediately being startled. Master, please let Qinghe know next time when you are about to toss that pen, all right? She wiped her face with the wet towel, struggling to give a proper response. Su Yunqi was embarrassed and speechless, refraining from making any trouble for the rest of the afternoon and evening, which gave Qinghe some peace of mind. But the next day, this little master couldn't help but stir things up again. Master, where are you going with these things again? Oh my dear ancestor. Su Yunqi rushed towards the dog hole with the food box Qinghe had prepared for him. This box contained the top 3 most delicious dishes from lunch today, which he specifically requested the small kitchen to set aside another portion of. Good sister, rest assured, I'll be back very soon, really. As he spoke, he pushed the food box over and began wriggling like an earthworm. Qinghe's heart sank like death. Watching his little feet still trying hard to kick, she silently helped push him a bit, deciding to throw caution to the wind. The carefree little master followed the same route from yesterday, thinking to himself that he was undoubtedly the Little Red Riding Hood. He peeked quietly into the alley, sure enough, the protagonist was still here. Pei Yanchu had excellent hearing skills, having heard those disorganized footsteps from far away. Yesterday, he was somewhat emotionally unstable, so he took advantage of the issue with the jade pendant to beat up a circle of people to vent, and he still had some minor abrasions on his hands. Seemingly sensing something, he looked up just in time to meet the gaze of that little creature. Brother, you really are here. Su Yunqi shamelessly stuck to him, attempting to warm that icy heart. Why don't you speak, brother? Seeing him remain silent, Su Yunqi continued his efforts. Brother, I'll treat you to some good food. Thank you, brother, for saving me yesterday. Su Yunqi nearly smiled until his face froze, resisting the urge to touch the protagonist. Very well, he dodged, indicating he hadn't starved to death yet. Alive, ha, hee hee. Irritating. No, this damn kid. Lord Su cannot endure this. Today, instead of a dusty little sparrow flying in, it's a precious and beautiful bird. Just like retaliating for yesterday when he said he was ugly, the child wore bright-colored clothes today, standing out prominently amidst the dirty alleyway. Pei Yanchu watched his cunning eyes turning vigorously, and as soon as he opened his mouth, the boy started looking pitiful again. Like a fur-puffed cat without the audacity to scratch. What do you really want? Rarely could he be patient enough to play with a child, knowing how precocious he was himself. Even with peers, he found nothing to say, let alone to such a tiny bean sprout. I just want to make friends with you, brother. Su Yunqi racked his brains for the kindergarten talk, and pushed the food box closer to him again. I managed to bring it out with great difficulty. Just try it, brother. If you like it, I'll come every day. Pei Yanchu didn't take it. In a few seconds, he had already started guessing this child's intentions. From the very beginning, he felt it strange, but only thought it was a coincidence that seemed interesting. Unexpectedly, he came again today, not caring about yesterday's danger at all. Who sent him? Has he been discovered? Is there poison inside? Who wants to harm him? Pei Yanchu's breathing became increasingly rapid as he pushed Su Yunqi's hand away. Clatter. It was already difficult for Su Yunqi to carry such a big box, so after being shoved like that, he fell straight to the ground, scattering the contents of the box. The savory aroma filled the air, and the little beggars watching from the dark all had their eyes glowing green. According to normal human thinking, at this point one should quit and walk away, avoiding this nonsense. But who is he, Su Yunqi? He just wouldn't believe he couldn't handle this stubborn brat. Alright, if brother doesn't like it, never mind. Do you guys want some? Damn it, it's still so infuriating, don't eat then don't eat. Are you bullying me? I will let you have a taste of my colors and show you that I am the most bullied person in the world. Woo-woo. Su Yunqi held his breath, not daring to approach. He directly threw the food box into the crowd's hands, watching them fight tooth and nail over the meat until they were bruised and bleeding, and suddenly it hit him. Indeed, no comparison means no hurt. There are way too many people more unfortunate than him in this world. He might not even rank among those crying the most pitifully. He clapped his hands, then turned his head back to continue staring at the male protagonist, only to see him staring blankly at the group of food-snatching beggars, speechless. Good, regretful, isn't he? Su Yunqi secretly gloated, seeming kind-hearted while actually starting to be sarcastic. What's wrong, brother? Pei Yanchu was waiting for time to pass, subconsciously almost seeing the dead bodies of the poisoned beggars. But as time ticked by slowly, nothing happened. Brother? Lost in thoughts, he was unguarded when someone tugged at him, his bruised arm still swollen and hurting so badly that his expression changed without him even realizing. Su Yunqi was shocked before his book of petty grudges could even turn the page. Lifting his sleeve, he saw the young male protagonist like someone abused, covered in bruises, looking pitifully skinny. This doesn't make sense. According to the plotline, he should have just escaped from the estate where he was confined. How could he become this in just a few days, which was really perplexing. Su Yunqi's balance tilted completely. Given how terrible he looked, wasn't it quite normal to have a bit of caution? Why was he having a temper tantrum with this young protagonist? A smart person should stand united against external foes, he must help the male protagonist fight back. Chapter 5, Ointment. Pei Yanchu quietly pulled away his hand and lowered the sleeve that was a bit dirty and torn. Rarely did he harbor any casual suspicion towards others, but he still deliberately kept a straight face without saying a word, simply shifting his gaze back to Su Yunqi. Brother, wait for me, I'll be right back. Su Yunqi scratched his head and decided to mend the situation with the pitiful, almost shattered, child who was pretending to be strong. As he ran, he looked back and shouted, remember to wait for me, don't run around recklessly. Pei Yanchu's lips slightly moved, as if about to say something, but then the people nearby, who were full from eating and drinking, began laughing and talking amongst themselves. Look at him, putting on airs, always keeping a cold face, not knowing who it's meant for. We are all parentless, relying on being shameless to survive, but he's still acting high and mighty. That's right. Don't know where that kid comes from, always coming here to play, giving food and jade pendants. TSK, how could he only focus on one person? I see some people who just get what they want yet still pretend. Amidst the bustling chatter, someone even started daydreaming. If that dimwit stuck to me calling me brother and gave me good things to eat every day, I would be so happy, sigh, regretting this so much. If I had known it was so easy to fool, I should have been the hero saving beauty and got a free younger brother. He laughed and wiped oil on someone else's clothes, clearly being the true leader of the group. Pei Yanchu maintained distance from them, settling matters with fists when necessary, barely securing a place for himself. What are you looking at? Still waiting for him? The push you gave him earlier was impressive, he obviously belongs to some wealthy family's young master, probably finding an excuse to go home and cry by now. Who would care about you Pei Yanchu seemed to have been struck by something. He suddenly lunged forward and began wrestling with them. The inexplicable bitterness and anger clouded his mind, and he received several blows unarmed. Who cares about caring or not caring? He didn't care, he can live fine on his own, why must they interfere? What are you doing? Stop it, stop fighting. Su Yunqi fell while running too fast along the road. His face was smudged with dirt, as he yelled out loud seeing the chaotic scene before him. Pei Yanchu thought he had misheard. When he turned his head to look, he saw that presumptuous boy rushing over. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he managed to shake off those clinging to him, biting and pinching, and hurriedly retreated towards Su Yunqi. You! Su Yunqi abruptly pushed Pei Yanchu behind him, glared at the group of beggars still unsatisfied, and suddenly yelled. Don't come near, my father is a great general, be careful or I'll let him arrest you all. Enough of this already, it felt like arguing among elementary school students. Su Yunqi's sorrow almost overflowed. His glorious reputation has completely fallen apart these past few days. He endured the embarrassment, shaking his entire body in the process, and continued exaggerating, I mean it, if you keep beating him, I'll file a complaint, and see who still dares to bully him. His heart was heavy, feeling mentally drained just from speaking those words. They already guessed his status wasn't ordinary, but never expected his background to be so influential, so none dared to approach momentarily. Pei Yanchu saw him clearly, fearfully, trembling, but still gritting his teeth trying to protect him. He slowly extended his hand to grab Su Yunqi's wrist, somewhat stiffly patting him on the shoulder. I'm fine, you. What do you mean, fine? You're covered in injuries and they're still hitting you. I should have thrown the stuff and fed it to the dogs rather than giving it to them. Pei Yanchu remained silent again, staring into Su Yunqi's indignant eyes, swallowing the words he wanted to explain. Brother, you hurt me. Su Yunqi shook his wrist, and during Pei Yanchu's confusion, grabbed his hand once more. Just hold my hand next time. In his palm lay a fleeting wisp of clouds. Mother always loved telling various stories when he was younger, tales about flowers and plants or descriptions of how everything in the world has its own life. Perhaps the clouds above were like that, soft, curling into one's heart tip, making one instinctively hold their breath. You made me wait for you, for what? Su Yunqi finally seriously looked back at him. I went back to find ointment for you. He touched his chest, took out the items, and pulled Pei Yanchu inside. To be honest, he had just realized that the protagonist and himself weren't all that different. It was just that whenever he appeared, he was either sitting or lying down, so it always seemed like the protagonist was much taller than him. Su Yunqi silently thought about how pitiful he must look, then told Pei Yanchu to sit down and started applying the ointment. I don't know exactly what this is, but I've used it before whenever I got injured, and it works pretty well. He dabbed a bit on his fingertip and reached out to apply it to the protagonist's wounds, but as soon as he almost touched him, Pei Yanchu flinched away again. Pei Yanchu still wasn't entirely comfortable with others touching him. His subconscious self-protective reaction made him shy away, causing him to freeze awkwardly for a moment, glancing furtively at Su Yunqi's expression. Su Yunqi sighed and spread some of the ointment over an old wound on his palm. It doesn't hurt, really. Stop dodging. When Su Yunqi attempted to apply the ointment again, Pei Yanchu finally stayed still, staring silently back at him instead. Inside, Su Yunqi grumbled, what's there to be afraid of? There's no poison. After all this trouble, he really felt like an overworried mother. Truly, there couldn't possibly be a better bootlicker in training than himself. Wait, poison. It took a while for Su Yunqi's thoughts to return to normal. Suddenly, he understood. The protagonist was afraid that he'd poisoned the medicine. That's why he refused everything Su Yunqi brought and only agreed to use the medicine after Su Yunqi tested it first. This revelation was like being struck by thunder in broad daylight. So offended, Su Yunqi burst into laughter despite himself. You can do it yourself then. I won't help you anymore. Pei Yanchu could clearly see the various emotions flickering across Su Yunqi's face. Seeing Su Yunqi suddenly break out into this fit, he assumed he'd acted up too much. But instead of losing temper, Su Yunqi just mumbled something and quietly squatted on the ground pouting without another word. What's wrong? Pei Yanchu suddenly felt uncertain. This person kept defying all his expectations, making him feel uneasy. Su Yunqi, on the other hand, was simply feeling helpless. The protagonist's distrust was overwhelming, and he began questioning whether the timing of his intervention had been off. But it had only just begun. Could the protagonist's naturally suspicious personality have existed from such a young age? You're upset. Supporting his head, Su Yunqi snapped out of his reverie and instinctively curved his lips into a smile. I'm not. Pei Yanchu watched as Su Yunqi once again adopted his carefree demeanor, leaving an inexplicable frustration bubbling within him. He thrust the salve back towards Su Yunqi, a note of hesitant probing visible on his face. Chapter 6 Hello. Who knew that the next second, Su Yunqi would sigh and start bowing his head to apply medicine for him. Pei Yanchu was very confused, and the youthful bewilderment on his face had not shown for a long time. But at this moment, he just sat honestly on the straw, watching the little person in front of him mumble and draw circles with her fingers. Su Yunqi thought, it's really the protagonist's fate, even such trivial matters are beneath doing himself, so his kind of loyal junior has to fulfill his duty. If helping is necessary, then let it be. After all, who made him good-looking and kind-hearted? Taking care of injured kids with stubborn mouths is something he should do. Seeing Su Yunqi attempting to pull his collar to check his injuries, Pei Yanchu hurriedly pressed down on his clothes, his ears slightly red as he said. I'll do it myself. Oh, the shy child is blushing, how rare. Su Yunqi held back a laugh, and then suddenly heard a sentence from the protagonist. What exactly do you want me to do? Huh? What do I want you to do? Pei Yanchu couldn't believe that there was really anyone in this world who would treat him kindly without reason. So he endured and asked again. Why do you treat me like this? Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi returned to the Mary Sue script. He put on an air of dignity as he stood up, and finally forced out a sentence. I want to be friends with you, is that okay? Pei Yanchu's expression turned slightly fierce. Before he could reply, the little beggar watching from the side started shouting. I can. Young master, will you be friends with me? I guarantee that none of the beggars on this street will dare to bother you. Wow, acting like the leader of the beggar sect, Su Yunqi found it somewhat amusing. Who knew he just wanted to make some sarcastic comments when he was pulled aside by Pei Yanchu? Don't listen to him. Su Yunqi didn't speak. Su Yunqi slightly noticed some subtle changes in the protagonist. He closed his mouth tightly and remained silent, wanting to see what good nonsense the protagonist could come up with. Alright. The red on the ear tip spread to the base. Pei Yanchu was a bit stammering, but he simply didn't want Su Yunqi to be friends with others. He didn't understand why, but he knew that if Su Yunqi chooses to be nice to others from now on and no longer smiles at him, he would definitely lose control and want to do something. How could he say he wants to play with himself one moment and then go play with others the next? He wasn't sincere, he must be trying to fool him around and mock him like a clown. Hey, big brother, what are you thinking about? I'm talking to you. Pei Yanchu abruptly snapped back to reality. He adjusted his breathing and tried to take Su Yunqi's hand. Su Yunqi didn't notice himself partying in the villain's cruel intentions. After thinking for a few seconds, he extended his hand forward to start the formal official friendship-making process. Hello, my name is Su Yun, spit Su Qian. Goodness, almost blew his cover. Thank goodness he stopped in time. Even though Pei Yanchu didn't quite understand what Su Yunqi's behavior meant. He adhered to the principle of just following instructions, and also extended his hand. Hello, my name is Yanchu. Su Yunqi twitched the corner of his mouth and firmly grabbed his hand. Brother, you treat me as a buddy, yet you play games with me. Well, let's both compromise, you're still my good older brother. He pulled out half a roasted duck from his bosom, deliberately humming. I only have this left, if you don't like it, I'll give it to them to eat, anyway you pushed me earlier, A hint of panic appeared in Pei Yanchu's eyes. His face reddened slightly, but he still reached out to accept it. However, his tone lost its usual calmness. Do you still want to give it to them? I was just kidding. Su Yunqi threw himself onto Pei Yanchu's body, tilting his head to whisper softly in his ear. I wouldn't give it to them anyway, they ganged up to bully you, they're all bad people, elder brother saved me before, I will treat elder brother well for life. Hanging on to the elder brother, determined to get everything from him. Pei Yanchu barely managed to prevent being knocked over by this small bombshell. He rubbed his ears trying to move away from Su Yunqi, but was instead touched further by this man. It was only after realizing the other person's overwhelming burden, that Su Yunqi hastily stood up and took a few steps back. Brother, you are so thin. All bones, probably because his skeleton is large, which makes him look stronger. No, is there any hidden plot he hasn't unlocked? There seems to be lots of questions here. He is a prince after all, even if restricted, he shouldn't end up this destitute, right? Before Pei Yanchu could even feel awkward, Su Yunqi started yelling again. You wait, elder brother, when my family returns, I'll find a way to get their approval to bring you home. What? We will go back to my house. Don't you want to stay with me every day? There are a lot of delicious and fun things in my mansion, I'm not lying to you. Pei Yanchu watched him energetically lobbying, planning their future with childlike innocence. Are you not interested at all? It seemed as if a ball of cotton was tightly clogging his throat. He knew that if he truly agreed, it would undoubtedly bring unimaginable consequences for the general's mansion. He just felt this little kid was somewhat captivating, but he didn't even think about taking advantage of him or dragging someone else into trouble. At this moment, he wished more than ever that he was truly a parentless beggar, then he wouldn't have so many considerations, and could indulge in some warmth. Interested? He had no right to have such feelings. The world was absurd, why was fate so unfair, why did those who should die keep living carefree lives? Brother, you're so quiet, it's always been me talking. Pay attention to me, won't you? Su Yunqi unyieldingly pinched Pei Yanchu's cheek, ostensibly interrupting his thoughts, but actually secretly retaliating from yesterday's slight. Let's talk later. Su Yunqi never expected that his well-planned road would be blocked off at its root. His disappointment was evident. Do your parents know you've come out? Pei Yanchu avoided eye contact, harshly shifting the topic. Then, he saw Su Yunqi jump up like an electrified cat, hastily adding. Well, if we talk later, let's do that. I'll go home first. Brother, goodbye. The alleyway became peaceful once again, as if that lively aura had never visited. Pei Yanchu chewed on another piece of meat and found it wasn't fishy or cold at all. Su Yunqi returned to the mansion trembling inside. This couldn't continue forever, sooner or later, everything would be exposed. All he could hope for now was that his good father would return soon and tidy up the mess. He certainly didn't want to face his mother's fury alone, she could be lethal. Dada, what are you thinking about? You haven't eaten properly these last few days and you frown constantly. Have you done something you're scared to tell me about? Alma, please don't call me that, I've grown up. Su Yunqi tried to laugh it off as if pleading for mercy, trying to give some evasive answers, only to be embraced by Xue Jianchuang. How old are you? When you were small, you loved making a fuss like this. Happy or angry, Dada, came from you. Who dares offend you? Xue Jianchuang gently pinched his nose, seeing her youngest son's face turn crimson with annoyance, which made her burst out laughing completely. Chapter 7, Assassination. I just miss father and the others. Su Yunqi counted the days on his fingers. By all accounts, with the great victory at the border, they should have returned by now. So why was there no news at all? Give it a few more days. What's wrong? Come on, fess up. Did Tata really do something bad that's why you want to find father so badly? Shui Jianchuan gave him a none too gentle pat on his bottom and then turned around to instruct the maid to prepare some snacks in case the young master got hungry later in the evening. I didn't. Su Yunqi loved to snuggle in her arms, though he always claimed he was afraid of being punished by his mother. Deep down he couldn't find anywhere as comforting as this place. In his vague memories, his mother had passed away early in his childhood, and later his father remarried and brought in an older brother. His father's broad shoulders used to be his most unrestrained playground, but since then, all he had left was to look on wistfully. Su Yunqi shook his head, grabbed a shrimp peeled for him by Shui Jianchuan, and started to climb down. Oh my! Where did your skin go? Your feet are all muddy, and you've stepped all over your mother's skirt. You little rascal, slow down. Mother, please stop nagging. I know. Su Yunqi hastily ran off. He felt a wave of guilt welling up inside. As if all this happiness was stolen, he was nothing more than a thief who had been transported into a book. Though the original host had died long ago in a cold-induced illness, he had taken his place and should behave properly as the young master of the general's mansion. From the initial confidence and bravado, Su Yunqi gradually became indecisive. He feared that his fragile body wouldn't last until the protagonist rose to prominence. He also feared that his plans might lead to the annihilation of the general's family. He still wasn't sure about the emperor's true feelings towards the protagonist, knowing only that at the start he abandoned his old friend and issued an imperial decree to confine the mother and son outside the palace. Other people's transported stories were filled with slapstick antics, creating pure enjoyment for the main characters, but when it came to himself, every step was arduous. Su Yunqi collapsed onto his bed, twirling his fingers in the bed canopy while sighing. Maybe sleep would be the best option. When asleep, everything seemed solvable. When he woke up groggily again, he received a sudden piece of news. The father-son duo far away at the border found the return to capital convoy too slow, so they decided together to take a shortcut back home secretly and reunite faster. Upon receiving the letter, Shui Jianchuan was both angry and happy, yelling at them the entire morning for their imprudence. If the emperor ever pursued the matter seriously, things could end disastrously. While her mind was entirely occupied elsewhere, Su Yunqi took the opportunity to sneak out after gathering some things. This was a dire situation where he had no choice but to face the male protagonist directly and probe his intentions rather than remain stuck and fretting helplessly. Qinghe's sister. Master, watch out for mud on your left foot. The lady loves to walk in the yard when the sun is about to set. There are 2 sets of clothes prepared in the cabinet for your change upon return. Hot water will be prepared beforehand by Qinghe. There are also pastries in the small kitchen that you like. Any other orders? Su Yunqi twitched his lips, looking at the well-trained young maid crouched in front of him and dryly responded. No, none. Alas, Su Yunqi, look what you've done, forcing such a young girl to become so disciplined. How unkind of you. With crooked teeth, Su Yunqi crawled out of the hiding spot, feeling countless emotions flood through him. Deep in the alleyway, faint sounds of vendors calling could still be heard. Pei Yanchu couldn't help but calculate the time in his heart repeatedly, strangely expecting those disordered footsteps once or twice. He did come, appearing even more radiant today than yesterday. Even without wearing any accessories, his appearance was unforgettable. A frail creature whose cheeks flushed red from simply walking a bit, oblivious to any ill intent, always cheerfully drawing near to others, resembling a pretty but aimless little butterfly. Brother, can you come with me? I have something to say. Again, he inserted his hand into Pei Yanchu's palm, heedlessly dragging him out. Pei Yanchu wiped the sweat off his cheeks, compliantly holding his hand while listening to him continue rambling nonsensically. Having hidden in the alley for too long, Pei Yanchu squinted as sunlight touched his skin, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. Su Yunqi, accustomed to talking to himself, continued feeding whatever food he was giving, waiting until they reached a farther distance before cautiously broaching the subject. Brother, do you still want to find your parents? There was no way around it, he definitely had to pretend not to know Pei Yanchu's true identity after all. He was merely a dedicated cannon fodder stepping stone. No. Pei Yanchu glanced at Su Yunqi beside him who had closed his mouth. Out of kindness, he added another sentence. They're both dead. Su Yunqi felt a chill run through his scalp and didn't know what to say for a moment. But the next second, he suddenly felt his companion's breathing change as he grabbed him and started running. Slow down. Brother, what are you doing? Shut up. Pei Yanchu didn't have time to answer him, the sense of impending death came flooding back. He began regretting why he'd been so irrational, following Su Yunqi outside like this. They stumbled their way to a river, with Su Yunqi pale-faced and out of breath, his legs giving way and falling into the grass. He couldn't get up for a long time. Pei Yanchu tried to lift him, but just then, a silver gleam flew past his ear. He turned around forcefully and saw only one person chasing after him. Perhaps because of his young age and lack of support, these people didn't take him seriously, which was fortunate because only one of them came to kill him. Brother. Don't make a sound. It was impossible to hide while carrying someone so small. Pei Yanchu clenched his teeth and pushed Su Yunqi hard several times until he was completely hidden in the grass. After catching his breath, he ran to another side, but before going far, he was caught by someone, kicked violently and fell to the ground. Pei Yanchu coughed, clutching his chest, struggling to move back, his hands tightening on the small knife that had been thrown earlier. In matters of life and death, there was no room for talk. Though he thought he wasn't afraid of dying, in reality, he found it hard even to breathe. The grass far away still quivered uncontrollably. Su Yunqi sweated cold sweat profusely, not expecting an assassination attempt during such an outing. Fearing that the male protagonist would lose his life right in front of him, he strained to stand up and try to attract firepower. Heavenly Father, having met such a selfless book traveler, could you send him some good luck? When he finally stood up, ready to shout loud, he witnessed the man plunging a sword toward Pei Yanchu. No, wait. Su Yunqi broke out in cold sweat, but the situation shifted unexpectedly. Pei Yanchu abruptly leaped, riding atop his assailant's waist, using gravity to slam the man down. Even with the sword pressed against his chest, Pei Yanchu showed no sign of pain. In a swift motion, he drew the knife, slashing cleanly. Blood splattered all over his face. Chapter 8, Anin. Pei Yanchu's eyes were filled with red, so vivid that it was almost impossible to see anything else. He couldn't control his hands. When the person beneath him died with a look of shock on their face, he continued stabbing again and again. He remembered the day his mother slit her own throat, there had been so much blood. She cried as she slashed her neck with a dagger from somewhere, laughing crazily and desperately. The love in this world is nothing but one lie after another. You're all liars. Liars. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Pei Yanchu muttered to himself, his entire being in a state of madness. It seemed he could never stop his mother's bleeding. He only knew that he tried his best to press on her wound, but she still lost her breath right in front of him. No one came to save her, and no one came to save him. He had been obedient. His mother sometimes went mad and beat and scolded him, but he endured without crying, just waiting for her to regain her sanity and embrace him again. Why did she leave him behind so unhesitatingly? He fainted in his mother's arms, and after a long while, he was discovered by the guards who arrived late. They threw him into the mass grave like garbage. Covered in his mother's blood, mistaken for already dead, thus leaving him with a lucky chance to survive. Why wouldn't they let him go even now? Brother. Brother. Su Yunqi trembled all over as he grabbed Pei Yanchu's wrist. As the successor of socialism, he had never seen such a scene. Trying hard not to faint, he attempted to call out to the protagonist. Pei Yanchu's eyes were bloodshot, and he turned to strangle Su Yunqi's neck. Don't. It hurts. Brother, I feel bad, woo woo woo. Su Yunqi fell beside the corpses, tears streaming down his face instantly. He had no way to fight back, frightened into sobbing uncontrollably. Is there any heavenly reason? Whose younger brother would be directly cut by the neck by his good older brother? Woo, I hate you. I hate you. Su Yunqi completely broke down and started lying around aimlessly. All his efforts have amounted to nothing, the protagonist was fundamentally a heartless creature. The knife in Pei Yanchu's hand fell to the ground, and he suddenly released Su Yunqi, staring at his trembling hands. Su Yunqi flipped over to get away from him, but was suddenly hugged tightly by him. You tell me, say it again, say that you don't hate me, quickly. Cough cough cough. All Su Yunqi wanted to do at the moment was kill the whole world. He struggled for air and furiously kicked Pei Yanchu. Why won't you speak? Pei Yanchu finally realized that he was about to kill the person before him. Seeing the fear in his eyes, mixed with utter despair, he was helplessly trying to make amends over and over again. I didn't mean to, don't look at me like that, I'm not. Su Qian, please don't be afraid of me, alright? Perhaps because it had been too long since he last cried, when Pei Yanchu emitted a small sob, he didn't even notice it himself. Su Qian. Truly, I'm sorry, I'm too sad, I didn't mean to hurt you, can you understand me, alright? Before, he always thought that the little sparrow seeking responses from him was amusing. But now roles had reversed, and when it came to him pleading for a response, he understood how bitter this truly was. Qian. Anin. Brother, ease up a bit. I've said, holding my hand is enough. You're hugging me so tightly I can hardly breathe. Okay. Pei Yanchu stared intensely at the young one squirming in front of him, then held his hand without hesitation. Su Yunqi was originally seething with anger, but hearing the protagonist cry miserably like a puppy about to be abandoned calmed him down instead. He shook his hand off, only to be held even tighter. Are you still angry? Pei Yanchu asked cautiously, already beginning to feel nervous inside. Right now, he truly resembled a child who made a mistake, trying every possible way to fix it, yet still clueless. I'm not, but you need to explain all this to me first, otherwise I won't forgive you. Su Yunqi sat by the river with a huff, throwing pebbles into it continuously. Pei Yanchu hesitated, squeezing the somewhat delicate hand in his palm before managing to utter a few words. There are people who want to harm me. They killed my mother, but discovering I was still alive, they intended to murder me too. So why did they treat you guys like that? I don't know, maybe we got in someone's way. Pei Yanchu clung closely to him and asked anxiously once more. Will you be scared? There are people who want to kill me. Su Yunqi really couldn't understand the protagonist's way of thinking. He turned and replied indifferently. Why would I be afraid when they want your life? They're all lunatics, sending someone specifically to kill a kid like you, how shameless. Pei Yanchu gradually felt warmth in his palm, but he was still not quite at ease, so he asked again. You said we're friends, right? Su Yunqi was seriously pondering the discrepancy between the protagonist's situation and the plot in the book. Suddenly hearing this sentence. He paused slightly, looking at Pei Yanchu who appeared nervous and restless. Then he turned around to gaze at the almost setting sun and chuckled softly. Brother, we will be the best friends for life. He stood up, dusted off his thighs, then maliciously kicked Pei Yanchu who was still sitting motionlessly on the grass. Alright, I said it, now that you've explained everything, I won't be mad at you anymore. Pei Yanchu helped him stand up slowly, then took his hand and tilted his head while listening attentively. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you back home soon, within these few days. Aha. Then I'll protect you. Okay. Brother, are you an idiot? You just say yes to whatever I say. Yes. Su Yunqi scratched his face, estimating that the protagonist might have been affected earlier and hadn't fully recovered yet. Perhaps by tomorrow, he'd revert to being the little ice king once more. Anan, aren't you leaving yet? What? Su Yunqi still wasn't used to the name, Su Qian. It's getting dark. These 4 words sounded like an alarm ringing in his ears. Su Yunqi hurriedly ran away while shouting backward. Remember, brother, wait for me to come find you, I'm going home first. I'll wait for you near the river. Pei Yanchu didn't dare to go back just yet. He watched the person leave in a panic and nodded in response until he could no longer see them at all. He habitually wanted to touch the jade pendant Su Yunqi had given him before. When his hand reached inside his chest, he noticed some uneven scratches on it. He quickly pulled out the jade pendant and saw that the character, Qi, was already worn to an unclear mark. It would probably have broken entirely if there had been any more force applied. If Su Yunqi were present, he would surely shout loudly, "Cursed be the male lead aura," making him worry for nothing. But now there was only Pei Yanchu alone. He rubbed the scratched place gently, his head bowed down deep in thought about something unknown. Chapter 9, Vow. When Qing He saw Su Yunqi again, she was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground. It took her a long time to stand up and attend to him as he cleaned up. Whoever sees their joyful young master leave in high spirits only to return pale-faced and covered in weeds would probably think they're doomed. This is especially true when it was Qing He who helped the young master sneak out to play. Master, are you alright? Please don't scare Qing He. Qing He has to vow this time. If master ever tries to sneak out again, I will report to lady even if I get punished and sent away. My dear sister, please calm down. I'm perfectly fine. Su Yunqi pushed her aside until she left the room and then he stepped into the bathtub. Why does he always come home filthy after every outing? Is this the bear child theory? As hot water covered his shoulders, he shivered with pleasure. Just as he thought the protagonist was finally aligning with his feelings, joy turned to calamity. He stood up suddenly and saw blackness before his eyes, falling into the tub and making a man overturned, horse overturned scene. In his final consciousness, all he could hear were Qing He's screams and his own struggles to cover himself. It's over. His mother is going to skin him alive. Damn Murphy's Law. Xue Jianchuan was leisurely drinking tea and reading in the front yard when several people from the back courtyard burst out shouting loudly, completely ruining her peace. What are you doing? Making such noise like what? Madam, something terrible has happened. The young master fainted. Xue Jianchuan immediately threw down her teacup and rushed towards the backyard, still scolding them along the way. Fainted? Let me see what mischief this little ancestor is causing for me. She wasn't a proper young lady in her youth and now, with great momentum, she easily left a group of servants behind. Bang! Xue Jianchuan kicked the door open, pulled back the curtain and looked inside. Her youngest son was red-faced with a fever and started convulsing suddenly. Her composure completely gone, she hugged him with the blanket and shouted outside. Somebody, quickly call the doctor. What are you standing there for foolishly? The entire backyard became chaotic, filled with increasingly strong medicine smells in the tense atmosphere. Excessive shock. There are so many injuries on his body. I let you watch over the young master, but where did your attention go? After hearing the doctor's words, Xue Jianchuan was furiously angry and gave Qing He a verbal thrashing. Sell her off, all show and no use. Madam. Madam, Qing He truly regrets it. Begging your pardon. Mother, mother. Xue Jianchuang, hearing the commotion, hurriedly turned around and saw Su Yunqi with tears continuously streaming down his eyes, slightly gasping uncomfortably. Over and over again, she caressed the bruise on his neck, her heart aching as her eyes reddened. I'm here, my baby. It's all Mother's fault, all because Mother didn't take good care of you. Her youngest son cried weakly in her arms, and no matter how she comforted him, it was futile until that guilty girl dared to climb up and pat Su Yunqi's back. She shuddered under her death glare while speaking hoarsely. Master. Go to sleep, Madam doesn't know yet that you're just having a nightmare. Rest well, everything will be fine when you wake up. Su Yunqi had already lost his sense of direction in the fever, feeling as though he'd been fed a calming pill in his haze, allowing him to finally fall sound asleep. You understand him well. While touching his hair, Xue Jianchuang slowly added after a long while. Kneeling on the floor, Qin he could only keep lowering her head and trembling. Explain clearly, what exactly happened. As the truth came out bit by bit, Xue Jianchuang listened and kept changing the towel for Su Yunqi. Only when Qin he hesitantly stopped speaking did she raise her hand and order someone to lock her in the woodshed. Su Yunqi fell ill for 3 days, unconscious most of the time while being forcibly fed medicine. Frustrated, he resisted by kicking his legs. He felt as if he'd been having a very long dream. At the end of the dream, the protagonist grabbed his neck, screaming accusations at him in hysteria. You broke your promise. You said you would come find me, you lied to me. Su Yunqi sat up abruptly, then slumped back helplessly. This wasn't a dream. Seeing this, his mother approached with medicine, using a spoon to pry open his mouth. PFT. What is this? Move it away, too disgusting. Xue Jianchuang's furrowed brows finally eased when she saw him chirping and bustling around again. Su Yunqi, rubbing his eyes, edged further inside. All he could see was his mother, whose face grew darker by the second. He couldn't see anyone else. In their eye contact, he only heard his heartbeat growing faster. Haha, mother, good morning. Regardless of the situation, Su Yunqi decided to play cute first. He fiddled with the blanket and squeezed out a bit of ingratiating smile. Good. Did you sleep well? Was it fun to sneak out? Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi quickly shut his mouth and it further back in. I should have found some old maids to watch you. We'll see if you'd still dare to make trouble then. Mother, Mama, I know I was wrong. Where's Qin He's sister? She's been sold. Su Yunqi gasped sharply. She was his super good partner, and besides, all the mistakes were his own, how could others be implicated? No, I don't want that. Bring her back. I want her back. I know I was wrong, Mother, please bring her back, okay? Drink the medicine first. Xue Jianchuang pushed the medicine bowl in front of him, watching as he sulked, held his breath, and eventually drank it all down without looking up afterward. After all, she couldn't bear to scold him severely. Xue Jianchuang sighed and was just about to call someone to bring Qin He in when her little son began to sniffle. You are giving me attitude even before I say anything. I truly owe you one. Alright, stop crying. Your mother was teasing you, she hasn't been sold, she hasn't been sold. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped Su Yunqi's pitiful face, then patted his head and coaxed him with the hairpin adorned with the longest tassel. Shake it, and all your unhappiness will fly away. Su Yunqi truly felt Xue Jianchuang's deep affection for him. He slowly moved closer to her, holding the hairpin in one hand and hugging her neck with the other, resting his head lightly on her shoulder. Xue Jianchuang draped a quilt over him, wrapped him up, and carried him out. The first thing you ask for is Qin He. Haven't you ever asked for your mother yet? Mama feels so sour. When you grow up a bit more, your mother won't be able to carry you anymore. Su Yunqi carefully rubbed her cheek. He vowed to himself to protect the general's mansion at all costs, ensuring no one would be wronged. Chapter 10, Good News. Fortunately, Qinghe didn't encounter any serious problems. However, being young and scared, she burst into tears after being released, claiming that she would no longer dare to play around with the young master. Su Yunqi covered his face, embarrassed at this awkward moment. He desperately gestured to the people nearby, hoping they would take Qinghe away quickly. Is Dada still shy? How come you didn't think of consequences when doing bad things? Why do I remind you of your father? Madam, General. The general and the elder son have returned. Xue Jianchuang was teasing Su Yunqi about the dimples on his face when she heard this wonderful news. Turning around, she saw her long-missed husband already having removed his military armor and stepping towards her in casual clothes. What's wrong here? Both of you seeing me and not speaking, don't recognize me. Su Yunqi could feel that his mother's body trembled slightly. Weakly, he opened his mouth first. Father. Hey, come over here, let Daddy give you a hug. Xue Jianchuang blinked, hiding the tear light from her eyes as she pushed the youngest son into Su Chengyuan's arms before rushing into them too. You two are really bold, not afraid to come back early and get caught by the emperor. The couple's affectionate moment continued, one scolding sternly while the other laughed humbly without a care in the world. Amidst the joyous reunion atmosphere, Su Yunqi couldn't help but interject. Father, your beard is so prickly, I don't want you to hold me anymore, let go, let go. You little rascal. Su Chengyuan bounced him hard, finally realizing something odd. It's almost summer, why are you still wrapped in a quilt? Aren't you hot? Look at this pale, tender little face, I think it's even more handsome than some little girls. Yes, very obedient. He managed to sneak out through a dog hole to play and fell, bruising himself all over and falling ill for 3 days. Still, isn't he quite charming? What? He fell sick. What? For 3 days. The father and son spoke in unison, then looked at each other. Su Yunqi muttered, oh no, and started kicking his legs trying to escape. Where do you think you're running off to? Let father check where you got hurt. Su Chengyuan, the quintessential tough man, handled Su Yunqi like a chick, but despite his struggles, he feared hugging too tightly and indeed let him break free. Why are you running? I'll have every possible exit fixed so you can't climb out again. Stay put and rest at home. Hearing these words, Su Chengyuan chuckled heartily. His wife had nothing more than a poker face threatening their small son. In his mind, since Su Yunqi could still run and jump, there wasn't much wrong with him. Su Yunqi was restless, practically hiding behind his father. He poked out his neck, whispering quietly, Mother, I want to go outside, I really want to leave. Are you daring to say such a thing? I see how thick your skin has become if you didn't die from wandering out there. Xue Jianchuan casually picked up a branch nearby ready to discipline him. Su Chengyuan stood by laughing, neither shielding nor preventing her because he knew it was all an act to intimidate. Brother, save me. Su Chiwen arrived late, throwing his hands around to embrace his younger brother, inadvertently taking several hits on behalf of him. Mother, what are you doing? What did Dada do this time to cause such a commotion? Not wanting the embarrassment to continue, Su Yunqi clung tightly to his new crutch, softly pleading. Brother, take me out to play. Mother wants to confine me. I don't want to be locked in. Please, brother. Su Chiwen said nothing. Subtly feeling Su Yunqi's neck, he then lifted him straight and walked indoors. Su Yunqi gritted his teeth inwardly, realizing how utterly he lacked human rights, being born as a child, but soon he had no more time for lamentation. He was suddenly placed on a high seat. Immediately afterward, those three changed into solemn expressions, encircling and sitting around him until Su Yunqi began sweating cold beads from the constant stares at his back. What does Dada want to go out and do? Who did my son meet? Tell brother, was anyone bullying you? Swallowing dryly, Su Yunqi felt that the scene before him made him want to hide more than a three-hall joint trial. To play outside. There were some people chasing me, then a big brother saved me. Wasn't manipulating others' emotions easy for everyone? Seizing the opportunity, Su Yunqi wanted to lay some groundwork with a few sentences. That older brother was very kind. Dada liked playing with him, and I also wanted to go out to find him. Oh, Dada made a new friend. After Su Chiwen finished summarizing, Xue Jianshuang pulled out a notebook and flipped it open. Which family's child is it? Does Dada know? How old? What do they do at home? Oh, just children's play. Su Chengyuan waved his hand and pinched his youngest son's face, cutting straight to the point. How did you get hurt? If Dada doesn't remember, then don't bother remembering. In a few short seconds, Su Yunqi racked his brain to structure his language, then suddenly hugged his father and started pretending to cry with dramatic effect. Wah, someone wanted to bully me, and then a big brother saved me and sent me home. He was so pitiful, he has no daddy or mommy, but he treated me kindly. I said I would go find him, but it's been so many days already, he must be angry by now. Starting out without much sincerity in his fabrication, as he continued narrating, his heart began feeling more and more sorrowful. By the time he finished his last sentence, Su Yunqi completely broke down. From fake crying, he transitioned into real tears streaming down his face. His frail constitution chose the worst possible moment to manifest. I said I'd take him back to our mansion, so he wouldn't have to sleep hungry in the alley anymore. He probably thinks I lied to him. Wah, cough. Oops, he couldn't control the rhythm and ended up crying so hard that he choked on his sobs. Seeing this, Xue Jianshuang quickly poured some water, supporting his back while she carefully helped him drink, wiping away his tears at the same time. It's such a little thing, I thought you were about to ascend into heaven the way you carried on. Huh. Let your elder brother take you out and look for him. If the person agrees to follow you, that's fine. But if you think it's fun and force him back home with you, nobody will tolerate such behavior. Wait, nobody ever told him that crying could solve everything. Su Yunqi's eyes, eyebrows, and nose tip all reddened. He muttered quietly. I thought Amma didn't want me to play with others. When he saw Xue Jianshuang getting irritated and ready to deliver harsh words again, he immediately hid behind Su Chiwen with a mischievous grin. Quick, Amma is going to explode. Brother, run with me. Unable to hold back laughter, Su Qiwen took his hand and ordered preparations for the carriage, and then the two walked outside chatting happily. They always say after 3 days away from home, one should be regarded anew. But I feel like Dada here is almost unrecognizable as a different person. So, do you prefer him like he used to be, or how he is now? Xue Jinshuang snorted, finding none of them particularly worry-free. Ugh, it's better this way. Before, he was like a porcelain doll, I feared breaking him. Boys, a bit of roughness is good. Anyway, our Dada is lively and adorable. Su Chengyuan wasn't concerned at all about what kind of trouble Su Yinqi might cause, he only wished for his youngest son to grow up safe and sound. Judging from these days when he sneaked out, busy interacting with peers, it's normal for his personality to change. What a good thing, Alma, let's go. Brother, wait for me. As they walked out laughing together, Xue Jinshuang shook her head smiling, unable to stop herself from sighing. He's slipping through my fingers too fast. Time flies. The conversation carried on warmly amidst partings. Chapter 11 Return to the Manor. In the carriage, Su Yinqi was leaning by the window, his hand lifting the curtain as he stared outside intently. This view was much higher than if he were walking himself, let alone the fact that this was exiting through the main gate. This rare chance allowed him to observe the outside world carefully. Su Qiwen guarded his back, fearing he might fall. Dada, did you remember the place correctly? Did you really go that far all by yourself to play? Su Yinqi didn't dare to admit that he had run so far because he was mistakenly chased and nearly killed, but there was no way around it. The male lead had finally arranged a meeting with him by the river, so he could only hope for the best and search. Does brother believe me? When the time comes, don't get down first. He chuckled until he saw a shadow, then urgently wanted to get out of the carriage. Looking around, there wasn't much sign of human presence. This place was close to the outskirts of the city. Feeling uncertain, Su Yinqi shouted loudly. Hey, cough, Yanchu. Yanchu, are you there? It was doomed, surely the male lead had left already after all, who in this day and age would take the promise of a child seriously? He walked 2 steps and called out again, then finally collapsed under a tree, utterly exhausted. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want it to turn out like this, why can't I do anything right? A deep sense of loss enveloped him. He always mocked himself for being prone to crying, but now, he really felt sentimental. If you won't come out, then I'll find you. Is that not enough? There was nothing more pathetic in this world than him, wah wah wah. Pei Yanchu had instinctively looked where Su Yinqi's call came from at the very first shout. But before he managed to respond, that inexplicable feeling of sadness had already reddened his eyes. It was the first time he remembered someone's words so carefully, yearning to see Su Yinqi again. He had lived alone for so long, and now finally there was someone special to him. Not only did this person choose to stand by his side after he went berserk and killed people, but he actively sought him out for days, holding his hand and saying they were lifelong friends. For life, did Su Qian truly understand what it meant to be friends forever? He waited and waited, for 3 whole days, his initial excitement gradually turning into despair. He hadn't made excuses, he perhaps had something urgent yesterday, or maybe it was inconvenient today, but an unusual voice kept hinting to him. That kid was just deceiving you, he's afraid of you, which is why he hasn't come. Pei Yanchu squatted nearby, stubbornly not responding to Su Yinqi's distant calls, until he heard his voice fade into the distance before hastily standing up to answer. Upon hearing this, Su Yinqi dropped the stick in his hand and turned around quickly, only to see the male lead suddenly turn away without looking directly at him. Brother, why are you ignoring me? He eagerly ran toward Pei Yanchu but tripped over a stone without seeing it clearly and fell flat in front of him. However, within seconds, he was picked up by Pei Yanchu. Sitting on the ground, rubbing his knees, Su Yinqi looked up at Pei Yanchu who still wouldn't talk to him, deciding to cut straight to the point. After all, sincerity was his ultimate weapon. Brother, I didn't do it intentionally either. I woke up recently, probably not too long ago. I was supposed to look for you the next day, but that day I mysteriously fainted. Su Yinqi was extremely worried Pei Yanchu wouldn't believe him, so he explained almost word by word, carefully trying to pacify the young boy. Children these days held grudges easily, especially those like the male lead who were hard to deal with. As the adult, he had to set an example and not hurt the young one's fragile heart. Things were fine before he consoled him, but once he did, Pei Yanchu couldn't help but burst into tears. At the end of the day, Pei Yanchu was barely older than Su Yinqi. Used to digesting every hardship himself, Su Yinqi's disconnected yet heartfelt sentences were like a fluffy claw gently scratching at his heartstrings. Brother, please don't cry. If you cry, Anan will cry too. Damn it. He actually succeeded in witnessing the male lead's dark history and hadn't even been silenced for it. What great fortune it was to see such a boss reduced to tears. I'm not trying to cry, Pei Yanchu blinked knowingly. And why are you looking for me now? Now remembering his original intention, Su Yinqi tugged at Pei Yanchu's sleeve and headed towards the carriage direction. I said I'd bring you back to the manor. I've already discussed it with mother, come with me, we'll be able to play together every day. Every day. Yes. Don't you want to? Su Yunqi didn't quite get it, stopping and staring into Pei Yanchu's eyes. No way, this is not the time to go against him. After all, he had great difficulty persuading his parents. Pei Yanchu saw him smile even more brilliantly than before, inexplicably feeling the urge to indulge in this whim and follow his heart without any hesitation. From afar, Su Qiwen saw the two children, one tall and one short, holding hands as they came back. He didn't say anything but lifted the curtain slightly to observe them secretly, worried that his good younger brother might be lured into losing his way home. Su Yunqi naturally extended his hand for his brother to lift him into the carriage. Before he could introduce Pei Yanchu, he watched as the other was also lifted up with a quick grab by the arm. Pei Yanchu stiffened throughout his body. He widened his eyes slightly, looking at Su Yunqi with confusion. "Ah, let me introduce you, this is my brother." Su Yunqi poked the suddenly awkward little male lead and then watched him nod dazedly, tightly clutching at the edge of his clothes without a word. Brother, he might just be shy around strangers. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Pei Yanchu's expression changed. The unnaturalness from earlier disappeared, but he remained silently seated on the side. The atmosphere grew strangely tense, leaving Su Yunqi utterly puzzled. All he could do was continue poking Pei Yanchu's leg while silently praying that they would arrive home soon. "Dada, don't crowd him, scoot over here a bit." On hearing that, Su Yunqi moved his legs, but immediately his hand was held down, making it impossible to move. "Brother, I want to stay with him." The grip tightened further. Su Yunqi couldn't quite understand what the male lead was thinking but could only lean closer to him and flash a compliant smile towards Su Qiwen. "Save me, my face is starting to hurt, it hurts so much from being squeezed." When it came time to disembark, Pei Yanchu jumped out first, then turned and wanted to carry Su Yunqi. But he hadn't thought about his years of malnutrition. The moment he caught Su Yunqi, he almost fell over. It was only thanks to Su Qiwen's steady support that they both managed to stand firm. With red tips on his ears, he forced himself to keep a straight face as he followed behind the carefree child. His head was gently patted as though someone were comforting him. Pei Yanchu didn't dodge, instead, he clenched his lips and walked into the general's residence. However, there were more people inside the mansion who respectfully greeted the young master they saw and then turned their attention toward him as well. Looking at everything around him, Pei Yanchu suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority and unease. Yes, what moral virtue did he possess to be friends with someone like Su Qian, who lived under the sun? And if he was already considered unclean, how about his own father and mother? Even if he accepted himself, would they? Deep down, he knew he wasn't likable. When Su Qian eventually tired of him or made new friends, where would he fit into their lives? By the time they got off the carriage, Pei Yanchu directly leapt down first, intending to scoop Su Yunqi up. But he hadn't considered his own fragile physical state, and almost toppled over upon catching Su Yunqi. It was only due to Su Qiwen's assistance that he managed to remain steady. With flushed earlobes, he maintained his composure, trailing quietly behind the happy-go-lucky child. But as he entered the mansion, the deferential gazes of others made him feel unworthy. What right did he have to befriend someone who belonged to such a refined household? After all, wasn't he too tarnished to mix with those bathed in sunlight? Chapter 12, Big Brother. Back already? Xue Jianchuan was sitting in the main seat of the front yard, beckoning for Su Yunqi to come over. Unfortunately, her younger son was sticking to someone else and didn't want to move, which made her cry and laugh at the same time. She picked up her teacup to cover up her scrutinizing gaze. Just from appearance, her son really knew how to make friends, kids must like playing with good-looking people. By the time she wanted to take a closer look, the child had already noticed her gaze and turned to meet her eyes. Stubborn and somewhat obstinate, despite the unease showing on his face, he still managed to appear composed and dignified. Xue Jianchuan realized she'd been staring too long and quickly softened her expression, wanting to ask him something casual. "Mom, don't bully him, or I'll get angry." "Huh? When did Mom bully anyone?" All it took was 3 seconds and one deliberately disruptive Su Yunqi, but Xue Jianchuan smiled at Pei Yanchu and went forward to personally guide him to sit beside her. "How do you know Dada? He's quite a troublemaker. Are you still willing to be around him?" She deliberately avoided family-related topics, making it seem like random teasing about children. "He's nice." Pei Yanchu didn't think much of it. He tersely defended himself and then turned his gaze to Su Yunqi, who was secretly winking and making faces at him. Xue Jianchuan couldn't help but grin at their antics. She raised her hand to instruct the servant to show Pei Yanchu to freshen up, fearing that if she spoke more, this child might entirely deflate. After all, he's just an orphan child without parents. As long as Dada likes him, there's certainly no problem adding another child to the expansive general's mansion. Su Yunqi kept talking non-stop behind Pei Yanchu, introducing him to every building they passed by after every few steps. "I want to go to your courtyard." Pei Yanchu suddenly stopped in front of him, as if holding back for a long time before saying such words. How could Su Yunqi possibly disagree? After pondering for a while, he simply let him tidy up in his room. Of course, he didn't harbor any pure intentions. While the main character was bathing, Su Yunqi shamelessly entered under the guise of delivering clothes. "Su Qian." Don't be shy, big brother. Ha 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 ha. Pei Yanchu felt annoyed, plus the inexplicable bitterness that came along the way. He softly reprimanded. Who are you calling big brother? You already have a big brother. Su Yunqi was full of life. He walked forward and sat on the chair, tapping the edge of the bathtub. Are you upset? Then I will only call you that, alright? Big brother, you're so stingy. Su Yunqi suddenly had a brainwave. Sensing that peculiar exclusivity common in childhood friendships, he cast a meaningful glance at Pei Yanchu. Childish ghost, stubborn ghost, stingy ghost. I didn't say that. Pei Yanchu changed expressions extremely fast. After getting the response he wanted, he started disowning it and waved for Su Yunqi to leave quickly. They bickered for a long time until the water gradually cooled down, completely ending this argument. Su Yunqi felt that the main character wasn't much different from him now, so he directly handed over his newer loose-fitting clothes. But unexpectedly, they were still a bit short. Indeed, judging a book by its cover is true. Wow, where did this well-behaved child come from? You're handsome. Su Chengyuan had been busy handling matters in his study earlier, but now finally had some time to relax. At a glance, he saw his youngest son walking around with a kid. Dad, this is Yan Chu, I mentioned him to you, right? Pei Yanchu's heart jolted. Unlike his initially slightly stuttering performance, he looked down and addressed. General Su, hello. Do you know me? Su Chengyuan looked at the boy in front of him who seemed perfectly at ease, and suddenly patted his shoulder. Good lad, you're not afraid of me. All kids in this area see me and hide crying for their parents, but you're different. Pei Yanchu almost fell over from the pat. He silently straightened his back again, but before he even had time to formulate a reply, Su Chengyuan casually continued. Look how thin you are. Let Aunt Shui give you more nourishment, unlike our little dada who pecks food like a baby chicken all day. Dad. I still need dignity. The moment Su Yunqi regained some pride with the main character disappeared instantly. Seeing Pei Yanchu also laughing at him, he sulked and ran off first. Uncle Su, I'll go chase. Just call me uncle. Dada likes you, so you must be a good child too. Su Chengyuan reached out and patted his head, pausing a few seconds before adding. Since we're all going home together, there's no need to be so estranged, or Dada will start acting up. Ha ha ha. Pei Yanchu was momentarily lost in thought upon hearing this. He silently repeated Su Chengyuan's words over and over again in his mind, then quietly glanced at Su Chengyuan, a faint blush of shyness and awkwardness slowly creeping into his eyes. He felt like it wasn't entirely real, but this state continued until Xue Jianchuan personally offered him more food, making the situation even harder for him to adapt to. Little Chu is it? Eat more, your body is growing now. Let's see if we can make you grow taller. I think you should be taller than Dada. Scholar Auntie has already sent someone to measure you for new clothes. By evening, there are many courtyards in the general's mansion, but they need some preparations ahead of time, so. Mother, brother can just sleep with me for now. Su Yunqi was the epitome of a picky eater. As he poked at his rice grains, he invited the protagonist to share accommodations and couldn't help mumbling. Mother favors Dada. I also almost don't have any new clothes. Pei Yanchu, being emotionally sensitive, quickly shook his head indicating that he didn't need such arrangements. Then, he calmed down due to a few sentences from Su Chiwen. Dada, eat properly. Don't think you can get away with leaving the table just by throwing a tantrum. One by one, the people at the table burst into laughter, leaving only Su Yunqi feeling wronged, successfully accomplishing his goal. Pei Yanchu later realized the relationships between them, smiling faintly as he heard Su Chiwen's mischievous comments. It's great now, with two older brothers taking care of Dada. Next time, little Chu should be careful. This little rascal isn't as well behaved as he looks, don't let him lead you around by the nose. Not the same, not two brothers. Seeing Pei Yanchu's smile fading slightly, Su Yunqi huffed unhappily. Elder brother is elder brother. In the future, I'll only call a Chu my brother. Alright, then you won't ask me to take you out to play anymore. Su Yunqi turned and latched onto his new ally, showing his teeth as he glared at Su Chiwen. If you won't take me, then fine. I still have brother A Chu. Pei Yanchu slowly placed his hand on Su Yunqi's neck, gently squeezing before giving a faint response. Xue Jianchuan would never interfere in these verbal battles among the children. She simply smiled with her eyes half closed, occasionally serving dishes to the three of them. Su Yunqi finished eating hastily and tried to rush out, only to be caught by his mother and made to eat a few more bites before escaping. But due to strict discipline at home, Pei Yanchu could only helplessly watch as Su Yunqi left the table earlier than the elders. Chapter 13 Awkwardness. Nothing to worry about, Xiao Chu. Go chase Dada, but would you like to share a bed with Chiwen tonight? I'm afraid Dada might make a fuss with you this evening. No need, thank you Aunt Shui. I'll be fine with an. Pei Yanchu thanked her in a slightly awkward manner and went to find Su Yunqi only after receiving Xue Jianchuan's consent. However, as he was about to go out, he heard subtle sounds from around the corner. He smiled helplessly, pretending to be startled by Su Yunqi, then led the content child back to the yard. Why does everyone call you Dada? Dada, such a strange name, it sounds like light rain. Su Yunqi sat by the pond, trying to skip over this question quickly. It's just what I used to shout when I was a kid. What were you like when you were little? Pei Yanchu suppressed the frustration in his heart. He wanted to know everything about Su Yunqi, and then create a bond exclusive to the two of them. Just that, all good. Su Yunqi used a branch to scratch the surface of the water in the pond. They all loved me back then, yeah, they still do later on. Anyway, I've been pretty happy. His brief few words carried a tone of carefree indifference. Pei Yanchu wanted him to be more serious, yet he interrupted his train of thought forcefully. And what about you? Don't just listen to me all the time. Pei Yanchu hesitated to speak, finally, under his expectant gaze, somewhat ambiguously spoke. Our family used to have a lot of wealth when my parents were around, and we never suffered much hardship, than it's like now. Well played. Su Yunqi thought he had already mastered the art of dodging questions, but the male protagonist turned out to be even better at it. Still, it was a draw. After all, neither of their stories contained any truth. When it was time to sleep, Su Yunqi inexplicably felt somewhat excited. His mother had reminded him not to disturb people before she passed away, but the next second he had already pounced onto someone. Big brother, would you like me to tell you a story? Su Yunqi was committed to providing the male protagonist with a complete childhood. He searched his mind for various fairy tales, ready to suit the child. However, Pei Yanchu had already pushed him aside and arranged his limbs properly. Don't mess around. Su Yunqi wasn't satisfied and nudged him with his foot. Don't treat me like a kid. I am actually quite old, I just act so young to be able to communicate with you. Anan, listen to me. Pei Yanchu patted his back and watched him finally close his mouth and stop talking. Then, he reached out and covered his eyes. Aunt Shui said you sometimes cry out during your sleep, let me comfort you and get some rest quickly. I don't, well, maybe that was true in the past. The person beside him no longer responded. Without anyone to talk to, Su Yunqi frowned and reached out towards his surroundings until he grabbed the edge of his clothing, only then did he fully relax his nerves. It was very quiet around, but Pei Yanchu didn't have much sleepiness left. As the restless turning gradually ceased under his palm, he slowly retracted his hand and whispered while staring at Su Yunqi's sleeping face. Anan, baby, you promised. Facing Su Yunqi, he gently placed his hand on his again as if reaffirming to himself. For a lifetime. No matter what kind of persona he adopted, as long as Anan liked it, he could pretend to be that way. After all, Anan was a little fool who wouldn't notice. All he needed to do was watch Anan grow up, no longer think about other things, and he too could become normal, deceiving himself and coaxing Anan for a lifetime. Su Yunqi's habit of kicking off the covers was something Pei Yanchu discovered after waking up early in the morning. He quietly tucked in the blanket, but as soon as he was about to get up, he realized his clothes were still pressed under him. However, whenever he moved slightly, Su Yunqi would frown and grunt discontentedly, so he simply took off his underwear and changed into another set. In fact, he hadn't woken up particularly early today. By the time he stepped out of the yard, Su Qiwen was already practicing martial arts with Su Chengyuan. Ah, Xiao Chu is awake early, did we disturb you? Su Chengyuan kicked his eldest son away who had attacked, then looked back and smiled at Pei Yanchu. Not at all. Pei Yanchu shook his head and looked towards Su Qiwen, who struggled to stand up from the ground, shouting all the while. Father, can you give me a little face next time? Don't let brother laugh at me. Haha, if you're not satisfied, practice more. Come on, Xiao Chu, come here and let me check you out. Pei Yanchu seemed to sense something and ran towards Su Chengyuan with bright eyes. Come on, spread your legs wider, raise your hands, hold still, don't move. As soon as these words were spoken, a powerful force suddenly surged towards his lower body, causing Pei Yanchu to land with a plop on the ground. Beside him came Su Qiwen's merciless mocking voice. One more round. Unwilling to admit defeat, Pei Yanchu repositioned himself, only to end up sprawled on the ground again, though not as embarrassingly as before. A faint blush colored his cheeks as he stubbornly prepared to try once more. But Su Chengyuan simply patted his waist and stopped moving. Go practice with your brother. I'll test you thoroughly later. Boys should be raised a little roughly, that's how they develop resilience. After all, they're all part of the family, everyone the same, except for Dada. Without hesitation, Su Chengyuan handed Pei Yanchu over to Su Qiwen for training, letting them figure it out themselves while he focused on preparing for his impending audience with the emperor in a few days. In the end, Pei Yanchu was only good at rough and tumble street fighting. This kind of formal training was entirely new to him, and soon sweat poured down his face, his legs trembling under the strain. That's enough for today. Go wake Dada. If I go, he'll definitely find some excuse to act up. Su Qiwen wiped his sweat with a towel, crouching down and nudging the stubborn child beside him who tried to appear calm. Pei Yanchu wasn't blind to the kindness being extended toward him by Anan's family. He clearly recognized that they were all paying attention to his emotions, trying to blend him into their fold. Sometimes, he felt strange. He couldn't understand why people he'd known for just a few days would treat him so earnestly, whereas those who had brought him into the world had never shown him even a hint of pity. All right. Pei Yanchu wiped his face with his hand, once again warning himself not to dwell too much on useless thoughts. Then, he stood up and went to Su Yunqi's courtyard. Anan, it's time to get up. Please stop sleeping, all right? Su Yunqi scratched his face, turned his body, and buried his head back into the blanket. Pei Yanchu found it hard to wake him, or perhaps he didn't want to. Seeing such a compliant Anan lying quietly like a doll in bed gave him comfort. He reached out to pull the covers off Su Yunqi, grabbing his waist to drag him out when suddenly he felt the dampness in his hands. His gaze slowly met Su Yunqi's, who was gradually waking up. Neither spoke for a moment as silence enveloped them. Anan, you. Su Yunqi felt his entire body bristle. He had never imagined he would encounter something this awkward. Hush, brother, pretend you didn't know. Just leave first, please. Tears threatened to spill out of his eyes. In this world, there was a term called social death. He never wanted to experience it again in his life. Pei Yanchu remained silent. He left to heat up some water, but all he could think about was Su Yunqi's pitiful look from earlier, a drenched puppy curling its whole body together. Chapter 14, Pretending to be Foolish. Su Yunqi was determined to destroy his evidence of crime, so he bundled up Thunderwear and the wet mattress together and threw them on the ground, squatting there gloomily. Anan, I'm coming in. Su Yunqi tightened the blanket wrapped around herself and responded indifferently. Wait a minute, what are you doing? I'm helping you wipe and change clothes. I can do it myself, don't mess with me. Yen Chu. Call me Gitch. Su Yunqi was too embarrassed to want to dig a hole to hide in, but Pei Yanchu wouldn't let him. He personally wiped her body clean with a handkerchief and actively changed her clothes. Let's go have breakfast. I feel so embarrassed, you're not allowed to tell anyone. What to say? Say in and wets the bed. Pei Yanchu tried hard not to laugh, deliberately teasing her with those words. But when he saw that she couldn't hold back her expression and was about to cry, he quickly comforted her. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Anan is still a baby. I won't tell others, really, trust me. Su Yunqi said nothing, decided to sulk, letting Pei Yanchu guess by himself, then picked up the wooden spoon and mechanically started shoving rice into her mouth. Perhaps no one in this world could understand the breakdown of an adult like her. Look, I told you Dada has a morning grump. Su Qiwen turned her head slightly to whisper and mock Pei Yanchu. Before she even laughed, her knee got kicked. She raised her eyebrows and glanced over, only to see her younger brother looking at her resentfully, even showing some defense towards her. On, don't provoke Dada. If you anger him, we will not comfort you. As Shui Jianshua was speaking, he took the opportunity to crush the yolk and sprinkle it into Su Yunqi's porridge. Su Yunqi had no strength to refute, and looked down to stir the soup that wasn't touched by egg yolk, and then her face was warningly pinched by her mother. In a few days, we will enter the palace for an audience with the emperor. Would you like to take Dada to visit the palace then? Su Yunqi hearing these words, turned her head and looked at Pei Yanchu who wore a blank expression. After much contemplation, she still asked. Will brother also come along? Does little Chu want to go? Sitting together with Dada would be fine. In an instant, everyone's eyes landed on her. Pei Yanchu curled his fingers, hesitating. He had already made up his mind not to think about those nauseating things anymore, so naturally, he didn't want to have anything to do with the palace again. Su Yunqi forcefully pinched her thigh, regretful for saying that extra sentence. In their interactions these past few days, she hadn't failed to notice the protagonist's aversion to his previous identity. She had already planned, if there were no possible reconciliations between the protagonist and the emperor, if there was no way for the protagonist to ascend the throne through official means, and could only fight each other to death. Then it would be better to let him stay in the general's residence to recover his strength, and after he dies, the protagonist should grow and leave. She always felt that the relationship between these two people wasn't that simple. In the original story, only a brief summary of these backgrounds was given, followed by long sections on the protagonist's comeback. It's fine, it's fine. If brother wants to stay at home, that's okay too, as long as there is an elder accompanying me, it's enough. Su Yunqi awkwardly smiled and tried to defuse the situation, but Pei Yanchu was instead stunned and stared at her directly. Wherever Anan is, I'll be there. Alright, we'll discuss it later. Shui Jianshua waved his hands, unwilling to watch the squabbles among the children, and casually asked. Dada, where is Qinghe? Didn't you insist that she stay? Su Yunqi felt an eerie chill run down her spine and suddenly remembered the lump of evidence she discarded on the ground earlier, wanting to rush back to intercept her. But before she could prevent it, Qinghe had already arrived at the courtyard standing by the gate. Come in, am I going to eat you? Thinking you can hide there will make me forget to settle accounts with you. Mother, don't scare her. If anyone is to be scolded, it should be me. Su Yunqi pulled Qinghe who was about to kneel down, and gently flattered. All this happened before, mother, just forget about it, please. Pei Yanchu obviously seemed somewhat confused. Su Qiwen, seeing that this person was also one of the main characters in the incident, hurriedly added fuel to the fire by describing everything in detail, naturally being an older brother who wanted all her younger brothers to get ruffled equally. Shui Jianxua had no method against him, any temper melted under Su Yunqi's silver-tongued persuasion. How come you woke up so late following young master? Qinghe was scared half to death by madam. She hastily explained. Not so, madam. The young master soaked the mattress and threw it on the floor uncleaned, and I just finished tidying it up. Su Yunqi broke down into a scream, reaching out as if to manually silence herself. But due to her extreme tension, her speech was rapid, and she couldn't control the key points. Ha 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 ha, I can't handle it anymore, I'm dying laughing. Su Qiwen had teased Pei Yanchu just a moment ago. Seeing his unchanged stoic expression with barely a twitch at the corner of his mouth, she became greatly disappointed. However, upon hearing this unexpected news, she burst out laughing uncontrollably. Su Chengyuan quickly smacked her on the head, almost pushing it into the bowl of rice, then simultaneously turned his face away with Shui Jianxua to cough, avoiding eye contact with Su Yunqi. Su Yunqi gritted her teeth and burrowed into Pei Yanchu's embrace, seeking a safe place to hide herself, feeling utterly humiliated. Woo-woo. Forget it, it's fine, she believed no one would intentionally remember this incident. Once she wakes up the next day, everyone will surely have forgotten about it. Little master. Alright, you may leave now. She muffled Qinghe's words and then started scratching Pei Yanchu's waist lightly. I want to go back to my courtyard, hurry up. Pei Yanchu took her arm and walked away, sensing that something was off within him. Until he cheered her up, he didn't want to deal with anyone. And then. Hey, I'm fine, let's not talk about this, are you really coming with me to the palace? I thought you. She nearly slipped and hastily hummed a few times to cover up, but Pei Yanchu's brows knitted tighter. You're always like this. No matter the big or small matters, once you're troubled inside, you immediately lower your head, keep silent, and console yourself until you soon pretend that everything is fine. He admitted, when they first met, he deliberately provoked Su Yunqi out of interest because he found him peculiarly composed. Even after being upset one moment, the next he returned to normal. It amused him. Initially, he assumed this was merely how Su Yunqi played along, but now it seemed more intrinsic to his nature. Pei Yanchu wasn't pleased, he didn't want an end to bottle up emotions inside. He should do what he wanted, laugh together with him in joy, or cry openly with him in sorrow. If she cries to him, he would kill all who hurt her for her sake. Also, he was just a little bit dissatisfied that Anan treated others with the same gentle nature. Su Yunqi froze for a second, pretending not to understand. Bao Bao doesn't get it, Bao Bao is just a baby. The conversation came to an abrupt end, but neither brought up this topic again, until the day they entered the palace. Chapter 15, Pebble. Su Yunqi had never been as glad as he was now that he wasn't much older after jumping into this book, otherwise his current state would make him seem quite slow-witted. Just like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, from the moment he stepped through the palace gate, his eyes hadn't rested a bit. Pei Yanchu held his hand and looked at the scenes around him which were familiar to the core. The emotions in his eyes were unreadable. After 4 years, things remained the same but people had changed. He absolutely didn't believe that anyone would still remember his existence. They probably all thought he and his mother had long since passed away. He didn't even have the emperor on his mind. After all, it was the emperor himself who had used a trumped-up charge to drive him and his mother out of the palace, eventually forcing them to death. Now, the emperor probably couldn't even remember what he looked like. Because it was a celebration banquet, Su Chengyuan and others were seated very close by. Su Yunqi squinted and tried to secretly check out what the emperor looked like, concluding finally that the main male character bore no resemblance to him. He remembered Pei Yanchu's aversion to the palace. Even so, he insisted on coming along probably because of him, hence after eating just a few bites, Su Yunqi wanted to drag him out early before the emperor and the main male lead got together in one place and made things awkward. Mother, brother and I will go for a walk and we'll be back soon. Su Yunqi slowly backed away. As for how soon is soon, being a child, he wouldn't understand time yet. When Pei Yanchu walked with him out of the hall, he suddenly felt an intense gaze behind him. He abruptly turned around, but found that gaze gone. Brother, hold my hand and let's go. I'm afraid I might forget the way back. Su Yunqi gripped his hand, thinking how considerate he was, taking the chance to give the main male lead an excuse to return to the former residence of his birth mother. But Pei Yanchu actually didn't care about these matters, he led Anan straight towards the garden. With the arrival of summer, many flowers bloomed in the garden, most of them rare and expensive varieties, specially tended for the royal family to enjoy, unseen outside the palace. Su Yunqi, hands itchy, chased after butterflies, finally catching one after several jumps. Just as he wanted to show off to Pei Yanchu, a sound nearby startled him. Your Majesty, I haven't seen it wrong, the boy last time really was General Su's son, and I saw him running out. Hold your tongue. Haven't you learned your lesson yet after sneaking out of the palace using my insignia? Su Yunqi stood on tiptoe and hid behind the rockery, then glanced down. The butterfly in his hand flew away long ago. Anan. Shoo, don't speak. He pulled on Pei Yanchu who came following him, seeing that though puzzled, Pei Yanchu deftly squatted down and took out a handkerchief, quietly wiping off the butterfly scales on his hands. Don't go further ahead. Why, your majesty? Don't pretend you don't know where that place is. It's not more than a ruined concubine's palace, what's the big deal? Fewer words. If mother finds out you've come here, you'll be sentenced to writing large characters again. Pei Yunlan, spoilt and headstrong, sat cross-legged on the stairs without any decorum, grabbing leaves from beside him, his face brimming with curiosity. Good elder brother, please tell me. I only know that the year I was born was tumultuous, and father seemed strange. Later, I heard others talk about someone related to this. No matter how I try, I can't figure out who exactly lived in this palace before. Now even that area has become forbidden territory. Who told you? Pei Yunlan almost fainted from frustration, standing up and stomping on Pei Wenjing several times. Don't change the subject. Pei Wenjing sighed, brushing dust off his robe. Before you were born, there was a woman father liked very much. Later, it was said that she had improper relations with a guard and was expelled from the palace. Is that all? Such ill omen. Even the path before it is sealed. This makes me detour far when I go to admire plum blossoms in winter. Adultery in the palace is punishable by death, why didn't they execute her right away, so much trouble. Humph. You, sooner or later, will get into trouble because of your mouth. Pei Wenjing shook his head and didn't say anything more upon seeing his completely nonchalant attitude. Su Yunqi was sweating profusely, a chill running through him as he could feel the rising killing intent from Pei Yanchu behind him. If he'd known, he wouldn't have eavesdropped here. Fear brought nothing but problems. He locked onto a target, crouched down, picked up a stone near his feet, and then peeked out throwing it toward Pei Yunlan with just the right force. Ouch! Who dares to hit me? Bold! Come out! Wah wah! Su Yunqi left no trace after committing his act, dragging Pei Yanchu forcibly interrupted from his black transformation away in the opposite direction. Listening to how angry he became cracked me up. Ha ha ha. As he caught his breath, he glanced over at Pei Yanchu who still seemed a bit bewildered. Clearly, everything that had just happened again exceeded his comprehension. After much deliberation, Pei Yanchu finally asked. Why did you hit him? That boy talks so rudely, I can't stand to listen to him, so I wanted to teach him a lesson. Su Yunqi might as well have carved naughty on his face, he deliberately acted as if no one could be happy when he wasn't. Pei Yanchu looked at the ants by his feet, his mind in turmoil. What was rude about it? What he said, was all things people in the palace pass around by word of mouth. Maybe it's all true, that palace consort was so unworthy, yet you're standing up for her. How could I possibly be standing up for her? I'm doing it for you. Otherwise, the imperial garden would have been torn apart by you. Su Yunqi thought that the main male character must have conflicting feelings towards his birth mother, love and hatred intertwined. Even if disappointment grew over time, it wouldn't necessarily mean allowing others to talk about his mother behind his back. I don't care about all that. Anyway, I dislike people who spread rumors behind others' backs. They should focus on their own affairs first. Anan is the best. After aimlessly wandering around for a while, the two returned to the main hall. During this time, Su Yunqi kept testing whether or not his actions had betrayed any hints. He had barely stepped over the threshold when he heard the young prince still wailing from far away. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a large lump on his head. A strange sense of guilt suddenly washed over him, but he truly couldn't help it. At that moment, that was the only way he could think of to suppress some of the male lead's aggressive aura. He'd spent great efforts cultivating such a warm and considerate male lead, who couldn't afford to be disturbed by external stimuli again, otherwise all his work would be ruined in an instant. The male lead was still young, last time fighting off assassins already caused considerable damage to the innocence of his childhood. He certainly shouldn't do anything too extreme anymore, at least not until he matured and his body and mind developed fully. Anan, you're upset again. No, I'm not. Su Yunqi chuckled as he looked at Pei Yanchu. The lad had become overly sensitive, making him feel somewhat helpless. By this point, the child's crying gradually quieted down. Su Yunqi sat below and looked obliquely upward. Seeing the empress already holding her youngest son, much like how his own mother comforted him, murmuring softly in his ear. Then she cast a look full of apology toward the court ministers and their families surrounding her. Chapter 16, Ghost Face. It really has to be said, the empress has quite an authority. Despite such an important occasion, she disregarded royal decorum and held her child on her lap directly, and even the emperor made no indication. Could it be that he had been watching fake palace dramas all along? That shouldn't be right. Pei Yunlan tried hard to suppress his sobs and dared not make any more fuss about finding the person who hit him, because his imperial mother had just told him that if he kept causing trouble, he wouldn't be allowed out of the palace gates for a long time. Finally, after waiting through the entire banquet, Su Yunqi's bottom was almost numb. He couldn't figure out how his father managed to endure this messy situation of open words, hidden meanings, endless toasts. It gave him a headache just thinking about it. General Su, is this your young master? Su Yunqi shivered all over, confused why the topic suddenly turned to himself. He looked up at the emperor, feeling uneasy in his heart. Yes, when I left on campaign, he still couldn't speak fluently. Now, it's different, he's grown up. Ha ha ha, go on then, your majesty is calling you. Dad, you're truly my wonderful father. This socially anxious person was almost forced to switch forms, let alone that he didn't want any contact with the emperor. Su Yunqi loosened his tightly clenched hand from Pei Yenchu and stepped onto the steps like a naive child, standing stiffly in front of the emperor, unable to perform a proper bow for a moment. If one can't do something, one simply can't. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, others would be. What's your name? Su Qianan. Oh, Su Yunqi, you are so brazen, having no manners is one thing, but your speech is so dry and awkward. Aren't you afraid of being accused of showing contempt for the royal family and being dragged out to be beheaded? Father, he seems so clumsy. Your subject thinks he's going to cry out of fear. Pei Yunlan seemed possessed by some strange wind, insisting on interjecting and drawing people's attention. Su Yunqi became annoyed. He was just feeling guilty for him, but now he only regretted not throwing him harder. You little brat, if you don't know how to talk, just shut up. You're nowhere near as cute as the male protagonist should be. He looked at Pei Yunlan who was still holding his head, narrowing his eyes and scanning him from top to bottom, and then stared directly at the bump on his head, curling his lips slightly in mockery. And then, in the next second. Father. He actually dares to mock me. Drag him out and beat him. Pei Ruzhang just glanced over indifferently, and Pei Yunlan's voice softened. Your Majesty, the young child doesn't understand etiquette, it's unintentional. Please, Your Majesty show mercy. Su Chengyuan sobered instantly and hurriedly saved the scene, gesturing for his youngest son to kneel down. But unexpectedly, Pei Ruzhang suddenly reached out and hugged Su Yunqi into his arms, bouncing him a couple of times and laughing. Children teasing each other is mere play. Don't take it to heart, General Su. Your young master suits me very much, later you can bring him more often into the palace to accompany my princes and princesses. Ah, it's my great honor, ha ha ha, it's my blessing. Not quite, Dad. If this blessing were given to him for free, he wouldn't want it. Su Yunqi stiffened like a stone, continuously praying inside for the odd emperor to quickly let him go. This is the throne, the emperor sighed. Even if he wanted to avoid suspicion, wasn't he still scared of dying? Now he fully believed that TV dramas lied. Confused, he caught sight of Pei Yunlan, seeing envy in his eyes. Making a ghost face, he laughed, sigh, sigh. Mother, woo-woo. Pei Yunlan pouted, unable to bear the anger sitting down. Su Yunqi seized this opportunity and quickly put on a frightened expression. Go down, I want to go down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, but this person ignored him completely. Su Yunqi followed his line of sight down and saw that the emperor was still looking toward his father's direction, without a flicker of emotion. He insolently poked Pei Ruzhang's arm, successfully catching his attention again. Then he saw this neurotic emperor glance irritably at the obvious bump beside him, and then become amiable again. What is it? I want to find Daddy, I want to go down. Su Yunqi personally witnessed a change of face with no fluctuation and immediately felt as if his buttocks were on fire, wanting to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Alright, then tell me first, Anan, who is the boy sitting next to you? His breath momentarily stopped, his face turned pale, taking a while to recover. He coughed twice, leaning back stubbornly and creating a scene. Brother is just brother, I want to go down, I want Daddy woo-woo. He must have been out of his mind to let the male protagonist come so easily. Clearly, he hadn't thought things through entirely. He was so preoccupied with the male protagonist's thoughts that he neglected to speculate on the emperor's stance toward this long-lost prince. The previous assassination attempt seemed so rash, it didn't seem like the emperor's usual cunning way, but one couldn't rule out the possibility that he had wanted to cut off all ties to him. If only he had paid more attention to the finer details in the original story. How could he regret not reading thoroughly? Suddenly, a fit of crying and tantrums broke out, even startling Pei Yunlan, who closed his eyes, fearing their father emperor's wrath. Pei Ruzhang slowly released his grip this time, successfully meeting Pei Yenchu's gaze. However, one had a complex expression while the other looked coldly. Su Yunqi hastily ran down, diving straight into Pei Yenchu's embrace, taking advantage of the moment to shield his figure. Anan, don't be afraid, stop crying. Pei Yenchu gently patted his back. He casually kicked the corner of the table, splashing water onto Anan's clothes. The sharp smell of alcohol covered up the dragon musk fragrance that repelled him. A palace maid promptly approached, offering a bow before leading the little master to change clothes. Pei Yenchu dodged her helping hand, leading Su Yunqi toward the side chamber instead. Brother, go easy on me, you're hurting my hand. Pei Yenchu took sharp breaths as he slammed the door shut behind them. He turned and hugged Su Yunqi tightly. Brother? Did he scare you, didn't he? He called you Anan. How dare he? It's because brother didn't protect you well enough and let you suffer. Let brother make a plan to kill him, alright? Su Yunqi felt his body tremble continuously, thinking that Pei Yenchu sensed the danger too and hence was afraid. Not taking Pei Yenchu's irrational words of insecurity to heart, he nudged his shoulder with his cheek. Anan isn't scared. Anan just wanted to get down. Relaxing fully against Pei Yenchu, he added. It's obviously brother who's scared. From now on, Anan will let only brother call his name, okay? If others do, Anan will throw a tantrum. Cooing babies is a skill, and Su Yunqi was already practicing without any theory classes. It's like he was training for preschool education. Pei Yenchu gritted his teeth, repressing a flood of violent emotions. He squatted down to help fix his clothes. Don't bother fixing it if it doesn't matter whether it sticks to the skin or not. Su Yunqi intervened, looking down at him, then suddenly reached out to pat his head. Anan. Pat the little doggy's head, and everything will be fine. Pei Yenchu chuckled with amusement, rising to tickle Su Yunqi under his arms. Who's the puppy? Who's the puppy? Chapter 17, Stay. His smile was too enchanting, and Pei Yenchu forgot what she was doing, just staring blankly and reaching to touch Su Yunqi's eyes. Alright, whatever Anan says, it will be. Perhaps due to the intense fluctuations of emotions, and with only the two of them here, Su Yunqi didn't want to return to the banquet. He just wanted to hide in this place and enjoy the tranquility. Pei Yenchu saw him curled up on the chair, nodding off, and knew he was tired from playing. Anan. Would you like to sleep in the carriage? Su Yunqi smacked his lips, tilted his head, and fell completely still. Pei Yenchu wanted to carry him back to the bed, but as soon as she moved, Anan started whimpering. Stupid baby. You can fall asleep right here. Having no choice, she could only go back into the palace to find Aunt Xue and have someone take Su Yunqi back to the carriage. Pei Yenchu turned her head and stared at herself in the mirror beside her. You're truly useless, unable to hold a person steadily, and even needing help, a waste. Pretending to be innocent for so long in front of Anan, do you really consider yourself good now? Do you deserve it, Pei Yenchu, looking weak? What position or ability do you have to ensure Anan is safe with you? Big brother? Don't be afraid. Pei Yenchu came back to her senses and looked down at Su Yunqi whose hands were still flailing around aimlessly. She quickly grabbed them and stuffed some of his own clothes into his hand. He was talking in his sleep, Anan was thinking about her even in his dreams. Pei Yenchu suddenly felt very happy, gently pushing the door open and then closing it tightly behind her before leaving with light, cheerful steps. Master, please stay. The delicate, raspy voice of a eunuch sounded from behind her, causing Pei Yenchu to lose her smile, pretending not to hear and continuing walking forward. Wait for me, master. Changshi was holding a dust whisk, gasping for breath while shouting, finally managing to block Pei Yenchu's path. Master, please stay. The emperor has summoned you to Yanchun Palace. Please follow me. No. Pei Yenchu gave him just 2 words, not even glancing and wanting to leave. Boldness. How dare you defy an imperial order? Changchun's sharp voice immediately rang out, confident that he could scare a young man like her. Pei Yenchu curiously turned her head towards him until he gradually lowered his head, too frightened to meet her gaze. Go. How amusing, they actually planned to make a move on her in the palace, and even in her mother's chambers. Pei Yenchu had no thought of fear, perhaps insane enough to simply confront the beast face to face. Master, please. This desolate place, having been left untouched for so long, still wasn't as overgrown with weeds or as broken down as she imagined. It looked just as it did when she was sent away, nothing had changed since stepping onto this land again. You go inform the general's residence to look after the young master. He just fell asleep in the side hall. I worry he might wake up crying. Changshi didn't move, he only listened to the emperor, refusing to let anyone else command him. Pei Yenchu let out a cold laugh, hands clasped behind her back, and started to leave the hall. It became so boring again, her Anan needed care. Compared to Anan, other matters seemed meaningless. Stop. Pei Yenchu never expected Pei Ruzhang would personally come out to greet her. Her pace paused, and after taking 2 deep breaths, she leisurely turned around. Changshi suddenly realized something, and hurriedly knelt to bow deeply to Pei Yenchu, then respectfully exited the palace. In the last moment before closing the door, he heard a sentence that could cost him his life. You look just like your mother. Changshi was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he mustn't speak too much. He swiftly went to the front hall to instruct the maidservants to notify the general's residence. Not until seeing attendants guarding the side chamber did he slowly recover his senses. Su Yunqi had slept so soundly that red marks appeared on his face. Rubbing his face groggily, he called out for his brother and, finding no one responding, hesitantly opened the door. Qinghe, weren't you supposed to stay with mother? Why did you follow me here? Master, mistress sent me to pick you up. Did you see Yenchu? Without an answer, Su Yunqi grew anxious and ran out to search. Brother? Yenchu, where did you go? Could it be an accident? Had his protagonist already suffered foul play? With a trembling voice, Su Yunqi finally found Pei Yenchu in the plum garden. Anan. How did you end up here? And yet you didn't tell me when you came out. I thought you. Pei Yenchu was still somewhat restless, hugging Su Yunqi and rubbing the back of his neck. Anan, I'm sorry. Next time, I will definitely tell you, okay? Don't cry, I'm here. Once sure that the male lead was still alive, Su Yunqi couldn't wait a moment longer to stay in the palace. He and Pei Yanchu took a carriage back to the residence earlier than planned. It was rare to see him so calm and composed. Pei Yanchu had always been quiet, which led Su Yunqi to consider her as a very obedient child, although occasionally she would act out a bit. This time was quite different. She was lost in her own thoughts, completely subdued. "Brother, what's wrong with you? I'm not mad at you, can you talk to Anan?" Pei Yanchu grabbed his hand and started massaging it slowly. "I just don't seem to understand things fully, and I can't see through everything clearly. I am also tired." "Well, then don't think about it. Just lean on Anan, sleep a bit, and you'll feel better." Pei Yanchu smiled faintly and pinched his cheek. "Alright, Anan is the smartest." Su Yunqi was still confused, but by then Pei Yanchu had already helped him get off the carriage. Hand in hand, they walked to the backyard, chatting about the future. In the original story, Su Qian was born during the height of summer. Calculating the days, his birthday was probably approaching. Plus his father had just stabilized the border warfare issues, his elder brother was nearing the age where marriage arrangements began. Using even the most basic logic, everyone could tell this upcoming birthday banquet was bound to be no ordinary affair. "This is a good thing, why aren't you happy? Just thinking about it exhausts me. I'd much rather just lie down on this bed and blink away until that day passes." In fact, the courtyard prepared for Pei Yanchu had already been meticulously cleaned, but all he wanted was to sleep with Anan. He sat next to the bed, fanning Su Yunqi with a fan. "What about before?" Su Yunqi stared at the gauze above his head, blurting out. "I was really looking forward to it because I could receive many presents, and everyone would play with me." But his tone shifted abruptly, continuing on. "In reality, my parents were happier because they felt I grew another year older, having lived one more year." "Why do you say such things? It sounds strange." Pei Yanchu stopped fanning, squinting his eyes to look at him. However, Su Yunqi nonchalantly laughed. "At birth, it was said I wouldn't survive, and later, even though a fortune teller managed to save my life forcibly, he still predicted I wouldn't live long. These days are simply spent counting one day at a time." Pei Yanchu's face darkened suddenly. He yanked Su Yunqi up, making him sit. "What are you doing, brother? Tell me this is a joke." "What kind of joke?" Su Yunqi was bewildered and reached out to hug him, only to miss completely. Chapter 18, Withdrawal. "Speak." "So he did." Su Yunqi looked at him with a face full of seriousness and felt inexplicably aggrieved. "I was just joking before." After speaking, this person handed him a glass of water and asked him to rinse his mouth. He had no choice but to obey, and Pei Yanchu only then softened his expression and helped him cover the blanket again. Filled with doubt, Su Yunqi cleverly wound his finger around the sleeve of Pei Yanchu's robe and reluctantly closed his eyes. Though he thought that being sulky would keep him awake, he soon fell asleep soundly. But Su Yunqi didn't know that Pei Yanchu hadn't slept well all night. He placed his hand under the nose of the person beside him and finally closed his eyes as he accompanied the steady airflow. Such carefree days passed day by day, until one day Su Yunqi suddenly noticed that the young protagonist had started to shoot up in height. From being just a bit taller than himself earlier to gradually catching up with his elder brother. "Brother, you grow slowly, okay? I regarded you as a child, but one day, the child turned out to be taller than me." Su Yunqi shed silent tears in his heart, tilting his head to stare at the still pale-skinned protagonist. By comparison, his elder brother had become black like coal. When they stood together, he could hardly bear to look. For this, Su Qiwen also wondered. They both trained with their father, yet now this step-younger brother not only learned martial arts quickly, but had already read about 7 or 8/10 of the books in the study. Bear in mind, those ancient classics inside were not something ordinary people could understand, each book was harder and more abstruse than the next. Indeed, his younger brother remained cute, soft, and occasionally foolish. Come, big brother will hug you. Tada, you're now taller than your brother." Su Qiwen showed off his white teeth, rubbed his hands, squatted down to hug Su Yunqi, but was intercepted halfway by Pei Yanchu. "I won't let you hug. You're ugly. Not as handsome as my brother." "Humph." Su Yunqi wrapped his arms around Pei Yanchu's neck and grinned mischievously. The sight of it infuriated his elder brother, who rushed forward to give him a lesson. Hey. You can't handle it." Su Yunqi hid in Pei Yanchu's arms, pretending to beg for mercy. But the person holding him willingly went along with his act, taking several hits for him. Hack, puke. Perhaps laughing too much, Su Yunqi coughed violently a few times. Before he could even take out a handkerchief, he vomited. Startled, he hurriedly called someone to change Pei Yanchu's clothes. "Big brother, I didn't mean to. It just happened without warning." Anan. Pei Yanchu paid no attention to the filth on his clothes. He immediately took off his outer robe and refused to let go of Su Yunqi. "Anan, don't force yourself. Do you still feel nauseous? Where does it hurt? Shall we see a doctor, Anan?" Su Qiwen was at a loss and had run to inform their parents when noticing something wrong with his little brother. In fact, Su Yunqi himself was somewhat unresponsive. Since returning from the palace that day, he hadn't been feeling well and even occasionally experienced palpitations. But it only lasted for a short while, so he hadn't given it much thought. If he remembered correctly, the main character also seemed a bit off after leaving the palace that day, especially during a period when the two of them weren't together, and he eventually found the protagonist in the plum garden. Could it be that something important happened in between? Now things had unfolded in such a way, it seemed almost as if his mission of companionship was nearing completion, and the protagonist was about to enter the right path in life. And he, the supporting character, was probably about to exit the stage. Not really, was it? Could it be he wouldn't live long? Was it necessary to be so cruel? He hadn't even started enjoying the days when he only needed to eat, drink, and lay back, being trusted by the main character. Pei Yanchu lifted Su Yunqi's chin and stuck his fingers into his mouth to pry open his lips. Let Big Brother take a look if your throat is swollen. Don't be afraid, Anan. Maybe you just ate something bad this morning. Su Yunqi wasn't able to accept such domineering behavior, so he resisted the protagonist's actions. Lifting his eyes, he saw an expression full of panic on his face. Then he realized perhaps his words from that night had already planted a seed in the protagonist's heart, which was why he was so restless. At that time, he went along with his whims and said he was just kidding, but if his guesses were correct, then his existence might indeed only serve to push the protagonist to the top and ensure he became a wise ruler. When he transmigrated, he had no say in the matter, and now, he had even less control over his own fate. Su Yunqi followed Pei Yanchu's strength and opened his mouth obediently, his expression extremely complicated. What happened? Tada, hurry and come over for the doctor to check. Xue Jianchuan lifted her skirt and stepped over the threshold, reaching out to take Su Yunqi. However, Pei Yanchu never even thought about letting go of the person in his arms. He dodged her hand and helped Anan sit up before stretching out his wrist directly in front of the doctor. Sit down, there's no need to stand. The doctor had practically watched Su Yunqi grow up from a young age. With slow deliberation, he pointed to a chair and only started diagnosing after they were seated. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and all Pei Yanchu could hear was the sound of his own heartbeat, one thump after another, leaving half of his body slightly numb. As the main party involved, Su Yunqi was well aware of his condition. Therefore, he was extremely cooperative, allowing himself to be handled. All he could see was the doctor shaking his head at times and nodding others. Like a fraudster, Su Yunqi couldn't help but wonder what on earth this old man could possibly detect. Just keep resting. What? Not easy to explain, this weakness has been present since birth. It used to be controllable, but it's become more severe again suddenly. Perhaps, it's possible. The doctor fell silent, but Xue Jianchuan knew what he wanted to say. Standing beside him, she felt as if she might collapse at any moment, her vision growing increasingly blurry. The damn extra wasn't meant to last. In fact, he should have met with Yan Wang months ago. Su Yunqi sighed helplessly, thinking about which step he'd missed. The plot was moving too quickly, his mind hadn't caught up yet when his body already received instructions and began collapsing. How can it be treated? What needs to be done? Pei Yanchu absent-mindedly touched Su Yunqi's still twitching eyelids, then leaned over and whispered softly in his ear. Anan, sleep. There's nothing wrong, just sleep. Brother will find a way. Anan promised to be brother's lifelong friend, Anan can't go back on that. It sounded like he was comforting a child, or perhaps comforting himself. He didn't fully understand what death was, but he knew that when someone passed away, they would be like his mother, unable to speak or laugh, cold and stiff lying on the ground, impossible to warm up, and eventually vanishing without trace. Xue Jianchuan wanted to hold her youngest son, but Pei Yanchu wouldn't let go. He sat frozen in place on the chair for a moment, then suddenly stood up and turned toward the door. Yanchu, what are you going to do? Brother? Brother, what's wrong with you, you're acting strange. Pei Yanchu stood dazed, watching Su Yunqi being carried away. His eyes brimmed with tears as he simply stood there, looking like a confused, helpless child. Scholar is Xue, and just ate something bad this morning. I want to take him to another doctor. Su Yunqi could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. He hadn't even gone yet, and now he felt so anxious that it made him feel secluded from the world. Chapter 19, Didn't Wake Up. Xue Jianchuan merely thought Pei Yanchu was naively childish, and upon seeing his helpless teary eyes, she freed a hand to wipe away his tears. What are you guys doing? Let me go, let me down. Su Yunqi felt like he was a bother, unnecessarily causing a mess and making everyone lose their composure, but he couldn't explain the reasons behind it all. He broke free from his mother's embrace, frowning as he wanted to return to the courtyard. Inside, Su Yunqi's heart was both bitter and irritated, his mind was chaotic, unsure how to handle the situation where everyone pinned their emotions on him. Pei Yanchu certainly wouldn't let him go back alone. He stepped forward and grabbed Su Yunqi's hand, ignoring the weak resistance and insisted on accompanying him back to the courtyard. However, Su Yunqi only wanted to be alone, quiet. Time was limited for him now, and he had to quickly clear his thoughts. His birthday banquet was approaching soon, and inevitably, some officials would come just to go through the motions of showing up. He needed to give Pei Yanchu an impression so it would be easier later when the protagonist made his move. After all, Su Yunqi was simply a carefree little salted fish who, even if he contributed a little bit, was fine. His primary role was to keep Pei Yanchu company anyway. Big brother, I don't want to sleep. It's just afternoon. Su Yunqi uncooperatively kicked the quilt, attempting to climb up after rolling over. Listen, when you're sick, you must rest. Pei Yanchu deeply regretted not knowing how frail Su Yunqi's health was earlier. He had teased him multiple times for amusement. Even when Su Yunqi fell ill before, he didn't take it seriously at that time. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but tremble involuntarily. There were so many flowers in the garden, but Anan was the most precious one. He would never believe in fortune tellers. Anan's life belonged to him, and he vowed to secure her living for 100 years, not a single second less. Su Yunqi eventually stopped struggling, pressing his face against the pillow with a pout while glancing towards the rebellious young protagonist. Humph, lying down is fine then, as long as he's satisfied. It doesn't matter to me. And so, Pei Yanchu stood by the bedside until the other turned their back to him. Flashing his eyes slightly, stubbornly pulling Su Yunqi back again, then diving straight into the quilt. Big brother. I'm really fine, no need to worry. Su Yunqi reached out to touch his head, filled with endless reflections. What a good kid, what a kind-hearted child, where will such a kid turn dark and twisted? He refused to believe it. Pei Yanchu removed Su Yunqi's hand, patted the quilt lightly, and lowered his gaze as he spoke. Wait till big brother comes back. The doctor hadn't left yet. Sitting on a chair writing prescriptions, he stroked his beard and sighed, ultimately concluding the same thing without much change. Whatever they fed Su Qian when he was little, they continued feeding it now, only adding some extra supplements. Yanchu, where are you going? Su Chengyuan was deep in thought, but caught sight of a fleeting figure rushing past out of the corner of his eye. Hurriedly calling out, worried about impulsive children causing trouble. Get medicine. Sigh. By the time he wanted to call again, the person was already gone without a trace. What kind of medicine? You're letting him misbehave like this, be careful he doesn't run off. Xue Jianchuang had calmed down. She remembered the harsh words she'd unintentionally said to Pei Yanchu earlier in haste, thus feeling mixed emotions inside. A discerning person could immediately tell how important Dada was to him. Combined with observations over recent times, she could feel this child wasn't an ordinary one. She had considered waiting for Dada to grow up a bit more, mature and wise enough, then let them swear as brothers. This way, their multi-layered relationship would benefit everyone involved. But now, what a mess. That year, the master predicted Dada wouldn't survive beyond 1 year old. It was due to her painstaking efforts that her youngest son had lived up until now. He finally started to smile and laugh, assuming they'd escaped that destiny once and for all. Why was everything deteriorating instead? No one blocked Pei Yanchu along the way. Finally, standing in front of the palace gates, biting his teeth hesitating uncertainly. He hated this place. Those red towering walls were like monsters that could consume someone quietly and silently away from this world. What are you doing? Go somewhere else, don't block the palace gate. The guards by the entrance noticed his odd behavior and scolded him sharply, urging him to leave immediately. Pei Yanchu clenched his fists, but ultimately pulled out a token from his chest and raised it toward them. What was his emotion compared to an still waiting for him? Definitely, it was because the doctor wasn't capable or lacked famous medicine. Even though he found the palace nauseating, he couldn't deny that it housed the finest things in the whole country. Su Yunqi lay motionless on the bed, devoid of any drowsiness, so he tilted his head to chat with Qinghe. Good sister, do you have any wishes? He pondered and reasoned that the general's residence had protected Pei Yanchu for so long. Once the protagonist ascended to the throne properly, he would surely retain sentiments for the old times. Even using this year to pave the way for his parents would be meaningful. He didn't have any close friends and always revolved around a young protagonist, so the only person he felt regret towards was Qinghe, since he still remembered what had happened before. As a housemaid, Qinghe had long been accustomed to a life of enduring whatever comes, and she couldn't understand why the young master would ask her such questions, so she just blinked in confusion. Qinghe hopes master gets better soon. After saying this, she twisted her fingers hesitantly. Because if the young master doesn't jump around to save Qinghe, madam will have thought I'm too clumsy and kicked me out long ago. Su Yunqi had a low laugh threshold and couldn't help but arch his eyebrows at her strange but amusing words. Alright, I'll definitely tell mother to let you live comfortably in the general's residence. Qinghe scratched her head, and eventually just stomped her foot. She could never win an argument against the young master anyway. After turning over several times, Su Yunqi couldn't stay put any longer. He climbed off the bed and went to look for Pei Yanchu. Mother, where has brother gone? Xue Jianchuang squatted down and held him, brushing her forehead against his. He's gone out. Your brother is very sensible and won't wander off recklessly. If you're worried about him, it'd be better to worry about yourself first. Ugh, I'm fine, really. Su Yunqi coaxed her from atop her shoulder, reaching out behind her toward Su Chengyuan. Even his father wouldn't dare to hold him anymore, now likely considering him as fragile as tofu that easily breaks. But just as Su Chengyuan was about to scoop him up with a forced smile, Su Yunqi's face turned pale, and he immediately lost consciousness. If he could still speak, he truly would scream. Let go of me, quickly send someone to find Pei Yanchu. What kind of trouble has that kid gotten into again? He really wanted to know. He understood something like the butterfly effect all too well, but what he wanted to figure out even more was which wing he flapped wrong, causing the story to unfold so quickly. Where did you get these herbs from? Yen Chu, explain properly to Aunt Shui. Just by looking at this medicine box, it's no ordinary item. Gifted. For Annen's use. And the doctor outside? I know him. Very effective. Shui Jinshuan was stunned, even Su Chengyuan standing nearby was dumbfounded. The doctor seemed familiar to him, but he just couldn't remember who it was. Maybe he had seen him somewhere before, leaving a faint impression. You, take a look. Pei Yanchu glanced at the royal physician, pointing toward Su Yunqi's bed. Unaware that Su Yunqi had fainted, he assumed he had fallen asleep after he left and hadn't woken up yet. Chapter 20, Self-Reproach. Dr. Wen was truly at a loss. He was just sitting peacefully in the palace when suddenly an imperial decree sent him out to treat someone. Was this reasonable? He was the royal physician, only treating those within the palace. He carried his medicine box and wondered who this person could be. As soon as he sat in the carriage leaving the palace, he saw a sullen little boy. Who are you? Pei Yanchu gave him an up-and-down look and retorted. Are you the best doctor in the palace? Neither of them answered, and thus they arrived at the general's mansion in silence. Dr. Wen felt somewhat uneasy. It wasn't until he saw Su Chengyuan that he had a reflex to inquire about his condition. But then he caught the boy's glare, which reminded him of the final sentences in the decree. With full confusion, he examined the patient and finally realized who the issue was with. The emperor's embrace on the banquet table had already spread across the entire palace, and the youngest son of the general's family was also revealed to the public. Dr. Wen started to guess what kind of pediatric ailment it might be, but the moment he placed his hand, his eyes widened instantly. Strange. Explain. Pei Yanchu was stationed at the bedside of Su Yunqi, brushing a few strands of hair from his face. I've never seen such strange illness before. On the surface, it looks fine, but internally, there is hardly any vital energy left. It's like something is draining it outward. Treat. Pei Yanchu stared into the doctor's eyes intently, he wanted a result. Dr. Wen opened his mouth and glanced around, then placed the young master's hand back under the quilt, and after a long silence, he shook his head. What did the previous doctor say? Supplement. Pei Yanchu seemed to expect something. He frowned and raised his gaze toward him. Supplemented, I'm powerless. You fraud. You're lying. Pei Yanchu angrily spoke out, thinking the doctor refused to treat properly and pounced to force an answer. Su Chengyuan reacted quickly, grabbing him and ordering someone to escort the doctor out immediately. Dr. Wen rushed away as fast as possible. There were too many things that happened today, so he needed to sort them out carefully. The general's mansion, the imperial palace, the unknown yet hostile boy, and the emperor's intent. It was all in chaos, and because the atmosphere was too heavy, he dared not continue speaking. Truly, the young master suffered much. Perhaps it was due to a lack of good fortune. Yen Chusher, calm down. I know you care for Dada. First, tell Aunt Shui clearly where this all came from. Pei Yanchu remained silent. He clenched his lips and climbed onto the bed, embracing Su Yunqi who was still sleeping. Fear not, Anan. Brother will heal you. Su Yunqi had no perception of what happened in the outside world. He had a terrifying nightmare of someone choking him and pouring molten lava down his throat. No matter how he begged, it was useless, and he was eventually frightened awake. Cough. No, Pei Yanchu noticed that he was about to wake up, and instead, poured more vigorously into his mouth. I don't want it. Take it away. Why was this always happening every time he opened his eyes? Was this some unavoidable karma? In the next life, he didn't want to see another bowl of traditional Chinese medicine. Be obedient, Anan. Anan doesn't want to be obedient. Su Yunqi's hairs stood on end. He even thought of overturning the medicine outright. Su Qian. It had been a long time since Su Yunqi heard Pei Yanchu call out his own full name. Subconsciously, he assumed he was being overly sentimental and lowered his gaze while hurriedly calming himself. Don't get angry, brother. Anan will drink it. It'll be quick, really. A single tear, then 2 tears. Su Yunqi looked bewilderedly at Pei Yanchu's tear-laden eyelashes. I'm afraid I am useless, I'm afraid I can't hold on to you. I'm truly scared. Mother has gone, and now you're leaving too. Brother, Anan will behave. With a heart filled with worry, Su Yunqi crept forward, kneeling on the bed to embrace Pei Yanchu. I'll listen to you, okay? Please don't be sad. No one paid attention to the meaning behind this term, mother. Su Yunqi touched his hair ends and, under his burning gaze, silently drained the entire bowl. One could say everyone cared whether he lived or died, or one could say no one truly cared. Pei Yanchu watched him tightly. Usually, if he slightly furrowed his brow, he would be lifted and placed in bed right away, and a doctor would be called without allowing half an explanation. Although whenever Pei Yanchu tried to say something, once he saw his furrowed brows, he would instinctively lie down obediently. Perhaps for celebration, this hard-won birthday banquet was indeed extravagant. Su Yunqi's social anxiety hit a peak, though it was mostly due to his fear of distant relatives. So he hid by the small pond and entertained himself by poking at the carp with his fingers. "Anan, give me your hand." Pei Yanchu wiped his hands clean with a handkerchief and then gave them a light squeeze. "The water is cold, don't play with it." He handed him the fish food from the servant, gently patting the back of his neck as a way to soothe him. "Once Anan feels better, you can play all you want. We'll go on spring outings to fly kites, cool off in summer while drinking ice milk, pick fruits and learn horseback riding in autumn, and play in the snow to admire plum blossoms in winter. Promise me, Anan." Su Yunqi tossed the fish food into the pond in one handful, shattering the tranquil surface. Brightly colored fish tails appeared layer upon layer, like the ever-changing state of mind. "Brother, I don't feel like playing anymore, let's go already." Pei Yanchu didn't move, instead, he grabbed his hand to stop him from leaving, demanding a response. "I will try hard." "It's not trying, it's certain." "Arg. Have it your way, as long as you're happy. Anyway, now that I think about it, I regret being so nice to you in the first place." Su Yunqi looked into Pei Yanchu's calm eyes, watching as they shifted from focus to confusion, finally settling on a gentle smile. At first, he only saw him as a young overbearing prince, but never did he imagine that the protagonist would care for him like a brother or even become a close friend. He felt guilty, as if he had deceived an innocent child. It seemed that since he came to this book world, he already owed too many people apologies. He didn't want to be a troublemaker or cause others pain because of him. But somehow, everything went wrong, and it made him feel both stupid and naive. Suddenly, Su Yunqi had the urge to cry. He puffed up his cheeks holding his breath, and just as his tears began swelling, he suddenly heard a familiar shout from afar. Su Qian, crying again. It was the young prince again. Su Yunqi marveled at how influential his parents were, they could get people in the palace to call him out by name. Maybe he should just not respond at all. "I'm not crying." "You are." "I am not." He couldn't take it, every time he met this little brat, his intelligence quotient seemed to plummet infinitely. Just arguing with him was enough to provoke his fighting spirit. Seeing no one around, Su Yunqi picked up some pebbles from the ground and deliberately shook them in front of the boy. As soon as Pei Yunlan saw this, he immediately clenched his teeth in anger. "So it's you. I'll have someone beat you with a paddle." Chapter 21, Excessive. Su Yunqi turned his head and asked Pei Yanchu to carry him, wanting to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. "Let's go find daddy and mommy, humph." Pei Yunlan, seeing this, started walking over with his short legs trying to pull Su Yunqi down. He had grown up in the palace for so long that no one had ever dared to let him lose face. However, the child about his age before him was really bold and did not hesitate to provoke him without knowing who he was. Su Yunqi was very troubled by such a purely naive and immature child. Despite being small in size, he had a bad temper and was stubborn. Taking advantage of the force, he sat on the ground and looked up at the other person. "What do you want to do?" Pei Yanchu quickly picked him up and then patted him roughly on the back twice just to brush off the dust. "You let him go first." Su Yunqi didn't even care about this little kid. Of course, if his own older brother were here, that would be another story. "Brother, you go see daddy first." He pushed Pei Yanchu aside slightly and lifted his chin toward the distance. Pei Yanchu didn't move until he was pounded a few more times, after which he cast a warning glance at Pei Yunlan and left reluctantly but with frequent glances backward. "Speak then. I hate you." Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi rolled his eyes and grinned. "So you're pretty cool." Pei Yunlan stomped his foot in anger and wanted to ask an adult for fairness, but there was no strong adult leg around for him to depend on. Don't you want to know why I hate you?" "I don't want to know." Inner depletion is devilish, so Su Yunqi simply closed his ears and looked at the floating clouds in the sky. Pei Yunlan had never seen anyone who didn't follow the script like this. He broke down first, grabbing Su Yunqi's arm and shouted. "No, you must listen to me." "Okay then." He released his grip and looked lazily at the person in front of him, making a soft sound. "Wah wah wah, you're annoying, no one has ever dared hit me before, and what? And why would my father hold you?" "My father has never held me." Su Yunqi watched him cry while wiping his nose with a handkerchief from his bosom. Approaching, he wiped the tears off his face while holding his chin. "Why are you crying, To wipe your tears, little kitten. I hate you. If you hate me, that's fine. Anyway, I won't live much longer. You can be happy." Pei Yunlan was scared by the hiccup and looked blankly at Su Yunqi. "I didn't want to snatch daddy from you, I have my own daddy. Your father doesn't like me, he only likes you. Right?" As an elite-level expert in pacifying children, Su Yunqi was professional. Pei Yunlan was completely deceived, and he questioned out loud. "How do you know?" "I just know it. You share the same surname as him, who does he like if not you?" Su Yunqi got a bit carried away when teasing the child. Looking at the starry-eyed silly child, he smiled amusingly, touched his head, and secretly scooped some water from the nearby pond, splashing it over. "Ah! Pei Yunlan wiped his face, and all his previous sadness disappeared instantly. Angrily, he started splashing water back at Su Yunqi. I'll let you hit me. Hit me. You wet blanket, ha 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 ha. This young prince was indeed entertaining. The young protagonist was too precocious, while the one in front of him was simply clueless and could only scream and shout in anger. By the time people from the front yard gradually began strolling towards the rear garden, the two were already leaning against each other, heads touching, talking about something unknown. Dada. What's wrong with you? Sixth brother. Stand up quick, look at yourself, what kind of posture is this? Grass was on both their heads. They heard the voices and turned back to see a line of people standing there with varied expressions. Pei Yunlan didn't notice the awkward atmosphere around. He casually jumped into Pei Wenjing's embrace, yelling for new clothes to continue playing. Pei Wenjing twitched his eyes and, despite the situation, still maintained the appearance of a prince for a few words before pushing his younger brother's head into his chest and slipping away to another courtyard. Su Qiwen was waiting for his frantic younger brother to come over to him, but Pei Yanchu beside him was already walking towards Su Yunqi with his lips pursed. Hee, brother. Pei Yanchu did not respond. He took the cloak handed by a servant, wrapped it around Su Yunqi, and then picked him up, heading straight to their own courtyard. With a stern expression, he undressed Su Yunqi from head to toe and gave him a change of clothes, then took the dry cloth to rub his hair. Su Yunqi was somewhat intimidated by the young protagonist. He sneakily glanced at Pei Yanchu's expression, but as soon as their eyes met, he immediately lowered his head. Anin. What's wrong? Su Yunqi was now as obedient as a cotton candy, surely melting at the slightest touch, and he cooed softly to flirt. You've been really disobedient. Humph. Pei Yanchu took a deep breath and suddenly pinched Su Yunqi's chin, tilting his face up. I don't want you to play with anyone else. Alright, it seemed like the exclusive desire of kids regarding friendship had kicked in, fearing that if Su Yunqi played with others, he wouldn't play with him anymore. He understood, he did. Su Yunqi nonchalantly nodded, and his face was then adjusted back. How dare you play with cold water? You're not allowed to touch it, remember? Su Yunqi continued nodding and started biting his lips. You're not allowed to ask me to leave again. Except for this, I will agree to everything else. I want to play with water. Not this either. Su Yunqi hummed twice, laying on the bed while letting Pei Yanchu play with his hair. However, he had lost the desire to speak. Anin. Pei Yanchu's heart tightened as he gently lifted him into his arms, pressing the back of his hand against Su Yunqi's cheek. Are you upset? Do you find me annoying? He had already planned how to persuade and cajole Su Yunqi into listening to him. If necessary, coercion would work too. After all, he was such a good-for-nothing person. Perhaps in this world, only Su Yunqi saw him as a good older brother. It's not. The massage feels so good, can you rub some more? Su Yunqi felt like a lazy cat under Pei Yanchu's care, lying flat on the bed while being pampered thoroughly. Pei Yanchu blinked, uncertainly leaning down closer, asking again. Anan, my sweet baby, do you really not think I'm overdoing it? Su Yunqi half closed his eyes and scratched his face. What thing? No, I'll listen to Anan. Can you continue the massage? Pei Yanchu was satisfied serving until Su Yunqi fell asleep. He stayed by the bedside for a while, then decided to consider the bigger picture and go out to explain clearly. He stood at the door waiting for the doctor, entrusting him to watch over Su Yunqi. He also instructed the servants from the small kitchen to prepare decocted medicine, which must be served after the young master woke up. Pei Yanchu sat beside Su Qiwen, absent-mindedly gazing at the surrounding court officials. Where's my younger brother? He's sleeping, with someone watching over him. He might cry if he wakes up and doesn't see anyone. You just indulge him. One day he will start tearing the house apart. Pei Yanchu silently chuckled. He glanced at Su Qiwen who made sarcastic remarks, lowering his head without saying a word. If his Anan really tore the house apart one day, he would willingly pass him the ladder and steady it for him. Fortunately, it wasn't about climbing to heaven yet, otherwise, he still couldn't satisfy Anan at the moment. Chapter 22, Big Brother. The main character of the feast was still unconscious, sleeping in bed, but the people at the scene didn't pay too much attention to this point. It was just a matter of children playing until they were tired and fell asleep, so it was easily overlooked. Su Qiwen was wandering around behind Su Chengyuan, offering wine to guests, and before long, the young lad had already gotten flushed from drinking. Who's that? Where did you find such a big son, General Su? The deputy general was always one for speaking without boundaries. First, he mocked Su Qiwen for not being able to drink, then his eyes darted around before he teased Pei Yanchu, who sat at the main seat. Come on, Yanchu, don't sit there alone. Come over and greet your Uncle Yang. Pei Yanchu paused the fingers he had been tapping on the table, withdrew his hand into his sleeves, and took large steps to walk over. This is the brother that my baby dada recognized on his own. Anyway, he's part of our household. Pei Yanchu remained silent, smiling while performing a polite bow. Good, good, good. Come have a cup with us, young man. Upon hearing this, Su Qiwen loudly protested. Uncle Yang, hasn't harming me been enough? Yanchu is still so young. Where's the youth? His height isn't that different from yours either. Look at how simple-minded you are. You need a few more years of experience. Ha ha ha. Pei Yanchu merely smiled, but from the corner of his eye, he was still watching the entrance, fearing someone might come looking from Su Yunqi's room, and he wouldn't notice in time. He had been sitting for almost half an hour, figuring out which families were close to the general's mansion, which weren't, as well as the various extents of everyone's ties with the palace. Su Yunqi wasn't actually sleepy, so after closing his eyes for a while, he slowly opened them and regained awareness. He touched his forehead, finding no fever. He thought to himself, how could anything be wrong in such hot summer weather? Master, here is your medicine. What thing? Qinghe, did you see my brother? Did he leave? I'll find him first, and we can talk about this medicine when I return. With Pei Yanchu absent, Su Yunqi had no intention of touching it anyway. After all, it was just for show for Pei Yanchu. Ah. Su Yunqi flashed a toothy smile at the doctor by his bedside, climbed off the bed, and rushed to the front courtyard to look for people. As soon as he stepped inside, he nearly got scared back by the bustling atmosphere within. Oh dear, my youngest has woken up. Everyone, tone it down a bit. Don't scare him. He's delicate, and you might shock him. There were fewer civil officials than military ones present, so the atmosphere wasn't necessarily very refined. Now that the protagonist had finally made an appearance, Su Chengyuan wiped his hands and walked forward, picking up Su Yunqi, who was trying little by little to slink away. Oh, what a handsome boy. You, such a rough man, could father such a pretty child. Aren't you proud of yourself? Why bother? It's inevitable since my wife is beautiful. Ha ha ha. These people spoke truly wildly, making Su Yunqi wish he could find a hole to bury himself. However, with his father now completely hooked on showing off their child, he couldn't do anything but pretend to be calm, holding on to Su Chengyuan's neck and calling out greetings to everyone around, managing a couple of smiles. By the time he'd gone around the entire circle, his hands were mysteriously filled with many expensive items forced upon him. Su Yunqi stuffed everything he received into Su Chengyuan's arms, clapped his hands, and kicked his legs to get down. Daddy, I'm going to find my brother. Su Chengyuan bent down and set him on the ground, then gently ruffled his hair, letting him wander off. Brother, where's my brother going? Su Yunqi heard these words and laughed a little before turning back and looking the speaker up and down. I say, aren't you Wenmingjie? I believe you're older than me. My name is Wen Jiming, because we all think you're amazing, you're the big brother. Su Yunqi suddenly found himself surrounded by a group of children, and then things were being shoved into his hands. Happy birthday, I'm Wen Jiming, my father is the Deputy Minister of War. Hold on, I'm called. And me, I am. Su Yunqi's eyes were swirling. Earlier, he'd planned to let his protagonist figure out people's names, but now he was confused by the answers coming from these children. Hold on, everyone stop talking, thank you so much. I appreciate your gifts, I've remembered each one. We'll meet again next time. Farewell. Yes, that's right. He simply didn't want to socialize. So what? Big brother, please don't go yet. Hearing this, Su Yunqi turned back amusedly and then looked the person up and down. I say, Wenmingjie, aren't you? I believe you're older than me. I'm Wen Jiming, it's just that since we all think you're great, you're the big brother. Yeah, how dare you challenge him and even splash water all over him. You're truly brave. We usually hide when we see him. Su Yunqi wore a half-smiling expression, it was just that those dull and foolish kids could scare this group so much. Truly, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. With every call of Big Brother, Su Yunqi gradually lost himself. As the main character's most loyal lackey, he should naturally have his own little followers. This was reasonable and without issue. Last time, it was clearly that young prince who bumped into me, but he insisted I did it on purpose and demanded I kneel and apologize to him. And then? I had no choice but to admit it, but I couldn't let it slide, so I secretly put some oil in his path where he had to walk. I say, last time I saw him running perfectly fine, then suddenly he face-planted. And then? He insisted that I mocked him and wanted to punish me. So, did you laugh? What do you think? Su Yunqi didn't say a word, stifling laughter with difficulty here. The grudges of children were very pure. He was like a judge who knew how to liven things up, listening to one person after another, more absurd than the last. Uh-oh, there seemed to be something important he forgot about. Where did Pei Yanchu go? Why hadn't he seen him all this time? Big brother, where are you going? Aren't we going to play? No, Big brother has important business to attend to first. What is it? Why such a hurry? One of them mumbled discontentedly because the small meeting had only just gotten exciting. To save the world. Upon hearing this, everyone let out cries of amazement, so Su Yunqi quickly shook off the goosebumps and started asking around. Pei Yanchu had actually seen Su Yunqi when he entered the room, but he was outsmarted by Su Chengyuan as he moved first. He finally waited for Anan to get free, only for a bunch of children to surround him again within seconds. He stared intensely at that distant group, the silver chopsticks in his hand bending gradually. But Anan was laughing too happily, so he couldn't ruin everything. Today was Annen's birthday, so he needed to control his emotions and avoid really making Annen mad. How come they haven't finished talking yet? What's there to talk about? If he could talk this much with others, what would happen when he grew up? When he met more friends, would he forget about him? Chapter 23, Help. It had been almost the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, so why was he smiling even more happily? What interesting stories were they telling? He wasn't bad at storytelling either. If Annen liked listening, then he could tell stories every day. So, why was he distracted by someone else's tale? Why hasn't he come to find me yet? Is it because he no longer cares about me? Could it be that he's now upset with me for something I did earlier, which is why he deliberately avoids me? But this is between him and Annen. Whatever way Annen wants him to cajole her, it's fine, because Annen can only belong to him. Pei Yanchu's mind was in turmoil. Anything related to Su Yunqi would amplify exponentially in his thoughts, leaving no trace of the composure he displayed when dealing with elders just moments ago. Big brother, you're here. Su Yunqi didn't sense a bit of the overwhelming grievance emanating from Pei Yanchu. He bounced onto the person in front of him and squeezed his shoulders. Sit next to me, and don't run around. Pei Yanchu pulled him close from behind and stealthily set aside his chopsticks with the other hand before signaling someone unnoticed to bring out 2 new sets of bowls and chopsticks. The lively aura slowly diffused the unimportant restlessness that had accumulated earlier. He pressed his hand against Su Yunqi's robe and nonchalantly asked. Where did you go just now? Was it fun? It was okay, I felt like everyone there was quite amusing and funny. Su Yunqi nibbled on his chopsticks, propping his cheek with one hand as he smiled at Pei Yanchu, but immediately stopped laughing. I have already instructed someone to serve you your medicine after you wake up. Okay. Su Yunqi couldn't comprehend why the conversation took such an abrupt turn, so he could only nervously smile along. Annen, open your mouth. I want to check. What? I've been drinking it for so long, how can you possibly check anything? Su Yunqi stiffly defended himself, even though he couldn't figure out why the protagonist suddenly found fault. However, he believed this child was using this as an excuse. He stood up, trying to move further away from Pei Yanchu, afraid of falling victim to any possible retaliation. But instead, he realized that somewhere along the line, his clothes had been firmly held down by someone else and he couldn't pull free. You haven't drunk it. Su Yunqi scratched his head and pouted, saying nothing. You listened to nothing. For the sake of playing with them, you forgot to drink your medicine. And you didn't even come find me. Pei Yanchu swallowed these last words and clenched his back teeth angrily. Su Yunqi. He took a deep breath and countered earnestly. Did I do something wrong to make you misunderstand? Are you feeling aggrieved, Yanchu? Pei Yanchu hadn't expected his hidden feelings to be exposed, so he simply shook his head while simultaneously releasing Su Yunqi. First, the reason I don't want to drink it is because I'm truly terrified of it. Second, I don't feel those people are more important than you, you are the most important in my heart. Third, if you're not happy next time, just tell me directly. I don't want you to feel sad because of me. So, you. Yes, yes, yes. You are the only friend I'll ever have in this lifetime, the best, the greatest friend. I swear, or else I'll. Pei Yanchu abruptly covered his mouth and dragged him onto his lap. That's enough. Just that sentence of yours is sufficient. Sniffling, Su Yunqi pulled his hand off. As a successful educator who reclaimed dominance, he decided to strike back. Not enough. Then where's my present? Today is my birthday. Pei Yanchu appeared slightly awkward since he truly had nothing worthwhile to give Annen. What do you want? I only have one wish. Pei Yanchu never took his eyes off Su Yunqi, gradually losing himself in the curved beauty of Su Yunqi's eyebrows and eyes. Speak, Big Brother will grant you whatever you desire. I hope that one day Big Brother becomes the most powerful person in this world. That way, I can follow you and directly lie back and enjoy a good life. Alright, little brother Yunqi has started a class. Afraid the kid might take the wrong path in the future. Well, then choose to provide early education right away. Su Yunqi jokingly bowed respectfully into his embrace, missing the fading smile on Pei Yanchu's face. I will make sure Annen becomes the happiest young master in the world. Yes, yes, yes. With a consistently poor appetite, Su Yunqi finally ended the birthday banquet after forcing down a bowl of longevity noodles. Excellent. Even though he was teased a bit by his father in the middle of it, most of the process went exactly as he wished, it was peaceful without interruptions. Su Yunqi returned slowly to the courtyard, and it wasn't until he fell half asleep being scooped into Pei Yanchu's arms that he realized. Heavens above, opening their eyes. Today, he actually managed to dodge a deadly bowl of Chinese medicine. The days passed by quickly with all the commotion, yet Su Yunqi always felt something fishy. He noticed that Pei Yanchu often went out with Su Qiwen, and occasionally the two of them would stay cooped up in the study with Su Chengyuan until mealtime. But oddly enough, they never brought him along. I want to go out and play with you guys. Su Yunqi simply couldn't stay put alone. He forcibly grabbed Su Qiwen's hair, protesting. Hey, hey, hey. Let go, don't cause trouble, or I'll be bald. Maybe we can take you out during the Mid-Autumn Festival, alright? Su Yunchi released his grip, showing off his teeth as he mocked sarcastically. Oh, taking me out during the Mid-Autumn Festival, oh my goodness. It turned out that as long as you acted frail enough, your mood swings were bound to be regarded as cuteness. Su Qiwen burst into laughter without any restraint, successfully provoking Su Yunchi, who then pushed into Pei Yenchu's arms for comfort. Anan, be a good boy and stay at home to play. Brother will bring you a present when I return. Not telling me? Fine, who needs it anyway? When Su Yunchi heard his most adorable little protagonist dismissing him this way, he instantly became disappointed and shoved him away before running back. Anan. Su Qiwen immediately restrained him, shaking his head with a smirk. This kid is getting more and more temperamental, spoiled by you all. As the eldest brother, I must properly address this flaw, So what do you plan to do? Pei Yenchu was pushed over the threshold. He looked back every few steps, fearing that Su Yunchi might suddenly reappear without his notice. The fragrant sausage shop in the West City, I've heard their last batch of osmanthus golden cheese sweets is still available. Buy some to feed him full, then he'll have no time to act up, it's such an easy solution. Pei Yenchu seemed to have foreseen this, curving his lips but didn't say much else. After all, dungeons or other grim places were not suitable for young children to visit, let alone Su Yunchi, who would fall ill easily if neglected even slightly. At first, when Su Chengyuan returned from war, the captives and rebels he apprehended hadn't been dealt with yet. The emperor initially had no intention of letting these people see the New Year celebrations. After completing formalities like the triumph celebration, he officially began organizing arrangements. Pei Yenchu had voluntarily offered to go along. Initially, Su Chengyuan disagreed, deeming him unfit even to be a mere observer. Hence, he merely made a pretense and reported this matter to the emperor, never expecting the imperial court would approve. However, contrary to expectations, since the emperor had approved it, how could Su Chengyuan possibly object? Though perplexed in the end, he still allowed Su Qiwen to take Pei Yenchu along to assist and help. Chapter 24, Insight. Su Qiwen still regarded Pei Yenchu as a little kid at heart, only thinking him slightly smarter and steadier than others. But now he had to add one more thing, the boy was too bold. Back in the day, his father thought he lacked courage and feared he might faint at the sight of blood, which would prevent him from joining the battlefield. So, every now and then, his father brought him along for visits. Su Chengyuan never showed any mercy toward the rebels. He would frequently drag his family into long tirades, recite their past sins after finishing, then sit aside while the jailer began interrogations. The whole process was roughly, ask a question, get an answer, and if they didn't confess, beat them. At first, Su Qiwen would quietly ask with some confusion. Isn't this forced confession through torture? What if they are innocent? Then he'd get a slap on the back of his head from Su Chengyuan without mercy. Are you doubting your own father? These people colluded with the enemy and betrayed our country. If it weren't for my foresight, I would be dead by now. And forced confessions under torture? It's already lenient not to kill them all. Every drop of blood flowing in their veins isn't just from commoners of our dynasty. Just for petty gains, they sold out the country, killing many brothers in arms. I'd say letting them die is far too merciful. Su Qiwen looked puzzled at the distant screams of suffering people, his face paling slightly. So Dad, you remember so clearly that they must know even better than you. Then why do they start resisting and claim they didn't commit these crimes when they finally confess? Su Chengyuan chuckled and pinched the bridge of his nose, looking up at those who hysterically denied cursing the emperor or making voodoo dolls in their homes. It's because the previous charges were indeed things they did. Only the last 2 or 3 were made up by me. Anyway, nobody knows. Besides, I've said it before, they will be executed anyway. Torturing them a bit more is like taking revenge. The sword needs to be sheathed when entering the capital. Under the emperor's watchful eye, he couldn't publicly wield his sword. Instead, he had to take roundabout ways to do what he intended. He wasn't stupid, he was merely cunning. Su Qiwen shook his head, trying to snap himself out of his memories. Looking at Pei Yenchu, who was calmer than even himself, gave him chills down his spine. Now, his father had completely reconsidered him, treating Pei Yenchu as a fine talent. He took better care teaching Pei Yenchu than he did him. Whenever there was free time, he would give this adoptive younger brother extra lessons. Military tactics and all sorts of complicated teachings, all of which Pei Yenchu devoured enthusiastically. Truly, a gifted individual, terrifying. Aren't you scared? Yes. Su Qiwen let out a sigh of relief, that's right. Why does a kid have to pretend to be so composed all the time? He generously stretched out his arms and draped them over Pei Yenchu's shoulder, offering comfort and camaraderie. What are you scared of? Don't be scared, you're big brother also. Just as the carriage home slightly jolted, Pei Yenchu realized Su Qiwen was speaking to him, quickly gathered his thoughts, and replied seriously. I'm afraid we won't kill them all, after all, the ones we caught are just the exposed traitors. What if there are others who haven't been uncovered yet? Perhaps among the ministers of court. Su Qiwen retracted his well-meaning intentions which seemed irrelevant now, slowly moving his hand away, his expression becoming complex and silent. Well, don't think about it too much. They will naturally handle all these matters. There's no need for you to worry about it. Okay. The atmosphere grew heavy again. Pei Yenchu lowered his eyes to ponder something, while Su Qiwen, with a light-hearted disposition, suddenly shouted out loud after idly flicking his dagger twice. Disaster. I forgot to pick up the ordered cheese from the shop. Quickly, turn back, turn back. But master, I've already retrieved it, haven't I? When? Before young Master Su set out today, he gave the order to go to the west side of the city 1.5 hours after you all started handling affairs. I just got it back not long ago, and you immediately brought young Master Su back into the carriage. Do you want to use it now? Young Master Su ordered quite a lot, but we must wait for little master to pick his share first. Zhang Zhong, who had served Su Qiwen since childhood, was somewhat scatterbrained, showing less formal respect in his speech and a touch of mischief. You'd better shut your mouth. You follow other people's orders more than mine. When I assign you tasks, you're not nearly as quick. That's because when you asked me to scare General Su with fireworks while he was using the restroom, you didn't care whether I lived or died. Forget it, that happened a long time ago. Now drive the carriage. Feeling embarrassed, Su Qiwen regretted having said too much. The atmosphere was not only awkward but also strangely eerie. Dong. Suddenly feeling itchy, Su Qiwen flicked Pei Yenchu's forehead. As Pei Yenchu looked at him with confusion, touching the spot where he'd been hit. I underestimated you, your mind is truly sharp. Pei Yenchu felt a tightening inside. He clenched his fists behind his back and strained to show apprehension. Is senior brother Qiwen upset? I didn't mean to use your servant either, but... Su Qiwen only intended to tease him a bit, but now the response he received left him at a loss. No, that's not what I meant. I just think you're too smart. How could you have thought that? Pei Yenchu unclenched his fists, crescent moon-shaped imprints marked his palms, but he felt no pain. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, senior brother. Su Qiwen vowed internally never to joke with this adoptive younger brother again. It was more fun teasing Dada, who being simple-minded, wouldn't overthink things. After stepping down from the carriage, Su Qiwen rushed straight back to the study, requesting more servants be assigned to Pei Yenchu, preferably lively ones. Otherwise, the interaction between master and servant might feel like it could freeze someone. Pei Yenchu didn't care where Su Qiwen had gone off to. He hadn't seen Su Yunqi for nearly half a day, and the closer he got to the small courtyard, the more anxious he became. Anin. Where are you? Don't play hide-and-seek with your brother. Please come out on your own, alright? The house was eerily quiet, with no one responding. Pei Yenchu placed the box on the table, thought for a moment, then decided to change clothes first. Su Yunqi was basking in the sunset. Yes, basking in the sunset was also basking in the sun. Noon and early afternoon were simply too hot, so evening was the best choice. Hearing the distant footsteps, he knew Pei Yenchu had returned. Remembering he was still throwing a tantrum, he deliberately crawled behind the artificial rockery and stayed hidden. Sure enough, as expected, not long after, he heard Pei Yenchu calling for him. Su Yunqi silently counted the time in his head. If Pei Yenchu called twice more, he would come out, but all he heard was just that single shout. Could it be that he found Su Yunqi's behavior troublesome and capricious? Su Yunqi gradually regretted why he had insisted on throwing this tantrum. If he hadn't hidden earlier, there wouldn't have been this situation. With trepidation, he pushed open the door, just in time to see Pei Yenchu adjusting his waistband after changing clothes. Anan, come here and let your brother hold you. Su Yunqi dumbly ran over and was lifted onto his lap. In a good mood, Pei Yenchu took out the bowl of osmantha-scented golden cheese from the box, grabbed the matching wooden flour spoon, and began feeding it bit by bit. Looking at the innocent Anan in his arms and the slightly swollen cheek, all jumbled thoughts faded away along with the warmth under his fingertips. Chapter 25, Planting Flowers. Doesn't it taste good? Why isn't Anan speaking? Su Yunqi pouted and said unhappily. I thought you found me troublesome, so after calling me once, you ignored me, making me worry. Later I found out that you were changing clothes. Were they that dirty? You had to change before calling me. Pei Yenchu discreetly glanced at the dirty clothes on the ground, then gently touched Su Yunqi's forehead with kindness. Very dirty, very dirty. I didn't want to dirty Anan, so I cleaned myself first before hugging Anan. Anan isn't mad, all these are for you to eat. Humph. The knot in Su Yunqi's heart slowly loosened as he looked at the person's expression, intentionally lifting it a little bit. Shall I make up for it now? Where is Anan? Please don't let brother search for you anymore. A strange feeling welled up in Su Yunqi, as if there was a tiny being inside building a house, knocking loudly. He couldn't help but admit that the young protagonist was good at comforting people, and also had no bottom line when it came to him. To be honest, he already started feeling happy for his future sister-in-law. He grew such a sunny, gentle, and capable big tree, which lucky young lady would get to comfortably rest under its shade several years later. Su Yunqi melted into a pile of water lying in Pei Yenchu's arms, stretching out his hand to pick and choose. Wait, don't swallow yet. Pei Yenchu, with quick eyes, blocked his tongue root and slowly pried out the piece of cake he had bitten, then casually dropped it on the table. This piece contains peanuts, you can't eat it. He took out a handkerchief to clean his fingers, carefully checking the rest before putting them away. Only that one contained peanuts, perhaps the boss gave it to them to try something new, luckily he spotted it. It's been broken by you. Su Yunqi, finding it ugly, no longer wanted to eat it, resisting and complaining a few words. His left cheek was pinched not too lightly by Pei Yanchu. I'm not criticizing you, don't misunderstand me. Satisfied, Pei Yanchu then massaged his stomach. Anan, roundy. Choo-choo, idiot. Humph. Su Yunqi greatly enjoyed this peaceful life where he didn't have to think much, until encountering another embarrassing moment not long after. After breakfast this day, Su Yunqi sat on the threshold holding an apple as usual, watching Su Qiwen and Pei Yanchu practice martial arts. He slowly moved, inch by inch dodging the gradually approaching sunlight, idly taking small bites. Actually it wasn't such a big deal, it was just his time to lose a front tooth. Su Yunqi, still shocked, looked at the tooth embedded in the apple in his hand, licking his gums with his tongue before accepting the fact. He slowly pried out the tooth from the apple and placed it into the small sachet sewn by his mother, then began to drift off in endless reverie. Pei Yanchu always felt that Su Yunqi seemed a little off. The chirping little sparrow suddenly went quiet, becoming less talkative. Could it be that he suddenly grew up? He didn't want Anan to grow too fast, or he would become as dull as himself, losing a lot of joy. He was very quiet during meals, eating bit by bit, looking like he had even less appetite compared to normal days. Although it had been quite some time since Anan last fell ill, Pei Yanchu could hardly contain himself as he touched Su Yunqi's forehead. Anan, are you not feeling well? Su Qiwen also sensed something amiss, otherwise, according to what normally happens, he would surely laugh at Su Yunqi for trying to skip dinner. Su Yunqi shook his head, wanting to smile but promptly held his mouth closed. Pei Yanchu put down his chopsticks, and amidst the perplexity of the remaining two elders, forcibly pried open Su Yunqi's mouth. He thought his silly Anan secretly ate something again, so he only wanted to take it out and look. Unexpectedly, he directly saw a child with a missing tooth. Ha ha ha. Su Yunqi was furious, knowing that if Su Qiwen found out, he would definitely laugh for several days. What are you laughing at? Haven't you changed your teeth either? His mouth was letting air out, making his speech somewhat unclear. Ha ha ha, ouch. Su Qiwen was hit again by his father and could only cry out while covering the back of his head. Su Yunqi gave up entirely, pushing away Pei Yanchu's hand and refusing to interact with anyone. Anan, where is your tooth? Threw it away. Where did you throw it? Su Yunqi looked at Pei Yanchu, who didn't seem to be joking, with confusion. Why? Are you going to pick it up again? Su Yunqi, speechless, took out the small sachet from his chest and threw it at him. Pei Yanchu let go of the hard object and sat down to eat his meal with focus. To be honest, Su Yunqi really didn't know why this young protagonist wanted his baby tooth until he saw Pei Yanchu planting flower seeds. Brother, how did you become interested in planting flowers? Oh my goodness, what a child full of leisurely grace. I want to plant an Anan, this flower is Anan. Oh my goodness, what a child full of innocence. Su Yunqi looked on with appreciation, then witnessed as this person buried his tooth into the soil. Su Yunqi. There's no need for such measures, innocence and cuteness. Pei Yanchu wiped the dirt from his hands onto his pot, placed it by the door, and cheerfully went to wash up, leaving Su Yunqi staring at the flower pot alone, wide-eyed against the soil. It doesn't matter. He thought if the young protagonist's flower couldn't bloom, he would ask his elder brother to buy one back and secretly plant it for him. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Su Qiwen took Su Yunqi out for a stroll as promised, with Pei Yanchu following behind them mainly to prevent any random running about. The pastry shop in the west part of the city was still bustling, but Pei Yanchu never bought anything there again because 3 consecutive times the pastries had been tampered with pieces containing peanut filling, which heightened his already suspicious nature. A short distance away, someone was striking molten iron to create dazzling sparks. Su Yunqi, who had only seen fireworks his whole life and not something like this, lit up with excitement and pushed his way through the crowd. Being short, he tried to move forward so he could get closer, but alas, his own brother held his collar firmly, preventing him from escaping. Let me go, I want to go to the front. Shorty, what's the use of going to the front? Come on, big brother will let you ride on his shoulders. In one swift motion, Su Yunqi soared above all the heads in the crowd. Excitedly, he clung onto Su Qiwen's hair, eyes wide, refusing to miss any single spark. Easy easy, my hair isn't made of iron. Su Yunqi laughed joyfully, changing tactics to tug on his brother's ears instead, and Su Qiwen stopped shouting at him, carefully holding onto his legs so he wouldn't fall off. Pei Yanchu looked up, his eyes unswayed by the flying sparks around him. All he saw was Su Yunqi's glittering eyes, feeling somewhat envious. He wasn't tall enough yet. If he grew taller, faster, perhaps he could embrace Anan and share in some of his fleeting joys. Su Yunqi skipped directly over the floating lanterns section, since he couldn't read a word, redirecting straight to the tavern where they could guess riddles from lanterns. Chapter 26, Lanterns. The crowd was bustling with energy, and the cries of street vendors never ceased. Su Yunqi had long tired of pushing through the throngs with a group of people. Turning around, he was about to ask Su Qiwen to carry him. After all, his brother had plenty of strength to spare, and who wouldn't want a free ride? But before he could finish asking, someone cut in and swept him directly into Pei Yanchu's arms. Big brother, I can walk myself. Employing child labor was illegal, and Su Yunqi certainly didn't want to burden the young protagonist. He kicked his legs, trying to get down. Doesn't it not want big brother to carry you? Big brother, I just don't want to tire you out. If you keep overthinking this, I'll be mad at you. Well then, anen. The topic ended there, and Su Yunqi remained stuck in Pei Yanchu's embrace. There was nothing for it but to cling tightly to his neck and continue looking at the riddles on each lantern. Unfortunately, every single one used words he couldn't read. Which one do you want, little brother? Big brother will go solve the riddle for you. Don't worry, big brother is really good at this. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi immediately pointed toward the largest and most beautiful one. That one. Go for it, I only want that one. The others aren't interesting. With great confidence, Su Qiwen strode over, but soon returned, scratching his head anxiously. Big brother, where's little brother's lantern? Su Yunqi deliberately twisted his lips and raised his hand slightly. How about switching to another one? That lantern requires guessing 2 riddles. And you don't know either of them. Big brother is so dumb, HMPF. Su Yunqi mockingly stuck out his tongue. In the next second, Su Qiwen pinched his cheeks hard. All my babbling is real talk, and you're much stupider than Gijie Chu. Pei Yanchu didn't want Su Qiwen to pinch too long. He shifted aside and gently patted the cheek of the person in his arms. Let's go. Big brother will fetch it for an. Adhering strictly to his principle of enjoying without working, Su Yunqi didn't bother looking up at the riddles. Seated snugly in Pei Yanchu's arm, he swayed back and forth. Not far away, he spotted a familiar figure. Royal brother, mother took the large lantern you won last year. Could you win me another one this year? This time, I'll definitely hide it well. You have conditions. Read the riddle aloud. Huh. Pouting unhappily while perched on Pei Wenjing's back, Pei Yunlan began reading slowly, secretly messing with his hair at the nape. Weakness causes border failure, collapsing like water flowing downhill. Travel today, recite tomorrow, completing all the intentions between brothers. Pei Yanchu responded lightly, but his expression tightened more and more. Brother, guess it quickly. Shaking his neck, Pei Yunlan caught Su Yunqi's gaze. There you are again. How can you show up everywhere? Clearly, he hadn't forgotten the events of the last birthday banquet. Though his words brimmed with arrogance, his eyes were filled with frustration as Su Yunqi simply ignored him. Pei Yunlan waited anxiously for a response. Seeing Su Yunqi also standing beneath the same lantern, he tried his best to grab his attention. What are you doing? Want this one too? I'd advise you to give up, it's my royal brother here. He's the smartest person in the world. Only after hearing this did Su Yunqi turn his head lazily, scan him from top to bottom, and deliver the killing blow. Oh. Don't you believe me? I believe. So why aren't you leaving? Not your business. Sealed off by these 3 sentences, Pei Yunlan's fragile little heart shattered into pieces. His eyes instantly misted over. Anan, don't swear. The tears disappeared instantly, and in his mind, he reckoned he had gained the upper hand. After all, Su Yunqi had been scolded by his brother. Letting out a couple of dissatisfied hums, Su Yunqi quietly settled back into Pei Yanchu's arms and said no more. Pei Yanchu glanced briefly at the 2 figures still looking their way and gestured for the tavern owner to come over. Without uttering a word, he picked up the brush and wrote down 2 characters on a blank sheet of paper. Then, placing 2 silver ingots beside it, he asked the innkeeper to remain quiet and send the lantern back to the general's residence later. The surrounding onlookers only knew the lantern had been taken down by the innkeeper and sighed regretfully. No one knew yet whose lucky break this was. Let's go. It's too big, so I've already arranged for someone to send it back home. Shall we continue strolling, Anan? Don't let your brother make you unhappy. Sitting up and scratching his head, Su Yunqi glanced back at Pei Yunlan crying uncontrollably in a storm of emotions, snickering as he nuzzled against the crook of Pei Yanchu's neck. I'm not upset, I just don't feel like talking to him. What a stupid kid, so immature haha, ha. Anan shouldn't dislike his brother. Well then, I like playing with my brother the most. All this time, Su Qiwen had been standing silently to the side, watching enviously. Finally, he found an opportunity to butt in plaintively. What about me? In Dada's eyes, there's only one brother, Yan Chu. Su Yunqi nonchalantly patted his shoulder to show that he'd acknowledged his presence, even though it wasn't long before Pei Yanchu took him back into his arms under the excuse of fearing a fall. Afterward came endless shopping. After all, children's toys weren't expensive, and Pei Yanchu was responsible for holding Su Yunqi and paying the bills while Su Qiwen followed behind helping carry things. I can't go on. You 2 rest here while I go back and call a couple more servants. They had initially wanted no followers, so after the mid-autumn feast, the 3 just left quietly to enjoy themselves. But they hadn't expected the younger brother to point wherever he wanted to buy, with Pei Yanchu always indulging in every request. It wasn't long before both hands were filled. Su Yunqi, biting on a candy figure, waved greedily at Pei Yanchu, accidentally leaving sugar crumbs on his hair. He hurriedly wiped them clean and offered to walk by himself. All brother needs to do is hold my hand. Though reluctant, Pei Yanchu let go but still held his hand tightly as they walked toward the bridge. Previously, Su Yunqi thought it was hilarious when kids mistook others for their parents, but right now, he retracted that notion entirely. After all, amidst the bustling crowd, all he could see were people's waists. It made sense why children often made such mistakes. Big brother, make a wish and set a lotus lantern adrift for an to see. Pei Yanchu didn't believe in this kind of thing, but he also never refused any request from Su Yunqi. He deftly pulled out some silver coins, exchanged them for a lantern, and then bent down to ask, "Anan, you wish first. Big brother will write it down for you." Just this glance shocked Pei Yanchu profoundly. Just moments before, the child tugging on his clothes had vanished. A moment earlier, Su Yunqi's candy figure fell to the ground in the crowd. He squatted painfully to pick it up and grab the clothing of someone beside him. "Big brother, are you done yet? I want to release my candy figure." Wailing softly, "The trash can saw it after I barely tasted a few bites." Su Yunqi focused intently on his item, wanting to find a clean edge before nibbling off a bit. Pei Yanchu slowly walked forward, and Su Yunqi followed, pushing through the crowd. He reached for his hand, but looking up. "Su Yunqi. No way, wasn't I supposed to be the handsome protagonist? Who's this ugly guy?" Chapter 27. Two people. Su Yunqi immediately let go and was about to run back, but then found himself easily picked up by someone. "Be quiet, stay still." Su Yunqi turned ashen with fear, screaming at the top of his lungs. Brother, where are you, MMM? The person's hand could almost cover Su Yunqi's entire face. He held the wildly struggling child in his arms, and in desperation, slapped his bottom. "Be quiet." Su Yunqi went silent, but inside he was seething with pain. This was definitely a martial arts expert, not knowing how to control their strength. In pain, he softly whimpered and was then placed in an alley. One adult and one child faced each other in silence. Su Yunqi curled up in the corner, practically drowning in tears. He was just a happy-go-lucky little nobody. Why did they have to hit him? If there's ever another chance, he'll make sure Pei Yanchu beats this person to a pulp. Take it. The shadow seemed to be waiting for the right moment, but upon hearing the incessant whimpering from the corner, reluctantly left only to return moments later. It was a strand of candied haws. Su Yunqi blankly looked at what was now in his hand. He'd never heard of a bandit offering such extra services. After about a quarter of an hour, this person suddenly approached him again and squatted down, trying to communicate. "You, go ahead to the place where sugar haws are sold a bit further up. Don't say you've seen me, tell them you wandered off because you wanted something to eat. Understand?" Su Yunqi quietly hugged himself, wanting to move away from this face. How could there be such a terrifying and sorrow-inducing face? It was truly unbearable to look at. "Answer me, or I'll kill you right now." "I understood." Su Yunqi cooperatively shed 2 more tears and looked at him pitifully from the ground. The person nodded, and then retrieved something from his bosom. He forcibly opened Su Yunqi's mouth and stuffed it in, forcing him to swallow. "Listen, if you let it slip, you will be poisoned to death, remember that." Su Yunqi fearfully looked at him, helplessly nodding, and finally under his indication, took step after step towards the designated direction. Pei Yanchu was having trouble breathing, much like how he was pressed underwater by a group of snobbish palace servants so many years ago. He blankly stared at all the retreating figures, and the flower lantern in his hand had already been crushed, pieces scattered on the ground. "Anan, where are you? Please stop playing hide and seek with your brother, okay? Anan, come out quickly. We agreed that when I called 3 times, you would appear." Pei Yanchu frantically grabbed every child nearby who resembled Su Yunqi, looking through them one by one, feeling only the chill in his hands. If only he had known earlier, if only he had forced Anan into a tight embrace. Even if he was unhappy, crying and fussing, he should have held him tighter, at least then he wouldn't be lost, unable to even find him now. Pei Ruzhang stood on a high building. With cold eyes, he observed the disarray below caused by Pei Yanchu, seeing him on the verge of complete collapse before signaling someone to go down. "Your Highness, oh my, what is your Highness searching for? Would your humble servant be of assistance?" Changxi nervously approached, pretending to meet Pei Yanchu by chance and attempting to strike up a conversation. Pei Yanchu's gaze was icy, showing no human warmth, as he curtly replied with a knife-like statement. "Get out of here, don't call me Prince Third. Oh come now, don't be like that. What urgent matter troubles you? Perhaps the old servant can lend a hand. Don't you think so?" Pei Yanchu deeply breathed in, raising his eyes to this obviously suspicious individual. "You shouldn't have left the palace to follow him. Aren't you afraid to die?" Of course, Changxi understood exactly what he meant. Bowing his head and kowtowing, he openly said. "This humble servant merely came down to inquire on behalf of His Majesty. The Emperor is just above in this very building, glancing down and noticing you seem slightly off, out of concern, thus hastily dispatched me." Pei Yanchu looked up and directly entered into Emperor Pei Ruzhang's line of sight. One side showed kind and gentle nods, while the other side displayed emotionless suspicion. How about it, why don't you come upstairs? Biting his teeth, Pei Yanchu turned and climbed up the stairs. Who would have thought that in less than 2 months, he would once again be compelled to share a room with him? All attendants were dismissed. Pei Ruzhang quietly gazed at Pei Yanchu, then waved his hand beckoning him over. My son, on the Mid-Autumn Festival, do you not wish to see your father? Pei Yanchu remained silent, fingertips tightly carved into the railing before him, lowering his eyes to the lively scene below. Isn't it bustling with activity? Yanchu, I know you resent me. But now I only wish to make up for it. Do you still refuse to return to the palace? Once you are back in the palace, you can do whatever you want, and I will support you. You like the young master of the general's mansion, so I will decree he becomes your reading companion. Isn't this good? Each word of coaxing reached his ears. Pei Yanchu knew that something was unusual today, but his eyes began to redden nonetheless. I can't find him. What happened? Who can't you find? Tell Father Emperor, and he'll help you look. Pei Ruzhang tilted his head like a kind father, but as he gazed at Pei Yanchu's bewildered profile, he grew lost in thought. Two faces slowly overlapped. It seemed he saw Lear again, tears brimming in her eyes as she complained of grievances. Anen is gone. Pei Ruzhang refocused and tapped on the armrest. Two shadowy figures silently emerged from behind him. How about this, Father Emperor gives these two people to you. Let them help you find Anen, okay? In the future, if anything happens, just send them to the palace to find Father Emperor. Remember, I have no ulterior motives, I merely wish to compensate you. Pei Yanchu blinked and slowly let go of his hands, finally requesting that these two stay outside the general's mansion without stepping inside. Satisfied, Pei Ruzhang's lips curled upwards. He patted Pei Yanchu's head and let him go downstairs to look for the child. The moment Pei Yanchu stepped out of the door, he quickly put away the artificial expression. In the dimly lit staircase, his face grew even darker. This matter was definitely related to the person inside. Did they really think he was an idiot? Over and over again, no choice. He didn't yet have the power needed to protect the ones he cared for, so he could only passively follow their rhythm. Acting, huh? So be it, he'd act perfectly for them. Last time, secretly adding peanut candy to his lunchbox to try to make Anen sick, creating another opportunity to force him to seek medical help, and this time sending someone to abduct Anen when the chance arose. He was truly fed up with all of it. How much longer would this person pretend kindness before dying already? Such hypocrisy, nauseating. Beast. Hypocrite. Actually, Su Yunqi had been initially quite frightened by the robber's demeanor until a piece of soft orange candy entered his mouth. Oh, poison, sure. Whatever you say goes. After all, I'm just a baby, right? Babies are the easiest to fool. Chapter 28, Fireworks. Su Yunqi squatted on the ground with a gloomy face drawing circles. He didn't know what to do, so he just stayed there looking around. An old man nearby found him cute and gave him a few pieces of rice cake to eat. Anen. As expected, Pei Yanchu quickly found Su Yunqi with the guidance of a servant. The servant left discreetly at this moment, leaving him alone walking over. Su Yunqi was nibbling at the cake absent-mindedly, but as soon as he saw someone approaching, his whole demeanor immediately brightened up. Big brother has come to pick up Anen. Pei Yanchu hesitated slightly in his step, forcefully receiving the lively presence, the rest of his unease swirling away from his heart like a circle. In the middle of the dark night, fireworks suddenly burst open in the sky, one after another reflected in the sky behind the figure in front. His heartbeat grew heavier, finally revealing a hint of almost invisible vulnerability. Anen, you scared me to death, you really frightened me. Su Yunqi stuck close to him, mumbling unclearly. I didn't mean to, big brother hold me. Damn human traffickers, next time he wanted to tie the protagonist down, to see who dared to bother him again. Neither of them had the heart to continue playing. On their way back, they encountered Su Chiwen who was late. Not playing anymore. Anen is sleepy, let's go back to sleep. Pei Yanchu patted Su Yunqi's back. The clever little thing, catching the signal, feigned leaning on his shoulder to close his eyes, both avoiding mentioning anything that had happened before. Let me carry him. Dada has gained quite a bit recently, I'm afraid you'll be tired. Who could act anymore? Su Yunqi turned his head and started rebutting. You're the one who's heavy, you're so fat even Dad can't stand it. Oh my, Master Little Lord, how am I like you? For every pound you gain, Dad happily goes out to set off firecrackers at the door, as if announcing it to the entire world. Su Yunqi probably could empathize with the feeling Pei Yunlan gets when being teased half to death by him. His face turned red with anger, and he buried back into Pei Yanchu's arms. Do you really feel angry? No way. Big brother was just teasing you. Will you glance at your big brother once? Su Chiwen was still grinning foolishly the second before, but in the next, he desperately wanted to lower himself, to wrap things up swiftly. He cautiously followed behind Pei Yanchu, speaking for a long while without seeing a response from his cutest younger brother, his heart suddenly growing icy. He fell asleep. Ah, the most adorable, kind, smart, generous, witty, brave, beautiful, clever. What? Slept already? Su Qiwen only then realized that he was giving ineffective input, incredulously propping Su Yunqi's chin up. Sure enough, this child obediently leaned against his palm, his cheeks inadvertently getting squeezed and puffing up a little. What should he do if he doesn't want to let go? Pei Yanchu slightly shook him, bringing him closer to his shoulder, and then soothingly smoothed his back. Hurry up and walk. In truth, he still had many things he hadn't yet asked in him, but he wasn't sure whether or not he should ask. He didn't want to spark Anand's curiosity, nor did he wish for him to get involuntarily dragged into the complicated mess, even less wanting things to become uncontrollable. When the boat arrives at the bridge, everything will naturally become clear. He finally understood why so many people chose to ignore problems rather than solve them. Up until now, he was nothing more than a coward, only wanting to stay by Su Yunqi's side, indulging in warmth that originally never belonged to him. The moment Su Yunqi touched the bed, he felt somewhat awake. He was thinking about certain matters, but restrained himself due to Su Qiwen being present. Besides, he also didn't know whether that person later followed him or not. He wasn't stupid, these things had to be discussed privately, of course. Sleep already, don't move. Big brother is here. Pei Yanchu cooperatively lay down and held his hand, but Anand by his side, drowsily, unusually rubbed his eyes and curled his legs trying to get up. It was deliberate, someone deliberately took me away, separating me from you. Pei Yanchu's warmth in his eyes disappeared, sitting up and pulling Su Yunqi even closer. What are you saying, Anand? It was someone inexplicably grabbing me, not only ugly, but also hitting me. They shoved me into an alley and watched me, letting me go only after a very long time. Su Yunqi directly skipped over the matter of the poison, since he thought it sounded too dumb, and bringing it up might somewhat ruin the atmosphere. Pei Yanchu had already mentally planned a few possible scenarios, now matching them, his complexion became even worse. Where did he hit you? Let Big Brother take a look. He only focused on that one sentence, thus reaching out to tear Su Yunqi's clothes apart. Su Yunqi hastily gripped his own pants, regretting that he hadn't kept even that sentence to himself. He had originally just wanted to gain a bit of sympathy and act cute, but now, he had gotten himself into trouble. Be a good boy, Anand. Stop. He hit my bottom, just once, please don't look anymore. Who the heck would show someone they're behind by taking off their pants? Seeing how embarrassed Su Yunqi was, even to the point of not daring to open his eyes, Pei Yanchu forcibly restrained the controlling urges within him and silently soothed. Alright, then Anand can sit first. Let Big Brother go fetch some water to wash you, okay? Su Yunqi managed to escape this predicament, immediately stretching out on the bed in the shape of a T. Not long after, Pei Yanchu came back with a few wet towels to clean his face and limbs. This job was usually done by Qinghe, but he didn't know from when it began that Pei Yanchu gradually took over all her close-range tasks, leaving her only the chores of cleaning and tidying up. Su Yunqi wasn't accustomed to it at first, but upon further reflection, considering the differences between men and women, it was also a way to lighten the load for this good assistant who rewrote books. After all, it was a win-win situation in many ways. The best sleep is always catching a few more winks, and Su Yunqi quickly fell back asleep again amidst his musings. Pei Yanchu put away the towels and, ultimately yielding to his thoughts, pulled down Su Yunqi's pants. There was still a rosy hue left on the tender pink skin, revealing a rather large handprint, as Su Yunqi's delicate skin from being carefully nurtured made it still barely visible after so much time. Pei Yanchu found medicine in the cabinet with no particular emotion and slowly applied it for him. Despite everything, there was still some fear. Su Yunqi instinctively moved forward a little, sniffing slightly and furrowing his brows. It was so infuriating, angering him to a degree he couldn't describe. He seemed to be angry that someone dared to harm his Anand, or perhaps annoyed that Anand bore marks left by someone else. He detested himself, questioning inwardly. What exactly am I mad about? Mad because I failed to keep an eye on Anand multiple times? Or mad because someone deliberately harmed Anand, yet given my current state, revenge isn't feasible? Or could it be due to the realization of my exceedingly abnormal possessiveness, leaving me completely helpless to control myself? Pei Yanchu's eyes were shadowed and dark, burdened with far too much, nearly tearing him apart entirely. Chapter 29, 2. Su Yunqi felt a bit cold in his sleep and mumbled a few words instinctively. Pei Yanchu leaned down to hear clearly, but only caught a few incoherent syllables. Out of helplessness, he could only re-embrace Su Yunqi and poked his reddish round face. Perhaps it was just for childish defiance that when Su Yunqi saw the lantern again, he remembered the two riddles from last night. Holding the lamp, he shook it and asked curiously while studying why the candle inside wouldn't fall over. So what is the riddle? Su Qiwen lazily leaned against the chair, grabbed the lamp from him, admired the painting on it closely, and claimed that he had an excellent memory, repeating the two sentences. Give it back to me. You said elder brother is foolish, but if you guess one of these right, I'll give it back to you. Can't reach it, can you? Su Yunqi ground his teeth in anger and smirked wickedly, leaping in public and suddenly pulling at his trouser waist. Su Qian. What are you doing? The couple turned away unable to bear the sight, their eldest son deserved this punishment for his mischief. To teach you a lesson for bullying me, humph. Su Yunqi hugged the lamp and hid behind Pei Yanchu after causing trouble, making the scene like the hawk catching the chick. You're silly, all brawn and no brain. The first character isn't just lost, is it? This isn't difficult. Su Qiwen picked up the teacup on the table and drank from it, which made Su Yunqi shake his head continuously. So crude, chewing peonies like cattle. Alright, dada don't get so worked up, or mother won't help anyone. Su Yunqi knew when to stop while ahead, suddenly remembering that the person he was holding knew the real answer, curiously asking. What about the second word? Brother, didn't you really buy this back with silver ingots? Pei Yanchu opened his mouth and under the keen interest of the two pairs of eyes, spat out one word. Son. What kind of strange riddle is this? Usually, they're all wishes and congratulatory poems, but this year it's a bit mysterious. Su Qiwen sucked on his lips, unable to understand its meaning. It seemed like the inn owner intentionally wanted to be tricky. And Su Yunqi was also a bit confused, Yeetzy. Sounds a bit eerie. Habitually, he held Pei Yanchu's hand, but found it drenched in sweat. This young man has a good constitution, even though the weather started getting cooler, his hands were still warm, impressive. Pei Yanchu somewhat awkwardly pulled his hand back, then squatted down, picking up Su Yunqi in his arms, thinking increasingly clearly. Anan, it's cooling down. How about we stay in the house for the next few months? Can we go out to play after next spring? Brother promises you, afterward, I can accompany you to play in the snow, but not for too long. Su Yunqi always struggled to follow the main protagonist's thought process. He couldn't understand why Pei Yanchu also wanted to keep him at home, seemed rather abrupt. People enjoyed these kinds of situations. Every year towards the end, they went through great lengths trying to keep Su Yunqi from wandering around wildly. But now, someone actually stepped forward as the villain. Xue Jian's heart must be bubbling with joy by now. Playful Su Qian wasn't Su Yunqi. In the middle of winter, it was best to stay cozy under warm blankets, happily becoming a carefree rice bug. What's there to refuse? Although puzzled, Su Yunqi was too lazy to think much about it, and nonchalantly nodded, throwing in some flattery at the same time. I always listen to my older brother. Anan is the most obedient baby. Su Qiwen inexplicably felt a twinge of jealousy, feeling like the little tyke he watched grow up only clung to others, nearly forgetting about his existence as an older brother. Su Yunqi didn't think too deeply, he merely liked playing around with Su Qiwen. After teasing Pei Yanchu, he noticed his brother looked like a miserable weed, resentfully looking at both of them. Elder brother, please don't be like that, dada feels goosebumps rising all over. Su Qiwen remained silent, slapped his palms together, and crouched down, spreading his hands. Alright, should he comfort both of them? Fine, being the eldest, here, it was reasonable to take care of the younger ones. Su Yunqi tapped Pei Yanchu's chest signaling to let him down, then slipped into Su Qiwen's arms like a fish. Recalling how Su Qian used to act, he mimicked and gave his brother a sweet kiss on the cheek. Then, during Su Qiwen's peak, brother complex, moment, the little sweet bun added logically. Done, this counts for 3 years where you're not allowed to bully me. You're making it up, how dare I bully you? You did. Sure enough, harmonious moments between the two brothers never lasted more than 3 seconds before chaos resumed. Pei Yanchu, expressionless, stealthily took hold of Su Yunqi and turned to walk toward the courtyard. Unsettled on his shoulder, Su Yunqi shook his head and continued provoking Su Qiwen until their figures were out of sight. TSK, why are you wiping my mouth? Pei Yanchu didn't respond. He pinched Su Yunqi's chin and wiped again and again with a handkerchief. You had sticky cake this morning, it's hard to clean off. Sit still, okay? Anan. Su Yunqi could sense that something was amiss and quietly pulled on the child in front of him who also appeared sulky. He boldly speculated based on his own guesses. It's not, that's my brother. And you? You're not allowed to call him elder brother. You can only say that to me, and you've never been so close to me before. A sudden fierce stubbornness surfaced on Pei Yanchu's face. Despite being quite understanding and early aware of his differences from others, he could pretend to be foolish, acting to deceive everyone who had ulterior motives against him. But now, he just didn't want to appear magnanimous in front of Anan anymore. Yes, it was jealousy. Su Yunqi thought it was something serious, concluding that this young one's sense of possession had overflowed once more. He was worried. He was considering what method he should use to guide the protagonist to distinguish right from wrong, differentiating between friendship and family affection. Seeing the grievance and dissatisfaction in Pei Yanchu's eyes, Su Yunqi decided to play fair, crawling up to hug his neck and giving him a kiss on the cheek too. Is this a make-up for you? It was a slip of the tongue, he's the elder brother. I swear, from now on, I'll only call you elder brother, alright? It's exhausting to cajole kids. All he wanted now was to find a blanket and bury himself. Pei Yanchu absent-mindedly touched his left cheek, staring blankly at Su Yunqi on the bed still pondering deeply. No way, were these two really determined to compete over him? Without receiving a response from him, Su Yunqi's internal complaints nearly overwhelmed the screen. Out of helplessness, he repeated the previous actions, kissing Pei Yanchu on the right cheek again. Now it's 2 kisses, more than him, so you win, okay? I like you as my elder brother better, alright? Chapter 30, Earth Dragon. Su Yunqi had a faint fragrance about him, and Pei Yanchu sometimes liked to hug him when he was troubled by his thoughts. His mind was somewhat disordered. He simply relied on his instinct to pull Su Yunqi into his arms and hugged him tightly. He seemed to have made a mistake earlier, losing his temper with Anan. But Anan didn't get angry, instead, she sincerely cared for him and said she liked him the most. Anan, I'm sorry, brother didn't mean to be mean to you. Brother can't control it. Pei Yanchu held on to Su Yunqi insecurely, repeating this over and over again. He said he was a bad seed, a mistake from the moment of birth, utterly useless, unable to achieve anything and prone to outbursts of anger. He wasn't a good brother. But in Anan's heart, Chu is the best person in the world. Su Yunqi was easily moved by compassion, so they sat like that, one sitting, the other half kneeling. He reached out and stroked Pei Yanchu's slightly damp lashes, cheerfully reciting once more. Pet the puppy's head, no need to worry. Pei Yanchu smiled with squinting eyes but did not respond verbally. Instead, he took Su Yunqi's hand and squeezed it neither too lightly nor too hard. The weather turned cold extremely fast. A light breath could already form a puff of smoke. Before entering this book, Su Yunqi was truly a southern person, who rarely saw snow and never wore very thick jackets. He didn't want to move much since there's always this notion that if your mother thinks you're cold, you must wrap up warm. In earlier days, he had been bundled up tightly like a ball, spending every day curled up on a chair with drowsy eyes. Dada, what does this character read? Su Yunqi barely opened one eye, then turned his head irritably to continue his laziness. Dada. Older brother, can we learn next time? Su Yunqi groaned unhappily. Out of 10 words, he could only comprehend one at best. Why bother making things hard for a baby like him? No, people start education at 3 years old. Our Dada cannot fall too far behind others. I don't care. Dada just wants to be a parasite. No, you must look. I won't. Leave me alone. Su Yunqi stood unsteadily on the chair, then slowly stretched his hands toward the approaching person. Brother, take me away from here quickly. Yen Chu, look at him. Ugh, you're going to drive me crazy. Su Qiwen felt frustrated and helplessly waved around the big characters in vain, failing to capture even an ounce of Su Yunqi's attention. It's fine, I will take care of Anan for life. Anan can do whatever she wants. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi enthusiastically shouted in agreement. I knew brother likes me the most. Su Qiwen's lips twitched, and he threw down the characters and demanded them to scram, unwilling to see this troublesome duo anymore. Dada, come here. Su Yunqi turned his head to see his father with a complex expression rushing to pick him up and go to the front courtyard. What's wrong, father? Can we slow down? My stomach feels funny. Come, give thanks. Not give thanks for what? What exactly has he done? Su Yunqi obediently stood still as the strange man before him emitted a high-pitched voice and rambled on with a long speech. So, what should he do now? Should he kneel? What is this Earth Dragon business? What is this talk of Emperor's favor and specifically building something for him because of his weak constitution? When did he get so close to the Emperor? Being noticed by the top-level boss gave Su Yunqi an uneasy feeling. Blinking his eyes, he started to zone out. Oh my, His Majesty finds this young master extraordinarily endearing. And now, with the cold weather, he is still thinking of him. Ah, haha. Hey, no need to kneel, no need to kneel. We came here to say another thing. General Su, when the lake freezes solid, don't forget to bring this young master to the palace to see the ice skating show. The Emperor's intention is clear to us, and surely you understand too. Thank you, Publican Chang. Su Chengyuan was not someone who lacked etiquette. Politely, he slipped a bag of things into Chang Shi's hands and then personally escorted him out. Not long after returning, he picked up his youngest son and began to frown in concern. Sigh. Don't look at me. I also find it a bit perplexing. Xue Jianshang rolled her eyes at Su Chengyuan. She also couldn't figure out exactly what the emperor was up to. Such blatant and grand efforts to court the household of the general were enough to make anyone feel uncomfortably flattered. All because of my child being too handsome. Look at those little features, even the emperor finds him likable. Su Yunqi shivered in discomfort, pushing his father's face away and heading off to find Pei Yanchu. But the young main character had reverted to his cold and distant demeanor, leaving Pei Yanchu utterly confused. Instead, he became even more intrigued by the bustling servants in the courtyard. Probably because it was the emperor's decree, a group of people hurried and prepared feverishly, finishing everything within days. In the end, only a small servant boy remained outside tending to the fire. A thick blanket had been spread out on the ground already, and Su Yunqi simply found a cozy spot to settle into. The warm air throughout the room made him feel thoroughly relaxed. Pei Yanchu felt an inexplicable bitterness welling up inside him. Anan now resembled a contented little kitten. If one could see her tail, it would probably be wagging around happily. If only he also possessed such power, how wonderful that would be. Then he could issue a single command and quickly win Annen's favor in every possible way. He wanted Annen to stick to him forever, so he must have the matching ability. Otherwise, what could he use to take care of Annen? Let's go. Where are we going, Annen? Su Yunqi stretched lazily, asking Pei Yanchu to help him put on his clothes. Back to the courtyard from a few days ago. It seems like brother doesn't like this place, so Annen won't like it either. I'll listen to brother. Play is play, fuss is fuss. After expanding his horizons, not much was left in his mind. After all, the young main character mattered most. Since he disliked his birth father, it would be better for himself to stay away from these things too. Indeed, Pei Yanchu felt uncomfortable because of the emperor's interference, but considering Su Yunqi's health, he gave a faint smile. Not at all, brother doesn't dislike it, just feels a bit unfamiliar. How about Annen staying here from now on? Don't worry, brother will be here too. Su Yunqi carefully observed Pei Yanchu's expression, finally concluding that the male lead really seemed indifferent. He didn't believe that this half-grown kid could keep secrets, but as long as he played along, using him a little wouldn't be unfair, right? Su Yunqi comfortably crawled back into bed, hearing that his mother had bought several more blankets. When the time came, he would stay barefoot and wholeheartedly become a transparent little tool person, enjoying life to the fullest. Chapter 31, The Carriage. The cold season had finally arrived, and the surface of the small pond was already covered with a thick layer of ice. The sky was originally grayish, but when the sunlight managed to claim its territory, it scattered sparsely over the snow. Crunch. Yanchu, watch out for Dada. He's going to lose his balance and fall into a snow pit. Soachiwan, take this snowball. Hey, you're becoming more and more disrespectful. I'll report you for being disrespectful to your elder brother. Never mind, take another one. Pei Yanchu stood behind Su Yunqi, watching him grumble as he rolled a snowball, full of surprise. At first, Pei Yanchu didn't want to let him play so early in the cold. He should at least wait until some of the snow was swept away. But he couldn't resist Annen's pleading eyes, so he held onto Annen's collar while letting him play, preventing any slip or fall into the snow. Brother, help me make this snowball. Yanchu, don't help him. Soon enough, this guy will try to throw you too. Soachiwan wasn't willing to hit Su Yunqi, throwing only some snow flakes near his feet. Just hearing Su Yunqi laugh made him happy enough. Pei Yanchu sighed helplessly and kept feeding Su Yunqi hot water as he insisted on building a snowman despite his stubbornness. Annen, shall I help you? You've been outside for too long. No. Annen. No one could understand the stubbornness of people from the south. As Su Yunqi played to his heart's content, he was suddenly and mercilessly lifted up, taken back inside. Soachiwan sometimes truly admired Pei Yanchu's temperaments. Indeed, a higher mountain always surpasses a lower one. Pei Yanchu was the only one in the family capable of keeping Su Yunqi in check. Just as he was calculating how long this younger brother of his would continue causing chaos, he was directly snatched away by force. Su Yunqi sulked silently despite his hands having no feeling from the cold. However, he still refused to speak. Pei Yanchu didn't rush to comfort him. Instead, he carefully wiped off the sweat with a handkerchief and then gripped Su Yunqi's hands, warming them until they weren't icy anymore before wrapping them with a hot cloth. Drink it. It was ginger soup. Su Yunqi grew even more sulky and turned his head away, refusing even to look at it. Although it might seem childish, what can he do? He simply believed that Pei Yanchu wouldn't really be angry with him. Annen, won't you listen? We can still play later. If you want a snowman, you can lie by the window and I'll build it for you. Would that work? A few days later we need to go to the palace. Don't you want to see the ice skating performance? Su Yunqi was just in the mood to be spoiled, and now that his purpose had been achieved, he quietly drank from the bowl handed to him. His thoughts were easily predictable. Pei Yanchu saw how he pretended to ignore him but observed his expressions covertly, showing clear arrogance due to his favorite position. The cunning gleam in his eyes was impossible to hide. Foolish Annen. Are you scolding me? Su Yunqi wanted to use this chance to get more benefits, but unexpectedly, he heard Pei Yanchu mumble 3 words. Now this, he completely flipped out. You speak. Fine, I'm ignoring you. Annen is just too cute, and I couldn't help myself. Pei Yanchu apologized half-heartedly, but only he knew the truth behind his words. He hadn't expected himself to say aloud what was in his heart unintentionally. So, how can Annen forgive me? Su Yunqi immediately perked up. I want to play every day in the yard tomorrow, the day after, and all following days. You're not allowed to stop me. Also, brother makes me learn characters every day, you need to find a way to chase him away. And, I really don't want to eat breakfast in the morning. And. Annen, how can you be so adorable? Pei Yanchu laughed uncontrollably. He pinched Su Yunqi's nose and watched as he stuck out his tongue in protest. Alright, I'll play with you every time from now on. If Chiwen comes, I'll tell him you're unwell and want to sleep. I'll feed you breakfast, and you can close your eyes and sleep. Is there anything else? Suo Yunqi, his ears red, muttered. Nothing, nothing. This little tantrum didn't last very long as the day to enter the palace came on schedule. Logically speaking, descendants of prestigious families, including important ministers, are allowed each year to enter the palace with their families to admire ice skating with the emperor, symbolizing unity between ruler and minister and celebrating the peace and happiness shared across the land. Therefore, when the emperor personally sent someone to invite General's mansion, it created quite a stir, making Su Chengyuan avoid going out those days for fear of causing any trouble. Of course, Suo Yunqi was still sound asleep, as he had long formed a habit of sleeping late, and no one thought to wake him specially. That day, Su Chengyuan held him in his arms to go out. After all, winter clothing was heavy and thick, and he was afraid that Pei Yanchu's view would be blocked, which might result in both of them getting injured if they fell. Pei Yanchu didn't make any expression, only until Su Chengyuan returned the child back to the carriage did he re-embrace him. The interior of this carriage could be said to be extremely exquisite. A soft couch covered with white fox fur was set at the farthest inside, and there was a fixed low table near the window, where some early teas that suited Master Yunqi's taste were placed. The hidden compartment under the couch contained many intriguing trinkets, just taking one randomly could kill plenty of time. In addition, seats were neatly set up on either side of the carriage door. It was clear that the three people were distributed appropriately, elders sat on the sides watching, neither disturbing Su Yunqi's nap nor letting him roll off. This absurd design was something only Pei Yanchu wouldn't find embarrassing. He had not only gone around searching for craftsmen but also supervised the construction, ensuring every sharp corner was polished smooth enough. Truly indulging Su Yunqi with no bottom line. Su Qiwen remained silent, picking up the 9-ring puzzle from beneath the couch and starting to untangle it. Ting ting dong dong, hua la hula. Su Yunqi was not in high spirits. By Beijing time, it was merely around 9 o'clock, and he truly couldn't open his eyes. Soon after, he felt someone patting him lightly, and after rubbing against the furs, he quickly went still again. Su Qiwen almost didn't dare to breathe loudly, watching as the person opposite snatched the 9-ring puzzle from his hands. In silence, it took only a few moments for the rings to be dismantled completely. He became completely quiet, deeply lost in thought after being intellectually outplayed by someone who had seemingly surpassed a dimension. It must have been a coincidence, just a coincidence, he wouldn't possibly lose to some younger fellow, right? There was still snow on the roads, so the carriage moved rather slowly. Close to noon, the group eventually entered the front hall successively. After having come here once before, Su Yunqi wasn't as excited anymore. He held Pei Yanchu's hand, observing the crowd around. Without any mistake, he guessed that he'd bump into that unlucky kid again. This guy was like an NPC in a game, always reappearing at certain checkpoints, making his scalp tingle uneasily. Pei Yanchu slightly concealed his figure and reviewed the list of guests from last year's birthday banquet. But as he carefully compared names with faces, he discovered that one or two faces already didn't match. In officialdom, you were either demoted or dead. If promoted, you should appear in the front hall. Yet their absence now indicated that they might have already been eliminated. The ice skating performance was scheduled for the afternoon, and everyone accompanied His Majesty for lunch in the palace hall. Compared with the previous victory celebration banquet, the nature of this event was different. Thus, not only was the Empress present, but also some rather favored concubines. Su Yunqi scanned over them curiously, secretly marveling that once Pei Yanchu successfully transformed into the invincible main character, he would probably lead such a carefree life with unlimited harems. The concept of lifelong devotion to one single partner, it seemed like teaching that idealistic notion to the protagonist would make the protagonist think him too naive. Still, his parents were good examples, the fairy tale romance within the general's mansion wasn't fabricated. Chapter 32, Plum Garden. Su Yunqi was an extremely picky eater. Combined with the fact that he had just eaten some rose sticky rice rolls not long ago, he now had absolutely no interest in eating. He could only say that it was for Pei Yanchu's face that he occasionally took a bite of the things offered. Shame on you. You're so big and yet still need to be fed. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yunqi immediately knew that the thorn in his side had arrived. He rested his head on Pei Yanchu's shoulder, throwing an expression at the opposite side that said, "What can you do about me? Don't start trouble." Pei Wenjing gave Pei Yunlan a knock on the forehead, warning him to behave. The two of them looked across at each other, sparks almost flying from their eyes, neither yielding to the other. Su Yunqi loved to stir up trouble. He relished watching the proud young rooster sulk silently after being annoyed by him, unable to utter a word after half a day of frustration. But while he enjoyed causing trouble, he also feared it. When he saw the banquet breaking up, he immediately hid between the two older brothers, urging them to quickly take him to the viewing platform. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Following his line of sight, Su Yunqi discovered that he could see a corner of the nearby Yanchun Hall. "I don't know either." Pei Yanchu's eyes lacked focus. Some memories always struggled to emerge from the past, intentionally making him feel uneasy. "Anan, focus on the performance." Su Yunqi wrinkled his nose slightly. His sixth sense was very accurate. He should have consulted a fortune teller before leaving home today, as something felt off. "Doesn't the brother want to watch?" "Forget it, Anan will accompany the brother for a walk. If you want to go, then go, what's the point of sitting here?" Su Yunqi thought that the little protagonist must miss his mother, considering it's the new year, and situations like these often evoke nostalgic feelings. He held his hand and ran towards a less crowded area. Yet, Pei Yanchu didn't forget to turn back and point at the plum garden, informing Su Qiwen of their destination. Pei Yunlan was full of mischief and wanted to bully Su Yunqi, but seeing that he had slipped away first, he pulled Pei Wenjing along, wanting to follow. Brother! They're crazy, how dare they go into the forbidden area? Pei Yunlan was greatly startled, scared out of his wits, wishing to dash forward to stop the two. After all, the guards inside were not pushovers. If they were caught, they would surely be brought before the emperor to answer for their sins. Hey. Don't walk in any further. Pei Wenjing narrowed his eyes, quickly grabbing hold of his boisterous younger brother. Something is wrong. These two people have already completely entered the range of Yanxun Hall, but no one stopped them. When he himself wanted to pluck a branch from the plum garden as a child, running in according to habit, he was stopped by a guard within a few steps, and soon afterward, reprimanded by his father until he could no longer lift his head. But now, those two are almost out of sight and nothing has happened yet. Why are you stopping me, brother? We can't just let them go and risk death. Let's go around and wait at the plum garden. Ha. Pei Wenjing was afraid that his unlucky younger brother might cause trouble, so he picked him up and went down a side path. He did not answer any questions, but the confusion growing in his heart became deeper. Brother, the plum blossoms haven't even bloomed yet. Su Yunqi couldn't help himself, stretching out a hand to tap the flower branch below, almost getting drenched in snow. Even if they haven't bloomed, they look nice. Pei Yanchu placed the hood over him. Now, the person blended harmoniously with heaven and earth, pure and bright. He just held Su Yunqi's hand as they walked and paused inside. As he reached out to touch the flower branch, he looked down at the innocent child. He didn't know what he was looking at. It seemed like he was looking at his beloved Inan, but it also seemed like he was looking at his carefree self from the past through this child's eyes. His mother had once held his hand like this, stepping over the vast white snow, searching solely for the most beautiful flower. Yanchu, all your mother wishes is that you grow up safe and sound, able to do what you love in the future, staying far from what you dislike. But mother, I am truly lost. I don't even know what I should do anymore. So, could you give me a little hint in my dreams at midnight? I don't know why I've come here, perhaps because it's the day we were driven out of the palace together originally. That day was freezing cold, so cold that I couldn't open my eyes, couldn't see the world clearly. Plum blossoms have bloomed and fallen again, but I have never seen you smile since. Brother, are you cold? Frost has settled on your eyelashes. Su Yunqi pulled him down, covering his eyes with his hand, trying to melt that bit of ice. Anan, if one day, you discover that I've lied to you, will you cut ties with your brother? That depends on what you've lied about. If the brother treats me poorly, then I won't play with him anymore. Pei Yanchu grasped both of his hands, staring deeply into his eyes. What if it wasn't intentional on my part? It depends on my mood. Su Yunqi answered absent-mindedly, noticing the other's expression growing serious, he sighed quietly. Then shall I try to forgive you myself? Brother, don't quarrel with Inan. He hugged Pei Yanchu and rubbed against him, suddenly spotting a familiar figure behind him. Brother, look. Isn't that the Empress? Su Yunqi widened his eyes, full of curiosity about what she was doing. The woman was followed by only one maid, she personally held a large flower shear, nearly cutting an entire plum tree bare. Her sense of aesthetics left much to be desired. Su Yunqi couldn't bear to watch, covering his eyes as he felt sorry for the plum garden, it was truly a waste. Alas, where are you going, brother? Stay here and don't move, wait for me to come back and get you. How could Pei Yanchu not see that this person just wanted to destroy the plum tree? In a rush, he placed Su Yunqi aside and ran over himself. You, who is your master? How dare you offend our empress? Boldness. On your knees. Zhu Yan had been observing the surroundings, though her heart pounded with fear all along. She'd accompanied her young lady into the palace from the start, so the young lady always brought only her along for any activity. It was another day that made the young lady feel unhappy. In previous years on this day, she would discard her identity as the mistress of the 6 palaces, holding pincers herself to damage a plum tree. She watched her young lady fall apart in despair, slashing again and again in frustration, only able to sorrowfully stand by her side, worried someone else might notice. Tang Jiqing's pearl hairpin was slightly disheveled. She glanced sideways at Pei Yanchu, stopping her actions instantly, her face displaying a mixture of indescribable shock. Pei Yanchu. How dared you enter the palace without an imperial decree? She widened her eyes, shakily stepping forward to grab Pei Yanchu's collar, unable to control the venom in her words as she leaned down and whispered. How can you still be alive? Weren't you already dead? Pei Yanchu smelled the alcohol on her breath and repulsively pushed her away, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. He struggled to keep his balance, his head aching, barely managing to let the maid hurry her empress away. You're impudent, it's you who should leave. You deserve to go to hell together with that wretched woman. How dare you even enter the palace? Shut up. Pei Yanchu seemed to understand something else, realizing he might have underestimated the situation initially. Unable to suppress his emotions now, while being restrained by Zhu Yan, he loudly questioned. Did you have anything to do with my mother's death? Speak up, answer quickly. Chapter 33, Fate Calculation. Tang Jiqing looked at Pei Yanchu, who was forcibly held back by Zhu Yan, unable to get close. She slowly straightened her waist and brushed the slightly disheveled hair around her temples. What are you talking nonsense about? I don't understand what Her Majesty is saying. Zhu Yan, restrain him. A contemptuous cur like this who doesn't distinguish between hierarchy should be punished severely. Tang Jiqing hated this face that so resembled Li Yan. Her hands were already drenched in the blood of people in this palace. She didn't care if she had one more casualty for their mother-son reunion. Your Highness, come to your senses. Let's have him thrown out of the palace and let someone else deal with it. Don't soil your own hands. Zhu Yan timely reminded her, as she feared Tang Jiqing might lose her mind completely, leading to grave mistakes. Do you know anything? There's no one here anyway. Su Yunqi wasn't really comfortable letting the main character wander alone in the palace. He rushed forward in panic when he saw these few people burst into conflict all of a sudden. It was going to be over. No, he could die, but the main character couldn't. Big brother, taken him home. After all, he himself was also the master of the general's mansion. Would this madwoman really disregard status to even kill him? Big brother. Tang Jiqing of course recognized Su Yunqi. She slightly put down the flower clippers and regarded him as a child who accidentally intruded. She tried to pretend to be more gentle and soothingly said. Isn't this young master? You're in the wrong place. Would Her Majesty take you back? Su Yunqi wasn't truly blind to everything. His legs had gone limp, yet he kept pushing Zhu Yan and deliberately ignored her words. You release my big brother, hurry up, otherwise, I'll have my father beat you. He wished he'd brought his elder brother along, perhaps then, the current situation wouldn't be so complicated. He's not your big brother. Young master has mistaken. Tang Jiqing was growing impatient. However, just then she spotted the figures of her two princes, and promptly called out. Wenjing, come here. You recognize this child. Take him back to the viewing platform. She used a little force to fling Su Yunqi to the ground and nodded discreetly to Zhu Yan, asking her to drag Pei Yanchu to the corner well in the plum garden first. Pei Yanchu's eyes were red, forcefully twisting his shoulder out of joint, he kicked Zhu Yan hard in the stomach. Anan, did you hurt yourself falling? Now Tang Jiqing would have been dumb not to realize that there was some kind of relationship between the two. Her heart jolted a bit, forcing herself to remain calm. Anyway, nobody knew exactly what happened. The words of children can't be trusted, all she needed to do was concoct an excuse to get past it. Mother Empress, what are you doing? Pei Yunlan only saw her taking Pei Yanchu away, with Su Yunqi sprawled on the snowy ground. Though his archenemy landed on his face, he still felt something strange about the whole thing. Tang Jiqing had recovered her composure in the short time. She glanced casually at the two on the ground and said offhandedly. Someone intentionally collided with Her Majesty, but it doesn't matter. It's just a child, go back to the viewing platform so that the Emperor doesn't find both of you missing and blame again. Pei Yanchu realized that the current situation was already the best possible. He had no evidence to prove that she was a venomous woman. Arguing with her now would serve no good and might even endanger him. So he glared fiercely at Tang Jiqing. After painfully snapping his shoulder back in place, he picked up Su Yunqi and thought inwardly, sooner or later he would uncover the entire truth. For anyone related to the incident from years ago, he wouldn't spare any. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Everyone turned around and saw the Emperor coming this way, accompanied by all the ministers. Tang Jiqing decided immediately. She knelt down to bow and at the same time kicked the item toward the snow a bit. Pei Yanchu clenched his lips, placed Su Yunqi down gently, and turned to kneel down respectfully as well. Su Yunqi had been silent for quite a while, but it wasn't due to fear. When he was pushed earlier, his head hit the ground causing him to feel dizzy and pain. Actually, it didn't matter much with the snow cushioning underneath, but his body seemed as though some command triggered it involuntarily, making him weaker. Never had he felt so exhausted. It felt like he had watched a grand play, or played an insignificant role in it. What was his purpose? Oh, yes, bringing the main character home, raising him tall and strong. He had accompanied the main character through many events. Whenever he was sad, he tried his best to console him to cheer him up. He liked what Pei Yanchu liked, and despised whatever Pei Yanchu didn't. He truly didn't know what he should do anymore. He could only delay things for him a bit longer. Who could save this pitiful child? Why must he endure countless trials and tribulations before tasting even a hint of sweetness? What kind of benefit is that? Ascending the throne? Ruling over the world? Su Yunqi could no longer see clearly what he thought at this moment. He just hoped that Pei Yanchu wouldn't have to live such a weary life anymore. There was too much suffering in his eyes, and the boy was so young yet even cried silently, fearing others would find out his weakness. The original author of this book was truly terrible, writing the story so smoothly on the surface, but brushing aside all the pain hidden behind it. He really felt heartbroken for Pei Yanchu. If possible, once he returned, he'd go beat up the author, making him rewrite another book. Slap. Anen. At the moment his consciousness disappeared, he heard Pei Yanchu cry out in agony. Pei Yanchu showed disrespect before the hall as he hugged Su Yunqi and shook him continuously. The crowd had various expressions, but Pei Ruzhang remained composed, personally stepping forward to pull Pei Yanchu and attempting to calm him down. Let's bring him back inside. I'll call the royal physician, alright? The royal physician, yes, call the royal physician. Come, Yanchu, let go quickly. It's better if the guards take him earlier to be treated, right? It might become dangerous otherwise if we delay further. Pei Yanchu looked fearfully at Su Yunqi being carried away, just having endured a destructive wave of thoughts. Now, his sole remaining hope had also fallen before his eyes. Once again, a childlike confusion appeared on his face until he saw the people from the general's mansion show up, bringing him back to reality to follow them. Pei Wenjing, standing nearby, stared at Pei Yanchu with astonishment and after some time, came to a rather strange conclusion. How could that possibly be the son of that woman? As far back as he could remember, his mother never let him approach Yan Chun Palace, even coming near would displease her. Thus, all he knew was that there was a pair of mother and son living inside. Later, they were sentenced to death for various crimes, though actually sent out of the palace. But his mother said those two couldn't survive, so what was the situation now? Pei Yunlan had long since hid behind Tang Jiqing. He didn't understand any of this but still felt somewhat sad. Why was his father so gentle to everyone else, yet always very cold toward him? There was no fragrance inside the hall, and in the quiet environment, only one person's slightly hurried breathing could be heard. How's it going? When Su Chengyuan saw Dr. Wen, despite having icy hands and feet, he still prioritized his child and anxiously inquired. Dr. Wen lowered the curtain, tucked that small hand under the blanket, then shook his head and walked out. Chapter 34, The Prince. What do you mean? Speak up. Su Chengyuan was also unable to maintain his composure. He feared hearing the result he dreaded most, but fate was cruel, and all the physician could do was sigh with regret. I am powerless to change what is meant to be. You're talking nonsense. Aren't you the one with the longest tenure in the Imperial Medical Institute? Minister Su, don't act rashly. Put the physician down. Pei Ruzhang softly reprimanded, and suddenly the room fell silent, except for the faint sound of a woman sobbing. There's still time. There must be a way to cure this. I refuse to believe that our little Dada can only live for another year. I've already managed to extend it by 4 years. There must be a solution. We need to find that fortune teller. Xue Jianchuang had lost her mind. She crawled to Su Yunqi's bedside, muttering under her breath. It doesn't matter if later on Dada cannot cry or laugh again. In this year, Mother has already seen your true self. There are no regrets anymore. Suddenly, Su Yunqi began coughing, one after another. His body trembled like a fish gasping for its final breath on a cutting board. Woo, woo. It seemed as if he could sense something, wanting to shout and scream but could only let out sobs. What's wrong, Dada? Can you open your eyes and take a look at Mommy? Xue Jianchuang couldn't hear his response. She wrapped him tightly in the blanket and carried him out, walking toward the door. I know, Dada wants to go home, right? Mother will take you back. Don't be afraid. If we just sleep, everything will be fine. Sleep, and it'll all be alright. The trembling cry echoed repeatedly. It was as if she were comforting the child in her arms, or perhaps talking to herself. No one dared to stop a mother filled with despair. Exceptionally, the carriage waited in front of the hall. Su Chengyuan followed closely behind, and they left together. Su Qiwen was still catching his breath from earlier. After making sure his parents' actions didn't displease the emperor, he finally felt reassured. Before leaving, he instinctively looked back, hoping to wait for Pei Yanchu. Pei Yanchu knew his identity could no longer be concealed. However, seeing Su Qiwen turn around, he still approached with some hope. Yanchu, do you really not want to stay here? Pei Yanchu hesitated, glanced to the side, and left a brief message before following Su Qiwen out of the hall. Wherein an is, there I'll be. In the carriage heading back to their residence, Su Qiwen was restless, constantly lifting the curtain and urging the driver to go faster. Don't you have any questions for me? Su Qiwen put down the curtain, almost forgetting that he was bringing along a ticking time bomb. What should I ask? Should I ask about your identity, or about what you really want to do? Both. Pei Yanchu swallowed hard, ready to face being expelled from the general's residence due to his deception. I don't even care. Judging from the emperor's attitude, it's clear he didn't intend to hold the general's house responsible. Besides, it seems like he's actually quite interested in you. Could it be that you're his lost prince outside the palace? Su Qiwen rarely saw him so tense, as if he could devour him. No matter what, he was just anxious to hurry on the road, so he might as well smooth things over with the boy first. It would likely be something simple, like being the son of some benefactor or an acquaintance. Su Qiwen wasn't too concerned and shook his head casually. Unexpectedly, this person gave a vague response. No, just wait. Su Qiwen erupted. He stood up abruptly but hit his head on the top of the carriage, then grimaced in pain and sat down again. Are you the son of that person? Wait, you're the prince. Then who am I? What the hell is your real name? Pei Yanchu. So, you know your identity. Why didn't you stay in the palace earlier and come running to our general's house? Oh, right, you came back with data. Pei Yanchu clenched his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, his voice was hoarse. I haven't claimed my identity yet. I just wanted to stay within him. He saved me so many times. Without him, I might already be dead. Things became increasingly chaotic, and he simply couldn't piece together all the causes and effects. Meanwhile, Pei Yanchu refused to say more, and the two sat stiffly in the carriage. So, are you going back to the palace? I don't know. He was overwhelmed too. The person he cared about wouldn't wake up, and matters from years ago could only be unraveled inside the palace. For now, he only wanted Anan to wake up. If he failed to keep him, what good deeds would remain in this world for him? The carriage stopped. Su Qiwen leaped down directly and rushed into the yard. Where's Dada? Where's Dada? He's still sleeping. Your mom is holding him, unwilling to let go. Su Qiwen gently pushed the door open, leaving a small gap before he no longer paid attention. He left the rest of the decisions to his father and only wanted to spend more time with his younger brother. Pei Yanchu caught sight of Su Chengyuan in the courtyard at once. He awkwardly stopped in his tracks, but his mouth had already moved ahead of him. General Su. Su Chengyuan just stood there looking at him for a long while before pursing his lips and bowing properly. Pei Yanchu rushed forward, trembling hands steadying the other man. I didn't mean to hide it from you all. I just. Did you consider the consequences? When the Son of Heaven gets angry, corpses will pile up across 10,000 li. A single mistake, and this minister would be harboring a prince, a capital offense. Pei Yanchu dumbly looked up at Su Chengyuan, whose brows were furrowed. He didn't know how to explain himself. After all, from the beginning, he never thought he'd be claimed back. He was prepared to serve Su Yunqi for the rest of his life. There was only one door between them now, but it felt as though it stretched infinitely thick, separating him from Su Yunqi, as if they could never meet again. Plop. Something seemed to break. Looking down, Pei Yanchu realized it was his own tears that had fallen. A storm raged in his heart, so heavy that even Anan's umbrella couldn't shield it. Come in. Su Chengyuan had personally trained him for a year, witnessing various unexpected talents in him. Always one to value talent, he initially regarded him as an adoptive son too. Seeing Pei Yanchu cry helplessly now, his heart softened, and with a wave of his hand, he let him enter. Pei Yanchu quickly wiped his tears, cautiously pushing the door that hadn't been fully closed. Su Yunqi felt like something was lingering on his face, brushing over his eyebrows and eyes, finally stopping below his nose. Something was wrong, it hurt unbearably. His limbs felt pinned down tightly, without any room to struggle. It hurts. It really hurts, woo. Everyone in the general's residence now focused their attention entirely on Su Yunqi, silently acknowledging Pei Yanchu's presence. Thus, when he brought the physician back into the estate, no one questioned it. Dr. Wen pulled out the last needle, just as the little figure on the bed suddenly flipped over and coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a weak breath, he slumped back onto the bed, his eyes partially shut from exhaustion. Anan, can you hear me? Su Yunqi saw everything blurry, moving his fingers faintly until he was held in a familiar embrace. Brother. It hurts so much. Holding him gently, Pei Yanchu rocked back and forth, searching through his memories for the lullaby his mother used to sing to him. There, Anan, go to sleep, sleep deeply. There won't be tears in dreams, only me. I'll wait for you there. Chapter 35, Return to the Palace. Su Yunqi curled up in Pei Yanchu's arms. He smelled the familiar scent and gradually closed his eyes. His complexion was no longer as ghastly pale as before. Pei Yanchu gently rested his forehead on the cheek of the person in his arms, remaining silent for a long time. It seemed like everyone had already known the outcome, and yet it also seemed like everyone had fully accepted it. Xue Jianchuang always loved hugging Su Yunqi by the window, telling him how many days remained until New Year's Eve, that his elder brother and father were waiting for him to get better quickly. She herself had already prepared a warehouse full of fireworks and firecrackers, just waiting for him to set them off. And what about Big Brother? Xue Jianchuang's nose twitched, then she patted his back. Big Brother is also waiting for you. He said he can take you to the highest place in the palace to watch the fireworks. So hurry up and get better, shall we ring in the new year together? Su Yunqi heard the quiver in her voice, but there was nothing he could do about it. He weakly rubbed Xue Jianchuang's shoulder, his eyes gradually becoming moist. It seemed like he was also somewhat reluctant to leave this place, even though he could only be considered a thief who had stolen someone else's happiness. Nevertheless, he had truly fallen in love and cherished every person here. For too long, he hadn't felt such an intense sense of family affection. It was as if he were a withering little grass plant, finally encountering a refreshing rain, desperate to seize every moment to absorb its nourishment. He didn't belong here, but now the time had come. His departure would be too cruel for these people. The protagonist was still so young, would he remember someone like him when he grew up? Now he actually didn't want to see Pei Yanchu anymore, he feared that the young protagonist wouldn't be able to move on after witnessing his death right before his eyes. You came. Aunt Shui, may I hug you, please? Shui Jianchuang took the medicine bowl from her hand and, in the end, handed Su Yunqi over to him. After drinking one mouthful of the medicine. Ugh. Cough cough cough. Oh my god, he might as well die right now. This stuff was worse than the 10 cruelest punishments during the Qing dynasty. Even a biohazard crisis wasn't as terrifying as this. All the sadness from earlier vanished instantly. Su Yunqi painfully turned his face away, burying his head into Pei Yanchu's chest. What he didn't know was that just his little bit of a lively reaction was enough to make Shui Jianchuan regain hope. Pei Yanchu had been steadfastly watching over him for 3 whole days. He became increasingly stubborn. When he noticed Su Yunqi's larger movement, he picked up the spoon and began shoving it into his mouth again. Anan, be a good child, drink your medicine quickly. You need to drink it when you're sick, you'll feel better once you've had the medicine. Su Yunqi kept shaking his head, ultimately being forcibly hugged and having his jaw pinched open, the medicine forcefully pressed down his throat. The entire bowl was poured down him. With tears streaming down his face, despite Pei Yanchu trying to pat and soothe him, it didn't help at all. All Su Yunqi wanted was to go back to his mother, as far away from this living Yama as possible. What kind of sunshine protagonist was this? Clearly, he was a merciless demon king. After everything Su Yunqi had endured, he could still have the heart to torture him. This was outrageous. He never wanted to play with him again. Pei Yanchu's expression was cold. Looking at Su Yunqi throwing a tantrum, it made him more twisted inside instead. Rather than lying silently in bed like the previous days, it was better for him to sulk with him. Su Yunqi still couldn't sit up well. Most of the time, he was either lying down or being held by someone. He could feel someone giving him a forced extension of life, but only he himself knew that some things were already predetermined and could not be changed by human effort. There came Pei Yanchu again, holding the medicine. Now, Su Yunqi feared him greatly. Whenever he saw that Yama-like figure wanting to hold him, he wished he could immediately escape into his mother's embrace. Mother, hold me, mother. Anan, come to brother. Mother. Before Shui Jianchuan could react, Pei Yanchu had directly taken the person from her arms. Now Anan was fully able to open his eyes, so every bit of fear and resistance reflected in his eyes deeply pierced Pei Yanchu's heart. I know, Anan is the best baby ever. Please, Su Yunqi wanted to rebel ages ago. Whoa, who could save the only poor baby here? Ugh. Pei Yanchu's heart was unbearably bitter. Suddenly, he raised the medicine bowl and drank the rest in one gulp, then held Su Yunqi tightly, breaking down in uncontrollable sobs. It's fine, you'll get better, right? You promised to be lifelong friends with me, so how could you break your word? Anan, please don't be afraid of me, alright? I just want you to get better. I'm still waiting to take you to see the New Year fireworks. So this medicine was supposed to be so spicy and bitter, no wonder Anan couldn't swallow it down. Anan was just an unknowing child. Why did he have to force a child to do something he didn't like? Pei Yanchu, stop crying. Anan, do you know everything? Pei Yanchu hugged him even tighter, lowering his head to bury his face in the hollow of his neck. I've guessed it long ago. I already told you, Anan is very smart. When? Probably when we first entered the palace. Brother, please don't be sad anymore. Anan doesn't blame you. Anan knows. Anan will always respect all of your choices. Perhaps from speaking too much, Su Yunqi felt drained, struggling to slowly breathe. Tears streamed down Pei Yanchu's face as he tried soothing his back and paced back and forth to calm his emotions. But the person in his arms still insisted on lifting a hand, lightly brushing against his cheek. I promise brother, I'll listen. And brother should also listen, stop crying. Shui Jianchuan couldn't bear listening anymore, wiping tears as she ran outside, leaving the space only for the 2 children. Su Yunqi thus lay against Pei Yanchu's chest daily, counting days with his fingers. What day is it? The 28th. Anan, the new year is really approaching. Go open the door and let me see outside. Pei Yanchu wrapped him up in blankets, went over to open a door, then quickly came back to warm himself by the fire until there was not a trace of cold left before picking up Su Yunqi again. Qinghe has started hanging lanterns. They're very red. Is father writing spring festival couplets? They're very beautiful. Has mother gone to buy new jewelry and clothes? Lots and lots. Anan has the most. Su Yunqi slightly curved his lips. Watching Qinghe climb up and down outside, it felt like he was helping to carry the lanterns as well. What is big brother doing? He's being scolded by your father. His handwriting looks like a dog's scratchings, it can't be looked at. Su Yunqi squinted and laughed. What about brother now? Brother is talking with Anan. Brother's eyes are Anan's eyes. Everything that belongs to brother belongs to Anan. Anan is a little sleepy. Please rock me to sleep, brother. Pei Yanchu struggled to hold him securely, suppressing his trembling voice to hum a tune for him until he completely fell asleep. Anan woke less and less often. Why hasn't that damn Taoist shown up yet? What kind of fortune-telling master is this? Could he have already died? Tears misted up in Pei Yanchu's eyes once more, making everything blurry. He couldn't see where the road led. What day is it? It's the 29th, Anan. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. What day is it? Anan, go to sleep. It will be here in just a few hours. Pei Yenchu kissed his cheek, not daring to pat his back anymore. Anan had become extremely thin. He feared that if he lost control of his strength, he might cause Anan pain. Su Yunqi seemed utterly exhausted. He heard the popping sounds of firecrackers by his ear and gradually opened his eyes. Anan, you're awake. Yes, the last day of the year. Our Anan is about to grow 1 year older. Pei Yenchu already knew what he would ask but didn't expect him to slowly crawl up, lean on the bedstead, step into his shoes, and walk step by step toward the outside. Oh, it's already night. Pei Yenchu was shocked beyond measure. He grabbed all the heavy clothing and draped it onto Su Yunqi, then took his warm hand. I want to set off firecrackers. Brother will help you set them off. Pei Yenchu had never run so fast in his life. He picked up a box and rushed toward the yard. And so, Su Yunqi sat quietly on the threshold. In his mind, it suddenly appeared as it had been half a year ago, sitting in this same place every day watching Pei Yenchu practice martial arts. Su Chengyuan was a famous general who taught him so many things. When he grew older, perhaps he'd build his own influence and could use these skills accordingly. Pei Yenchu dared not speak loudly. Carefully sitting beside Su Yunqi, he handed him the items. Brother will set it off for me. Anan can't run. That bit of energy must have been fleeting. Su Yunqi had entirely lost the ability to stand. He forced himself to half lean against the doorframe, closing his eyes and smiling faintly. Everything became blurred. Pei Yenchu seemed to be asking whether his ears hurt, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. He continued smiling. Pei Yenchu cried again. He truly was a crybaby. Such an emotional little boy, how could he possibly lose his mind and kill everyone under heaven? He held him up once more. The embrace was so warm. He wanted to stay closer for a while longer. Suddenly, patches of red began to appear before his eyes. Oh, fireworks were going off. Pei Yenchu seemed to be shouting at him, telling him to stop swaying because he really couldn't open his eyes anymore. Anan, Su Qian, can you look at me? Please don't fall asleep, alright? I beg you, I truly beg you. Don't leave me alone. I only have you. Only you. Brother. Pei Yenchu choked on his tears and carried Su Yunqi as he ran outside but was tripped by a stone and knelt on the ground. He thought he heard Anan calling for him. No, Anan was still waiting for his help, so he mustn't lose his composure. Pei Yenchu suddenly shouted toward the sky. Go find your master. Tell him to add more people to search for that Taoist. Whatever he wants, I'll agree to it all. Hurry. A few dark shadows flickered past. Pei Yenchu panted heavily, once again hearing Su Yunqi call out to him. Anan, what do you want to say? He pressed his ear against Su Yunqi's lips, feeling the almost imperceptible breath swirl around his ear. Can you call me Aki? That's right, he wasn't Anan, he wasn't Su Qian. He was clearly Su Yunqi. He wished to be called like this just once, merely as proof that he had existed, to fulfill this desire. Pei Yenchu knelt in the icy snow with both knees soaked, and he fiercely embraced Su Yunqi, unwilling to let any chill touch him. Alright, Aki, wake up. Brother will bring that person to cure you soon, alright? Aki, brother knows you're reluctant to leave. Isn't that true? Su Yunqi clenched his fist slightly and fell silent. The snow began falling again, and the firecrackers were only halfway through. Beyond the wall, thousands of commoners laughed joyfully, but Pei Yenchu didn't hear any of it. Stiffly, he pressed his face against Su Yunqi's lips, trying to detect the last bit of breath. The emperor has arrived. Duh. My child. Xue Jianchuang seemed to sense something, collapsing to her feet before lunging over to grab Su Yunqi and attempting to warm his cheeks. Pei Yenchu's mind went blank. Was it because of the cold that he'd been frozen stiff, unable to feel that last trace of life? Pei Ruzhong extended his hand, wiping away Pei Yenchu's tears little by little. Save him. You can. Save him, I beg you. Save him. Pei Yenchu clutched the dragon robe of the man before him, crying out word by word with complete despair. Save him. Save him. Pei Ruzhong dismissed all guards who tried to pull Pei Yenchu away. His words halted, interrupted. My prince begs your majesty. Mother consort is dead, and now Anan is leaving too. What's left for me? Father Emperor, please be merciful and save him, Father Emperor. This was Pei Yenchu's first lesson. Against all absolute power and authority, his resistance would always be the most insignificant thing. King Gojian of Yu endured hardship while sleeping on firewood. His greatest flaw was pride and capriciousness. Now, Pei Yenchu abandoned all his dignity, solely to gain a sliver of hope for someone he cared about. Your Majesty, he has already passed. You are being outrageous. You lie. In a crazed frenzy, Pei Yenchu attempted to grab Su Yunqi, but was stopped under Pei Ruzhong's order. Escort the third prince back to the palace. The three adults couldn't restrain the devastated child. Su Chengyuan was overwhelmed by sorrow and no longer wanted to endure this charade. All he wanted now was a quiet place for his youngest son, so with a raised palm, he directly knocked Pei Yanchu unconscious. Surname Su, grieve in peace. Your subject sends off the emperor respectfully. In the spring of the 16th year of Jingxi, the young son of the general's household was buried. In the same year, the third prince returned to the palace and acknowledged his lineage. Your Highness, it's time to return to the palace. The emperor will worry about your health. Pei Yanchu paid no attention, pressing his head against the tombstone and tracing the characters Su Qian over and over with his fingers. Stroke the puppy's head. Don't worry about anything. Aki, you've tricked me. Winter came as expected, merciless winds and snow, yet another year of waiting for spring. Chapter 36, The Script. If nothing goes wrong, then something unexpected must have happened. Su Yunqi only realized in the last second that the main male character had already successfully walked into the mainstream storyline without his knowledge. To be honest, no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't figure out why this emperor was actually so concerned about Pei Yanchu. But at least now, one could call him a legitimate prince in every sense of the word, sparing him from being criticized after ascending the throne for ruining the country. So, could someone explain to him why when he opened his eyes again, he still saw these ancient bed hangings? It should be because he hasn't fully woken up yet. Su Yunqi slapped himself, then climbed up, gritting his teeth and sat down in front of the copper mirror. Things were a bit grim. Compared to having an identity with 1,000 doting admirers, the original owner of this body had been literally angered to death by others. The family background wasn't as good as the general's mansion, but it was still a significant presence in the court, similar to today's mayor. Initially, the previous owners of the body, Mr. and Mrs. Original, got along well. But over time and with their increasing positions, their relationship gradually became not as it used to be. His father, Song Mingyi, secretly kept a mistress outside until the illegitimate child was born, at which point he openly brought both mother and son back to the estate, arguing with his wife Jiang Wan and determinedly taking a concubine, all under the pretense of not letting the bloodline stray outside the house. Jiang Wan lost heart, stopped focusing on her husband, and instead began concentrating on running the household affairs, playing the role of the main mistress well, raising her son to live a good life. Song Mingyi, who originally felt guilty in his heart, seeing that the other party no longer argued with him, they both took a step back. A legitimate son is a legitimate son, and an illegitimate son is an illegitimate son. He didn't favor either, allowing them to grow up freely. Alas, the truth that even Jiang Wan had seen clearly eluded Song Huai. He only knew that inexplicably, he had a younger brother, 2 or 3 years younger than him, and the family had become disharmonious due to this mother-son pair. His hatred was always open, and combined with youthful impetuosity, he always deliberately harassed Song Jin and his mother. And Song Jin, whose thoughts were venomous, was accustomed to using underhanded tricks, one being overt and the other covert, repeatedly framing and provoking, successfully angering Song Mingyi and punishing Song Huai. Song Huai's back was covered in traces of domestic discipline, his narrow-mindedness filled with resentment finally culminated in him being confined indoors and forbidding from going out, eventually dying in the middle of the night out of sheer anger. Truly, too foolish and unworthy. Although Su Yunqi felt some sympathy for his plight, he still couldn't help but feel like cursing someone. Who should he curse? Of course, it's his own teenage self in reality for doing exactly the same thing, when challenges didn't work, trying ways to flatter instead, resulting in gaining nothing and getting heaps of mockery. Su Yunqi pushed at the room door, sure enough, it was locked from the outside. Master, Lord has ordered you to reflect carefully. Don't waste your effort. Shu Yuan sighed endlessly while guarding the door. Seeing no one around, he couldn't help murmuring. Why are you fighting with him? It doesn't affect your life either way. Why don't you just treat him as if he's heir? The lady has been upset due to you, unable even to eat properly. She sent me to persuade you properly, urging you to spend your time on useful pursuits rather than wasting it on that illegitimate son. The medicine is already placed on the windowsill, Master. Please apply it first. Lord might not necessarily be trying to support that person. Perhaps because he keeps falling into traps set by the other side repeatedly, thinking that you're useless, and hence becomes angry. Of course, Shu Yuan didn't dare say these things aloud, or else his master would likely go berserk again, throwing vases and teacups. Su Yunqi did not respond, instead grabbing the medicine and applying it to the wounds on his back through the mirror behind him. Rustle rustle rustle, hurt hurt hurt. The pain made his hands shake. There were several whip marks on his otherwise flawless skin, though the bones weren't injured, it was more than enough for him to endure great pain. The most urgent task now was to quickly recuperate, and he had to figure out the reason behind his mysterious crossing of dimensions once again. Shu Yuan, what year is it now? Master, are you hit in the head? Are you asking for real? Hold your tongue and tell me fast. Sticking close to the door, Su Yunqi's mind was already spinning with countless possibilities. Could it be that he had crossed over somewhere else, warming up some soul again? He was just a happy little waste. He wasn't some super invincible solar power charging station. Please, the lives of salarymen mattered too. Year 24 of Jingxi era. Su Yunqi's eyes widened in shock. After many twists and turns, how did he end up back here? What about Prince Pei, the current third prince? Master, are you actually interested in politics now? How commendable. Heaven must be opening its eyes. No nonsense. Just tell me quickly, Shu Yuan. Why are you chattering more than I am? Oh, the third prince has always been favored by the emperor, naturally he can get whatever he wants. Anyway, this matter is very mysterious, 8 years ago, suddenly the emperor found his long-lost son outside the palace. Probably out of guilt, the emperor compensated him greatly, and for a time, he was incredibly prominent, almost overshadowing the first prince. So, the male lead had it good these past 8 years, without any incidents. In another 2 years he would officially come of age through the ceremony of adding a hat, then smoothly be granted the title of king with his own territory. Then what was the point of his transmigration? Su Yunqi couldn't figure it out. What step had gone wrong? What was it that the male lead still wasn't satisfied with? He somewhat numbly lay back down on the bed. Well, one thing at a time. First, he needed to find a way to meet Pei Yanchu. The half-month house arrest passed in the blink of an eye, and when Su Yunqi came out of the courtyard, he still felt somewhat unnatural. Brother, you're finally out. I've missed you so much during this time. I really regret it. If only I hadn't cried back then, father wouldn't have punished you. Geez, such a strong scent of tea. Su Yunqi got goosebumps all over the place, instantly deciding to play along. Don't talk like that. It's my fault, and brother has deeply reflected upon himself. I won't lose my temper recklessly anymore in the future. After saying that, he deliberately squeezed out a few tears, making insincere apologies while watching the other person's surprise widen his eyes, causing Su Yunqi to secretly smirk. Deadbeat green tea, how scared are you of the White Lotus? Huai, are you bullying little Jean again? Can't help but say, his father arrived just in time. Su Yunqi painstakingly considered how a rebellious teenager should respond, then turned around and began performing. I did not. Father always accuses me wrongly. If you hate me so much, lock me up for life. His face clearly displayed resentment and grievance as he took small steps toward Song Mingi. He tilted his head, his ear tips red even as he defended himself, maintaining a stubborn air despite trying to save face. I admit my mistakes. In the future, I will focus on studying and won't give you more reason to scold me anymore, alright? I didn't do anything just now. It was just that little brother wanted to see me, so I apologized to him. How about this? I already knew father favors one over the other. Ever since stepmother entered the family, father completely changed and stopped loving just me. Su Yunqi improvised, mixing everything up, turning all kinds of tricks into a performance of children competing for affection. Chapter 37, Jewelry. Song Mingi already felt guilty about the matter, but he simply couldn't resist beauty. So Su Yunqi's words were like a subtle stab at his heart with a soft blade. Not painful, yet quite sour. Nonsense, when has father ever been biased? He well understood the principle of giving sweetness after a slap. With a coarse voice, he patted Su Yunqi's back. Ow, ow, ow. Still hurts. Afterward, let Shu Yuan go to the pharmacy for medicine. You can take silver as you wish. Don't repeat the same mistake again, understand? Song Mingi felt somewhat awkward. He retracted his hand, glanced at the timid illegitimate son beside him, and also scolded a sentence. Well, Huai is, after all, the legitimate son of this mansion. Besides, he is your elder brother. Stop making your elder brother angry, be respectful. Do you understand? Yes. What Song Jin hated most was listening to such remarks regarding status. He clenched his palms tightly while responding respectfully. Su Yunqi felt pleased. That was exactly how he was, with small hidden spitefulness. After gaining more sympathy from Song Mingi, he took Shu Yuan along and left the mansion without hesitation. Master, you've just recovered from your injuries. Why don't you go see Lady Song first? Am I rushing into trouble? Let me cool down first. We'll pick out a pretty hairpin at the shop later, then I'll find mother. What are we doing now? Hey, just follow me. Don't ask so much. It was still early, and Su Yunqi suddenly had a strong urge to find the tomb of himself. He hired a coachman, tossed over some silver coins, and dragged Shu Yuan onto the carriage. They headed towards the outskirts. Master. Shu Yuan, if you say another word, I'll sell you. Shu Yuan quickly covered his mouth with his hand, starting to memorize the route, since he truly feared that Master might act impulsively and leave him in an uninhabited area. The carriage was extremely shabby. Su Yunqi's bottom almost went numb from jolting around before they finally reached their destination. Shu Yuan was already frightened witless. He didn't understand why his master was crazy enough to wander around the graveyard. Was it because the tavern wasn't fun enough or the stories at the tea house weren't fresh enough? Su Yunqi was drenched in sweat. It was high summer, and he casually wiped his forehead before finally finding the spot belonging to the general's family. Su Qian was well taken care of. There were many items to entertain children around, with food and drinks available, and not a speck of dust on the tombstone. On it, there were flowers that hadn't withered yet. Someone came. Su Yunqi instinctively hid behind a tree, turning his head slightly to try and peek. Tat-ata, mother misses you too much, so I have come to see you once more. Your father doesn't want to come, saying that he doesn't want you to see him cry. This is your sister-in-law, your brother's newlywed wife. She saw you a few times before. Su Yunqi's fingers dug into the bark of the tree. He didn't let Shu Yuan follow, instead, he stationed him outside to wait. Therefore, he needn't suppress his emotions anymore, though he remained silent, tears continued to drip one by one. We are all doing well. Your father has won another battle. Mother received a noble title, so how about you? Are you faring well there? Shui Jianyang's tresses were streaked with a little silver. She removed her own hairpin, carefully burying it in the soil. Tat-ata be good, sway a bit, and all worries will fly away. The new sister-in-law held Su Qiwen and sobbed uncontrollably. Su Qiwen's eyes reddened, and he kept quiet. Su Yunqi squatted down, tightly hugging himself, gritting his teeth and whimpering softly. All was well in the general's family, and that sufficed for him. He shouldn't rashly intrude into their lives anymore. The real Su Qian had long passed away and should be allowed to rest in peace. Who's there? Hearing this, Su Qiwen turned his ear toward a tree not far away. Startled, Su Yunqi immediately stood up and ran off. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Let's go back. Don't chase. Maybe it was a child who lost his way. Su Qiwen hesitated but was stopped by Shui Jianyang's final remark. If Tat-ata were still here, he would probably be about that tall. Su Yunqi ran while crying. He dared not confront anyone from the general's household, fearing being exposed, which could result in distress for everyone involved. Shu Yuan, chewing on a blade of grass, sat on the ground. When Su Yunqi finally returned, his mood was clearly off. Alarmed, Shu Yuan immediately asked. Master, who bullied you? I'll go teach them a lesson right away. No one bullied your master. Let's go, I'm hungry. On the way back, Shu Yuan was still quite apprehensive. He tried flattering Su Yunqi indirectly but to no avail. He could only sit silently beside Su Yunqi, who remained speechless. Su Yunqi didn't forget that he still had to go to the jewelry shop. He walked in with his money pouch and then fell into deep thought. Well, just buy the most expensive one. How would he know how to pick something for women? Wrap this up for me. There it is. This prince wants that. Oh my, he must be dreaming, how could he run into this annoying ghost again during his second book crossover? Su Yunqi turned back to look at him, directly locking eyes with the notorious playboy. Hey, little one, greetings to His Royal Highness, Prince 6. Your arrival truly honors our humble shop. Less talk, wrap this up and give it to me. Huh, good. According to the overused clichés of power-up novels, Su Yunqi should jump out now and shout, this is what I've chosen, why give it to you? Then he'd perform a grand act of defying imperial authority. But who was Su Yunqi? Just a trouble-averse minor character. So he simply bypassed these two, preparing to choose something else. You, stop. Why aren't you fighting me? What? He had already activated emergency avoidance mode, so why did trouble keep finding him? Su Yunqi sighed, looking at the face that hadn't changed much, and smiled wisely. Yours. I'm not competing with you. Would you even dare to compete with me? If Su Yunqi couldn't tell this man was just looking for a fight, then he was dumber than an ox. Oh. I'm asking you a question. Ah. Pei Yunlan instantly flared up, shouting at the top of his lungs. What attitude is this? Do you think Prince would cut off your head? Su Yunqi maintained a calm expression, slightly curving his eyes in a seemingly pleasing manner, though it was merely for appearances. Guards, beat him. Help. He habitually teased this guy for fun but almost forgot that he currently had no real backing. If things got messy, his phony father might have the heart to kill him on the spot. The guards immediately grabbed Su Yunqi, pinning him down hard. Su Yunqi's defense broke completely. What if he got beaten to death and crossed over again? Even if next life was worse than this one, he would vent his resentment this time. Pei Yunlan, you childish devil, all you ever do is shout and fight. Who would want to play with you? You're such an idiot. How dare you insult me? Furious, Pei Yunlan grabbed Su Yunqi by the collar and lifted him up. The two quarrelsome boys exchanged punches furiously. Chapter 38, Companion Reader. Ah. You're disgusting, how dare you spit on me? Pei Yunlan recoiled in shock, falling backward onto the ground as he stared unbelievingly at Su Yunqi. Su Yunqi, giving up completely, pulled his eyelid down and stuck out his tongue in a grimace. He'd rather die than let some fool win. Quick, restart this, he was done. Pei Yunlan's expression shifted, and then he lunged forward, acting bizarrely again. Who told you to make that face? You are not allowed to do it anymore. Who are you to tell me what to do? I'm going to beat you to death. That just shows how awesome you are. Holding his left cheek, Su Yunqi knelt halfway on the ground. The commoners around them had already fled in terror, leaving only Dong cowering behind the table. You, repeat that. Su Yunqi puckered his lips, shaking his head from side to side with satisfaction. Sure, buddy, awesome. Wah. Good grief, crying like that is too ugly. Su Yunqi slowly moved his hand from covering his left cheek towards his eyes. Let him go. Pei Yunlan suddenly gave orders for the guards to stop pressing him down. Then he added meaningfully. You just wait, I will give you something to remember in a few days, wah. And thus ended the farce inexplicably. Su Yunqi touched his neck. Ah, still there. The hairpin was also intact, not bad not bad. Although one side of his face turned purple, it wasn't a loss after all. That kid valued appearances over everything else, so Su Yunqi didn't believe Pei Yunlan would actually complain about him. Stealing back secretly with some items, Su Yunqi rushed straight into his mother's courtyard but dared not utter a word upon entry. Jiang Wan sat calmly in her chair, a teacup placed to her right. Slowly opening her eyes, her gaze became focused on the bruise on Su Yunqi's face, emotionless. Come here, where have you been mixing around? Mother. Can we please talk nicely? Put down your belongings first. Seeing such a wide wooden ruler, Su Yunqi felt his legs go limp. This name, Jiang Wan, didn't reflect her true nature. She was decisive and straightforward, definitely not a traditional kind-hearted mother. As for Song Mingi, though despicable, he appreciated Jiang Wan's cold mannerism despite enjoying sweet nothings sometimes. In the end, he didn't want to let either of them go. Carefully holding his bought gifts, Su Yunqi approached her slowly, trying to read her expression while looking for an opportunity to escape. Mother, don't be angry, I was just buying you a hairpin, mother, hold on, ow. Su Yunqi clutched his thigh, squatting down on the floor, gazing helplessly at the seated woman. Jiang Wan reached out and took the item, inspecting it briefly before carefully tucking it away inside her robes. The bamboo stick in her hands kept tapping the ground. What happened to your face? Smack. Ow, it's from fighting someone, mother please be gentler, I'm your only son, wouldn't you feel bad beating me? Humph, you naughty boy. Rubbing his leg, Su Yunqi stood up and shuffled lazily behind his mother, circling her neck in a gesture of apology. Please forgive me, I promise I won't dare do it again, really. When have you ever kept any promises? I've told you before, don't argue with those from the other house. We should focus on living well ourselves. They cannot threaten you anyway. You keep making the same mistakes, losing more than gaining, aren't you? While lecturing incessantly, Jiang Wan grabbed Su Yunqi, lifting his clothes to check for injuries. Pain in child, sorrow in mother. She ultimately pitied her son and gently stroked the scars on his back which were now scabbed over. Truly, mother, I swear, starting today I'll be careful in my words and deeds, diligently study, and won't bring shame to you anymore. This is much better. Su Yunqi sighed in relief. Fortunately, he was mischievous as a child too, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to deal with all this. The two of them, one by one talking heart to heart, and during their conversation, Jiang Wan cleverly interspersed questions about his studies. Staring at the wooden board, Su Yunqi was terrified, struggling to recall the original owner's memories. It took considerable effort to pass her test somehow. Madam, young master has summoned you to the front courtyard. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan narrowed her eyes, tossing the wooden paddle to a nearby servant, grabbing Su Yunqi and rushing out. Most likely, that mother-son pair was up to no good again. Don't they realize their own identity? Jiang Wan marched swiftly across the threshold, coldly scanning inside. Sure enough, everyone was present. Humph. Oh come now, who made you upset? Come, drink some tea to cool down. Song Mingi broke the silence, commanding the servants to quickly serve tea. In a blink, the master position on the opposite side was already occupied. Su Yunqi sat closest to the forefront among them all, whereas Song Jin and others were seated farther away. What does the master want from us? Is it not some flies buzzing around again, whispering nonsense into your ears? Upon hearing this, Wen Ying's eyes instantly reddened, looking helplessly and tenderly toward Song Mingi. Song Mingi immediately silenced her, pressing down the hand of the person beside him, then giving a meaningful look downwards. Ah, no, madam has misunderstood. It's just that the emperor has intentions for young scholars to enter the palace as companion readers. I noticed that our Huai and Xiao Jin are both of appropriate age, so I thought they should give it a try tomorrow to see if they can gain the favor of those inside the palace, allowing you to ascend even higher. Jiang Wan, show some respect. Humph. At that moment, Wen Ying suddenly stood up and bowed, speaking softly. Master, I am willing. Xiao Jin listens to you most obediently, he will surely be ready by tomorrow. Song Jin smiled modestly as he helped Wen Ying sit back down, his eyes flickering with mischief as they fell on Su Yunqi ahead. Oh dear father, please don't get angry. If they go, let them go. You know mother's temperament, she's just worried. Don't argue, lest outsiders seize the chance to create trouble. Jiang Wan's eyelid twitched as she glanced at Su Yunqi once before finally accepting tea from the servant, indicating her cessation of defiance. Good boy, being disciplined actually improved your wits. On their way back to the courtyard, Jiang Wan circled around Su Yunqi in disbelief, then kicked him lightly. Does it hurt? Ouch, yes, mother, please be more gentle for appearance's sake. What's the use of appearance? It won't earn us any pride. Jiang Wan felt an overwhelming sense of ease, waving her fan while constantly marveling. No dream, no dream. My son is sure to make something of himself. After Su Yunqi returned to his room, deep in thought, he finally recalled what he'd overlooked. During the afternoon when he fought with Pei Yunlan, he had mentioned something offhandedly. This time, hopefully, he wouldn't run into him tomorrow at the palace. He admitted, he was a coward. Once the fearlessness passed, he became useless. Inside the imperial palace, the candlelight flickered faintly. Third prince brother, are you going to select a companion reader tomorrow too? No. Pei Yunlan clung to the doorframe, not daring to step inside, asking only from outside. Most people outside the palace knew little about Pei Yenshu's identity, assuming he was just one of the emperor's inadvertent offspring left outside. However, Pei Yunlan and his elder brother understood everything clearly, which was why the two of them always deliberately avoided him. Pei Wenjing had already turned 20 several years ago. After undergoing the coming-of-age ceremony, he obtained his own residence outside the palace. Except for court sessions, without an imperial decree, he would not set foot inside the palace. Pei Yunlan had grown older and couldn't cling to Pei Wenjing all day like he did during childhood anymore. He didn't quite fit in with the overly delicate princesses either, so he mustered his courage to seek out Pei Yenchu. Even though they had met several times already, with time passing by, he realized he simply couldn't approach Pei Yenchu, almost even fearing him. This prince brother had never smiled, at least not recently. But Pei Yunlan could vaguely recall seeing smiles in the past, though now even the memory of his rival seemed hazy. The emperor doted on him greatly, providing anything valuable first to him. Pei Yunlan envied him deeply, yet there was nothing he could do because the emperor simply favored him over himself. Although the third prince was already beyond the age of needing companion readers, the emperor still annually urged him to find one. It wasn't about studying together, it was merely about sending more people to serve him. Chapter 39, Avoiding People. After receiving the anticipated answer, Pei Yunlan deliberately paused for a few seconds before tiptoeing to close the door. Come in. Pei Yunlan's eyes lit up. He pushed the door open and entered, seeing on a table not far from Pei Yenchu neatly arranged were several boxes of pastries. He sat kneeling as usual on the long chair slowly munching away, already used to the strange look the person across from him always gave him. Do you like it? Pei Yunlan became interested, slightly flicking the tassel of the lantern next to him, when a writing brush suddenly shot toward him, grazing his cheek and embedding itself into the wall behind him. Don't move. Third brother. Without any trace of guilt, Pei Yenchu pulled back his hand. Seeing tears brimming in Pei Yunlan's eyes, he turned his head signaling Pei Yunlan to leave. Shaking all over, Pei Yunlan reached the door, seemingly unwilling to go, then abruptly shouted. He's dead. He's just dead. When will you come to your senses? I'm your younger brother. You are always lost in nostalgia for him. When he was alive, I wasn't happy, now that he's dead, I am still suffering. How dare you? Pei Yunlan started sobbing and ran out of the Yanshun palace. What was his crime? At first, he had truly missed Su Qian. But he also envied him. What did he have that warranted so many people pining after him? Even this inconsistent kindness from this person only came because he and Su Qian were similar in age, and they once shared some connection, though mostly bickering and arguing. There were no maids or eunuchs inside the palace, Pei Yenchu never let them enter. As one candlelight went out, he stood up and began adjusting the wick. Having served in the palace for 8 years, regarded by everyone as a child of heaven, but in the queen's eyes, an extremely sinful existence. From the moment he appeared, the empress and emperor's outward harmony disappeared, and the crown prince could never measure up to him. Not only did the emperor not suppress him, he even helped him thrive. The court was divided into parties, each vying for power, none dared to speculate the emperor's intentions, privately discussing who would be chosen as the successor. Wasn't Pei Yenchu aware that Pei Ruzhang was merely using him to exact revenge on the empress, with just some additional feelings of disgust, remorse, and nostalgia mixed in? It wouldn't be long before it was time to leave the palace. Once he thoroughly prepared everything within the palace, he would give it all up and dedicate his life to guarding it. The farce of a kind father and filial son was dull. However, whenever he saw Tang Jiqing driven insane by his mockery and turning to torment Pei Wenjing instead, he found it somewhat amusing. Letting her die easily was too merciful. He wanted her to live her entire life in fear, watching helplessly as everything she desired crumbled. She owed it to Anan. If not for her pushing Anan, how could Anan have been sleeping for so long, how could she fail to wake up? That pot of flowers under the window has never bloomed, just sitting there quietly, unlike him at all. Pei Yenchu touched the palace pass hanging from his waist, given special permission by Pei Ruzhang to come and go freely, without needing anyone specifically sent to report. Tomorrow, he should visit Anan. The flowers left with him must also be replaced. When Su Yunqi was helped into the carriage by Xu Yuan, he was still drowsy. His head drooped backward, hitting directly into the wooden panel. Master, don't move around so much. Your hair is all messed up. Why do you care so much? I'm not here to pick a concubine. Embarrassed by Su Yunqi's candid words, Xu Yuan blushed bright red, finally struggling to support Su Yunqi with her back so he wouldn't fall. Master, do you want to change clothes? That red outfit looks too conspicuous. Princess picking companions would surely prefer someone calm and scholarly. Looking at you makes one think you're not proper. I've never been anything proper anyway, best if they don't pick me. Just thinking about those scholars having to enter the palace before dawn every day, rising earlier than chickens, and sleeping later than dogs, tsk. Su Yunqi, disturbed by Xu Yuan, lost interest in sleeping and lifted the curtain, sticking out his tongue. Look, isn't my younger brother refined and gentlemanly? Song Jin was dressed in light blue, properly seated beside the window, looking serene, with neatly tied hair. Noticing the adjacent carriage pulling aside the curtain to observe him, he slightly turned his head, smiling with a hint of mockery. Master. What's he laughing about? Ignore him. Su Yunqi didn't take him seriously at all. The situation was clear enough. In essence, it was only Pei Yunlan who really needed a companion, while the others were more like participants in a matchmaking banquet, full of princesses. Princesses never married commoners, they only recruited sons-in-law, maintaining their own princess mansions after marriage. Once a man became a royal son-in-law, he would likely lose all connections to political affairs. So Su Yunqi had never planned to show off today. Today, he was the epitome of a brainless wastrel, the kind who would likely be sent back after one round. As for why he agreed to enter the palace, it was simply because he wanted to take a glance at Pei Yanchu and figure out what this person was up to that had brought him back again. After enduring full 3 hours, Su Yunqi finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed on the carriage, appearing almost lifeless. When he was helped down from the carriage, his legs were still trembling. He hadn't made any pretense, walking in a lethargic manner behind Song Mingi. However, Song Jin, who walked behind him, was impressive as his face was pale, but he managed to keep a straight posture. Su Yunqi genuinely wanted to applaud his performance, but Song Mingi saw his lackadaisical attitude and scolded angrily. Are you here to act like a lord or a mere companion? Learn from your younger brother, you're completely all over the place. Xu Yuan, go back to the carriage, don't rush to serve him. It's truly exasperating. With bowed back, Xu Yuan left with a meaningful look, leaving Su Yunqi helplessly basking in the sun without even an umbrella to shade him. Song Mingi looked at the red-clad Su Yunqi and the green-clad Song Jin, his mind working swiftly. According to his plan, ideally one would marry a princess and the other would enter court with a prince. The younger son was more refined and delicate than the elder, but the elder's eyes were strikingly beautiful, lively and spirited if put nicely, or stupid if harshly critiqued, incapable of hiding emotions. He stared at them, constantly rubbing his knuckles, seemingly evaluating their worth or contemplating their future, then gave a few warnings before departing. Brother looks exceptionally handsome today. I'm sure you'll catch Prince Lu's eye. Oh. You're not bad either. Many young people dressed in various light colors gathered in the garden, either competing in poetry or subtly probing each other's intentions. Su Yunqi half-heartedly dealt with Song Jin's weak hostility and squatted awkwardly by the stone steps, pondering life. He was doomed. He only thought about rebelling against norms but didn't consider the surrounding environment. Everyone else looked solemn while his bright red attire stood out embarrassingly. Had he listened to Xu Yuan earlier, he would have changed into a proper set of clothes in the carriage. He had visited this garden during his last book journey, so his target was clear. He needed to quickly find the artificial mountain to hide, lest he be caught by Pei Yunlan and end up utterly awkward. Chapter 40 Consideration. Brother, where are you going? If you accidentally offend someone important, father will be angry. Song Jin's voice grew quieter, watching the fiery red figure gradually disappear, and a surge of malice welled up inside him. That reckless guy, hurry up and offend someone. If he ends up being sentenced to death in the palace, it would be best. Hey, whose servant are you? Song Jin's shoulder was patted by someone. He quickly composed himself, observing the other person's identity while seriously responding. My father is Prefect Song. Several hot-headed young men gathered around, their faces turned towards the direction where Song Huai had run off, asking. Who's that? Do you know him? That's my brother, Song Huai. Song Jin gritted his teeth, attempting to steer the topic back onto himself again. Wow, he sure is spontaneous. Today, my father forced me to wear this dull green outfit, making me feel completely uneasy. I am too. You know, people rely on clothing as much as horses rely on saddles, but even if I dress in this outfit, I still look out of place. Well said, well said. Whose family do you come from? My father is the Minister of Rights. All right. Song Jin slightly showed disdain. He could tell that these were all wastrels with little knowledge despite having better backgrounds than himself. So what if they were better off? They were all squanderers. Wen Jiming simply disliked all this pretentiousness. Though the son of the Minister of Rights managed to silence him, he didn't miss Song Jin's gaze. In an instant, anger rose within him. To be honest, he hated those who put on airs. His mood was already bad today, and Song Jin happened to provoke him at just the right moment. Regardless of who his father was, he deliberately twisted the words back toward him. How do I remember Prefect Song only having one son? What kind of younger brother are you? You're not possibly a concubine-born younger brother, are you? Oh no. Everyone here is a legitimate son or grandson. Your father surely loves you so much, allowing you to participate in such feasts. In fact, there are so many princesses, who knows, some might actually like you. Ha 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 ha. Everyone held their mouths and burst into laughter. Among the children of power, who didn't know about Wen Jiming? Known for his sharp tongue and picky nature, yet straightforward and intolerant of evil. TCH. A few people scattered like the wind, none willing to deal with Song Jin anymore. They were just curious about who Song Huai was, but they had absolutely no interest in Song Jin. After all, this act of pretending to be aloof yet petty made them refrain from ridiculing further as a sign of tolerance. Every household has its own troubles, let alone almost every household present had several mistresses and countless illegitimate half-brothers and sisters. Typically, all resources in the family are reserved for the legitimate son, while illegitimate sons are merely provided with good food and drink for life, with no chance to dabble in court matters. So naturally, they took exception to Song Jin, always feeling this person must have used some underhanded means to be able to mingle and discuss freely with them. Su Yunqi wandered around and realized he was somewhat lost. When he found his way back, he saw Song Jin's face twisted in agony, standing awkwardly beside the pond, clearly out of place. He swore he hadn't done anything, just trying to ask a few questions out of kindness, only to be given a hard glare. Alright then, trouble seeking trouble, no fun. Just as the last incense burned out, the garden gates were gradually guarded by attendants, and a few figures dressed in bright yellow strolled in gracefully. You stand still, don't dare to run. Pei Yunlan had intended to find fault. He scanned over each face and, amidst everyone's anticipation, finally found the person deliberately bowing their head to avoid notice. Without hesitation, Su Yunqi bolted, regretting it immensely. Why on earth did he wear all red? Why? Stop him. Him, yes. Song Jin noticed Su Yunqi's odd expression, then looked at Pei Yunlan's nearly fiery gaze, his heart beating faster and faster. Could it be that Song Huai truly offended someone, and worse yet, it's a prince? Good, this fool. Let's see how father will continue protecting him. Brother, why are you running? It seems like the sixth prince is calling you. Let go, leave me alone, quickly let me go. I've got you now, you're in big trouble. Pei Yunlan suddenly lunged onto his back, both falling down together. Especially Su Yunqi, forcefully used as a cushion, ended up coughing violently as he lay sprawled on the ground. Song Jin seized the opportunity, hurriedly kneeling down to help Pei Yunlan up, secretly pressing down on Su Yunqi's leg to prevent him from getting up. Sixth prince, please calm down. I wonder what crime my brother committed that angered you so much. Who are you? Pei Yunlan, breathing heavily, looked at Su Yunqi who was sprawled on the ground and unable to get up. He nudged his shoe with his foot and turned his head to ask Song Jin. My name is Song Jin. Then who is he? My brother, Song Huai. Song Huai, you say? Get up, don't pretend to be dead in front of me, prince. Song Jin still remembered the plan to tarnish Su Yunqi's reputation. Hastily, he offered some well-meaning advice. Brother, you should answer quickly. This is contempt for the royal family, a great disrespect. Your Highness, my brother didn't do it intentionally. Please don't hold him accountable. Pei Yunlan had no patience to listen to all this nonsense. He grabbed Su Yunqi's face, only to find the other party had blood trickling from under his nose, dirt smudged on his cheek, and was sitting on his knees holding his face. His eyes were slightly widened, filled with pain and confusion. You're injured. Why didn't you say so earlier? This body of Su Yunqi was particularly sensitive to pain. The blood wouldn't stop dripping onto his robe, but he still managed to silently grumble inside his mind. Not like it wasn't your fault every single time something bad happens when I meet you. Move away from me. Pei Yunlan pushed Song Jin aside, who was kneeling nearby, and pressed a handkerchief onto Su Yunqi's face with a loud slap. Ouch, if you want to kill me, could you just make it quick? Su Yunqi really wasn't afraid of Pei Yunlan. Besides, the latter looked more like an unfortunate child anyway. He used the handkerchief to pinch his nose, planning to sit down for a while before getting back up. I didn't start anything, it was you who dodged me first. Su Yunqi remained silent, closing his eyes to think of a solution. Crap, things are getting too big, and I'm not ready for fame yet. Hey, are you dying or something? Don't die. I just wanted to get back at you a little. We'll call it even. At this moment, the maidservants had already come over with some supplies. Su Yunqi gave Pei Yunlan a scornful look and splashed water on his face casually. His eyelashes were still damp. Could you, esteemed sir, spare my humble self? I swear, I will never bother you again, alright? Su Yunqi, fully aware of his own insignificance, apologized respectfully while suppressing his irritation, hoping to retreat to the side. Unfortunately, Pei Yunlan was soft towards humility and stubborn against defiance. Mistaking Su Yunqi's quietness as crying, and his avoidance as fear, he hurriedly pulled him close, somewhat awkwardly saying. Here's the deal, how about you become my study companion? Aren't you supposed to thank me right now? Thank your hammer for nothing, thought Su Yunqi. He didn't want to get involved in the palace life too early. Grasping Song Jin, whose expression was grimacing, he shoved him forward. Much obliged for your consideration, but why he considers himself unworthy of such honor. However, there is a younger brother in the family, quite talented indeed. Would you reconsider? Chapter 41, Transparency. Song Jin looked somewhat bewildered at Su Yunqi, who didn't know his place, but before she could say anything, Pei Yunlan pulled her away angrily. What do you mean? How dare you refuse me? In an instant, all eyes focused on the area centered around Su Yunqi, and it turned into a ridiculous love triangle. Su Yunqi was drenched in cold sweat, suddenly coming up with a wicked idea. The pool was just behind him, so he decided to accidentally slip and fall into the water, fainting and escaping as planned. If Pei Yanchu wasn't there, then he would have been dragged in for nothing, which really wouldn't be worth it. How would he have time for the male lead if he had to accompany Pei Yunlan to the study every day in the future? You're actually daydreaming. That makes me so angry. Someone, Song Huai, has disrespected this prince. Drag him out and beat him with a stick. What the hell is going on? Su Yunqi looked up in panic, only to see the guards outside rushing toward him. Ha ha ha. In the chaos, someone suddenly kicked his ankle hard, and Su Yunqi instinctively tried to touch it, but lost his balance. Splash. Damn it, he fell into the water. He couldn't muster enough strength in his legs due to the slippery stones under the water, making it impossible to stand firm. Pei Yunlan ordered them to quickly pull him out, but couldn't help feeling annoyed inside. He only wanted to scare Su Yunqi. He knew this person would definitely not dare to be his reading companion, but he still wanted to force him to comply for some fun later. Everyone now showed only one attitude toward him, respectful but distant, except for that rival from childhood. When he finally found someone different, how could he let them escape? He had to wait until they got bored first. Brother Crown Prince. Pei Yanchu was about to leave the palace when he recalled the matter Pei Yunlan discussed with him last night. He was trying to go around it because he wasn't very interested, but then he faintly heard water sounds and frowned, wanting to take a look. During the first 2 years in the palace, he sometimes struggled to control himself, not only couldn't bear seeing children playing and chasing each other, but also experienced emotional breakdowns due to their crying. To retain Pei Ruzhang, decrees were issued to keep young children far away from Yanshun Hall, except Pei Yunlan, who would deliberately provoke by often coming to him. Su Yunqi eventually managed to stand steady and had no time to stretch his neck to catch his breath when his collar was suddenly yanked upward, making his feet flail wildly in the air. Cough, cough, cough. Pei Yanchu didn't want to get damp, hurriedly releasing his grip with disdain. He was about to warn Pei Yunlan not to play near water anymore when someone clung tightly onto him. Oh, he's dead for sure. Pei Yunlan covered his face, unable to bear watching what seemed like Su Yunqi's impending doom. Let go. Pei Yanchu tightened his grip on the wrist of the person beneath him and yelled, hearing the victim scream. It hurts. Stop pinching me. Su Yunqi's hair plastered over his face, making him unable to clearly see the situation. But with a strong will to survive, he instinctively latched onto the nearest person. Quickly sweeping the wet hair aside and withdrawing his hand, he stumbled backward and landed back on the ground, glaring up with pain. Wait, this guy looks kind of familiar. Third elder brother. Pei Yunlan timidly wanted to approach and grab Su Yunqi again, but unexpectedly, this person deftly dodged behind Pei Yanchu and started sobbing dramatically. Are you not going to stop him from bullying people? Wah. This was the second bloom of misfortune for Pei Yunlan, never expecting Su Yunqi's luck to be this bad, repeatedly hitting all his third brother's trigger points. The blue veins bulged on Pei Yanchu's forehead, and he roughly pinched Su Yunqi's cheeks, forcing him to shut up. It was only then Su Yunqi realized the male lead no longer recognized him. Looking at Pei Yanchu's disdainful and impatient gaze made him feel a sharp ache in his heart, as though it was filled with loss and sorrow. Of course, being just the son of a low-ranking official, Pei Yanchu must be crazy to recognize him after all this time. Gripped firmly in his hands, Su Yunqi stopped his sobs and looked directly at him without any restraint, showing slightly exposed teeth. Pei Yanchu only saw infinite disappointment reflected in those round eyes. In a trance-like moment, a tear fell onto his fingertips. He immediately released him and looked down again to find that Su Yunqi had regained composure, forcibly smiling while kneeling to apologize, still bearing bruises caused by Pei Yanchu's grip. Lift your head. Su Yunqi remained submerged in sadness that the grown-up male lead didn't remember him, reacting too slowly to realize his chin had already been forcibly lifted by the other party. The embarrassing scene struck him with a sense of déjà vu, prompting him to mumble incoherently. I'm not crying. Yes, cry. Wah 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 wah. Within a 100-mile radius, so many people watched him cry to flatter a prince. He had never lost as much face in this life as in the previous one. Su Yunqi grew increasingly upset the more he thought about it. Why did his beginning always have to be such a disaster? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly covered his ears. Ugly. Hell. He knew that this person would maliciously criticize him again, so merciless, so devoid of conscience. Big brother, that is my reading companion. Seeing that the male lead was unscathed, still living just as tyrannically as before and not becoming submissive due to being bullied, Su Yunqi concluded there must be something wrong with this reincarnation. He should protest by dying once more and see if he could return to the original world. Anyway, since they no longer had anything to do with each other from now on, Su Yunqi's attitude shifted instantly, and he bowed gratefully toward Prince Pei Yunlan. Thank your highness, Prince 6. Tomorrow I will. Hey, don't grab my collar like that. It hurts, you know. Pei Yanchu simply had nowhere else to act. He looked at the pale neck and once again grabbed it and pulled Su Yunqi closer to himself. Su Yunqi coughed twice, already a bit annoyed, and his anger increased. He gritted his teeth and glared at the expressionless Pei Yanchu, touching his sore neck while turning around to walk towards Pei Yunlan again. Come over here. If he listened to Pei Yanchu again, he might as well be a dog. Don't make me repeat myself. Woof. Su Yunqi's face showed his inner distress. There were injuries on his face, neck, and ankles, and yet no one was willing to take him to change clothes up until now. With a seething heart but silent lips, he returned reluctantly, unwilling to look up at Pei Yanchu. You're angry. I'm not. Yes, you are. In the corner of his eye, Su Yunqi saw Song Jin's mocking smile. Seeing the intentional tap on the toe, he immediately understood who was scheming against him behind his back. Sure. I'm fuming mad all right. Here, let me apologize to you, esteemed sir. Please don't hold a grudge against me, a mere commoner. I promise to avoid you in the future, ensuring I never dirt your eyes again. Go ahead and beat him to death. He wasn't indispensable anyway, living a miserable existence, suppressing his frustration and unable to vent. He wasn't some hidden patient main character in a story full of comebacks. He was just a rookie wanting to live in peace. If this world became too troublesome, then another world must accommodate a transparent cannon fodder like him. Chapter 42, The Luxurious Life. When Pei Yanchu saw his completely frazzled appearance, she subtly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Others may not have noticed, but who was Su Yunqi? After all, he had lived together with the male lead for a year. Even though Pei Yanchu's features were becoming more and more refined, he could still see the playful gleam in her eyes. A cool breeze blew by, finally relieving the tension that had been holding everyone in suspense. Su Yunqi couldn't help but sneeze, only to have the ungrateful, small-minded person before him suddenly put on a stern face again in the next moment. Third brother-in-law, please have the palace maid take my study companion to change clothes first. Pei Yunlan weakly interjected, always feeling as if he would lose something if he didn't speak up soon. Pei Yanchu lightly glanced at him, then looked away, and focused on this bold soaking wet chicken. Su Yunqi found that with every step he took, there came a not-so-light hum from the other side. He anxiously turned to look at Pei Yunlan, but immediately felt chilled by the glare above and bowed his head. What exactly do you want from me, third prince? Su Yunqi flatteringly addressed him with sarcasm, once again playing the role of cautious servility. Inside, he was almost boiling with frustration. I beg of you, give it to me straight. I don't want to play these guessing games anymore. Pei Yanchu was somewhat annoyed at the other party's ungratefulness and dullness. He couldn't understand why, when his meaning was already so clear, Su Yunqi was still going against him. Stupid. What was this supposed to mean, this personal attack? This time, Su Yunqi truly wanted to hit Pei Yanchu. Walking wasn't allowed, staying here meant being scolded, so he decided to open another channel, letting no one else get off easy either. What do you mean, my esteemed third prince? If you want to keep me around, just say so directly. What's with all this probing and investigating? It's making it feel like you're mocking some maiden. But I reckon you don't have that intention anyway, since you wouldn't go after third prince. Su Yunqi was stunned, and the nearby Pei Yunlan suddenly became worried. That brother is mine. I picked him out. His voice gradually grew weaker under Pei Yanchu's steady gaze. Grievously, he shut his mouth and surprisingly turned his eyes towards Su Yunqi. Su Yunqi felt goosebumps rising on his scalp. His reflexes took a while to catch up, realizing that the male lead hadn't changed, still stubborn and face-conscious, which simply translated to someone who can barely articulate a good sentence. Pei Yanchu remained silent, coldly locking eyes with Su Yunqi as if daring any word against his own wishes to trigger immediate consequences. Su Yunqi silently lit candles for Pei Yunlan in his heart. Apologies to this poor guy, he'd continue studying with him in the next life. For now, with no way to ensure his own safety, Su Yunqi could only tearfully nod in agreement. Thank you for your appreciation, third prince. I'm truly grateful. Aren't you unwilling to follow me? I'm utterly willing. Just thinking about waking before dawn every day to accompany your highness fills me with such joy, tears will surely stream down my face. Pei Yanchu satisfactorily nodded, grabbing Su Yunqi's wrist to drag him away, leaving the almost shattered Pei Yunlan standing alone in place. It was me who chose first. And why are you bullying me? Wah. Song Jin was consumed by jealousy. Originally, he had assumed that Su Yunqi would completely lose composure due to losing face, but unexpectedly, the two princes did not even take notice of his humiliation. They were intent on fighting over him instead. Su Yunqi must have stepped on dog poop to gain the attention of the third prince. But if he didn't act quickly, his father's eyes would definitely be fixated on only one person thereafter. Hurriedly, Song Jin forced a smile, pushing his way through the crowd eager to ingratiate themselves with Pei Yunlan, and consoled earnestly. There's no problem. Let third prince choose him, and you can pick someone better. After all, he isn't necessarily extraordinary either. You know nothing. He's different from you, at least he isn't as fake. Pei Yunlan, having grown up in the palace, had long understood these superficialities. And vented his anger onto Song Jin right away. After all, aside from not daring to provoke Pei Yenchu, he was an impulsive man by nature. You dare try to climb up to my level? I detest the very sight of you. Oh yes, aren't you the younger brother of that Song Huai? How dare you disrespect your elder brother like this? Truly without discipline. Leave at once, or I'll never let you remain within my sight. Song Jin dared not explain himself, frozen in place by sheer fear. It seemed as if everyone was laughing at him, whispering amongst themselves, freely pointing fingers at him with their opinions. Song Jin's eyes reddened, his lips tightened, presenting once again a look of grievance, helplessness, and charm eliciting sympathy. Pei Yunlan himself loved to use this tactic, so when he saw the other party acting this way, he immediately turned and walked away, not wanting to give them a single glance. But there were those who fell for it. Once Pei Yunlan had completely walked away, someone came over attempting to offer comfort. Song Jin habitually played the victim card, effortlessly accepting their sympathy by following the provided opening. The previously disdainful rich boys now turned into his saviors, while on the surface Song Jin appeared gentle, inside he felt utterly disgusted. Su Yunqi kept complaining all the way, but no matter how he acted out, Pei Yenchu simply showed no reaction, angering him enough to make him squat down on the spot, refusing to move. Please be gentler, maybe pull my sleeve instead of grabbing my wrist, it hurts. As Pei Yenchu watched him clutch his wrist and squat on the ground playing the helpless card, he suddenly asked without any lead-in. Why can't we hold hands? Which family's two men hold hands? We're not children anymore. Su Yunqi nervously touched his nose. In the past, he had done it just to get closer to Pei Yenchu. But now, as a straight man, asking him to hold hands with another man was truly beyond what he could handle. Oh. Pei Yenchu only muttered one word and paid Su Yunqi no more attention, stepping away on his own. What are you even mad about? Do you think others can't see through you? Su Yunqi awkwardly stood up and began chasing after him, knowing that if he didn't pursue, the guy would definitely become angrier. He had never seen anyone so difficult to deal with. The last one like this was the young Pei Yenchu. When Pei Yenchu heard the reluctant footsteps behind him, he didn't bother to turn around. Instead, he gradually slowed down, waiting for Su Yunqi to catch up. Take off your clothes. What? Su Yunqi's eyes widened, incredulous as he pointed at himself again. You want me to strip here outside? Looking up at the Yen Chun Hall sign, he subconsciously hugged himself tightly. He wondered silently if Shen Huan had suffered during her time, because he seemed to be on the brink of being inexplicably humiliated. Filthy. For heaven's sake, your highness, I haven't fallen into some dirty pond. Off, alright, fine. Before he could finish his protest, Su Yunqi noticed Pei Yenchu attempting to close the door, angering him enough that he took off his clothes with the air of a grand martyrdom. However, none of it mattered as he pitifully followed Pei Yenchu inside wearing only a thin undergarment, trying to cover himself everywhere. Su Yunqi curled up in a corner, openly looking around without restraint, eventually concluding. Luxurious, good, loot-worthy. Chapter 43, Audacity. Pei Yenchu's hand rested on the cabinet door. He quietly turned his head and noticed Su Yunqi biting his index finger joint, looking around with evident restlessness. Don't bite. Su Yunqi was startled. Did this guy have eyes at the back of his head? How come he cared so much? Pei Yenchu didn't pay attention to Su Yunqi's reaction anymore. After a few seconds pause, he suddenly switched hands and opened the other side of the cabinet door. Wear it. Su Yunqi hesitated while taking it, but as soon as he grabbed one side, the other pulled it again. Don't you like it? Of course not, anything from your highness I love. Pei Yenchu didn't let go. Alright, it's too plain. Su Yunqi felt that this light-colored long robe was like congee and dim sum in a feast, bland but without appeal. You choose. Pei Yenchu motioned for him to pick himself out, then sat on the nearby armchair, slightly lowering his gaze. The moment Su Yunqi turned his back, his face dropped entirely. What was there to choose from? There might be all kinds of variegated, white things in the room, picking any would do. So generous, giving him such freedom of choice. He's becoming increasingly incomprehensible. While Su Yunqi was lost in thought, he absent-mindedly opened the wardrobe. The next second, he went silent. Factually speaking, the opposite was true. Originally, only the one he held was white, and the rest were vivid colors. Whoever wore them would look like a flower butterfly. His eye twitched as he reluctantly picked out a deep red satin round collar long robe. Before he had time to change, he was stopped again. Your Highness. Is there anything else you need? Su Yunqi forced a smile through gritted teeth. You're dirty, go wash. At least send someone to help me. Do it yourself. Pei Yenchu pointed to a small door on the far side. Although Su Yunqi managed to hold a fake smile, with still wobbly legs, he hopped off quickly. From the latter's lively back view, Pei Yenchu could tell he no longer wanted to share the same room. Not even pretending well-behaved. Pei Yanchu picked up the clothes left hanging beside him, caressed it, prepared another set of undergarments by the little door, and walked out of the palace with an inexplicable emotion. He always feared that his memories of Anan would gradually fade over time. So, he repeatedly tried to get a glimpse of someone familiar from others. He knew this was wrong, yet he couldn't stop. Where in this world could anyone match up to Anan? Either their minds were tainted or overly humble. 8 years had passed. If Anan were still by his side, she should also resemble the person within the palace, with an unyielding yet deceivable mannerism. About half an hour later, Pei Yanchu finally composed himself. His excitement waned, and he planned to send Su Yunqi back to Pei Yunlan. His previous words wouldn't count, they were merely a fleeting impulse, trying to deceive himself once more. On the other hand, Su Yunqi had already sneaked back to the main hall minutes ago. After quickly getting dressed, taking advantage of Pei Yanchu being out, he no longer suppressed his curiosity and roamed around. With a sharp eye, after inspecting the territories not belonging to him, he suddenly noticed behind the gold-thread double-faced coral screen wind a small table adorned with several exquisite pastries. From morning till now, he had eaten only a little. Compared to treasures scattered all over the hall, he actually found the items on that small table more interesting. Su Yunqi wasn't entirely confident. After triple checking, he confirmed Pei Yanchu wouldn't return anytime soon. Then his audacity surged, and he dashed over in one breath. He just wanted to see, mere curiosity, nothing more. But that pastry looked too much like a tiny rabbit, making his hands itch. Taking one shouldn't be noticed, right? He'd rearrange the plate later, after all, his skills weren't that bad. The more Su Yunqi pondered, the more excited he got. Action followed immediately. The next moment, he comfortably nestled in the armchair by his feet, enjoying the afterglow of bathing. Pei Yanchu's footsteps were always soundless. As he just crossed the threshold, he saw an audacious thief secretly scrutinizing his stuff. This doesn't look as good as that. This one looks nice, but it chokes a bit. Oh well, it doesn't matter. A cup of tea was offered beside him. Su Yunqi, pushing the cake with his bottom out, took a sip without looking. Thanks, brother. Is it tasty? All right, I guess. Su Yunqi smacked his lips, sat back down, appearing calm as he replied, but his head lowered progressively. Pei Yanchu lowered his head and spotted the guilt in Su Yunqi's eyes. He gave a casual glance at the tabletop, then pried the teacup tightly clutched in Su Yunqi's hand. Is it tasty? Yes, very. Go eat the farthest stack of peanut flaky pastry. Su Yunqi hadn't considered that within his choices from the start. After all, eating too many peanuts made him uncomfortable. But now, just to survive, he could only grit his teeth and bear it. Is it tasty? Su Yunqi wanted to vomit, but he didn't dare say it, staring at the slightly bitten crumb in his hand, chewing for a long time without swallowing. He felt wronged again. In the past, Pei Yanchu would never have treated him this way. He would have meticulously checked everything he was going to use or eat, willing to spoil him more than anyone else. There were too many differences now. It saddened him since he wasn't a saint either. Within a short period, it was impossible not to let his mindset drop from being best friends to an outsider. After struggling for half a day to convince himself, even intentionally avoiding these thoughts, now they came rushing back with a vengeance. Pei Yanchu forcibly turned Su Yunqi's face, sensing how the thumb met resistance against the bulge in his mouth. Spit it out. He grabbed a handkerchief, pinched his cheeks and commanded softly, albeit subconsciously easing the strength. Feeling rebellious, Su Yunqi swallowed it despite feeling nauseated, showing off defiantly to Pei Yanchu. If asked to eat it, so be it, if asked to spit it out, never. No chance. As he grew older, he became less and less adorable, stern, taciturn, unpredictable. Pei Yanchu suddenly realized his own hand was already poking at Su Yunqi's throat when he reacted. Don't touch me. Let go. Su Yunqi dry-heaved a few times, coughing badly as he pushed Pei Yanchu away, staggering toward the side. He quickly rose to his feet and stumbled toward the exit. Pei Yanchu stared blankly at his still damp fingertips, his mind growing chaotic again. The sole pressing matter now was catching that person attempting to escape from the hall. Why? Why did everyone share this kind of temperament? Why did no one willingly let him hold them like this? And why did they all dislike peanut desserts? Or why did he see nothing but pure joy and unexplained dependency in the first glance from those eyes? Yet, he had never paid attention to Song Mingdi's line before. How could there possibly have been any interaction with his eldest son? Could the world really contain such identical people? Something must be amiss. Pei Yanchu never doubted his intuition. Chapter 44, Ascension. Pei Yanchu hastily wiped his fingertips and quickly pulled Su Yunqi, pushing him onto the bed. Who sent you? Tang Jiqing or Pei Ruzhang? Su Yunqi was first startled by his disrespectful tone, but when he understood what Pei said, he immediately became furious. What do you mean who sent me? I came myself, all right. Seeing the ferocious look in the other's eyes, he got angry enough to act recklessly. Closing his eyes, he flung his arms and legs wide open, lying down carelessly. Come on, strangle me to death, hurry up so I can be reincarnated. I never want to see you again next life. You petty little bastard, don't be so aggressive. I've had enough, really. Ugh, ugh. Su Yunqi sobbed, wiping his nose and grabbing Pei Yanchu's sleeve while encircling his hand around his own neck. Big brother, please, I can't wait anymore. Pei Yanchu blankly stared at Su Yunqi, who didn't fear dying like a dead pig boiled in water. What did you call me? Call my ass, I'm done playing with you. Do whatever you want. Even though he was already lying there waiting for death, he still asked questions incessantly. Truly annoying, he'd rather find a well to jump into. If things glitched and brought him back, he would jump again, he was done. Where are you going? Song Huai, stay right where you are. You can't control me, acting like everyone is scared of you. While stubbornly talking back, Su Yunqi tried to crawl away, only to be pushed back after a few seconds. Say it again. Humph. Pei Yanchu turned his face back to the front, seeing him still fiercely resisting. Suddenly, he struck a hard slap at his inner thigh. The man underneath him shuddered all over instantly, then slowly curled up his body, becoming motionless. Are you still causing trouble? Su Yunqi sniffled without looking at Pei Yanchu's face. No more trouble. A hand came from above, gently stroking as Su Yunqi quietly let him wipe away his tears. He didn't want to cry either, yet this body mysteriously turned soft-hearted, probably some bruises were forming somewhere again. Now, whatever I ask, you answer. Pei Yanchu lightly rubbed his earlobe and placed his hand on the back of his neck. Do you know Su Qian? No. Did anyone tell you to imitate him and test me? Not at all. Alright, now he understood. The main character was indeed still thinking about himself, but the current situation felt a bit off. Turned out he became his own substitute. Wow, every type of literature somehow found its way to him. After Su Yunqi made sense of it, he wasn't that mad anymore. No wonder Pei Yanchu kept messing with him nervously, it seemed he had sensed something amiss. Thankfully they realized it early, otherwise, if exposed, he might have been burned alive. As Pei Yanchu was about to continue interrogating, suddenly this person's eyes lit up again, as if remembering something important. It made sense, how could someone send such an easily readable person as a spy? Pei Yanchu carefully examined his eyebrows and eyes, inexplicably developing a thought to treat this person as a replacement. There were only 2 to 3 years left, as long as this person stayed obediently by his side, once he accomplished his goals, he would let him go, not mistreating him. Hopefully Anan wouldn't resent him too much, because sometimes he felt close to breaking. It was rare to find someone so alike, and he simply couldn't ignore it. You have 2 choices. 1 is to follow me, and 2 is to become a eunuch. Su Yunqi nearly choked on his own saliva. Covering his crotch, he looked at him incredulously. Me. Someone. Please, your highness, leave me here. If Huai follows the 3rd prince for a lifetime, it will be a fulfilling one. Quick, get a trash can over here, he wanted to puke again. Pei Yanchu happily nodded and pointed to the place where the pastries had been placed earlier, ordering him to stay there. Su Yunqi leaned against the chair with his arms crossed, faintly glimpsing through the screen as Pei Yanchu seemed to be writing something. He desperately wanted to return home. By this point, he figured his green tea bitch younger brother must have started slandering him within the estate. What could he possibly do now? What sin had he committed to encounter such disasters? For the 10,086th time, Su Yunqi regretted cursing the author. This retribution truly seemed endless. Although Pei Yanchu appeared to be writing, his thoughts were actually still on Su Yunqi. The breathing sound in the hall gradually became steady. He slowly slid the screen aside and sure enough, the person sitting on the chair had already curled up asleep. Foolish. Pei Yanchu sat across from him, picking up the Jade Rabbit glutinous rice cake on the table and taking a slow bite. It's too sweet. Only a carefree kid like him would enjoy this. He put down the pastry and sighed, then squatted in front of Su Yunqi. Just moments ago, he was making a fuss with him, and now he could fall asleep without any guard up. He thought that Su Yunqi was fearless like a young calf not afraid of tigers, but it turned out he was simply too naive. Pei Yanchu shook his head to rise, only to find that his robe corner had been single-handedly gripped by Su Yunqi. When he tugged upwards, the other frowned unwillingly and hummed a few sounds. Anan. Pei Yanchu stood numbly before the table, extending a hand to touch Su Yunqi's cheek. 3rd elder brother. Su Yunqi was startled awake by the sudden noise and drowsily fell into Pei Yanchu's embrace. Today, he had only slept for 4 or 5 hours, and after running and jumping around, when the surroundings quieted down, his sleepiness couldn't be suppressed. After being patted a couple of times on his back, Su Yunqi smelled a familiar scent and comfortably nuzzled his face before falling asleep again. Pei Yunlan remained rooted to the spot, mouth agape as if he had seen a ghost. Pei Yanchu stared blankly at his palm and, following his instinct, gently scooped up Su Yunqi. After he properly settled Su Yunqi, Pei Yunlan was already pacing anxiously outside. Elder brother, you can pretend I'm Su Qian, but what's going on now? Do you even deserve that comparison? Pei Yunlan pouted and whimpered as if about to cry. Hold it in. Pei Yanchu emotionlessly stopped his tantrum and reached out to fiddle with a flower. Doesn't he look alike? Pei Yunlan stayed silent. Indeed, even he had been momentarily stunned initially, let alone Pei Yanchu. He isn't pulling my leg, is he? Pei Yunlan bent his head to pluck some leaves, suddenly remembering the words Su Qian said long ago to scare him. But shortly afterward, he shook his head, thinking he was overthinking it since it was utterly unrealistic. What? Elder brother, do you remember what happened at the birthday banquet back then? You deliberately led him to play in the pool water. Pei Yunlan closed his mouth, intending to think of a counterargument, but the other clearly had sunk into reminiscence again, leaving no possibility of listening to him. Thankfully, he was accustomed to such indifference. He muttered to himself. He isn't as good as you think. He loved scaring me on purpose and even claimed he was a heavenly deity come down to pass trials in the mortal world. Once he finishes, he'll ascend back to heaven. And he also said that once he returned, he'd trip me up and make sure I wouldn't have peace in this world. He kept me up 2 whole nights in fear. Such a nasty person, yet you treat him like a treasure. It shows one shouldn't brag, and he ended up gone before New Year's Eve even passed. Humph. Chapter 45, Lockdown. Pei Yanchu didn't take his childish words to heart. He looked behind him at the palace, a bit dejected, lost in thought. Third royal brother, the palace gates are about to be locked. Aren't you going to let him go back? Snap out of it. You can keep him confined in the palace, but he doesn't owe you anything. Pei Yanchu was deaf to all advice. No one could dissuade him from doing what he wanted. If he desired something, he must obtain it. Get out. Pei Yunlan stomped his foot in anger, unyielding and determined to follow the person back into the hall once again. Pei Yanchu paused mid-step, suddenly holding on to the pesky follower behind him. In no time, his face darkened as he ran towards the bed canopy and pulled it aside. The person who had been lying in bed was already gone without a trace. Pei Yanchu placed his hand on the bed and couldn't feel any remaining warmth. Wow, royal brother, he's escaped. Ha ha ha, just like something Su Qian would do. Pei Yunlan intentionally taunted him, but unexpectedly, the other party only smiled while gripping the edge of the quilt. His eyelids slightly trembled. After bowing respectfully, he then left without further disturbance. After the sound of footsteps faded away completely, Pei Yanchu sat back down in the one Wallywood folding chair, tapping the table lightly with his hand. Qianqing Palace or Cunning Palace? Despite being in an excellent mood, his trust for Su Yunqi was still absent. A shadow stealthily appeared in the corner, kneeling on one knee and respectfully responded. The palace gate. Pei Yanchu nodded, picked up a brush, and wrote down, Song Huai. After folding the paper, he applied slight force with his fingertips. Seeing that the other party had reached out to receive it, he gave instructions. Investigate. Even though the answer from the secret guard had dispelled some of his doubts, for safety's sake, he wouldn't overlook anyone or anything that could potentially endanger himself. Su Yunqi dashed all the way until he finally made it outside the palace, only to discover that Xu Yuan, along with the carriage and horses, were nowhere to be found. He knew immediately that his troublesome younger brother was up to mischief. But he wasn't angry either, so he casually tossed his money bag and went straight into the inn. Being alone felt much more comfortable to him. What Su Yunqi did not realize was that every single move he made was under surveillance, not just by one group of people. After descending the stairs and eating to his heart's content, he whistled a tune as he idly strolled around outside. With a handsome face, paired with top-notch clothing from the palace, young maidens would occasionally send him admiring glances. Though Su Yunqi secretly reveled in this, he deliberately avoided the general's residence and spotted the alley where he had once found the protagonist. Years had passed, yet the atmosphere here remained as rough as ever. Crossing his arms, he leaned against a wall and watched children inside fight over a piece of bread. What are you looking at? The victorious child didn't bother to wipe the blood off his cheek, instead filled with caution. With a slightly bent posture, he warily eyed Su Yunqi. Su Yunqi snapped back to reality and quickly turned around and left. He could help temporarily, but not forever. These people were different from Pei Yanchu, he couldn't play the role of a savior. Pei Yunlan returned to his own quarters with a calm expression. Following his routine orders for dinner preparation, he noticed the figure of Pei Wenjing. Royal brother. When did you come? Pei Yunlan rushed to Pei Wenjing's embrace like a bird returning to its nest, thrilled beyond words. Turning his head, he loudly demanded more dishes be added to their evening meal. Having not seen each other for several days, is everything alright, Alan? Not at all. There's nothing I can help you with. Pei Wenjing shook his head, patting him on the shoulder. However, Pei Yunlan refused to end the topic. Pulling Pei Wenjing down to sit, he lowered his eyes and earnestly explained. It's hard to get close to him, I find no fault with Pei Yanchu at all. But today, he took interest in Song Jizhou's legitimate son. I've tested him multiple times already, we should be able to start from him. Pei Wenjing listened attentively. Looking at the calculating look in his counterpart's eyes, he gradually drifted into thought. Alan, you've changed so much. Pei Yunlan's words choked in his throat. He sat there dazedly for a long time before hoarsely uttering. People change. No one remains innocent forever. Royal brother, mother only has her mind set on you ascending to the throne via stepping on Pei Yanchu. I don't want to see endless arguments between the two of you anymore. Am I wrong for wanting to help you now, royal brother? Don't look at me like that. Can you hug me? Pei Yunlan stood up, hurt, stubbornly staring at Pei Wenjing until he felt embraced again by the warmth in his memories. I am not blaming you, Alan. You have grown up in ways I can't see. I'm sorry to you. Pei Wenjing felt deep pain in his heart. He constantly sensed that his younger brother was almost being swallowed alive by the imperial palace, losing his last shred of innocence, but he was powerless. Pei Yanchu knew Su Yunqi hadn't returned home. A low voice from the shadowy bodyguard beside him reported on the fugitive's whereabouts. Escaped? Yes, he was scared off. Humph. As expected, this person had wanted to wait until tomorrow morning to leave by carriage. If he had returned home only to find out immediately that he would have to return to the palace, wouldn't that be amusing? Pei Yanchu could already picture the look of fury and frustration on his face. Does he truly think he can escape? Dream on. Step back. Make sure Beichen and Xiaoxing go there once. The two shadow guards initially planted by Pei Ruzhang around him had long been eliminated, but in gratitude, Pei Yanchu specially trained two more replacements who resembled them greatly, creating confusion. Back then, while in the palace, he didn't understand why he was always found by Pei Ruzhang. Every time he tried leaving the palace, he'd get intercepted and dragged back to the hall. Pei Ruzhang said he was delusional and needed a rest to recuperate from his illness, eventually even ordering those two guards to follow him around openly without any pretense. Tang Ziking's recent actions were becoming more frequent, and it was likely Pei Ruzhang wanted to see him soon. Over the years, he used Pei Ruzhang's hands to gradually weaken the influence of the Empress's family. Batch after batch of high-ranking officials were replaced, and he took advantage of the situation to insert quite a few people of his own. Each time Pei Yanchu thought about Pei Ruzhang's terrible acting, he felt nauseated. The man wanted to turn himself into a pawn for revenge, all talk of deep fatherly affection being utterly false. Back when Tang Ziking's clan held great power, upon ascending the empress position, she grew envious of Pei Ruzhang's exclusive favor towards his mother-in-law, and thus sought ways to frame her. Pei Ruzhang explained so convincingly, claiming that all those years ago he was merely forced into a difficult situation and had no choice but to impose the death sentence, though he couldn't bear it and secretly arranged for their safe passage out of the palace to save their lives. Pei Yanchu still remembered how the man sighed painfully, reproaching himself for not sending enough men to protect his mother-in-law, leading to her tragic demise outside the palace walls. What exactly was he angry about? Pei Yanchu was once successfully deceived by him too, believing that he genuinely loved his mother-in-law. But later, it wasn't long before he saw through this man's selfish facade. He wasn't upset because his beloved one was wronged. Rather, he resented himself as an emperor for being unable to monopolize total power or rule the world alone, hence needing to rely on the support of the empress's family, constrained and hindered at every step. All along, he had been using him to eliminate everyone responsible for his mother-in-law's suffering, nothing more than a release of his frustrations from years past of being suppressed. Incapable yet cowardly, he dared to imagine controlling his life forever, like some rat lurking in the shadows, never to see the light of day. Chapter 46, Defense. Pei Ruzhang had long known that Pei Yanchu would come to him, and from the moment he stepped out of the Yan Chun palace, someone would report to him. At first, he only thought that he looked too much like Li Yan, so he wanted to bring him back to the palace as a mere decoration. But he didn't know when his thoughts changed. Perhaps it was when he saw that madwoman shouting in anger inside the hall, and thus deliberately allowed Pei Yanchu to grow stronger, even surpassing everyone's crown prince in their eyes. Looking at the sharp weapon he personally cultivated, Pei Ruzhang softened his expression and raised his hand to excuse the other person from bowing. I heard you detained someone today. Pei Ruzhang was long accustomed to his slightly cold tone and nodded in agreement. That's right. You shouldn't always be alone. Treasure the people around you, and stop thinking about the past. Yanchu, you understand what I mean. Hearing this, Pei Yanchu blinked and revealed an indescribable sense of loss on his face. Pei Ruzhang had been observing his expression all along, seeing that he still maintained that sentimental appearance, and was finally completely reassured. Yanchu, I have something for you to do. Father Emperor, please instruct. Pei Yanchu lowered his head, looking at his shoe. Not long ago, Qingzhou was hit by a severe flood. Lu Zhong submitted hundreds of petitions, each word expressing the suffering of the common people. But I allocated the funds early and sent someone to deal with it, yet there is no result whatsoever. Yanchu, I trust you the most. I'll feel at ease in trusting this matter to you. Pei Ruzhang patted his back, and upon seeing that he showed no intention of defiance, suddenly remembered something and smiled. Song Hua Yi, right? I know your intentions. Now I'll write an official decree to have someone deliver it at top speed, so that child can enter the palace and assist you. Relax, this is his fortune. Just wait patiently. Pei Yanchu curled his lips slightly, bowed, and then slowly withdrew, under the satisfied gaze of the other person. Lu Zhong, again, one of the individuals personally helped up by the Prime Minister's residence. He glanced far away towards Kunming Palace and walked off without expression. As expected, it was just dogs fighting and getting into a mess. Su Yunqi had great difficulty finally finding a carriage that could carry people. A blade of grass stuck in his mouth, he propped up his chin and dozed off, feeling drowsy. To be honest, he was still a little hurt, because despite not returning home all night, no one had come to look for him. He pushed open the door of the house in a fit of resentment, wanting to settle accounts with Xu Yuan. Master Su is back. This voice startled Su Yunqi. Before he could return to his room, he saw a whole family rush into his courtyard. This behavior obviously indicated something was amiss. His father held the family discipline tool in one hand, and the servants beside him were holding ropes. Jiang Wan, anxious and angry, stood outside helplessly. You rebellious son. Kneel down. Su Yunqi shrunk his neck and tried to figure out what all this was about. What did I do wrong that has made you so enraged? Father, just let it go. I'm exhausted. Song Mingi was so infuriated that his beard fluttered and his eyes bulged, lashing out immediately. You even have the gall to ask that question. Yesterday, Xiao Jin came home looking extremely troubled. If it wasn't for my forced interrogation, I wouldn't have known you created such a huge mess. When exactly did you offend the sixth prince? And why did you provoke the third prince as well? Are you trying to drag our entire family into death alongside you? Su Yunqi dodged the whip and glared at Song Jin hidden among the crowd, shouting loudly. Song Jin, come out. Is it true you're telling bad things about me to my father? Song Huai, you actually still have reasons. After causing so many troubles and not returning home already, you dare to go seek pleasure in brothels. Look at the clothes you're wearing, which courtesan gave them to you? Song Huai was stupefied. He looked down at his clothes, pointing toward his own eyes. Father, isn't there something wrong with your vision? These clothes are clearly. Seize him. Tie him up. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't be surnamed Song. Under Song Jin's secret machinations, a group of servants rushed over. One of them, fearing he would say anything further in defense, randomly grabbed a handkerchief and stuffed it into his mouth. MMPH. Su Yunqi's hands and feet were bound to the chair legs. Lying face down on the long chair, his clothes were torn carelessly, as he saw Song Mingi approach with the whip. All hope is lost. This is the end. Terrified, he struggled frantically, trying to spit out the cloth in his mouth in order to explain himself. Master, hold on. Someone from the palace has arrived. Song Mingi was drenched in cold sweat, as if he could already picture the entire family being executed. His legs wouldn't stop trembling. Coming. He exhaled in 3 short bursts, fearing that he might run out of breath. With an anxious heart, Song Mingi entered the front courtyard, but to his surprise, things weren't as he had expected. There were no soldiers surrounding and capturing them, only a few guards stood by holding a sealed letter. After listening to the imperial decree while blankly kneeling on the ground, Song Mingi shakily accepted the royal letter and remained dazed even after everyone left. Chosen, my son has been chosen. My boy is about to rise to greatness, ha. He laughed maniacally, already imagining himself ascending to unimaginable heights and no longer being just a mere provincial governor. After regaining some joy, Song Mingi suddenly remembered that Su Yunqi was still bound, and hurried back to the yard. Song Jin smiled mischievously as he picked up the whip and squatted in front of Su Yunqi's red-faced expression. Brother, don't blame me, I'm just too afraid. MMPH. Do you want to say something? Are you very angry? But what I said wasn't wrong, was it? Song Jin grinned brightly, then abruptly swung the whip at his back. Su Yunqi never imagined he would have such audacity. The pain made him gasp and cry, his eyes closing tightly as he trembled. How dare you strike your elder brother? Who gave you the right? Song Mingi hadn't yet wiped the smile from his face when he witnessed this unfilial act. He slapped Song Jin hard, then personally untied the ropes, continuously soothing Su Yunqi with words. Good child, does it hurt? It's father's fault for punishing you without fully understanding the situation. Come, get up, let father see how serious your injuries are. Fortunately, there was no blood because of the clothes shielding him, but Su Yunqi, scared stiff by the pain, shrank away from Song Mingi's hand and turned around to seek comfort from Jiang Wan. The servants, who changed their allegiance like wind-blown grass, realizing the situation wasn't good, quickly released Madam and each bowed their heads silently. Mother, it hurts, woo. What use is crying? Go find the person who beat you. Jiang Wan's eyes were rimmed red. Though her words were sharp, her hands clutched Su Yunqi tightly, eager to check his wounds. Song Mingi still had his eye on his bright future. He ordered someone to call a doctor, fearing anything might happen to Su Yunqi that would prevent him from entering the palace smoothly the next day. Chapter 47, Awareness. Song Mingi noticed that Su Yunqi had been avoiding him and felt somewhat awkward. Glancing at Song Jin beside him, who was covering his face and trying to sneak away, he shifted his anger. How dare you tarnish your elder brother's reputation? You even lie to me. It seems you know no repentance. Bring him over here and lock him in the firewood shed for a few days of reflection. Tears welled in Song Jin's eyes. He knew that Song Mingi only wanted to sacrifice him to please Su Yunqi, so he obediently stood still as he was taken away, adopting an attitude of acceptance of any punishment. He didn't dare to speak back, only hoping his mother would quickly whisper sweet words in her husband's ear and have him released soon. Father misunderstood you. My son is extraordinarily intelligent and well-versed in propriety, how could he possibly do those things? Father has already dealt with Song Jin. If Huai isn't happy, father will have someone beat him again if necessary. Su Yunqi slowly gathered her thoughts as she bit her lip, something felt off. This behavior from Song Mingi seemed like a personality split, his previous actions and current ones were far too contradictory. Father, what's wrong with you? Jiang Wan was still straightening his clothes while she touched the fabric in her hand and already had ideas. My darling, this is a tremendous blessing. The Emperor personally wrote a decree asking you to serve the third prince. Consider this, opportunities like these rarely present themselves. If one day the third prince ascends to glory, then your future certainly won't be bad either. Song Mingi, you know what kind of person Huai is. Are you just letting him enter the palace blindly, not fearing all our efforts being wasted? Song Mingi couldn't hold his expression anymore. Enraged, he yelled. What do you, a mere housewife, understand? The third prince specifically asked for him. This enormous wealth falling right into our laps. Su Yunqi remained silent with a numb expression. Following the trope of the early deceased white moonlight and the true and false stand-ins, he should now have caught the full attention of Pei Yanchu. He estimated there'd be a lot of pain awaiting him. The doctor had left only a bottle of wound medicine behind. Blinking, he picked it up and walked inside, wanting nothing to do with the quarrel between the two. His mind was focused on one matter. Tomorrow, once again, he would have to wake up early to work for that ruthless boss. Pei Yanchu better be a little lenient with him, otherwise, he seemed to have no recourse. After all, he was but a frail, delicate white flower, incapable of resisting anything. He wasn't sure about the final decision of the two people outside, but based on his father's fawning nature, he was 9 out of 10 times certain to be sold off. Sure enough, when Xu Yuan came shaking him awake the next morning, Su Yunqi broke down. Please, whose child wakes up at 4 in the morning? Is there even humanity or fairness in this world? Master, what are you muttering about? Hurry up and get dressed. Xu Yuan wiped away imaginary tears from the corner of his eyes and continued like reciting a mantra. In the future, I won't be able to personally take care of you. Make sure you don't kick off your covers at night, check the front and back of your clothes before putting them on in the morning, and control your temper after entering the palace. I don't want to clean up after you, master, wail 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 wail. You stop crying. Do you think this is morning? Keep shouting and I'll drag you along with me. Xu Yuan hastily shut his mouth and carefully handed over his clothes. While struggling to put them on, Su Yunqi muttered under his breath. I'm not saying I'm not coming back, and he hasn't said I have to stay in the palace. No way am I doing that, I'll go back home as soon as my time is up. Don't think you can lock me in there. With complaints brimming in his heart, he stepped onto the carriage, and just as he was leaving, Jian Wan thrust a package into his hands. Su Yunqi peeked inside and, surprisingly, found everything he could imagine within it. What is this? Incredulously holding up a faded small blanket and bringing it close to sniff, an inexplicable sense of calm enveloped him. Could this possibly be the comforter from the original host's childhood? Though slightly disdain etched across his face, Su Yunqi's hands remained steady as they fingered its edge absent-mindedly. It seemed his mother hadn't viewed him as a teenager of more than a decade yet, using such things to console him. If his memory served correctly, this item had been forcibly confiscated years ago during the host's angry tantrums. He unfolded the blanket intending to cover himself and drift back to sleep, but something dropped to the floor. A hairpin. It must have fallen inside unnoticed by his mother while she packed it. Su Yunqi brushed the hairpin aside, thinking he'd return it to her upon returning home that evening. Song Mingi and Jiang Wan didn't get along well, which made her somewhat irritable and less patient, unlike her gentle demeanor from her younger days. But Su Yunqi could feel her concern for him, entirely different from Song Mingi's manipulative intent. He wondered what Song Jin was up to now. That person truly caused trouble, constantly dragging him into family dramas. Now things had reached this point, self-inflicted suffering indeed. Su Yunqi let his mind wander from one thought to another as the carriage finally came to a stop. As he jumped out, he didn't forget to remind them to come fetch him back home later. He hadn't expected that the palace would send someone to receive him. Su Yunqi followed a group of palace maidservants, assuming they'd be heading toward the Yan Chun Hall, but their final destination turned out to be the Qian Qin Palace. Ah, Master Song has arrived. Please wait here for a moment while I go inside and announce your arrival. Hey, Elder Eunuch Chang. Su Yunqi, pale-faced, cautiously probed. Shouldn't I have gone to the third prince's quarters? Why have I been brought here? Chang Shi looked him over from head to toe and suddenly clapped before laughing. I wouldn't dare speculate on His Majesty's intentions, but you'd best clear your head. Su Yunqi's hands and feet went icy cold. The moment he caught sight of Pei Ruzhang, he couldn't help but lower his head. Raise your head and let the Emperor take a look at you. Pei Ruzhang tilted his head down and surveyed him. It was immediately obvious how frightened Su Yunqi was. After a good half incense stick's worth of silence, Pei Ruzhang continued. You're Song Huai? Yes. Pei Ruzhang slightly arched an eyebrow and deliberately reprimanded. Didn't you study the palace rules before coming in? Who allowed you to respond to me like this? Terrified, Su Yunqi clenched his mouth shut, neither standing nor kneeling. He'd never wished so hard for Pei Yenchu to show up and quickly lead him away. When Pei Ruzhong decided the timing was right, his expression softened. Enough. Since it's your first offense, I won't hold it against you, but you must help me with something. Following the rule that speaking more leads to more mistakes, Su Yunqi knelt and bowed his head to signify obedience. The person I trust the least is none other than my son Yenchu. Ever since he returned to my side, he always likes to isolate himself, and no one knows what goes through his mind. But now that there's you, it seems he's willing to begin accepting others again. However, I still can't shake off my concerns about him possibly hurting himself with his wandering thoughts. So from now on, stay close to him, keep an eye on every move he makes, and if anything unusual happens, report back to me immediately. Understood? Su Yunqi felt exasperated. All this fuss just to make him keep an eye on Pei Yenchu. The main character was already grown, did he really need to care about him this much? This guy had a strong control complex, it all seemed quite absurd to Su Yunqi. He wondered if Pei Yenchu could even endure it. Chapter 48, Yours. Su Yunqi always felt something was off, but rumors outside the palace all said Pei Ruzhong treated Pei Yenchu very well, so for a moment he couldn't tell what was true and what was false. After leaving Qianqing Palace, Su Yunqi followed his memory back to Yanchun Hall. He paused at the doorway, his expression complicated, hesitating for 2 seconds before turning toward the plum garden. Since Pei Yenchu hadn't sent anyone to find him, it meant he wasn't needed yet. He certainly wasn't about to bother unnecessarily, so it would be better to just go somewhere to clear his mind first. In the height of summer, the plum tree's branches were full of green leaves. Su Yunqi found a shady spot, stretched lazily, and then lay down flat. With his feet propped up and a blank look on his face, he stared at the blue sky. He plucked a leaf with his hand, put it in his mouth, and started counting. 3, 2, 1. Song Huai, if you don't want to enter the hall, why have you come here? As expected, a pair of black shoes suddenly appeared in front of him. Su Yunqi sat up, ready to mock a few words, when he pulled the leaf out of his mouth. Dirty. Why do you eat anything? Don't bother me. Seeing Song Huai furrow his brows in discontent, Su Yunqi instead acted even more recklessly. That's just my temperament. If you can't stand it, tell His Majesty immediately and let him change the decree. Pei Yenchu didn't get angry, instead, he laughed faintly as he pulled Su Yunqi who was lying on the ground making a fuss, speaking with a calm tone. You're angry again. Song Huai, I just had something to deal with earlier, which is why I didn't come find you. Su Yunqi reluctantly accepted his explanation, pushed his hand away, and began respectfully bowing in deference. Huai greets the third prince. I overstepped my bounds earlier. Pei Yenchu had already figured out his character yesterday. The current behavior from the other side made him somewhat confused. Are you still upset? Su Yunqi pouted, sarcastic. I thought your highness liked this kind of communication. Pei Yenchu looked at his vibrant young spirit, turned his head aside as if trying to suppress his own emotions. What did the emperor ask you to do? As he asked, he pinched a leaf, tilted his fingertips slightly, aiming at Su Yunqi's neck. But upon seeing his completely unguarded smile, he forced himself to ease his strength a bit. He had given Su Yunqi a chance, and now it depended on whether he seized it or not. He asked me to keep an eye on you, and report back to him whenever necessary. Su Yunqi didn't realize his life was held in someone else's hands. He rolled his eyes and honestly replied while muttering complaints. Please, I'm way too lazy to bother with you. I'm busy too, alright. Pei Yenchu's breathing gradually calmed down. He released his grip, grabbed Su Yunqi's wrist, and walked into the hall. Sleeves. Sleeves. Don't you fear that I'll kill you to prevent you from leaking my secrets? Su Yunqi waved his arms around noisily. What for? All he wants is to care about you a little, though maybe his methods aren't right. Moreover, I never intended to betray you in the first place. Is this caring? Song Huai, are you really that stupid? Pei Yenchu thought he was simply too naive. Holding back his temper, he pushed him into the hall before reprimanding him softly. So how about if I have people guard you day and night, and at any sign of your improper intentions, they drag you into the hall and lock you up until you wake up? Su Yunqi took a few steps back, looking at the other with alarm. Or perhaps you'd rather I flatter you all the time, making you inexplicably hated and alienated by others. Even when you're obviously isolated, you force yourself to rely solely on me to live. Would you like that? Pei Yenchu took 2 deep breaths, suddenly regretting why he bothered to explain so much. This person wouldn't understand anyway. Talking this much now is just exposing all his most wretched past, only for this person to secretly scoff later. He abruptly gathered his leaked emotions, clenched his fists, and left Su Yunqi alone as he strode into the side hall. I'm sorry, please don't be mad. I apologize, alright? I truly didn't know about these things. I didn't know that after coming back to the palace, your days would turn out to be so suffocating. I remember when I nearly died, I heard the emperor personally searching for you, I assumed he finally fully acknowledged your identity and would compensate you in countless ways, ensuring that you'd never feel wronged again. Maybe I thought too much. If I had not interfered from the beginning, letting you continue fighting in that alleyway, then you wouldn't have been exposed to these matters so early. Even if in the future, you went through setbacks and strikes like characters in a book, you probably wouldn't end up collapsing in despair and agony like now. What was my original intention? It seemed like he was just meant to be a useful cannon fodder, supporting the male lead to ascend the throne without any pressure. But it appeared that he had messed everything up. He made things increasingly complicated. Perhaps his first encounter with the main character was a mistake, he shouldn't have interfered in others' lives. Su Yunqi asked himself earnestly, what was the meaning of all these actions? If Pei Yanchu eventually became dark and destroyed the world, it would also be related to him. If Pei Yanchu was unhappy, feeling suppressed and wanting to vent, why should Su Yunqi feel dissatisfied about his choice or even attempt to change it? That was his life, and Su Yunqi was nothing more than an unimportant bystander. Su Yunqi thought he was sick, very seriously ill. On what grounds could he decide that because this was just a book, everyone should follow the plotline of the book? Meanwhile, he stood at the God's eye view, changing other people's worlds at will. He was freezing cold all over, even reluctant to hold Pei Yanchu back. As he watched the quick retreating back figure of the other party, Su Yunqi silently sat on the chair lost in thought. It was he who was indebted to the other one. It was he who had ruined the other one's life. Pei Yanchu was annoyed, writing down the word tranquility again and again on the paper but unable to calm down. Where is Song Huai? Has he gone to Qianqing Palace? No, he is still in the main hall. Then what is he doing? Pei Yanchu crumpled up a piece of paper and threw it underfoot. Sitting. Forget it, let him have another chance, preferably don't disappoint my kindness. Otherwise, with today's news, he won't leave the palace alive. With a somber face, Pei Yanchu returned to the main hall, only to unexpectedly see a desolate back sitting alone at the door. Next to Su Yunqi's feet was a lantern. When he saw it, he immediately recognized it as the one Pei Yanchu once won for him. He slowly lifted the lantern, lightly flicking its tassels, sadness filling his eyes. What are you doing? Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi turned around surprised. He sniffed his nose and cautiously replied. You're back. Pei Yanchu took the lantern from his hand, put it back on the display stand, and then looked down at the little rose flower which was nearly wilting. I'm not angry. Why are you so sad here? Su Yunqi couldn't control his emotions. Seeing Pei Yanchu's helpless gaze, his lips curled inward, and he started shedding tears silently. While Pei Yanchu was considering whether such a weepy person could betray him or not, he was stunned by the other person's words. Can you not be mad at me, please? I don't want you to be mad. It wasn't intentional. As long as you can forgive me, I'll do whatever you ask. From now on, my life is yours. Chapter 49, Joy. Pei Yanchu had not been this perplexed for a long time. He looked at Su Yunqi, who was eager to pledge his loyalty, and deliberately teased him. Just now, wasn't someone making a fuss about leaving the palace to go home? What's going on? The past is the past, and now is now. Su Yunqi nervously looked at him while fidgeting with his fingers, and as he recalled his previous dissatisfaction with Pei Yanchu, it began to rain in his heart once again. Will you listen to me entirely? What if I ask you to come to Yanchun Palace every day at dawn to accompany me? Su Yunqi frowned and grunted twice, as if finally making an unbearable decision. Closing his eyes, he declared with great righteousness. I will try my best. It's just about sleeping fewer hours, right? Wah. He himself became sadder the more he spoke, clearly realizing that serving penance was hard physical labor. Pei Yanchu's initial embarrassment and reluctance to see others disappeared after being amused by Su Yunqi. After all, this person was now more bashful than he was, and control between them once again fell into his hands. He wiped away Su Yunqi's tears, then moved his hand down to pinch his cheek. Don't rush, I'm just joking. Su Yunqi dared not resist. He placed his hand on the other's tiger mouth area and pitifully scratched it. You don't need to come this early. Su Yunqi's eyes suddenly lit up, foolishly rubbing against his finger. After all, you're going to stay here from now on, and you won't have to go back. Having teased the listless young man enough, Pei Yanchu, upon seeing a new layer of mist forming in his eyes, softly but sternly said. Don't cry, aren't you saying that I can do what I want with you? I didn't mean to cry, could you pinch the other side of my face instead? It's already swollen. Saving his face, Su Yunqi regretfully glanced at the direction of the palace gate a few times, swallowed his saliva silently, and timidly asked within the darkening gaze of Pei Yanchu. Does the package include 3 meals? Can I eat some rabbit-shaped pastries? If I can't get up in the morning, can I linger in bed a bit longer? Pei Yanchu initially thought he was being stubborn, feeling he was nothing like the obedient appearance on the surface, yet never imagined he would raise such absurd requests. Stunned for 2 seconds, emotions slightly complicated, he suddenly pressed the face puffed up due to dissatisfaction and said slowly. It depends on your performance. Su Yunqi rubbed his hands against his face, confused why Pei Yanchu always liked to tease him. He smiled slightly in a slightly repentant manner. I'm very well behaved. Big brother, I am obedient. I like playing with Big Brother the most. Pei Yanchu felt a bit dazed, his expression changed abruptly. Pushing Su Yunqi away hastily, he no longer dared to look at his face. Go stand aside. Don't follow me for now. Su Yunqi sat down on a chair with a thud, his head full of questions, but soon found his own reasons. It's fine. It's normal for the male lead to suddenly become inexplicably unhappy. He couldn't ignore him, so he must think of a way to console him first. Unafraid of his cold attitude, Su Yunqi pursued, grabbing the somewhat stiff hand of Pei Yanchu and was about to say something when a strange growl came from his stomach. Grr. Blinking his eyes, with ears blushing bright red, he looked up to meet the teasing eyes of the male lead. Pei Yanchu freed his hand and wiped his face before ordering someone to bring the meal. This is really unfair, extremely unfair. Even though there were already many exquisite dishes laid out on the table, Su Yunqi could only stand by the side gloomily holding the communal chopsticks to serve dishes to others. The servants finished tasting for poison and bowed to exit quietly as Pei Yanchu picked up his chopsticks. Swallowing sounds echoed into his ears shortly after. The old mischief returned. He pretended not to hear, and used even more food than usual, just wanting to fool around with Su Yunqi purely for fun. Prince, does it taste good? Believing that this sentence carried significant implications, Su Yunqi eagerly offered another piece of lamb chop he wanted to eat himself. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat? Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi nodded furiously, gazing at him with hopeful large eyes. Will you still talk back to me in the future? Nope, I swear. Next time, I'll definitely be obedient. Next time, definitely. Pei Yanchu gave him a speechless glance. This dim-witted boy was truly stupid. When Su Yunqi finally realized that he had unintentionally provoked Pei Yanchu again, he quickly laughed awkwardly, his voice getting smaller and smaller. I'm sorry, I promise I won't dare anymore, really. Pei Yanchu's lips curled upwards. He stopped giving him a hard time and put down his chopsticks to let him do as he pleased. His ears twitched slightly, turning his head unobtrusively. He noticed a shadow flashing through the small door opposite. It must be the secret guard he sent out last night who had returned, meaning that the person in front of him had already been investigated thoroughly. Pei Yanchu raised his eyebrows and scrutinized Su Yunqi, then walked towards the side hall as he stood up. He hoped it wasn't what he thought it was, otherwise, he would never forgive Su Yunqi for the rest of his life. Yes, he'd gone mad a long time ago. Now, pretending to be close but with a bit of mischievousness was because he feared his guess might turn out to be true. If he hadn't prepared beforehand and controlled his emotions well enough to feign ignorance and utter bewilderment, only for Su Yunqi to slip through his fingers again later, it would have been an unwise move. He couldn't allow that. Some mistakes, he would only make once. One day, he would get to the bottom of all the secrets involved. Pei Yanchu sat by the desk, picked up the envelope, and his heartbeat quickened. He didn't know what exactly made him so nervous as he slowly pulled out the paper, reading word by word. He prayed that everything he thought of was real, yet there was also a conflicting hope that everything was just a coincidence. As time passed, slowly his shoulders began to tremble ever so slightly. The balled-up paper he'd discarded before was once again picked up from the floor near his feet. He didn't even need to look at it to remember what was written there, but as if to confirm the most profound answer to himself, he carefully smoothed out the wrinkled sheet bit by bit. Prominently displayed on it were all the preferences and habitual actions of Su Qianan throughout his lifetime, as well as every abnormal event that occurred around him before and after the age of 5. Pei Yanchu compared the two sheets of paper, his eyes gradually turning bloodshot. And the sound coming from his clenched jaw was terrifying. He forcefully suppressed his intense emotions and lightly picked up the brush, making a bold stroke over the 4 words, drastic personality change, written by the undercover guard. Indeed, how could there be so many coincidences in this world? When coincidences pile up like this, they shouldn't be coincidences anymore. Pei Yanchu's breathing became heavier and heavier. His eyelids twitched as he locked his gaze firmly on Su Yunqi, separated by merely one wall. Good job, Anan. Still playing hide-and-seek with your brother? You clearly remember your lessons too little, don't you? I said all I needed was to call twice and you'd appear. Yet, here you are hiding from me for a whole 8 years. That's quite disobedient of you. The overwhelming joy gradually subsided within him, when suddenly a more intense sense of grievance crept up belatedly, surging forward and demolishing the joy of having regained something lost from the start. Chapter 50, Opportunity. So, what is the truth? What is the identity of that person outside? Is it really possible for this world to have strange and supernatural forces? Pei Yanchu suddenly remembered a joke Pei Yunlan had told him not long ago, and his mind went blank. He had never believed in deities or Buddhas, he only believed in himself and relied solely on himself. But all the things happening now seemed to effortlessly shatter his perception. If Su Yunqi is truly a celestial deity, then why has he descended again this time? What tribulations is he going through this time? Could it be because of his previous failure that he was sent back once more? It's true, his Anan is so clumsy and prone to making mistakes. Pei Yanchu had countless doubts in his heart, yet he felt no sense of helplessness. He picked up another piece of paper and clearly listed all his questions. First, what is his real name? Pei Yanchu paused for a moment as he wrote down Qi and then circled it. Anan's words before dying were certainly not without basis. He couldn't help but feel somewhat annoyed. With so many clues, he hadn't thought carefully about them, leaving himself trapped in memories instead of finding ways to track down Su Yunqi. Second, what exactly is his mission? Pei Yanchu could only confirm that whatever the other party was doing must relate to himself. Otherwise, why would a 5-year-old kid approach him out of the blue, and even after he came back the second time, still maintain contact with him? Third, will he disappear from his sight again? Pei Yanchu's sense-off was immediately overridden by anger. He let out a cold laugh, and the pen in his hand broke with a snap. What right does he have to leave when he wants, to stay when he wishes? Is it fun to toy with me? Knowing very well that I am the only one left in my world, you pretend to die in my arms, driving me utterly mad. Pei Yanchu resolved to use any means necessary to keep Su Yunqi. This is something he owes me, and thus should be captured by me to repay it for a lifetime. In these 8 years, he had even considered abandoning all plans of revenge, ending himself with a knife just to leave this nauseating world. How could he ever think it wise to meddle with someone like me? Did he truly believe I was an ordinary child, easily deceived? I, Pei Yanchu, am far from normal. I am a devil crawled out from hell, a wolf in the wilderness who devours people. If wanting leads to dropping at will, who taught an such behavior? They truly deserve to be dragged out, their blood spilled bit by bit until death. Pei Yanchu's expression turned horrifying. He destroyed all evidence, ensuring Su Yunqi wouldn't discover his awareness. This time, while Su Yunqi is exposed, he remains concealed, determined not to make the same mistake and allow Su Yunqi the chance to escape. Pei Yanchu slowly calmed his demeanor, confirming there were no flaws, before pushing open the side door to enter. Looking at the small liar who was still resting his chin in his palm, playing with the vegetable leaves, Pei Yanchu tightened his fists little by little. Song Huai, don't be picky. Su Yunqi was startled by him. He hastily put down his chopsticks, pushed his bowl away, and wanted to get off the table. Pei Yanchu used to think he looked just like Su Qian, and upon reflection, realized he wasn't wrong, their bad habits were exactly the same. He suddenly became aware of something, stepped out, and instructed someone to look for the physician, specifying that the imperial doctor should come to Yanchun Palace. Su Qian left due to health issues. This time, Pei Yanchu intended to closely monitor Song Huai and prevent all possible mishaps. Pei Yanchu wasn't about to indulge him. He hadn't punished Su Yunqi for being cruel and ungrateful yet, how could he possibly pamper him unconditionally? Come here and sit. Su Yunqi felt uneasy inside. His sixth sense told him something seemed slightly off. Why did the male lead return with a changed air, looking even more formidable? He felt intimidated by Pei Yanchu and didn't dare move for a moment, gripping the edge of the table and continuing to examine his expression. After realizing everything, reading him became as easy as drinking water for Pei Yanchu. Without further words, he grabbed the collar of Su Yunqi and pressed him down onto his own chair. Didn't you say you'd listen to me? You're already scared of me without me even getting angry. If I truly lose my temper, won't you end up crying and running back to your mother? Ah. Can you stop scaring me? It feels embarrassing. Su Yunqi, with peculiar brain circuits, couldn't imagine himself wailing into Jiang Wan's arms since she'd never console him, but merely tell him he was useless. With some chills, he scratched his face. Suddenly, a piece of green vegetable was stuffed into his mouth. You're not allowed to spit it out. Do you think I can't see you messing up the dish? Su Yunqi felt goosebumps all over as he found the situation of a teenager wanting to feed him somewhat peculiar. Even in the real world, no matter how good the relationship between two brothers might be, it wouldn't reach this level, would it? He quickly swallowed and held on to Pei Yanchu's hand that was about to continue. Can you stop? I can do it myself, okay? If you make one more move, I'll break your hand. Su Yunqi silently retracted his own hand, shrinking into his chair like a quail. And if you dare to run around again, I'll twist your ankle too. Su Yunqi wanted to counter with a few words, claiming he hadn't run around, but was silenced by the other's dark stare. I won't run. Fine. I'll stick to you every day if that's what you want. Su Yunqi opened his mouth wide. So, the male lead liked this kind of routine, didn't he feel embarrassed? Wouldn't he want some personal space? Pei Yanchu took the opportunity to feed another bite, looking at Su Yunqi lost in thought. His control instinct surged once more as he wondered what Su Yunqi was pondering so deeply about. What are you thinking? You seem a bit strange. Pei Yanchu's expression faltered for a moment, then asked calmly. How am I strange? Su Yunqi pointed to the chopsticks in Pei Yanchu's hand, frowning without saying another word. Pei Yanchu, being the main character, valued his dignity. After Su Yunqi had highlighted this, surely the other party wouldn't still act like a father figure toward him. Song Huai, don't think I can't see through your little tricks. Su Yunqi forced out an awkward laugh. True, he only focused on his identity and overlooked his abilities. He hadn't performed well this time, but next time, it'd definitely work. The voice of the royal physician reporting from outside came in, causing Su Yunqi to assume there was something wrong with Pei Yanchu. He hurriedly stood up and hovered around. Your Highness, where does it hurt? Let me check quickly. Straining hard, Su Yunqi tiptoed because Pei Yanchu was impossibly tall, and his head could barely reach Pei Yanchu's shoulder. Every time he looked up, Su Yunqi felt inexplicably insecure inside. Seeing him flutter around like a small butterfly, Pei Yenchu's slight irritation melted away somewhat. At least he cared, giving him yet another chance. Chapter 51, Losing Face. Pei Yenchu held Su Yunqi's shoulder to stop him from turning around, then pulled him by the collar toward the nearby couch. Su Yunqi. Sit still and don't move. Dr. Wen came in with his medicine box, still somewhat frightened. He knew clearly that this lord in the hall disliked him very much, so normally there would be no situation where he was specifically asked to diagnose someone. But now with this sudden development, he felt Pei Yenchu couldn't resist doing something to him and wanted to send him to meet Yama. Your subject pays respects to your highness. Of course Su Yunqi recognized him. Propping his chin in his hand, he sighed slightly. The treatment here in the palace doesn't seem great either. People grow old until they can barely stand, and yet aren't allowed to retire. Truly, it's a case of labor exploitation. Before Su Yunqi could finish mocking, he saw Pei Yenchu pointing at himself toward Dr. Wen. Ah. Am I supposed to check on myself? I'm fine, right? It's up to me to say whether or not you're fine. Pei Yenchu rolled up his sleeves, took his wrist, and placed it on the soft pillow beside them. Subsequently, he stared intently at the physician's expression. Being caught in this atmosphere made Su Yunqi a bit uneasy as well. He thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what the male protagonist intended to do. After deliberation, he drew only one conclusion. Pre-job physical examination. Dr. Wen still remembered the previous incidents when Pei Yenchu caused problems outside the palace. He assumed that Lord Pei Yenchu once again wanted to test his skills, asking him to diagnose patients with difficult and complicated diseases. He cautiously explored the pulse and finally relaxed. To reply to your highness, there is no major issue. This nobleman at most has some liver fire rising and spleen stomach deficiency. A good adjustment will suffice. Upon hearing this, Pei Yenchu looked at Su Yunqi who sat obediently without moving, and turned to walk out of the room with Dr. Wen. Wen Kong, is there nothing else beyond these issues? Not knowing how to hint, he finally forced out another sentence. Can you detect any symptoms like instability of the soul? Dr. Wen, who still had some temperament, shook his sleeves and remained silent for a while. Your highness, your humble servant is merely a royal doctor. If you want to investigate these things, you should look among the common people. Perhaps there might be someone studying such matters. His words were almost an outright satire of the other man's antics, questioning why he'd taken interest in something so cryptic. Unfortunately, Pei Yenchu didn't get angry. Instead, he found the comment quite reasonable. Nodding, he tossed a bag of golden melon seeds and turned to leave. Su Yunqi paid no attention to any of it anyway, because no matter how thoroughly they investigated, they wouldn't uncover the fact that he was a person from another world. After filling himself up with food and drink, Su Yunqi descended from the couch, thinking of taking a stroll outside. Where are you going? Pei Yenchu looked up and noticed him trying to run off again. Seizing his wrist, he pushed him back down. I just want to go outside for a look. Seeing Pei Yenchu flare up inexplicably, Su Yunqi began stroking him gently. Alright, in the future, I'll let you know before I go anywhere. Alright? Don't run off recklessly. If you keep running, I'll break your legs. Oh, alright, both ears have heard. Smiling cheekily, Su Yunqi leaned closer to him and noticed his mood improve. His heart swelled with pride. No matter how long it takes, he still has this stubborn nature. Even as a child, Su Yunqi could easily soothe Pei Yenchu, so there was certainly nothing to fear about dealing with an occasionally moody adolescent now. After all, in theory, he was still a little older than Pei Yenchu, so watching him was akin to observing a hypersensitive youth during puberty. Seeing Su Yunqi laugh carefree, Pei Yenchu suddenly reached out and embraced him, pinching his chin and asked. Song Huai, are you afraid of me? Alright, not only sensitive but also lacking security. At this moment, Su Yunqi realized how wise returning really was. Such a pitiable young protagonist, and since he was originally here for him, why not indulge him a bit more? Softening a corner of his heart, Su Yunqi embraced Pei Yenchu accordingly, patting his back. Not at all. Third Prince is the best person in the world. Upon hearing this, Pei Yenchu smirked faintly, hooking a lock of Su Yunqi's hair on his back onto his own fingers. Then, will you leave? If I agree to fulfill all your wishes, would you still think about leaving? Feeling goosebumps rise along his spine, Su Yunqi struggled to read Pei Yenchu's eyes but sensed a hint of testing intent. He didn't give much mind to the male lead's erratic behavior and patted his chest soothingly, before smirking cunningly. Depends on your performance. Hee. Why let him off easy after he'd fooled him earlier? Let him taste the frustration of being tricked too. Your Uncle Su hasn't lost an argument yet. Gentleman's revenge comes promptly from morning to night. Pei Yenchu's shoulder twitched again, and Su Yunqi couldn't break free from his grip. All he could feel was the other man's chest trembling along with it. What? Was it really that funny? Whatever, let him laugh if he wanted to, being happy was always better than anything else. Pei Yenchu took 2 deep breaths before letting go and earnestly instructed him. I have some matters to attend to. You're not allowed to leave this hall, and if there's anything, come find me, understood? Su Yunqi blinked and obediently nodded. But just as Pei Yanchu was about to head back to the side chamber study, Su Yunqi tugged at his robe corner. Can we have a pond dug outside? I want to raise fish. Pei Yanchu softened his expression and glanced around the eaves. Su Yunqi was no more than an ordinary person without any strength to hold a chicken in place. When he saw two shadowy figures suddenly appear out of nowhere, he got so scared that he immediately clung onto Pei Yanchu for protection. Help! Protect the prince! Gritting his teeth, he turned around and shielded Pei Yanchu behind himself like he used to, vigilantly staring at them as though ready to explode. For heaven's sake, did this palace even have security measures? How could assassins appear whenever they pleased? What should he do? He probably couldn't fight them off. Maybe running away with Pei Yanchu would be a good idea since he was best at fleeing. Ling Qi and Ling Ran had decent martial arts foundations and personalities more spirited than other stealth guards, which is why Pei Yanchu chose these two to accompany Su Yunqi and keep things lively. But he hadn't anticipated this kind of reaction. Watching how Su Yunqi, despite being petrified, still protected him made Pei Yanchu suddenly lose all resentment. Maybe he only left because he had no choice back then. Perhaps he truly had feelings for him after all. Ling Qi dared not laugh for fear of being reprimanded again for being too playful and thrown into some dark chamber for months outside the palace. He secretly pinched Ling Ran's waist from behind to make him act first. Ling Ran winced and quickly responded by dropping to his knees and bowing respectfully, offering an explanation. After yelling twice, Su Yunqi realized these two didn't make any move to attack but instead showed deference toward him, or rather, Pei Yanchu who stood behind him. He abruptly realized it was all a big misunderstanding. His face flushed bright red, and he hurriedly turned his back to them, burying his face into Pei Yanchu's arms. Whenever he felt embarrassed, he just wanted to hide his head in a turtle's shell. There was nothing he could do, he simply had thin skin. Huai, don't be afraid. Pei Yanchu naturally embraced him, assuming that he was frightened and hiding due to fear. Just as he prepared to comfort him, he noticed Su Yunqi pulling at his collar pleadingly. I can't take it anymore, it's so embarrassing. Can you make them reappear? How I wish I could forget all about this. Is there any way everyone could lose their memories temporarily? Chapter 52, Tea Leaves. Pei Yanchu almost forgot what kind of character the person he cared about really was. He chuckled, struggling to hold on to Su Yunqi who was fiercely wriggling in embarrassment. You actually laugh at me too. That's so boring, scaring me on purpose. I don't want to play with you anymore. Upon hearing this, Pei Yanchu squatted down, holding his restless wrist with one hand and poked at his chest that was rising and falling erratically. What do you want to do then? Su Yunqi also squatted down, his fingertips scratching on the ground, saying indignantly. I guess there's not much I can do either. Drawing circles to curse you, wow. Pei Yanchu's eyes were filled with laughter. He lifted Su Yunqi's chin and asked somewhat pointedly. Aren't you curious why a powerless prince like me would have so many people backing me? Su Yunqi tried to pry his hands away, but since he had been controlled long ago, he looked up at Pei Yanchu with a wary gaze and started talking nonsense without thinking. I'm not curious. It's only natural for you to be talented because you will become even more impressive later. Third prince, if we both become wealthy, let's not forget each other haha. Su Yunqi acted casual relying on the fact that the other knew nothing, behaving just like a fortune-telling Taoist. Pei Yanchu cast him a meaningful glance, stood up, pinched the back of his neck, and handed him over to Ling Qi and the others. Take care of him. He watched the bustling silhouette of Su Yunqi retreat, his eyes slightly narrowing. If Su Yunqi looked back at this moment, he would certainly feel bone-chilling fear. That was a completely unguarded look of viewing prey, full of certainty and resolve. Su Yunqi's true form should probably be a lazy little egg. He said he wanted to dig a pond in the Yen Chun Palace, but in the end, he merely carried a chair, leisurely sunbathing while occasionally giving pointers. There was a tray of refreshments that Pei Yanchu refreshed regularly beside the chair. Adon, who do you think he is? The master indulges him so much, yet I don't find anything special about him. Shut your mouth, stop speculating all over the place. One day, you're going to die from your big mouth. Ling Qi rolled his eyes indifferently and continued digging with the shovel. Su Yunqi clapped his hands, shaking off the debris before starting to call out for someone. That's right, he'd had his eye on Ling Qi for a long time. Judging by his sixth sense, this man was definitely not one to rest easy. It would surely be entertaining and fun. Hey, you there, come here for a second. Both Ling Qi and Ling Ran turned around, only to see Su Yunqi beckoning the person still fiddling with the shovel. Ling Qi tossed the thing to the stoic winter melon next to him and rushed over to Su Yunqi, covertly sizing him up while asking if he needed anything else. Tell me about your master. Su Yunqi kicked the chair beside him and enthusiastically shoved some melon seeds into his hand. Talk about your master a bit. Su Yunqi mysteriously smelled something familiar, so he didn't hesitate, sitting down casually and started cracking melon seeds, disregarding whether his hands were clean or not. Whatever you want to hear, I'll tell you as much as I can. Ling Ran was already prepared to expose the person as an enemy spy, but unexpectedly, he only asked. Who bullied your master after he entered the palace? Who could bully him? He barely lets others live. Ling Ran spat out the melon seed hulls, appearing nonchalant with words but glowing with infinite admiration in his eyes. I've never seen anyone stronger than the master. Su Yunqi didn't believe Pei Yanchu would deceive him or feign pitiful, pondering deeply for a while before asking again. So when did you start following him? Not long, just this year. Su Yunqi burst out laughing, snatching the leftover melon seeds from Ling Qi's hand, looking incredulous. Then why did you answer my question? But you didn't ask me earlier. How shameless. Spit out my melon seeds immediately. Su Yunqi suddenly tackled him, straddling his waist and shaking his neck wildly as they wrestled happily. Ling Qi hooked his foot around Su Yunqi's waist, exerted force from his abdomen, and instantly reversed their positions. He paid attention to his strength, unwilling to harm Su Yunqi even by a bit, fearing that Pei Yanchu might take his dog life. Still stunned, Su Yunqi was gently placed on the ground, his eyes widened, staring at the figure above him, and unconsciously muttered. You're so strong, full of energy. Ling Qi looked down at Su Yunqi lying under the shadow he provided, seeing his pure transparent eyes that held no anger but were filled with excitement while smiling at him. His ears turned red, quickly crawling up and pulling him up. Who taught you to flatter people like that, so shameless? Both of them were half-grown boys, and Su Yunqi instantly understood what Ling Qi was talking about. He pointed his finger at him while trying to hold back laughter. You're the one who doesn't know shame. I didn't say anything. You must have read a lot of those dirty books, you don't even have any hair yet, and you're talking about shame. You. Ling Qi got stuck, his whole face turning red. He slunk back to Ling Ran and buried his head in work, not daring to say another word. See what happens when you go provoke others, but you wouldn't listen. I just wanted to see what's so great about him. Did you figure it out? Ling Qi dug another shovel of dirt, sneaking a glance at Su Yunqi who was still messing around with the tea water. Humph, I don't know. Su Yunqi felt drowsy from the sun, he rubbed his eyes and let Ling Qi and the others rest by themselves, mainly because he himself wanted to stop working. Alright, though he didn't do anything at all. Pei Yanchu could always hear the noise outside, which annoyed him about the task Pei Rujian wanted him to accomplish this time. In his mind, if something couldn't be resolved, then the best solution was just to kill. But such a method couldn't be used in a court since if someone suddenly died for no apparent reason, it would inevitably alarm others. However, this was just Pei Rujian's concern. If it were him, he wouldn't waste so much thought on it. Simply uproot every person with suspicious motives without hesitation, why nurture a snake to commit suicide? As he was feeling irritable, he heard the sound of Su Yunqi making a ruckus elsewhere. He couldn't understand why the person he wanted to keep to himself kept drawing the attention of others without any reason. Each person seemed impossible to get rid of, he must have been foolish to allow anyone near Su Yunqi. Beautiful little butterflies that everyone liked were carefree, flapping their wings towards flowers without regard for whether they were poisonous or not. If he had been the young self of himself, he would have already rushed out and dragged that person back. But now, he just gave a faint smile and dropped his gaze to continue reviewing the documents. Su Yunqi remembered Pei Yanchu's words, he believed in not disturbing others unnecessarily. So he found some tea leaves on the small table and stuffed them into his chest before leaving. Oh no, he almost forgot that he had once promised Pei Yanchu to report whenever he left. Su Yunqi knocked lightly on the side door, peering cautiously inside. What is it? Your Highness, is there a small kitchen? I want to go. Pei Yanchu didn't respond immediately, setting down his brush and waving him over. Confused, Su Yunqi pursed his lips and finally ran over with things in his arms, his footsteps pitter-pattering. Chapter 53, Bad Review. Look at that, he's just too obedient and easy to deceive. He doesn't ask any questions. A simple wave of the hand and he returns, without an ounce of suspicion. Pei Yanchu took a step back, then suddenly grabbed Su Yunqi's waist and placed him on his knee. What's wrong? What's wrong? Su Yunqi's whole body was itchy. With both hands pressing on the table, he tried to slide down. Back in student days, he used to frequently play Jenga with classmates. However, for some reason, sitting like this with Pei Yanchu made him feel somewhat uneasy. Little muddy monkey. Where am I dirty? Su Yunqi spread out his fingers and fidgeted with his clothes again. Pei Yanchu looked at him as if grooming his feathers, lifting his hand and placing it on his hair, gently smoothing down bit by bit. I said you're dirty, so you are. Do you like Ling Qi a lot? Not bad, not hating it, he's pretty capable. Pei Yanchu did not respond. He slightly increased the pressure of his fingers, pulling the person who didn't know better closer, making him lean backward into his arms. He is pretty capable, able to massacre an entire manor overnight, just like this. His hand left Su Yunqi's hair and gently rested on his neck, feeling the other party's rather rapid breathing. Just one strand of hair could take your life. As someone who was quite obtuse and felt like a little good-for-nothing, Su Yunqi clung onto his hand, turned his head, and stared beseechingly at him. Cool. Feels like those big chivalrous heroes in novels. Pei Yanchu had a blank expression. You mean you aren't even more capable than that? After all, you're the boss, and they all listen to you. I always knew your highness is the strongest, stronger than anyone else. Pei Yanchu slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Unfortunately, Su Yunqi didn't enjoy the compliment for long, his face darkened once again. Just upon returning, the male protagonist had grown up to be nearly perfect, which delighted Su Yunqi since now he could lead a beautiful little life under the main character's protection. However, it wasn't hard to imagine how much hardship Pei Yanchu had endured over these 8 years to achieve everything. It seemed like he didn't even have someone to confide in. Huai, what are you thinking about? Your Highness, I'm pondering whether you must have been very tired in the past. Pei Yanchu pinched his face, easily seeing the concern and guilt in his eyes. Instinctively, he didn't want to expose his imperfections, but the retort that was on the tip of his tongue was abruptly swallowed down. So exhausted. After Anan left, there was only me left, and no one wanted to talk to me. Su Yunqi pouted, holding back tears, still trying to maintain his professionalism as an actor. Who is Anan? A clumsy little liar. Tears instantly disappeared. Su Yunqi didn't understand why his reputation would be like that. Biting his index finger joint, he fell deep into thought. Pei Yanchu lowered his eyes, pinched his chin, and took away his fingers. Still can't grow up and has a habit of sucking on his fingers. Su Yunqi was still holding a grudge. Intentionally smearing himself on Pei Yanchu, intending to irritate the boy with obsessive cleanliness tendencies. Pei Yanchu didn't say anything, just slowly wiped his hand using a cloth. Your Highness, you have such a good temper. Your Highness, has anyone ever told you that you're very gentle? Maybe. Not sure if you count as a human being, but if you're a heavenly deity, that should be more convincing than a mere mortal. Your Highness, when will you lose your temper? Pei Yanchu didn't want to keep looking at the back of his head. He hugged Su Yunqi and changed his position. His gaze swept across Su Yunqi's cheeks bit by bit until finally getting closer, touching the eyelids that were trembling non-stop. When you're not obedient. Su Yunqi inexplicably felt uncomfortable, just like small animals encountering natural enemies, and hastily scrambled off his knee. Your Highness, you haven't told me where the kitchen is. Pei Yanchu adjusted his clothing and had Ling Qi show him the way. Su Yunqi blamed everything unusual on the poor sleep from last night. Tugging on the overly quiet Ling Qi, he whispered. Does your master really have such a good temper? Ling Qi nodded confidently but remained silent. The master certainly has a good temper because not many people have witnessed the master losing their temper. Most likely, those people are already dead. Su Yunqi hummed a song contentedly. It was evident that the little male protagonist hadn't deviated from being a caring big brother. Now, he's simply become tougher. The small kitchen was fully stocked, but Su Yunqi wasn't interested in doing anything with chickens, ducks, or fish, etc. Flipping through drawers, he couldn't find milk and suddenly remembered how inconvenient it was to store milk in ancient times. My name is Ling Qi. Xiao Qi, is there any cow's milk in this palace? Ling Qi stroked his chin and raised an eyebrow, asking. What? Are you also planning to use this stuff for bathing? Su Yunqi took a disdainful step backward, shaking his head vigorously. That would be too extravagant. I can't even imagine it. Ling Qi didn't see it the same way. He stared at Su Yunqi's face, suddenly feeling that if it were this person, the master would certainly keep all the dairy cows in the world within the palace just for this man's amusement. He shook his head forcefully, stepped onto the palace wall, and disappeared from Su Yunqi's sight in an instant. Su Yunqi looked dumbfounded at these masters who could vanish in a blink. After a 2-second silence, he began to focus on his work. Damn, which one is salt and which one is sugar? Never mind, just taste it and we'll know. Su Yunqi shuddered all over, immediately retching once, and grabbed water to rinse his mouth rapidly. Decisively pushing the salt aside, he continued researching the stove. What's this, a fire starter? How do you use it? Hey, why hasn't Ling Qi come back yet? Just as Su Yunqi was complaining, he suddenly got an idea. He lifted his head and made a whistling sound twice. Hey, is anyone there? If you are, please come down quickly and teach me. Don't build a nest on the roof. Please. Ling Ran turned red with embarrassment. Watching the other person whistle like calling a puppy, he flipped down. Whoa, my god. Su Yunqi didn't expect himself to actually call someone out. Pulling Ling Ran down, the two squatted in front of the stove like conspiring something. Do you know how to start a fire? No. What do you know how to do then? Kill people. Ling Ran thought he'd get scared and told him to scram, but unexpectedly he remained blithe, mumbling nervously. Damn, only knows killing people but not starting fires, bad review. At that moment, he seemed to understand a little why this person could attract the master. Ling Ran took the things in his hands, flipped them over, and successfully lit a fire in no time. Silently giving Su Yunqi a look, he crouched there without moving. Alright, good review, okay. You already know how to start fires, nice work. Su Yunqi didn't care if he was an adult or a child, flattering and faking it were just a set routine. Only then did Ling Ran stand up, put the things down, and stood aside again, watching his every move closely. The main reason was to ensure this guy wouldn't set the house on fire. Even if the stuff burned away, it was fine, but if anything happened to him, Ling Ran wouldn't have a good ending either. Su Yunqi couldn't distinguish between black tea and green tea, so he poured both into the pot and added some sugar based on instinct. By the time he stir-fried enough, Ling Qi had also returned. Chapter 54, Milk. Where did you find the milk? Why do you smell so good? Su Yunqi poured the milk in and stirred slowly. Today, there happened to be a consort who needed this stuff. I got it from her palace. Su Yunqi's hand trembled slightly as he poured the milk, and he gave him a strange look. What are you doing? When I went, she hadn't taken a bath yet. What kind of expression is that? Sounds like you're pretty disappointed, tisk tsk. Ling Qi was almost driven mad with anger, his face turning red, while behind him, Ling Ran burst out laughing uncontrollably. I'm asking, Master Song, have I offended you? No, I just think you're very cute. He didn't dare to fool around with the main character but loved to tease this group of peers. Su Yunqi took a cup from the side, scooped some with a spoon, and shoved it into Ling Qi's hands. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Just try it. It's made by me personally, consider it as an apology. He didn't forget his accomplice in stirring up trouble, so he similarly shoved another cup into Ling Ran's hands. If you eat someone's food or take their gifts, if anything happens to him in the future, like getting assassinated, you too won't be able to stand by idly. What is this thing? Milk tea. Ling Qi furrowed his eyebrows and took a sip, then explained to Su Yunqi. In our dynasty, tea and milk have always been in a state of mutual exclusion. Those who drink tea or milk don't look at each other, and they've even formed separate circles. You're quite unusual to mix them together. Su Yunqi, a pure humanities student, responded with sarcasm. It's clearly just cultural habits, regional differences between the south and north. Ignoring the other person's shocked expression as if they had seen a ghost, he quickly asked. How about it? Are you alright? Does your stomach hurt? Ling Qi shook his head confusedly, only to see the other person grin, take out a larger cup, fill it up, and immediately dash towards the side hall. By the time everyone was almost out of sight, he realized. Song Hai, how dare you treat me as a poison tester? That's outrageous. Ha 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 ha. After successfully teasing others to his satisfaction, Su Yunqi peeked behind the door and looked at Pei Yanchu, who was still working. Unable to wait for Pei Yanchu to call him, he slunk forward to the desk, quietly sat down opposite him, and gently pushed the cup toward him. It was like a kitten going out for its first hunting lesson, catching something, wagging its tail proudly, and showing off its trophy to its owner. Unknowingly, the eager little expression on his face was impossible to hide. Pei Yanchu found it amusing in his heart but didn't pick up the cup right away. Instead, he raised his hand slightly. Your Highness, why don't you taste it first? Su Yunqi pouted and jumped off the chair to snuggle closer to him, willingly letting himself be held. Pei Yanchu was checking his hands, making sure there were no burns, before finally picking up the cup under the eager gaze of the other. Is it tasty? Is it tasty? Su Yunqi exclaimed with his mouth wide open. He no longer cared about hierarchy issues and reached out to touch his forehead. He's not running a fever, which means his sense of taste isn't malfunctioning. Pei Yanchu slightly tilted his head, clearly understanding what he wanted but remaining silent. Third Prince, you even refuse to praise me? Fine, no praise then. Anyway, I don't want to hear it at all. Su Yunqi's mouth could hang oil bottles, and after muttering resentfully, he tried to break free from his grip and go back to Ling Qi. Pei Yanchu grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him into his arms. What do you want me to say? Hai is very smart, whatever he does, he can succeed. The drink is very tasty, the sweetest flavor I've ever tasted in my life. Thank you, Hai, Su Yunqi felt as though ants were crawling all over him, covering his ears. He dared not move, hard-pressed to maintain composure as he was forcibly brought onto Pei Yanchu's lap. Pouring, it's not necessary to be so polite, haha. His neck stiffened as he forced himself to stay calm, but his eyes started wandering more and more. Pei Yanchu didn't intend to let go. If Su Yunqi was just making noise in the front courtyard, he would be able to hear the sounds. But if he moved too far away, Pei Yanchu wouldn't be able to pay attention to all his movements at the first opportunity. Half an hour had already passed since he ran off to play, but Pei Yanchu thought the butterfly he raised had flown all day without returning. Your Highness, you're holding me too tightly. Hai, call me elder brother. Su Yunqi was greatly startled, his left hand fiddling with Pei Yanchu's cup, his right hand touching his brush. Unaware, he sat on the prince's lap and shouted loudly. Your Highness, this is against propriety. If I say it should be combined, then it shall. Su Yunqi's scalp went numb. What should he do? How was the plot of The Overbearing Prince Loves Me supposed to go? Oh, that's right. He still had the script for his double in his hand, he couldn't forget about that. Call out. Big brother. Of course, whose substitute could resist the main sponsor? There was definitely nothing wrong with what he did. After all, if he refused too obviously, there might even be a chance of exposing himself. Yes, he was indeed clever. Pei Yanchu's eyes shimmered like clear water. Su Yunqi's voice was like an ordinary stone, but it could create the biggest ripples. Anan, call me again. Brother. This guy clearly mistook him for Su Qian's replacement. For some unknown reason, Su Yunqi felt slightly irritated. He muttered those two words with a sullen tone and shoved his head into Pei Yanchu's embrace, not wanting to talk. Pei Yanchu was deliberately doing this. He lightly blinked his eyes and touched Su Yunqi's back. Stroke after stroke, he knew that Su Yunqi liked this, it would make him completely relax, lazily letting others manipulate him as they pleased. The little butterfly fell asleep, deceived by the extremely gorgeous flower, addictively feeding on its nectar until eventually being completely wrapped up by layers of petals and unable to escape. He was always so unguarded. If he were just a little bit smarter and realized something was amiss, wanting to fight fiercely, Pei Yanchu would have no qualms using the hardest means to forcibly lock him by his side, not allowing him to take even half a step away. Unfortunately, it seemed he didn't have such an opportunity. Pei Yanchu looked at his slightly squashed side face, stretched out his hand and poked it. Fool. Raise and keep. Su Yunqi slept soundly, and when he woke up, he was still a bit dazed. He sat up, wiped his mouth, spaced out for a few seconds, and then wiped off the drool stain on the front person's clothes. Awake? Why don't you accompany me in writing official documents? How come you fell asleep yourself? Su Yunqi's brain wasn't fully functioning yet. He covered Pei Yanchu's mouth, scratched him playfully with a bad temper, and mumbled while yawning. Don't say anything about me. Pei Yanchu's lips suddenly touched his palm, causing him to momentarily freeze. By the time the hand fell again, he wasn't sure what the strange emotion inside him actually was. Su Yunqi watched the lit candle, his mind becoming increasingly clear. He wanted to pretend as though nothing had happened, slowly backing away, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Songs Hai, where do you plan to hide? Chapter 55, The Pool. Su Yunqi gave an awkward laugh and changed the subject. Your Highness, are you tired? Shall I massage your legs for you? Pei Yanchu ignored his flattery, glanced at the desk, and continued to jab him. Did you sleep comfortably? Well, maybe. Song Huai, you're really overstepping. Su Yunqi wanted to bite his fingers again, but unfortunately, the other party saw through his intentions at a glance and grabbed his wrist with just the right amount of force. Every time I try to move, you make a fuss, preventing me from writing anything. I've been here by your side for several hours, even using the fan from the table to cool you down while you slept. Su Yunqi wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. He scratched Pei Yanchu's thigh with his fingers, hoping he would stop talking. Brother, please don't say any more. Do you have anything left to do? Let me help you. Pei Yanchu finally heard the title he wanted to hear. Although he didn't want Su Yunqi to get involved in dirty affairs, after some thought, he casually mentioned a few things. There is a person who looks like a minor official, but he has someone backing him, so he's quite bold. Using disaster relief as an excuse, he embezzled a significant amount of money. Su Yunqi immediately remembered which part of the story this was. However, in the original story, Pei Yanchu hadn't entered the palace yet, so Pei Wenjing handled this matter. If he wasn't mistaken, the outcome was good, not only were the missing funds found, but Pei Wenjing even used his private funds to aid the people, earning much praise. But now, Pei Yanchu mentioned embezzlement rather than loss. He naturally trusted Pei Yanchu, realizing there must be something fishy about the situation. Huai, don't think too much. Go have dinner first. Wait, Your Highness, should you stay out of this matter? Call me brother. Su Yunqi rolled his eyes unreservedly in front of him, then was pinched on the back of his leg by Pei Yanchu. Brother, since your hidden guards are so capable, why don't you just send them to sneak into his estate and steal everything they can? Ideally, leave him without even underwear. At that point, if he reports it to the authorities, he probably wouldn't even remember how much silver there was. Just wait to see how he explains himself to the person backing him. Actually, Pei Yanchu already had a plan in mind, knowing full well what Pei Ruzhang intended. Seeing Su Yunqi trying to subtly stir up trouble, he pinched his nose. Fine, let him play if he wants to. Amusing himself with these trivial matters isn't a bad thing either. So, what do you want to do next? Su Yunqi laughed cunningly. Relief efforts are one thing, but any leftover funds definitely belong to the corrupt official. You might as well take it all and keep it for yourself, nobody will know how much wealth he actually owns. He counted on his fingers and then shook his head, refuting his own idea. Or maybe you should leave him a bit, otherwise if the emperor decides to confiscate his assets later and finds nothing, it'll be suspicious. Ugh, brother, earning money is so hard. You should spend more frugally, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even be able to maintain your hidden guards. Seeing Su Yunqi going further off topic, Pei Yanchu's eyes curved slightly. Don't worry, I have enough to support you amply. Humph. For no apparent reason, Su Yunqi felt a heat in his ears and pushed him toward the main hall. Dinner was already laid out, but Su Yunqi didn't wait for Pei Yanchu. Instead, he sat down audaciously at the edge, deciding to fill his stomach first. Of course, Pei Yanchu knew all the petty tricks Su Yunqi had in mind, so he specially took a small plate and arranged cooling dishes for him, placing them by his side. Song Huai, why aren't you eating? Oh, throwing a tantrum because you want me to feed you? Su Yunqi's face twitched, he wanted to punch Pei Yanchu's irritating, smiling face. In no time, he finished everything and immediately wandered around aimlessly in the yard. He didn't know exactly what he wanted to do, just inexplicably wanting to avoid people, feeling uneasy somehow. The pool in the courtyard was almost ready, likely prepared to release fish fry within the next few days. Su Yunqi walked contentedly around it a few times, then fixed his gaze on a nearby tree, Chinese parasol tree. He needed to find a reclining chair to place under it, lying there to cool off would definitely be comfortable. You haven't died yet? Su Yunqi's random thoughts were interrupted. Irritated, he turned around to look at the man who couldn't stop speaking nonsense. You're mistaken. I've already become a ghost. Pei Yunlan covered his mouth in terror, tightly gripping the wall. If you're a ghost, why do you still have a shadow? And why are you asking such obvious nonsense? Su Yunqi didn't know why he always liked to contradict him, but he very much attributed all this to a matter-of-fact difference in magnetism. Anyway, it was fun. Pei Yunlan had no words, and he walked over to Su Yunqi's side to crouch down together with him. Are you and the third royal brother very close? Not really, your highness beats me every now and then. Indeed, pinching and feeling him up also counted as beating. Pei Yunlan's pupils contracted sharply, his tongue stuck in his throat and lost its logic. Why does he still insist on keeping you around then? Su Yunqi put on a deep expression and sighed heavily. Your highness, alas. What? What happened? He looked at Pei Yunlan's urgent expression and started acting melancholy. He keeps treating me like someone else. Whenever I don't act like that person in his heart, he goes into an outrage. Su Yunqi pinched the flesh of his arm and shed 2 tears. I live so miserably, so miserably. Pei Yunlan quickly wiped away his tears and consoled him. Don't be sad, why don't you follow me instead? Su Yunqi almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He covered the lower half of his face, shaking his whole body badly. Song Huai, do you know what your elder brother has been doing recently? He hasn't sent for me these days. Pei Yunlan picked up some slightly damp soil by his feet and asked, seemingly troubled. What did he send you for? The elder brother used to give me snacks from his palace to eat. Don't think they are common little things, after all, only he has them in the palace. Su Yunqi suddenly stopped laughing, lowered his head silently without saying a word. Song Huai, you haven't answered my question yet, don't pretend to be mute. How would I know what he's thinking? Humph, I don't care one bit about his thoughts. Pei Yunlan scratched his chest and wrung his brain out. He got mad and shoved Su Yunqi. I mean, what exactly is he doing? Su Yunqi wasn't bothered enough to argue with him. He patted off the dirt on his sleeves and then gestured toward the pool before them with his chin. He's busy, giving orders to dig a pool for play. Are you sure? You can believe it or not. Su Yunqi turned and left directly, ignoring Pei Yanchu's hand reaching out to stop him. He dived straight into the bathroom to freshen up. He was too lazy to think about it, might as well sleep first. Who knows, maybe he would forget everything upon waking up the next day. Su Yunqi was drying his semi-dry hair and fetched the small quilt his mother forced him to carry. He then searched everywhere for a side chamber suitable for sleeping. He definitely didn't want to stay in the same room with Pei Yanlan. Chapter 56, The Map. Pei Yan didn't even need to think to know that the little butterfly he had raised was in a bad mood. He didn't rush to ask, instead waiting for Ling Ran to explain first. Thinking he would quickly handle this matter, but to his surprise after listening, he still couldn't discern anything inappropriate about it. Due to severe emotional deficits, he struggled to try and understand everything. Ling Ran, so why is he angry? Ling Ran had never thought in his life that the master would ask him a question. He lowered his eyes and thought for a few seconds. Maybe because he wants exclusive attention. Pei Yan wasn't quite convinced by what he said, and ultimately decided to investigate himself. There was no one on the bed. With great patience, he searched for half a day, finally finding a small lump on the soft mat beneath the window. Huai, are you asleep? Su Yun tightened the blanket, slowly shrinking further into it. Pei Yan disliked watching him hide from his back. His face darkened as he reached out and pulled at Su Yun's blanket, forcibly dragging him out of it. What are you upset about? Song Huai, if you're unhappy, you have to tell me. Hiding it inside and just going to sleep won't work. Su Yun suddenly felt like he was being overly sentimental. Whatever Pei Yan did was his own business, and on what grounds did he have to bother others here? I'm not mad, your highness, I'm just homesick. Pei Yan mistakenly thought he wanted to go back up there, and his expression immediately turned grim. Su Yun only felt that the other party seemed to be holding him down too hard, struggling slightly with some discomfort. Well, I just don't understand. It looks like you aren't particularly close to Pei Yunlan, so why do you invite him to your palace? Pei Yan held on to his left wrist, and after letting go, saw the red marks left on his skin. I haven't. He said you have. You actively give him pastries every day. It was only once. He said you do it often. Pei Yan imitated the same technique by gripping his right wrist, somehow soothing his inexplicable irritability. Are you upset about this? I'm not upset at all, I'm just curious. Su Yun seemed to understand why Pei Yan didn't want to see him playing with others when he was young. Because now he himself was feeling a little irritated by how kind Pei Yan was to others. Friendship among three people really feels cramped. I've never invited him. He just comes on his own. It was just that one time, I let him eat when I was dazed. Before that, I never let anyone else touch them. Su-yun supported his ear and poked Pei Yan's arm. So, you. I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for him to come back, willing to see me again. Su-yun's heart felt all kinds of emotions, acid, sweet, then bitter. He was carried by Pei Yan and leaned on his shoulder, touching his collar uncertainly of what to say. Huai, I've waited for him for 8 years. It seems like he won't return. Can you stay with me a bit longer? Su-yun's head felt dizzy, he was wrapped up in the quilt Pei Yan offered, heading towards the bed. He wasn't sure how long he could stay this time, but different from last time, this time he sincerely wanted to accompany Pei Yan, watching him rise step by step. He may not be very useful, but he can at least help entertain Pei Yan, simply acting as an emotional outlet would also be fine. Yeah, okay. Su-yun followed his heart. Since Pei Yan had already said it, there was no reason for him to refuse. Pei Yan blinked softly, watching Su-yun enveloped in his aura. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he asked. So, are you jealous of Pei Yunlan? Even if what he says is all lies. Su-yun thought this matter was over, awkwardly turning around, muffling his voice into the blanket. If you keep asking, I won't play with you. Pei Yan was merely guessing. He learned from observing others how to treat someone well, but didn't realize that feelings were complex things. It seems like he was very dissatisfied with sharing his things with others besides himself. So does he prefer pastries or mind his actions? Pei Yan thought this was harder to solve than state affairs. He stubbornly pushed Su-yun. Huai, don't be mad, I truly didn't know. Su-yun screamed silently, tearing off the blanket, pushing Pei Yan down forcefully, and sitting on his waist to strangle his throat. Who do you get along better with? Yes, Pei Yunlan is your younger brother, so naturally you're close to him, but I am nothing. I'm just the son of a provincial governor, not ambitious and even daring. Pei Yan never let anyone touch his vital points. He barely contained the instinct to clamp Su Yunqi down, his Adam's apple slightly moving. I don't get close to him. I'm not familiar with him anyway. He's Tang Jiqing's son. How could I possibly be friends with him? You're not just a provincial governor's son. You are the reader I've chosen, young and talented, both brave and strategic. Song Huai, it seems like you're jealous. Su Yunqi's ears turned red, and the blush slowly spread down to his neck. He hastily loosened his grip and crawled off Pei Yan. There was no denying that the protagonist had trained well, hard and full of muscles, it was a bit enviable. Once he fully matures, he might charm countless young ladies. I'm going to sleep now. Get off me, I want to go back to my bed. It seemed that this person wasn't as uncaring about himself as he appeared on the surface. A strange joy flickered on Pei Yan's face. He held Su Yunqi down so he couldn't leave, burying his face in the side of Su Yunqi's neck, unwilling for him to see his expression. Don't go. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. Huai, please don't be mad, okay? From now on, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Su Yunqi kicked his legs, still trying to crawl away. They weren't children anymore, sleeping together felt somewhat inappropriate. What if one day he talked in his sleep? That would be awkward. Huai, I really sent people to steal money, and when I do, I'll share it all with you, okay? Su Yunqi was shocked inside, staring dumbfounded at Pei Yan. He was only joking. Who solves cases by stealing from thieves? Huai, call me brother. If you do, I'll take you out of the palace and to Qingzhou for some fresh air. Can you show yourself now? You don't need to secretly work undercover for the emperor anymore. Pei Yan gave a carefree smile, knowing clearly in his heart that the person before him didn't need to think for him, only needed to stay by his side. He simply looked at him, without answering. Brother, say something. Brother has already sent people to check the situation, and it's not as bad as reported. Once brother is done dealing with it, I'll accompany you to play around Qingzhou for a few days. It's very beautiful there, you'll love it. If he says it's not bad, then it mustn't be a serious matter. Su Yunqi relaxed, not urging him to quickly save the people or get busy with official duties. He hadn't thought he'd have the chance to explore new places, pinching the quilt corner and kicking Pei Yan, who was still pressing his shoulders to stop him from getting up. Chapter 57, Daodu. So, Your Highness, what exactly do you want to do? Su Yunqi couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried, and she held the quilt tightly, attempting to break free from his control. Pei Yanchu pursed his lips. He let go of her hand, and watched as she hastily scrambled up and returned to that dilapidated spot once again. One day he would dismantle this uncomfortable couch. A faint gleam flashed outside the window. No wonder it was so stifling hot in the afternoon, a thunderstorm was about to come. Su Yunqi sat up, propped open the window and looked up at the sky. The earthy smell hung heavy in the air. She wondered if her pond could endure the coming storm. Crack. There was no denying it, the lightning bolt was quite impressive. Su Yunqi drew her neck back in and quickly closed the window, fearing that she might get struck by the lightning. Huai, can you sleep? The male lead approached her again. She glanced at Pei Yenchu with confusion, only to find him embracing her unsteadily, trembling slightly. There's thunder. So, Pei Yenchu was afraid of thunderstorms, which explained his unusual clinginess tonight. Will you sleep with me? Can you? Listening to his pitiful tone, Su Yunqi quickly hugged him back and slowly comforted him. Your Highness, don't be scared. I'm here. Alright, I'll sleep with my brother, okay? Pei Yenchu pressed her head into his chest, and in a place where Su Yunqi couldn't see, his eyes narrowed slightly. Brother is happy. Su Yunqi fished around under her pillow, pulled out a hairpin and handed it over to him. You won't be scared holding this. What is it? It's kind of an amulet. Su Yunqi felt her own talent for deceiving people had reached a new level and couldn't help but touch her nose. Pei Yenchu took the butterfly-pointing CUI headpiece, shook it slightly, and then looked at him meaningfully. Someone once gave me something similar. Your mother. No, a reckless spendthrift who lacks heart. Su Yunqi just realized what he was referring to, leaving her momentarily speechless. She chuckled awkwardly twice. Satisfied, Pei Yenchu managed to move Su Yunqi onto his bed again. After changing clothes away from the sleeping chamber, he soon returned to her side. Su Yunqi pulled him down to sit beside her, knelt up and picked up a handkerchief nearby, gently drying his wet hair ends. Your Highness, blow out the candle. He considerately embraced Pei Yenchu's shoulders, though his hands seemed a bit too short. He paused silently, then perked up again. I'll tell you a story. All right. Once upon a time, there was a princess named Snow White. One day, an evil woman called her over to deliver something to her grandmother. On the way to the forest, Snow White met Cinderella, learned she could not find her fairy godmother, and felt very sorry for her, so stayed with her first to escort her home. In the end, Snow White was extremely tired, yet couldn't fall asleep due to the peas hidden beneath her sheets. Pei Yenchu thought this might be a true incident from Su Yunqi's world, making him suddenly feel somewhat depressed. He seemed to know little about her. Her world appeared more fascinating, unlike the complicated and cruel one they lived in now. Supporting herself, Su Yunqi saw his closed eyes, smirking internally. Young man, got you good. She extracted her arm and wanted to rest, feeling something missing in her grasp. So, she casually grabbed the corner of Pei Yenchu's clothing, scratched her cheek and drifted off to sleep. Beside her, he slowly opened his eyes, the occasional flash of light illuminating their room through the window. Half of his face lit up faintly while the other half was hidden in the shadows, emotions unclear. Pei Yenchu lightly cradled Su Yunqi onto his body, feeling her shallow breathing against his chest. She was obedient and clever. He must learn to control himself and not scare her or else she might flee. Only after securing her with her ribbon did Pei Yenchu finally close his eyes. When Su Yunqi woke up later, she hesitated a great deal before finally deciding to stealthily reach towards Pei Yenchu's abs. Oh no, this texture, it was amazing. It even surpassed the athletic roommate she once had. Feeling envious, she pinched her own smooth stomach absent-mindedly, then massaged the rising finger marks trying to protest. Being thus deliberately and accidentally teased, Pei Yenchu gradually felt a surge of fervor. Opening his eyes, he abruptly clutched Su Yunqi's wrist, immobilized her under the blanket, and left hurriedly, breathing uneven. More. Ning temper. Su Yunqi widened her eyes, then closed her mouth. No one mentioned the event of that morning. Pei Yenchu intentionally avoided her and carefully reviewed a reply letter. As expected, the items were not in Lu Zhong's residence at all. The situation was definitely not as simple as Huai had thought. After all, with such a large sum of money involved, Lu Zhong wouldn't dare to keep it so blatantly close to himself. Pei Yenchu always felt that this corruption case was somewhat unusual, like a staged play. The items certainly weren't hidden far away, but he still had to put on a show and personally go to Qingzhou with the people assigned by Pei Ruzhang. Brother, are you still busy? Su Yunqi realized she had offended him that morning, so she acted particularly obedient, trying to cater to his preferences. Pei Yenchu remained unmoved until the other party voluntarily came over and held onto his arm. Where's Ling Qi? I want him to help save my little pond. Just as Pei Yenchu's lips were about to curl into a smile, they flattened immediately, as he pulled Su Yunqi closer and gripped her hand tightly. How could Su Yunqi not know he was pouting? So she grinned mischievously and hung onto him, giving an apologetic smile. I just touched you once, why are you giving me the cold shoulder for so long? It's been an entire hour. Pei Yenchu hugged her back tighter and gave a squeeze, causing her to fall back into his embrace. There's no Cold War. Then why did you avoid me on purpose? He stared blankly at the dissatisfied Su Yunqi, laughing more and more loudly. I didn't, I was just busy. You're just shy. Yes, I'm shy. Following her line of reasoning, Pei Yenchu pinched her waist and lifted her up a bit. Now we're even, and I won't avoid you anymore. Su Yunqi nodded satisfactorily. She spotted the letter paper on the table and pulled it over without any hesitation to read it. It was better than her last time traveling through the past, although she couldn't compose poetry now, she could still understand characters. Can't find the silver. Su Yunqi scratched her chin, closing her eyes and starting to recall. So the silver was indeed lost? Then why was it called corruption? And what about Pei Wenjing? She traced the intricate patterns on Pei Yanchu's clothing with her fingers, urging herself to quickly remember some important details from the plot. In the original story, Pei Wenjing found that batch of silver where exactly? Seemed like in some kind of cave. She remembered it had something to do with mountain bandits. Huai. Daodu. Su Yunqi looked up confusedly, her expression strange. What is Daodu? Song Huai, you're always running around and spacing out. I called you twice and got no response, so from now on, your nickname will be Daodu. I don't want it. It feels like I'd be ridiculed, and I'm already this old, so please stop giving me pet names. Chapter 58, Shaoqi. Pei Yanchu never took his resistance seriously. After silently reciting a few words in his mind, he suddenly flicked the boy's forehead. Ow. Such a silly loss. Su Yunqi, holding his forehead unhappily, deliberately messed up Pei Yanchu's collar and mumbled. I'm very smart. I know where that batch of silver is, maybe, probably. Pei Yanchu cast him a deep glance, then hugged him tightly again. Why don't you tell me? You should change your wording first. Alright, little loss isn't dumb. Su Yunqi got irritated. He kicked Pei Yanchu's thigh forcefully, then plopped onto the desk with his buttocks, his feet recklessly trampling on Pei Yanchu's knees. Yes, without even removing his shoes, it was deliberate. The two were now at different heights. As Pei Yanchu looked up, he saw Su Yunqi folding his arms, head tilted, his face puffed like a little blowfish. So why don't you tell me what your nickname was when you were a baby? Su Yunqi tilted his head, thinking for a while before answering ambiguously. Shaoqi, call me Shaoqi. Pei Yanchu bent down, grabbed his calves, removed both his shoes and threw them to the side. Why call yourself Shaoqi? Why not call yourself Shaoqi? He casually pulled off Su Yunqi's socks, watching as his round and white toes curled inward. I just like this number. As his ankles were slowly encircled by Pei Yanchu's hands, Su Yunqi fidgeted uneasily. Hey, stop being so fixated. I haven't told you the real matter yet. Didn't he say that the silver wasn't in the mansion? Just send people to search the nearby mountains along the way. Don't miss any tree holes, mountain caves, or ground pits. Who knows, it might actually be there, haha. Oh. Is that so? Pei Yanchu tightened his grip, leaving a red mark on Su Yunqi's ankle as if it had been tied with something. Stop. It hurts. You're so unreasonable, bullying me again. Su Yunqi wanted to step down, but his shoes had been thrown too far by Pei Yanchu for him to reach. If only he hadn't acted up. Now it was a bit awkward. He really wished he had wings to fly away. Shaoqi, don't move. Ugh, it felt like calling a dog. Tell Big Brother more about what else you know. Not falling for that trick, Su Yunqi crossed his arms lazily. I don't know anything. I was just guessing. After all, that's how things are written in those popular books. What kind of book is so amazing? Forgot. When asked 3 times, he still didn't know, exactly like Su Yunqi himself. Veins bulged on the back of Pei Yanchu's hand as he stood up, taking 2 deep breaths. Seeing the gradually fearful look in the other's eyes, his temper softened. Alright, Big Brother understands. So let me go first. Shaoqi will stay and keep brother company. No need to go out. Qi Xiling will handle repairs. If you get bored, you can grind ink for me. Su Yunqi watched as another chair was brought over, and he was moved onto it. In no time, various brushes, ink, and paper covered the surface before him. His shoes were kicked even further, and he truly hesitated to walk barefoot across the floor. Alright then, grind ink, grind ink. Su Yunqi actually had no clue how to do it. Out of curiosity, he prodded here and there, dirtying one part of his sleeves. Shaoqi, don't cause trouble. Another hour of sitting still if you keep making noise. Completely pacified, Su Yunqi settled down. All his little tricks were ruthlessly exposed. He pouted slightly, picked up a random brush absent-mindedly, rested his cheek on his palm, and started scribbling. Extreme boredom could make one invent all sorts of games. Su Yunqi painted each of his fingernails black, admiring his work alone, not quite understanding why his black nail polish wasn't as pretty as his female classmates. Aren't they all black? His even carried a hint of ink fragrance. The xian paper under his elbow was filled with stick figures, densely packed like cryptic scribbles. Pei Yanchu finally managed to spare some attention for Su Yunqi, who sat quietly beside him without causing trouble. When he set down what he was doing and turned around, his expression grew increasingly complicated. Shaoqi, you. Stupid kid, still as naive at several years old despite being over 10. Su Yunqi quickly hid his hands behind his back, laughing dryly. In the end, Pei Yanchu scooped up the flustered young man, holding his hands to personally clean them for him. Shoes, my shoes. I won't let you wear them. Stay put and don't wander around. Su Yunqi slapped his wet hand onto Pei Yanchu's face in an extremely childish form of retaliation. What is this? Pei Yanchu couldn't make sense of the circles and lines covering the page, so he curiously studied it carefully against the sunlight. Su Yunqi suffered from creator's shame. He quickly pulled it back while the other wasn't paying attention. It's nothing, just something I drew for fun. Why don't you add a signature then? Crap, how was he supposed to explain this to such a person? Hardening his resolve, Su Yunqi wrote the 3 characters Song Huai. Little 7, your handwriting is quite amusing. If it looks like dog scratches, then so be it, why laugh at him like that? The original owner had never been someone who loved studying, and even though he had acquired some skills after arriving in this world, he was still essentially a mess. Brother, I want to go outside and play, I don't want to stay in the study. Please let me. Su Yunqi blushed red, choosing to escape directly. He knelt on the chair, pulling Pei Yanchu's sleeve as he coaxed. I'm getting bored, truly I am. Pei Yanchu looked into his earnest eyes and knew he'd pushed too hard. He sighed softly. Loving freedom, loving mischief, unrestrained. A red rose that, even when blooming in a corner, always catches the eye. He could do nothing with him, and even though he had deceived himself before, he still chose to trust him again. Su Yunqi rushed outside without stopping. Having been suppressed for too long, even the air outside felt fresh. The watermelon offered by the palace wasn't very sweet, but it did beat the heat. Hiding under the eaves, he carelessly spat out watermelon seeds, watching Ling Qi struggle away for him. Ling Qi, what are you grumbling about? Once everything was finally done, Ling Qi sat next to Su Yunqi with full resentment. I want some, too. No. Seeing the flower pot nearby that Su Yunqi had ruined, Ling Qi became so angry he stood up, ready to report him. You're dead. This belongs to the master, and you dared spit seeds into it. Only after looking down carefully at it did Su Yunqi feel strangely familiar. He shoved the watermelon into Ling Qi's hands, bribing with a grin. I'm joking, have some. It tastes great. Where is everyone else? Where's little 9? What little 9? Ling Qi gave him a confused look, silently wondering whether there was anyone named that among the hidden guards. I asked His Highness, your names sound alike. So after much thought, one of you can be called little 7, and the other little 9. Ling Qi, Ling Ran. Su Yunqi thought himself extraordinarily intelligent. Aren't you called little 7 yourself? How do you know that? Su Yunqi was greatly startled. Grabbing Ling Qi's youthful face, he whispered a small threat. You're dead. You dared to eavesdrop on me talking to my master. I'll report you. Chapter 59, Sleep. Ling Qi fell into Su Yunqi's arms again, and he couldn't believe what he saw, even not daring to blink. Kidding you, look how scared you are. There was a silence in the air as if everyone had disappeared. Little 7, are you really angry? Su Yunqi poked his arm, only to see the other one fall limp. Ah. Ancestor, please, don't put me under your control next time. My neck feels all cold. What for? Why so afraid? He knew that his little leading man was thoughtful and considerate. Ling Ran. Little 9 has been called to work, but you'll probably see him tomorrow. Is he coming back so soon? So efficient. Su Yunqi squinted with some meaning, laughing frivolously. Ling Qi remained silent, not wanting to be outdone, speaking sarcastically. You didn't know. Oh my, I thought master would take you to Qingzhou, apparently he didn't tell you. Su Yunqi seemed completely unaffected by his provocation, instead, he laughed and turned around to immediately change his expression. I will report you right now. You're like stepping on sea urchins, humph. Amidst Ling Qi's pleading voice for mercy, he returned to the study room, then changed to an inquisitive face. Brother, is there something you forgot to tell me? Pei Yanchu was still puzzled about why he would come back at all, and upon hearing this sentence, suddenly realized. Little 7, come over here first. Good grief, it really felt like calling a puppy. Su Yunqi's expression froze, reluctantly going over. Haven't I already told you? There's nothing you need to prepare. Translated roughly, this meant that 2 people were planning a trip together, but he only needed to bring himself along because the other person had already planned all the travel details. Such worry-free days were absolutely wonderful, leaving Su Yunqi very content. Your Highness, you can still call me Dudu. The honorific, Little 7, has already been bestowed to Ling Qi, good names cannot serve 2 masters. Little 7. Ah. Suddenly Pei Yanchu no longer wanted to continue being gentle, although he could placate Su Yunqi, he ultimately couldn't get what he wanted. Why should I change my address? Some people haven't taken my word seriously until now. Su Yunqi was speechless, anxiously twisting his fingers. He looked like a mistaken elementary school student, standing helplessly before the table, not daring to speak. From start to end, Pei Yanchu didn't want Su Yunqi to address him so formally, let alone this title which was given by Pei Ruzhang. He struggled hard to suppress the inexplicably savage emotions welling up inside, unwilling to rip off this layer of understanding too early. Not to mention, why is he angry again? Su Yunqi, lost and confused, squatted by his side, showing weakness, his mind blank. He seemed to know the reason, but honestly, he indeed felt some shame. At his age, there was no way he'd call someone using a reduplicated term, but unfortunately, Pei Yanchu was stuck in the script of substitute literature, making things awkward just for him. Brother, don't be mad. Dudu will listen from now on. Where would Dudu dare not to listen to brother? Embarrassing or not, whatever, he was shameless anyway. Pei Yanchu, watching Su Yunqi prostrate on his knees, found his eyes full of laughter, drowning all others. So whiny again. Dudu only acts this way toward brother. Dead meat. He felt like he squeezed his throat too much and ended up sounding like a gay guy, and worse, the bottom roll. A wave of chills ran down Su Yunqi's spine as he vigorously rubbed off goosebumps on his body. Seemed that indulging him wasn't always good either. Pei Yanchu never raised such mischievous treasures, originally thinking that as long as he kept supplying well, he could make him obey his orders. Turned out he also had to keep him in check when necessary. As if realizing something new, it was right. He should be this kind of soft-natured, loving praise and easily swollen simple disposition. Pei Yanchu gave a slight snort, pulling him up. A punishment is due, otherwise, you might offend again. Su Yunqi stopped dead, he sniffled, wanting to say something yet holding back. Dudu should practice calligraphy. You'll write every day in front of me from now on. Don't want to. I can also send you to the classroom, don't worry, I will remember to pick you up after class. Pei Yanchu appeared very satisfied with this arrangement, nodding to himself, then turned his head to look at Su Yunqi whose eyes had reddened at some point. He immediately shut his mouth. It's not that he didn't know what to say, but he simply dared not continue. As soon as he saw Su Yunqi cry, all his methods and ideas went out of his head. Woo woo woo, I don't want to go to school. He had endured enough of this suffering already. Why did he have to relive it after being transported into this book? Was he some kind of masochist? Don't cry, brother was only joking, really. Good, it's brother's fault, I shouldn't have scared you. The sudden shift in emotions left Pei Yanchu's face stiff as he carefully pulled Su Yunqi into an embrace. It was a light hold, if Su Yunqi resisted, he could easily push him away. Su Yunqi had already braced himself to despairingly sign this unequal treaty. But when he heard Pei Yanchu retract his words, his teeth almost clenched with disbelief. Brother will take Dudu to Qingzhou, where there are many snacks and the fish are fatter than these. And Nanchuan, Jinzhong and more. As long as you want to go, brother will take you everywhere here. Su Yunqi stepped down from his high ground faster than anyone, though it all depended on how quickly the other party provided a way down. He meekly pressed his tears into Pei Yanchu's shoulder, making a show of generosity by stepping back. Dudu just doesn't like going to the study room, but accompanying brother in practicing calligraphy, Dudu is very willing. Lies, he had a restless nature and couldn't sit still, but since Pei Yanchu treated him so well, he should respect his wishes. He willingly complied, yes, brainwashed successfully. Pei Yanchu felt itchy inside, unable to resist touching the back of Su Yunqi's neck, gently pinching it. Su Yunqi was ticklish, he shrank his neck, yet allowed him to keep touching. Elementary school student spring outing syndrome was an incurable condition, although this only applied to Su Yunqi. That night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and quietly got up, intending to seek Ling Qi for some trouble. That's right, Pei Yanchu said he was afraid of the dark and slept restlessly, insisting that Su Yunqi accompany him. Hence, he was again stuffed into the inner side of the bed. Su Yunqi carefully crossed over the other one before unraveling his belt from between the cold fingers of Pei Yanchu. So pitiful, lacking so much security. Feeling soft-hearted, Su Yunqi squeezed those somewhat icy fingers and placed his hand back under the covers. Only after finishing all of this did he sneak out, unaware that at the moment he turned, the person lying in bed had already opened his eyes. Pei Yanchu had no intention of stopping him. Dudu was Dudu. The moment he let his guard down, this person would dart off, wanting to run amok without him noticing. Sitting up, Pei Yanchu prepared to personally catch the mischievous kid who wouldn't stay asleep at night. Chapter 60, Watermelon. After Su Yunqi stepped out, he also felt it was somewhat immoral to wake someone up in the middle of the night just to chat idly. He thought about it again and again, then returned to the spot where he spat watermelon seeds during the day. This flower pot looked more and more familiar. How would there be such an ordinary and inconspicuous thing in the palace? Su Yunqi picked it up and carefully examined it, suddenly remembering something. His first reaction was that this contained his dark past, and his second reaction was a sense of helplessness towards Pei Yanchu. Well, who made him such a good person? Satisfy his childlike nature for now. Su Yunqi grabbed a nearby stick and poked it into the soil, loosening several holes. He buried those few watermelon seeds inside, laughing mischievously as he worked. Let you plant an, I'll make you a bunch of watermelons and scare you to death. Pei Yanchu lurked in the shadows, leaning against the wall. The smile on his face grew bigger, slightly distorted in the silent environment. As he saw the other dust off his hands to look for a place to wash, Pei Yanchu darted back to the sleeping chamber, effortlessly regulating his breathing. Su Yunqi retraced his steps, observed the other for a few seconds, then suddenly called out twice. Brother. Pei Yanchu. Okay, confirmed everything is safe, no possibility of any slip-up. Su Yunqi tiptoed back under the covers, the excitement-fueled nerves finally cooling down, a wave of fatigue slowly rising. A faint sound of friction, mixed with murmurs. Not lost. The consequence of sleeping too late is being unable to wake up early. Pei Ruzhang did not call Pei Yenchu personally to go to Qingzhou in the court meeting, he intentionally kept it quiet, pretending not to know the private issues. Thus, when they set off, there was no special delegation sent to bid farewell. It was simply said that the third prince had a relapse of his old illness and needed to recuperate outside the palace. A few carriages were gathered together. Apart from Pei Yenchu and Su Yunqi, there were only 2 or 3 officials symbolically dispatched to observe public sentiment. To put it bluntly, they were merely Pei Ruzhang's spies watching over Pei Yenchu. Su Yunqi was completely immersed in catching up on sleep, not moving an inch no matter how much the carriage swayed. Pei Yenchu found it amusing and took hold of his hair ends, brushing them across his face. It's never good to disturb someone who's sleepy. Su Yunqi irritably buried his face in his sleeves but quickly regained calm. Wake up, eat something before sleeping. Listen to me, be a good boy. Judging by Su Yunqi's attitude, he'd probably sleep until noon. He slept as he wished, but Pei Yenchu couldn't tolerate him not eating anything at all and enduring hunger until he woke up. Su Yunqi blew up with anger upon waking, although the current zombie-like state of insufficient sleep was entirely due to his own actions last night, yet why should he be woken now when nothing was happening? Why? Leave me alone. Don't touch me, I hate you. Pei Yenchu tugged at his sleeve and used one hand to pinch his cheeks. Su Yunqi's face puckered up, barely able to close his mouth. He impatiently slapped Pei Yenchu's hand, the humming sounds becoming weaker and weaker. I don't hate you, I like you, I want to sleep. Pei Yenchu pressed harder, fearing that if he moved wrong, the entire carriage might collapse. Su Yunqi's danger radar went off. He hadn't been thinking clearly just now and seemed to have let something huge slip, fortunately rectifying it fast. Say it again. Like brother. Struggling to open his eyes, he failed and laid back down. Dawn was breaking, which meant he had only slept for 4 or 5 hours. Big brother, the life of a side character is also a life, yeah. Pei Yenchu cared only about what he had heard. Afraid that the bumpy ride might affect Su Yunqi's performance, he reached out and held him in a cradle, carefully supporting his pale neck. It was who wasn't fully awake that said the wrong thing earlier, he wouldn't blame him for it. Had confessed his affection for him verbally. That he wanted to stay with him forever, could that be called love? Pei Yenchu stopped calling him and instead stared at his sleeping face lost in deep thought. The temperature was getting higher and higher. After waking up, Su Yunqi didn't want to stay inside the carriage anymore. As he pulled up the curtain and leaned out, he hung lazily, without an ounce of gentlemanly bearing. Feeling the urge, he still kind of wanted to chew on some grass. Better not, Pei Yenchu wouldn't be pleased seeing it. Wish to find an inn to lie down for a while, my bones are going to break. How in the world did the inventor of the automobile come up with that idea? Truly remarkable. The dry rations weren't tasty at all. When we get there and finish handling the matters, I will definitely eat Pei Yenchu broke. From beginning to end, thinking about one matter over and over again, the carriage started moving into the mountains once more. Brother, so have you found your silver yet? I'm still looking. Su Yunqi wanted to say something, but he was afraid of exposing himself, so he could only dryly respond and peek out of the carriage to continue looking around randomly. Cave, all there is here are trees. Caves. What nonsense. When the coachman nearby mentioned that after passing another mountain or 2 they would arrive in Qingzhou, Su Yunqi became completely restless. Could you stop for a bit? I want to get down and look around. The coachman glanced back at Pei Yenchu, who wore an impassive expression, then gradually brought the carriage to a halt. Su Yunqi thought it over and still called for Pei Yenchu. He dragged him out of the carriage, looking mischievous. Third prince, aren't we in a hurry to get to Qingzhou? The common folk there are all waiting for you. A head poked out from the accompanying carriage. Apparently, this person believed Su Yunqi was deliberately causing trouble, so he subtly reminded him. Pei Yenchu chuckled lightly, acting along with Su Yunqi as someone obsessed with trifles, and made a sign for the carriages behind them to go ahead, claiming he'd catch up later. A few people secretly mocked them, shot side-eye glances, climbed back into their carriages, and soon after, the wheels began to turn again. Phew, those supervisors are finally gone. What supervision? Su Yunqi was left speechless, opening his mouth to answer. It's those people your father sent to keep an eye on you. Pei Yenchu took his hand and led him forward, curious. How do you know that? Seeing he couldn't break free, Su Yunqi decided to just let him lead. I just realized he's not a good guy. After all, which father would pressure someone to watch your every move? He intentionally avoided the experiences Pei Yenchu had shared in his emotional outburst earlier, joking instead about his own grievances. Those few don't seem competent at all. They've looked down on everyone and relied solely on their nose throughout the journey. You can guess who's giving them such confidence. Pei Yenchu burst out laughing, his eyes flashing with brilliance like the sunlight, as he squeezed the palm in his hand. Lulu is so smart. Brother didn't figure it out. What Pei Yenchu failed to see is that sometimes Su Yunqi isn't easy to deceive. Thinking Pei Yenchu was praising him, Su Yunqi became ecstatically happy. That's right, I know everything. Su Yunqi was still searching everywhere for possible places where the silver might be hidden. Without looking back, he suddenly asked somewhat uncertainly. Brother, if you leave the palace, will the secret guards follow you? Chapter 61, Exposure. Su Yunqi always felt that he had forgotten something. He stared at the seemingly endless green forest and felt an uncomfortable sensation running down his spine. Ah, bandits, I think they do exist. Their role is obvious. They should be the scapegoats for that corrupt official. Standing on a high slope, Su Yunqi glanced at a group of heads emerging not too far away, silently swallowed his saliva, and hesitantly asked again. Brother, you brought people with you, right? Pei Yenchu naturally noticed this earlier than him. Seeing Su Yunqi's nervous demeanor, he was about to console him but got startled by what came out of his mouth. At that time, we'll act like wealthy victims. Then see if we can get taken by them. Afterward, your hidden guards will come out, annihilating them all in one go, and who knows? They might even know where the silver is. Pei Yenchu already thought through calling people to eliminate the bandits from afar if Su Yunqi was afraid, leaving only one survivor for questioning. But it turned out this man had quite an appetite for drama. He helplessly smiled, put his hands behind his back, and made a few gestures, deciding to play along with Su Yunqi. The bandits calculated the timing, plus a little brother in the mountain sent a message, reporting that two important officials dismounted from their carriage and were wandering nearby alone. Mistakenly assuming they were allies arriving to support, the bandits hurried over. Su Yunqi was all set to start his performance when these oddly dressed bandits suddenly began kneeling before them one after another, smiling broadly. I suppose you two are here from the palace. Su Yunqi blinked. Noble gentlemen, does the previous arrangement still stand? The leading bandit, seeing no immediate response, confirmed again. Prince Dadayan. He looked at Su Yunqi more puzzled. Is it Prince Lu? Prince Lu. He was likely suspicious as to why Pei Wenjing would bring Pei Yunlan together, so he narrowed his eyes cautiously. Su Yunqi screamed internally, not knowing what game this was or why he'd unintentionally uncovered some sort of secret. How could a mountain bandit possibly have ties with the palace? Not only could they guess their identities, but apparently, they guessed wrong. However, it became even stranger when they mentioned the prior deal, making things increasingly confusing. Brother, I'm scared, woo woo woo. Su Yunqi played along by crying loudly while actually laughing uncontrollably and shaking all over, clinging to Pei Yenchu. Pei Yenchu had already figured out a lot inside his mind. He patted Su Yunqi's back to stop him from laughing until he lost his breath. What deal? Hearing this, the bandit erupted in anger, standing up and drawing his knife. We thought that people from the palace wouldn't go back on their words. Didn't we agree? We helped you act, then when you achieve fame and success, not only will you share the silver with us, but also promise to never send troops to suppress us anymore. Pei Yenchu slightly tightened his hold on Su Yunqi and glanced at him sideways. I was just testing you. What's the hurry? Nothing's going to change. Upon hearing this, the bandit quickly put on a fawning smile, though there was still a hint of disdain in his eyes. Su Yunqi displayed every sign of being capricious, instantly understanding the reason. No wonder in the original story, Pei Wenjing both fought off bandits, found the silver, and generously provided aid to the common folk. If the main character hadn't entered the palace early and taken Pei Wenjing's place, these filthy affairs might not have been exposed so easily. Big brother, I want to take a look at the silver first. They're so aggressive, who knows if they've secretly stolen any. Young lord, that's not appropriate. The bandit leader instinctively argued, but then saw Pei Yenchu gesturing to stop him. My young brother doesn't understand. Anyway, there's no rush now, so it doesn't hurt to take a look. He pinched Su Yunqi's mischievous face and favored him indulgently while asking for the bandits' cooperation through his words. After all, they couldn't afford to cause big trouble, so despite their unwillingness, the bandits led the way forward. Su Yunqi's heart was pounding fast. He instinctively grabbed Pei Yenchu's hand and followed the small path forward. In the end, everyone stopped in front of a secluded cave covered with climbing vines. Are they all inside? Su Yunqi pointed at the covering in front of the cave entrance, indicating for someone to move it aside and let him take a look. Soon, a slender figure stepped forward to handle it and carefully went inside. In front of Su Yunqi, he lifted the black cloth. Pei Yenchu called him out just in time, allowing the apprehensive bandits to breathe a sigh of relief. Alright, let's go. Since we've seen enough, let's stop fooling around, alright? Elder brother, you're always scolding me. That's so unfair. Weren't we supposed to come out and play? There's nothing fun here, just trees, boring. The bandits' palms began to sweat, clearly eager to get rid of them and quickly suggested. Would you like to visit our den? Young master, there are plenty of amusements inside. Everything you can think of is there, including beautiful women. Pei Yenchu gave a sharp glare and covered Su Yunqi's ears with his hand. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. Su Yunqi's expression tightened. After 9 years of compulsory education, he knew that human trafficking was illegal. He couldn't bear to hear these disgusting things. Pei Yanchu noticed his anger and urged the bandits to move faster, warning them not to make people wait too long. Corruption between officials and bandits went deep. It was unclear how many hands had been involved in this mess. The Prime Minister's private machinations were truly bold. Regarding Pei Wenjing, Pei Yunlan, the imperial harem having ties with previous regimes, Tang Jiqing was indeed good at scheming. She wanted her son to have smooth paths ahead, but now Pei Yanchu planned to let her lose everything she had gained. Su Yunqi didn't think about these complex matters anymore. His mind was already a mess. He realized the more one knows, the easier it is to fall silent. At first, he only treated these as normal plot setups and didn't pay much attention to them. But when everything happened right before his eyes, Su Yunqi couldn't remain calm. "Brother, I feel uneasy inside." Su Yunqi felt drained of energy and childishly jumped onto Pei Yanchu's shoulders, asking him to carry him on his back. He leaned his head against Pei Yanchu's shoulder, with Pei Yanchu's steady hands firmly supporting his legs. What exactly was making him uneasy? Perhaps it was lamenting over the treachery and greed in human nature, for someone could even imagine using such tactics of oppressing commoners as a stepping stone to power. Not only that, but Su Yunqi also felt a little heartache for Pei Yanchu. Hadn't he often dealt with these sorts of situations in the past? No wonder he was so gloomy sometimes. Dealing with such dirty business, anyone would go insane after doing it too many times. Slowly closing his eyes, Su Yunqi slightly rested his forehead near Pei Yanchu's neck, feeling his steady pulse beat. No, something was off, he almost got tricked. Suddenly gripping tightly around Pei Yanchu's shoulders, he gnashed his teeth in frustration. Why had Pei Yunlan come to talk to him? It was all to extract information from him. Fortunately, lost in thought and sulking earlier, Su Yunqi spoke aimlessly without giving away anything critical. Otherwise, the entire plan would have collapsed. Chapter 62, Restlessness. Why had the boy, who was so adorable and easy to bully as a child, grown up to be so cunning? Su Yunqi's anger subsided shortly after it surfaced. What was he even indignant about? The struggle for succession was bound to be ruthless and bloody. Who among those born in the palace could have simple thoughts? Fortunately, his little male lead hadn't been tainted by this polluted environment for too long, and remained just as gentle and considerate. Though his personality occasionally got a bit obstinate. Pei Yanchu noticed significant fluctuations in his emotions, gently jiggling him a bit and asking softly. What's wrong? Did something come to mind? Su Yunqi was still trying to sort out the character relationships, his brain couldn't keep up, and his memories of the minor antagonists and cannon fodder in the original story were getting hazy. He remembered Tang Jiqing's deranged behavior in Plum Garden and touched his chin, attempting to figure something out. Brother, do you have any grievances with the Empress? She forced my mother concubine to her death. Su Yunqi stiffened all over. How was there such a plot twist? He didn't recall this happening in the book at all. Pei Yanchu pulled him close with one hand, examining his expression. The person behind him always startled easily, and Pei Yanchu feared Su Yunqi might lose emotional stability and cause trouble. Su Yunqi didn't like being held in this infantile embrace, twisting awkwardly in discomfort. Until he ended up being cradled princess style. Not that he couldn't walk on his own, really he could. She has a jealous nature. The prime minister of the previous dynasty had excessive influence, and she acted recklessly without fear. She forced Emperor Pei Ruzhang to sentence my mother concubine and me to death, even going so far as to maliciously accuse us. So, Emperor Pei Ruzhang was unwilling, devising ways to smuggle us out of the palace. However, over time, he lost interest in whether we lived or died. But Tang Jiqing continued to feel wary of us. My mother concubine died, on the day Pei Yunlan was born. Probably due to her eventual heartbreak, she had been deceived by honeyed words and willingly sent away from the palace, mistaking the emperor's lack of concern for mercy and pity, not wanting to see her die. Through history, emperors are cruel. Among power, territory, and beauty, he only loved himself, as did Emperor Pei Ruzhang. Pei Yanchu felt nothing internally. Perhaps in the past, he would have gotten gloomy over this topic, but now he'd changed completely, become both himself and someone else entirely. Su Yunqi wanted to chew on his hands, biting down on his knuckles while struggling to think of something comforting to say. It was his fault for bringing it up. Now, he kept prodding at others' pain unnecessarily. Lulu, stop biting your hands again. Pei Yanchu's tone became slightly stern. Su Yunqi immediately stopped and flashed him a compliant smile. Brother, don't be sad. I'll always be here for you. Initially, Pei Yanchu hadn't thought much about it, assuming Su Yunqi merely wanted to know, so he told him everything. Being sympathized with generally wasn't a good feeling, but receiving sympathy from the person in his arms felt different. Really? Would you be willing to stay by my side forever? Pei Yanchu pressed Su Yunqi's face into his chest, hearing his muffled reply. True, little Daodu's heart was soft. If he just put on an act, Daodu would care deeply for him. Daodu wouldn't realize that. Nearly 2 hours had passed. Pei Yanchu glanced at the sky, silently gauging Su Yunqi's intentions through his eyes. If he wished to continue playing around, they would keep playing. If not, they'd clear things up quickly. They had already unraveled the major details. It was time to reel everything back in. Su Yunqi no longer had the energy to engage in any mental gymnastics with them. He also lacked the motivation to fish for more information. After all, his secret bodyguards weren't useless either. He poked Pei Yenchu's chest, then traced his fingers down his neck. Finally, Pei Yenchu released him, holding him and stepping back slowly. Observing the increasing fear on the mountain bandits' faces, he smiled faintly. As the sun set, Su Yunqi covered his nose and mouth with a handkerchief, carefully avoiding the blood stains on the ground. "Brother, I thought you'd be afraid, little Daodu. What's so scary about this? They all deserve to die." Su Yunqi gagged a few times, his voice grumpy as he complained. "I thought this was just a small bandit camp, but it turns out he was practically a regional tyrant. Clearly, he indulged in plundering and killing without restraint. Don't hug me, you smell terrible." Pei Yenchu couldn't help but laugh, forcefully pulling Su Yunqi closer. "You're not allowed to dislike me." "Humph." Su Yunqi worried that Pei Yenchu's cultivation of secret guards might be discovered by the emperor. Kicking the bandit chief in the carriage who trembled in sheer terror, he lowered his head to think for a moment before suddenly asking. "So what result does Pei Ruzhang actually desire? He sent you in advance to handle this situation, and moreover, made sure no one else knew about it. Could it be that he already had doubts brewing inside him?" The royal family was truly a chaotic mess. Su Yunqi struggled to assess the paternal affection between these imperial figures. Little Daodu is so smart. Pei Yenchu clearly hadn't expected Su Yunqi to figure this out. It seemed like his Daodu was very perceptive about everything except him. After all, Su Yunqi had accompanied him through so many palace dramas, he understood this much clearly. The innocence had yet to leave his face, but the words that came out of his mouth scared the mountain bandit chief into passing out, eyes shut tight. "Brother, why don't you just have him write a confession? Pei Ruzhang only cares about the results, not the process. Keeping him around will only expose us. Get rid of him quickly. He wasn't some fragile and overly sensitive saint who would allow trouble for the male lead or himself." Su Yunqi suddenly felt that the drama wasn't complete enough. After all, there were still a few spies in Qingzhou waiting. He thought long and hard, picked up Pei Yenchu's sword, and began gesturing with it toward the bandits. Pei Yenchu reacted extremely fast. He quickly pulled Su Yunqi away, prying open his hand to take the sword out. "You're right, maybe you should do it. I'm still a little hesitant." Su Yunqi handed the hilt over very obediently, pointed at the unconscious man, and said expressionlessly. "Just stab him once, then smear his blood on yourself. Oh yeah, tear your clothes too. It should look like you've battled fiercely with the mountain bandits." Pei Yenchu didn't respond. From the beginning, he'd sensed something off. Su Yunqi was acting too strangely, showing absolutely no fear, calm as if he'd seen such scenes countless times before. "Brother. Daodu, come here and let me hold you." Su Yunqi turned his head, laughed a couple of times, and urged Pei Yenchu to act faster, emphasizing how important it was to fake the injuries convincingly. It should appear as though they'd been grievously wounded. "Brother, what are you messing around with? Hurry up. Later, you can rest first while I send those people to carry the silver. That way, we can separate them. They must love these kinds of jobs where they can claim all the credit. Come over here." Su Yunqi couldn't smile anymore. He felt like he couldn't see Pei Yenchu clearly, everything seemed foggy. A pair of hands tightly embraced him, and he blinked lightly, a trace of moisture clinging to his lashes. "Daodu, don't be afraid. Everything is under my control, you just need to enjoy eating and playing every day happily. No one will harm you, and no one can hurt me. Don't worry. Everything is in my grasp. In the future, never touch these things again. I only want you to live carefree by my side forever." Pei Yenchu had already made up his mind. From now on, he wouldn't let Su Yunqi get involved with court affairs. All he wanted was for him to stay comfortably within the garden Pei had woven especially for him. He began regretting why he had insisted on dragging Su Yunqi into understanding his world. It was chaotic and filthy, no wonder it unsettled his little butterfly so much. Chapter 63, Bathing. Su Yunqi leaned against Pei Yenchu's body, encircled by him as soft words of consolation flowed gently, one after another. He thought he could get used to it, but everything today was too overwhelming. He couldn't take it anymore and had to pretend to be calm and considerate. But Pei Yenchu still noticed. Why is he so good? He never looks down on me for being useless and always compliments me. Now, he is patiently consoling me with such detail. He's beginning to feel reluctant to entrust his well-raised son to any other girl. No, I'm just not used to it yet. You mustn't hide things from me. Su Yunqi's mind was still a little dazed. He suddenly realized the other party was trying to avoid his gaze, so he quickly stopped him. You mustn't overthink this. If you dare to do something dangerous behind my back, then you'll never see me again in your life. After hearing this, Pei Yenchu unintentionally tightened his grip, making Su Yunqi cry out in alarm. He immediately covered his leg while tears streamed down his face. You mustn't hide anything from me either, but you can't deliberately avoid me. What if you're scared, what will you do? Still rubbing his leg, Su Yunqi stubbornly stated. I'm not scared, I'm only worried about your safety. Brother, I depend on you to protect me. Nothing must happen to you. Realizing that he couldn't sway Pei Yanchu and that even if the latter agreed now, there would probably still be secrets behind closed doors. In a panic, Su Yunqi found a damp piece of paper inside the carriage, grabbed a pen nearby, and started writing. Promise, Pei Yanchu shall not conceal anything from Daodu. All matters must be communicated with him, otherwise, he'll never see Daodu again. He shoved the paper at Pei Yanchu, urging him to sign it. What is this? A promise letter. Su Yunqi pointed to the corner of the paper, indicating he should write his name there. Pei Yanchu seemed to understand what it was, but instead of signing immediately, he looked meaningfully at him. Just matters within the palace. About people like Pei Ruzhang and Tang Jiqing. Yes, hurry up and sign. Once signed, no turning back. Pei Yanchu chuckled twice, and then followed his instructions to sign the document. Su Yunqi clutched the paper close to his chest as if it were some treasure. That's what he said, no concealing matters within the palace. Nothing else was mentioned, so technically there was no breach of agreement. Pei Yanchu understood Su Yunqi's thoughts and felt it was fine. So he assigned someone to guard him while he took the mountain bandits and stepped off the carriage into the distance. When Su Yunqi saw him again, he was almost terrified. Mostly because the sight of Pei Yanchu looked far worse than expected. Brother, lean on me when we go inside, I'll support you. The carriage arrived at Lu Zhong's residence in Qingzhou. Before Su Yunqi even got off, he heard laughter inside. Sure enough, the people dispatched by Pei Ruzhang weren't worth much. They hadn't even bothered to inspect the flood disaster but were already drinking with the local governor. Su Yunqi made a pretense of helping Pei Yanchu walk slowly inside. Prince? What's wrong? Call the doctor immediately. Zhang Chen, half drunk, suddenly saw Pei Yanchu appear in front of him, drenched in blood. He was startled and yelled out loud. Both Zhang Chen and Wang Changqing were sent by order of the third prince. Though they were tasked with monitoring the person, it was absolutely impossible for them to accept the fact that a royal prince could be injured under their watch. Moreover, they were completely unaware of the situation, enjoying themselves here eating and drinking. Su Yunqi clenched his teeth, glaring at the guards who were frozen in place beside him, giving strict orders. Men, seize Lu Zhong. This traitor colluded secretly with the mountain bandits and attempted to assassinate the third prince. His crime cannot be pardoned. The accompanying guards snapped back to reality, drawing their swords in an instant and seizing the frightened Lu Zhong who could barely stand. Take him to the woodshed first. You all stay and make sure no one escapes. He trusted the local official departments here as little as possible. It was probable that every official in Qingzhou was corrupt. All surrounding servants had already been controlled by the guards. Su Yunqi successfully found an empty room from the trembling wives and concubines, then helped Pei Yanchu inside. He blocked Zhang Chen and Wang Changqing, closing the door before immediately clutching his chest to catch his breath. Wow, impersonating authority feels so great. Pei Yanchu laughed as he wiped away the blood stuck on Su Yunqi's face, then saw how he continued to encourage himself. Brother, you sit down for now. I'll be right back. Su Yunqi cracked the door open slightly, carefully slipping out and blocking the two people's line of sight. He acted troubled, and finally spoke up under their tense eyes. I've already sent someone to find a doctor. Don't worry, the emperor won't blame you. Both Zhang Chen were almost in tears, their trembling voices asked. Exactly, what happened? I just said, Lu Zhong colluded with the mountain bandits, and what? Wang Changqing broke down begging for mercy. Young master, don't keep us hanging, give us the straight answer. Su Yunqi looked at their tear-streaked faces, finally feeling a bit of relief. And those bandits dared to embezzle official funds. It's possible Lu Zhong also had his hands in it. There are too few people on this mission. Why don't you two take some men and seize the silver? If any is missing, search the bandits' den, it might be there. Us. Su Yunqi sighed deeply. The prince fought the entire bandit camp alone. He is now severely injured and unconscious. I hope both of you report quickly and request that the emperor sends more people from the capital. The situation is serious, we may not be able to control it for much longer. If Lu Zhong tries to rebel, we can only sit here waiting to die. I believe you both are close favorites before the emperor's eyes, and I ask for your help. Zhang Chen sobbed, accepting the order while prostrating on the ground. By now they regarded Su Yunqi as their guiding core. They immediately set off in haste, eager to make up for their past faults. Su Yunqi rolled his eyes momentarily, tossing a map into their horse cart. You two fools, rushing without even knowing where to go. Look how scared you got. Almost all the house attendants had been dispatched, and the remaining 2 or 3 were ordered by Su Yunqi to guard the courtyard outside. He looked up and called softly. Xiao Qi. Xiao Jiu. In an instant, both jumped down lively, appearing before Su Yunqi. TSK, do you live in trees or rooftops? You're always floating around like ghosts. Su Yunqi forced out an awkward laugh twice, rubbing his hands, pointing towards the woodshed. Keep an eye on that person well. Ensure that no factors like poisoning, fire-raising, suicide etc. cause Lu Zhong's death. Ling Ran evidently accepted the nickname Xiaojiu, nodding and pulling Ling Qi to watch over the person. After acting all night, Su Yunqi finally managed to secure some peace and quiet. Rubbing his somewhat stiff face, he once again pushed the door open. Pei Yanchu. How could you bathe without telling me? He opened the door to witness a scene of male beauty stepping out from a bath, shocking him so much that he covered his eyes, shouting without a care for propriety. Chapter 64, The Teacup. Su Yunqi's fingers secretly peeked through a gap. After calling out he was overwhelmed by curiosity and attempted to spy. Unfortunately, before he could see clearly, Pei Yanchu had already thrown over an outer robe. By the time Su Yunqi finally managed to pull down the robe, Pei Yanchu had already put on his undergarments and was teasingly looking at him. TSK, if I can't see, then fine. It's definitely because he's younger than me. Su Yunqi silently criticized in his mind, hugging the outer robe and continuing forward. I'll give you a long vacation, and in a few days, there will be people from the palace coming to clean up the mess. What? Su Yunqi noticed a water droplet on his neck, slowly disappearing into his collar. Very sexy. Ahem, no, what I mean is, anyway, you've already sent the confession to the palace, so what remains are just some trivial matters, right? If the flood disaster were severe, it would be impossible to see commoners casually strolling on the road. Pei Yanchu said earlier that it wasn't a big deal, which means it wasn't serious. Su Yunqi mulled over various thoughts, suddenly regretfully stomping his feet twice. At present, he set up Pei Yanchu as a bedridden patient, but this wouldn't do. Back in the day, Pei Wenjing was immensely famous, even being praised by the people as a celestial deity descending from heaven. His little male protagonist couldn't miss such an opportunity. He had already planned to orchestrate a medical miracle, whatever he said goes. Until now, Pei Yanchu has only spoken 2 words. He looked at the person whose expression had changed, and asked again uneasily. Lu, why don't you rest earlier? Don't overexert yourself. No way, I've thought it over. Next, I should take care of you for a night, and you will miraculously recover. So you can personally go and check things out without letting that group of opportunists benefit exclusively. Pei Yanchu finally figured out what he was dwelling on. Indifferently drying his semi-dry hair while sitting on the bed, he replied. It doesn't matter, I don't need all that. How can this be acceptable? Winning the hearts of the people is the key to winning the world. Besides, this accomplishment belongs to you, it's yours, and nobody can snatch it away. Su Yunqi, thinking himself dirty, plopped straight onto the ground and supported his chin with his knees. I'll bribe the beggars later to make them spread tales of you as a virtuous prince who saves the world and the common people. That will surely irritate those folks inside the palace. Everything they carefully prepared will have been snatched by the protagonist, who even returns their bad actions by criticizing them. Anyway, novels always write like that, it must make sense. One who wins the people's hearts shall win the world. Lu, do you want me to be the emperor? Su Yunqi fell silent for a moment. He had merely blurted that out and hadn't thought much about it. It's not whether I want or not, it depends on you. I reckon as long as you're happy, that's good enough. He bashfully smiled, rubbing the corners of his blood-stained clothes. Pei Yanchu truly couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he reached out to pull him up and called someone to prepare hot water. If I became the emperor, would you still be willing to stay by my side? Am I not already by your side? Su Yunqi handled it deftly, rejecting sentimentality, and grinned mischievously. Relax, relax. Just stop thinking about these things. As long as I'm still breathing, I'll never leave you. After all, if brother isn't around, where will I get my bunny cakes from? Pei Yanchu lightly laughed, shaking his head, and urged him to quickly tidy up. Everything had to be dealt with in the room for safety. Su Yunqi confirmed several times that the bed canopy was tightly drawn, and didn't forget to threaten Pei Yanchu not to peep from inside. Looking, huh? You'd better die of fright, or worse yet, become self-conscious. Pei Yanchu slightly raised his brows, closing his eyes to indicate he wouldn't dare intrude. Su Yunqi finally relaxed, taking off his clothes and helping himself step into the bucket of water. So refreshing. Finally able to wash away that foul bloody smell. He leaned his head against the rim of the bucket, slowly cupping clear water, watching it slip through his fingers. Pei Yanchu grew somewhat restless. It seemed like the last time he had this peculiar sensation was due to Su Yunqi being overly playful one morning, touching him here and there. He felt a bit warm, rising to sit upright simultaneously pulling the dangling bed canopy unintentionally. He knew it well, Lu looked wonderful, radiant and captivating. There seemed something off about himself. But he indeed looked so adorable. Kind of made him want to take a bite. Pei Yanchu's ears turned red as he retreated further into the inner side of the bed, staying immovable regardless of how Su Yunqi pushed. Strange, did you fall asleep? Unaware, lying on the outer side of the bed, he felt a void behind him and inexplicably lacked security. Pei Yanchu, for the first time, dared not touch Su Yunqi, cautiously turning over to look at the heartless person who had fallen asleep. He needs to consult a doctor, he feels like he might be sick. Medical miracles are always very effective. By the time the people from the palace came in droves to claim Pei Yenchu's body, he was already sitting on a chair in the room, teacup in hand, gazing at the faint figures outside. No need, no need. Our Highness is naturally strong, it's all superficial injuries. He'll be fine after one night's rest. Su Yunqi wiped his sweat and blocked the group of people trying to rush in. Highness needs quiet rest. You all should focus on investigating traitors with your guards instead of letting them escape. The entire Qinzhou province relies on you. The emperor was furious and had sent a flock of prominent ministers, threatening to make an example out of someone. Su Yunqi couldn't fool these people at all, so they stormed inside against his will. His heart raced as he feared being found out. Pei Yenchu had known that Su Yunqi wouldn't be able to hold them off. After all, Pei Ruzhang's suspicious nature would not allow easy trust. With a sneer, Pei Yenchu forcibly broke the teacup and used its shards to carve his own skin. Didn't they want to see if he was really hurt? Then let them see. In their eyes, probably he was just another pawn to heap sins onto the Prime Minister's house. Su Yunqi had originally planned to shout and warn Pei Yenchu to lie back down and pretend, but as soon as he entered, he saw the other bearing his torso, wrapping himself with bandages. Blood seeped through the white cloth, red before Su Yunqi's eyes. Pei Yenchu. Who gave you, who allowed you to get up? The crying tone in his voice became heavier. Enraged, he glared at those standing by the door and lost his composure. You've seen enough. Are you leaving now? What more do you want to see? The crowd took a step back, except for the physician who was allowed in. He didn't trust the court-appointed doctors at all, not even Dr. Wen. Su Yunqi silently took the medicine over with a dark expression, personally applying it for him. Lu, I'm fine. Realizing too late that he'd kicked the hornet's nest, Pei Yenchu tried to pat his head, wanting to explain a few things. Su Yunqi directly dodged his hand, refusing to look at him. Lu. Sung Huai. After disposing of the stained clothes, Su Yunqi washed his hands and walked out the door without looking back. Don't go, don't be like this, please pay attention to me. Pei Yenchu wanted to stress his tone and force the other to respond, but alas, it no longer worked on the one who now completely ignored him. Su Yunqi suddenly laughed in a strange way. Why should I acknowledge you? Are you even human? Chapter 65, Bitterness. Su Yunqi's anger flared hotter and hotter. He suddenly stepped back a few paces, grabbing Pei Yenchu's hair and pulling it backward. He looked at the face that was forced to look up, lightly slapping it with not too much force. You're not human, because you clearly don't know pain. Pei Yenchu, you are really skilled if this is how you manage to annoy me. Pei Yenchu had never been treated like this before, but now he didn't have time for curiosity. Weakly trying to embrace Su Yunqi. He found himself evading his own grasp. It seemed as if he were truly angry, his gaze icy cold, interrogating Pei Yenchu like an enemy. He wasn't like this in the past, Dudu had always been obedient and gentle. But he had made a mistake now. He wouldn't forgive himself. Pei Yenchu slowly retracted his hand, feeling wave after wave of sharp pain in his heart. The slight heat on his cheeks couldn't compare to the bitterness in his eyes. A misty layer of water appeared, blurred and vague, gradually pooling in his eyes. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, they fell. What are you crying for? Didn't you consider I would be angry when you hurt yourself? Pei Yenchu, I'd rather you take a knife right now and kill everyone who knows the truth, even if in the end you are exposed and meet a tragic death, I would have no regrets and would join you in the underworld without hesitation. It's better than what you're doing now, treating your body so recklessly. Pei Yenchu had no control over troops, and if it came to showing their true colors, he might not win. But so what? Watching him harm himself in such a way just to protect both of them caused more pain than anything else. He shouldn't have thought of such a harmful plan, causing Pei Yenchu so much suffering. Su Yunqi's hands were trembling. After speaking, he released his grip on Pei Yenchu's hair, looking for a place to calm himself down. Are you leaving? Yes, I don't want to see you now. Su Yunqi didn't look at the reddened rims around Pei Yenchu's eyes. In a cold voice, he replied. He had just taken 2 steps forward when the person behind him suddenly erupted, standing up and rushing forward to hug him, ignoring the still bleeding wounds on his body. Pei Yenchu threw him onto the bed, snatching the leftover white cloth nearby and tied up Su Yunqi's hands and feet completely. What are you doing? Don't leave. Don't ignore me. Su Yunqi was truly amused by his behavior, unable to move, glaring at the stubborn man who showed him a pitiful expression while his hands didn't stop moving. Forget it, he surrendered. If he spoke again with Pei Yenchu, he'd be the fool. Dudu, brother was wrong. Brother promises he won't do it like this anymore, okay? Dudu, I'm in real pain. Go apply medicine. Don't show your wounds around me. Su Yunqi couldn't help but remind him, watching the blood-stained areas on his body growing darker. Upon hearing this, Pei Yenchu's eyes lit up. He picked up the medicine and changed the bandages right in front of him. Does it hurt a lot? Why are you shaking? Weren't you very decisive earlier? Dudu, it really hurts. If you don't care about me, I feel like my whole world is breaking. Pei Yenchu, with his muscular frame, glanced down toward his chest. Su Yunqi sniffed, yet his eyes couldn't stop glancing around uncontrollably. Will you forgive me? You untie me first. No, you'll run away. Pei Yanchu extended his hand and helped Su Yunqi sit up, managing successfully to pull him onto his lap without touching his wound. I'll release you as well, but you must promise not to leave my sight. He touched Su Yunqi's puffy face, then gently massaged his bound wrists. Big brother, it's clear that I'm the one who's upset. Yet somehow, you think you're right. I am the truth. Drunk. Every time Su Yunqi argued, he couldn't win against Pei Yanchu. Also, talking to a bull isn't useful either. Sitting there was somewhat uncomfortable, so he tried to move a little bit outward. But Pei Yanchu misunderstood, thinking he wanted to run, and squeezed him tighter into his arms. These muscles are huge. They are slightly squishing his face. What should he do? What does he mean? Is he deliberately tempting him? Yet, what use are men? He only likes young ladies. Still, it feels so elastic, so secure. Su Yunqi's face grew increasingly red, hesitating to look directly into Pei Yanchu's eyes. Dudu, your ears are so warm. Balderdash. I'm not blushing. Exactly what, 300 silver pieces worth, referred to him, Su Yunqi. The figure above let out a soft chuckle, deliberately resting his chin atop Su Yunqi's head, whispering tenderly. Do you like it this way? Dudu is a little lecher. Pei Yanchu, I really don't want to talk to you anymore. Su Yunqi completely lost control, muttering discontentedly and refusing to lift his head. Something disrupted his emotions, turning him back into a docile little salted fish. Seeing the moment ripe, Pei Yanchu quickly picked up where he had left off. He couldn't possibly let go until everything was resolved, avoidance wasn't his style. Dudu, Big Brother apologizes to you, don't be mad. Where would I find the heart to accompany Big Brother in death? I haven't even had the chance to make you the top person in this royal city yet. Su Yunqi coughed awkwardly and turned his head away without saying a word. I know you care about me, and I feel the same. Big Brother knows his limits and won't leave you behind alone. Pei Yanchu untied the white cloth around his wrist, seeing that he didn't attempt to run, slowly curving his eyebrows into a smile. He took Su Yunqi's hand, fiddling with his fingers. Su Yunqi's ears felt itchy from the heat, so he scratched his ear tips mischievously, pinching Pei Yanchu below the collarbone. I never said I've calmed down. Dudu can have me do anything you want. Then until you're fully recovered, you must follow all my orders. Pei Yanchu intentionally didn't untie the bindings on his ankles, placing him on the bed and gently pushing him so his back faced him. Anything for Dudu as long as it makes you calm down. So hurry up and untie me. Hey, what are you going to do, Pei Yanchu? Smiling slyly, Pei Yanchu lightly slapped behind him with no real force. It's my turn now. Big Brother will teach you, if you're angry, you can hit any part of me except my face. Pei Yanchu. Call me Big Brother. You have no respect. Embarrassed, Su Yunqi wildly kicked his legs. The move lacked power but carried immense humiliation. After being struck a few times, he was once again embraced by Pei Yanchu, leaving him speechless. This is too embarrassing, Pei. Big Brother, I'm not a kid anymore. I think you are, so you are. Muttering a couple of words, Su Yunqi didn't have the energy to continue their antics. Perhaps due to the emperor also valuing his dignity, matters were handled with great speed. In no time, the imperial authority swept across the land, and the entire Qingzhou region was completely renewed. Su Yunqi looked at the nearby levee still under repair, spotting Pei Yanchu talking to someone before heading over for a closer look. Standing on higher ground, he cast his gaze far and wide. Then, deep in thought, he walked towards the group of hard-working commoners putting in effort tirelessly. Io, esteemed sir, why have you come here? The sun is particularly harsh today. Please go sit inside the house, one of them said. Chapter 66, Not. In the morning, Su Yunqi forcibly dragged Pei Yanchu to distribute food supplies. Seeing the other person flustered by the earnestness of the villagers, he could only barely suppress his laughter and explain to others that the third prince had not fully recovered from severe injuries, which was why his complexion wasn't so good. Every time someone asked about it, Su Yunqi exaggerated greatly, describing Pei Yanchu as something unparalleled on both earth and in the heavens. As he distributed grain while making up random stories happily, he almost made Pei Yanchu unable to bear staying there anymore, causing him to awkwardly want to hide. With commotion all around in the streets, a great many people were still chasing after fugitives throughout the city and were busy escorting prisoners to the capital. Su Yunqi politely declined with concern, thanking the farmers who wanted to take him back inside their homes. Squatting down, he dipped his hand into the water. Due to serious soil erosion, this area had a relatively steep gradient. Once rainfall increased, water naturally gathered quickly. However, unfortunately, the river here wasn't wide, and further down it grew increasingly narrow. The losses from this flood weren't too heavy this time, but what about previous ones? Or if another heavy rainstorm occurred later, should they keep waiting for the floodwaters to subside and continue mending dams? His head hurt badly, it felt like his brain was growing. After much thought, Su Yunqi couldn't reach any effective conclusion. This wasn't a technological society where things like excavators or bulldozers even existed. The farmer continued working nearby, looking at the noble young master squatting quietly by the river and frowning deeply. Out of kindness, the farmer again asked. "Esteemed sir, what are you thinking about?" This young gentleman from the capital was very pleasant-tempered and didn't act haughtily when conversing with common folk like them. Everyone saw such a handsome teenager for the first time and thus kept an eye on him, preventing him from wandering off or accidentally falling into the river. Moreover, he was the great benefactor of the entire Qingzhou province. "Young sir, isn't it possible to handle the problem right at its root instead of always dealing with such difficult floods?" Being called uncle, the farmer laughed continuously waving his hands. The aunt nearby came to deliver lunch and, taking advantage of the moment, pulled out a peach from her basket, shoving it into Su Yunqi's hands. "Try it. It's grown by our own family. Guaranteed sweetness." Su Yunqi looked at her face full of loving smiles, took a bite, then grinned, teeth exposed. "I of course believe auntie." The peasant woman kept laughing until tears fell from her eyes. Feeling embarrassed, she covered her face with her hands and stood up, walking alone along the road she had come from. Su Yunqi, holding the peach, didn't know what to do. With a pouting face, he looked at the farmer, finding the sweetness in his mouth somewhat sour. He has disappeared, probably swept away. The water came so fast. He was playing by the river and is now missing. The farmer chuckled bitterly twice, shaking his head, explaining to him in hope that he wouldn't dwell on it too much. Su Yunqi lost his appetite. He responded vaguely while bowing his head and unhappily walked over to Pei Yanchu's side. "What happened? Did someone bully you?" "I really want to do something, but I feel like I can't do anything." Su Yunqi wanted to cry. Choking with sobs, he burrowed into Pei Yanchu's embrace. "I want to help them. I don't want to see such things happen anymore." Although the damage this time wasn't serious, that was only relative to one Qingzhou region. People living at the bottom rung would surely have some degree of loss, flooded farmland, no harvest, or even separation of families, breaking homes and lives. He already had a low tolerance for tears, and now he lost control entirely. Pei Yanchu sighed and embraced Su Yunqi before heading inside. After closing the door, he wiped away his tears. The benevolent deity sympathized so much that it touched deep within his heart. "What does little Daodu, diminutive, want to do?" Hearing this, Su Yunqi wiped his tears onto Pei Yanchu's sleeve and subsequently grabbed a slightly blurred map from the table, picking up a brush and starting to scribble randomly based on intuition. "Just don't let them hurry to repair the dam. I think, if this river can be widened, that would be better. Then we'll remove some of the sludge from the bottom of the riverbed, plant more trees nearby, dispatch officials to replan the farmland, and finally communicate with the villagers to stop farming near the lake. Otherwise, when floods occur next time, not only will fields get flooded, but the lake won't have enough space to regulate the water volume either." Daydreaming wildly, Su Yunqi drew all the way down along the river. "Over here, let's add a few more channels, eventually converging here." Ranting non-stop about many things, Su Yunqi finally tossed the pen aside and sighed, laying his head on the table. "Ideals are always beautiful, reality remains forever cruel. Big brother, why aren't you saying anything?" "Preparing a memorial letter, exactly as Daoda said." Su Yunqi incredulously waved his hand in front of Pei Yanchu's eyes, then climbed onto his knees, leaning closer, touching foreheads with him. "No fever. Just being lively and teasing me." Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Pei Yanchu leaned his neck back a bit and patted Su Yunqi's back, telling him to sit properly and not get too close to his face. "You want, and I will give you. Not, there's no tool. Isn't this just daydreaming?" Pei Yanchu was staring blankly at his red lips and white teeth. "Brother. What tools are needed when we have people? There are plenty in the heavenly prison, and even more will be coming soon. Moreover, according to law, adult men should serve labor service, it's just a matter of time." Pei Yanchu snapped out of his daze, pinched his eyebrows slightly, and calmed Su Yunqi with just a few sentences. "Brother, can you send someone to look for a child named Hie? About my age. Of course, it's best if they find him, but if not, that's fine too." Pei Yanchu suddenly extended a finger, pressing on his lips, and lightly twisted. "Why? They've been pinched swollen by you, go play with yourself if you want to play." Su Yunqi was pushing away Pei Yanchu's hand in dissatisfaction 1 second, only to be pacified by one sentence from him the next. "Go find Ling Qi, they'll do everything for you." "Will they listen to me?" In an instant, Su Yunqi became arrogant, squinting with a wicked smile. "Daodu, don't go overboard." Pei Yanchu amusingly pinched his neck skin, seeing him become obedient again, and didn't say anything else. They had only stayed here for 6 or 7 days, and when everything was finally settled, everyone had to pack up and return to the palace. At this moment, Pei Yanchu felt a bit dazed. During these several days, he always went out with Daodu. He saw how Daodu sent Hie to the peasant woman's home and tried hard to comfort the joyous woman. And he also witnessed Daodu learning fishing from the village boys, then proudly flaunting his trophy upon returning. The roasted fish tasted so good, especially since Daodu made an effort to learn it. His body was sticking with straw, yet he wasn't repelled at all, and insisted on pulling himself to lie down together on the haystack, looking up at the stars twinkling in the sky. The stars weren't as beautiful as he was, he shone brighter than the stars. Pei Yenchu, why is my heart beating so fast? Was it due to worrying about him falling into the water while researching the dike with the farmers? Or fearing that eating something casually given by others would upset his stomach? Could it be just the uneasiness of colorful butterflies flying freely in the fields, unwilling to come back to his side? None of them seemed right. Chapter 67, A Retreating Figure. An emotion never experienced before, very strange, always making one feel somewhat difficult to control. Very irrational. Pei Yenchu slowly held Su Yunqi beside him, who had fallen asleep after playing tired, watching his tender fingertips land in his own palm. He turned over, looked down carefully, and finally gently picked him up and walked into the house. Everything seemed like a dream. Pei Yenchu sat on the chair, not knowing what he was thinking about. All things had been neatly packed by the servants, just waiting for his order to return. Gaudu knew they were leaving today, but he hadn't returned yet. It was almost time, someone should be sent to bring him back. Thump thump thump. Big brother, I'm back. Su Yunqi, holding a small package, jumped onto Pei Yenchu. Am I late? I've run as fast as I can, don't scold me. He took the handkerchief from the servant's hands and directly covered his face with it, leaning on Pei Yenchu to rest. Pei Yenchu took the cold towel off his face, wiped away the sweat on his neck drop by drop, and casually asked. Is it not fun here? Are you still thinking of going back to the palace with me? Su Yunqi gave him a strange glance, not understanding what the protagonist was being sentimental about. It is fun, but since you're not here, what should I do? I have to live my life with you. Would Gaudu choose the palace outside or me? Would you regret it? Su Yunqi pulled at the collar, said carelessly. Of course. Big brother has to protect me for life. At least when Ling Qi complains to you, you should still take my side. Pei Yenchu started by laughing lightly, then laughed louder and louder, his whole body trembling. Su Yunqi didn't understand why, and before he could ask anything, he was suddenly picked up, stuffed into the carriage. Back to the palace. After this trip, Pei Yenchu's fame soared. The citizens only knew that 8 years ago the emperor found his lost son and showered him with immense affection to make up for it. Little did they know, the unfortunate third prince wasn't arrogant at all, instead, he cared deeply about the nation, personally investigated the people's hardships, and helped manage the flood disaster. Moreover, storytellers in the current tea houses loved to talk about Pei Yenchu's solo battle against mountain bandits. Whenever this topic came up, there would be a group of people clapping and cheering. The long-standing problem of the Qingzhou mountain bandits was completely eradicated. The emperor specially approved and ordered many labor criminals to be sent south to rectify the rivers. For a time, the royal grace was vast, Pei Yenchu's status also rose accordingly, causing significant turmoil within the court. First hit was the prime minister's residence. Influenced by that letter of blood, Tang Hongsheng was repeatedly accused and knelt in front of the court to proclaim his innocence. Tang Jiqing wept every day, guarding in front of the Yangxin Hall hoping to see Pei Ruzhang again. She abandoned all her pride, attempting to seek a bit of mercy. The Qingzhou matter implicated many officials, bribery, favoritism, deliberate disregard, official bandit collusion and other charges were handed down, the whole court was restless, gradually appearing with many new faces. So, are all the people you hate overturned? Su Yunqi scooped the honeydew melon crushed iced cheese in his bowl while eating and asked. He was sitting on the chair shaking his legs, secretly messing up a full page of big characters into a complete mess. No. Pei Yenchu patted his wrist, not allowing him to smear the paper with melted water stains. Gaudu, I can see. When everything was dealt with in the end, the chancellor's mansion wasn't entirely crushed. Because there was only physical evidence and no witness testimony, Tang Hongsheng strongly denied all these accusations, explaining that Lu Zhong had long held grudges against him and thus intentionally instigated the mountain bandits to frame him. When Pei Ruzhang ordered to interrogate Lu Zhong, it turned out that he had already committed suicide out of fear of punishment, smashing his head against the prison wall. In the end, it was nothing more than using this momentum to severely damage the lineage of the chancellor, successfully removing his cronies, achieving 7 to 8/10 of Pei Ruzhang's goal. Penalties, orders prohibiting him from attending court meetings, etc., were merely continuing to sprinkle salt on his wounds, purely humiliating. So how about Pei Wenjing now? Restricted to their own home, not allowed to go out. Pei Yenchu, as if suddenly remembering something, hesitated to speak, observing Su Yunqi's carefree expression. Have you ever liked talking to Pei Yunlan? But now. Su Yunqi choked on a mouthful of cheese, bent over coughing continuously, frightening Pei Yenchu who quickly caught him and patted his back, fearing he might cough himself away. He weakly slumped on the person, catching his breath before reaching for the bowl again, only for the other person to call for it all to be taken away and forbidding such things from ever showing up in front of him. Brother, that was just an accident. You're overreacting. How about we eat something else? Next time I'll ask the kitchen to make it finer. Su Yunqi. That's right, I haven't finished speaking yet. He quickly changed the subject, tugging at Pei Yenchu's sleeve. When did I ever like hanging out with Pei Yunlan? Which of your eyes saw that? Pei Yanchu still remembered the image of Anan having a ruckus with Pei Yunlan. He pinched Su Yunqi's cheek and felt inexplicably annoyed. It's always him coming on to me, and every time, don't I end up playing rough with him? Su Yunqi swallowed his saliva, trying to rescue his face. Besides, he's Tang Jiqing's child, I don't believe he's really so innocent. I only trust brother, so let go already, it hurts, wah. Sure enough, his face had turned red in patches. Rubbing tenderly at his cheeks, Su Yunqi started bartering, begging off writing big characters for today. As long as my handwriting looks good, why do you have to make me practice? Mumbling under his breath while crossing his arms, he looked exactly like a young child who hated studying but was adept at being coddled. Wasn't it simply because your habit of writing was too bizarre, even the way you held the brush defied comprehension? Anyone could easily tell from it that you were from a different race. And selfishly. He just wanted to find a way to keep Daodu under his watchful eye all the time. He liked staying with Su Yunqi. Even if the other person made constant annoying noises, he remained unfazed. I'm going out for a stroll, I'll come back later. After seeing such a magnificent landscape, Su Yunqi still hadn't reined in his playful heart and didn't want to stay cooped up inside the Yan Chun Hall anymore. Pei Yanchu instinctively tried to stop him but was brushed aside by the other, lacking any patience. Don't worry, brother, I won't go far. Relax, see ya. The figure had barely disappeared from sight before Pei Yanchu's expression darkened immediately. Yes, how could he possibly lock him up, or even bear locking him up? If only Daodu would willingly stay for his sake, then he wouldn't have to stare at his retreating figure each time, lost for words. At this very moment, if Su Yunqi could sense his thoughts, there's no doubt that he'd instantly know the little protagonist was being moody again without giving it much thought. But now, he wasn't thinking about that at all. The gardens in summer were certainly prettier than in winter, lush and verdant. Chapter 68, Fun. Su Yunqi wandered around and found the pool he had fallen into before. He sat on its edge, quietly watching the koi fish sway their tails in the water. To be honest, he didn't know why he was particularly fond of this place. Maybe it was because he could stay alone here. Even if he spaced out thinking about all sorts of things, no one would come to disturb him. Little Red, if you think I can survive, swim over. Little Gold, what do you think? The golden carp lazily swam over to eat the fish food from his hand. Great, bribery is needed, how utterly meaningless, these opportunistic fish. Su Yunqi enjoyed himself as he dangled his fingers into the water, absent-mindedly stirring it. How dare you? Where do you cats and dogs come from, to dare act so presumptuously? Su Yunqi jumped at the sound, hastily patting his chest and turning back. He saw Tang Jiqing standing in the distance, squinting at him while pulling a smirk. Zhu Yan knew exactly what her mistress intended to do by the look in her eyes. She also knew well that this man belonged to Pei Yanchu. But right now, Miss Tang was not in a good mood. Thus, Master Song has practically walked into a trap. Tang Jiqing remained silent, but on the surface, she was still the empress, second to none and above 10,000 others. Even in her current state, she still wielded authority in the palace. Seeing Su Yunqi standing there without rushing to bow respectfully, Zhu Yan strode forward confidently. Seeing our noble lady and not hurrying to approach, what are you hiding here for? Are you guilty and acting like a thief? Su Yunqi was speechless. How does one argue with a woman? Who can teach him? He was forcibly dragged to Tang Jiqing's front, and forced to kneel under pressure. The woman before him reached out her hand and forcefully pinched his chin. I wondered who it was, turns out it's one of that bastard's men, no wonder you're so disrespectful. What, do you think a trip to Qingzhou will get you far? This queen is still standing and yet you dare disregard me. Such insolence. Su Yunqi took it all in after careful thought. It seemed this old hag wanted to stir up trouble just to grab onto someone. What could he do? Stay here and keep getting scolded? He wasn't that stupid. In the incredulous gaze of everyone, Su Yunqi abruptly stood up, rubbed his chin, and started running away. Unprecedented, a true breaking of traditional norms. Guard! Seize him! Tang Zikin stared blankly, she had never encountered someone so unpredictable, infuriated, and yelling without any royal decorum. As he sprinted down the long streets inside the palace compound, Su Yunqi had only one thought, return to Yan Chun Palace quickly. Once he found Pei Yanchu, then the rest of the matters didn't need his concern. Why should anyone go it alone when such a useful main character was available? People who refuse help and insist on going it alone are fools. Damn, why is Yan Chun Palace built so far away? Acting like a god beyond the world, ridiculous. Su Yunqi had absolutely terrible stamina. His foot slipped, and instantly, he was seized by the collar by the guards behind him and dragged back. At this moment, he was laughing bitterly amidst his panic, vowing silently to eat more next time. Otherwise, any person could carry him off like luggage. Slap. You actually dared to run. Such audacity. This queen shall properly teach you, on behalf of your parents, what respect truly means. Su Yunqi's face twisted to one side from the blow. Reflexively, he attempted to dodge backwards, only to immediately be pinned down by a group of guards, unable to move. Tang Zikin despised Pei Yanchu immensely. If it weren't for him, all the commendations would have rightfully belonged to her son, instead of being discarded, locked up in the prince's residence. All this power and status, they were calculated meticulously with her father, only to be casually taken away by this brat. How useless were those mountain bandits? Why didn't they just stab him to death in the mountains? How could they have released him? Tang Zikin mocked with a chuckle as she crouched to look at the powerless Su Yunqi. If you must blame yourself for choosing the wrong master, don't resent my cruelty. This person disregards imperial authority and shows great disrespect to me. Tang Zikin carelessly threw down these words and turned to leave. Beat him to death. Pain stung across Su Yunqi's face, his hands and feet painfully restrained. He tilted his head and screamed with all his might. Brother, if you don't come soon, you'll really miss me. I'm going to be beaten to death by that old witch Aya. Even before his bottom suffered a blow from the rod, Su Yunqi's shouting had already gone off pitch. Who did you call an old witch? You wretched spawn, you. Tang Zikin's anger turned her face green. She shoved aside all the guards and grabbed the rod to mete out punishment herself. Seeing she'd fallen for his trick, Su Yunqi rolled and tumbled forward blindly, closing his eyes and colliding into Pei Yanchu, whose whole body radiated a sinister aura. 3, 2, 1. Brother, she hit me Waya, she hit my face, and had someone take a stick to beat me to death Waya. Brother, I'm so scared Wa, I think I'm about to die, I'm going to be scared to death Waya. Pei Yanchu said nothing, scooping up Su Yunqi who was trembling uncontrollably with one hand, carefully avoiding any sensitive spots, as he walked step by step toward Tang Zikin. He slowly drew the sword from the guard behind him. The blade scraping against the ground made an ear-piercing sound that sent shivers down everyone's spines. What do you intend to do? Pei Yanchu, we're in the palace. Tang Zikin was gasping for breath, leaning on Zhu Yan for support, barely standing. The man cloaked in black looked like he had just crawled out of hell, ready to cleanse himself with blood. You have some guts. Pei Yanchu gave a soft laugh. Without even glancing around, his sword slashed cleanly through the neck of a nearby guard. It happened to be the very one who had beaten Su Yunqi. With slow deliberation, he pulled the sword back, watching the guard collapse at Tang Zikin's feet. Blood splattered onto half her gown. Aha! The woman screamed in horror, collapsing onto the ground. Though too frightened to open her eyes, her warnings continued. Calm down. Think about the consequences if you dare harm me. I haven't done much to him yet, has he not remained fine, still in your arms? Pei Yanchu, I am the Empress. You dare act so insolently. Pei Yanchu wiped away the blood that clung to Su Yunqi's hair with the back of his hand. Intimately, he nudged his forehead with his chin, comforting him as if no one else existed. Loud, close your eyes, sleep a while in brother's arms. It'll be over soon. Su Yunqi hadn't dared open his eyes since collapsing into Pei Yanchu's embrace. Had he overplayed his hand? He certainly hadn't anticipated how fiercely protective the main character would be. Pei Yanchu usually avoided moving about in the palace, thus seldom appearing before the public eye. Was it that everyone thought him an easy target, all without memory? How could they dare harm his people? Of course, he wouldn't kill Tang Zikin right then, he intended to make her wish for death. Lifting the sword high, before her very eyes, Pei Yanchu demonstrated the gruesome agony of impending death, dragging each and every one of the guards obedient to her commands. With a calm expression, he chopped off their hands. Aha! Tang Zikin seemed to have lost her mind. Clutching Zhu Yan, she scrambled backwards in crazed fear. Pei Yanchu wasn't human, he was insane, capable of devouring souls. Fear not. Isn't it quite fun? Chapter 69 Little Fish. Brother, I want to go back. Su Yunqi buried himself in Pei Yanchu's collar and mumbled, his fingers lightly scratching the side of Pei's neck. He always felt that if he didn't do something quickly to make up for it, things would get more and more complicated. Pei Yanchu paused, threw the sword next to Tang Jiqing, and looked at her as she trembled with her hairpins in disarray. Brother, I'm sleepy. Fine, Dao Du was tired, so he needed to rest. He patted Su Yunqi on the back, then turned around and left, leaving the scene a mess. It was said that after the Empress returned to the palace hall, she had a persistent high fever, clearly terrified. Meanwhile, Pei Yanchu was also slightly scolded by the Emperor, being told not to act arrogantly due to favoritism, or to be overly reckless inside the palace, giving people gossip material. This matter no one dared to spread outward, and soon enough, the palace knew about Song Huai's existence. With the backing of the third prince and deep favor from the third crown prince, it was indeed impolite to neglect him. Don't move. Ow, can't you just let it heal on its own? Brother, stop messing with me. The last time his pants were pulled down was during his childhood when he managed to avoid this situation, how come he couldn't prevent it now as an adult? Su Yunqi didn't dare to sit, instead lying face down and dodging behind Pei Yanchu's hand, shedding pitiful tears while biting on the blanket. Dao Du, show brother, how bad is it? Not serious, I just that my body is a bit delicate, but there's nothing major. Pei Yanchu stopped arguing with him verbally. He lifted Su Yunqi's chin and carefully examined the fingerprints rising on the left side of his face. Fuming, wanting to kill. How should he kill? Would it be better to roast iron plates and throw them onto that person's face until they burn alive slowly, or would cutting off her face skin, cooking it, and forcing her to eat it be more suitable? Does it hurt, Daodu? Pei Yanchu, eyes lowered, applied ointment for him, tone light. Touch it, brother. It doesn't hurt. Su Yunqi always felt something strange, like an oppressive feeling that makes it hard to breathe. He slowly crawled up, hugging Pei Yanchu, rubbing the good side of his face against him. Brother, don't be angry. Daodu will never play recklessly again. Playing with hammers. Played nothing but got hit by a stick. Ling Qi took too long to send the warning signal. Poor review. Daodu, in the future, will you only follow brother wherever I go? Wherever brother is, Daodu is. Pei Yanchu calmed down again. Like broken branches amidst a storm, just as all hope seemed dead, new green sprouts emerged. Daodu was such an expert at coquetry. He found immense satisfaction in it, willing to clean up any mess he caused just to hear those words, brother, Daodu will follow you. Su Yunqi didn't wait for Pei Yanchu's reply, but he still had the leisure to rub his back, so it probably wasn't a big problem. What a safe little nest it was, he nestled into Pei Yanchu's arms, savoring it by smacking his lips before closing his eyes slightly. Pei Yanchu said, just sleep on him for a nap, and everything else will be handled by him, he just needs to stay happy every day. Daodu fell sound asleep. Pei Yanchu's expression changed instantly as he placed Daodu in a semi-prone position as per routine. No wonder he didn't dare to sit, even in his sleep, he frowned often. Although there was no bleeding, the skin was slightly broken. Unavoidably, tomorrow it would be bruised black and blue. Daodu was soft everywhere, like tofu pudding. So adorable, deeply ingrained in his heart. Could there possibly be a more beautiful woman than him in this world? Seemed like there wasn't. Satisfied, Pei Yanchu held the person tightly in bed. At this time, usually he should still be handling some unmentionable matters, but now he didn't want to do anything, he just wanted to guard Daodu this way until he wakes up. Resisting the urge, he unconsciously touched Su Yunqi's brows, eyes, and upturned nose. When he first saw him, he only thought that the other person's audacity was outlandish, but later looking closely, he could also be considered someone who met his standards. His eyes are exceptionally beautiful, like clear water, luminous and radiant. Occasionally, he himself even felt somewhat humble, afraid of contaminating him. But his lower half of the face wasn't as obedient. He loved pouting and saying nonsensical things, which made him laugh through his annoyance yet unable to do anything about it. Bad Daodu, naughty. Su Yunqi woke up a bit, dissatisfiedly humming twice, grabbing Pei Yanchu's finger. Smelly brother, overly sentimental. Pei Yanchu's throat trembled slightly. His smile was gentle as he flipped over, carefully holding Su Yunqi to have dinner. Even though it was late and not as hot as midday, he just woke up and still wasn't hungry. Su Yunqi could have eaten something while lying on the soft couch, but Pei Yanchu didn't agree, saying that it would make him more likely to throw up. In the end, he had no choice but to sit suspended on his lap, holding a small bowl and looking worried. That vague awkwardness surfaced again. Su Yunqi's expression was complex, with some unease. Pei Yanchu hadn't noticed anything amiss, he realized he'd fallen back into his old habits and decided to ignore it. Open your mouth. If you don't eat, I'll feed you. If you're not obedient, I'll pinch. If you keep disobeying, I'll lift you up for a lesson. Never mind, he didn't dare to discipline, fearing the little deity might feel wronged and hide in heaven, unwilling to come down. After chewing a few times, Su Yunqi lay completely flat. There was nothing strange about this. He was an injured person, and it was naturally brotherly care to look after a younger sibling, so there was no need to feel uncomfortable. This food wasn't appetizing enough, too bland. He wanted something spicy. His leg was suddenly pinched. Eat, eat, and eat, I'm doing you a favor, humph. For some unknown reason, Pei Yanchu felt intense enthusiasm. He even thought somewhat darkly, if Su Yunqi couldn't do anything at all and needed help dressing, eating, or walking, that would be extremely blissful. He only needed to stay obediently by his side. Su Yunqi was thoroughly full. He placed his left hand flat in front of Pei Yanchu, poked his own palm with the index finger of his right hand, and made a stop gesture. I'm full, really full, any more and I'll throw up. He placed Pei Yanchu's hand on his stomach and gently massaged it. Pei Yanchu wasn't entirely willing, he was obviously still caught up in an extreme sense of control and felt a bit unsatisfied. The pond Su Yunqi wanted already had fresh water introduced from somewhere unknown. Various baby koi were swimming under the lotus leaves, and he excitedly leaned over the edge of the pool, muttering to himself. Little red, little gold, little white, a flower. Holding a scroll of books, Pei Yanchu stood beside him and chuckled when he heard. What's so funny? These names are so cute. You laugh now, just wait till you stop laughing later. Little ink stone, little beginning, little beginning ink. Throw. Pei Yanchu restrainedly called him once, but saw him getting increasingly unrestrained. Little beginning, isn't the sun too big? Quickly swim back. Don't continue staying here in the sun with me, or you'll become as black as a clownfish later. Su Yunqi used this opportunity to indirectly criticize Pei Yanchu, wanting him to go back quickly and not stand here staring at him. It wasn't intentional last time. The wounds had finally healed, and the pond water wasn't deep. Why wouldn't he jump in to play with his little fish? Chapter 70, Fish Food. How could Pei Yenchu not hear the implication in his words? He put down the book, grabbed Su Yinchi by the collar at the back of his neck, and walked toward the study. No more playing. The sun is too scorching, let's practice handwriting. Just a little longer, please. Let me say goodbye. At least wait for me to finish feeding the fish. Su Yinchi sat on that accursed armchair with a gloomy face. He propped up his cheek with his left hand while holding a pen in his right, humming a tune to himself. He used to enjoy listening to music when copying homework, it just didn't feel as energizing without it. Didi, what are you singing? Nothing, just humming randomly. Su Yinchi flashed him a grin, tilting his head to ask. Brother, am I disturbing you? Pei Yenchu avoided looking into his eyes anymore, deliberately evading the hopeful gaze he was giving him. Not at all. When you're done, bring it over for me to see. Even though he said this, he had already moved closer on his own. Seeing him approach, Su Yinchi blushed and quickly covered it up with his hands, hesitating and unable to show him. Pei Yenchu paid no heed to his resistance, deftly pulling the chair aside, lifting him up, and taking the piece of paper covered in messy handwriting with the other hand. Ugly. Not serious enough. Impatient and careless. When Pei Yenchu wore a stern face, he resembled a homeroom teacher perfectly. Su Yinchi's head drooped lower and lower, but still relied on the certainty that he would indulge him, reaching out to tug at the hem of his robe. Didi, why aren't you listening? His tone wasn't as gentle as usual, as if carrying a hint of frustration for failing to make iron from steel. This completely erased any playful thoughts Su Yinchi had. He immediately looked up to gauge his reaction, trying to find some sign of exasperated persuasion. But, he seemed unable to find anything. Brother. Please don't be mad. Pei Yenchu kept his stern face up and, right in front of Su Yinchi, packed everything away. He even ruffled his hair at the end, telling him to go play outside, saying he didn't have to write again, anytime he wanted. Su Yinchi panicked, carefully hugging Pei Yenchu, unsure what to say. He felt very upset inside but couldn't identify the reason. He should have been happy, shouldn't he? Why did he feel so uneasy? Pei Yenchu let the other cling to him without letting go, but refused to look into his eyes. He was afraid that if he did, he'd grow soft and wouldn't be able to keep up the act. Seeing through Su Yinchi was as easy as breathing, naturally, he knew exactly how to handle him. However, how could he bear to harm him physically? Merely playing psychological games sufficed, making him cry out, brother, again and again. Su Yinchi thought Pei Yenchu was genuinely angry and threw himself at him, trying to soften him. Look at me, brother. Look at me. I know I've made a mistake, I won't do it next time. Brother loves Didi the most. Please don't be mad. The corners of Pei Yenchu's mouth couldn't suppress the smile. He secretly enjoyed seeing the fear on his face before finally cradling him in his arms to console him. Alright, your brother understands. Su Yinchi was still shaken afterward. He tightly hugged Pei Yenchu's neck, lips pressed together to hold back his breath. If he truly started crying, he'd lose all dignity. Did he think he was so clever? Did he think this could scare him into submission? Laughing happily now, huh? Wasn't he pretty scary earlier? Acting like that, Fine, good. Getting mad. Didi. Su Yinchi rejected all internal conflict. He was inherently an optimistic carefree spirit, the initial uneasiness and fear were merely given out of respect to Pei Yenchu. He didn't care. Not at all. Without hesitation, he broke free from the embrace, grabbed the things on the table, and headed straight for the couch in the main hall. It's fine. Brother, don't be angry. I'll practice myself. You don't need to worry about me. The obedient child who just got into his hands flapped his wings and flew away again. Pei Yenchu was momentarily stunned, his mind not reacting fast enough while his hand had already caught him. Let go, brother. Didi needs to practice calligraphy. Su Yinchi forced a smile. Su Yinchi sniffed indignantly. Pei Yenchu's defenses collapsed. It seemed his Didi had figured something out, not only slowly extracting his metaphorical knife but also fiercely retaliating. Just moments ago, Third Prince Pei had been confidently manipulating, only to instantly tumble over, dragging both himself and the boy back into the same armchair. From today onward, I will work hard, soon become independent, and not cause you, my brother, any distress. Pei Yenchu's lips trembled. To outsiders, he might still appear calm, but Su Yinchi thought his heart must be nearly shattered now. When the Tao rises a foot, the devil rises a zhang. Master Su never backs down. His tone was mischievous, yet his actions were gentle as he slowly took Pei Yenchu's hand. Is there nothing my brother wishes to say to me? Fishing requires perfect timing, favorable conditions, and harmonious relationships. Didi, I was wrong. I'll stop teasing you like this, alright? The fish has taken the bait. You don't care about me at all, do you? Are you happy to see me worry and fear for you? Brother, is your heart made of stone? The fish struggles in its final moments. No, I just hope you could be more serious, perhaps stick closer to me. Why don't you just say so? If you wish me to stay with you in the study, otherwise you will be unhappy when you cannot see me. Pei Yanchu, are you a silent gourd? Su Yunqi ignored the previous sentence, latching onto the gaps in his words. Pei Yanchu's heart was in turmoil, like being thrown into a tangled ball of yarn that couldn't be sorted out. Once again, he found himself speechless, bewildered by Su Yunqi who wouldn't stop talking. I. If you truly cared about me, you wouldn't enjoy seeing me upset. A string inside his mind seemed plucked lightly, guiding Pei Yanchu along a warm path lined with green grass that he had never seen before. He was merely accustomed to testing, analyzing everyone to the fullest and devising plans for every situation. Brother, can you learn to trust me? Just speak your mind. I swear upon my life. I shall never betray you. The fish ceased its struggle, willingly entering the net, allowing itself to be dealt with. An impulse surged within him. Pei Yanchu cupped Su Yunqi's face and instinctively kissed the corner of his eye. How I wish to devour Didi. He's been so obedient, vowing not to betray me. What should I do now? Can I kiss him again? Su Yunqi, covering the corner of his eye, fell back onto the ground in fright. Then, flailing his legs uncontrollably, he curled himself up into a corner under the table to hide. Goodness, why did he kiss me? What does it mean? What is he planning? Would Zhang Fei ever do this to Guan Yu? But aren't they beyond sworn brothers at this point? Su Yunqi's face grew hotter and hotter. Like an introverted mushroom, he turned away from everything, pressing his head against the table leg to ponder deeply. Something felt slightly off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Pei Yanchu squatted down, grabbing his ankle, pulling him inch by inch out. He lifted Didi who had wandered far off in thought, gently dusting the ash off his waist. Chapter 71, Return to your senses. Daiyuryu, return to your senses. Su Yunqi was somewhat dazed. He blinked and forcefully pushed away Pei Yanchu's shoulders, but his body still sat on the other's lap. Why? Why did you kiss me? I wanted to kiss, so I did. SHJ Dynasty, hitting straight balls shouldn't be done this way. Pei Yanchu was still immersed in the atmosphere. He firmly pulled Su Yunqi back, burying his nose in the nape of his neck and lightly rubbing. Daiyuryu, you smell so good. Brother, you smell so good. Su Yunqi finally understood where that strange feeling had come from. He shivered suddenly and lifted the other's face, moving it away. No, this isn't right. The education of the male headmaster was going to be a long journey. He seemed to almost have led Pei Yanchu down an irreversible path. While he's still confused, he should quickly remedy the situation. Cough, big brother, as you know, there are many kinds of emotions in this world. You and I share brotherly affection, right? Daiyuryu, big brother wants to kiss you. Su Yunqi's face went numb after being touched again, with a slight warmth remaining on his cheek. Why did he feel himself getting a little off too? Maybe because he hadn't seen a beautiful woman for too long, and also because Pei Yanchu's face was very deceptive. Su Yunqi rubbed his cheeks. The earlier tug-of-war between the two had already dissipated. He absent-mindedly lay on the table daydreaming, while Pei Yanchu nearby stroked his hair tips, expressionlessly continuing to unroll the scrolls. Su Yunqi thought long and hard, finally deciding to first sort out his own line of thinking. After dinner, taking advantage of Pei Yanchu not paying attention to him, he quietly sneaked out to find Ling Qi. Little 7, Chi-Chi. Come out quickly. This time I'm really not fooling you. Ling Qi swooshed down, propping up her arm, eyebrows raised as she looked at what trouble he was causing. Hero, you're the greatest martial arts hero in the world. Ling Qi thought, this must be a bit troublesome. Seeing your graceful figure move invisibly here and there, you're clearly an unprecedented expert, able to fight 10,000 enemies without breaking formation. It seems more than just troublesome, it could be quite thorny. So, if I were to leave the palace, hero, would you be willing to protect me at all times? Ling Qi rolled her eyes, pointing towards the study room, asking suspiciously. You have your master accompanying you when you go outside the palace, why are you scared with him around? I didn't say I want to go out with him. What? You want to sneak out behind his back? Su Yunqi grabbed the edge of her clothes and pulled it down forcefully, panicking. Keep your voice down, idiot. What do you mean by sneaking out? Can't I be doing something legitimate? It's just that this time I don't want to go with him. Ling Qi believed him less than the chances of meeting ghosts. She massaged her own red throat, waving her hand to say. Go, first get the token for leaving the palace. Su Yunqi chuckled. He knew well that obtaining Pei Yanchu's token wouldn't be a problem. He ran back to the study room and started being ingratiating, actively pouring tea for Pei Yanchu, then personally fanning him with a fan. Big brother, do you want watermelon? Let me help you pick out the seeds. Are you tired, big brother? Would you like me to give you a back massage? The little butterfly feared that no one appreciated its wings, flying persistently around the person. Pei Yanchu naturally accepted everything, waiting until the other couldn't contain their little scheme anymore before softly saying. Daiyuryu, what do you want to do? Big brother, I love big brother most, so could you lend me the token for one day? Where is Daiyuryu going? Big brother will accompany you. If you accompanied, things would mess up. Of course, I need the token to avoid you. I'm just returning to the mansion to get something. There's no need for Big Brother to accompany me. I can do it myself. Su Yunqi hugged Pei Yanchu's arms, swaying them. Every word ended with a dragging sound, sticky with nasal tone. Pei Yanchu remained silent, supporting his chin while looking at the anxious expression, then remembered that in the morning, the hidden guard reported that nothing unusual had happened recently at the Song residence. At most, his troublemaking illegitimate younger brother had been surrounded by several princesses, spreading rumors incessantly. Su Yunqi resolutely used his charms, seriously approaching Pei Yanchu and kissing him on the face, then blinking his eyes and placing his face in the other's palm. Big brother, hurry up and give it to me. Pei Yanchu handed over the item in a daze, still unfocused even as the other showed off the token to Ling Qi outside. Little 7, this is what you said yourself, remember to protect me tomorrow. Master, what exactly do you plan to do? Can you at least hint a bit and let me mentally prepare? Ling Qi had already begun calculating how many people she should kill tomorrow and what she needed to prepare, when a single sentence from him left her face twitching. Going out to play, I'll bring you along for some fun during work hours, you should thank me. Ling Qi didn't understand what having fun during work hours meant, but she did know that this troublemaker was definitely digging another hole for her, one she couldn't avoid jumping into. Are you not bringing Ling Ran? No, he looks too much like your master. Just the two of us is enough. Don't you also want some time without someone looking over your shoulder? Su Yunqi nudged Ling Qi with his elbow as she stifled a laugh nearby. Instantly, the two reached an unspoken agreement, their eyes full of mutual respect. Dayuriu. Brother, I'll be back by nightfall. See ya. Su Yunqi patted the money pouch in his chest and eagerly ran towards the palace gate. He knew himself far too well, Nianchu perfectly well. If he stayed any longer, who knows what ridiculous reason would come up to stop him from leaving. In this era, men of Su Yunqi's age were often already married, or even running around with children everywhere. Even as he hopped off the carriage, he didn't forget to open his fan in an affected manner, ensuring anyone glancing at him could immediately recognize him as a wealthy and debonair young man. Ling Qi had changed clothes early and waited by his side. When he wondered why Ling Qi got off the carriage so quickly, he looked up and immediately saw an eye-catching sign. Man Ting Fong. Master. Master. What are you planning to do? What exactly do you intend to do? Ling Qi stood there in shock, pulling on Su Yunqi to stop him from entering, even attempting to force him back into the carriage. Ah, let go. You're affecting my game. Seeing her hesitant demeanor, Su Yunqi grew bolder. Don't worry, little 7. Brother will show you life. Relax, I've got your back. At those words, Ling Qi became even more terrified. Hadn't they agreed it was just about going home? Now what's happening? Master, maybe you should still go back. His Highness will surely be angry if he finds out. What are you afraid of? As long as neither of us says anything, no one will ever know we came here for fun. Could there be secret guards following us? At that suggestion, Su Yunqi immediately began looking around fearfully. He hurried her to use some magic to root out anyone who might have followed them. Ling Qi's heart raced. Instinctively following Su Yunqi's command, she found nothing after inspecting the area for quite some time. Chapter 72, Sweet and Sticky. But so what, how could Ling Qi dare to let Su Yunqi behave recklessly? This guy might just get scolded a few words and that would be it for him, but the same might not hold true for himself. Song Huai, don't go too far. You can have your fun, but don't drag me into it. Don't you know we're in this together like two fleas on the same dog? So you should listen to me even more. Su Yunqi tapped his head with a fan, trying to pull this little stick in the mud completely over to his side. Seeing the other was still hesitant, Su Yunqi grinned mischievously and ran off. Sister, my younger brother is shy and doesn't dare to come in. You should call some of your younger sisters to coax him inside. Su Yunqi didn't care at all about Ling Qi's well-being. He leaned against the railing laughing as he watched Ling Qi helplessly dodge the women's delicate arms. Although he had read countless novels, it wasn't because he feared shyness that he then took the path led by the courtesan. Ling Qi's face was smeared with lip rouge, and he clumsily ran upstairs to pull Su Yunqi's sleeve, utterly humbled. Alright, look how scared you are. Big brother will take you to a private room. The pure-hearted puppy was so embarrassed he wanted to find a hole to bury himself. But in front of him, the butterfly flitted through the crowd, never stopping talking. Oh my, sister, you are truly beautiful. People often compare beauties to flowers, but I think you are more like dew on the petals, ethereal indeed. Oh dear, stop being so eager, sister, you also. A lotus cannot match a beauty's makeup. Su Yunqi was practically floating on air. He evaded kisses from several girls in quick succession and pulled Ling Qi into a room. Song Huai, do you often come to places like this? Ling Qi sat dejectedly on the couch, using his hands to brush off the floral scent from his clothes, then grabbed a cup of tea to drink down for reassurance. Poof! What is this? It's so sweet. Su Yunqi snatched the item out of his hands and sniffed closely. Judging by your elder brother, it's probably best if we avoid touching anything here. So what do you want to do? Just take a look, anyway, it's my first time coming here too. Take a look to see whether he has any hidden desires, though apparently not, because he still liked pretty sisters. Su Yunqi happily rested his chin while waiting. In no time at all, a few women came toward them and greeted them respectfully before walking closer step by step. Ling Qi's eyelids twitched violently, standing up abruptly but forced back down again by someone beside him. You coward, look at you. Xiao Qi, aren't you old enough already? How come you're more timid than me? Ling Qi's cheeks flushed bright red. He hadn't considered these issues yet, so he remained silent, sitting quietly on the bed and staring expectantly at Su Yunqi to continue arranging things. A clear and enchanting melody of a guqin resounded, accompanied by lively background music. Su Yunqi shouted loudly. For twos, bomb. Ling Qi sat cross-legged, scratching his head, clearly still unclear about the rules. Do you want to continue or not? If not, I'll play next. All the women shook their heads, exchanging bewildered glances and looking towards, arrogant and confident, Su Yunqi. Well then. Hold on Song Huai, I have a pair. Su Yunqi saw that the boy actually had the king and little king cards hidden in his hand. Seeing him toss them out so casually made Su Yunqi angry enough to hit his leg hard. What the heck are you doing? We are peasants. If I win, you win too. Why did you block me? But, you are not a peasant, you are the son of a prefect and besides, you work for the third prince. Their thinking wasn't on the same wavelength. He was deliberately going against him by continuing to argue. These women were also seeing people with such peculiar demands for the first time. After putting down their cards, they still followed the usual rules, surrounding the two of them enthusiastically trying to feed them. Su Yunqi was just verbally tough. Once there were many people, he had nowhere to hide, soon his face turned redder than Ling Qi's. Young sir, try some of the grapes peeled by me. Young sir, how handsome you are. An alluring woman draped herself on Su Yunqi's shoulder, carefully leaning against his chest, her eyes filled with flirtation. It was a bit too much for him to handle. He thought he laughed too early at Ling Qi, now starting to feel confused himself. Ling Qi didn't care about saving face, diving under the table and covering his ears begging. Alright, beautiful sisters, you go play with him. Don't get near me. The ladies of Man Ting Fong enjoyed teasing such an innocent man. The more bashful they were, the more excited they became. Young sir, don't be afraid. Yao Yao has applied a new lipstick today, quite fragrant. Do you want to taste it? Ling Qi was driven into a corner, letting out a whimper as he wriggled out from the various entangled skirts like an eel, darting outward as if running for his life. Su Yunqi was even more peculiar. When someone was about to touch him, he directly explained that he was actually a girl dressed as a man, who had come out to see the world with her useless brother. He then asked the older sisters to spare him. Ah, so it's a younger sister. No wonder I thought how could anyone be so delicate and refined, now it all makes sense. Hee hee, good older sister. Yao Yao chuckled teasingly, boldly touching Su Yunqi's face, then turning her eyes mischievously and whispering in his ear. Young lady, do you know Man Ting Fong not only has beauties but also handsome young men? Why don't you meet them while accompanying your elder brother here? That's right, there's no meaning just playing around with us girls. Yao Yao, you're so naughty. The women pushed and nudged each other laughing, finally focusing their gaze on Su Yunqi. Ah, what? What is this about handsome young men? It can't be what I'm thinking, can it? Su Yunqi's money pouch was carelessly placed on the table, and one of the girls took advantage of the commotion to grab some silver and called out for the madam. All this, of course, happened right under Su Yunqi's nose, making him regret not stopping it sooner. The next moment, however, completely overturned his worldview. He only knew that women could be described as soft and boneless, but he didn't expect that men could look the same way. My goodness, isn't this a heavenly dish from the Gav circle? Yao Yao and the others looked at Su Yunqi's completely stupefied expression and giggled covering their mouths. Azhu, don't scare off our esteemed guest. Azhu, if you satisfy our esteemed guest, remember not to forget us sisters when you have a path ahead. Yao Yao stepped forward, looking at the gentle literati embracing a long chin with his hair slightly disheveled. She gave Su Yunqi a slight glance, then pointed to her chest, hinting quite clearly. Azhu was slightly startled, then quickly adjusted his expression, lowering his brows humbly as he approached. Miss, what would you like to hear? Azhu will play anything for you. Su Yunqi's scalp tingled, and he turned his face away, not daring to look any longer. Ju, just whatever. The ladies inside lifted their skirts and walked out lightly, coordinating with each other to leave the two alone in the room. Chapter 73, Composure. Miss, please don't be nervous. Azu will not do anything to you. Su Yunqi felt uneasy inside. He barely suppressed his awkwardness and managed a forced smile. Azu lowered his eyelashes, plucking the strings of the lute with both hands, occasionally glancing up at him, as if he wanted to say something but held back. To be honest, he was now fidgety and restless, looking for an excuse to slip away first. Azu noticed his anxiety, yet he didn't want to let go of such a great opportunity so easily. If Yao Yao says she is a noble lady, then it must be true. After smiling and seducing men for so long, Azu had finally encountered a miss, and he had to seize this chance. Miss, are you repulsed by Azu? He put down the lute, slightly inching closer to Su Yunqi, intending to say some sweet words to get closer to him, but inadvertently ended up wrapping his arms around him. Su Yunqi stayed silent. He wanted to stand up, but he was pinned down by the other's grip on his shoulder, unable to use force. You're good, I'm not repulsed, so could you let me go first? Miss, try this. It's the finest wine in this building. You can't find it outside. Azu picked up the wine glass, flatteringly lifting Su Yunqi's chin, intently staring at the liquor disappearing little by little into his lips. Hack, hack, hack. Su Yunqi, caught off guard, swallowed the entire cup. His face turned red as he retreated backward. He watched the man walk over to a nearby incense burner, casually moving it a few times with his fingers. Miss, are you tired? Let Azu talk to you for a while. Miss. Su Yunqi's hair was slightly disheveled. He squinted and shrunk to the side, resembling a harmless and timid little animal. Azu made up his mind and gathered his courage to embrace him. Don't blame me, I just want to leave this place so badly. Even if later I am taken back to be a servant, I have no regrets. Su Yunqi's consciousness became hazy. Seeing Azu remove his outer robe to approach him, Su Yunqi struggled to open his eyes and stumbled toward the exit. Suddenly, from behind, someone wrapped their arms tightly around him, a humid kiss slowly creeping near his ear, dragging him back to the soft mat inside the room. Miss, don't be afraid. Azu has been admiring you for a long time. I just want to stay with you longer. For how long? They had only known each other for less than the duration of one incense stick burning. As Su Yunqi's collar gradually loosened, his hands were pressed down, and he dimly stared at the young male prostitute leaning over him. That is, actually Yao Yao tricked you. I'm a man, really. I can't give you what you want, so please stop harassing me. Azu gazed blankly at his side profile. Underneath his fingertips, the skin was faintly flushed, moist like snow, even whiter and tenderer than himself. He lowered his head again and tried to pull at Su Yunqi's clothes, muttering. It doesn't matter, sir. Your servant does not care about these things. Your servant just wants to follow you and make you happy. Whether or not you're a man is irrelevant. If it's you, it might work too. Shaking his head, Su Yunqi, with his shoulder half exposed, saw that the other party was truly about to reach below, so he mustered the strength to shout loudly. Brother, don't pretend you didn't see this. Hurry up and come save me. The timeline switches back to the moment Ling Qi ran out. Just as he looked red-faced and dazed as he stumbled outside, he saw his master standing grimly at the steps, exuding murderous intent. Ling Ran hung his head silently behind Pei Yanchu, clearly too frightened to utter a sound, and wildly signaling to Ling Qi who had committed a grave mistake. In an instant, Ling Qi's heart dropped to freezing point. With the glare of death fixed on him by his master, he walked toward him reluctantly on trembling legs and knelt down with a thud. Mas, sir. You're doing well. How could Pei Yanchu not know that all this happened because Su Yunqi insisted on pulling Ling Qi into trouble? But now, rage surged within him. After dealing with the current situation, he would immediately teach the reckless fool in the room a lesson. Sir, Ling Qi did not intend to, he just. We'll talk about this when we return. Due to his status, Pei Yanchu had disguised himself before coming out to catch people. At the beginning, Ling Ran hesitantly recounted these events to him, and he still found it hard to believe. But now, with evidence mounting, his anger caused his teeth to clatter. Ling Qi's face turned grayish-white. Standing beside Ling Ran, cold sweat poured down his forehead uncontrollably. It made sense. How could the master ever trust Su Yunqi enough to just bring him out alone without supervision? Though Ling Ran's position was higher than his own, it was understandable that he hadn't sensed the trouble either. Now, what to do? If the master merely incapacitates and banishes him, it might be tolerable. But if... The emotions in Ling Ran's eyes grew complicated. He crossed his arms behind his back, pinching Ling Qi's flesh tightly, seeing his worried, pained expression and sorrowful wailing face despite his lack of sensitivity. Su Yunqi screamed loud and clear but was immediately silenced when Azu covered his lips. What brother? Young master, I'm very clean. Don't resist, alright? He reached out to pull down his pants, his fingers roaming as if trying to ignite something. Bang! The door was kicked open with a foot before Su Yunqi could even lift his head to see who it was. The person on top of him was already kicked aside. A scream of agony rang out. He hastily tried to stand up to check whether it was Pei Yanchu, but was forcefully pressed back down. A red silk ribbon, reeking of cosmetics, immediately covered his eyes again. Su Yunqi tried to pull it off, but his wrists were caught, rendering him immobile. In the blink of an eye, everything spun around, and he was abruptly thrown over someone's shoulder. What are you doing, brother? Pei Yanchu. Brother Chu. Su Yunqi's heart pounded nervously as he repeatedly called out. The prostitute who had been screaming earlier was now silent, either unconscious or taken away. Pei Yanchu threw him onto the bed and grabbed a red rope hidden in the bedhead compartment to tie his hands and feet. Seeing Su Yunqi struggling uneasily. Brother. Brother, does Didi know that he has made a mistake? Pei Yanchu breathed heavily, his fists clenched tightly with a crunching sound. He silently retreated, picking up the ordinary wine prepared by Ling Ran earlier, pouring some into his own mouth. It wasn't that he wanted to do anything, he just needed some alcohol fumes to scare the other person. He placed his hand on the side of Su Yunqi's neck, expressionless as he continued peeling off the latter's clothes. What are you doing, brother? Can't you say something? Su Yunqi felt that something was amiss. He attempted to evade that hand but was restrained by the ropes, completely at the other's mercy. Brother? What brother? Are you calling me? Changing his tone was effortless for Pei Yanchu. Full of alcohol breath, he leaned close to Su Yunqi's nose and chuckled lightly. The madam said there's a new product today, still untouched, praised so much that she insisted this young master should have a look. This young master searched for so long on this floor, and look, I found you. You're quite lucky, luckily snatched away by this young master before someone else could touch you. Pei Yanchu lifted Su Yunqi's chin, noticing how the latter stopped breathing and realized he started to feel fear. After all, once someone else has touched it, this young master would find it dirty. Starting today, you'll follow this young master, don't worry, you won't lose out. Su Yunqi forced himself to stay calm. He wasn't that easy to fool since from the beginning, he had guessed that Pei Yanchu wanted to teach him a lesson, which was why he deliberately pretended to play along. Chapter 74, Admitting Mistake. But now Su Yunqi could hardly contain his fear, and he tried to defend himself by saying, Master, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not from this building. The person you kicked down earlier is. Could you let me go first? I promise that once I leave here, I won't mention this to anyone. So what? Pei Yanchu suddenly put more force, a tearing sound rang out, and he directly ripped half of the clothes off the person on the bed. Buddy, you really have mistaken me for someone else. Let me go quickly. Think it over. There's no good outcome if you harm me. Su Yunqi trembled all over, his voice shaking as well. But how would you even know who I am? Even if I wear you out today, then randomly pin the blame on that little pimp, nobody will find out. Since I fancy you, do you think you can still escape? Pei Yanchu released just a 10,000th of his most negative emotions. He touched the smooth skin of the person beneath him, then suddenly grabbed the other's calf. Don't be afraid, it will be very enjoyable. Since you dared to come here, it shows you're not someone who behaves properly. So why are you scared now? Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, I have some secret fetishes that might trouble you later. Su Yunqi sniffled and gradually confirmed that this person was not Pei Yanchu. He struggled with his legs, turned his head and screamed. Ling Qi, little seven, can you hear me? Didn't you say you would protect me? If you keep hiding, I'm going to be compromised. Why? Ling Qi was guarding outside the door. After hearing the commotion inside, the remaining half of his heart went cold. Beside him, the brothel owner hesitated, unsure whether to step forward and ask about the situation. Ling Ran directly pulled out a gold ingot and threw it into her arms, warning her to drive everyone away and not interfere with his master educating an unruly and ignorant younger brother. Money makes the devil push the millstone. Upon hearing this situation, the old lady clasped the gold in her hands and immediately ordered the girls to send everyone away, saying a wealthy gentleman had rented the place, and the full courtyard of fragrance would take a break and stop accepting customers. Usually, it's the wives who catch their husbands eating out secretly, but today was different. Some unknown young master had strict family rules and closely monitored his behavior. She heard faint crying and fussing from inside, shook her head, and turned around to walk away. It was hard for a clean official to settle family matters, let alone her as just a businesswoman. What did it have to do with her? No matter how much Su Yunqi called out, he couldn't reach Ling Qi. That rough hand roamed all over his upper body and gradually slid downward. Don't touch me, don't touch me. I beg you, do you know Pei Yanchu? Third prince, I belong to him. If you touch me, you will die a terrible death. Su Yunqi choked back sobs, the red gauze above his eyes had long been soaked through. He curled up his legs and quietly shouted. Big brother, please come save me. I will never dare again I will never come here again, I'm truly sorry. Pei Yanchu saw him cry pitifully and slowly withdrew his hand. He stood straight, coldly staring at him. He was angry for 3 reasons. One was that Su Yunqi deceived him by claiming he was returning to the palace, only to go home instead. 2 was that Su Yunqi dared to seek pleasure in a brothel, never considering his feelings, making a mockery of the promise never to betray him. 3, he didn't even know why. All he knew was that when he saw Su Yunqi being embraced by another man, an overwhelming rage nearly crushed him, forcing him to resist the urge to draw his sword and slaughter everyone here. The red gauze before his eyes was loosened, and Su Yunqi, his eyes swollen from crying, looked up at the person who came, trembling. It was a completely unfamiliar face, but the figure was impossible to mistake. It seemed like Pei Yanchu, it should be, it is. Big brother. Humph. This sound was not intentionally lowered, it was a direct acknowledgement of his true identity. Su Yunqi's emotions surged, clad in tattered clothing, without regard for his bound hands and feet, he struck first and began to curse. Pei Yanchu, are you crazy? Deliberately pretending to be someone else to scare me, is this amusing to you? Do you even know? Do you even know how close I was to dying of fright, even having thoughts of biting my tongue to commit suicide? Pei Yanchu felt tightness in his chest. With red eyes, he pushed Su Yunqi back onto the bed. You're not afraid anymore since you know it's me. Dare to open your mouth and curse recklessly? Who gave you the guts? If it wasn't me today, what do you think your fate would be? Song Huai, do you even realize what you're doing? Pei Yanchu's lips slightly moved, finally uttering the harshest words to him. Song Huai, you've truly disappointed me deeply. After speaking, he no longer spared a glance for Su Yunqi, turned around sharply, and then strode out of the parlor. Su Yunqi was unable to regain his composure for a long time. Even after Ling Ran came in and untied the ropes, he still sat dazed on the bed, staring blankly at his palms. Where's Ling Qi? His life hangs by a thread. Little Nine, what should I do? I think I've gone too far. Su Yunqi muttered under his breath. Unlike the tears he shed out of fear earlier, he couldn't focus now, fat tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. It was indeed his fault. He shouldn't have deceived Pei Yanchu. Deep down, he knew Pei Yanchu would be angry, so he deliberately concealed it from him and didn't let him follow. In the end, he had spent half a day here without reaching any conclusions. He seemed to still be himself, with no other strange changes occurring. But now something felt off. His heart hurt so much as if someone were squeezing it hard, making even breathing difficult. Master Song, can you please plead for Ling Qi's life? Ling Ran knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth to make his request. What could he possibly do? The master was like heaven, and Ling Qi had indeed erred as well. Oh, and little Seven too, yes, it's all because of my recklessness, not his fault. I must go find my brother. Su Yunqi, weak in both hands and legs, leaned against the doorframe and staggered outside. He took the same carriage he came in, bowing his head in silence. Guilt, self-reproach, regret, fear, unease, heartache, anxiety, worry, and many other emotions intertwined, turning him into a soulless individual. What exactly was he doing? Taking advantage of favoritism, this was how one would describe it. Pei Yanchu had been far too good to him, leading him to act as if there were no limits. Obsessed only with possessing Pei's affection, he never thought about properly cherishing it. He was such a terrible person, always prone to doing terrible things, hurting those who cared for him one by one. He didn't deserve to have these blessings. Su Yunqi bowed his head and bit his fingers, watching as the marks left by his teeth pressed numerous small pits into his skin, crinkled like the tangled mess of emotions inside him. What did being straight or not matter anyway? Why did he have to confirm this? Couldn't he just embrace who he was? Falling for someone due to their beauty, it wasn't surprising that Pei Yanchu looked so handsome. Occasionally having these base thoughts wasn't really strange, was it? Chapter 75, Reason. Su Yunqi leaned back against the carriage, sighing as he tilted his head. He didn't even respond when Ling Ran called out to him. This time, he had truly caused a major mess, and it was all his fault for insisting on doing this nonsense. How could he explain himself now? He certainly couldn't say that he suspected he might have other feelings and decided to test whether he was indeed attracted to the same gender, or that he wanted to try something unconventional to find out. Wouldn't that be like adding fuel to the fire? He'd have to be insane to say that. Finished. Dead end. How he wished he could just fall asleep, and upon waking up, everything would already be resolved. That would be wonderful. Master Song. Hearing his name, Su Yunqi came to his senses and quickly lifted the curtain of the carriage to look at Ling Ran. Xiaojiu, what is it? Ling Ran's expression was grave, showing concern as he glanced toward the palace gates, appearing both reluctant and unsure of what to do. The prince sent a message, instructing you to return home directly. From now on, there's no need for you to come back to the palace anymore. Su Yunqi remained silent. Stunned, he sat in the carriage, then impulsively tried to get out without regard for anything else. Master. Don't stop me. Just because he told me to leave, I must. I refuse. The string of rationality in Su Yunqi's mind had completely snapped. The guards at the palace gate stopped him, preventing him from advancing any further. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly took out the token from his bosom. He had been so panicked that he assumed Pei Yanchu forbade him entry, forgetting about the palace rules. Su Yunqi rushed ahead while Ling Ran disappeared into the corner, pretending to be a carriage driver, only to reappear stealthily inside the palace not long after. Did you hear? The third prince has been punished. Did you know? I thought it was finally his day to shine, but who would have thought he couldn't control his emotions? And that too. Previously, despite all the commotion, the emperor never pursued accountability. Today, however, is strange. If the token wasn't on him, why not just go back and fetch it instead of trying to forcibly break out of the palace? Who knows? Su Yunqi paused, watching those two eunuchs sweeping around, murmuring darkly. How dare you gossip about the prince behind his back? Don't you fear being beaten to death with sticks? Those two eunuchs were merely passing idle time together by chatting aimlessly. Alarmed by Su Yunqi's words, they immediately dropped to their knees, bowing continuously. Spare our lives, please spare us this once. We will never do it again, never. Humph. With an imposing demeanor, Su Yunqi turned away but appeared distracted as he walked. Pei Yanchu was punished. Again, it was his fault. Why did he always drag down the male lead, being useless when it mattered and causing endless trouble? When one feels remorse to the extreme, it's easy to forget all the good deeds one has done and fall into a self-blaming loop from which there's no escape. He even began despising himself, and the courage to seek Pei Yanchu in the Yan Chun Hall started to fade. After contemplating for a moment, Su Yunqi looked ahead at the seemingly endless palace pathway, hesitated for a few seconds, then decided to continue walking forward. Pei Yanchu must be very upset right now, and he couldn't afford to avoid his responsibility like a coward. Since the problem stemmed from him, what right did he have to remain proud and distant, refusing to give Pei Yanchu a way out? Pei Yanchu may be exceptional, but he's still human. His heart is flesh and blood too. He was no spoiled, unreasonable person. Insisting on humbling himself and begging for reconciliation was exactly what he should do right now. Realizing this, Su Yunqi quietly gave himself some encouragement. No problem. It was normal that he refused to accept him. As long as he patiently persisted, he could eventually defuse Pei Yanchu's anger. Inside the Yan Chun Hall, Pei Yanchu stood beside the pond, looking down at the leisurely swimming koi fish in the water, lost in thought. The sound of rapid running caught his attention, and he saw Su Yunqi rushing into the hall, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Their eyes met instantly. Send people to fill up this pond for me. Big brother, I really know I'm wrong, please don't. All woo. To hell with reason, as soon as he saw him, Su Yunqi was unable to control himself. His tears flowed like an unleashed flood. Clinging onto Pei Yanchu like an octopus, he wouldn't let go no matter how hard Pei Yanchu tried to shake him off. The best response to scolding and resistance was persistent action. Reaching out, Su Yunqi covered Pei Yanchu's lips to prevent him from interfering with his monologue. Big brother, let me finish. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to figure it out and give myself a reasonable answer. I wasn't seeking pleasure at all, I haven't even held a girl's hand yet. Pei Yanchu arched his neck forcefully, glaring at him angrily. You want to hold someone else's hand? Gathering all his strength, Su Yunqi leaped at him, wrapping his arms around Pei Yanchu's neck while simultaneously using his legs to cling tightly to his waist. And then with a plop, he once again slapped his hand over Pei Yanchu's mouth. No, no, not at all. Brother, you've got it all wrong. My whole being belongs to you, how could I dare touch anyone else? Pei Yanchu's slightly uneven breathing lingered in his palm as he coaxed with a prolonged whine, glancing cautiously at the other's unchanged cold face. Brother, Drop really has no other intentions. It's all Drop's fault. Please forgive me. So where exactly did I go wrong? If there are no other intentions, then what kind of intentions are there? Su Yunqi hummed twice, wanting to bury his head into Pei Yanchu's embrace. People, fill the pool. Wait, brother, let me finish first. Su Yunqi went all out, screaming hoarsely, but his voice grew weaker and weaker. I just wanted to know, whether I like men or women. I was afraid if I told you this, you would think I'm strange and wouldn't let me go out. Of course, this was only part of the reason, the rest was simply due to his own doing. And he had overdone it, huh? But you lied to me. Pei Yanchu still cared about this point. He pulled Su Yunqi off himself, took a few steps back away from the pool, then let go. Su Yunqi drooped, having nothing to say in defense, and could only look up at him with wet eyes pitifully. You actually dared to let someone else hug you. He forced me with alcohol, I couldn't push him away at that moment. Didn't seem like it. Su Yunqi had been so scared that he burst into tears of snot, survival instincts going through the roof. Any influence of the alcohol had long since disappeared. But it doesn't matter anyway, that young prostitute is already dead. Pei Yanchu chuckled lightly as he lifted Su Yunqi's stunned face, a mix of resentment and sourness in his tone. What's the matter? Are you missing him? Do you like him that much? Wise ones adapt to changing circumstances. Su Yunqi quickly behaved obediently, rubbing his face against Pei Yanchu's hand. How could I possibly miss him? Brother is so amazing, thank you for saving me and remembering to avenge me. Oh. That person touched me improperly, it's obvious they were evil. I am brother's person, I will only listen to brother. Even saying these words made Su Yunqi feel uneasy because he had defied Pei Yanchu more times than his two hands could count. But now there was no other way. He couldn't morally bind Pei Yanchu and demand that he must forgive him. Is there any rule in this world that says once someone apologizes for their mistake, the other side must forgive them without exception? Chapter 76, Remediation. Ho. You listen. If you listened, you wouldn't have deceived me. There, back to square one, so frustrating. Su Yunqi was speechless. He plopped down on the ground and reached out to hug Pei Yanchu's legs. His attitude was clear, and he wasn't going to give up. Song Huai, let go of me. You don't call me Daodu, I won't let go. What good does your childish behavior do? Su Yunqi looked up at the other's face hidden in the sunlight, pouting stubbornly. To please you. Pei Yanchu grabbed his collar and pulled him close to be eye to eye with him. I won't believe a single word you say anymore. Wah. Crying is no use. Su Yunqi nudged the floor with his toes and lowered his eyes gloomily. I'm sorry, you can do anything to me. I shouldn't have lied to you. He felt rather disheartened, not knowing what exactly to do or even if there was still a chance for him to fix things. Pei Yanchu released his grip only after dragging Su Yunqi into the hall. Then he watched as this person standing in front of him didn't even dare to fly away. He knew himself to be somber by nature and occasionally hard to understand due to lack of clarity in expression, making others unable to fathom him easily. This person before him not only liked to fool around recklessly but also lacked a sense of self-preservation. If he were to indulge this person's antics freely, one day something might happen. Pei Yanchu dared not even think further. It seemed he really needed to expand the garden environment and eliminate all factors that could potentially harm Daodu. Only then could he ensure that his little butterfly could flutter around under his watchful eye without being bullied by others. What a hassle. Looks like he really had to vie for a position he wasn't too interested in, just to bolster the little butterfly's confidence and audacity. But he still had to keep it in check. After all, he didn't want to end up grabbing someone from the brothel again. Despite his inner turmoil, his expression remained impassive. Su Yunqi went to great lengths trying to figure out Pei Yanchu's thoughts. When he saw the chamber doors shut personally by the other, an uneasiness crept over him, and he started fidgeting with his fingers unconsciously. What should he do? It seemed like Pei Yanchu was still angry. The room became darker. Now there were only the two of them left. It was so quiet, it was almost suffocating. Pei Yanchu cast a casual glance at him and extended his hand. Hope flickered in Su Yunqi's heart as he tried to hold his hand. Give me the token back. A little awkward, he felt like finding a building to jump off to ease his mind. Dryly, he retracted his hand, retrieved the token, and respectfully presented it. After taking it, Pei Yanchu turned towards the study and gestured for him with his finger only after sitting back in the chair. The little butterfly began to float lightly in the air. He placed a sheet of paper in front of Su Yunqi on the table, tapping it gently with his fingertip. Right. Aren't you fond of writing pledges? Do it yourself. The little butterfly flitted dejectedly downward. Su Yunqi never imagined that his actions would come full circle, getting hit right between the eyes. Right, what shall I write? Put everything you can think of down. Standing punished in front of the desk, Su Yunqi fell deep in thought while staring at the blank paper. 1. Daodu will listen to brother. He wrote this line and sneaked a peek at the other person's reaction. No visible expression, so he guessed this one didn't satisfy the other party. 2. Daodu will stay by brother's side and won't go anywhere else. It looked like a slight movement of the eyebrows. This might work. 3. Daodu will never lie to brother again. Pei Yanchu's expression remained inscrutable as he took the piece of paper and appreciated Su Yunqi's handwriting, which resembled chicken scratching. And if you don't do what you've promised? Brother HMMM. It's fine even if you fail. If the leg gets broken, you can just be taken care of on the bed from now on. Su Yunqi hugged his arm and kept humming pitifully. I know brother can't bear to do that. I certainly can bear it when I see you wandering around outside. Su Yunqi bent down to straighten his clothes and then straddled his lap, huddling silently on Pei Yanchu. His wrist was caught by the other, who guided him in signing his name. Pei Yanchu carefully smoothed the paper and put it away in the cabinet, looking down at the droopy foolish child before him. Having done wrong, you're daring to feel wronged? Why did you go there? Explain yourself well to brother. Su Yunqi gave up resisting and babbled incomprehensibly. Haven't I already explained it? You didn't pay attention. Clearly realizing that the situation was beyond salvaging, the initial cautiousness he had shown disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, his thighs were pinched. Brother, I'm afraid I might fall for a man. But before this, I was quite normal. Why do you have such thoughts? Pei Yanchu looked at his wavering face and a flash of darkness flickered in his eyes. I don't know. Continuing to be stubborn like a dead duck defending its mouth, he couldn't possibly go around seducing the main character, could he? That person was after all the king who surpassed the celestial way and destined to open a harem. What I'm asking isn't that. Do you think Daodu feels it's abnormal to fall for a man? Ah. Isn't this ancient times? What did he hear? Wasn't he the antique or himself the feudal one? Isn't this a normal phenomenon? Otherwise, how could you see male courtesans in Man Ting Fong? It somewhat made sense. Just take the previous emperor as an example, he also kept male concubines inside the palace, there's nothing much to it. Su Yunqi felt numb. His head rested on Pei Yanchu's chest as he wanted to bite his fingers. His words not only didn't scare the other, but they even made him feel it was reasonable. The world was truly mystical. So which man caught Daodu's eye? Speak out, and brother will help you properly, inspect. Pei Yanchu casually patted Su Yunqi's back, actually feeling somewhat nervous inside. He slowly lifted his chin to see the emotions in his eyes. No one. I've read too many storybooks and may have overthought things. Su Yunqi's gaze wandered, refusing to look at Pei Yanchu's face. Too close, and it left him inexplicably confused. All blame lay on him for looking so good, causing his own sexual orientation to become questionable. Pei Yanchu sighed with relief in his heart, but still felt some unexplained dissatisfaction. It's fine, no rush. Daodu can think about these matters later. When Daodu has someone he likes, he must clearly, thoroughly, comprehensively explain everything to brother. Su Yunqi felt chills run down his spine. He laughed haha and embraced his neck. Not worrying about all that, I just want to stay with brother. You're always saying things to flatter people. Su Yunqi secretly rolled his eyes, ask yourself if you love hearing it or not. His issues were more or less resolved. After all, since he finished writing the assurance letter, Pei Yanchu's expression hadn't been as cold as before. But he wasn't yet fully clear about what happened after he returned to the palace. Brother, I heard Pei Ruzhang punished you. Arrogant once more, then beginning to feel guilty again, the nature of humans was changeable. It's nothing, just staying closed in my room to reflect on my mistakes. Perhaps due to escaping too many times previously, it caused Pei Ruzhang to reflexively want to lock him up for a few days to suppress him. Chapter 77, Seriousness. Pei Yanchu was completely unfazed. He pinched Su Yunqi's fingers, suddenly furrowing his brows, then continued to look carefully while answering. Anyway, it's just for show, no one has been sent to guard the Yanchun palace. Pei Ruzhang probably preferred him like this. After all, a brainless but useful prince is much easier to control than a well-rounded and rational potential threat. After he left the palace gate, he let Bei Chen pretend to be him, heading toward Song residence to chase after Su Yunqi. Everyone thought he was just not done playing yet, so forcing people back into the palace rather than allowing him to return home suited his plan. Regardless, that was what he intended, and being criticized wouldn't matter. He was an unscrupulous madman. Daodu, what happened to your hand? Su Yunqi bruised easily. The bite marks he left on the carriage had already turned purple, showing how forceful he had been at the time. Disaster, should have hidden it better. Pei Yanchu symbolically asked once, then with a serious face, flipped open his palm. Smack. If you can't control yourself, I'll do it for you. Not painful enough to leave a mark, only reddening cheeks. Su Yunqi clenched his fists, shrinking back like a quail. Try biting yourself again if you dare. Oomph. Su Yunqi patted his still warm cheek, his plea suppressed by other matters. He quickly sat up, asking anxiously. Where's little seven? My Ling Qi. You didn't kill him, did you? Pei Yanchu, I played with him. If you really hurt him, I won't live either. Pei Yanchu. Playing. He dies. Neither will I live. Song Huai, do you like him? No wonder you took him along, no wonder, no wonder. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi twitched the corners of his mouth. He grabbed Pei Yanchu's ears and pulled hard. What are you thinking? When did I say I liked him? Please, could he focus on the main point? Was he the kind of person who would fall for anyone easily? Just because he was male? And are you going to die with him? Did you really kill him? The two were talking past each other, their expressions immediately turning sour. Pei Yanchu pressed him firmly in his arms. After pondering for a few seconds, he took him to the sleeping chamber and placed him on the bed. Starting today, you're not allowed out of this chamber. As for you and Ling Qi, don't even think about it. He looked as though he was somewhat aggrieved, trying to maintain a cold exterior. When you stop liking him, I'll let you out. He's not suitable for you. What's so good about him? Su Yunqi was too indiscriminate. With his lively personality, could he really get along with him like that? Pei Yanchu was almost jealous to madness inside, but he merely crossed his arms and looked at the person in front of him who was also sulking. One more chance, better change your tune fast. Su Yunqi took 2 deep breaths, cleared his thoughts, and cut straight to the chase. First, I don't like Ling Qi. There's no meaning between us whatsoever. Secondly, it's not suicide I mean. My point is, if he dies because of me, I won't fare well either. Third, where exactly have you taken Ling Qi? Pei Yanchu tightened his lips and muttered. You were just aggressive, calling my name. Su Yunqi was close to despair. Kneeling on the bed, he rose and hugged Pei Yanchu's waist. Brother, give me a straight answer, please, I beg you, beg. Pei Yanchu was satisfied, the little butterfly he raised had no one in her heart except for him, the only brother she knew. He's not dead, he's returned to where he belongs. So when can I see him again? Pei Yanchu's eyes became cautious again. Oh, stop overthinking, tell me something at least. Su Yunqi knew from his awkward expression that he had started to overthink things again, quickly remedying the situation. I'm just afraid there will be no one following me. He won't come back to be reassigned to you even if he does. Neither of you is stable. If you start causing trouble again, who knows what else might happen. Disappointed, Su Yunqi sighed and unwillingly tugged at Pei Yanchu's sleeves. What's the difference from a primary school teacher? Breaking seats apart at the slightest disagreement. Do you dare to stir up more trouble? I haven't had time to punish you yet, do you think you can escape? Su Yunqi shrank his neck, wanting to hold Pei Yanchu's hand. Go tidy up in the side hall, you smell awful, dirty as hell. If you think I'm dirty, then you shouldn't have hugged me just now with such enthusiasm. Now, you're deliberately nitpicking and making things hard for me. What could he do about it? Just follow the orders. Pei Yanchu is the sky, Pei Yanchu is the earth, and he must obey him. Haha, giving up his freedom feels absolutely fantastic, and in this lifetime, he will never want to go to a brothel again. He's lost both the lady and the soldier, haha. Su Yunqi's mental activities could play out as a grand drama. He buried half of his face in the water, blowing bubbles. Brother, why did you come in? I haven't finished washing yet. The water was clear, and Su Yunqi turned away nervously, covering himself. Don't move, let me wash you. What? Strange. Afraid that you'll still have that cloying powder smell on you. Alright, this checkpoint cannot be passed, right? Su Yunqi showed his teeth, trying to jump out of the tub for a chance at survival. Unfortunately, Pei Yanchu could hold him down with just one hand, so he couldn't escape. What are you avoiding? Spread your legs. Brother, I can do it myself, okay? Su Yunqi clung to the edge of the tub with trembling resistance, and his entire body flushed pink. Mom, he felt like he had been compromised. From ancient times to now, from inside out, completely defenseless. Pei Yanchu pinched his fingertips, the warmth in his hands lingering, spinning and falling into his heart. He didn't make Su Yunqi wear his own clothes, but instead took an overcoat from the nearby rack that belonged to him. It doesn't matter anyway, after all, he couldn't go out these few days. Wasn't Pei Ruzhong saying, stay in to reflect? It suited his intentions perfectly. No one would disturb him in Daodu during these few days. Covered in Pei Yanchu's scent, Su Yunqi stood on the wooden stool like a child who had sneaked into an adult's clothes, letting himself be arranged as Pei Yanchu pleased. That, I feel. Be obedient. Su Yunqi gritted his teeth. Before he could make any noise, he was taken to the study to grind ink. And he wasn't allowed to sit down, he could only stand and grind. Pei Yanchu had no specific intention, just wanting to calm Su Yunqi's restless nature. But this kid became more agitated the more he ground the ink, even making the table shake. And Pei Yanchu wouldn't believe he couldn't control Su Yunqi. In his heart, Pei Yanchu cursed himself, blaming himself entirely, pampering him since childhood until now, raising a troublemaker who could only cause his own headache. Daodu. A warning voice. Su Yunqi frowned and slightly calmed down by shaking his leg. If you behave, I'll call Ling Qi back immediately. Hearing this, Su Yunqi blinked and broke into a bright smile, lowering his head and diligently working. Chapter 78, Breakup. What could Pei Yanchu do? He was helpless against Su Yunqi. He knew that Su Yunqi would not respond to coercion, only gentleness worked. If he pushed any harder, Su Yunqi would only rebel further. Seeing his mission completed, Su Yunqi clapped his hands, eyes filled with anticipation as they locked onto Pei Yanchu. Write the words first. He pointed at a hidden letter he had specially picked out and gave him a meaningful glance. Su Yunqi rolled his eyes and started writing. As he copied on the paper, muttering under his breath, halfway through he suddenly turned his head, suspicion written all over his face as he pulled at Pei Yanchu. Autumn hunting. Are you going too? You need to go as well. Su Yunqi, with ample experience, knew these big gatherings almost always ended in accidents. He hesitated, thinking about something to say. With me here, what is there to fear? But. Is it because you don't know how to ride a horse? That's true, among the 6 arts of a gentleman, Duda seems to be completely clueless about them. Su Yunqi clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, defiantly retorted. I'm not a gentleman, I'm a villain. Pei Yanchu burst out laughing upon hearing this, pulling Su Yunqi close and wiping a streak of ink from his face. Being a villain is good, one can buy their loyalty easily. They're easy to manage. The focus of Su Yunqi drifted off-center as he stubbornly defended himself. I'm not easy to manage. Getting back to the point, Pei Yanchu stopped laughing, affectionately resting his face on Su Yunqi's shoulder. Trust me, nothing will happen. I'll take you to catch some little rabbits and keep them in the Yanchun Palace for you to play with, okay? Su Yunqi was a bit tempted, the allure of adventuring with Pei Yanchu was too great, but he also feared being plotted against. It doesn't matter if I die, but Pei Yanchu, nothing must happen to you. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I'm not someone to mess with either. Su Yunqi hesitated, repeatedly confirming. Ling Qi and the others will follow us, right? His inner balance instantly tipped, he seemed already to see the prosperous vitality in the front courtyard. There's still some time. Don't rush. I'll teach you slowly. By then, there will be no need to be afraid. Don't underestimate me. I'm not really a villain. Alright, you're not, I am. Pei Yanchu led him forward by hand but encountered resistance after walking just a few steps. He looked back to find the other stumbling because the edge of his clothes had caught him off guard. Oh, it was his oversight. Dudu was small, even more so when wearing his clothes, making movement inconvenient. He must carry him personally. Pei Yanchu's gaze deepened. He stepped forward to lift Su Yunqi, but to his surprise, the latter didn't give him the chance. Su Yunqi kicked his garment a couple of times, frowned, squatted down, and gathered all the extra cloth, deftly tying it up. A luxurious long robe directly transformed into a non-mainstream style, he swung his arms twice in satisfaction, deciding to flaunt his pair of fine white legs and scurry around. What was the big deal? After all, men swimming sometimes only wear swim trunks. Su Yunqi naturally reached for Pei Yanchu's hand, then inexplicably slanted a glance at him. What's that look for? Mocking me? It's not like I chose to look like this. And anyway, I haven't fully grown yet, so I don't qualify as a puppy. Pei Yanchu didn't say anything. He obstinately smoothed all of Su Yunqi's laborious work back. Dudu, never do this again. Why, are you upset about your clothes? If you are, why put them on me in the first place? Su Yunqi wrapped his arms around his neck, pretending to take them off. Pei Yanchu gripped his wrists, supporting him with the other hand, slightly lifting him. You shouldn't behave so, casually in front of others. Isn't it just you and me here? Do you count as others? Pei Yanchu felt warmth in his heart. He looked at Su Yunqi enveloped by his aura and said softly. Not even me should you. Half-covered sights made him even less patient. He wasn't a saint. When Dudu bathed, deliberately getting involved revealed his abnormal behavior. Dudu was right, besides brotherhood, there could also be admiration between man and man. Regardless of what Dudu thought of him now, he seemed to have figured out the cause of his odd behaviors up till now. Isn't Dudu interested in men? Then why can't he like him? He didn't look bad, and he tried every way possible to make nests for little butterflies. He'd try seducing Dudu once more. If Dudu wouldn't bite, he'd open his mouth forcibly and personally feed the bait inside. Su Yunqi straightened his body, blinking with some doubts. Wasn't this person's mindset very open before? How did he suddenly become so conservative? A good brother wouldn't care about these things, he had to keep an eye on it and couldn't let the main character be affected by him. Pei Yanchu carried him out, passing by a certain spot when he was suddenly startled by a flash of green. The previously unremarkable little flower pot had actually sprouted many new buds, each one tilting its head awkwardly as they struggled to spread outward. Su Yunqi obviously noticed this too, instantly wearing a complicated expression as he cautiously glanced at Pei Yanchu's demeanor. Would he be upset? Or happy? Would he not understand? Or would he be shocked? Su Yunqi couldn't read him, only knowing that he gently put him down and then carefully picked up the flower pot. What should he do? He seemed a bit irritated. Big brother, what's wrong with you? He started pretending, acting like he didn't know, hiding his forced smile. Pei Yanchu only found it peculiar, never imagining that this thing could have such a spiritual nature. He had spent years meticulously caring for it, trying all sorts of seeds, yet without exception, they all failed. But the few watermelon seeds Su Yunqi had casually buried were thriving so well. It was probably because they truly recognized him. Pei Yanchu didn't forget his role, he gently set the flower pot down, then lightly touched the upright green leaves with his finger, seamlessly responding. I'm very happy. Anan has come back to see me. Su Yunqi gritted his teeth, he was right there, of course, to see him. He thought he could empathize with the women in palace dramas who learned they were substitutes, their sense of indignation and anger too stimulating. Even though this was the script he had personally prepared, he was still annoyed. Is that so? Then continue being happy, just don't let them die. Sung Huai, who gave you permission to be so disrespectful? Pei Yanchu suddenly came up with a new idea. If Su Yunqi couldn't hold back and wanted to reveal his identity, did that mean he was ready to confess to him and wouldn't feel uneasy or flee back to heaven because he found out? Su Yunqi was fuming, picking up his clothes and running back inside. He wanted to break ties with Pei Yanchu. Break ties? How dare he scold him because of this? He wouldn't allow it. Even though Su Yunqi knew he was being somewhat unreasonable, he still couldn't help feeling jealous of himself. Already 30 seconds had passed, and Pei Yanchu still hadn't come to console him. What did it mean? Did he no longer care about him? Grievance instantly welled up in his heart. Su Yunqi silently cursed himself for being sensitive in his heart, but the tears wouldn't stop rolling down. Chapter 79, Mood. No, secretly feeling sad doesn't count as a skill. He would make sure to imprint all his tears and snot on the bedding to show how excessive he had been. Pei Yanchu entered the sleeping chamber right on time, expecting to catch a pouting little blowfish, but instead found a soaking wet crying bundle. His composure was thrown into disarray, and he quickly rejected the initial thought process. He couldn't bear Su Yunqi's sorrow. Daodu, stop crying. Pei Yanchu awkwardly consoled him with a line and reached out to hold him. Oh well, now he resented him for being immature, recklessly competing with the white moonlight ideal to cry like this, did he? All these days of affection were wasted. Su Yunqi, naturally dramatic, could not control himself in this situation and went all out inside. Am I not crying? What do you care what I do? Go talk to Yorinan. Pei Yanchu thoroughly lost to Su Yunqi, helplessly raising his head, terrified that if he lost it laughing, the angry bundle in his arms might go even further. Pei Yanchu, in your heart, who is more important, Daodu or Anan? Alright then, tell me why you call me Daodu. It's also two characters, when you call my name, do you think of him or me? Pei Yanchu was almost on the verge of laughing until he burst, but Su Yunqi remained immersed in the drama where he confronts the main character harshly, questioning intensely with a broken voice. Snicker. It's over, He didn't resist long enough and ended up laughing by accident. There's no way around it. He never expected someone could fight with themselves so effectively and logically. It was too funny. How should he describe Su Yunqi? Right, I'm jealous of myself. Classic. Specific. This kind of drama seemed exclusive to Daodu, truly adorable. Seeing that Pei Yanchu not only failed to take his tears seriously but even dared to laugh, Su Yunqi roared in anger. You dare to laugh at me? You actually still laugh. Pei Yanchu, we're done, woo. Pei Yanchu scrambled to make amends immediately, restraining his constantly flailing hands and legs while consoling repeatedly. You're important, of course, you are much more important. Anan is my younger brother, but you belong to me, they're different. Say. Have you ever coaxed him this way? Defeated, this little thing was deliberately picking on him endlessly. Pei Yanchu had no choice but to honor the ancestor figure he himself created, humbling himself. I haven't. I only treat Daodu this way. Daodu, don't be mad, there's only you in my heart right now. What about before? Wasn't it the same before? Pei Yanchu's irritation flared slightly, he calmly supplemented. Alright, I made a slip of the tongue, from start to end, I've only cared for one person, you. And yet you scolded me because of him. Saying I'm rude. Su Yunqi pouted, extremely dissatisfied, letting off steam without noticing Pei Yanchu's exasperated expression. How many times have you been rude to me? So annoyed, huh? Did you fall for the big brother? Do you not allow the big brother to think about others? Rationality instantly returned, Su Yunqi's performance addiction disappeared, unable to respond. Ha, what nonsense. The big brother shouldn't say reckless things. My courage is very small. Seeing his emotions forcibly calmed, Pei Yanchu couldn't help but tease. Small courage? But I see your temper isn't small at all. Humph. Su Yunqi feared Pei Yanchu might say something shocking again. He didn't dare bring up the matter from earlier and quietly comforted himself. It's all him anyway, irrelevant, no need to act. He wouldn't be happy just because Pei Yanchu said he only had him in mind, he'd do whatever he pleased. Pei Yanchu took the handkerchief and wiped Su Yunqi's tear-streaked red face bit by bit. He didn't dare look elsewhere, afraid that he would laugh out loud at the teardrop marks on the bed. How excessive he was, yet Daodu was so cute when he cried that Pei wanted to nibble on him. Daodu, don't worry, you're prettier and smarter than Anan, the big brother of course loves you most. Logically, Su Yunqi should feel happier upon hearing those words, but reality proved otherwise, he defended the white moonlight actively. Don't speak ill of Anan like that. Pei Yanchu intentionally teased him, seeing him now start throwing another tantrum, knowing exactly what was going through his mind. Anan is him, Daodu is also him, both are good, and either way, he's the best. Humph. Regardless of contradictions or changing moods, whatever he says goes, correct, right. Pei Yanchu couldn't hold back anymore, he pushed down Su Yunqi, pinned him so he couldn't move, and bit down on his neck. Soft and squishy, just as he imagined it would feel. Daodu should be like this. A normal person's first reaction should be cursing and resisting violently, but Su Yunqi was different. His face turned red, and he lay there quietly letting Pei Yanchu fool around with him. His neck itched a little, and a small red mark stood out on it. Daodu, the big brother likes you. So can the big brother bite you again? Pei Yanchu's handsome face loomed large before him, his eyelashes drooping as he spoke, full of tenderness. Su Yunqi began to lose focus. He blankly stared at Pei Yanchu's face and reached out, entranced, to touch it. Pei Yanchu is just 18 years old, how could he possibly be so handsome? Is this what the protagonist always gets? Isn't that too much? Even in modern times, he could make a living off his looks alone. After enticing the little pervert before him, Pei Yanchu lightly rubbed noses with him and kissed his cheek ever so gently. Su Yunqi felt somewhat disoriented, all his energy seemed to be drained by this fox. Mom, I think I'm falling in love. But he's probably straight, considering me merely as a friend or some younger guy to hang out with for fun. Su Yunqi moved backward twice, flipped over, and dared not look at Pei Yanchu's face anymore. Su Yunqi, if you were in college, as an upperclassman, how dare you entertain impure thoughts about your junior? Isn't that ruining someone's future? The soft flesh at the back of his neck was suddenly bitten, causing his whole body to shiver with the instinct to flee. Pei Yanchu wrapped him up in his arms and didn't forget to order someone to tidy up inside the sleeping chamber when they left. Su Yunqi easily becomes embarrassed after doing something stupid. He'd rather die than suffer social death. So he buried his face into Pei Yanchu's chest and stayed quiet. Back to the scene of his earlier sorrow, Su Yunqi's eyes darted around aimlessly, he didn't want to see the flower pot again. But Pei Yanchu wouldn't indulge him, grinning slyly. Not happy yet? Of course not. The big brother was just joking with you earlier. Did you really think I couldn't see through you? With wide eyes, Su Yunqi lifted his hands and quickly covered his face. Pei Yanchu actually enjoyed teasing Su Yunqi a bit, although whenever it went too far, he'd have to console him himself. Still, it never failed to amuse him. He waved the flower pot in front of Su Yunqi's face, adding insult to injury. This is a watermelon seedling. Who else would dare spit watermelon seeds into my flower pot other than you? Why do you even say things like I'm coming back and making you happy? Pei Yenchu's features lit up with an indescribable smile as he lifted Su Yunqi's face that tried to hide away and explained carefully. I'm glad because these are seedlings you personally grew. So lively, naturally I'm satisfied. Song Huai, whether my mood is good or bad, from beginning to end, will only change for you. Chapter 80, Along the Way. Su Yunqi's brain was a complete mess. Help, he's so cunning. Don't think that I'll forgive you just because of this. After clarifying his feelings, Pei Yenchu seemed like a peacock showing off his feathers. He carefully put the flower pot back in its original place and stared at the red mark on Su Yunqi's neck. What does Dao want to do? It seemed that every argument always ended up being reversed like this. Not long ago, it was still him having the upper hand, wanting to properly educate the little butterfly with wild ambitions. But soon after, it was already his turn to be at a disadvantage, pampering him and letting him run free as he pleased. As the saying goes, learn from your mistakes. But he didn't even want Su Yunqi to endure any hardship, let alone feel aggrieved by past wrongdoings. Pei Yenchu knew that his lenient attitude would only make Su Yunqi more unruly. But so what? He enjoyed it. If he couldn't offer him the best, how could he possibly expect to have part of his heart? No matter how big a mistake he made, he would protect him. If it gets too extreme, he would scare him a bit. Once he behaves well, he must quickly comfort him, otherwise, he wouldn't even flap his wings. And he will bite, he likes biting when emotions get complicated. It's a bad habit, but it doesn't need to be changed. Just let him stay forever innocent and worry-free. Su Yunqi looked earnestly into Pei Yenchu's eyes and found that they were filled with his own reflection, unmoving. I want you to forget about this morning, I want you to truly forgive me, I want you not to be unhappy because of me, I want your heart to only have me, at least now, after you ascend to your position, I will definitely watch you and your empress walk together on the grand staircase during the investiture ceremony. There are too many things, Daodu can only choose one. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi smiled and suddenly grabbed Pei Yenchu's neck. Then I want brother to promise me that every day you will be happy. Otherwise, Daodu will strangle you until you throw up, like this, like this. Pei Yenchu obediently let him touch his vital points and asked curiously. Why doesn't Daodu choose to tear up the guarantee? Su Yunqi hadn't thought of that at all. He looked at him in puzzlement, striking right at his heart. Even without that thing, I will always accompany brother. Pei Yenchu laughed softly, then more unrestrainedly. What could he do? He was completely smitten with him. So where did you originally intend to go when we first met? Su Yunqi squinted his eyes. After staying with him for so long in the Yanshun Palace, he had already realized that the other person didn't like moving around the palace much. So what was he planning to do? Was he really thinking about coming out to select reading attendance? Selecting reading attendance my ass, he hasn't gone to the study room for a long time. Was it even necessary? If it wasn't me that day, would he have taken someone else back to Yanshun Palace and given my little rabbit cake to others, allowed others to sleep in my bed, and let others play in my pool? He does not allow. The person in his arms started grinding his teeth and sulking again, clearly thinking about something during those few short seconds. Pei Yenchu told the truth and pinched his puffed up cheeks, explaining. I originally planned to leave the palace to visit Anan. And then, you appeared. Su Yunqi's face turned red and pale intermittently. He secretly thanked heaven that he didn't blurt out his grievances earlier. Otherwise, it would have been incredibly embarrassing. Daodu, do you want to go see? It has been such a long, long time since I last went. The person he loved is right in front of him, naturally he no longer clung to the illusion of faraway places. There is nothing Su Yunqi can do now that will make up for Pei Yenchu's 8 years of lonely support. And what can he do now anyway? He can merely act as a cute little mascot for now. Let's go, isn't brother supposed to teach me how to ride a horse, which happens to be along the way? How does Daodu know it's along the way? Su Yunqi stiffened, immediately throwing tantrums to cover up his slightly flustered guilt. I guessed it. Anyway, don't we all have to leave the palace? So it's along the way. Pei Yenchu hugged him tighter slightly, making Su Yunqi yelp and start rubbing his leg. Very smart. Ha. It was only 2 or 3 days of solitary confinement. Pei Ruzhang originally thought that Pei Yenchu would be upset, but unexpectedly, he stayed obediently in the hall, going nowhere. There was one stubborn fellow who had indeed set his heart entirely on Song Huai, disregarding dignity and status. Despite the favorable situation, he lacked any planning and focused solely on emotions. But it didn't matter. He had raised Pei Yenchu precisely to torment the Prime Minister's faction. Let them watch as their cherished crown prince struggled tirelessly but still couldn't measure up to his Pei Yenchu. In the past, due to the chaos of the previous dynasty, he was forced into making many painful decisions. Now, finally, it was his turn to see the other side gasping for breath under pressure. Pei Yenchu was quite useful, with no longing for power or authority. Aside from a slightly bad temper, there wasn't much to criticize. He punished both sides equally, but while one was heavily surrounded by guards, the other only received verbal reprimands. Now, he planned to compensate Pei Yenchu properly, as a way to console him after 3 days of reflection. As for the other person, he'd keep them locked away longer. Comparison brought pain, and he wanted to see Tang Jiqing fall apart in despair, helplessly watching her backing life cautiously and anxiously. As for whether Pei Yenchu would face retaliation because of this, that was not something he needed to consider. Of course, if Pei Yenchu doesn't survive, he could just pick another child from the collateral line and repeat the process. So many heirs were killed by her machinations, and now only 3 princes remained. He truly didn't care whose son ended up sitting on the throne, it all came down to his word and an imperial decree. Since it was time to learn horsemanship, Su Yunqi was awakened early in the morning by Pei Yenchu, who forcibly dressed him in a close-fitting black robe with subtle golden patterns. It was probably chosen because it wouldn't show dirt easily. With his hair being carefully arranged behind his head, Su Yunqi rested his chin in his hand and dozed off until Pei Yenchu finally tied his hair ribbon. Suddenly, there was some commotion outside the palace hall. Pei Yenchu stroked Su Yunqi's hair, then rose to take a look. Yet another collection of flashy gifts, extravagant but useless. Pei Yenchu accepted these things without emotion, nodded to Changxi, then shut the door with a bang, unwilling to utter another word. Changxi touched his nose, clearly accustomed to such treatment, shrugged, and walked away holding the duster. "Brother, what are those?" Unable to suppress his curiosity, Su Yunqi quickly followed and clung to his arm. "Some tokens meant to win people's favor. Do you like them? If you do, you can take them to play with, Daodu." Su Yunqi roughly guessed who had sent these. He shuddered in disgust and punched Pei Yenchu hard. "Don't try to make me sick. If you want to give me something from your own possessions. I'm very picky, HMPF. Chapter 81, Tenderness. Pei Yenchu took his punch without dodging, and didn't forget to take his hand and pinch it. Su Yunqi didn't want to waste any more time in the palace. He was eager to go out with Pei Yenchu. His long hair, draped behind him, exuded a lively aura throughout his figure. Riding a horse was far more interesting than practicing writing. In these past few days of diligently copying calligraphy, he had almost forgotten what simplified Chinese characters looked like. "Aren't we going to see someone?" When Su Yunqi referred to himself, it always felt strange, so he hummed for a moment to convey his feelings. The atmosphere grew strange again. After all, who in this era would pay respects to their own grave? Su Yunqi covered his face in deep thought, pondering what he should do when the time came. Would he burst into laughter? But Pei Yenchu was there, he would definitely be very sad, and he needed to be by his side and share in that sorrow. Life is like a play, and everything depends on acting. He sighed in relief and turned his head but saw Pei Yenchu staring at him all along. Cough cough cough. Damn, choked on his saliva, miscalculation. Clumsy. Pei Yenchu's expression was full of intrigue as he hid his emotions and reached out to pull him closer. "What are you thinking about? So lost in thought." "I am pondering over your love-hate relationship with Su Qian." "There is no hate or resentment." Su Yunqi leaned halfway onto him, raising his head to meet his eyes. "I thought you might have some grievances towards him." Pei Yenchu raised his hand to cover his eyes, trembling eyelashes within his palm that betrayed his unease. "How could I possibly resent him? He was just an ill baby. I believe he didn't intend to leave. What's there to blame him for? I probably shouldn't blame myself. If I were capable enough, I might have been able to keep him around." Su Yunqi gasped softly, his half-face hidden by Pei Yenchu, making it somewhat unbearable. "Brother, can you let go of me first?" Pei Yenchu looked at his slightly opened red lips which occasionally flicked nervously. "Brother?" Su Yunqi finally managed to free himself from his grasp, squinting his eyes and leaning against Pei Yenchu's chest. "Do you think he sincerely wanted to be with me? Why would he bother coming to stir up trouble with me?" These two questions were deadly enough to send Su Yunqi into stiff shock, responding stiffly. "Definitely. Just fate, huh?" Pei Yenchu looked down at the top of his head, the corner of his mouth curving ever so slightly. I believe, Coming back to this place, the setup before the tombstone remained exactly the same as the last time he'd seen it. This time, Shui Jian wasn't here. The vast tomb area stood only with them. Pei Yenchu's fingers lightly grazed over the characters inscribed above, his head bowed silently as though he often conversed alone with Su Qian from the other side. Actually, he didn't know what to say this time. Usually, he would just silently recite some private thoughts, narrating his joys and sorrows, then telling Inen about his progress, and how much longer it would be until he could return to accompany him. But now it was different. All that remained was gratitude. If not for Su Qian's body, he wouldn't have met Dudu. It didn't matter whose form it was, he simply liked that soul. Su Yunqi stood dry-mouthed behind Pei Yenchu. He crouched down and examined the things on the ground, letting his worries run wild. Just how many hairpins did Mother put in there? The plot ahead had become several levels taller. What if there were tomb raiders later? Ah well, given Pei Yenchu's nature, there must be people guarding this place. Su Qian's fate was much better than his own, but unfortunately, heaven didn't have eyes and made his happiness as short-lived as mine was in the previous world. Dudu, let's go. Ah. He hadn't even begun his act, and it was already over. Su Yinchi sized up Pei Yanchu's expression and cautiously consoled. Big brother, don't be sad. In the future, Dudu will be with you. His counterpart seemed expressionless but somehow looked complex. Su Yinchi immediately shut his mouth, fearing he might reveal too much, then quietly followed Pei Yanchu from behind. What kind of person does Dudu think he is? I really don't know him. He should be a good person, right? Su Yinchi learned fast, dedicating all his focus to handling the challenging riddle Pei Yanchu threw at him. Pei Yanchu, watching his feigned ignorance, sparked an urge to tease him. This was the first time he maintained calmness after visiting Inan, but then again, this little idiot was standing right in front of him. Brother is so sad. He always can't let go, can't forget those things. Can't forget how he was so scared but still came to deliver my food box, can't forget how he stood in front of me, trying hard to protect me. He's just so small, yet always pretending to be strong. Su Yinchi almost cried at his words, feeling as if he were a mere bystander witnessing the pure friendship between two children. And I can't forget when he wet his pants and didn't want me to help him change the bed. Brother. The illusion shattered instantly, Su Yinchi blurted out without thinking, wrapping his arms around Pei Yanchu's head and patting his back wildly. Don't be sad, brother. All that's over now. You still have to ride horses with me. Don't think about those things anymore. Pei Yanchu buried his face in Su Yinchi's chest, hearing the erratic heartbeat and couldn't help but smile silently. It's fun, this silly one is truly amusing. Yeah, brother will listen to Dudu. I won't think about him anymore. As his substitute, Su Yinchi nodded vigorously, striving to fulfill his role as the replacement for the moonlight in Pei Yanchu's eyes. He coaxed Pei Yanchu with utmost gentleness, but inside, he was screaming. Why does he remember so much? Why hasn't this dark history been forgotten yet? It's killing me. Pei Yanchu reveled in Dudu's initiative affection and played idly with his fingers comfortably. Brother isn't sad anymore. All we need from now on is Dudu by my side. Seeing the right moment had come, he dropped an insinuating line. But Inan used to kiss me on her own initiative, often, many times. What thing? How come I don't know I'm like that? Of course, Su Yinchi could not point out his mistake, though his lips twitched painfully as he suppressed the urge to cry out, soothing sweetly. It's fine. In the future, Dudu will also take the initiative to kiss you, often, many times. Those last few words almost seemed forced out of Su Yinchi. Looking into Pei Yanchu's encouraging gaze, he cupped the other's face with trembling hands. It feels like digging myself a hole. What should I do? Is there no hope for me? Su Yinchi's whole face flushed bright red. He felt the warmth seeping into his palms. Slowly moving closer, he gave a light peck near his cheek and immediately shrank back to the corner of the carriage, refusing to look up even when called upon. This could never be the same. It's entirely different. In the past, he wouldn't have minded, but now, towards Pei Yanchu, his feelings are far more extraordinary. Little pure-hearted Su is having a meltdown online. Chapter 82, Mounting the Horse. After much persuasion, Pei Yan was finally able to coax the little butterfly he had angered back to him. Actually, he could have gone further, but he was truly afraid of scaring off the little idiot who had already fallen into his hands. Su Yinchi's thoughts were all over his face. He neither resisted nor showed disgust, rather, he exhibited shyness and embarrassment. This indicated what? It meant he definitely stood a chance. The carriage traveled further and further away, with rarely any sign of human presence in sight. After jumping off the carriage, Su Yinchi excitedly dashed towards the grassland. A refreshing fragrance came rushing at him, and he casually plucked a wildflower, hiding it secretly behind him. Pei Yan led him to his stable set up outside. The grooms greeted them upon seeing the pair, though their expression seemed somewhat odd. It turned out that early on their way here, Su Yinchi had mischievously woven the flower into Pei Yan's hair, his face wearing a satisfied smile. Serves you right for teasing me, this is your lesson, HMPF. How could Pei Yan not know about his little antics? He simply let him play around, without interfering. He initially planned to choose a gentle horse first, but unexpectedly, Su Yinchi directly pointed at the tallest one. Big brother, I want that one. This horse is handsome enough, fitting for the aura of Grandpa Su. Pei Yan sighed, wanting to squat down and persuade him, but the groom had already led out the horse. Master, Wu Jue has been brought to you. Big brother, so it's your horse. Su Yinchi curiously approached, lightly touching its neck. Pei Yan's heart leaped up and down. He hurriedly stopped him, fearing Wu Jue might stretch its leg to kick someone. Ah. That tickles, wait, no, don't lick. Su Yinchi's face got wet a bit, and he quickly retreated, wiping it off casually with his sleeve. How can this horse be as dog-like as Pei Yan? Ugh, why did it follow? Su Yinchi quickly hid behind Pei Yan to avoid this saliva attack. Pei Yan never expected Wu Jue to get close to people. He patted its mane, then suddenly stepped on the stirrup and mounted the horse. He bent down and scooped up Su Yinchi in one motion. Wait, hold on, ah. The wind whistled past his ears as Su Yinchi began howling like an idiot. Both of his hands pressed against the horse's back as he leaned uneasily against Pei Yan. Slower, slower, big brother, my legs are going soft, ahaha. It won't work, my bottom hurts, it's too bumpy. Pei Yan, are you intentionally retaliating against me? Isn't it enough that I just wove a small flower in your hair? What's wrong with you? As they moved further away from the stable, Pei Yan finally decided to stop the horse, lowering his head to look at Su Yunqi who had curled up in his arms. What are you talking about? Big brother doesn't understand. Pei Yan, can we be kinder? Could you show some mercy towards a novice like me? Su Yunqi collapsed in a dejected manner, slightly embracing the horse's neck as he vented his anger into its ear. Wu Zhui, big baby, your master is truly nothing. Though cursed, Pei Yan wasn't mad. Indifferently, he chuckled, then dismounted after flipping himself off the horse, carrying Su Yunqi down as well. Let go, Daodu. No. His legs were still weak. If he fell onto his bottom in front of everyone, what would he do with his dignity? Are you really scared? Poor Daodu. Su Yunqi's anger skyrocketed. He yanked on Pei Yan's collar, shouting curses. Pei Yan, what do you mean? Are you mistaken in your medicine? I'm going to sever ties with you. Pei Yan's actions were deliberately calculated. Of course, he didn't resent Su Qianan, but he wasn't about to easily let Song Huai off either. Song Huai, who stubbornly refused to reveal his identity despite being mouthy like a stubborn duck, deserved no leniency. One kiss plus one embrace, that was all the reward for playing dumb today while pretending to overlook things, thus continuing his game of fooling around. Alright, Daodu, don't be angry. It's Big Brother's fault. Don't ever say, sever ties again next time, Su Yunqi was enraged and tried hard to prove his capability. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even mount the horse. How about Big Brother carrying you? Finally, under Pei Yan's full encouragement, Su Yunqi grabbed the reins, stepped on the stirrup, and was eventually helped by Pei Yan who supported both his buttocks and waist, successfully straddling onto the horse. Humph. Yeah, good job, Daodu. Su Yunqi gritted his teeth, wishing to jump down and hit him hard on the face, making him shut up entirely. Pei Yan jokingly teased, but his hands didn't stop moving. He adjusted Su Yunqi's unsteady waist, gently patting it twice, signaling him to sit straight. Daodu, sit firm, Big Brother is here. After feeling Su Yunqi all over from head to toe, and finally gripping his ankle to silently adjust the distance for him to step on the stirrup. Su Yunqi always felt like he'd been taken advantage of, especially around his waist, abdomen, and both legs. But he had no real evidence. After all, the other party was genuinely doing it for his own good, truly taking care of every detail. Pei Yan started walking slowly, leading the reins at the front. 3, 2, 1. Ah. Stop. Stop. I'm about to fall off. This won't do. Big Brother, could you come up here? Could you accompany me? With empty spaces before and behind him, already having poor balance, now his heart beat faster with even less security. The once grandly ambitious Su Yunqi had fallen silent. Currently, he was just a coward unable to fake bravery anymore. If given another chance, he would certainly know himself better, choosing the shortest horse. Sorry, big baby. Little Su seems unable to handle you properly. Whoa. His resentful thoughts vanished instantly as he looked beseechingly at Pei Yan, revealing 8 teeth in a silly grin. Pei Yan opportunistically soothed him a bit more, then under his hopeful gaze, gracefully climbed aboard. Finally having something solid to lean on, he swung his hair draped across his shoulder and re-established his confidence. Pei Yan reached out, lightly pinched Su Yunqi's thigh to keep him from being too stiff. While Su Yunqi let himself be manipulated, he firmly held the reins, concentrating entirely on what lay ahead. Trust me, trust it. It won't harm you. Su Yunqi's heart unexpectedly fluttered as he sensed the warm breath tickling his ear tips. Wu Zhui slowly moved forward, while Pei Yan's arm gradually left his waist, covering the hand Su Yunqi had placed on the rein instead. His palm was so large enough to enclose his fist. He carried a faint, mysterious fragrance all the time, though perhaps he couldn't smell it himself. Feeling a bit warm, possibly due to the weather. With lush grasses swaying everywhere, there occasionally came clear cries from birds hidden within the trees. As Su Yunqi tilted his head for a look, when Pei Yan next held the reins, only their synchronized heartbeats could be heard. Daodu, quite brave, daydreaming this far away. Instead of retaliating, Su Yunqi lazily leaned back against him. Big Brother, have you ever thought about your days ahead? Perhaps. What about them? Su Yunqi glanced up at him, his eyes scattering some tenderness and helplessness. Pei Yan always thought he was simply someone full of lively, rambunctious energy but never imagined he had such a look in his eyes. Chapter 83, Willingness. Pei Yanchu didn't answer his question right away. Instead, he picked Su Yunqi up by the waist and turned him around. What's wrong? Not happy? Are you mad at your brother? Upon hearing this threefold concerned inquiry, Su Yunqi felt even more heartbroken. Brother, when will you get married? He would silently bless him, he truly would. Pei Yanchu was full of questions, hadn't he made it obvious enough? This clumsy one. I will never marry in this lifetime. Pei Yanchu gritted his teeth and said this sentence, pinching Su Yunqi's face in annoyance. What unrealistic things are you asking about? How? Do you want to find a young lady? Aren't you fond of men? Song Huai, people must be responsible for what they say. Too many changes might get you scolded by your brother. Su Yunqi blinked blankly. How did the topic suddenly come back to himself? He scratched Pei Yanchu's hand back and seriously replied. I haven't changed, brother still hasn't answered my question, quickly. Pei Yanchu let out a breath of relief. He focused on staring into his eyes, the words circling his lips repeatedly, yet his ear tips had already turned pink. Song Huai, I only wish to be with you in this lifetime. I'll secure this kingdom for you, letting you laugh freely without worrying about anyone else's opinions, without fearing troubles you bring upon yourself. Whatever you want to eat, play with, wherever you want to go, I'll always be by your side. All these are yours, I am yours. Brother's future days depend on how little Dullard wants to live. He would become Su Yunqi's greatest support. Sitting dumbly on the horse, Su Yunqi watched as Pei Yanchu sincerely poured out his feelings, whispering softly. Brother, are you confessing? The corner of his eye caught sight of Pei Yanchu's reddened ears, his heart beating faster and faster, his brain completely frozen. What should he do? Things seemed to be getting a little out of control. But he wasn't worried at all, instead, he felt excited and wanted to crawl up and kiss Pei Yanchu's mouth. Wait a moment, that was a bit too licentious, he needed to be more restrained or he wouldn't be able to handle his dear husband later. Su Yunqi, what were you thinking? You have already bent the male lead, now you're not reflecting and finding solutions but rather fantasizing. Damn it, Su Yunqi, you're done. You've corrupted the world's main character, the author will surely go crazy chasing after you. No, from the beginning, he was at odds with this author, so why should he be afraid? But now what if the male lead's romance line is entirely messed up? Would he be expelled from this world? Regardless, last time he crossed over and ruined the plotline, and now tinkering with the romance line again, what could they possibly do to him? At worst, he crosses over again. As compensation to the original work, he will certainly ensure the male lead happily ascends the throne. With such an enchanting and adorable cannon fodder like him around, how could the male lead blacken again? Pei Yanchu himself said, to conquer this land and live well together. Just imagining it makes him feel so happy, he can't hold back, truly loving Pei Yanchu so much. It wasn't forced by him, it was Pei Yanchu's own words. They shared each other's hearts. Pei Yanchu waited long for a reply, and the burning passion in his chest gradually cooled like water thrown onto it. What is confession? He doesn't know. All he knows is that he was pouring out his sincerity wholeheartedly, but the other party seemed shocked by him, showing no reaction. Once the words were spoken, he couldn't make amends. Once emotions were delivered, he would never take them back. To agree or not, it was not his decision. Even if fear arose, it didn't matter, one day he would willingly give himself to him. Pei Yanchu's expression grew heavy, the most urgent task being to trick Su Yunqi back first, so he wouldn't run off. The more Su Yunqi looked at this face, the more his heart raced, unable to resist, his hand stretched out and slowly climbed onto his shoulders. Who cares about propriety, a real man should be straightforward, there's no need to wimp out. Pei Yanchu slightly lowered his eyes, evidently still lost in his thoughts, emotions unclear. Suddenly, a soft cloud passed over his lips, and his eyes widened instantly, snapping back to reality from his gloomy imaginings. How bold Su Yunqi's heart was, yet how novice his actions were. He carefully approached and touched lightly, nervous to the point where he couldn't catch his breath. What are you looking at? Don't look, haven't you seen kissing before? Yes, it's you who's kissing, so you shouldn't look either. Even though Su Yunqi's bones had gone soft, he still forcibly covered Pei Yanchu's unbelieving eyes and deliberately bit his lower lip. Naive square head, you're not going to be scared off like this, and your brother Su will still have to teach you how. He retreated half shy and completely smug, but didn't expect Pei Yanchu to suddenly exert force, pressing him forcefully onto the horse's back. His wrists were pinned above his head, his feet hanging on both sides, unable to struggle. The fiery lips before him wouldn't part, the fish leaping around in waters that weren't its own. Pei Yanchu learned everything fast. He used a hand to cover half of his face, sitting up while looking at Su Yunqi panting softly with a hint of silver glistening near his mouth corners. Lulu. Su Yunqi wanted him to let go, but unexpectedly, Pei Yanchu leaned back over him, pinching his jaw and forcing him to open his mouth again. Tell brother, who's kissing you? Su Yunqi's eyelashes were slightly moist, he had been careless and hadn't anticipated that Pei Yanchu would surpass him. You don't want to talk. Little Lulu is so bad, stealing brother's heart and not willing to take responsibility. Little deceivers must be locked away, especially ones like Lulu, disobedient and fond of provoking brother. Brother. Abu Chu brother. Pei Yanchu's tone was filled with an enticing allure, fully aware of what kind of tone would daze Su Yunqi. Say it more clearly. Tell me, what are you doing now? He pressed down on Su Yunqi, nibbling at his earlobes while pressing relentlessly, his eyes filled with a casual control. Su Yunqi was no match for him and couldn't escape. The delicate fragrance permeated straight into his nose, and he muddledly followed Pei Yenchu's deception as he spoke. I'm getting closer to brother. Lulu loves brother the most. Wants to spend forever with brother. Pei Yenchu chuckled gently, finally deciding to spare the butterfly under him who could be bullied by anyone, lifting Su Yunqi's back, pulling him into his embrace. Phew, good thing Lulu has feelings for him too, otherwise, he doesn't know what else he'd do. Song Huai, Pei Yenchu is asking you one last time, about the promises made, the words spoken, you are never to retract them. Su Yunqi's cheeks were entirely red, his lips lightly pressed by fingers as he instinctively nipped Pei Yenchu's fingertips. Would you accompany me through life and age together, without ever parting? Yes. Song Huai was willing, Su Qian was willing. Su Yunqi was willing too. Chapter 84, Wanting to Cry. Wu Zui huffed impatiently, it had been standing in this one spot for quite some time now. It seemed that the two lords on its back had no idea what they were doing, bringing it out to play and then only using it as a cushion to sit on while chatting. Such movement from Wu Zui startled Su Yunqi back into reality. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Heaven above, you. Aye. Duo, would you like to go home with me? Pei Yenchu's eyes were all for Su Yunqi. He bent down to kiss his eyes once again, embracing him in his arms and pulling the reins to turn Wu Zui around. Su Yunqi belatedly felt bashful, followed by being at a loss. Now, his relationship with Pei Yenchu seemed to have undergone a fundamental change. So how should he interact with him going forward? Probably not the same way as before, right? Who could teach him? He'd never been in love before. Another arm wrapped around his waist and Pei Yenchu abruptly lifted him up again, turning him so that he faced away from him. Duo was overthinking things again. Why think so much when you're with him? You don't need to use your brain anymore after being with him. Gee up. The speed picked up again, but Su Yunqi didn't feel afraid this time. He held on to Pei Yenchu's hand, which in turn clasped his tightly. Duo, what are you thinking about? You're not allowed to lie to your brother ever since you've decided to be with me. Su Yunqi's hair entwined around Pei Yenchu's arm, and when he looked back, he realized Pei Yenchu wasn't even watching the road, his gaze remained almost entirely on him. They kissed freely beneath the open sky. When Su Yunqi got off the horse afterward, red-faced, he nearly fell flat on his face, having sat too long and feeling as if his legs weren't his own. Carry me, brother. Why hold back with one's beloved boyfriend? He immediately reached out to Pei Yenchu, waiting to be picked up. Of course, Pei Yenchu happily obliged, bending down to scoop him up before walking off, leaving behind a group of astonished stable hands. Su Yunqi had always liked being straightforward. Now that his feelings were clear, he grew even more casual. Brother, do you not plan to have children in the future? If you really become an emperor, will you want a harem? And you won't regret it later. Try daring to date another woman while secretly setting up a harem behind your back. If you do, watch me jump into the well and force the author to rewrite this bad man. Confused by this remark, Pei Yenchu shot him a glance. His curiosity was piqued, and leaning closer, he pulled Su Yunqi back onto himself. Are you capable of bearing them? Su Yunqi's expression turned blank. All I need in my harem is you. And if you feel unoccupied, I'll even bring you to court. Su Yunqi shut his mouth immediately. Pei Yenchu roughly understood what troubled him. Irritated, he slapped him lightly and growled. Wait until you come of age before you dare to talk nonsense. If someone could threaten little Mr. Stiff like this, he'd underestimate any modern person. Cheekily straddling Pei Yenchu's lap, Su Yunqi draped his arms around his neck, affectionately brushing his nose against his cheek, humming softly. Oh. What bad thing does brother want to do to Duo, huh? Like this? Or like this? Having teased Pei Yenchu without care for the consequences, as they neared the palace gate, Su Yunqi deliberately kneed him slightly before making a break for it. Songs Hua-yi. You really skipped. As he ran, Su Yunqi made faces behind him, making Pei Yenchu both laugh and cry. You may escape the monk, but you can't avoid the temple. There will be reckoning when we return to the palace chambers. Truthfully, Su Yunqi only dared to act bold for those few seconds. Once he found himself pressed under Pei Yenchu on the bed again, fear crept into him. Brother, you promised to wait until I come of age. Brother. He'd have to wait until 20 years old. Could he possibly touch such a young, delicate flower like this now? Weren't you full of bravado just now? What about you? Where did you learn all these tricks? Pouting, Su Yunqi's lip was met by a small bite from Pei Yenchu. Whenever he wanted to kiss now, he just did. After all, Duo belonged to him. Everything about him belonged to him. Because he said he would accept everything. How delighted he was. I haven't learned anything. It's natural for men. With his experience and seniority, though weak in practice, Su Yunqi believed he still had a trick or two up his sleeve compared to Pei Yenchu. In that sense, he ended up finding himself a cute little puppy for a partner. Ah, adorable, an 18-year-old who could handle both pen and sword. What good fortune for Su Yunqi. He. Even while lost in his own musings within Pei Yanchu's arms, Su Yunqi felt the other begin toying with his clothing. I'll say. I learned it from Ling Qi. He told me, really. Sorry, Xiao Qi, you're very useful, and I'll definitely be using you again next time. You are hereby granted the title of scapegoat. Su Yunqi tried to dodge his hand, but alas, the other pressed down with force, not letting him escape. Let me see if there's any chafing. Be careful, or you might not be able to walk tomorrow. Su Yunqi couldn't figure out why the other person was so skilled at pulling down his pants. But right now, that wasn't the main issue. The problem was that he didn't want anyone to see, even his boyfriend. Of course, if resisting worked, then he wouldn't be Pei Yanchu. It felt so familiar, reminding him of childhood memories, like when his mom used to change his diapers. Pei Yanchu. Have you had enough already? Oh. Lulu, doesn't it hurt? Didn't you feel the skin breaking? Pei Yanchu's soft fingers brushed over large red patches near Su Yunqi's thigh roots, causing a slight furrow in his brow. The pinkish-white skin began heating up, gradually acquiring a rosy hue. He marveled at the blush deepening on the ivory skin in his hands and looked up to where Su Yunqi had withdrawn into himself. Lulu, you seem ripe. Pei Yanchu, I want to break up with you. What's a breakup? Su Yunqi buried his face in his sleeves, his legs still gripped by someone else. A sudden chill brushed against his inner thigh, making his whole body shiver. He hurriedly lowered his sleeve, speaking brusquely. A breakup means splitting up. Splitting up means we don't stay together anymore. Aha. Are you not afraid? Pei Yanchu knew he was throwing a tantrum, so he paid no attention to his threats and continued applying medicine. What are you being shy about? Haven't you let your brother see every inch of you? Su Yunqi froze for a moment before comprehension dawned. So what? You've been eyeing me all along. Lying there discontentedly, he regretted not realizing earlier and thought that if he had, he wouldn't have cared about formalities and could have directly run off with Pei Yanchu for a good life together. What a waste, he had worried needlessly, fearing Pei Yanchu might stray onto a wrong path, only to find out the other was already bent towards him. This wasn't deliberate, it seemed like Pei Yanchu might never have been interested in girls romantically anyway. Having oddly comforted himself once again, Su Yunqi propped himself up on his elbows, attempting to sit up. However, he hadn't anticipated that this was when the other finally started settling accounts. Ah. Pei Yanchu suddenly grabbed his calf and half lifted him, leaving his waist suspended off the bed, completely immobilized. What are you doing, brother? Fearful? Still planning on breaking up? Lulu, your brother isn't a good person. If I truly get angry, you'll end up crying. Chapter 85, Restraint. Su Yunqi swallowed hard, not daring to kick too much. That place was always covered by clothes. If he were to shake it a couple of times, the consequences would be severe, he might lose the will to live. Did you understand? It doesn't matter how you make trouble, but don't say those words again, okay? Su Yunqi smiled flatteringly. Brother, I was just joking, I'll never do it again, I wouldn't bear to be apart from you, and I'm not stupid. Pei Yanchu's eyes drifted, his ears filled with Su Yunqi's sweet talk. His palms seemed somewhat itchy. It's fine, if Dowda gets mad at him, he can just try harder to coax her. Slap. Indeed, the sensation was good, soft and tender, white and pink. He looked at the finger marks slowly surfacing on her face and tried to remain calm. Clearly, no force was applied, so why was she so delicate? Su Yunqi was already shocked speechless, as he observed the other party's expression of insatiable pleasure, screaming wildly in his mind. Mom, there's a pervert. Dowdu, can your brother pinch you again? How dare he advance inch by inch? He clearly misjudged him, he wasn't an innocent young junior, he was an awkwardly flirtatious guy. Weep weep. A dream. Pei Yanchu didn't dare move the all-over pricking little porcupine, thus Su Yunqi managed to slip away from him very smoothly, grabbing his pants and walking out. Don't follow me, take care of your own business. Angry. Big perv, only knows how to deceive pure and kind babies like me. Although Su Yunqi wasn't particularly angry, he mainly felt disheartened for being helplessly bullied like this. Xiaoqi, Chi, are you back yet? Where's Xiaojiu? Pei Yanchu himself promised, he wouldn't possibly deceive him like that, right? After Su Yunqi called twice, Ling Qi appeared first as expected. A few days hadn't passed, but he seemed different somehow, acting quite timid. Xiaoqi, what happened to you? Did Pei Yanchu punish you severely? Show me, quickly, or else my conscience won't let me rest. Su Yunqi pounced onto Ling Qi, pulling at his clothes. He saw the other one hugging himself like a meek little wife, staring at him with red eyes. They said after 3 days apart, one should reassess each other. Okay, though these words weren't used like this. With suspicion, Su Yunqi stared at Ling Qi's pitiful expression, urging him to speak quickly. Qi, come over here. Ling Ran appeared behind Su Yunqi at an opportune moment. He closely watched Ling Qi, explaining briefly. Ling Qi is feeling unwell, these days aren't convenient, young master needs anything, call me. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi became even more excited, anxiously pawing at Ling Qi. At the very least, this was his companion in adversity. If he wasn't doing well, neither would he. Young master, stop pawing at me. Wow, when did your voice change? Su Yunqi widened his eyes, circling Ling Qi, unable to believe such a grown person could still undergo a voice change, truly unbelievable. Hold on, what was this thing? He pinched Ling Qi's earlobe carefully, noticing a red mark behind it. Is your guard camp sleeping conditions so bad that you don't light something to drive away mosquitoes? Ling Qi's shoulders began trembling faintly, on the verge of tears. Alright, I won't mess with you anymore, go get some rest. I still plan to drag you out to play later. Ling Qi's lips quivered, shaking his head furiously, indicating that he absolutely didn't want to hang out with Su Yunqi anymore. Su Yunqi was speechless, waved his hand and let the other go, running off to play catching fish in the small pond. Not convinced yet. Ling Ran approached him, ambiguously pinching his jaw, checking the hidden traces under his neck. Big brother, I'm not fully recovered yet. It hurts. Why crying? The master, considering the young master's favor, handed you over to me. Be a good boy. He originally planned to give Ling Qi some time, but unfortunately, the master feared he and the young master had any inappropriate relations, leaving him only a bottle of medicine before departing. Seems like the master figured it out long ago. Only Ling Qi didn't catch on, oh, and also that little young master. No problem, they have plenty of time, if you don't want to cooperate, then until you agree. He has endured enough. Ling Ran didn't threaten him further, semi-holding the person before disappearing on the spot. Su Yunqi jogged lightly, squatting by the pool, panting heavily, scooping up the pond water and splashing it on his face. He wasn't an impulsive youth, he certainly knew what those marks represented. Good heavens, his close friend got screwed by a man. They were indeed a great match. Now wonderful, even their love story endings turned out the same. Even using his knees to think, Su Yunqi could tell who was responsible, it must have been Ling Ran. The way he looked at him was just like how Pei Yanchu stared at himself, sending shivers down his spine. Hey, Xiao Hong, he's a beast, bullying people at such a young age. Poor my Xiao Qi, falling for the wrong man. Once the brother is married, water has been thrown out, isn't that right, Xiao Jin? Daodu, what are you muttering about? Su Yunqi stumbled and almost fell into the water. Fortunately, Pei Yanchu was quick to grab the back of his collar and pulled him up halfway. Didn't I tell you to go do something meaningful? Brother, you're so clingy. Pei Yanchu used to not understand what it meant for an emperor to skip morning court, but now he successfully lives by this principle. He feels uncomfortable when he can't see Daodu and always worries that someone might take advantage of him again. Don't you want to be with your brother? Pei Yanchu slightly lowered his eyes and held Su Yunqi's hand. Alright, it's your brother being too hasty and disturbing Daodu's solitude. Su Yunqi was overjoyed inside, thinking everything before was his imagination, this was still his cute and pure puppy. Look, how good he is at begging. No, I'll stay with you, we won't be sad, okay? Daodu is really good. Pei Yanchu curved his lips slightly, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes, successfully bringing Su Yunqi back to the hall after letting him out for less than one incense stick. Brother, do you know about Ling Qi? He suddenly stopped for a moment, then continued walking with unusual demeanor. What happened? Ouch, even as the boss you didn't notice. They had an office romance, but I always feel something is off. Pei Yanchu half understood, already trying hard to grasp the strange words coming out of Su Yunqi's mouth. What's not right? And how do you know? I observed it, I'm very smart. I feel like Xiaoqi is a bit afraid of Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu doesn't seem like a good man, he bullies him. Pei Yanchu wanted to laugh, this little fool should worry about himself instead of others. Probably by the time Su Yunqi gets completely devoured from head to toe, he will still be pondering whether others are happy or not. He's always like that, careless about his own affairs, yet overly sensitive about others. Only he can playfully tease him, it's great. Ling Ran wouldn't bully him, rest assured. Huh. It might be because he found him too mischievous, so physically disciplined him for a few nights. It's fine, he knows his limits. Su Yunqi stood speechless and awkwardly on the spot. Could it be done this way? Getting bullied too much? Chapter 86, Lying Down. Pei Yanchu watched as Su Yunqi stood there like a wooden chicken, then suddenly reached out and hooked his arm around Su Yunqi's waist, pulling him close all at once. What? Does Daodu also want to give it a try? PFT. Su Yunqi's face grew hot with embarrassment and he stomped on Pei Yanchu's foot before refusing to speak further. Learning to ride a horse was just a sudden whim, he hadn't persisted for even a few days when he started slacking off. Too hot to go, too tired to bother going, too painful so that Pei Yanchu wouldn't let him go. With this pattern of 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets, his riding skills didn't improve much, but his calligraphy became increasingly better. Big brother, take a look. Don't my characters today look good? Daodu is doing very well. After Pei Yanchu finished doting on him, he leaned down and kissed him under an expectant gaze filled with hope. The little butterfly finally left contentedly, fluttering back to its place where it belonged. There's no way around it, he was just a superficial dog. Pei Yanchu wasn't bothered in the least by such behavior, selling himself for appearance. In fact, he regretted not realizing earlier about these little quirks of Su Yunqi's, otherwise he would have had free reign over him already. Autumn hunting of the imperial family, grand ceremonies were underway. Perhaps because Pei Ruzhang was feeling particularly carefree lately, the commencement of this year's hunt was more spectacular than previous years. All elite sons gathered under the emperor's carriage, lowering their eyes to dare not stare directly at the emperor, yet still hoping to get his attention. Su Yunqi didn't have that kind of concept. As Pei Yanchu's companion, tutor, he sat directly next to him in the upper seat, then quietly shrunk into the corner, spacing out. It feels like months since he's last seen his younger adoptive brother. He wondered how the little guy was doing now. It'd be best if things aren't fine, because he was really petty, those who angered him won't get to be happy. Su Qiwen had accompanied Su Chengyuan again to the border to arrange defenses, no wonder he hadn't seen him today. When could they leave already? Wasn't Pei Ruzhang done with his act yet? Let him quickly return to the tent and catch up on sleep. This early in the morning, Pei Yanchu just wouldn't stop. Sometimes he thought one outfit suited him poorly, and sometimes another too well. After being tossed and turned around so much, he wanted to throw a couple of punches at him. Miracle Worm wasn't supposed to play around this way either. In the end, after making faces full of protest, he managed to change into a green-blue curved collar-patterned robe paired with arm guards and belt accessories, stepping into a pair of thin leather boots made from deer skin. If only his expression weren't so sour, he might actually look even better, really. Pei Yanchu knew he upset him earlier that morning, but he just liked it. He wished to take the finest fabrics from miles away and give them to Dauda to cut and make clothes. He looked good in anything, but overly elegant things worried Pei Yanchu that others might like him too. Pei Yanchu poked the sulky little package beside him and picked up a strand of his hair to start braiding. Dauda taught him personally, showing him how to braid nicely. It took him a long time, until he could wind his lover's hair into his heart. Pei Ruzhang felt exceptionally smug, raising his wine glass and standing up, indicating that this power struggle, cloaked in fame and wealth, was finally about to begin. Perhaps because he'd oppressed the Prime Minister's residence for too long, he rarely released the first prince and others like this. On the surface, he said a family doesn't hold grudges overnight, during this festival, they should unite well. But in reality, he was just continuing his game of cat and mouse, enjoying his power over everything. Anyway, with Pei Yanchu present, balancing each other mutually, he just needed to toy around a bit to enjoy the show. Su Yunqi yawned as he trailed behind Pei Yanchu. Right now, all he wanted was for the two of them to stay alone inside the tent, since the official event would begin in the afternoon anyway. Brother, wait for Xiao Jin. Lao Song Huai. He hadn't had the chance to settle accounts with Song Jin, yet this person came to him voluntarily. Su Yunqi turned around and looked at his little brother, who was slowly catching his breath while clutching his chest, wondering what sort of mischief he was planning to pull now. Big brother, are you still mad at Xiao Jin? Xiao Jin truly knows his fault, please pay attention to Xiao Jin. Song Jin glanced furtively at Pei Yanchu, who was standing nearby expressionless, then cautiously approached and grabbed onto Su Yunqi's sleeve. What do you want to do? Stop pretending or I'll. Wah, big brother, please plead with father on my behalf. Xiao Jin doesn't want to get married so early. Even big brother hasn't been set yet, how could it possibly be my turn? Su Yunqi scratched his face, glancing at him and then towards a group of princesses nearby. His mind was set. When something unusual happens, there must be some trickery involved. No wonder this little white lotus sought him out actively, likely, Song Mingi had calculated sending him to marry a princess already. Song Jin's ambition surpasses the sky. Forcing him to keep away from the court and focus on taking care of the princess later on, it would truly be sentencing him to death. Moreover, Xiao Jin already has someone he likes. Su Yunqi sighed heavily, saying in a serious tone. Little brother, father is doing this for your own good. Look at you, so delicate and beautiful. No matter which princess it will be in the future, she will definitely treat you well and ensure you enjoy a lifetime of wealth and honor, aha. Song Jin was so furious that he almost spat out blood. He exerted force with his hand and pulled Su Yunqi over. Leaning close to his ear, his face looked gentle but his words were venomous. Why don't you go then? I wonder what fox-like tricks brother used to be favored by the third prince, it's truly enlightening for a younger brother. Since he knew Su Yunqi wouldn't plead on his behalf, Song Jin simply decided to tear off the mask, making sure to irritate him one last time. Why should he get everyone's favor? Song Jin didn't believe that under such provocation, Su Yunqi could still maintain his air of triumph. Su Yunqi suddenly laughed. He thought his adoptive little brother, though wicked sometimes, was actually quite cute in his own way. A not-so-smart idiot who had inadvertently triggered his laugh point. What are you laughing at? Song Jin was angry. His failed provocation turned into mockery, and now he couldn't figure Su Yunqi out at all. Laughing because you're stupid. If a person as carefree as him could really get upset from just a few sentences, then he wasn't truly a pureblood fish. He shook his sleeve indifferently, trying to shake Song Jin off. Too lazy to waste time on someone like this, he wanted to go back and continue researching his tent retreat. Ah. Brother, why must you bother? If you're unwilling to help, just say so. Resorting to violence isn't necessary. Su Yunqi stood there wide-eyed, watching Song Jin's impromptu awkward performance unfold. Back at home too, I respected you as my elder brother and never dared to rebel against you. Whether you beat me or scolded me, I endured it. But now that your status has changed, why do you still have the same nature? Won't third prince despise you? Fraud, another fraud. May there be no more frauds in the world. Su Yunqi saw through his tearful, pitiful appearance. No, the target wasn't him, it was Pei Yanchu behind him. Good strategy. So, this grand show was staged to flirt with his partner? Too brilliant, indeed impressive. Once Su Yunqi figured it out, he fell silent, lowering his gaze to glance at the white lotus half covered on the ground, playing his part perfectly. He rubbed his eyes, took 2 deep breaths, and then turned around, sat down, and lay next to Song Jin. Chapter 87, So Obedient. Come on, cry all you want, keep crying. I'll cry with you. It's not like they were just comparing how insane they could get, or who could shed more tears. Would Lord Su be afraid of your few drops of cat urine? Su Yunqi gnashed his teeth and howled, struggling with his hands and feet, occasionally aiming to kick someone hard. Song Jin was momentarily choked by a hiccup, accidentally getting kicked in the waist by Su Yunqi. Your Highness. Aren't you going to do something? Song Huai has gone mad. He couldn't keep up the act any longer, he had never encountered anyone as shameless as this. Quickly flipping over, he tried to move away from Su Yunqi. Instead, Su Yunqi grew even more unruly. This little flower was still attempting to talk to Pei Yanchu. He couldn't take it anymore. Yelling at him was fine, but trying to steal his person, he would make sure this one didn't survive. He was such a petty person, no one else was allowed to covet what belonged to him. Pei Yanchu wasn't interested in watching the 2 brothers squabble anyway. Moreover, his dear, Di Dio, seemed so upset that she could not speak, only standing there dumbly laughing. He wanted to order someone to quickly escort Song Jin out of the hunting ground and then take Di Dio back to properly comfort her, but then he saw this unusual counterattack method of his. It was simply, too unimaginable. Pei Yanchu sighed helplessly as he watched Su Yunqi gradually develop an intention to hit someone, quickly moving forward to hold him down against his chest. If the commotion got too loud, wouldn't it just go according to the wishes of his illegitimate younger brother? Third prince. Shut up. Servants, Song Jin from the Song residence repeatedly picks quarrels and provokes trouble, offending me personally. Throw him out, and don't let me see him again. Song Jin was, unconvinced, pointing at Su Yunqi trying to argue, but he saw the other suddenly changing expression, showing exasperation mixed with some tenderness as he quietly admonished the person in his arms. What's the point of arguing with him? If you're unhappy, just tell your older brother. For the people you dislike, I will make sure they will never dirty your eyes, alright? Look, your clothes are all dirty now. How about letting me change a set for you? The most arrogant are always those who feel entitled, especially Su Yunqi, who had always been genuinely favored by others deep down. Struggling, he poked his head out, looking at Song Jin who looked pale yet stubborn. Go back to the mansion, father won't neglect you. Remember this sentence, he was only gentle for this moment. The next second, Su Yunqi rudely threatened. If you dare look at my brother, the third prince again, do you dare? Believe me, I'll sneak into your room at midnight and gouge out your eyes. He is not someone you deserve to admire. Pfft, I don't care who you fancy, but third prince is a no-go. Leave now or I won't be so kind and easily let you off. He had already been very considerate and fair to Song Jin. Not only did he not oppress or retaliate against Song Jin using his authority, but also changed the expulsion order to let him return home himself, saving him a shred of dignity. If asked later by the emperor, he could just feign sickness as an excuse. Previously, he hated Song Jin quite a lot, but after reconsidering, this man was actually quite pitiable. Having ambitions higher than his status, yet no one cared about him being an illegitimate son. But Su Yunqi was not a great good guy who forgave enemies out of virtue. What he did partially was also for preserving the reputation of the Song family. If this younger brother dared to have any lowly intentions in the future, don't blame him for showing no mercy. Song Jin felt like a jumped-up clown, working so long and gaining nothing, instead attracting trouble. With thin skin, gritting his teeth, stomping his foot, he reluctantly took one last glance at Pei Yanchu before bowing and retreating. Though outward appearances were kept polished, under the shouting voice of Su Yunqi, it came across even more forced. I swear, you fucking dare to look again. Song Jin rolled his eyes and stomped away, angering Su Yunqi, who cursed a whole barrage of words. What a waste giving him face, should have taught him a lesson earlier, make him know who's boss, pissed me off big time. No way, I curse him to definitely become a prince's consort, and the princess must be the fiercest one in the palace, making him regret till he can't even cry. Damn it. Pei Yanchu almost couldn't hold on to the riled-up Su Yunqi. The main concern was that he feared tightening his grip might hurt the other person. Alright, don't be angry. Let me send someone to kill him for you, okay? Not necessary. Su Yunqi closed his mouth. After a few seconds, he directed his fire towards Pei Yenshu again. Speak, do you like ones like him? Utter a few sentences and start acting weak, shedding tears, delicate and frail looking that they'd win everyone's pity? Who? My younger brother. Pei Yenshu pressed his lips together, sighing lightly. He pinched Su Yunqi's cheeks and carefully examined his eyes. No issue at all. Why does Didio seem blind, acting like a jealous husband? Su Yunqi ground his teeth, turning his face to bite onto his finger hard. Ouch, naughty little dog, biting people. He refused to let go, speaking indistinctly in his mouth. Hurry up and say it, don't laugh at me. On their way back to the tent, Pei Yenshu suddenly pinched his nose, forcing him to open his mouth to breathe and release his grip on his finger. Big brother doesn't even know what he looks like. As he explained, he wiped his fingers with a handkerchief. Didio always thinks too highly of people. Song Jin isn't someone who keeps quiet. No matter how forgiving you are toward him, he will always find ways to harm you. Pei Yenshu looked back to ensure one of his men was guarding the door curtain before calmly unbuttoning Su Yunqi's soiled clothes. Were you having fun just now? Did you know he was intentionally trying to force you into making a bigger fuss? If this angers Pei Ruzhang, it won't end well for you. Realizing his mistake, Su Yunqi chuckled as he wrapped his arms around Pei Yenshu's. It's because Big Brother is here that I can be this unrestrained. If Big Brother weren't here, I wouldn't dare to do this, haha. Without noticing, most of Su Yunqi's clothes had been peeled off. His pale, smooth back was exposed, his hair messily cascading down from his head. Moreover, Big Brother doesn't like people like him. Big Brother only likes ones like Dijo. What kind? Excited, he wanted to hear more compliments. Pei Yenshu touched his spine, raising an amused brow and pushing the half-naked Su Yunqi onto the bed. Dumb, troublemaking beautiful rascals. What did you say? Let go, let go. Su Yunqi thought this man would say something nice, but instead, he got mocked harshly. Enraged, he pushed against Pei Yenshu, his cheeks flushing pink again. Don't move. Startled by the serious tone, Su Yunqi's wrists were immediately captured. Didio has been mischievous, biting Big Brother earlier. Big Brother needs to bite back. Seeing the blank look on the person beneath him, Pei Yenshu opened his shirt buttons, pinching deliberately. Don't move, All at once Su Yunqi's arrogance vanished, trembling pitifully like a leaf shaking in the cold wind, no longer looking remotely arrogant as he had before. Song Jin being frail and helpless. The kind of black-hearted person couldn't even pretend half as adorable as Dijo. Good boy, not even daring to open his eyes, whimpering softly. Another bite, Pei Yenshu wanted to make him cry. Chapter 88, Relaxed. The lingering heat had yet to dissipate, and the occasional trace of coolness in the air struggled to make its presence known. The atmosphere in the afternoon was not as stern as in the morning. A few people gathered in small groups, sitting on their horses' backs, comparing with each other. All this was just on the surface. The gaze of almost everyone subtly converged on the princes, accompanied by whispered private conversations. Pei Wenjing's expression was grim. He stood alone under a tree, trying to stay away from the noise. Royal brother, are you all right? They hadn't seen each other for nearly 2 months. For a moment, they could only look at each other without speaking. Seeing his hesitation and reluctance to come forward, Pei Wenjing sighed slightly, relaxed his shoulders, and beckoned to him. The person who was still hesitating instantly brightened up, eagerly rushing into his elder brother's embrace and tightly hugging him. Ao Lan, I don't want this autumn hunt to be ruined. You understand what I mean, right? Royal brother, are you still blaming me? It was just an accident last time. Mother didn't have enough hands to keep an eye on Pei Yenshu. If everything had gone according to plan back then, the one being admired now would be you. Pei Wenjing's breathing became hurried. He tried to pull away, but found that the other person was no longer the obedient younger brother who used to whine. He actually couldn't move him. I can't figure it out. Why didn't he die? He should have gone to hell with that woman who died too early rather than causing trouble here. This bastard, if it weren't for him, how could the royal brother possibly? Slap. Pei Yunlan stared in shock, covering his face, incredulously looking at the hand that was still trembling. You hit me, royal brother. Are you hitting me because of that bastard? Pei Wenjing clenched his teeth. Unable to say more than his younger brother, he wanted to touch his face but ultimately pursed his lips and retracted his hand. Pei Yunlan stayed silent with a dark face. He stubbornly and disappointingly looked at the person in front of him, suddenly grabbing his hand and forcefully pressing it against his left cheek. If you want to hit, go ahead. From now on, there is no need to care about me anymore. Everything I've done has my own reasoning. Ao Lan, you. Pei Wenjing was enraged to the core, unable to comprehend why his mother and younger brother insisted on doing so many immoral things. Struggles for power, the murky court, even after reciting countless scriptures, he could not erase the guilt in his heart. Fine, since you don't want to fight, I will do it for you. Royal brother, be realistic. If he doesn't lose, then it must be my end. There is no room for compromise. I and he are sworn enemies. Pei Yunlan laughed somewhat sickeningly. His royal brother was a gentle gentleman, but he was not. The horse was personally chosen by Pei Yanchu, so Su Yunqi felt very reassured. While maintaining his cold face, he graciously climbed onto the shorter one among the horses. Let him pretend then, those peony eyes seemed approachable, but his actions were anything but slack. Su Yunqi swore that he would never let his appearance soften his heart again. Daodu, are you really ignoring your older brother? Alright, perhaps Daodu really dislikes me. Su Yunqi still carried some satisfaction on his face. He turned his head, earnestly helping him before and after, as if those two soft sentences were not spoken by him. Hey, it's not like I'm super angry. Why does it seem like I'm bullying you? Su Yunqi kicked his waist coarsely and watched him throw a cautious glance. Goodness. How handsome he was, both charming and seductive. Little Su was completely speechless and lured back by the innocently weak Pei Yanchu once again. At the beginning when they entered the forest, he was somewhat scared. But as time went by, he started letting loose, unafraid. Most importantly, it was mainly because his good older brother was there. After all, he felt particularly safe staying by his side. Brother, just wander around nearby. According to various melodramatic scenarios, whenever they were alone, misfortune would strike 10 times out of 8. Su Yunqi was very superstitious about these novel settings. Following behind Pei Yanchu, he watched as all others gradually disappeared from sight. Pei Yanchu hadn't thought of competing for any good fortune anyway. He just wanted to take someone out to play, so naturally, he listened to Su Yunqi and willingly accompanied him, chasing small animals on the outskirts. Daodu, do you want to get up and join brother? No, I can do it myself. Su Yunqi completely relaxed. In one hand, he held a bow, and occasionally the arrow tube on his back would make crisp collision sounds. Pei Yunqi didn't force him anymore, smiling gently, watching him ride his horse around aimlessly. Hey, stop staring at me. Don't you want to help me catch a little rabbit? To the left, the third tree, beneath the grass. Su Yunqi quickly turned his head, his face tense as he focused and clumsily prepared the bow. Where? Where is it? No, did they have some kind of cheat mode on or something? Back when he used to play battle royale games with his dorm mates, they practically needed someone to point out where the enemies were. Now, he didn't even have a scope. At your left, in the flowers ahead, it jumped there. Ah. Oh, I see it, I see it. Su Yunqi realized that Pei Yunqi was much more reliable than those troublemaker friends of his who just screamed coordinates at him in panic. He drew an arrow from his back, ready to put it on the string, then suddenly paused in deep thought. Wait a second, how do you use this thing again? Why wasn't it like the children's toy he played with before? Hurry up Daodu, it's going to jump again. Pei Yanchu did this intentionally, offering no help while watching him make a fool of himself. How else could he have lured Daodu over here properly? Sure, he could have only brought one horse, but Pei Yanchu was not short-sighted like that. He wanted Su Yunqi to come into his arms willingly, eagerly, depending on him completely. In a hurry, Su Yunqi aimed the arrowhead at the rabbit's hind legs, tremblingly pulled the string, and released it while closing his eyes out of compassion. A sudden sharp pain struck his thigh, and in silence, he looked down at the arrow that had fallen to the ground. Embarrassed but holding it in, Su Yunqi remembered there was a more important thing to do before his awkwardness took over completely. And this would be enough to deflect the awkward moment. He raised his head, trying to catch Pei Yanchu's gaze, hoping to find a trace of suspicious laughter on his face. But there was none. The other man wasn't even looking at him. He was glancing casually at the sky and the ground, leaving Su Yunqi without any opportunity to accuse him. What's wrong, Daodu? You don't want to catch the little rabbit anymore. Pei Yanchu, stop pretending you don't see me. Is it funny? I can see your hair shaking, what are you laughing about? I've never been taught, so isn't it normal that I'm bad at it? You don't teach me anything yet sit there watching me embarrass myself. You're doomed. Wronged, Pei Yanchu really didn't dare to laugh. A gentle breeze passed by, slightly swaying the loose strands of hair near his temple. And you still dared to laugh. I saw it, and if you don't catch them for me today, then tonight. I won't sleep with you. Alright, Su Yunqi successfully shifted the blame and walked away carefree. Chapter 89, A Hindrance. What is awkwardness? As long as he carries enough presence, then he's in the right. The first rule of being a person, never engage in self-consumption. Of course Pei Yanchu had no way to deal with him, so she shook her head and let him do as he pleased. He didn't even use a bow, but simply drew an arrow from behind his back, using slight strength to snap off just the arrowhead. Because the distance was too close, he was afraid that using a bow would directly shoot off the legs of that little thing, which would not only be unsightly, but if it caused little Daodu to cry, it wouldn't be worth it. Su Yunqi didn't understand what was going on, he only saw the other person narrowing his eyes slightly. Then he very casually pinched the arrowhead between his fingertips and flipped his hand forward in a sudden movement. And then, that was it. Because he hit it. This wasn't even about the gap between individuals, it felt like Su Yunqi and Pei Yanchu weren't even from the same world. They were not. Pei Yanchu lifted the rabbit by its ears, placed it in the small basket, and then very courteously handed it over to Su Yunqi. Throughout this set of actions, he hadn't even realized how shocked the other party was at what he had done. Su Yunqi lowered his head to look at the trembling little rabbit. He blinked, then asked Pei Yenchu in an extremely compliant manner. Brother, if one day I do something to wrong you, will you punish me? Upon hearing this, Pei Yenchu finally realized that his previous move might have frightened him. He touched the back of his neck meaningfully with the hand that threw the arrow and squeezed it neither lightly nor heavily. I won't. No matter what mistake Daodu makes, brother will forgive you. But the condition is that Daodu can't wander around recklessly and end up in places where brother cannot find you, okay? Su Yunqi hurriedly expressed his loyalty, hung the little rabbit to the side, and turned around to hook his arms around Pei Yenchu's neck. Understood, understood. Will brother take me along or not? Although the process was a bit bumpy, it didn't stop Pei Yenchu from successfully achieving his goal. He half-hugged the person as they rode together, then supported Su Yunqi's hand, personally teaching him archery. Which direction would Daodu like to shoot? Pei Yenchu's lips grazed against his ear, occasionally brushing it lightly. Su Yunqi didn't need to put forth any effort. He only needed to form a posture because the person behind him already held his hand, preparing everything for him. There are clingers who aren't good players. All he wanted was a wonderful gaming experience. Let's look for another rabbit. I want to get someone to accompany Chi. Chi. Pei Yenchu and Song Huai. For once, instead of failing to come up with a proper name, Su Yunqi was quite satisfied, but before he could ask for compliments, the arrow unexpectedly flew out from his hand. Let's go and meet Chusher. Su Yunqi's heart jolted, and he dully tilted his head to ask something, only to discover that this angle suited Pei Yenchu perfectly. He got bitten again. Isn't it allowed? I think it sounds nice. Su Yunqi quickly turned and covered his lips. His ears grew slightly warm. Fine, yes, yes. Whatever he wants to do is fine. This unrepentant rascal could do anything anytime. Humph. Chuki has a smaller temper than Chi, always shrieking loudly, scaring Su Yunqi into quickly covering the basket with cloth to create a small space. Pei Yenchu looked down at his treasured-like expression and inexplicably regretted proposing this idea. Forget it. He couldn't possibly argue with two rabbits. There was a sudden commotion in the distance. Pei Yenchu protectively pulled the person closer, looked up, and squinted his eyes. It must be a large beast causing trouble among noble descendants, which explained why there was such a big fuss. He paid no attention to this and only wished to hold the person and go farther away to avoid being disturbed while making his beloved happy. Brother, look, I think I've learned it. Su Yunqi excitedly shouted, mimicking the action and drawing the bow, releasing the arrow, which skimmed the tree trunk and flew by. Well, you didn't see that. Haha. Saw it. Daodu is amazing, able to learn archery so fast. Even if Su Yunqi reenacted stabbing himself in the thigh with an arrow, Pei Yenchu would still praise him lavishly. Not to mention that his performance was already better than expected. Pei Yenchu felt sorry for his tender hands and decided to let him play by himself without touching the arrow anymore. Looking at Su Yunqi's palm, sure enough, the knuckles had already been reddened in large patches. Give it to me. I think I can aim more accurately. Next time, alright? Let's come out after a few days. But, given his nature, in a few days, he probably wouldn't even want to move. They stayed in a prolonged standoff until Su Yunqi even considered bribing him, promising some benefits. Suddenly, another sharp whistle rang out, and Pei Yenchu's expression drastically changed as he quickly made arrangements in just a few seconds. Daodu, stay here and wait for brother. You can do anything. Ling Yan and the others will guard you here. Brother will be back soon, so don't be afraid. Though he said that, when he rode off, he didn't forget to take all the bows and arrows with him. Su Yunqi was still somewhat caught by surprise. He shouted a few incomprehensible sounds, frowned, and then climbed onto another horse to chase after him. He was no fool to just stand there and wait, something must have definitely happened up ahead, likely something significant. The last time Pei Yenchu had spoken to him like that, he almost got dragged to a secluded corner and killed by Tang Jiqing. So, of course, this time he wouldn't let him go deal with it alone. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, but it wasn't curiosity driving him, nor was he a cat. Su Yunqi had an ominous feeling from the depths of his heart. But just as he had taken a couple steps forward, he was stopped by Ling Ran. What are you doing? If you block me again, I'll make sure you regret it. Master, the Lord told me to make you wait here. Come on, Ling Ran. Just because Pei Yenchu gave Xiao Qi to you, are you going to favor him more now? Xiao Qi was originally meant for me, you should listen to me. What act are you putting on? You're just like your lord. Watch me introduce Xiao Qi to other men every day and see how that makes you feel. How about Man Ting Fong, Bai Shui Gu, Fu Yao Yuan, I'll bring him to all of them. Do you believe me or not? Ling Ran's face turned pale and red in turns. His lips tightened as he refused to step back. The master might have a silver tongue, but the Lord's orders couldn't be disobeyed. Qing Qi. Your husband is bullying me. Ling Qi had been resting in the corner, but hearing Su Yunqi speaking on his behalf, and getting more and more into it, stirred a deep sense of, what a good buddy, inside him. In a fit of passion, Ling Qi abruptly lunged toward Ling Ran and tackled him to the ground. Hurry up, master. Don't forget what you said. Hearing this, Su Yinqi burst out laughing, spurred his horse, grabbed the reins, and ran off, leaving behind his seductive echoes in the air. Good, later I'll arrange an even better match for you. Ling Qi sat up, turning his head to look at Su Yinqi's retreating figure, when suddenly someone grabbed his arm and flipped him over onto the ground. Let me go. You really aren't scared of dying. Ling Ran gripped his neck, forcing him to lift his face. What benefit does letting him go bring to you? Afraid of being punished again? Ling Qi was afraid of him, but his stubbornness knew no bounds. He breathed heavily, struggling while lifting his gaze to the person above him, slightly raising his mouth with defiance. It's just a life, isn't it? If the Lord wants it, he can take it. It's better than being crushed under you forever. Ling Ran didn't give any importance to these empty words, knowing very well that this man swore worse insults during their intimate moments and only lay quietly in his arms after he was thoroughly exhausted. Well, sorry, but you're stuck with me for this lifetime. Chapter 90, A Pack of Wolves. A strong smell of blood lingered at the tip of Su Yinqi's nose, making him feel uneasy. He dismounted from his horse and wanted to sneak around quietly. This way, he would be less conspicuous, and in case anything went wrong, he wouldn't end up walking straight into a trap. Ahead was just a small slope. He grabbed onto some wild grass and climbed to the highest point to look around. There, beneath his eyes, were several people surrounded by wolves. Madness. How could there be wolves in the royal hunting ground? This must be some lunatic's assassination plan. Pei Yanchu realized something was amiss upon hearing the sound, or rather, it was beyond expectation. Perhaps this group had been pushed too far by himself that they directly chose to attack Pei Ruzhang instead of him. They took advantage of the group mentality, attempting to sweep Pei Ruzhang and all officials who depended on him. How? Do they really think that with the emperor dead, it's their turn to create chaos? Like cornered dogs leaping over walls, utterly foolish. He came too fast, just as Pei Ruzhang saw his silhouette emerge and got scared to the ground. Yanchu, hurry, come over here quickly. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Pei Yanchu gripped the reins tightly, his expression extremely cold as he looked down at everyone below. Apparently, there had already been a round of struggle, and many of the outermost guards were somewhat injured. They held their swords around the emperor, pretending to remain calm while standing against a pack of wolves. Pei Wenjing seemed to have been knocked out by a wolf and was being half-supported by Pei Yunlan, both standing pale behind the guards. As the wolves approached step by step, the guards at the hunting grounds still did not arrive. Pei Yanchu had hesitated in his mind. He even thought about going along with the scheme and waiting for the wolves to kill before finishing off those obstructing his path. But he worried there might be deceit involved. If he made one wrong move, he would inevitably meet an irrevocable fate. He couldn't guarantee that he'd succeed, and he didn't want to put Su Yunqi at risk. He feared that his misjudgment would lead to him having to stay hidden outside seeking another opportunity later. Most importantly, he didn't want Li Di to suffer with him. Compared to taking risks, Pei Yanchu preferred to follow the original plan and walk down that road. At least it would be more stable. Pei Yunlan remained hidden in the dark, his fingers flashing with a silver light. He suddenly looked up and smiled at Pei Yanchu, and when he came back to his senses, the thing was already flying rapidly toward the pack of wolves. In an instant, chaos erupted as wolves jumped forward toward the sword blades, biting fiercely with their teeth tearing skin and flesh alike. Court officials and young men from noble families who originally intended to stand in front of the emperor to show their presence, forgot all about fame and fortune, scrambling to escape in all directions. Pei Ruzhang knew no martial arts. Terrified, he clung to his horse, shouting repeatedly for protection. Pei Yunlan handed over his brother, whom he had knocked unconscious, to the prearranged person, then picked up a guard's sword and ran towards the emperor. Father Emperor, come quickly, be careful not to let the horse get startled and injure you. Pei Ruzhang was completely lost, he only wanted to survive and followed his words to flee toward him. However, just at this moment, the head wolf launched an attack, knowing well the status of this person, jumping over the crowd and lunging at him. Pei Yanchu cursed under his breath. Without time to think in such a situation, he swiftly pulled the long bow and shot an arrow. Then he galloped off his horse, leaning sideways to grab the bloody long sword off the ground and rushed into the circle of wolves. He could not leave Pei Ruzhang in the hands of that madman. Who knows if he would take advantage of the chaos to kill the emperor once and for all. The smell of blood grew heavier, driving the wolf pack mad with killing intent, clustering together to try to force down the people on the horses. More than half of the palace guards were killed or wounded, leaving Pei Yanchu trapped and unable to move. He initially planned to bring Pei Ruzhang closer to him, but this pack of wolves, as if willing to die, charged towards the horse neck despite the swords. Pei Yanchu pushed hard with the tips of his feet, jumping off the horse while turning around and stabbing the nearest wolf with his sword. The wolf's blood splattered on his face, streaming down from his eye corners, staining his entire shirt red. These beasts are inherently highly united creatures. Upon seeing their companion killed, each and every one of them began coordinating and leaped towards him. Pei Yunlan wielded his sword, guarding in front of the emperor. He protected the emperor, hiding him in a relatively safe place. Despite the heavy reassurance in his words, his face wore a smirk of someone who had everything under control. If Pei Yenchu was bitten to death by the wolves, then Pei Rujian would also have to die. But if by some luck, he could kill all the wild beasts single-handedly, then his position protecting the emperor would earn him merit. Either way, he had multiple options to retreat. He absolutely did not believe this lowborn could exterminate mountain bandits, he surely had private bodyguards operating secretly behind him. He simply stood there watching, observing whether he would expose himself in order to save his life, and at that time, even if he survived, he wouldn't be free of the crime of keeping a private army. There were already 3 or 4 dead wolves at Pei Yenchu's feet. He stepped back, only to hear Pei Rujian shamelessly shouting. Yenchu, Father Emperor trusts you can do it, hurry up and kill. Don't come over here, don't attract the wolves. He grabbed onto Pei Yunlan's arm, cowering and not daring to let him go out to help, fearing he would be left without protection. These gluttons, they couldn't even fight off a few wolves. Even with reinforcements outside, are they all dead? Why haven't they arrived yet? Pei Yenchu finally realized what Pei Yunlan had been planning. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, his fists clenched so hard they cracked audibly. At first, he spared him for Su Yunqi's sake, but now it seemed that the other party truly wished to die. Propping himself on his sword, his feet sank into deep mud, then he spun around and kicked the wolf in its belly, forcing himself up to stab at the wolf's throat. Pei Yenchu could no longer distinguish whether the blood on his body was his own. He breathed heavily, watching the remaining wolves become increasingly wary. It had almost been an hour and he was barely holding on by himself. The guards died tragically, having to protect others while swinging their swords, all the while guarding against officials who pushed them forward to die. After seeing the situation, Su Yunqi decisively set out to find reinforcements. He wasn't someone love-struck losing common sense, below, it was such chaos. If he recklessly went down there, he wouldn't be able to help much. It was better to focus on what actually needed doing. Ling Qi and the others definitely couldn't be called, he could only find the emperor's people for help. Su Yunqi deeply regretted not studying horse riding properly back then. Now, at high speed, he struggled to maintain control. But he had no choice, Pei Yenchu was still down there, and even if his legs broke from the ride, he had to help him. He really didn't understand, was there no one sent to warn others? Why was there absolutely no sound along the way? Suddenly, he thought he caught a glimpse of black armor. He immediately pulled the reins tightly, squeezing his thighs against the horse's sides, his palms quickly grinding until bloody. Ignoring this, he looked in the direction, only to find a dead guard whose throat had been slit. A chill rose on his back. The news had obviously been intentionally intercepted here, which is why reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. Are they all mad? Do they intend to seize power and declare themselves emperor tonight? Su Yunqi gnashed his teeth, furious. He could waste no more time, it seemed this matter was more complicated than expected. He had never imagined this road could be so long, far enough for him to taste blood rising in his throat. It felt like running 1,000 meters to the point where collapse seemed imminent. Finally, he reached a clearing, and the patrolling guards at the encampment stopped upon hearing him approach, mistaking him for some young nobleman who had left early. They approached to take his horse. Chapter 91, Shatter. Su Yunqi's face was filled with anxiety. He shouted at the guards, quickly summarized the situation, and demanded that they follow him. Hurry up. What use is there in staying here? Be careful, once the emperor is rescued, the first ones he'll order to be executed will be all of you slowpokes. As soon as he finished speaking, the troops that were just hesitating jumped on their horses and rushed into the deep forest following Su Yunqi. The blood from his palm slowly soaked into the reins. His mind only focused on saving Pei Yenchu, causing his speed to temporarily surpass all the guards. Su Yunqi didn't stop. After leaping down a hill, he strained to rein in his horse, pulling his body backward, leaving a sharp arc drawn by his long hair in the air. But when he looked up, his eyes were wide with fury. Pei Yenchu was almost out of strength. He gasped for breath and suddenly roared, forbidding anyone from approaching. Everyone thought he was warning them, but what he had actually done was noticing the movements of the hidden guards and urgently issuing an order. It seemed like they didn't want to easily dispose of Pei Yenchu. Therefore, they kept lunging at him in turns, wanting to gradually drain his energy. Wolves are united, but wolves are even vengeful. Pei Yenchu's arrow failed to kill the lead wolf, leading to their current revenge being greater than their killing intent. They wanted to torment him slowly. Life was in his own hands. Even if he couldn't hold on anymore, he must grit his teeth and persist. He had no one to rely on but himself, so he had to fight his way out step by step. In the palace, in the court, in the marketplaces and martial world, weren't these places where he had fought hard enough? These useless fools also lacked brains, while he held off all dangers alone, none thought of hurrying to find reinforcements. If he died, then these people wouldn't live either. No, he couldn't die. What would happen to Su Yunqi if he died? This easily soft-hearted, clumsy little deity, would he be demoted because of Pei Yenchu's failure and sent back down to earth? And what if he reincarnated into a poor family? Moreover, he'd lose the chance to protect him ever again. Besides, it seemed like he could live a very long time, what if one day he forgot about him? Pei Yenchu's heart was overwhelmed with despair. Perhaps due to losing too much blood, his thoughts were wandering. The claw marks on his back were deep enough to expose his bones, with streams of blood flowing along his sword wounds. The remaining wolves, seeing that he was grievously injured and posed no further threat, began to retreat slowly. The pack leader whose front leg he had pierced earlier came closer. Pei Yenchu let out a faint laugh. He slightly lifted his heavy eyelids and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. You cursed beast, taking yourself so seriously as king. He vowed to skin your pelt today and use it as a carpet for Su Yunqi. Su Yunqi knew nothing about all this. In his view, all he could see was a wolf suddenly pouncing on Pei Yenchu's shoulder and neck. With a shattered heart, Su Yunqi slid off the horse, trembling as he picked up a fallen bow and arrow. His hands couldn't shake, this time he had to hit the mark, he had to. Please, please. If Pei Yenchu dies, then he won't survive either. Without him, he didn't want to live at all. The string cut into his knuckles as he strained all his strength to draw the bow fully. Narrowing his eyes, he aligned it with the wolf's head, yet ultimately intentionally veered the arrow towards its neck. Suppressing his unease, Su Yunqi released the arrow, accompanied by a rush of warm blood through his fingers. Pei Yenchu, if you dare to die before me, I will dance on your grave, wildly dance, and bring loads of men with me. Perhaps he was hallucinating, because he somehow heard Su Yunqi's voice. It was true, as one approaches death, you see those you most wish to see. However, it was still as annoying as ever. This troublemaking Su Yunqi never knew how to filter her words. Pei Yenchu coughed up bloody sputum and fell flat on his back, punching weakly at the ground. Suddenly, he felt a warmth at his neck. The wolf biting onto his shoulder ceased applying pressure, as though something had drained it of life, sliding to the side. Amidst his confusion, he touched the arrow embedded in the wolf's head and looked vaguely in the direction from where it came. He saw Su Yunqi close his mouth, flinging aside the bow and snatching a sword from a guard, desperately rushing toward him. Reinforcements have arrived, Su Yunqi was racing forward to meet him. She who usually gets scared so easily, seeing a centipede in the courtyard could make her scream, now appeared unafraid of anything, hugging him and wielding a sword to try to protect him. So this is how it feels when someone is anxious about you. Originally, he too could be protected by someone, could reveal some of his exhausted softness. Would a kind God pity such a rotten person as him? Would they cry and sympathize with him? They should do so. New paragraph starts here. At this moment, Pei Yenchu couldn't help but feel grateful for such feelings. He decided silently that no matter what happened, he would survive. Not only for himself but also for the one who cared so deeply for him. With the leader dead, the rest were easily dealt with. Dozens of guards surrounded the remaining wolves, and in no time, a pile of wolf carcasses lay scattered in the distance. Then, everyone knelt before Pei Ruzhong to beg for forgiveness. With the threat gone, everyone sprang into action as if their strings had been suddenly wound up, crowding around the emperor and flattering him with all kinds of pleasantries. Pei Ruzhong finally remembered to uphold his imperial dignity. He forced himself to endure the revulsion and stabbed at the already lifeless wolf corpses with his sword. You despicable beasts. Someone, find out who's responsible. Kneeling together, no one dared mention their earlier panic, instead, they all cried out, long live the emperor. Where's Yenchu? He deserves credit for saving me. Quickly call for the royal physician, if they can't treat the third prince, none of you will live. Pei Ruzhong dropped his sword, and immediately someone handed him a handkerchief. He vigorously wiped away the sticky blood from his hands, snorted coldly, then led his entourage away in great pomp. Su Yunqi sat with someone in the carriage, his eyes red-rimmed as he wiped the blood off Pei Yenchu's face, only to realize that the more he wiped, the dirtier it became. Of course, he'd forgotten his own hand was bleeding too. The forceful pull of the bowstring nearly tore off his fingernails. Pei Yenchu hadn't yet passed out completely. He coughed twice and opened his mouth as if wanting to say something. Shut up. We'll talk when you're better. Cough. Su Yunqi placed his hand over Pei Yenchu's mouth, not caring about the mess, just wanting him to lie still. A fire burned within him, but he didn't know whom to direct it at. Now that he had calmed down, he felt an even stronger urge to kill. Pei Yenchu smelled the heavy scent of blood and strained to lift his eyelids, trying to look down at Su Yunqi's hand. Slap. This time, even his eyelids were held shut. Su Yunqi had both hands pressing against his face, allowing only a narrow slit for breathing. It wasn't until they got off the carriage that he let go and handed Pei Yenchu to the doctor. Standing outside the tent alone, Su Yunqi wanted to enter but didn't dare. He feared that seeing Pei Yenchu's injuries would make him burst into tears, which would be embarrassing and hinder Pei Yenchu's recovery. Master, the third prince insists on seeing you. Why don't you come in? Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi instantly threw back the curtain and rushed inside. It must be because he's afraid and wants to see me urgently. I need to control my emotions, stay gentle, and comfort Pei Yenchu while treating his wounds. He should have the most considerate boyfriend. Su Yunqi muttered to himself, fumbling as he rushed to Pei Yenchu's bedside. But when he looked closely, he couldn't find any unharmed flesh. Wah heh. Screw staying calm, who could keep it together when faced with this? Almost every part of his body was covered in injuries, and Su Yunqi didn't even dare touch him, fearing he might shatter the man. Chapter 92 Fragile Skin. Pei Yanchu, don't die, woo, if you really die, I won't live either, woo. Cough. Woo. From both practical and emotional perspectives, Su Yunqi would indeed be unable to survive alone if he lost Pei Yanchu. As he sobbed pitifully, the court physicians surrounding him all stood awkwardly nearby, unsure of what to do. Stupid Daodu, stop crying. Pei Yanchu was utterly exhausted. He slightly turned his head, trying to muster some strength to comfort Su Yunqi. Even though Pei Yanchu was still breathing, the ruckus around made it seem as if he were about to pass away momentarily. Oh, I'll stop crying, I won't cry. Big brother, why did you ask me to come in? I can't help at all, I only make noise. Hurry up and let the doctors treat your injuries, Wu Yingying. He remembered that Pei Yanchu didn't want him to cry, so he hurriedly covered his mouth and nose with his hand. But he couldn't hold back his sobs completely, emitting a few pitiful sounds despite himself. Come over here. Hearing this, Su Yunqi immediately pounced back. He clutched the edge of the bed with both hands and placed his face on it, staring unwaveringly at Pei Yanchu's side profile. Big brother, speak quickly. Once you're done, rest. Don't worry, Daodu will stay by your side. What does Bengdi mean? Su Yunqi's expression changed. He looked somewhat exasperated as he retracted his extremely concerned expression. It annoyed him that Pei Yanchu had the leisure to ask such questions. Apparently, he wasn't in enough pain yet, truly infuriating. You guys go ahead and treat him. I won't bother you. If he keeps yelling, just ignore it. Su Yunqi stood up, clapped his hands demonstratively in front of everyone before walking out while murmuring under his breath. If you want to know, fine. You can ask after you get better, humph. After pulling aside the curtain and wandering around for a bit, he eventually chose to grab a chair from inside the tent. He casually threw it to the side of the curtain and sat down firmly, guarding the entrance vigilantly. Just watch who dares disturb Pei Yanchu while he's getting treated. How did you come out? Didn't we agree you wouldn't call me anymore? Su Yunqi glared at the physician in front of him, urging him to go back inside. Master, His Highness sent me to check on your injuries first. He said if you refuse treatment, then he also refuses treatment. What nonsense is this? What the heck? This idiot. He clearly doesn't understand priorities, this lovesick brain of his deserves a good lesson. Master, His Highness also insists on personally supervising the application of your medicine. Su Yunqi fell silent for a moment. Then, under the nervous gaze of the physician, he waved his hand dismissively and crossed his legs tightly. Fake nonchalance, his facial expressions weren't exactly relaxed. This little trick certainly didn't fool the experienced doctor. So in the next second, Su Yunqi found himself bundled together with the chair and delivered into the tent. The tent was filled with an unpleasant smell of bitter medicine, barely covering the lingering bloodstains. Su Yunqi dry-heaved a few times but appeared unfazed as he settled onto a low couch nearby. Although seemingly casual, his eyes had been glued onto Pei Yanchu since the moment he entered the tent. Ah, so you lied to me too, saying you wouldn't get treated. And now look who's wrapped up like a mummy. Su Yunqi smirked with disdain, and then he was surrounded by doctors whose gazes seemed overly intense. Little Su felt flustered and dared not pretend further. Dry, what for? Master, please don't be afraid. Your humble servant has practiced medicine for 30 years, curing countless ailments. Could you extend your hands for me, please? Su Yunqi's scalp tingled, unnerved by their babying tone. A group of elderly doctors gazed at him with apparent kindness. Unable to bear their looks, he intentionally turned his back to Pei Yanchu and slowly stretched out his hands. Mainly because his skin is fragile, though truthfully, his injuries weren't that serious. It's just that his 10 fingers have been trembling and he hasn't dared straighten them until now. Oh my, poor master. The young master is truly brave, enduring silently like this. Naturally so. The string of tension within him hadn't slackened, leaving his hands long numb. Yes. One of the doctors responded while loudly describing the situation without seeming to care. Look at these abrasions, severe palm injuries laced with gravel, damage varying across the 10 fingers, 2 fingers particularly damaged. The right index finger. At this point, Su Yunqi realized everything must have been arranged by Pei Yanchu. It was unclear what rewards or promises he'd offered these people to make them follow orders so faithfully. Through gritted teeth, Su Yunqi glared at the doctor, menace lacing his voice. Just treat me already. Try uttering another unnecessary word. He wanted to spare Pei Yanchu from worrying about him. Instead of dwelling on this, he'd rather empty his mind and sleep. Daodu, let him say his piece. Be a good boy, okay? Su Yunqi deflated, turning his head away and no longer looking at Pei Yanchu, his expression listless. He was just a little embarrassed, after all. He felt that he hadn't been of much help and had only sustained minor injuries, so there was no need to show off in front of Pei Yanchu. Now the real patient was worrying about him instead, making him seem very immature. He originally planned to wait until Pei Yanchu was settled before finding somewhere to slowly tend to his own injuries. He hadn't even thought about taking credit or seeking sympathy for such trivial matters. Although he liked to act up for fun on normal days, this situation was different. If Pei Yanchu knew it was because of him that Su Yunqi ended up like this, that stubborn donkey might lose control. He couldn't bear seeing Pei Yanchu blame himself. He knew Pei Yanchu preferred to shoulder everything himself, replaying incidents over and over whenever anything went wrong. Would you like to come here, to brother? Seeing that Su Yunqi remained motionless, Pei Yanchu suddenly looked down and coughed twice, then gazed at him with weakness and anticipation, frightening the reclusive boy who was trying to play dumb. Su Yunqi silently moved closer, squatting by his side wanting to take the medicine, but afraid that he might not hold it steady. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he withdrew his hand and then grinned at Pei Yanchu. Big brother, are you afraid of bitterness? Do you need Dowda to feed you? Pei Yanchu didn't respond, his left shoulder had been pierced by a wolf's fangs, leaving it immovable after being bandaged. He stared at Su Yunqi's face, wanting to wipe away the remaining wolf blood on his cheek. What are you looking at? I'm not going anywhere. Pei Yanchu laughed at him, slightly raising the corner of his mouth, and began teasing. How could you not run? Dowda is so amazing, saving Big Brother once again. Dowda not only found reinforcements quickly but also shot arrows so accurately. What would Big Brother do without Dowda? Actually, it wasn't that accurate. Initially, he aimed for the wolf's neck, haha. Blushing easily, Su Yunqi reflexively wanted to scratch his head, but paused as a jolt ran through his heart, hastily putting his hand down. So, since Dowda is so brave, can you endure a bit more? It will be over soon, alright? Pei Yanchu glanced toward the court physician nearby, signaling him to approach. Enough already, pretending for so long was useless. Ultimately, Pei Yanchu saw right through him. Yes, he was just scared of pain and wanted to delay things, giving himself time to mentally prepare. As soon as he thought about them using needles to pick out the sand from his hands, he felt as if King Yama was beckoning him. Chapter 93, Tension. Su Yunqi still wanted to struggle, suggesting moving to another empty tent. However, Pei Yanchu directly rejected the idea. Fine, with wolves in front and tigers behind, Su Yunqi felt he had no choice but to nervously place his trembling hands on the soft cushion prepared beside him. Why did everyone have to watch him make a fool of himself? With so many eyes on him, how could he not feel tense? Pei Yanchu, the big oaf, also insisted that Su Yunqi sit by the bed and not run away. Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for himself? Sitting there, Su Yunqi kept pulling his hand back whenever the needle came near, repeating this behavior several times, much to the frustration of the court physician who sighed repeatedly. Master, please do not move. All right. Just as the needle tip touched his palm, Su Yunqi's shoulders twitched and he quickly pulled his hand back into his own arms. Perhaps later. I still think Third Prince's wound is more serious. Have you finished treating him? The medicine, has he taken it yet? Diao. Su Yunqi squeezed out an awkward smile, then heard Pei Yanchu order everyone else to leave, leaving only Dr. Wen behind. Brother. Either I will let Beichen hold you down, or you behave properly yourself. Hey, Pei Yanchu, I'm already in such a pitiful state, and you're threatening me further? Su Yunqi was like a lit firecracker, exploding with indignation at every turn. His anger flared, resisting the situation, only to be swiftly calmed by two sentences from the other. Yes, it's all brother's fault. All because of brother, who failed to take care of Jiao well, causing him injury now that we cannot even treat properly. Cough. Su Yunqi became speechless. Timidly, he glanced at Pei Yanchu's expression and found a look filled with self-blame and despair. Dr. Wen shrank his neck, unwilling to speak. He pretended he hadn't overheard anything, knowing the less he said, the longer he'd survive. He noticed the glance Pei Yanchu gave him, so hurriedly picked up the teacup prepared on the table. Never mind, coughing to death seems preferable if I don't drink it. Brother. Unable to endure Pei Yanchu's manner anymore, Su Yunqi eagerly leaned forward, moving most of his body to the edge of the bed in an attempt to act cute and cuddle. Brother. Alright, it just feels a little hot. Pei Yanchu took the cup from Dr. Wen, turned his head slightly and gave a bitter smile. Focusing entirely on his psychological well-being, Su Yunqi didn't hesitate and took a small sip through Pei Yanchu's hand to test the temperature. Not hot at all, the temperature was perfect, it was just a bit bitter. Why does the water taste bitter? That's a good question. Mom, I think I see stars. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Su Yunqi's consciousness swayed fuzzily. With a pada, he slumped sideways onto Pei Yanchu's side, completely losing consciousness. Pei Yanchu blinked, then slowly lifted his right hand which could still move. Carefully, he pinched open Su Yunqi's lips, letting Dr. Wen pour the remaining sedative inside. He feared that the drug would wear off too soon, waking Su Yunqi midway. Your Highness, aren't you afraid Master will be angry after he wakes up? What am I scared of? This is the medicine given by Dr. Wen, what does it have to do with me? Dr. Wen couldn't think of any words to respond, so he crouched down and helped Su Yunqi remove his shoes. With gritted teeth, he endured Pei Yanchu's murderous gaze as he gently carried the innocent young master and laid him carefully on the bed, adjusting his position. Be gentle. His heart is timid, and he fears pain. You'd better finish before he wakes. Your Highness, the dosage is enough to make him sleep for 2 days. So what? Hurry up. Dr. Wen said nothing more, bowing his head and carefully dealing with the wound. For a while, the tent remained silent except for the sound of fabric rubbing against fabric. Ah. Su Yunqi couldn't wake up. Though he mumbled a few meaningless syllables, he couldn't even manage to turn his head. Pei Yanchu knew how much pain Su Yunqi was in. With great difficulty, he shifted his gaze from the bloody palm to find tears already welling up in the corner of Su Yunqi's eyes. Good boy, Jiao Jiao doesn't cry. His throat tightened, but he hummed the childhood lullaby etched in his memory nonetheless. Don't worry, Jiao Jiao sleeps, Jiao Jiao rests. There won't be tears in dreams, and I'll always be there, waiting by your side forever. He closed his eyes, and immediately saw Su Yunqi running towards him. What should he do? It seemed he was getting a bit obsessed. He wished he could cut himself into countless pieces, personally feeding them to Jiao Jiao to eat. Then they could be together forever, him in Jiao Jiao, and Jiao Jiao in him. He liked Su Yunqi so much that, whenever he saw the latter crying, he wanted to stab himself just to join in the sorrow. He was beyond saving, truly beyond saving. How could such an adorable and perfect little deity possibly belong to him? Not only would this little deity cry wholeheartedly in his arms, but he would also gather all his courage just to save one life. A celestial being had descended from the heavens straight into his heart. Then there's no need for it to go back up, stay here and accompany him for a lifetime. After he died, he'd issue an edict imprisoning Di Jiao Jiao inside the imperial mausoleum, chaining him with talismans inscribed on every chain. Then he'd leave behind an imperial decree demanding that future generations take good care of him, otherwise, they'd be struck by lightning and meet a bad end. Finally, after he ascended, he'd be buried beside him once more. No talk about reincarnation, not even a thought of it. He wouldn't let go, not even in death. Jiao Jiao could only belong to him, he came for him but never revealed why he left. But it didn't matter, none of this mattered. He wouldn't give him the chance to leave. Su Yunqi probably hadn't dreamed of what his act of heroically rescuing beauty would lead to, deviating sharply from any true love or redemption story, instead veering towards something indescribable. What are you doing? Dr. Wen sweat profusely, tremblingly looking at Prince Pei Yanchu whose expression alternated between peace and distortion. Your Highness, Master Su's side of his thigh may also be injured. I need to check. Pei Yanchu's face turned cold as he stared at Dr. Wen's stiff movements until the other suddenly frowned. He slightly sat upright, tilting his head confusedly toward Su Yunqi's thigh. There they saw that the inner side of both legs were bruised and bloodied. This shockingly unnoticed detail meant almost half of his pants were soaked in blood. Now, because the blood was partially dried, the dirty clothes clung to Su Yunqi's wounds, making it hard to separate them. Though Pei Yanchu's own injuries were grave, he had long grown accustomed to such pain, deeming survival itself as a stroke of luck. Only Su Yunqi grieved over his condition. He couldn't bear to imagine how long or how fast his little liar must have ridden to get hurt this badly. Little trickster, always so tough. In the past, just a scrape would make him hide in his arms sobbing softly, yet now, he tried his best to conceal the wound from him. What could he offer in return for such sincere affection? Nothing seemed worthy. After all, a filthy soul can never match the pure and innocent nature of such kindness. Whether Dr. Wen would be scared out of his wits wasn't important to Pei Yanchu. He cradled Su Yunqi, bending down to press a kiss to his temple. Continuing, his lips gently moved downward, brushing against the corners of his eyes, then the tip of his nose. He deliberately bypassed Su Yunqi's lips and instead cautiously lifted his wrist, tenderly touching his hand back. Love makes one strong. But love also breeds self-loathing. Chapter 94, Domination. Su Yunqi had a very long dream. He dreamed that someone was holding him and whispering softly in his ear. But as soon as he relaxed, the person suddenly changed their mind and took a needle to pierce his legs harshly. Damn, this was like a real-life Grandma Rong, hiding knives in her smiles, go out of my dream already. Pei Yanchu originally thought he would wake up after sleeping for 2 days, but Su Yunqi didn't start whimpering until he had lain there for 3 days and 3 nights. Dayuri. Dayuri. It seemed he wasn't fully awake yet. Taking advantage of the situation, Pei Yanchu applied the remaining medicine, then neatly wrapped it with gauze. He also feared that Su Yunqi might unconsciously scratch the wounds, so he held both his wrists, only letting go once everything was done. What Su Yunqi saw upon opening his eyes was an enlarged handsome face. His consciousness wavered for a while before regaining its clarity. To be precise, he was forcibly awakened by the bitterness left in his mouth. Trying to speak, Su Yunqi started to choke and cough uncontrollably, his shoulders trembling. Pei Yanchu immediately grabbed the teacup from beside the bed, but in the next moment, it was knocked over to the ground. Su Yunqi had just recalled everything that happened. He was extremely upset now, deliberately ignoring the slightly stunned man beside him. You actually prefer sitting here idly instead of asking why I'm angry? The hot-headed little bombshell waited and waited, expecting to be consoled, assuming it was due to his own extreme behavior earlier. He quickly turned around to check the other's expression, still holding the upper hand even in his words. Pei Yanchu, worried about his throat, quickly exchanged the cup, carefully feeding him while indulging according to his mood. Dayuti, what's wrong? Don't be mad, alright? Tell brother will change if he's wrong. Baby Dayuti, don't be angry, huh? Waking up to find an 18 decimeter tall handsome man half naked beside you, not only providing tea and water, but also gently soothing you with soft whispers, who could resist? Su Yunchi forced down the upward curl of his lips, judging by his attitude of repentance, he could forgive him just a little bit. You tricked me, you intentionally gave me sedatives. Pei Yanchu lightly said, oh, then looked at the pouting little grudge holder with a smirk on his face, and poked his cheek. But that was indeed prescribed by the royal physician for brother to drink. It's just that Dayuti was too fast back then, and brother didn't have time to stop you. Su Yunchi fell silent. After the silence came self-isolation. And after self-isolation came endless embarrassment. Maybe what Pei Yanchu said was right, it did seem like physician Wen gave it to him at that time. It was himself who insisted on offering help and tried a sip. Then what had he been doing just now? Had he irrationally gotten mad at his boyfriend? Oh no, he really went too far, people were sincerely serving him, and yet as soon as he woke up, all he did was glare. Su Yunchi, you're truly terrible. Wah. Ha ha ha. Brother, I know brother won't care about your baby, right? Brother. When Su Yunchi wanted to embrace him, he realized that his injuries had already been properly treated. He waved his hands, which were wrapped like dumplings, finding it a bit amusing. After all, he just had superficial injuries. Although they looked terrifying, they would heal within a few days. Don't move around. Suddenly came a somewhat stern warning from above. Su Yunchi didn't take it seriously, but in the next moment, his wrists were bound to the head of the bed with excess silk. I won't move, I promise I won't cause trouble, please don't tie me, humph. Resistance naturally proved futile. Pei Yanchu turned around and ordered someone to bring in the preheated yam and millet porridge. A petal-shaped wooden spoon rested on the red lips intentionally puckered out of defiance, slightly rubbing against it, trying to coax the picky eater into opening his mouth. You try first, Su Yunchi chewed, to let me go, Su Yunchi swallowed. Hurry up, otherwise. He bit the spoon that managed to sneak in, not letting go, merely looking at the other with a challenging gaze. Thinking himself to be imposing, in Pei Yanchu's eyes, it was another scene altogether. He glanced down at the bound Su Yunchi, seeing how he was unable to resist and could only be under his control. He was like a pitiable yet adorable little creature, only biting the spoon, making insignificant tricks on purpose to express his dissatisfaction. His eyes bulged beautifully, round and plump, coquettish yet proud. Pei Yanchu's eyes grew dark, once again slowly pulling out the spoon. Humph. Although Su Yunchi's speech was unclear, it didn't prevent him from showing his teeth. His lips were distinct, and he struggled helplessly with both hands, attempting to kick the person near him. But that was all there was to it. Because his legs were also tied by this mysterious-looking bad egg at the foot of the bed, one on each side. Su Yunchi's face was numb, as the other party not only showed no remorse but even deliberately lifted the blanket, admiring his helpless appearance with satisfaction. Mama, it seems like there's a weirdo here. Now, he didn't dare to make another fuss, fearing that Pei Yanchu might come up with something even worse. He lowered his head and obediently swallowed the porridge. It was interesting when Su Yunchi ate. Probably because of his small mouth, his right cheek always swelled slightly, again and again. Pei Yanchu was oddly excited, without any particular reason. His fingers slightly trembled, his heartbeat quickening. As the porridge in the bowl gradually lessened, a sense of disappointment inexplicably arose within him. Brother, I'm full. Su Yunchi tightened his lips and turned his face away, trying to escape from the evil spoon. He swore he never wanted to see it again in his life. Didi doesn't have enough yet, Didi should open his mouth obediently, alright? Right now, he didn't want to be obedient at all. All he wanted was to be angry. Su Yunchi refused to move, when he was stubborn, nothing anyone said would change his mind. He vaguely felt something was wrong, as if Pei Yanchu wasn't as mild-mannered as he appeared. Sometimes he just couldn't understand what he was thinking, always finding the look in his eyes strange, unlike how easily understandable he was in childhood. Didi isn't being good. Oh. Didi signed an agreement to listen to brother. Su Yunchi's expression immediately twisted. He looked deeply discontent, grinding his teeth as he swallowed the last spoonful. Satisfied, Pei Yanchu put down the things. He bent down to kiss him but was rejected once more. Won't let brother kiss you. But brother wants to. Just because you want to doesn't mean you can. Pei Yanchu said nothing, reaching out to pull at his collar. Su Yunchi was completely unable to move, suddenly feeling an urge to cry. He didn't know why he wanted to cry, just feeling incredibly wronged. He disliked this situation entirely. Pei Yanchu was still lost in his own world. He had long wanted to do this but had held back, afraid of scaring Su Yunchi. Now that he had this rare opportunity, he merely wanted to take good care of Didi. Even if he went a little too far, it should be fine, right? So adorable, in the future, no matter what he wanted to do, he could do it for him. Chapter 95, Protection. Pei Yanchu gently caressed the clavicle of the person beneath him, feeling the skin tremble slightly under his fingertips. He was completely consumed by his own emotions, and without hesitation, he leaned down, wanting to leave some mark that belonged to him. Su Yunqi's usual cries were somewhat performative, but when he was truly upset, he remained silent. With red eyes, he looked at the man who forcibly pinned him down, his nose tingling and his eyelashes gradually moistening. Pei Yanchu, can you let me go? I don't like it this way, I'll be afraid. Pei Yanchu hesitated. He stopped the fingers that were still caressing and looked up at the little butterfly who seemed on the verge of tears. Does Dauda look very sad? Why would he be afraid? Is he afraid of me? Oh no, it's because I got carried away, neglecting to put on the look I should have in front of him. I cannot scare the little butterfly. It took a lot of effort to get him here, and if I scare him away and bring him back, it will definitely hurt him. As Pei Yanchu pondered, he quickly adjusted his expression and then released the other person, lightly massaging his slightly red wrists and ankles. Daudu, Big Brother is wrong, don't be mad at Big Brother. What are you thinking about? Pei Yanchu, act normal, can we not just properly communicate? Su Yunqi was almost suffocated with frustration. He launched an assault on the person directly, determined to get answers. Something is off, there must be something wrong. In this world, it's impossible for someone to be extremely perfect, they only maintain an image. Before, my eyes were blinded by the main character's glow, thinking Pei Yanchu had everything going for him. But now looking back, I seem to have subconsciously ignored many details. Pei Yanchu has definitely hidden quite a bit from me while pretending otherwise. If it wasn't for my intelligence kicking in today, noticing some exposed issues, although just a little, it was enough to make me feel cold inside. So what does Dauda want to say to Big Brother? Pei Yanchu continued to maintain his steady tone, showing no sign of panic. Anyway, just don't act this way in the future. You're too dominant sometimes, and it makes me a little uncomfortable, really. Su Yunqi cautiously explained a few things before finally voicing his thoughts. I'm not saying you care too much, I just hope you can respect me a bit more. I am not a mindless doll to be controlled at your will. Wait, what am I saying? This situation seems familiar, like I've seen it somewhere. Hell, isn't this forced love from a tyrant boss? Whose script is this? Isn't my story supposed to be about the substitute lover taking charge? Though Su Yunqi was still lying in bed, his mind had wandered far away. Sitting dumbly, he looked at Pei Yanchu incredulously. No way, why do all protagonists in this world have these kind of preset settings? Isn't this just forced drama making? Daudu? Baby? Anan? Pei Yanchu, who are you calling randomly? If you call wrong again, get out. Don't take advantage of my patience. Su Yunqi bit down hard on the other's shoulder, first getting revenge for being bullied earlier, and secondly, seeing if he would react similarly to other male leads by feeling humiliated and slapping him. 3 seconds passed. The powerful future ruler didn't move him. Instead, he even extended the other side, signaling for him to bite. Su Yunqi. Is Dauda still angry? Then maybe wait until your hand feels better to hit me, however you want. Pei Yanchu, I'm talking seriously with you, don't always try to divert my attention. I'm speaking earnestly. I don't want Dauda to create conflicts with me. Seizing the topic, Pei Yanchu tried to sweep it under the rug. He couldn't understand why the usually easy-to-fool little butterfly became so stubborn today. You're pretending to be foolish. Su Yunqi turned cold completely, using his elbow to push him away and avoiding his wound. Pei Yanchu slightly pursed his lips, staring straight into Su Yunqi's face until his own eye sockets reddened. Is Dauda troubled by what I did feeding you earlier? Big Brother only wanted to take care of you. Did this make Dauda dislike me? Don't you think you're overstepping? You even tied me up. And it's happened multiple times already, though I haven't said anything. Pei Yanchu kept quiet, head down, and Su Yunqi could only see the spreading water spots on the bedding and his uncontrollably trembling hands. Again, he made the person cry. Was he that fierce? Forget it, with such a pitiful demeanor, how could he possibly play the part of forceful love? Must have been imagining too much. After all, whose super awesome male lead cries so easily? Pei Yanchu's eyes were icy cold, as if the continuously falling tears had nothing to do with him. He showed no sign of repentance, only annoyance at his own negligence. Inwardly, he reviewed his previous lapses and thought about the next course of action. He slowly blinked, then deliberately replied in a hoarse voice, sounding a little sulky. Sorry, Big Brother just has some old habits. I accidentally scared Daudu. I'll control myself better from now on. What old habit? What's wrong with you? Su Yunqi asked patiently. He really couldn't bear to see the other side full of fan distress, so helplessly consoled a few words. Well, I didn't say we should break up. Why are you so sad? It's me who should feel wronged, as if I was bullying you earlier. He just wanted to solve the problem, not to deal with people. Once things are well handled, wouldn't they still be able to live happily? Pei Yanchu moved closer to Su Yunqi, then rested his head on his shoulder. He paid attention to the angle, revealing the more serious tear wounds on his back before starting his explanation. When I first entered the palace, I always went around alone. Pei Ruzhang thought I was pitiful, so he gave me a Persian cat to raise for fun. In fact, I didn't like cats at first, but it was mine, something that belonged exclusively to me. At first, it was very attached to me, but after some time, it kept thinking about running outside. I didn't want it to go out, so I locked it in a cage, playing with it every day and feeding it all sorts of precious things. Until one day later, I found out that I hadn't tightened the lock on the cage. Su Yunqi didn't dare to move at all, fearing that he might pull on Pei Yanchu's wound. So, he could only quietly lean against the headboard. The nasal sound of the person in front of him was still somewhat heavy. His heart softened, and he subconsciously raised his hand to circle his neck. So it ran away. You couldn't find it anymore. Big brother, I know you must have been very sad at the time since the kitten ran away, but you can't like tying, because of this. It died. The fur was ripped off unevenly, drowned in a pond in the garden. Su Yunqi sharply drew in a breath. He opened his mouth to speak but realized that any comforting words would seem too pale, utterly ineffective. Daodu, why did it run away? It's so dangerous outside. Wouldn't staying by my side be better? By locking it up, wasn't I also protecting it? Chapter 96, Comfort. Su Yunqi almost got swayed by Pei Yanchu, and he quickly shook his head, trying to reason with him. But it's all my fault. I was wrong for not taking good care of it. No, I think. After that incident, whenever I truly care about something, I guard it closely, unwilling to repeat the same mistake. Lu, you're the most important person in my life, and I can't help but lose control sometimes. Just consider me ill. I'm sorry. Su Yunqi could no longer bear it. He forcibly lifted Pei Yanchu's neck with his forearm. Are you done talking? Isn't it my turn now, Young sir. He struggled to take 2 deep breaths and saw the other with his mouth drooping, looking at him innocently and bewildered. Never mind, let me clarify first, I don't think you're sick. No, that's not what I mean. What I meant is, you're fine, please stop overthinking. Geez, it's frustrating. Anyway, I just find your actions a bit odd. Su Yunqi was so angry he wanted to slap himself for losing his cool when it mattered, and he couldn't even form a complete sentence. How can you treat people like that? You're not a cat, are you? Lu, I just want to protect you, my way, and love you. Is that wrong? I would never hurt you. I adore you so much, how could I bear to see you shed a single tear? Su Yunqi found himself inexplicably confessed to once again, leaving him speechless as he tried regaining his bearings to restate his core values. Pei Yanchu retreated before advancing, ultimately delivering the decisive blow. Alright, maybe it's because I demand too much, making things difficult for you. Maybe it's due to my terrible character, which makes you struggle to accept me. That's fine, if little Lu doesn't like brother from now on, after all, it's all my fault. I just want to do something for you. Su Yunqi's thoughts were in chaos, he nearly forgot why he had argued with Pei Yanchu in the first place. It seemed to be because of his being too forceful, always doing things Su didn't like. But hearing this, how could it not seem somewhat justified? He was simply too insecure, hence acting so extreme. Yes, an unfortunate childhood, fractured family relationships, his self-centered behavior might, perhaps, possibly be understandable. Pei Yanchu wasn't satisfied yet, he embraced Su Yunqi's waist, slithering close like a venomous snake, nearing his ear. Don't worry, brother won't make little Lu feel hard-pressed. If little Lu can't accept me, then let's go. His tone was melancholy, yet his gaze remained icy, fixated on Su Yunqi's neck, as if any words of discontent would prompt him to bite and compel submission. TSK, who's going where? When did I say we should break up? Su Yunqi wanted to push him away, face-to-face discussion needed. But the other one hugged so tightly, that he could only curl up resignedly within his arms. Alright, just assume I'm emotionally unstable today. I didn't intend to start trouble or pick a fight with you. Anyway, next time, tell me directly when something happens, don't make me guess, and that's it. As Su Yunqi continued speaking, his voice weakened progressively, muttering unintelligibly. After all, I lack security too, and also, I can't defeat you. If you really want to harm me, wouldn't it be normal for me to be afraid? Pei Yanchu already softened his expression when he heard his first statement. The extremely uneasy chill in his eyes dissipated as if disrupted by a stone, gradually warming up. Amidst his cautious criticism, Pei Yanchu raised his slightly trembling eyelashes, meeting the eyes of the benevolent little god. Lu, brother really likes you. Su Yunqi's ears turned slightly red, continuing to add on. Did you hear that? If you do that again, I'll really get angry. Lu, brother wants to kiss you. Could you not dodge this time, brother was about to cry earlier. Su Yunqi remained silent, while Pei Yanchu took his silence as consent, pinching his jaw as he discarded his previous weakness. Don't fear brother. Brother loves you so much. Brother just adores you. Pleasant little Lu. Like brother a little more, be obedient a bit. Su Yunqi felt weak all over, the feeling of being watched returned once again, but he no longer harbored the initial overwhelming panic. After all, in this day and age, who would consider a golden retriever that wags its tail, desperately tries to show affection, and then wants to snuggle up as a threat? Hey, Yenchu, don't take advantage of my kindness and mess with me. Su Yunqi's clothes were disheveled, his neck covered with red marks. He shivered as he hugged himself, trying hard to guard against Pei Yenchu losing control and devouring him alive. Pei Yenchu leaned back comfortably on the bed frame, the wounds on his back faintly oozing blood, but he didn't care at all. What if he looked worse for wear? He wouldn't die anyway, and Dowda would feel sorry for him. Ah, someone come. Your wound is splitting open. Why did you go so rough just now? I wasn't going to fight back, look how much blood there is. Su Yunqi grumbled like an old housewife until he realized what he'd said and then stopped awkwardly. Alright, I know Dowda loves brother the most. Pei Yenchu's words flipped heaven and earth. After succeeding, he was quite compliant, following Su Yunqi's every order. He obediently lay down to let the doctor change the medicine, watching Su Yunqi's face with concern from behind his wet lashes. Oh no, where are my Chi and Chusher? When I worried they might fall, I left them under the tree. Ling Chi brought them back for you. They're outside being taken care of. Su Yunqi personally watched him finish changing the bandage, then turned around and forgot about it. When doctor, are my two little treasures' legs? My lord, I am not a veterinarian. But I checked, there's nothing serious. With a few days rest, they'll be jumping around again. Su Yunqi giggled. His legs weren't hurt after all, so walking carefully should be fine. He slowly slid off the bed, using his tiptoes to touch his shoes, ready to go out and find the rabbits. The autumn hunt was coming to an end. After such a big incident, how could Pei Ruzhang possibly continue to entertain calmly? He spent several days questioning people, executing many of them by decapitation. So what happened later? Did he not uncover anything else? Su Yunqi successfully piqued Pei Yenchu's interest and drew his foot back again. Even a fool knew something was fishy with this matter. There was no way Pei Ruzhang would let those people off easily. Humph. Pei Yenchu gave a laugh with unclear meaning. He grabbed Su Yunqi's wrist, gripping it neither too lightly nor too firmly. They say foreign spies infiltrated, intending to assassinate Pei Wenjing, but unexpectedly encountered Pei Ruzhang instead. Su Yunqi rolled her eyes, making sarcastic comments. That's ridiculous, who would believe that? Chapter 97, Showing Weakness. Pei Yenchu looked at Su Yunqi's indignant expression and of course knew the reason why he was so angry. I can guess it's the people in the palace who did this, even calling them spies from the enemy country. They're fooling around. It ended up that no one got hurt, but you were still dragged into it. As Su Yunqi spoke, his anger grew, and his acting instinct took over again. He wanted to pat Pei Yenchu on the shoulder but found no place to do so, and instead, kissed his cheek. It's all their fault. They caused trouble and made you get injured for nothing, so I'll have to play dirty with them too. Humph. So, who is it? Could it still be Pei Wenjing in them? Pei Yenchu nodded. Leaning on Su Yunqi, who had come to his defense, his face wrote full of grievances and sorrow, seeking affection. Su Yunqi's masculine protective desire exploded, consoling Pei Yenchu vigorously, treating him like a delicate, wounded flower. This makes me furious. Poor big brother. My Abatuan is truly pitiful. Once he thought about it, he felt his previous questioning was simply intolerable. How could he think that Pei Yenchu was wrong? If he himself encountered so many troubles every day, he would probably have gone crazy long ago. Pei Yenchu, charmed by each biased sentence Su Yunqi whispered, felt as if the top of his head might explode from bliss. If showing weakness worked, then he would pretend to be foolish for a lifetime. The autumn hunting expedition began spectacularly and ended in a hasty, boring way. Of course, the winner was Pei Yenchu. After all, he managed to control the wolf pack in front of so many people, plus he distinguished himself for protecting the royal procession, and countless rewards quickly followed. By the time Su Yunqi was finally allowed to get out of bed, the group set off to return to the palace. Actually, he had wanted to breathe fresh air outside long ago, but every time he tried to go out for a spin, he was stopped by Pei Yenchu with all sorts of excuses. Su Yunqi guessed roughly that he must be afraid that he himself would meet the same fate as his cat. If it goes out for a walk, it will be harmed by malicious people. Though he felt helpless, living together meant mutual consideration and tolerance. If Pei Yenchu didn't complain about his excessive fussiness, then he certainly wouldn't bicker over such a small issue. Fine, lying down means lying down, a salty fish should stay this way, eat, drink, worry-free for life. Pei Yenchu needed at least a month to recover fully, so he clung to the benevolent immortal figure, having him hold Chi. Big brother, what's wrong with Chugwa? Should we call the physician again? Several days have passed, but it's still listless, while Chi started jumping early. Su Yunqi lifted its two front legs and held it in his hands, looking at how it kept its eyes half closed and didn't move an inch. Pei Yenchu gave him a sidelong glance and then spat out a word. Lazy. Isn't this guy someone who likes kittens but shows no pity to little rabbits? Seeing that Su Yunqi didn't believe him, Pei Yenchu humored a laugh and asked a guard outside the carriage for a sword. He took Chugwa from Su Yunqi, whose face showed confusion and suspicion, put it on the ground, and slashed close to its belly, piercing through a piece of wooden board. Dr. Pei brought back Spring to life, the little rabbit which had been sick just moments ago let out a loud squeak and jumped straight back into Su Yunqi's arms, trembling miserably. A typical example of bullying the weak but fearing the strong, judging people based on circumstances. Su Yunqi scolded this sly creature angrily, while rubbing Chugwa's fur, his eyes filled with amusement. Seeing that he was enjoying himself, Pei Yanchu said no more. At least these were rabbits he specially picked for Ling Ran from the market. Each one was round and cute, enough to comfort him. There could never be such foolish rabbits in the hunting grounds. Fortunately, Ling Ran didn't think of these. He walked ahead with the childish child, and the two rabbits rolled into a lump following their feet. Su Yunqi was fond of them, constantly looking back wanting to hold them, but Pei Yanchu wouldn't allow it. Ling Ran, we'll play when we get home. Hold on to Big Brother tightly. All right. Little rabbits chasing butterflies, vying to jump onto Su Yunqi's clothes, he laughed heartily, and Pei Yanchu watched everything. If only every day could be this peaceful and beautiful, then he would die content. However, Su Yunqi's ever-present smile vanished as soon as he saw Changxi. Stiff-faced, he grabbed the sleeve of the person next to him, sensing some alarm. Oh my, your highness and sir are finally back. We've been waiting anxiously like stars or the moon, our feet are almost blistered from standing. Then, let me check your legs. Changxi, being cut off by this remark, had a somewhat complicated expression, chuckling awkwardly. Huh, sir, don't joke with a humble servant. I actually have important news. The emperor has especially approved for the third prince to participate in court affairs from now on and for your highness to leave the palace early to establish your own residence. Changxi carefully observed Pei Yanchu's expression before pressing on with added intensity. His Majesty has always favored you, and especially after you risked your life to save so many important officials, it's only a pity that the Prime Minister insisted strongly. He argued that ennobling you as Duke or Prince should first go to His Royal Highness, not to mention your young age and unmarried status. Otherwise, His Majesty would have set a precedent by bestowing upon you unparalleled honor. Pei Yanchu continued to remain silently without sorrow or joy until Su Yunqi nudged him from behind. Then he dryly replied with thanks for the Emperor's grace. Alas, third prince, I feel sorry for you too. You were one step away from gaining the title, but others interfered. Su Yunqi was pondering over these words in his mind. Eager to shoo Changxi away, he didn't want him to disturb their private moments. Yes brother, they're truly excessive. You certainly deserve this title, they're just jealous of you, it angers me to no end. They'll get what's coming to them, humph. Fine, Daodu isn't angry. Su Yunqi and Pei Yanchu both put all their emotion into performance, treating Changxi like a dog and manipulating him. Once they successfully got rid of him, they immediately changed their previously righteous expressions. Pathetic, why stir up trouble? How boring, are you afraid he won't be used as your tool? Pfft. Su Yunqi huffed and walked leisurely across the threshold, squatting down to play with the little rabbits. Pei Yanchu leaned against the door, arms crossed, smiling slightly as he indulged in Su Yunqi's nonsensical complaints. Until the other party started cursing. Daodu. Alright, I won't say it anymore. Su Yunqi took Chuki along as he strolled to the small pond where Little Red and Little Yellow had grown significantly fatter, looking rather tasty. He placed the rabbit down, suddenly remembering the watermelon seedlings he planted in Pei Yanchu's flower pot. They had surprisingly survived well, there were many twisted vines crawling along the ground, though the leaves were slightly curled. Su Yunqi carefully lifted them and began moving them beside the small pond. Unfortunately, watermelons can only grow on the ground, otherwise, he could have built a melon house and kept some rabbits for fishing later. Little by little, he moved the watermelon vines out and finally planted them in an open area. Pei Yanchu quietly followed him, taking out a handkerchief from his chest and gently wiping off the dirt on his face. Brother, once you establish your separate household, you can take my watermelon, Chui and Chuki, also Little Red, Little Yellow, Little White. I will take them with me. They belong to Daodu, forever and ever. Su Yunqi smiled mischievously, deliberately wiping his dirty hands onto Pei Yanchu's clothes. Brother also belongs to Daodu, and brother won't be lost either. Chapter 98, Conception. Pei Yanchu stretched out his hand to hug Su Yunqi, but the latter, mindful of his back injury, wouldn't let him touch her. Alright, at certain times, pretending to be pitiful only hinders getting things done. There were constant ripples among the three. Pei Wenjing was openly the victim, staying in the mansion for rest, while Pei Yunlan had become fully active, her appearances gradually increasing recently. Pei Yanchu excused himself by claiming he was recuperating, conveniently allowing more time before returning to court. He wasn't in a rush, instead enjoying this life where Su Yunqi revolved around him. He now only cared about constructing their mansion since it would be the future home for Daodu and himself. He needed to carefully conceive every detail, gardens, pavilions, small ponds, all to help him make Daodu happy. The future, what a beautiful word. Since it wasn't something glorious, the unrest from the hunting ground had come to a stop within the court, remaining unheard of by commoners. And Pei Yanchu's low profile led Pei Ruzhang to mistakenly believe that he harbored resentment, silently sulking. Son, what did the imperial physician say? Why, after so many days have passed, has there been no improvement yet? Su Yunqi stood beside him like a little wife, Hearing these words she slightly tilted her head, looking down at her toes. The emperor personally arrived at the Yanqun Hall, intending to show some concern for Pei Yanchu, wanting to exchange some private words. After all, at the time on the hunting field, he had been too flustered and inadvertently exposed some of his own cold-hearted side. Now, with things almost over, he wished to take the opportunity to probe if Pei Yanchu still understood. Father Emperor, your son is fine, I just need some peace and quiet. Su Yunqi picked up on his intention to dismiss everyone and quickly stifled her laughter. If there was any improvement, then it was a lie. Just moments ago, this lewd person had been pinching and kissing her. If it hadn't been for hearing the Emperor's arrival announcement, she would have punched him harder. Good, then Father will visit you again later. Rest assured, Father isn't deceiving you. The palace outside is already under construction. Thank you, Father Emperor. Pei Yanchu made a move as if to get up and bow, fearing that if he didn't put on a show of respect, Daodu would scold him once they were alone. This filial piety is commendable. Pei Ruzhong nodded contentedly and gestured for someone to bring some treasures into the hall. After looking around for a few seconds, he walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. Daodu, come here. Not going near you, big lecher. Su Yunqi wasn't afraid of him, rubbed her face, and ran out. Dr. Wen had said that Qi and Chusha were one male and one female, and she kept this in mind, always hoping to become a grandma. Unfortunately, Chusha wasn't very capable, spending all day lying around or gnawing on her watermelon vines, which irritated her enough to give its forehead a flick every day. Brother, it's so lazy. Lazier than Daodu. Su Yunqi stayed silent, elbowing him accurately without even needing to turn around. You're doing it on purpose. Pei Yanchu's heart skipped a beat. Knowing full well my temper, you still provoke me. Die of pain. Pei Yanchu slowed his breathing, noticing her explosive mouth but the hint of guilt in her eyes. Great, Daodu truly cared about him, happiness surged within him. While being deceived by the wolf with a tail, Su Yunqi's desire for revenge grew stronger. One midnight, after ensuring Pei Yanchu was asleep, she tiptoed out. Pei Wenjing, huh? Pei Yunlan, right? Fine. She couldn't leave the palace right now nor cause any major trouble, but tormenting Pei Yunlan was more than sufficient. Princes usually don't reside with concubines. Princes who have not reached the age to leave the palace are given special quarters for daily living and study. Fortunately, currently, the entire prince's residence housed only Pei Yunlan. Unlike Pei Yanchu's side, which always seemed to have random guards patrolling, this place was ideal for her to work her mischief. Su Yunqi grinned wickedly as she crept through the gaps in the bricks, flipping over the wall. She adjusted the small package on her back, loosening the knot caught on Pei Yunlan's door. She was quite similar to Pei Yanchu in behavior. There weren't many maids or eunuchs left in the courtyard. Only one night watchman remained, sleeping soundly under the window. The package wasn't hers, it was something she had taken randomly from another tent at the campsite. In ancient times, there was no fingerprint technology, how could anyone track it back to her? Humming a little tune, Su Yunqi sneaked back to the Yanqun Hall. However, upon entering, she saw the room brightly lit by candlelight. Pei Yanchu held a silk ribbon in his hand, his gaze profound and meaningfully locking onto her, his eyes wide awake. Brother, why haven't you slept yet, hee. Daodu, come tell brother, who else did you go see outside? Su Yunqi was naturally playful and unruly. He secretly pulled some childish pranks that he couldn't openly admit, but now facing Pei Yanchu who acted like a family patriarch, he instinctively hesitated to confess. Brother, what are you going to do with that? Have you forgotten what I said before? Su Yunqi feigned anger, struggling his best to protest. Pei Yanchu stayed silent, just slightly lowering his gaze toward the other until Su Yunqi, feeling guilty, obediently stepped forward. I just wanted to mess with Pei Yunlan a bit. I was afraid you'd think I went too far, so I didn't want to tell you. Su Yunqi meekly voiced his reason while still having his ankle held in a loose knot by the silk ribbon. I've told you, I don't like this kind of thing. It makes me scared. But I'm scared too. Scared you'll run off without listening, scared one day I won't be able to find you, scared you'll decide not to come back, scared you'll get killed outside by someone. Daodu, can you show me a little mercy? Pei Yanchu tied the other end of the silk ribbon around his own wrist. With a gentle tug, the disobedient boy was pulled closer to him. Listen, no matter what you do, I support you. As long as you're happy, even if trouble arises, I'll take the blame. Pei Yanchu remained expressionless as he looked at Su Yunqi, who was fidgeting his fingers downward. He then placed his hand on Su Yunqi's waist and pushed him down. But Daodu, I will not allow you to do things behind my back or leave without a word. Brother, I didn't go far, I was just. Hush, Daodu, stop talking for now. Just remember what your brother says. Su Yunqi felt uneasy inside. He feared Pei Yanchu most when he showed this soft yet firm side, saying things that left no room for refusal. Isn't brother curious about where I went? I didn't see anyone. I know. Pei Yanchu pinched the soft flesh at his waist and, seeing him shiver, switched to the other side and continued kneading. But I don't care about that. What I care about is that you ran off secretly. Su Yunqi didn't sleep well all night. His body was covered in red blotches. Only when he became so tired that he started fussing did Pei Yanchu release him. Holding him close, Pei Yanchu leaned over to kiss the slightly swollen eyelids of Su Yunqi. Will you dare to do it again? Dare to sneak out behind my back? No, I won't dare. Brother is bad, I'm sleepy, sleepy. Su Yunqi spoke incoherently, sniffling while burying himself in Pei Yanchu's embrace. He was utterly miserable. His vengeance wasn't fulfilled, yet he had been toyed with thoroughly, almost exhausting all his sense of shame. Chapter 99, Devotion. Pei Yanchu, upon hearing this, pinched his thigh lightly once again. Immediately, Su Yunqi began to hum and corrected himself. Brother is good, the best. Daodu doesn't dare to be naughty anymore, and even when going to the restroom, he wants brother's company. I'm very sleepy, I won't cause trouble anymore. I want to sleep, Pei Yanchu played well. At first, Su Yunqi resisted a bit but was later completely lost in his words. After being pushed and tumbled, he lay down willingly to be taught by him. He knew that Su Yunqi's mischief was meant to take revenge on someone for his sake. Since Daodu wanted to play, he indulged him according to his will and took the chance to cover up the problems left behind. It was just a way to humor him, avoiding waking up angry tomorrow morning when Daodu woke up without proper preparation. Su Yunqi was utterly exhausted. His constitution was sensitive. Usually, if others slapped his shoulders too hard, he would feel uncomfortable. Moreover, last night Pei Yanchu gave him a full-body massage with scolding words. After begging for a long time with a whimpering tone, he was finally let off. Now even if the sky fell, all he wanted to do was sleep. Daodu. It was noisy outside. Word had it that there was a fire at Prince Soa's place last night. The sixth prince slipped in the mud while being helped out, falling down covered with filth, stinking. There was no need for coaxing anymore. Pei Yanchu gently kissed his flushed cheeks as he slept, only to receive a slap from the irritable Su Yunqi chasing him away like a mosquito. By noon, when they were having a meal, the little immortal who had slept deeply and soundly was forcibly lifted by the big villain. Daodu, hitting your brother will result in punishment. Su Yunqi half opened his eyes and quietly withdrew his pretentious hand. Damn, got caught again, what a bore. His whole body felt lazy, so he nestled in Pei Yanchu's arms, waiting for him to feed him shamelessly. He used to feel embarrassed because they were close friends, now not feeling embarrassed purely thinking that Pei Yanchu owed him something, deserving to serve him. What was the phrase? Young master arrives, everyone move aside. Oh, I remember now, nothing much happened this morning, right? Su Yunqi slapped the table hard and then silently retracted his hand, pitiably blowing at it. Pei Yanchu shook him slightly, seemingly annoyed by his lack of control, tenderly rubbing his palm. Knowing what Su Yunqi wished to hear, he vividly described the event, appreciating the hidden satisfaction on Su Yunqi's face. Su Yunqi cursed himself inwardly for acting like an evil villain, always planning fatal deeds but thankfully having Pei Yanchu covering for him and willing to support his chaos. Alright anyway, since he wasn't overly excessive, and didn't hurt himself, he wouldn't hold a grudge over what happened last night. He truly had a large heart. Daodu, brother has to go to court. From now on, he would no longer be Pei Ruzhang's covert pawn, but rather proudly positioned within the government chamber. So. Your brother can't stay up late with you anymore. Neither can we spend much time writing or playing together. Pei Yanchu silently clenched his fists, grinding his teeth to say. Song Huai, try laughing secretly one more time. I'm not, brother, I'm really unwilling to part from you, wailing. Su Yunqi immediately covered his face, feigning the most heart-wrenching grief, as though Pei Yanchu's busyness brought him great pain. Busy is good, he'd have no time to bother him anymore. No more random family discipline punishments either, which was exhilarating. Plus, no one would keep watching over his practice of calligraphy and essay writing. Such a wonderful life seemed so attainable. Be a good boy, wait until brother takes you back home. Be naughty secretly again, and I'll give Qi to Ling Qi to raise. Hearing this, Su Yunqi opened his mouth wide in disbelief, shaking him frantically. What? Are you giving our son a new dad? Dad. Husband, you've changed. I'm going to tell Ling Ran about this. After getting enough acting done, Su Yunqi started circling Pei Yanchu's neck with a tight kiss twice, offering solace. It's fine, boyfriend, you work hard outside. I'll watch things at home. Pei Yanchu couldn't quite follow Su Yunqi's logic, unable to differentiate these strange titles, he could only remember them secretly and inquire later. As the days passed, Pei Ruzhang came to the Yen Spring Palace more frequently. In public and in private, he kept urging Pei Yanchu not to hold any more resentment and to get prepared for the upcoming tribute delegation. The last assassination attempt by the enemy country left Pei Ruzhang with a lingering sense of unease. He knew that Pei Yanchu was skilled, so he wanted to hand over the matter entirely to him during court, giving himself some assurance. Finally, after his long illness, Pei Yanchu emerged from his secluded Yanchun palace to see visitors. Daodu. Lazy baby. Brother. Farewell, brother, farewell. Su Yunqi smacked his lips a couple of times until he was caught and kissed again before being let back into dreamland. A group of lunatics, why did people have to rise this early for court? Exhausted like hell, how could they still have energy to report matters? His mind was all over the place, deviating from track in just a few short seconds as he gradually fell deeper asleep. That's right, an 8 a.m. class 5 days a week, wasn't the academic affairs director human too? So sleepy, others might work, but he could sleep, hey ho ho ho. Pei Yanchu dressed in black brocade, its subtle patterns shimmering faintly, enhancing his extraordinary demeanor. The spies within the court bowed slightly to him in respect when they saw him. The remaining officials split into two camps, one was wary of him, while the other regarded him as nothing special. He gave a cursory glance at Tang Hongsheng, who wore a grave expression, then calmly strode to the front of the line without showing any emotion. It was as if Pei Wenjing had suffered a heavy mental blow or something. He remained listless and did not even attend court sessions. But Pei Ruzhang always held him indifferently, merely criticizing him on the spot for being weak-willed while praising Pei Yanchu for being young and capable, truly filling the contrast and hatred to the brim. At this very moment, Pei Yunlan still sat in the bathtub, his body flushed red from soaking, his face contorted as he punched the tub wall. The eunuch who was on duty last night had already been beaten to death by his order. Without much thought, he knew there was something fishy going on. How could a candle ignite his bed curtains so suddenly? And how could there be wet mud outside the door? It must have been Pei Yanchu. Who would have thought that such a cold-hearted person could play such tricks? Truly eye-opening. No, what about Su Yunqi? This guy was not someone to underestimate either, he almost succeeded that time. He didn't know how he managed to find the guards in time. The pair were indeed close, both deserved a wait for retribution. His older brother was deeply disappointed in him, but so what? He had already instructed the guards at home to watch the people closely, ensuring that his elder brother could calm down and rest peacefully. He wouldn't let him hear even a whisper of trouble. Pei Yunlan believed that it was only a matter of time before his elder brother forgave him. Once he successfully pulled Pei Yanchu off his high horse, his elder brother would surely understand his painstaking intentions. Chapter 100, Meaning. The gaze behind Pei Yanchu was like an ice pick, shooting towards him overtly and covertly. Above, Pei Ruzhang had just conveyed the emperor's decree, and there was already turmoil in the court. Logically, receiving envoys should be handled by the crown prince or the eldest legitimate son. No matter what, it wouldn't fall to Pei Yanchu. It was evident how much the emperor favored the third prince, allowing the 6 ministers of state to be at his disposal. When Tang Hongsheng passed by Pei Yanchu, a cold snort from his nose resonated through the skies. He gave a disinterested glance towards the similarly casual threatener, then suddenly sneered and said, "Third prince really has good fortune, there are indeed quite a few talented individuals. In my humble opinion, Master Song isn't simple either. I wonder if someone suddenly disappearing from this world wouldn't." Oops. Pei Yanchu moved his foot to silence him, delivering a direct kick to his waist, making him land flat on his face. "You, how dare you assault a high official of the court in broad daylight?" Tang Hongsheng struggled to get up. He held his waist with one hand, trembling and pointing at Pei Yanchu. "Oh, I was busy handling court affairs and unintentionally didn't see the Prime Minister in my haste, causing an accidental bump. Please forgive me, esteemed adult." "You. I thought there was some wild dog barking incessantly here. Prime Minister Tang, were you startled? Would you like me to send someone now to find a physician for a thorough examination?" You. Look, you're quite ill. You should go to Crown Prince and rest up well." Pei Yanchu slightly raised his eyebrows, accurately imitating the annoying demeanor of Su Yunqi arguing with others, word by word making things unbearable. At his age, Tang Hongsheng couldn't hold his own against such sharp-tongued remarks and fainted, his eyes rolling upwards in fury. Pei Yunqi stared coldly at his face, not knowing what he was calculating in his heart. This person deserved death. Who did they want to harm so badly as to dare plotting against Su Yunqi? He bypassed Tang Hongsheng and prepared to return to the palace chamber to wake Lu Tu up. Of course, the matter wasn't over yet. That afternoon, rumors spread that the Prime Minister's carriage had lost control, leaving him in disarray and even breaking a leg. Pei Yanchu never expected Su Yunqi to be sitting on the doorstep waiting for him. As soon as he stepped into the palace hall, a flatteringly small butterfly jumped into his arms. "Brother is back. Lu Tu is here to greet you after work." Yes, he still remembered what Pei Yanchu said a very long time ago about picking him up from school, just a little teasing remark. He made it sound slightly sickening, humph. Unfortunately, it seemed to have no effect. Not only was the other side not angry, but they also picked him up effortlessly by his waist and got overly affectionate several times on his face. "Lu Tu is being good. Let's take Lu Tu out to play." "Good idea." Su Yunqi cheered as he hugged his neck. He was bored being cooped up in the yard and didn't dare wander around outside aimlessly. He wasn't stupid. Now they were both intertwined in fate, standing right at the eye of the storm. If he was targeted by someone, his reflection might soon appear in one of the palace ponds. Su Yunqi thought he would take him somewhere to wander around, but it turned out that the rascal was just worried about leaving him alone in Yanchun Hall, so he took him along while working. Watching the officials and foreign envoys chatting happily with Pei Yanchu before his eyes, Su Yunqi was speechless. These people chattered endlessly in a language he didn't understand. It would be better to sit idly doing nothing than going back to help his Chuki complete their rabbit life matters. Why must people convene group meetings anyway? Su Yunchi leaned on the table poking the teacup, watching the tea gradually reflect Pei Yunchi's image along with his smile-filled gaze. Oh, caught daydreaming. Not knowing what they suddenly spoke of, the tone of that envoy became strange, probing towards his direction again. Now not only he but also the surrounding court officials didn't understand, looking quizzically at the composed Pei Yanchu. He touched Su Yunchi's head lightly, then stood holding his hand, ready to conclude the conversation. Fushan country had only submitted 2 years ago. They were sincere, arriving earlier than any other nation. Pei Yanchu merely came out to arrange an inn and happened to meet them. After exchanging some casual pleasantries, the other party kept going non-stop. He saw Su Yunchi's growing impatience and forcibly endured boredom, finding it amusing and helpless, ultimately cutting off a few sentences quickly and leaving with him. What did you tell him? Why did he look at me like that? I said I married young, and you are the child I cherish most under my knee. Nonsense. Who would believe that? Quickly, confess honestly. Pei Yanchu lifted the person onto the cart, whispering softly with laughter. Isn't it true? Isn't Lutu my treasure? Pei Yanchu. You're so disgusting. Su Yunchi, his face red, pouted and acted coquettishly on him, the unpleasantness from earlier long gone. Pei Yanchu, on the other hand, was smiling as he gently stroked the disheveled hair at the nape of Su Yunchi's neck. What could he say? He had only spoken the truth. The person in his arms was his life, the reason why he would remain childless and wifeless for a lifetime. After all the commotion, Su Yunchi had only managed to inhale a couple of breaths of fresh air. He squatted by the pond, his face twisted in discontent, and complained to Ling Qi, whose complexion was rosy. He's so unreasonable, tricking me into accompanying him to work. Am I the type who can be placated with just a few pieces of milk cake? Master, please eat more slowly. Little 7, how have you become so stiff and boring after not seeing you for several days? Ling Qi's lips twitched as he replied wistfully, Song Huai, it seems you're enjoying yourself too much. Here, let me have some too. Su Yunchi burst out laughing, greedily guarding his food while winking at him. Not giving you any. Let little 9 buy it for you. Song Huai, how ungrateful. Su Yunchi loved teasing this kind of easily agitated but harmless firecracker. He leaned close to Ling Qi's ear and said with a mischievous grin. What bridge? Oh, I remember now, are you still thinking about me finding you a man? Ha 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 ha, rest assured, brother will definitely fulfill your wish. Ling Qi's expression turned strange. He blinked at Su Yunchi, who was soon to face trouble, and vanished from sight in a flash. Bad baby, what does Lu Tu want to do? Su Yunchi tensed, then was picked up by the nape and collapsed helplessly into Pei Yanchu's arms. I was just joking, I won't go. Little 7 will go, he he he. Be a good boy. If little 7 misbehaves, there is always Ling Ran to deal with him. Don't ruin him, alright? Su Yunchi pouted in disagreement, muttering that men who abandon their lovers end up regretting it like a funeral parlor, but he wouldn't forget everything that had happened at the beginning. His dear friend had been bullied until his voice was hoarse, timidly avoiding people, heart-wrenching to recall. Is Lu Tu still worried about him? Ling Ran cares about him, he won't overdo it. As for you, instead of worrying about others, why don't you worry about yourself first? Bro. So, what does bouncing mean? Working, husband, boyfriend, what do these terms mean? Chapter 101, Burp. Pei Yanchu sent people to investigate everywhere, almost turning over every place Su Yunchi had been, but they couldn't figure anything out. Since it wasn't a local dialect, it must be the language that Daodu originally used in the celestial world. When it comes to holding grudges, Su Yunchi ranks second, and no one dares to rank first. There he was, squinting with a mysterious smile as he leaned closer to Pei Yanchu's ear and spoke in a modulated tone. I'm your dad, call me Baba. Ao. Brother, I dare not defy you again. I swear I really don't dare to anymore. Lighter, please lighter. Su Yunchi massaged his bruised leg root, eyeing with caution Pei Yanchu who still hadn't let go of his waist. Let's see if Daodu dares to challenge brother. Well, he was asking for trouble, and he wouldn't rush into such situations anymore. This man was very wicked, clearly knowing everything yet still questioning him. Obvious case of knowing the answer while asking questions, it was too evil. After this incident, he rarely behaved properly for a few days, sitting on the swing Pei Yanchu had made for him, diligently reading books. Overbearing prince falls for me, impoverished scholar marries a princess, stubborn little demon loves deeply. Su Yunchi didn't even have enough time to finish reading. Who said the ancients were feudal? They were evidently unrestrained. He also kept busy, pulling out his brush to mimic what he'd read, composing stories blindly, and then sending them out via Shaoqi. To be fair, he made a good profit from it. Later when Pei Yanchu learned about this matter, he specifically secured a shop and pen craftsman to produce items for him in bulk. In these times, having a good husband sure was convenient, earning money just by moving fingers while sitting down, satisfying his desire for wealth to sing his own success. Daoda likes these a lot. Brother will get them all for you. Seeing Su Yunqi so immersed and self-forgetful, Pei Yanchu couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Lately, Daodu hasn't come to greet him, making him somewhat upset. No, I like what I earn myself, mine is mine. Su Yunqi wiped the ink off his face, taking a break to placate the motionless disgruntled husband behind him. Achoo brother, Daodu's precious husband, go play by yourself. Pei Yanchu replied meaningfully with an picked up the wolf hair brush on the table, lifted Su Yunqi by the waist with one hand, embraced him, and laid him on the nearby couch. Fine, brother will play by himself. As for the specifics of their play, there's no need to go into detail. Su Yunqi had his back covered in intricate ink designs marking Pei Yanchu's ownership. Don't move, brother isn't done inscribing. Su Yunqi trembled intensely, prostrate on the bed, whimpering and trying to evade. Pei Yanchu held onto his neck, finally writing his name on Su Yunqi's hips. The ink-drawn bamboo and flying birds, swirling smoke, phoenixes, and hidden butterflies faintly shimmered with elegance. Su Yunqi refused to look up, his shame and annoyance evident as he cringed cowardly in Pei Yanchu's arms. Daodu, turn around. Pei Yanchu brushed open his long hair, lifting his chin to force him to face the bronze mirror. In the mirror, his flushed face resembled a peach blossom, red lips slightly parted, accompanied by a barely restrained sob. His long hair draped across his shoulders, blending with the patterns on his back, a blur between reality and illusion. It seemed like he was destined to look like this otherworldly spirit. Except at a glance, those three bold characters sprawled across the middle of his waist declared the author's confidence in possession and a terrifying control. Pleasing. Brother, I don't want to play with you anymore. Wah. Daodu's afraid of being tickled, so next time brother will engrave a seal instead. Every day, brother will stamp it on Daodu so everyone knows who you belong to, and whose heart you should care for. Su Yunqi was truly impressed by how insane he could be, mumbling nasally on Pei Yanchu's shoulder, letting him say more absurd things. Daodu? Has brother finished talking? After you're done, take Daodu to bathe, quickly. It's uncomfortable. The world can't contain many sane people, but each has different symptoms. Su Yunqi looked at life from a different perspective, patting his face as if calming a patient. We'll talk freely next time. Right now, brother doesn't give you a chance, and when brother feels like it later, we'll play some fun games together. Pei Yanchu burst into laughter, burying himself in Su Yunqi's neck for a bite before ending up with a palm print on his cheek, refreshed as ever while carrying him off to bathe. Daodu, brother loves you. Su Yunqi soon reverted to the demeanor of someone who's had their way, bumping against the bucket edge with a few moans, covering his chest protectively, and falling asleep immediately. Anyway, with brother around, he definitely won't drown. Pei Yanchu would never find another person in this lifetime as satisfying and to his liking as Su Yunqi. He felt an overwhelming urge to devour him, bones and all. Perhaps the experience from that day had fully unleashed someone's ferocious nature, for every few days he would catch Su Yunqi, who was soaked in the fragrance of ink, and have him inscribe writings. The thought that beneath his clothing lay his own secret sent shivers of excitement through his soul. On the day the envoys held their banquet, Pei Yanchu sat in the second position on the right according to his rank. Bored by the annual drama that unfolded before him, he took a shallow sip of wine. Pei Wenjing still hadn't shown up, as if he'd completely lost the desire to contest for succession, choosing instead to stay confined indoors. Pei Ruzhang slightly turned his head and gave a sidelong glance toward Tang Jiqing, who exuded grace. It seemed as though none of the past events had diminished even a trace of her pride. She remained regally seated on the queen's throne, receiving foreign envoys as the mother of the nation. Yan Chu, step forward so it will be easier for our father emperor to converse with you. Pei Yunlan paused with his wineglass in hand, casting a cold look at Pei Yanchu, who intended to seize his elder brother's position, then gazed admiringly at Pei Ruzhang. Father Emperor, shall I move too? Indeed, if Pei Yanchu, sitting at the head of the table, were to shift, those behind, constrained by etiquette, would naturally have to move forward as well. This situation could indeed become disorderly, leading other countries to mock the lax rules. After hesitating for a few seconds, Pei Ruzhang finally smiled and asked Pei Yanchu to return to his original seat, claiming he was confused because he missed him too much. Pei Yanchu hadn't even stood up in the first place, he merely nodded in acknowledgement to Pei Ruzhang before focusing on serving food to Su Yunqi. Since this was a gathering of multiple nations, the banquet's cuisine included not only Central Plains dishes. Su Yunqi tried a sip of milk tea, stuck out his tongue, then proceeded to drink the clear wine from Pei Yanchu's cup. And kept sticking out his tongue, clearly having been spiced. Pei Ruzhang observed everything clearly, he gripped his cup tightly, scanning everything below him. Su Yunqi rested his chin on his hand, watching these people compete in dazzling displays. It was far more interesting than music entertainers or jesters. One moment it was about finding miraculous pearls and elixirs over mountains and rivers, the next it was some rare and exotic creatures caught, making the rest of the tribute seem less sincere. Su Yunqi's face flushed red as he zoned out while hiding in the back, until Pei Yunlan slowly approached him. Song Huai, long time no see. Weren't you supposed to come be my study companion? So now that you found a good master, you look down on me. Su Yunqi's eyes moistened slightly, obediently looking at Pei Yunlan with unclear intentions, he belched drunkenly in his face. Next time, he absolutely wouldn't drink anything from Pei Yanchu's cup, it never ended well. Chapter 102, Flames. Pei Yunlan squatted in front of Su Yunqi and waved his hand in front of his eyes. I'm talking to you. Is this how Pei Yanchu taught you? How disrespectful. Su Yunqi found him annoying, so he turned away and was about to get up to look for Pei Yanchu ahead. Stay there. Do you really trust him so much? Don't you know that he just treats you as a substitute puppet? I advise you to open your eyes and choose the right person to follow. Pei Yunlan looked at his face slightly flushed with redness, then teasingly pinched it. Su Yunqi violently pushed him away. Every time he thought about how this person had left no unharmed spot on Pei Yanchu's body, he wouldn't give him any good expressions. You're too noisy. Do you want me to send you some more filth-filled earth? You. Su Yunqi was not adept at keeping his temper under control in front of someone he disliked. It was already pretty good that he didn't rush forward to start a fight. I live for him and die for him. I advise you not to overstep boundaries. He put his hands in his sleeves with a contemptuous snort, clearly unwilling to pretend anymore and directly showing his hostility. Pei Yunlan failed to sow discord and instead got confronted. He laughed angrily and let out a soft hum. He better pray he doesn't fall into his hands. Such an arrogant little thing should have his bones crushed one by one, kneeling down crying and begging for mercy. A wave of heat came from behind Pei Yanchu. He turned slightly, picked up the person who was leaning on his back waking up from a drunken stupor, and placed them gently in his arms. Brother. I bet with you, sooner or later someone will present princesses and beauties. Do you want to take the bet? This kind of drama was far too common, and he was mentally prepared for it, really. Pei Yanchu paused his smile and seemed to inquire casually. How did DD know? Did you understand what Fu Xing said that day? Su Yunqi stretched lazily and replied casually. Guessed. Just as the words fell, several elegant figures tiptoed closer. Cough cough, teacher little Su hit the blackboard, formal class began. Step 1, envoys kneel before the emperor, bowing to show respect, and then wildly praising their own country's princess. Step 2, the princess dances gracefully with green leaves surrounding her, showing off her beautiful features. Step 3, the envoy steps forward again to express respect and indicate intention, attempting to forge a marital alliance. Oh, such a standardized procedure, super easy to remember. Teacher little Su supported his chin, looking around, secretly proud in his heart. Alas, beside him, Pei Yanchu thought he couldn't contain his youthful impulsiveness, slightly annoyed, pinched his leg. DD, is it interesting? Not as interesting as brother. Brother would absolutely charm everyone if he danced in a dress. Su Yunqi's lips were witty, he enjoyed himself, then got his nose pointed by Pei Yanchu laughing and scolding him. Little troublemaker. Brother is too jealous. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the field. Pei Ruzhang quietly called up Pei Yanchu. My son, Princess Fuyue has fallen deeply in love with you at first sight. Are you interested? Pei Yanchu was a little stunned. Didn't he already make it clear last time in front of the envoy? Why would it involve him again today? He glanced over and saw Fuyue sending secret glances of affection his way. Seeing this, he reflexively lowered his head to check Su Yunqi's expression, fearing that he might be upset. Pei Yanchu touched his neck, seeing that the other didn't dodge, thus standing at ease in front of the hall, declaring he had no intention of marrying the emperor's woman. He said this partly to push the person towards the emperor himself and also as a sign of his respect towards Pei Ruzhang. Since he said that, if this princess still doesn't understand, she loses face. Sure enough, as expected, Pei Ruzhang was pleased by his words, waving his hand to dismiss him, excusing him and saying his age wasn't urgent yet. Pei Yanchu had doubts inside, silently peeling grapes, feeding them to Su Yunqi, and then receiving the seeds he spat out with his hand. Your Highness probably likes men, isn't it? It's quite rare that you even publicly bring along male attendants here. Fuyue bloomed like a rose, refusing to believe that Pei Yanchu would reject her. She was the pride of Fuxing country, a princess raised amidst honor and love. How could she not match up with him? In normal circumstances, people encountering such situations would certainly stand up to confront the person, but Pei Yanchu was different. He pressed down on the butterfly who was about to explode with anger, then focused on soothing and petting her. You see, when his DD got angry, even he dared not defy. Fuyue questioned him in front of all these people, but Pei Yanchu merely sat there, expressionless, sarcastically hinting. Princess, aren't you overstepping a bit too much? So eager to become my concubine's mother? Father, Princess Fuyue has deep affection for you. Marry her quickly. Of course, Pei Ruzhang wouldn't alienate Pei Yanchu just because of a woman. After all, he still needed this blade to hurt those who disobeyed him. Alright, I've accepted Fuxing country's gesture. Escort the princess back. Fuyue looked anxious, wanting to say something more but was silenced and dragged away by the envoy behind her. Sweat poured down his face, as everything that had happened was completely unexpected. He was extremely embarrassed, silently reproaching the princess for her capriciousness and lack of understanding. Finally, in an attempt to make amends, he presented a chest of jade before retreating to his seat with trembling steps. Father, I have another matter to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Pei Yanchu had barely finished speaking when he started heading out, seemingly walking ahead, but actually subtly pulling Su Yunqi along, preventing him from running off. Pei Ruzhang didn't even think about scolding him for leaving early. Instead, he gazed meaningfully at their retreating backs, recalling Fu Yu's words earlier and slowly curling the corners of his lips upward. "DD, your brother has taken revenge for you. Please don't stay mad, alright?" Su Yunqi suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, then abruptly grabbed hold of Pei Yanchu's collar and sank his teeth into it. "You tell me, who is the male attendant?" What is a male attendant? A concubine for men? Blasted. What did I do wrong to deserve being stepped on like this? A trace of lust colored Pei Yanchu's eyes. He wrapped his arms around the squirming Su Yunqi and pinched his jaw, planting another kiss on him. DD is beautiful, no one can compare to DD. Pretty little butterfly. Su Yunqi turned his head, panting heavily. Covering his lips with the back of his hand, he asked with venom. "I'm beautiful, huh? Why don't you talk about how you attract all sorts of people? After you become emperor, you'll probably forget me and leave me somewhere far away." Su Yunqi finally voiced his grievance and unease, sniffing and turning towards the Yanchun palace. It made him furious, prompting him to decide to pack up and run away, seething with anger. No one was around on the way, all the guards stationed at the main hall to display national authority. In 2 quick strides, Pei Yanchu darted forward, scooping the person into his arms, and swiftly leapt back inside the hall. "Pei Yanchu! You're misbehaving." Su Yunqi felt weak in the knees, clinging to him without daring to move until they were back indoors, where he was hastily bundled onto the bed. He knew full well that he was making a fuss over nothing, yet he couldn't help himself. After the sequence of events, he never imagined Pei Yanchu would still interfere. Well, after all, the protagonist always takes the stage. Wasn't it normal for the harem to open so early? Su Yunqi clenched his teeth, a fiery blaze of rage igniting in his eyes. Chapter 103, Taking Action. Su Yunqi was well aware that he was jealous. Not long ago, he had been mocking Pei Yanchu, and now karma had come knocking. Unable to release his frustration and unwilling to take it out on the victim, he silently made voodoo dolls in his mind and remained speechless at the corner of the bed. Dayuti doesn't want to cause trouble, right? I swear there won't be anyone else. Su Yunqi moved back a bit, leaving only his buttocks facing him. I'll only pursue Dayuti among all these little butterflies. If Dayuti continues ignoring me, I will wither. Neurotic, Su Yunqi couldn't help but laugh, quickly trying to maintain his cold demeanor by holding onto his face. Then I won't be this emperor anymore. Pei Yanchu was serious. He originally sought power for bettering Su Yunqi's life. If Su didn't like it, then there would be no point spending energy on that. Hearing this, Su Yunqi was startled. It seemed that this man truly had potential to become an ignorant ruler, saying things were irrelevant when they mattered most. No. He turned around with a pouting face and opposed, knowing if they let this go according to his wish, the original story's ending would be thrown into chaos. Pei Yanchu kneeled on the bed and stretched his hand to pull on his clothes, slowly dragging him back into his arms. We'll follow Dayuti's decision. If Dayuti feels insecure, then later I will pass the throne to you. You can be the emperor. Su Yunqi was shocked and suddenly slapped himself across the cheek. So painful, is this not a dream? All he wanted was to display his personality and obtain a promise, but somehow it felt like things had gotten too serious. Pei Yanchu's face darkened. He cradled Su Yunqi's reddening cheek, lightly rubbing it. Song Huai, if you're asking for a beating, just tell me. No need to do it yourself. Su Yunqi acted cute by rubbing against his palm, sneakily observing the faint sign of pity on the other's face. Strangely, he wasn't angry anymore. Brother, could you secretly send someone to protect that princess? How? Don't you dislike her? Pei Yanchu raised an eyebrow as his hands started becoming restless. I may not like her, but I don't want anything bad happening to her here. After such a slapstick situation, accusations and entrapments often followed closely. Su Yunqi thought deeply, unsure whether the other party might resort to deception, but some preparations should be made regardless. He discreetly rolled his eyes. Death or life was one thing, but making a spectacle before him wasn't going to happen. Preferably, she'd quickly retreat back into being a noble princess. Wait. Brother, loosen up. I'm telling you something important. Pei Yanchu. Pei Yanchu found joy in Su Yunqi's little antics. With one hand, he held onto Su firmly, while another hand slipped around his waist, drawing soft circles. Don't worry. I know, Dayuti only needs to think about brother. Su Yunqi's ears turned bright red. He really admired this ridiculous man who wagged his tail at any moment possible. Dayuti, allow brother to teach you what a male concubine is. Seductive yet enchanting, not inferior in beauty to women, breathing fragrant air that leaves a lasting impression. Do you want to try, darling? Su Yunqi saw stars in his eyes, his lips slightly parted, drawing out a string of silver saliva. Unable to bear the moment, he moved twice, completely lost in himself. Damn, the pervert had transformed into a spirit, and he felt a bit unable to hold himself back. Pei Yanchu flicked his smooth, round toes, watching his arch his foot in slight trembling. Yuni, don't tempt brother. It's clearly you. Ugh. His complaints were stifled in his mouth, never getting the chance to come out. The banquet ended smoothly, much to Pei Ruzhang's satisfaction, who even granted Pei Yanchu an imperial plaque as a gift. As Su Yunqi expected, that Princess Fuyue acted as if she'd lost her mind, attempting suicide in the palace at every opportunity. Running out of options, she even dared to rush into Pei Yunlan's courtyard, almost frightening him to death. Meanwhile, Su Yunqi enjoyed his freedom, stroking a rabbit seated on the steps outside the hall. A cool breeze passed by, causing him to hunch his neck slightly. Soon enough, a jade-embellished cloak was draped over him from behind. Go back inside. Don't catch a cold. Su Yunqi didn't know what was wrong with him. In comfortable weather, things were fine, but as soon as it cooled down and winter approached, he felt increasingly watched. Have all the guests left? Su Yunqi took Pei Yanchu's warm hand and said gleefully. That princess is truly unrestrained. She even dared to visit Pei Yunlan. Isn't she worried about killing herself? Pei Yanchu gently kissed his slightly cool palms, planning to instruct that radiant heating be installed while building new quarters. Then lay several layers of soft wool carpets with small floral patterns. As long as the house was cozy enough, Yuni wouldn't go outside. That winter, he failed to keep an eye on Anan, but after that day, he vowed no harm would ever come to Didi again. Su Yunqi had heard about Pei Yanchu's birthday. He wasn't very clear on the details before, but after entering the palace, he couldn't help but pick up bits of information. It seemed Pei Ruzhang planned to relinquish his power completely and pass it over during his birthday celebrations. Calculating the time, the mansion outside should be nearly finished, probably livable by now. What could he possibly give in return? Himself? No. That thought was too progressive. He needed to think this through a little more carefully. Su Yunqi frowned with worry. The closer the date came, the more anxious he grew. He feared he wouldn't be able to offer Pei Yanchu the greatest surprise possible. Didi, are you bored? The weather outside is too cold. Brother has sent people to move Chui and the others into the side hall for warmth. Why don't you go play there? Turning onto his back like a flopping fish, Su Yunqi shuffled onto Pei Yanchu's knees. Brother, what do you like? I like Didi. No, change that. Tell me something you don't have yet. Pei Yanchu smirked and grabbed him by the waist, lifting him up. Isn't Didi already mine? Rhetoric. Struggling twice, Su Yunqi eventually gave in, overcome by the immense sense of security emanating from him. In that case, I want just one promise from Didi. What is it? To never be afraid of brother. Pei Yanchu patted his back and tilted his head, gazing down at the figure nestled against his shoulder. He was nibbling on his fingers. D. Su Yunqi grunted, wiping his hands on the other man, then leaned forward to peck him a few times as a sign of appeasement. It was inevitable, his mind always wandered deep into thought. Pei Yanchu surely harbored secrets, things so alarming they could startle even himself, otherwise he would have never said something like that. But what did it matter? Let him keep hiding things forever if he wanted, though if Su Yunqi found out anything truly outrageous, he would absolutely make sure to give this scoundrel a thorough beating, then wave goodbye and return to his old world. Alright, brother must not deliberately scare me. Young Didi has a rather small heart. Pei Yanchu's eyelids twitched slightly, leaning quietly towards Su Yunqi's neck, whispering soothing words. Alright, as long as Didi behaves. Saying he should behave, but Su Yunqi had a rebellious streak a mile wide, he'd never remain still. Every time Pei Yanchu went to chase after those little butterflies, he saw Didi whispering tete-a-tete with Ling Qi. Ling ran. He stood in the shadows, issuing a warning call. Not long after, the one clinging on to Didi was promptly yanked away by the collar. Chapter 104, Preemptive Strike. Su Yunqi was so angry that he wanted to chase Ling Ran. He had never liked him, and since Pei Yanchu wasn't around, he figured he and Ling Qi could easily teach him a lesson together. Yuni, why are you being so fierce? Pei Yanchu picked him up and carried him back to the sleeping chamber. Tell big brother what's on your mind, Su Yunqi blushed inexplicably, trying to shrink away but was held by the neck and brought back. Anyway, I can't tell you. A shadow of darkness passed through Pei Yanchu's eyes. Though seemingly unconcerned, various methods of interrogation had already run through his mind. In the end, he did nothing, just kissed Su Yunqi's ear and asked gently. Is it dangerous? Do you need big brother's help? Su Yunqi's heart softened. He hugged his neck tightly and stuck close. No, not necessary, thanks big brother. Pei Yanchu softly agreed and then grasped his ankle, slowly sliding the warm jade bracelet onto his foot. It's for peace assurance. Don't take it off, Yuni, okay? Su Yunqi raised his foot to look, the golden jade bracelet gave out a light sound, slanted around it. He felt somewhat strange, could this really ensure safety? Never mind, he didn't care about these things anyway. Since Pei Yanchu liked it, he would wear it. But he hadn't imagined it was like a tracker, wherever he went, the other person could find him through its sound, then try every possible way to lure him back. This made Su Yunqi plot things in ancient Chinese texts as discreetly as possible, with short sentences. Not until Pei Yanchu's birthday did he personally wrap the anklet in soft silk, so it wouldn't make any noise. Once we get back home, we'll untie it, only you will know, nobody else can hear. Are you unhappy, Yuri? Is it because you think Big Brother meddles too much? How could Su Yunqi dare challenge his fragile heart, especially when today he was the boss, so he absolutely couldn't upset him. I don't, Yuri is very obedient and loves Big Brother the most. He hummed a couple times and set out of the palace at sunset. Since waking up in the morning, there had been no end to the congratulatory gifts arriving at the palace. Pei Yanchu had them all packed up neatly in the Yanchun Hall. After circling once, he took only one soft-woven, delicate blanket. He showed no attachment to anything behind him. With the hall door shut, he led Su Yunqi aboard the carriage. As Su Yunqi watched the palace gates growing farther and farther, boundless excitement surged within him. From now on, he didn't have to hide meekly in a small courtyard anymore. He could go wherever he pleased without worry about the royal prohibitions, all that was a thing of the past. Su Yunqi laughed joyfully, partly due to Pei Yanchu's expression. Men like him were taciturn yet filled with suppressed affection. Words weren't necessary as the subtle hints in his eyes nearly drowned Su Yunqi. As time went on, the latter gradually became less disciplined, starting to pinch the softer flesh on his body inside the carriage. Big brother, what are you doing? Su Yunqi played hard to get, curling himself deeper into the carriage wrapped in a little blanket, holding back mischievous laughter. Has Yuri forgotten something? Pei Yanchu began losing his composure. It shouldn't be like this, throughout such a bustling day, Yuri should have noticed something. Could it be that he truly didn't care about himself? Or did someone else think this didn't matter? Also, they were about to leave the palace soon. Perhaps all he thought about was Chuyi and Chuli, leaving no room for himself in Yuri's thoughts. Pei Yanchu brimmed with sourness, deliberately slapping Su Yunqi's buttocks. Poor guy, having bullied someone, he still had to mend his mood and beg people to come back. Too oppressive, extremely oppressive. What could be done? He deserved to encounter such an ancestor-like person. For no apparent reason, Su Yunqi became slightly apprehensive. He knew that deep down Pei Yanchu hid a madman who was currently restrained but not yet fully triggered. He didn't dare to step over the line for fear of unleashing this madness, which would only hurt himself in the end. The carriage gradually came to a halt. Pei Yanchu jumped down holding Su Yunqi tightly, aiming to avoid all onlookers from the crowd and stepping swiftly into the mansion gate. Naturally, there were people trailing behind to deal with the aftermath. Secret guards dressed in new costumes stood on the steps throwing candies and coins, hoping for good luck and auspiciousness. Su Yunqi poked his head out and teasingly remarked. Big brother, it feels like our wedding right now. Pei Yanchu froze mid-step, surprised and turning his head, looking at the jubilant crowd outside the gate. Everyone knew how low-profile he was, yet his benevolent deeds were widely acknowledged, thus many still admired him. He appeared rather awkward, forcibly pulling the corners of his mouth upward. Pei Yanchu's heartbeat quickened slightly as he turned and walked inside. Brother, slow down, we have a long road ahead. Su Yunqi placed his hand on Pei Yanchu's chest, feeling the unease beneath his palm. He had Pei Yanchu set him down and then took the initiative to hold his hand, leading the way forward. Ling Ran had roughly sketched a map for him, which he'd memorized for a long time. His only impression now was that the kid's drawing skills were truly terrible. He felt somewhat nervous, but he didn't know what he could do, so he could only learn from others and try his best to be good to someone. Yuri, are you cold? Should brother carry you again? Su Yunqi didn't answer, just tightened his grip on his hand, standing shamefully in front of the door, hesitating to push it open. Yuri. Brother, have I ever told you that I like you very much? Pei Yanchu seemed to realize something. He blinked and caught his wrist. What's wrong, darling? Gathering his courage, Su Yunqi's ears turned red, half excited and half embarrassed as he pushed open the courtyard gate forcefully. In his heart, he silently prayed that Ling Qi wouldn't mess up, otherwise, he would surely ask his husband to give him a lesson. In the main courtyard, it was brightly lit with scattered candlelight on the ground surrounded by clusters of roses. As the weather grew colder, he went through great efforts to move so many flowers there. After all, people under dormitory buildings confessed this way, flowers, candles, and onlookers. But he cared about appearances, so it was better if only he and Pei Yanchu were involved in this. Pei Yanchu didn't know what tricks he was planning. Stunned at the entrance, his mind completely blanked out. Yuri, don't play with fire. Su Yunqi had been a bit nervous, but after hearing this dad-like comment, he simply couldn't understand anymore. He elegantly held Pei Yanchu and led him toward that hidden garden. Dumbfounded, Pei Yanchu followed him across the circle of candles. Standing amidst the fading lights, his expression flickered as he intensely stared at Su Yunqi. It was a scene he had never seen before, no matter how many times he replayed it in his mind, he couldn't figure out its meaning. It seemed like some kind of ritual, as if witnessing something significant, even Yuri's demeanor became serious. What was he going to do? Why did he suddenly kneel in front of him? Pei Yanchu opened his eyes wide, hurriedly bending down to lift him up, unwilling for him to be like this. Brother, don't rush. Let me down. Su Yunqi was about to burst out laughing. He hadn't even taken out the ring when he got intercepted into someone's arms. Chapter 105, Morning and Evening. Pei Yanchu wasn't as calm on the surface as he appeared. He cupped Su Yunqi's face, seeking answers in his lustrous eyes. Can Big Brother get a little closer to hear what Dayudiudiu has to say? Su Yunqi had no choice but to sit nestled in his arms, pulling out the ring from inside his clothes furtively. An item no one else had in this era, his Gejechu must have something unique. He opened his palm to reveal the ring. Big Brother. Any courage faded immediately. Su Yunqi huffed twice, suddenly unsure of how to start. What should he say? That he's long admired him but never officially confessed, and after the last hunt, they'd somehow started living together without thinking, for several months. No, too mushy. He couldn't handle it. Then what else could he say? That he's completely smitten, determined to cling to him for life, accepting only him, so today he must accept his marriage proposal. No, too presumptuous. What if later he starts bossing around above his head? Su Yunqi hesitated multiple times until Pei Yanchu took the silver ring from his hand. Did Dayudiudiu give this to me? Forget it, it happens only once in life. He's going all in. Su Yunqi quickly snatched the thing from his hand and, diving his face into his chest fiercely, shouted. Can't you see? I'm proposing to you, or asking to marry me. Wait, what exactly is he supposed to propose? How do you even phrase it? His cheeks flushed red, his entire body tense with embarrassment as he continued shouting at the man frozen before him like a wooden puppet. You idiot, I'm telling you I like you. I want to marry you. Humph. Su Yunqi deflated entirely, annoyance causing him to rest his head on Pei Yanchu's shoulder. Why were other people's proposals always dramatic and perfect while his ended up so strange? He was so embarrassed, who could rescue him? A gentle breeze brushed past his ears, and Pei Yanchu slowly curved his eyebrows and mouth upward, breaking into an unanticipated smile. In his arms was the butterfly that arrived without invitation, the wish he yearned for so long. Bang! A firework exploded in the sky, and under the moonlight interwoven with gentleness and hope, he tilted his head upward. Big Brother, I owe you one night of fireworks, here it is. Su Yunqi's voice was very soft, gradually fading away into the air. He thought Pei Yanchu didn't hear, unaware that the latter, in a place out of his sight, unexpectedly teared up. One stood, one was held. Clad in dazzling light, Su Yunqi bent down, picked up Pei Yanchu's left hand, and slipped the ring onto his ring finger. The slightly moistened man heard nothing but the sound of his own heartbeat now. He watched the one he loved intertwine their fingers under countless fireworks. He said this was binding himself with shackles, allowing him to choose only one person for life, who he must never betray. He further stated that love intertwined with soul, yet he chose to succumb willingly in free will. He gave his heart to him, willing to embrace all of his imperfections. The fireworks slowly came to an end, leaving behind only the soft whispers of Su Yunqi. Big Brother, happy birthday. In this fleeting world of thousands, my loves are three. The sun, the moon, and you represent morning upon morning, evening upon evening. Pei Yanchu heard clearly. It seemed like he saw, touched, and felt the concentrated shape of love. It was the self-imposed confinement willing to be wrapped around his heart, gladly becoming his possession. The silver-tinted finger lightly pressed against the cheek of the person in his arms, revealing an obedient smile, stray hairs threading through the fingertips. With a hint of wetness in his eyes, Pei Yanchu gripped the back of Su Yunqi's neck, and kissed him deeply. The candle fire neared extinguishing, but they were just beginning. Dayudiudiu, you said you would obey Big Brother tonight, come out nicely. Big Brother won't take advantage of you. I promised when you come of age, I'll definitely keep my word. Su Yunqi cowered under the table, hugging its legs refusing to come out. Damn it, now it's truly heaven doesn't help, earth offers no salvation. The entire mansion was fully under Pei Yanchu's control, there was nowhere for him to run. Big Brother, put down the items and then we can talk. Su Yunqi racked his brains trying to figure out why he prepared so many silk ribbons and scarves, what's so fun about playing around and making his life difficult. He wore a sullen face full of regret for his earlier impulse. He must have been crazy to agree to such an impolite request from Pei Yanchu, it wasn't fun at all. He would definitely take advantage of his helplessness again, forcing him to act coyly. Su Yunqi could only hide for a while, but that little time was enough to make Pei Yanchu even more excited. Being too obedient made him feel something was missing. Dayudiudiu, who resisted with soft punches and kicks, he liked immensely. Su Yunqi knelt on the bed, biting the pillow with his mouth, muttering curses before letting out a pitiful moan. Pei Yanchu loosely tied a knot around his neck, then gently tugged it, watching his clothes disarray as tears well up in his eyes helplessly, glaring at himself. So wronged, so pitiful, delicate, helpless, needing protection. Dayudiudiu smells so good. Pei Yanchu was somewhat intoxicated, tying Su Yunqi's ankles, wrapping the ribbons around his palm, then soothing him into sleep. There was a pair of rings, one on each of their fingers. No one else knew, this was their own secret. Okay, once the time passed, regardless of whether you were still the birthday boy, little Su the king immediately rose again. Su Yunqi was extremely annoyed, mainly because he was embarrassed. He was just a pure-hearted young man, not nearly a match for Pei Yenchu, who was scheming and secretive. The bracelet bells around his ankles were released again. Su Yunqi curled up on the bed, still drowsy. When Pei Yenchu returned from court, naturally he didn't see anyone there. After warming himself by the charcoal stove, he went to pick up the bed-clinging little devil. Humph, stinky hooligan. Dayudiudiu said she wanted to marry me, what should I call big brother? Pei Yenchu leaned close to his neck, sucking hard. Freak. Slap. Through the covers, it sounded like a heavy slap, full of warning. Su Yunqi lazily yawned, feeling no pain whatsoever. Dear husband, Dayudiudiu is hungry, humph humph humph, dear husband. Even though it was just a very perfunctory act of coquetry, it appeased Pei Yenchu completely, getting shoes and socks, serving him comfortably before seeking a kiss. Su Yunqi patted his hair twice, increasingly thinking he was a reincarnated puppy. Aside from being clingy and a bit eccentric, he had no other faults. Pat pat little doggy head, all will be well. What did Dayudiudiu say? Su Yunqi immediately shut his mouth, giving him 2 more kisses ambiguously before slipping away on his feet. Pei Yenchu knew he liked the pastry skills of the palace, so he directly brought the royal chef to work in his own house. He wasn't a disciplined person, sitting quietly at the dining table would count as the sun rising in the west. Now he was even more relaxed, lying down with the first-month rabbit, slowly nibbling on the fragrant, crisp sweet potato cake in his hand. Pei Yenchu always indulged him, directly building a pavilion for his 2 precious rabbits, extravagantly generous. Chapter 106, Snatching. Pei Yenchu bit his lips, feeling that the more he got, the more he wanted. He even hoped that one day Su Yunqi would confess everything to him. He swore that after that, he would love him even more, let him hide under his protection without any worries. In the end, it was still his greed that made everyone have their own secrets, and he shouldn't ask questions to the bottom. But he just couldn't help it. Pei Yenchu didn't allow others to tidy up the decorations outside, leaving them there as they were, even if it annoyed Daodu, he didn't want to ruin it. At least this could prove that he had been loved. He knew where Su Yunqi was. Following the sound of the jingling ankle bells, Pei Yenchu saw his little immortal. He looked completely at ease rubbing against the rabbit fur, patting his palm, and when he heard the sound of someone coming, he turned around and smiled to him, stretching out his arms for a hug. He never took lessons to heart, even if he bullied him however much he wanted. The next day, he would still obediently lean over. Daodu is running wild again. Su Yunqi frowned in defiance, crossing his arms and turning his head to sulk. Where could I possibly run? The guard stopped me earlier, saying I can't go out without my master's directive. Pei Yenchu, we're already out of the palace, and you're still confining me? He complained softly, slightly dissatisfied. That's too excessive, humph. Pei Yenchu restricted his movement within the entire mansion, but anything beyond it was different. Dao to be good, can you wait until spring to go out? It's too cold outside, there will be more snowfall soon. What do you want to play with? Can't your brother send it to you first? Su Yunqi wasn't happy. He thought Pei Yenchu was making a fuss over nothing, but he couldn't argue with him. They were just sweet yesterday, he didn't want to quarrel now. Well, when he couldn't bear it, he would climb over the wall. Anyway, Ling Qi was still there, he wasn't afraid. Pei Yenchu gently patted his back, still feeling more assured by keeping an eye on him. Winter, such a fragile season, he was scared of losing Daodu. Even though Su Yunqi feared the cold, his curiosity far outweighed this suffering. He put on a silver-white long fur coat and sneaked out. Pei Yenchu was still in the study. Every year-end winter, the border states would love to do some thievery. The warfare, big or small, currently had no great turmoil. The whole estate was huge, super huge, extremely huge. Su Yunqi's vocabulary was only so much, but after wandering around, he felt like he had seen several courtyards. There were many main courtyards alone, but the one where Pei Yenchu and he lived was the largest. For some unknown reason, he began to feel bitter again. Why build so many? Are they going to be for his wife and children in the future? Huh. After Su Yunqi vented his resentment, he quickly threw away his troubles. He stepped on the steps, sat at the center of the pavilion, looking at the surrounding lotus pond which appeared somewhat desolate. He didn't know if the water was clean, wanting to scoop it up to take a look. Since Su Yunqi always acted impulsively, he checked around to make sure his fur cloak wouldn't get dusty or dirty before daring to take off his fur robe. If that living father knew, he would definitely not escape scolding. He leaned down from the stairs, lifted his clothes, squatted on the edge of the stone pier, and reached out to scoop water. Wow, the icy chill was penetrating, but it was clean enough. A bunch of fish could be raised, yay. Satisfied, Su Yunqi splashed the water, then carefully stood up, turned around, and met Pei Yenchu's expressionless gaze. Pei Yenchu softened his expression, crouched down to pick him up. Daodu, give your hand to your brother. Let me carry you up, okay? Su Yunqi was startled. His body hair stood straight, his feet went limp, almost falling into the lotus pond. Realizing that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of counting it against him, he burst into blooms, laughing while reaching for Pei Yenchu's hands. And that was all. What a big bad liar Pei Yenchu was. So warm and gentle looking on the surface, but once caught, he revealed his true nature, causing him to be pulled harshly several times at his thighs. Are you still daring to climb down to play? Summon someone to fence this place off. Song Huai and dogs shall not enter. Pei Yanchu, you bully. Su Yunqi frantically beat him, growling and flailing like an unsatisfied little child. Pei Yanchu's heart raced nervously. His hands were still trembling, worried that if he hadn't held on tightly to Douda then. If he fell in and developed a high fever, and just left like that, what would he do? He couldn't bear such consequences. You are being naughty, stay in the courtyard until the end of the year, and don't run around recklessly anymore. Su Yunqi sulked by himself. He knew that Pei Yanchu had a habit of worrying about him, but he still felt that the latter was being overly nervous. What gave him the right to boss him around? What had he done wrong? It was just playing, wasn't it? Whose fault was it anyway? The coolness couldn't pierce through the silent atmosphere between them. Pei Yanchu turned his body to shield him from the cool breeze and slightly tightened the fox fur around his neck. Doudu, talk to your brother. After yelling at him, he was still considerate, always giving him a way out so he wouldn't have to handle emotions alone. I don't want to talk. Su Yunqi couldn't hold back, and his voice with a slight crying tone sounded. At this moment, he was just a wrong child who'd been lectured. Pei Yanchu moved closer and pressed against his slightly cold cheeks without replying further, then quickly walked back into the courtyard. The house had an underfloor heating system burning. Su Yunqi was placed on the bed, his shoulders trembling slightly. Cry it out first, alright? Weia, you've changed, you don't love me anymore. I used to cry and you would comfort me, it wasn't like this dry, cry it out first. Playboy, stinky playboy, tricked my heart and now you're not taking responsibility. I hate you, I hate you. Why can't I go out? This you won't let me do, that you won't let me do. I was only curious about the water, why did you yell at me? Pei Yanchu wiped his tears with a handkerchief. He patiently listened to Su Yunqi's complaints, and finally, when he slowly started sobbing, Pei Yanchu held his face and explained. Su Qian died in a winter. He just mysteriously died, feverish and dead in my arms. I couldn't protect him. I took care of him day and night, and discovered it was all for nothing. Do you know that feeling, Song Huai? The heavens were trying to take someone away from me, and that time, I couldn't fight back. Su Yunqi blankly stared at Pei Yanchu. His mouth hung open as he cried softly, completely bewildered. Just think of it as your brother being scared, alright? Be good, listen to your brother. Your brother doesn't want to lose you again. Su Yunqi finally understood what Pei Yanchu was so fixated on. There was still moisture on his face, and he didn't know whether it was shock or guilt. Sorry. Pei Yanchu lowered his eyes, stood up and hugged Su Yunqi. Listen to your brother. Don't go out in winter, okay? The little tearful bundle of resentment no longer resisted. He secretly reached for Pei Yanchu's hand from the side and gently squeezed it to show reconciliation. Chapter 107, Vitality. This winter seemed to have come especially early. The slightly ajar window made a heart-wrenching noise, as if it couldn't bear the cold and was struggling in the dark. Pei Yanchu habitually used the back of his hand to check Su Yunqi's temperature, feeling the warmth that danced in his palm and his shallow breathing. He hoped Doudu could sleep a bit longer, lying there quietly forever without encountering danger. But he also hoped he could be lively and energetic. The little butterfly must not lose its vitality, just as flowers must not lose sunlight. The military situation in the northwest was dire. Olan's internal turmoil was growing unstable, with the old king having passed away. Among all, the least noticed Prince Dahan suddenly assassinated his way to the throne, seizing power with bloody storms. Prince Dahan advocated war, believing that Olan's sons should wear armor for their country's future, bringing honor ahead of them and their wives and children behind them. One step forward would bring boundless possibilities. Pei Ruzhang had remained inactive until he saw the enemy slowly encroach upon his territory. Only then did he begin preparing, ordering Su Chengyuan to lead 10,000 elite troops to defend the border. In the court, there had always been a greater emphasis on scholars than soldiers, and now only the general's mansion retained any authority. Pei Ruzhang felt that the remaining generals were inadequate, but he still dispatched them for Su Chengyuan to command. Big brother, I've been feeling a little uneasy recently. Pei Yanchu didn't tell him about these matters. He just gently rubbed his head and pushed Qi closer into his hand. Don't think too much, Doudu just needs to eat well and sleep well. That makes you a little pig, doesn't it? Su Yunqi furrowed his brows in complaint, while another spoonful of warming medicinal soup was fed to him by his lips. Big brother, can I stop drinking this? I feel kind of full lately. Upon hearing this, Pei Yanchu slowly raised his head and suddenly chuckled twice. Doudu has fiery temperament. You're laughing at me, huh? Su Yunqi pushed his hand away, stepping firmly on the thick carpet. Sitting by the window, he gazed at the frost-covered branches outside, lost in thought for a long time. If he wasn't mistaken, a battle would take place by the end of this year, resulting in countless deaths and casualties. In the original story, Pei Yanchu never appeared as a prince but managed to change the plot entirely on his own. Su Yunqi didn't want to play games with him. Leaning back casually, he landed naturally into a warm embrace. Will you go? You're going, right? Pei Yanchu slightly lowered his eyes, his hand gripping his chin. What does Dao know? Stop fooling around with me. There's nothing you can hide from me. Su Yunqi tried to pull his hand away, but unfortunately, the other party lifted him under the knees and carried him horizontally to the bed. Go to sleep, don't overthink. Pei Yanchu, stop treating me like a porcelain doll, alright? I'm not that fragile. Don't leave me behind. Of course, Su Yunqi knew his intentions. The northwest region was bitterly cold. Pei Yanchu would be crazy to bring him along. But he didn't want to stay here. He wanted to go with him, accompany him through the battle. During an early morning council session, Pei Ruzhang suddenly received urgent news from the border. It said Su Qingyuan was gravely injured, and the young general barely broke through the encirclement to bring him back for treatment. A significant number of the 10,000-strong army had already been consumed, and reinforcements from the court were desperately needed, otherwise, the outcome would be unimaginable. Pei Ruzhang was greatly alarmed. He condemned the audacity of Elan, yet simultaneously feared the lack of capable generals within his own nation. For a moment, the ministers began chattering incessantly, trying to propose various talented individuals for the job. Naturally, there were many who attempted to sneak their own progeny into the list for fame and glory. Pei Ruzhang would never lead the troops himself. Taking 2 deep breaths, he looked at the 3 princes standing below. For the affairs of the entire nation, it is unsuitable for me to go on a distant expedition. Wenjing, you and Yunlan, as my legitimate sons, heading west on this mission will surely stabilize the morale of the army, living up to my expectations. Though somewhat emaciated, Pei Wenjing stood tall and stepped forward to accept the imperial decree. With the nation in trouble, having enjoyed so many years of wealth and glory, it was now time for him to shoulder his responsibilities. Your Majesty, absolutely not. The Crown Prince is still unwell, and the journey is fraught with dangers. It would likely result in more harm than good. Please reconsider your order. Tang Hongxing still pinned his hopes on the 2 of them and could not let them die needlessly. The heir to the empire could go to war, but only when the situation was clear-cut and guaranteed victory. This perilous campaign risked lives, and if anything went wrong, decades of careful planning would all be wasted. Pei Ruzhang sneered. Throwing the folder onto the ground, he shouted loudly. So according to the Prime Minister, should the Emperor go then? Tang Hongxing trembled as he knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth and pointing an accusatory finger at Pei Yanchu. Your Majesty, what about His Highness the Third Prince? The Third Prince excels in martial arts. Without even mentioning the hunting incident back then, has he ever faltered with his long sword in hand? Tang Hongxing clearly brought up the previous incident on the long street on purpose, where his daughter had been horribly frightened, yet the matter was hastily covered up without repercussions for that baseborn child. Pei Yanchu was hesitating, he had someone he cared about in mind and didn't dare to make a decision too quickly. This war had to be fought, but who would lead it indeed posed an excellent question. To whom should the Tiger Talisman ultimately be entrusted? Such great power couldn't be given away lightly, and Pei Yanchu struggled not to overthink it. In some inexplicable way, he always felt that after this event passed, he'd be pushed onto a path that could never be reversed, a perfectly reasonable one nonetheless. Pei Ruzhang glanced at the chess piece he had personally raised and turned his head silently. Pei Yanchu was his last assurance. Even if Pei Wenjing and Pei Yunlan were gone, it wasn't too late to send him out. Moreover, he began to grow wary of this seemingly toothless wolf. Since leaving the palace, he hadn't received any further information about him. His informants, sent out, returned either dead or unharmed, but none could breach that wall, unable to uncover even a shred of news. Pei Ruzhang already doubted him half-heartedly, now finding it harder than ever to determine if he could completely control him. I humbly request your Majesty to reconsider. Tang Hongxing prostrated himself, refusing to rise unless the other party changed their mind. Officials following the Prime Minister's faction behind him also all knelt down in succession. In an instant, there was a rush of sound that echoed through the entire hall. His Highness the First Prince excels in literature, not military prowess, and the Sixth Prince is still too young to offer help. Your Majesty, being the Son of Heaven, how can your sacred body afford harm? Your Majesty, only the Third Prince is suitable. Believing that upon his return from training, achieving fame and success, he will surely earn a title and rank, continuing to relieve your worries. Tang Hongxing certainly knew the pros and cons of this situation. He suggested sending Pei Yanchu, but also feared that his momentum might become too powerful. So, he still deliberately reminded the Emperor a few times. Pei Yanchu lifted his head, fists clenched tightly. Finally, he kneeled down on one knee, requesting an appointment. The edge of his robes carved a sharp curve. His voice resonated within the court chambers, brimming with determination and ambition. He thought for a long time. If he selfishly fled with Dowda to avoid all this, then the city walls would surely fall, leading to the decline of national affairs. Dowdu had a soft heart, if she saw commoners displaced and suffering, she definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. If he didn't go, then no one else could. If he refused to step forward, what value would his promise to cherish Su Yunqi forever hold? Under a collapsed nest, no eggs survive intact. He didn't want that, nor did he wish to see Su Yunqi's eyes filled with disappointment. Without hesitation, he decided. Chapter 108, Shishir. Pei Ruzhong did not respond immediately, he simply observed everything below him with cold eyes, while stroking the patterns on the dragon throne. As Pei Yanchu had expressed his stance, the ministers who were already fanning the flames began to present their memorials again, including many of his own subordinates. Humph, good. Excellent, it seems that you are indeed the popular choice. Pei Ruzhong's words were unclear in meaning, but then it seemed as though he suddenly thought of something, and his expression gradually brightened. Yanchu, actually, your father also thinks you are up to the task, and plans to hand over the tiger talisman to you these few days. Once you return home to pack up, prepare to set off immediately. Father believes in you, and when you return victorious, that will be the day father officially ennobles you. Tang Hongqing's heart skipped a beat. He stared wide-eyed and looked up, his fingers digging forcefully into the cracks on the floor. Pei Yanchu exhaled slightly. As he was about to stand up, he was stunned by one sentence from Pei Ruzhong. You don't need to take your reading companion along, let him enter the palace. Your father will send someone to take good care of him so that you won't have to worry. Father. Pei Yanchu's mind went blank, and he finally understood what the other party was planning. So this is how it feels to hold the emperor hostage to issue orders. It really made him extremely uncomfortable. Tang Hongqing had heard a little about Su Yunqi's identity. Using this to stir things up, he consoled. Your Highness, the Emperor's such generous treatment is truly an excellent reward. I believe Mr. Song will greatly appreciate your Highness' decision to allow him to receive the Emperor's protection in the palace. For just a moment, Pei Yanchu was shocked, and then quickly calmed down to think of a strategy. He automatically ignored Tang Hongqing's provocation and agreed to Pei Ruzhong's request after bowing his head. If he wanted to get rid of someone, fine, then he would give him that person. Loud could only be kept under his watchful eye. Besides the residence which had already been fortified, he wouldn't feel at ease anywhere else. Pei Yanchu retracted his scattered thoughts and looked at Su Yunqi, lying on the bed and clearly having sensed something. He pinched his left cheek. The battlefront at the northwestern border is brutally cold, there will be no rabbit cakes for you to eat and no soft beds to sleep on. Loud, you stay obediently in the mansion. I'll let Lingqi stay with you, alright? I'll be back soon. Su Yunqi slapped away his hand with utter disdain. I'm going with you to fight, not to enjoy luxuries. If you dare leave me behind, I'll starve myself, thirst myself and exhaust myself to death. Pei Yanchu couldn't help but feel annoyed for once. Breathing heavily, he couldn't bear to look stern at him and thus raised his voice, calling out his name. Why are you calling me? Calling me as many times as you want won't work, I'm following you wherever you go. Didn't we promise never to separate through life and death? I trust you can return victorious, but I just want to accompany you. Alright? With red-rimmed eyes, Su Yunqi embraced Pei Yanchu's neck, leaning close to his ear and choking up. Brother, I'll miss you. Please let me go with you. I'm not afraid of hardship or fatigue. I can't imagine life without seeing you. Pei Yanchu's heart melted like a stream flowing through every vein in his body, creating gentle ripples. He sighed, ready to change his mind, when the other suddenly hit him with another bombshell. Alright, whatever. If you ignore me, it doesn't matter. Once you're gone, I'll visit flower houses every day, this woman here, and that woman there. Pei Yanchu laughed despite being upset. In one swift motion, he flipped Su Yunqi who was still sulking onto his stomach, and started pampering him with a long session of affection. As Su Yunqi hummed softly while lying face down, once the other had vented, he snuggled back against him, acting coy. Brother, husband, my darling husband. Well then, I'll follow your wishes. Pei Yanchu had no idea what to do with him. What mainly bothered him was that he just couldn't put this clumsy baby out of his mind. Later, Su Yunqi learned about Pei Ruzhong's demand. Looking at the figure in front of him who almost resembled Song Huai, he widened his mouth in amazement. Walking around the hidden guard several times, he scrutinized him thoroughly from top to bottom and couldn't find any fault. Finally, with a slap on the other's butt, he objectively commented. Not as shapely as mine, nor as soft. Loud, what are you doing? Come back. As soon as Pei Yanchu entered the room and saw him teasing Bai Ming, his expression darkened. He forced him to wash his hands properly. What's wrong? I just found it fun. Hey, what's your name? This face looks really good, oh wait, I'm looking good, he. Su Yunqi totally ignored Pei Yanchu behind him and reached out to touch Bai Ming's face. Bai Ming remained composed, but his ears gradually turned red. As Su Yunqi's hands wandered lower and lower, Pei Yanchu quickly strode over and pulled the troublemaking little brat into his arms. Is it fun? Huh. I like myself better, so what? Humph. Bai Ming had a thin face and was an example of someone who blushed easily. Pei Yanchu allowed him to impersonate Song Huai because he thought Bai Ming could barely match up with Su Yunqi. But unexpectedly, this caught the attention of his loud, causing Pei Yanchu's eyes to turn cold in an instant, signaling him to leave immediately. Bai Ming swiftly slipped away, heaven knows how much restraint he had used not to knock out the young master. After being forcibly dragged off for a thorough hand wash and enduring endless nagging, Su Yunqi was finally left alone. Pei Yanchu casually tossed the tiger talisman to Su Yunqi, watching as he took it apart and put it back together repeatedly. Brother, how about we just rebel against the emperor? Little scamp. Su Yunqi had just mentioned it offhandedly since in the original story, that's exactly what Pei Yanchu did. He remained incognito in the military camp, eventually securing victory and directly leading the army to rebellion. In one stroke, he killed Pei Rujan without any regrets. With his reputation already established, the common people didn't care who became emperor as long as it benefited them. Only the court officials would call him a traitor, attempting to force him off the throne. They were all eliminated, and later, finding life uninteresting, he decided to be a tyrant, killing anyone he felt like at random. Su Yunqi shivered from the cold. Mistaking this for chilliness, Pei Yanchu immediately held him tighter. Never mind, brother. We'll take it slow. Loud will be by your side for a long time. Just don't go berserk, or else even he would get scared. Su Yunqi was firmly convinced that they would win, so he wasn't overly anxious and even had leisure time to peek out the carriage window to spy on Bai Ming outside. Hey, am I usually that capricious? Isn't he exaggerating? Bai Ming completely ignored Chang Shi, who had come to welcome him, and coolly climbed onto the carriage, pulling down the curtain to avoid sight. Hearing the exaggerated complaints beside him, Su Yunqi was utterly bewildered. Not really, Loud is far cuter than how he portrayed. Pei Yanchu didn't find anything wrong, instead feeling that Bai Ming wasn't professional enough to capture even a fraction of Loud's playful charm. Su Yunqi closed his mouth, turned around, and buried his face in Pei Yanchu's chest. What a perfect example of beauty in the eye of the beholder, absolutely brilliant. Chapter 109, Confusion. You said what? General Su is seriously injured. Su Yunqi became anxious. He grabbed Pei Yanchu's collar and urgently inquired about the situation. No wonder the plot was earlier than he had anticipated. It seemed that Su Chengyuan had already encountered trouble, fearing that the border defenses wouldn't hold. Pei Yanchu grabbed his two hands, observing his look of utter bewilderment, and suddenly asked. Are you close to the general? What does closeness have to do with anything? Su Yunqi stared at his face like looking at a stranger and retorted. The general has spent his life defending the nation, and now suddenly collapses. Wouldn't anyone be alarmed upon hearing this? This isn't a matter of familiarity. Pei Yanchu patted his back slowly as he continued offering kind words of apology, but his expression remained inscrutable. Rest assured, the military doctors are taking care of him. There won't be any issues. Besides, my brother is still around. In a few days, I can take you to see the general. Though Su Yunqi's heart was anxious, he felt somewhat shy and therefore deliberately ignored his past ties, fearing he might lose control over his emotions. He responded quietly and then hugged the hand warmer, curling up in a corner, lost in thought. Pei Yanchu didn't bother him but sat by his side, silently keeping watch. The carriage passed through several checkpoints, and as they climbed higher, the weather grew colder. Su Yunqi no longer appeared as elegant and luxurious as before, his complexion under his eyes turned bluish-green, and he looked listless and spiritless. His sleep was restless, rather, he could be described as having difficulty eating or sleeping. With all these worries weighing on his mind, compounded by an inability to adapt to the climate, he had reached the point where merely walking a few steps was an achievement. Pei Yanchu pitied him and always coaxed him into eating and resting. Every day, he reproached himself for why he couldn't keep his mouth shut and intentionally mention Su Chengyuan's affairs. Su Yunqi was slightly downcast but realized part of it was because his body was truly delicate. After all, traveling thousands of miles, someone like Song Huai, a rich young master, likely never endured such a long carriage ride in his entire life. A chilly wind suddenly blew open the carriage window, revealing distant scenery that appeared desolate. Do you still want to follow along next time? Pei Yanchu wiped his eyebrows and eyes with a warm cloth, unable to help but scold a little. Of course, unless I fear you'd miss me and end up performing poorly in battle. Su Yunqi rolled his eyes, and someone playfully nipped his tender cheek. Don't mess around, we're almost there. It would be embarrassing for me to meet people later. Pushing the person away, he jumped out of the carriage first but failed to steady himself, stumbling backward. Thankfully, Pei Yanchu hadn't taken his eyes off him and immediately jumped after, catching him securely. It's not my fault, the ground is uneven. The land is poor. Su Yunqi huffed twice and followed behind toward the tent. Perhaps Su Qiwen had given prior instructions, sending someone to welcome Pei Yanchu. Childhood affections don't easily fade, let alone when the two often found themselves silently facing each other in front of graves. This could be considered a form of understanding. Pei Yanchu certainly understood Su Qiwen's implication. He promptly inquired the guide about his brother and Uncle Su's conditions, then proceeded directly to the tent. Behind him followed a timid Su Yunqi. You've arrived. Su Qiwen didn't even look at him but pointed to a nearby chair, letting Pei Yanchu sit down on his own. He's still alive, he won't die. Stop looking so worried. Su Chengyuan leaned against the headboard of the bed. To his left was a bowl of freshly brewed medicine tea, currently releasing heat and slowly swirling upward in fragrant spirals. Everyone at court feared Pei Yanchu, some even avoided him completely, but it was different at the general's residence. Being a child who had been observed closely for a year, and even being taught personally by him, he only regarded Pei Yanchu as a junior, tilting his head to scrutinize him carefully. Then he redirected his gaze toward Su Yunqi. Who is this young friend? Pei Yanchu didn't intend to conceal anything, pulling Su Yunqi's hand and straightforwardly declaring. The one with whom I'll spend my entire life. Su Yunqi's face burst into redness as he vigorously pulled his hand back, not daring to look Su Chengyuan and others in the eye. Just awkward, a feeling known only to himself when meeting the family of a significant other. Su Qiwen rarely smiled, teasing him for frightening their guest to the point of silence. DD shies from strangers and gets embarrassed easily. TSK, and yet you still brought him here. Pei Yanchu gritted his teeth, making his justification clear while subtly showing off. He says he fears seeing me disappear. That's enough, bickering right upon meeting, and you've continued for years without stopping. You two are truly a pair of sparring partners. Su Chengyuan shouted, unable to suppress a cough that startled Su Yunqi into quickly standing to bring the medicine. It seems like it's even harder to explain now, help. Look at you, not as understanding as this young master, Yanchu, your judgment is quite good, ha ha ha, cough cough cough. After a roundabout sentence, Su Yunqi finally managed to dryly exclaim. General Su, please rest and talk less. Su Qiwen turned his head aside to suppress a laugh, then casually messed up his hair, making him look like he had a nest of chaos on his head. Slowly, Su Yunqi turned, staring at him reproachfully. Pei Yanchu, where did you find such a character? Truly amusing. Su Yunqi was utterly flustered. He'd wanted to so shut his brother's mouth since childhood, but never had the chance to stop him from being so carefree until now. General Su. Uncle, he looked at the temples that were already slightly gray with age and murmured a few words, inexplicably saddened. Su Chengyuan reached out to smooth his disheveled hair, took the medicine from his hands, and gazed at his features for a while, lost in thought. What's your name? Little Daodu. Yeah, what about it? The eyes of Su Chengyuan gradually became vacant. After a long silence he sighed softly. Nothing, it's just been too long since I last saw the kids at home. Afraid they might have forgotten their old father. After this war is over, I must go back and properly compensate them. Su Qiwen couldn't smile anymore, he pursed his lips and silently messed up his brother's hair again. Su Yunqi naturally understood what he meant. His eyes reddened suddenly as he cautiously glanced at the weather-beaten face of the great general. Actually, this injury wasn't entirely due to being outnumbered by the enemy. The main reason was that Su Chengyuan, getting older, lacked the physical strength. He entrusted everything left to Su Qiwen, secretly hoping that Pei Yanchu would come northward leading troops. Thankfully, he hadn't been disappointed. After all, he only trusted him. Su Qiwen. Why do you bully others? Go outside and run laps. Fingers roughened by years of hardship, Su Chengyuan tried to wipe away Su Yunqi's tears but didn't dare approach too closely, fearing he would cause pain. Unexpectedly, the other side acted as if they were old friends, showing unexpected intimacy, even tilting their heads toward him slightly. Su Chengyuan always felt that as he grew older, he easily spaced out. He gently consoled him with a soft voice. Don't cry, it's all Big Brother's fault. Dad. Uncle will punish him, all right? Little Daodu won't cry anymore, right? Hearing this, Su Yunqi angrily glared at his wonderful older brother. With someone backing him up, he grinned through gritted teeth and replied. Make him run 5 laps, 10 laps, 100 laps. Alright, whatever Daodu says. Rarely quarreling this time, Su Qiwen intentionally pinched Su Yunqi's cheeks before pulling open the curtain and rushing outside. Pei Yanchu hadn't spoken all this time, he just lowered his gaze and listened quietly, looking ambiguously at the thick curtain that was still vibrating slightly. When the tent grew quiet once more, he went to take Su Yunqi's hand who was standing in front of Su Chengyuan, feeling rather awkward under his intense stare. Chapter 110, Turning the Page. The slightly cool ring of responsibility brought the dispirited child back on track. Pei Yanchu explained that bringing Su Yunqi here was also for an early meeting with Su Chengyuan. He respected Su Chengyuan as an elder, and the other party treated him like their own son. Good child. There's nothing good left on me, uncle, except this peace pendant. Take it. Su Chengyuan pulled out the jade pendant in his bosom, he shook it slightly, and pressed it into Su Yunqi's hands. Hey, don't give it back to me, you're Yanchu's person, uncle wants to spoil you. If this little guy bullies you in the future, you must tell uncle about it. And me. Su Qiwen was surrounded by a swirl of heat smoke, bustling through the door, then plopping down onto the chair, gasping for breath. Come on, good younger brother, call me Big Brother, and Big Brother will protect you for life. Su Yunqi grabbed a handkerchief from the table and threw it at him. You take care of yourself first, let alone protecting me, if you don't harm me, it's already great. Heh, why do you only fight me? Always behave well when you see father, so am I supposed to owe you something? Su Yunqi, seeing his nasty face, refused to even look at him, hung the pendant around her waist, and hid behind Pei Yanchu. Brother, after your battle is over, help me give him a good beating. Sung Hui what, never mind, forget it, lose, you better not go too far. Uncle, he scared me. He scared me. That's enough, stop arguing, look how frightened our little Luz has become. Su Qiwen, if you haven't run enough, go for a few more laps outside. Su Chengyuan showed limitless favoritism, nearly lifting Su Yunqi up to heaven. And Su Qiwen just wagged his hand asking for mercy, scratching his head, which ended this matter. Pei Yanchu pulled Su Yunqi, who was reluctantly leaving, back towards himself. Returning to his tent, he first placed her on the armchair covered with wolf skin, then turned around, spread the blanket from the bundle on the bed, and tested its firmness with his hand. Luz, come sit here. Su Yunqi jumped up in shoes without caring whether the bed was soft or hard, directly pulling the man in front of him, pillowing her head on his chest. What's wrong, baby? You were worried about General Su all the way, now you've met him but you're still unhappy. Happy, but also a little sad. Forget it, I can't explain, shouldn't you hurry up to discuss war affairs with them? Why are you still dilly-dallying? Pei Yanchu understood in his heart, he tapped Su Yunqi's forehead lightly, telling her just to rest well and not to worry too much. Be a good girl, you haven't had a good sleep for days. Close your eyes quickly. Su Yunqi was forcibly covered with his hand, she complained and tried to pry off his hands, then heard a sudden voice nearby. It doesn't matter if you don't want to rest, we could play something else. Brother, I'm sleepy, I'm really sleepy, I've never been so sleepy. Su Yunqi immediately gave in, hastily scratching his hand, slowing down her breathing. Pei Yanchu stroked her long hair, gently massaged the acupoints on her head. Not long after, the stubborn little kid who was mouthy earlier fell silent. He wrapped Su Yunqi tightly to his side, took out the thick blanket and covered her snugly, and then walked out. Sleep. Your preference hasn't changed one bit. Su Qiwen just couldn't stand his mumble, reaching out to challenge him. The two people fought fiercely, gradually a circle of veterans formed around to watch the fun. Ouch, this kick is amazing, hitting the lower half directly. This punch isn't bad either, but it lacks some strength. Su Qiwen suddenly shouted. Pei Yanchu, damn it, don't go easy on me, concentrate. With the way you're doing, do you think you can beat me on behalf of Luz? As soon as the words came out, he was flipped to the ground by Pei Yanchu. Let go, quick, give me some face. Su Qiwen cared about appearances after all, he signaled Pei Yanchu to release him quickly, then nonchalantly shook his arm twisted painfully backward. Sigh, years ago, he didn't dare provoke him with dada, now well, even a little loser is almost costing him an arm. Well, I should introduce myself, this is the third prince, people from the palace rarely come out, but he's an old acquaintance of mine. Ouch, look at the mess you made, it stinks. If your father sees it, you're dead meat. All these people were generals who had followed the general's mansion all their lives, they gathered together to make fun of Su Qiwen, then glanced sideways and carefully examined Pei Yanchu. Not to mention the estrangement between scholars and warriors, the soldiers on the battlefield were also a bit arrogant, so naturally they had some prejudice against the young masters from the palace who lived in luxury. They glanced at each other, then all began rubbing their hands and preparing themselves, eager for action. In this place, one should speak with fists. If you lose, you are a coward, regardless of who your father is. Pei Yanchu's face turned cold, it wasn't that he was annoyed, but rather he simply didn't know how to deal with these old generals. Su Qiwen leaned against a weapon rack, loving nothing more than stirring up trouble. He hollered. Hey Achu, fight. Are you scared? Don't worry, they're much tougher to beat than me. Huh, you little brat. Pei Yanchu couldn't help but curl his lips upward slightly. Then he turned his head, extending his hand to block a flying punch. It started as one-on-one combat, but later things got increasingly chaotic. 1 versus 3, then 1 versus 4, until even Su Qiwen wanted to stomp on Pei Yanchu's feet to force him into using his real skills. Alright, if you keep fooling around, none of you will be fit to go to war, just lie back and heal your wounds instead. Su Chengyuan found their clamor extremely annoying. Yet somehow, this whole gang had gathered in front of his tent to spar, making his hands itch too. He stood before the curtain with support, laughing and scolding Su Qiwen for abusing his authority by bringing a bunch of uncles to torture Pei Yanchu. He warned them that it would be bad if something happened. Why not? Anyway, since he's so powerful, after being cooped up in the palace for so long, isn't it just letting him release some energy? Didn't you understand? I'm worried about you getting killed, not about something happening to Achu. The group laughed so hard, they enthusiastically dragged Pei Yanchu over and squatted together to discuss strategy. Afraid he would get bullied, Su Qiwen immediately jumped in and contributed a lot to the discussion, making the vice-general beside him so angry he slapped Su Qiwen on the back of his head. Seeing this, Su Chengyuan shook his head and returned. The general's mansion never took sides. Whoever is the emperor, they remain loyal to them, or to put it more accurately, they stay loyal to the country. If the day ever came when a choice had to be made, his decision would be clear. An was meticulous, although he seemed foolish, he knew everything. With these two cooperating, Su Chengyuan felt reassured. The camp where Su Yunqi stayed was very quiet, no one dared to make noise nearby. All the people were gathered at Su Chengyuan's place shouting loudly debating, causing him to splash water outside his door. Nobody was going to have an easy time. After a full day, most military officers with rank could recognize Pei Yanchu, and they understood that though he might look aloof, he had no ill intentions. Chapter 111, Oil Lamp. When Su Yunqi woke up, the tent was already pitch black. There was no oil lamp lit on the table. He had slept too long and was still a little disoriented. It was very dark, and the surroundings were unfamiliar. Where was he? And why was he alone? Too quiet, he felt a bit scared. Su Yunqi touched the edge of the bed and aimlessly hummed a couple of times. The curtain at the door was gently lifted, and with a rustling sound, a flicker of candlelight suddenly appeared. You're awake. Su Yunqi half closed his eyes, not having had the chance to withdraw his emotions yet. Su Qiwen squatted by his bedside, and after saying those words, remained silent. His fingers moved slightly as he slowly extended his hands to test the still confused person. Su Yunqi's mind stalled. It was his elder brother, yes, a good person, albeit a bit arrogant. He had come for him. It was so dark, but now that he had come, it was fine. He wouldn't bother calculating with him. Su Yunqi crawled forward twice and reached out to hook his shoulders, pressing his face against it until he was wrapped in a blanket and picked up. Brother is taking you to find a Chu. He was detained by someone and couldn't break free. Worrying about you, he asked brother to check on you first. The stars in the sky twinkled and Su Yunqi was already awake, but he didn't interrupt the incessant muttering in his ears. After waiting patiently for him to finish speaking, he finally added lazily. Brother, you talk too much. Su Qiwen laughed. He jiggled the cold-escaping person in his arms, his voice slightly hoarse. Daodu, call me again. Brother. Do you know how annoying you are? Just because of this one word, brother, even if their father was angry, he would protect him and Chu smoothly for the rest of their lives. Pei Yanchu had already been forced to drink several cups of wine, but it didn't affect his face color. He just faintly gazed at the bonfire pile, his eyes slightly moist. Hey, who are you hugging? How precious. Pei Yanchu's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately stood up, glaring at Su Qiwen with a grim face. Give him back. Give him back. Look at your good brother's gaze, it's almost whipping me to death. Su Yunqi smelled the alcohol on him and frowned discontentedly. Pei Yanchu was completely obsessed with taking the person back, snatching the blanket and pulling the person into his own arms. The old generals gathered around gradually became quiet. They sensed something wrong. After a while, someone abruptly asked. Who is this again? Pei Yanchu's lover. What? Su Qiwen was satisfied. Being able to scare them made him happy. He was just about to speak again, drop a few more bombs, and refresh these old fogies' worldview, when they angrily scolded him. How dare you go hug her? Who taught you to do that? Haven't you heard that a friend's wife shouldn't be messed with? I will beat you, you kid. Su Qiwen's face was numb as he curled up on the ground and begged with his head covered. What nonsense, I only treat him as my younger brother. Unjustified accusation. Su Yunqi giggled. Half of his small face was covered by the blanket Pei Yanchu used to protect him, exposing only a somewhat red nose and mouth. He swayed his head uncomfortably, struggled a little, then exposed his face and curiously looked around. Oh, a boy. So just because it's a boy you can hug? Beat him. Su Qiwen was beaten several times and was only barely let off after Pei Yanchu intervened verbally. Shaking his hand, he pointed tremblingly at the young devil who was watching with delight. Why don't you help explain for me? You heartless thing. Su Yunqi stuck out his tongue, but his face was immediately forcibly turned away. You're a bad person too, leaving me alone there. One side of his face was supported in Pei Yanchu's palm. He tilted his mouth, complaining word by word, then opened his eyes wide, giving him a fierce glare. Pei Yanchu cherished his act of being an overly dramatic troublemaker. The alcohol disturbed his thoughts, and he lowered his head wanting to get closer, which frightened Su Yunqi into covering his mouth and softly begging for mercy. I'm hungry, brother, later, please. It was hard to say anything about a sober Pei Yanchu, but the drunken bad man was even less of a person he dared provoke. Others couldn't see through his abnormal behavior, but only Su Yunqi knew that this man was already struggling to suppress his true nature. When Pei Yanchu heard that he was hungry, he dazedly turned around and started handling the roasted meat in front of him. He thought the knife was unclean and pulled out a handkerchief to repeatedly wipe it, even contemplating disinfecting it with the strong liquor nearby. Brother. Su Yunqi felt a bit awkward under the stares of the remaining soldiers, who were standing there like wooden chickens. Hurriedly shoving him a few times, he managed to discourage his thoughts of finding another knife. Pei Yanchu took the bowl filled with wine and carefully sliced the roasted meat into small pieces, neatly arranging them on a plate before gleefully placing it in front of Su Yunqi. Swallowing a piece reluctantly, Su Yunqi mumbled. Thanks, brother. Pei Yanchu leaned in close, signaling for a kiss. The group of men held back their laughter, their faces turning red. Who would have thought that this usually silent boy could act like this in private? Having good judgment, they stood up, waved their hands, and left one by one. Pei Yanchu focused on feeding the person, while glancing sideways to chase off Su Qiwen, who didn't know when to leave. Seeing this, someone sneered and dared to ruffle the obedient kid's hair before humming a tune contentedly and leaving. Pei Yanchu's fists clenched audibly, but finally managed to suppress his anger due to Su Yunqi's smile. He touched the stomach of the person in his arms and, feeling it was about full, didn't care about his greediness anymore and carried him straight toward the tent. No one is around. So what? Even if no one was around, how did it relate to him, Su Yunqi? Our little darling said, later, when there's no one. Pei Yanchu considered this as tacit approval, blew out the oil lamp, and started removing clothes from his body, not forgetting to cover both of them with a blanket. Pei Yanchu, get lost. Who gave you alcohol? I'll kill him. Don't pinch. Don't pinch, wah. Su Yunqi was purely embarrassed. This man was utterly wicked, examining every inch of him despite having the same things himself. Once Pei Yanchu's excitement wore off, he became sleepy easily. He wrapped his arms around the protesting person inside his arm circle, effortlessly suppressing his resistance, then planted kisses all over his face. It was just like a dragon guarding its treasure, comfortably sinking into sleep. Little Su Yunqi, after being harassed all night, fuck. And so, at the break of dawn, everyone could hear the commotion coming from the tent. What? You don't remember? Are you serious? Can you even drink until blacking out? You dare tell me whether or not you swear tonight, you're going to sleep outside. With crossed arms, Su Qiwen stood outside the tent, silently counting down. Not long after, they heard Su Yunqi's voice breaking as he cursed loudly. Do you want to go through this again? Recall the misdeeds you've done. I'll send you flying, Pei Yanchu, don't hide from me. An old general arrived leisurely nearby to gather everyone together and paused, watching far away. His expression gradually matched Su Qiwen's difficult evaluation. Didn't expect that. Yeah, afraid of his wife. Ahahaha, ha 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 ha. Chapter 112, Secret Path. Pei Yanchu's face still had a few red marks left. He adjusted his disheveled collar, and walked into the military tent confidently despite the teasing gazes of everyone around. Hey, finally decided to come out. This teasing was not so bad, after all no one dared to look at Pei Yanchu's cold expression straight in the eye. But Su Qiwen didn't fear at all and almost vividly mimicked everything he'd heard just now. Pei Yanchu automatically ignored his provocation and looked down at the sand table on the desk. Ulan country guarded the border, and it was unclear when they would attack next time. Their momentum was strong, having successively conquered 2 small countries and still being unsatisfied, turning their spears towards Jinlin. So, directly declare war. The best defense is offense. Did we always have to wait for them to attack before choosing to fight back? If they want to fight so badly, we'll satisfy them. They've eaten so much territory and are still not full. Then they might as well spit it all out. Everything within sight should be our property. The tent fell silent, clearly no one expected this kind of thinking. It was strange but made sense. Jinlin only lacked usable generals, but its troops were not insufficient. Now that Pei Yanchu has been entrusted with an important task, and has received the approval of all old generals within 2 short days, things naturally proceed smoothly. Su Yunqi likely couldn't dream that, the year he insisted on bringing someone home, actually led to such a result. But now he was boiling with anger, pushing aside the curtain to rush in. Great, now the people were all here. Pei Yanchu, who had been calm earlier, immediately relaxed, spreading his hands and inviting him over. Humph. Su Yunqi had serious matters on his mind. He rolled his eyes and then carefully examined the sand table. Can Dao to understand? Pei Yanchu proactively approached, raising his collar to cover up a blush. I don't understand. Of course he didn't understand, he hadn't learned this stuff, trees, rivers, mountains, flags, how could he understand these all at once? But so what? At least he had the perspective of God, and definitely make him win, even enjoy this battle. The old generals thought he didn't know any better, but still considered Pei Yanchu's face and wanted someone to take Su Yunqi out to play and not interfere with important matters. Would you like me to explain, little brother? Hey, your highness. Uncle Wang, let him speak. Su Qiwen obviously favored Su Yunqi more, holding back when Bijing who wanted to call out, winking at him with a pleading expression. Actually, he wasn't unreasonable either, but military secrets shouldn't be joked about, treating something as serious as a war story like a joke might be taking it a bit too lightly. Pei Yanchu wasn't really speaking some trivial nonsense just to amuse people, he seriously analyzed the situation from the terrain for Su Yunqi point by point. The soldiers who had been somewhat nonchalant earlier gradually gathered and began quietly discussing as they listened. What about this side? Is there anyone guarding here? Su Yunqi tried hard to understand what he meant, following his understanding and pointing to that leftover stone mountain. Pei Yanchu shook his head and arched an eyebrow at Su Yunqi, who seemed to have something to say. Anyway, I just think you'd better send more people to check it out. This mountain is secluded, but if you go upwards from this direction, it won't take long to circle around to the left rear of our camp. Also, this place stores food supplies. If anything happens. No matter how impractical his thoughts were, Pei Yanchu listened carefully to everything and carried out every detail meticulously. He didn't care why Su Yunqi knew about the secret path leading through this deserted mountain, he simply obeyed and silently moved the flag. Brother, do you just wield swords and cut each other in battle? Su Yunqi's question caused a cold sweat down Su Qiwen's ear, wishing to cover his mouth instantly in case he said something that would anger the old general. Troop formation: if the formation isn't broken, the troops won't scatter, the war won't be lost. Pei Yanchu casually picked up a piece of paper and started drawing formations to demonstrate. This is the 5 tiger and sheep formation, where both wings extend outward. When Ulan gets inside, it can form an encircling posture. This is the 2 dragons out of water formation, where the troops can be split into 2 routes or attack simultaneously. The 2 intersect each other, changing unpredictably. There is also the 7-star Bagua formation and the 9-twist golden lock formation. What else does Dowda want to know about? Su Yunqi felt dizzy and confused. Who would have guessed that ancient warfare could get this complex? Then what is the gold lock formation? Wang Bijing, seeing him pout and unable to resist his silence, asked himself. Pei Yanchu barely managed to spare a little patience for others. He quickly took out another piece of paper, placed it in the center and rapidly analyzed and explained, his speaking speed evidently faster than before. A group of people huddled together, vying with each other to get closer, occasionally asking some questions that Pei Yanchu thought were utterly foolish. He slightly pursed his lips. In comparison, he suddenly felt that the secret guards he had raised weren't as wooden-headed as before. The atmosphere in the tent gradually shifted away from its original purpose. Initially, they were just discussing the situation, but it ended up becoming a session where Pei Yanchu alone taught formations, surrounded by many eager soldiers. It was no wonder they would react this way. After all, these strange yet reasonable formations were something they had never seen in military books. All of them were things Pei Yanchu had pondered on when he was bored. Su Yunqi did not interject anymore. He walked out of the tent alone, looking at the countless racks of swords and the panting soldiers practicing outside. This era was full of cold weapons, no one would use gunpowder or other things. He didn't know whether he should bring up these matters. He was afraid that a single wrong thought might cause an uncontrollable butterfly effect afterward. It wasn't that he didn't trust Pei Yanchu, but he feared that someone might try every means to attempt to acquire such weapons, then study and monopolize them. By the time cannons spread across the continent, and with the lack of concern for innocent civilians in this world, he didn't even need to think hard to imagine what the human hell would look like. Su Yunqi was deeply troubled, squatting down and supporting his chin while looking far into the distance. It doesn't matter. He had already reminded Pei Yanchu about the problem with that mountain beforehand, so he had helped in some way and hadn't been a burden. Pei Yanchu had finally answered all their questions one by one, only to turn around and find his little butterfly had spread its wings and flown away again. Why isn't Dowda happy? It's brother's fault, being tied up and not finding you in time, huh? Pei Yanchu was very skilled at consoling others, analyzing the time, person, and place thoroughly, followed by a self-examination. Su Qiwen was still savoring the military tactics Pei Yanchu had explained earlier, when suddenly he heard an old general beside him sigh with a sense of incompleteness. Good seedling, yes, it's just that his mind is always on other people, sigh. An emotional person is better than a heartless one, and moreover, a Chu hasn't done anything wrong. Your sighs are better spent trying to please my younger brother, who knows, maybe a Chu gets excited and imparts everything he knows to you. Heh, you rascal, your mouth runs wild all the time, every day teasing Uncle Chen, knowing well he didn't mean it that way. So what does his lover like? Do you know? Share it with us. Su Qiwen's head was spinning, covering his ears and rushing out, unwilling to hear any more insane comments. Chapter 113, Canon. Su Yunqi shifted his bottom to the left, making room for Pei Yanchu to sit beside him. Unfortunately, the other party clearly didn't understand his intention and thought he was still angry. He squatted down, grabbed Su Yunqi's waist, and hoisted him high up. Huh. Put me down quick, people are watching. Su Yunqi thrashed about, blushing furiously as he buried himself in Pei Yanchu's embrace so as not to reveal his face. He felt as if this pure-hearted man was being driven insane, and Pei Yanchu had no restraints or inhibitions, doing as he pleased. Brother apologizes to you, Daodu, don't be mad anymore. What if I let you pinch me back tonight? Su Yunqi laughed out of anger. He had intended to let Pei Yanchu off easily but never expected that this person would bring it up again. Get lost, are you asking for more rewards here? Ha 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 ha. And you're still laughing. Why? Su Yunqi bit into his chin fiercely, venting all his suppressed emotions. However, the other side just thought he was acting cute, pinching his jaw and planting kisses on him to acknowledge his tantrums. Forget it. Fighting back is impossible, scolding might make him even happier. Stinky guy, too lazy to deal with him. Did you seriously listen to what I said earlier? Pei Yanchu noticed Su Yunqi's skepticism and therefore sent someone over to negotiate with Su Chengyuan, explaining his plans to send reinforcements to guard Yusha Mountain. Not long after, the messenger returned, reporting that General Su was recuperating from wounds and allowed Pei Yanchu to do whatever he wanted, along with discussing things with the younger general without the need for further updates to Su Chengyuan. Hearing this, Su Yunqi blinked, contentedly resting his head on Pei Yanchu's shoulder. Once the others moved a little further away, Su Yunqi hesitantly expressed his concerns. Fire attacks? In naval battles, rockets are usually used to hit ships. No, what I mean is... Su Yunqi nervously scratched his head, finally coming up with an unusual description. Fireworks? Fireworks that explode? Yes, ones that can shoot out and then blow up large areas. The ease in Pei Yenchu's expression gradually faded, carefully studying Su Yunqi's expression. His gaze revealed indeterminate emotions. Interesting, what else does he know? First, he insisted on being afraid of enemy attacks, now he has come up with this unheard-of cannon. But it doesn't matter, once the scouts return from their reconnaissance at Yusher Mountain, he might guess some more mysterious elements. Have you seen such weapons, Daodu? Where did you see them? I imagined it myself, Sorry, ancestors, it wasn't my intention, but if I don't say this, then I'm the one who's done for. Pei Yenchu chuckled softly, grabbing the nape of Su Yunqi's neck as he tried to twist away. Don't move around so much. Daodu sometimes is just too smart enough to make brother look at you differently. Chills ran down Su Yunqi's spine. He dared not struggle, complying as he was held in Pei Yenchu's arms, biting his fingers while contemplating countermeasures. Pei Yenchu stopped terrifying him once satisfied. Grabbing his wrist lightly, he slapped him gently. You're biting again, what's troubling you, Daodu? What? It's nothing. Su Yunqi became genuinely flustered, always sensing that Pei Yenchu might know something. The situation was gradually getting out of control. I'm just considering whether to make it or not, I fear there might be someone deliberately using this thing to harm others. Brother, I really want to help you. I actually am not that weak. I am very capable. That's right, so capable that they could reach the heavens and dive into the earth, and nobody can catch you. Pei Yenchu gave his face a significant squeeze, speaking flatly. It's fine. Do what you want, Daodu. Brother will handle everything and ensure that no third person knows about your ideas. Really? Aha. Tell Ling Qi and Ling Ran to assist you, if you need anything, just let brother know. But brother has only one request. Su Yunqi looked up confusedly, already unable to fully read Pei Yenchu's eyes. In the future, regardless of what you plan or think, you must actively tell brother. Don't hurt yourself, and don't hide things from brother. Understand? Or I'll break your legs. Brother. You scared me like this at the start too, it's too unfair. Pei Yenchu just laughed. If before it carried some playful meaning, now he was truly serious about negotiating conditions with him. Today researching this, tomorrow researching that, one day if he secretly created some unfathomable stuff, what would he possibly do to him then? Sometimes, he really wished that he would be a little dumb and foolish. This way, at least he wouldn't have to worry every day, always fearing that one day the other might just sprout wings and fly away. Song Huai, be a good boy, don't make your brother worried. Pei Yenchu kissed his forehead as they walked along. Brother doesn't want to go crazy yet. Su Yunqi's entire body shivered, clearly stunned by this statement. But the very next moment, the other party put on a different expression, with gentle brows and eyes, squatting down on the ground and taking off his shoes for him. He was used to wearing his old pair without switching to the fluffy boots, plus being so preoccupied with thoughts that he didn't notice anything unusual. Goodness. No one changes faces as fast as he does. What should he do? If his boyfriend showed signs of domestic violence in his words, shouldn't he break up quickly? Su Yunqi shook his head, realigning his gaze with Pei Yenchu's. He saw the latter slightly tilting his head, patiently asking what he wanted to eat. Forget it, probably overthinking again. After all, this is the young protagonist he had watched grow up, how could he possibly be this dark? Just at most having some strange habits, still better not scare oneself like this. Last night, Su Yunqi hadn't enjoyed his meal thoroughly. He only ate until he was about 70 to 80% full of this rustic outdoor barbecue. Afterward, he was forcibly carried off by Pei Yenchu who got drunk, leaving him utterly unsatisfied. He kept thinking about it all morning, but when lunch finally arrived, this guy was eyeing the portions and refused to share more with him. Worse, he even took all the tools and put them next to himself, preventing Su Yunqi from helping himself. So what could he do? In no time, he went off holding a bowl, looking for Su Qiwen to act coquettishly. Big brother, You came over here. Did Pei Yenchu let you go or didn't he follow you? Ugh, if he comes here for trouble, he's not worth being called Su. Su Yunqi instantly regretted his decision. Standing up, he turned around and left, pretending like the whining noises before were never from him. Hey, don't rush, look how impatient you are. But I'm not bothering you, leave me alone and cool off, I'll be back if I'm stupid enough. Su Yunqi snapped completely, lunging forward to pull at his hair while muttering. Let you be bad. Let you talk about me. Laughing at me every day, that's all you know. Beat you flat. Chapter 114, Reward. Su Qiwen cried out, ouch, ouch, while begging for mercy, then took Su Yunqi by surprise, grabbing his knee hollow and lifting him up with strength. Ah! Su Yunqi screamed in fright, losing his support, he collapsed softly onto Su Qiwen's body, being carried back on his shoulder. Do you still have the leisure to sharpen your knife? If you don't pay attention, this little rascal will be calling everyone Big Brother around the world. Su Qiwen, you should make sense. You slander me, I won't play with you anymore. Su Yunqi hit his back hard and was thrown into another hot embrace. Pei Yanchu wasn't worried at all. Long before, he had arranged everything, saying that the precious one he raises has poor health, so don't randomly give him anything to eat or drink. He also sent people to deliver wine door to door, just in case little Duda got too anxious and annoyed someone. That way, seeing his thin gift, the other party wouldn't overly trouble them. After all, it wasn't their territory, and he could protect a bit more. Little Dudu is naive, treating everyone as good people, refusing to stay by his side. Holding Pei Yanchu with one hand, the other holding a dagger probed towards his ankle. Brother. I truly dare not run around wildly. Su Qiwen was teasing you, I didn't. It's unjust, wailing Oha. Scared half to death, Su Yunqi flipped over wanting to escape but unfortunately, his limbs went limp, unable to exert any force. Tingling. Slowly opening his eyes, there wasn't the blood-soaked red scene he imagined. Just the silk cloth on his ankle bracelet had been removed, quivering slightly with each tremble of his. What's little Dudu afraid of? Do you think brother would sever your tendons? How could brother ever be willing? Then little Dudu wouldn't be able to run, which would make him so sad. Frightening little Dudu is brother's mistake. I'm sorry. That ominous premonition grew stronger. Since the plot turned toward border warfare, Pei Yanchu had become increasingly unhinged. Could it be he was under too much pressure? No. It shouldn't be that. Su Yunqi's face stiffened as he pushed his hand away and silently walked into the tent. He wanted some time alone to think. Pei Yanchu realized he was playing too rough, quickly dropping what he was doing to chase after him. Don't come in. 3 very plain words, but enough to chill him to the bone. Sitting on the wolf fur stool, Su Yunqi knew that place could potentially yield niter, but sulfur needed to be transported from Central Plains, which was quite troublesome. But actually, the most challenging part wasn't the raw materials, but the fact that as a liberal arts student, even though he had studied chemistry, it was only theoretical knowledge. The experiments he saw in class were like old Qing dynasty films, with no hands-on operation concept at all. Fine, let's try. What if he managed to get it done? Lifting the curtain to call Ling Qi for help, instead he saw a door god figure standing there, looking extremely aggrieved at him. Damn, he almost forgot they were still in the Cold War. Is little Duda mad at brother? Doesn't want to see brother anymore. Alright, I understand. It seems I am unworthy. How could a person like me deserve even an ounce of sympathy? Pei Yanchu, if you keep pretending to feel sorry for yourself, then just go away. I'm not falling for your tricks. Su Yunqi's scalp tingled as he hurriedly started rubbing goosebumps off his body. A few seconds passed. When he looked up again, he saw this man squatting down in sorrow, burying his head in his arms without uttering a sound. Hey! Pei Yanchu. Brother. Then came a muffled response with a nose tone. Su Yunqi was truly impressed. How could anyone be more glass-hearted than himself? Helplessly sighing, he squatted beside him and patted his shoulder. Well, stop feeling sorry. I won't hold it against you, alright? Pei Yanchu turned his face, revealing a pair of completely red eyes. Really? Absolutely true, truer than gold. Stop crying, it's making me confused about what to do. But, little Dudu said, didn't want to see brother anymore. Tears as big as beans fell from his eyelashes, creating small water stains on the ground. Pure young Su was utterly shocked. Pei Yanchu looked hurt as he lowered his eyes again, burying his face once more. Su Yunqi was indeed somewhat flustered. He pushed the person a couple of times and then hugged him all at once, ears blushing red while raising his voice in an endearing manner. Husband, don't cry. Little Dudu was just joking. If you want to come in, then come in, how could little Dudu possibly block you? Which door is fine? Su Yunqi stood up with a wooden expression and fiercely kicked the man whose smile could no longer be hidden. You're a smelly thing, you really take advantage of my leniency. I shouldn't have been soft on you. Pei Yanchu abruptly stood up and hugged the person, cradling Su Yunqi's legs to pull him inside. He had restrained himself for nearly a quarter of an hour. If Dudu hadn't come out then, he wouldn't mind tearing off his mask to forcefully take what he wanted. Anyway, once it's in hand, it belongs to him. He always felt no reciprocation of love from Su Yunqi, yearning desperately for an extreme kind of dependence and firm preferential choice from him. Not that ambiguous sympathy. His Dudu understands nothing, not even love. He could act cute to anyone without realizing it himself. What a foolish little butterfly, yet dumb enough to attract so many people. Fortunately, he did come out eventually. Thankfully, he could hear the bells, feeling utterly pitiful and showing weakness to coax the person around. Tears are just a means. If useless, they prove his vulnerability, but if useful, they become his psychological weapon. Dudu, brother can hardly wait any longer. Brother has decided to rebel after the war ends, seizing military power. Then with the world as dowry, I will only welcome you. Brother loves you so much, really truly loves you. Please don't leave me, alright? Su Yunqi, mute with frustration, whimpered and dodged his kiss, ending up blushing furiously and faintly collapsing on the bed. How to deal with a boyfriend who doesn't seriously apologize and resorts to being adorable and clinging for kisses. Should he forgive him? Is it too indulgent to treat him this way? Dear, what do you want? Brother will send someone to bring it to you. Dear, be good, baby, Dudu darling. Su Yunchi couldn't bear to listen, burying his face into the blanket, muttering. Sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal ash, don't get too much, I'm afraid it might draw suspicion. Pei Yenchu gently responded, then lifted the blanket, stubbornly nipping at his neck again. The reward, brother takes it himself. Humph. Su Yunchi softly murmured a few words, feeling drowsy after such antics, his post-lunch lethargy gradually setting in. He smacked his lips, yawned, wrinkled his nose, and slightly closed his eyes. Pei Yenchu covered him well, tiptoed out of the tent quietly. The redness at the corners of his eyes had long faded. He looked at Yu Shanshan, listening to the news gathered by those around him. Oh. There really is such a small path. Artificially opened. And caught some ulans. Chapter 115, Amber. Pei Yenchu turned his back with a meaningful smile, lowered his head, and laughed out loud somewhat abruptly. Where is the person? He wanted to meet this person himself. Nothing outside the camp disturbed Su Yunchi's sleep. Pei Yenchu lifted the chin of a bloodied figure with his toe and finally asked. You've led the way here, is there anyone else who knows about this? The man just stared in horror, his mouth full of blood, his tongue had already been severed by Pei Yenchu so as not to disturb the distant unruly baby. Nod or shake your head. Well, you've worked hard. With that, Pei Yenchu beheaded him swiftly, without a single drop of blood staining the edge of his clothing. He wiped the knife cheerfully, the scene bizarre to the point that it couldn't be easily recalled a second time. Who would have thought, his Duda was genuinely a little celestial being. Just like finding silver during the disaster relief, now having such good luck again to foresee something so crucial, so impressive. What else did he know? Oh, maybe his departure at the time was premeditated? Little cheat, were you just playing around with us after coming down from heaven? How interesting. Pei Yenchu frowned, perhaps in the past he never believed in ghost gods and other superstitions, but for Su Yunchi, he now had no choice but to study these things. He wiped his hands clean, then picked up the pen to write a letter to Bai Ming, asking him to recruit more Daoist scholars for preparation against any contingencies. After finishing all these tasks, he turned and walked into Su Qiwen's tent, deciding to launch a surprise attack tonight. The situation inside Wulan wasn't stable either. De Han kept some people in the palace to safeguard the throne. He was too eager to prove himself, hence the urgent expansion of territory to demonstrate his heavenly mandate. It's normal that a few small countries couldn't resist, but this man deliberately chose to confront him when he was most furious. It's his own fault. Are we attacking tonight? That works, anyway with you around, I trust you. Su Qiwen first expressed astonishment at his decision, but after a bit of contemplation, he thought it made sense. They didn't expect there would actually be enemy positions on Yusher Mountain, thus everyone was praising Su Yunchi's prescience. This road leads one end to their food supply, the other end straight to the enemy's main camp. One could say that once they climbed over a short wall, they directly hit the enemy face to face. Pei Yenchu reached out, pulled a flag, then slowly stuck it on Wulan's location. I heard that the amber gemstones here are especially beautiful. Duda will like them, let's capture it soon. You're quite ruthless. Ruthless? War is about life and death, aren't you going to leave them an escape route and ask them to surrender? Boring. Pei Yenchu grinned cunningly, he had never been a good person originally, such places only allowed him to release his true self, free and uninhibited. He roughly sketched a map on paper, telling them where to lead the troops from, and how to attack into the enemy ranks. After all, no one yet knew the exact location of De Han, this guy was indeed well hidden, and it was unclear if he would personally take part in battle. Standing outside the tent, Pei Yenchu suddenly gave a low order. Ling Qi, watch over him. I know you are his friend, so I particularly trust you. Don't let him act alone. After saying these words, his heart inexplicably felt somewhat sour. But it didn't matter. He calculated carefully, at most within a month, he would bring Duda back to the capital in triumph. That night, the flames of war lit up half the sky. Su Yunchi had a bitter taste in his mouth, he struggled to wake up from his dream. But his eyelids were too heavy, and someone kept talking incessantly in his ears, persuading him not to defy the master. Thus, his days would go better in the future. Nonsense, defying what? What is defiance? He wasn't someone who got bullied all the time. Though Su Yunchi cursed loudly, in reality, he just wrinkled his eyebrows and clenched his fists. Ling Qi looked worried. He thought his master had been acting strangely recently. He also couldn't understand why the master went to war yet insisted on feeding sleeping medicine to Su Yunchi. What was the connection between the two? Suddenly, the chattering in his ears stopped, and a faint smell of blood wafted towards him, making him feel a little uneasy. Dudu, sleep. Big brother has brought you a gift. Pei Yenchu unfolded the handkerchief and took out the jade hairpin inlaid with feather silk and jewels, slowly placing it in his palm. Small country is a small country. After observing for a long time, Pei Yenchu felt this item could at least provide some temporary novelty for Dudu. He marked the time, then cast a slightly warning glance at Ling Qi huddled in the corner before hastily stepping out to discuss post-war matters with others. "Oh, your highness has returned, come on, let's see where we should strike next." The veteran generals were all in high spirits, their bloodlust, aroused by Pei Yenchu, had not yet subsided, and they looked invigorated. Initially, their orders were merely to defend the nation, but unexpectedly, there was now an opportunity to strike back. This night, not only had the army suffered almost no casualties among its officers, but they would also claim a pile of spoils for themselves, a truly inspiring turn of events. Wait a little longer. Let's wait until my scout returns. Before retreating, he instructed some men to infiltrate the enemy camp to ascertain the Han's exact location just in case it was a trap. Pei Yenchu raised his wine glass to toast with them and didn't forget to highlight Su Yunqi's contribution. Dudu is just fond of making a ruckus. If only in the future. That's enough, we know you care about your lover. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on him and won't let him be troubled. Especially Wang Bijing, who after being teased by others, laughed and drank a full cup of wine in one go. Pei Yenchu stood in the shadows, squinting slightly. So from now on, whenever Dudu takes a step away from him, there will always be kind people ready to send him back. Everyone will take it as given, he belongs solely to him. Chapter 116, The Slap. Su Yunqi's eyes revealed a faint weariness. He quietly ground the niter, repeatedly testing the ratios. Perhaps it wasn't dry enough, or maybe there was an insufficient amount. He noted down on paper the possible reasons for failure, continuously learning from his mistakes. Dadiu, why have you come here again secretly to work? Why don't you ask Shachi for help? Look, your hands are all red. Su Yunqi lightly pushed his hand away, hesitated for a moment, and then smiled at him. Brother, you've come. The sentence hung in the air, with no one else responding. Pei Yenchu pretended not to see his resistance, wrapped his arm around Su Yunqi's waist, and lifted him up effortlessly. You seem to have lost some weight. Dadia hasn't been eating properly. I'm full, I don't feel like eating. Su Yunqi rested his head on Pei Yenchu's shoulder and slowly closed his eyes. That day after waking up, he had been very angry. The feeling of being deceived overwhelmed his will, forcing him into a breakdown. In frustration, he slapped Pei Yenchu hard across the face. Breathing heavily and on the verge of tears, he questioned why Pei Yenchu had given him sedatives again. What had he done to deserve such treatment? It was utterly irrational. But the other party just covered his face and laughed, asking if he wanted to slap him again to vent his anger. The affectionate look in Pei Yenchu's eyes painfully stabbed at Su Yunqi's heart, as though his grievances and sorrow were merely seen by Pei Yenchu as a child throwing a tantrum. He felt exhausted, unable to understand why Pei Yenchu would do such a thing. Dadiu, when brother goes to war and isn't around, I'm afraid you'll wander off and get lost. Dadiu sleeps well. Don't worry, brother won't harm you. After that, Su Yunqi stopped smiling much. Whenever he walked out to clear his mind in frustration, he would be stopped by sharp-eyed patrol teams. They would slowly surround him, then carefully and considerately protect him, returning him to Pei Yenchu's side. Prince, young master ran far and couldn't find his way back, so we've brought him back to you. Thank you. Pei Yenchu smiled and patted his shoulder, adding another compliment that made those below him yearn for such incomparable honor. As the group left, Su Yunqi stood silently in place, looking at Pei Yenchu with a bewildered and alien expression. Brother, what's wrong with you? What nonsense are you talking about? Dadiu, go home with brother first. You've been running outside for so long, take care not to catch a chill. From when did things start to go awry? No matter how much Su Yunqi racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out. He just stood there like a statue, tears dropping one by one. Why is Dadiu crying? Who bullied you? Brother will avenge you right away. Pei Yenchu gently wiped the tears that kept spilling over, then kissed his tearful eyes tenderly. Don't cry, Dadiu. Let brother carry you for a spin. Aon has just won another battle. He said he found a silk-string dragon whale chain in the treasury of Bailing Kingdom, and specially arranged for someone to bring it back for you to play. Su Yunqi could no longer hold back the deep sense of grievance within him. With a hoarse voice, he cried, trying to break free from Pei Yenchu's embrace. Don't you like it? Fine then, I'll go personally pick something special for you, Dadiu. Pei Yenchu, I don't want any of this. You're insane, truly insane. You weren't like this before. Su Yunqi made quite a commotion, attracting curious onlookers who asked what was happening. After receiving a satisfactory answer, they showed understanding, making sure to close the curtains for them. There's nothing. Just throwing a tantrum because of bad mood, I'll console him, it's fine. Oh, alright, it sounds heart-wrenching indeed. Pei Yenchu frowned, getting closer to Su Yunqi's heated cheeks, gently tapping his lips with his fingers. Dadiu, listen to me. Be quieter, no one else must hear, alright? Su Yunqi looked at the quiet surroundings, tears streaming down his face. He bit Pei Yenchu fiercely, then blacked out and fainted. Chapter 117, Goat Milk. These were all things that happened a few days ago. After Su Yunqi had been angered into fainting, Pei Yenchu slightly restrained himself. Perhaps realizing that his superficial disguise was gradually falling apart, he kept a tight eye on the person, wanting to tie Su Yunqi to his side every moment. On one hand, he worried about the other running away, and on the other, he didn't want to suppress his extreme desire for control anymore. Su Yunqi wasn't used to drinking cow's milk here, it always tasted a bit fishy to him. So, Pei Yanchu specially fetched goat's milk for him, keeping it ready daily just for his use in soothing his stomach. "Daodu, can Big Brother come in?" Pei Yanchu asked this way, but his hand was already lifting the curtain, as half of his body slid inside. On the table lay a bowl of partially eaten double-layered milk custard with a few scattered red beans, evidently intentionally stirred up before. "Do you not like eating it? Big Brother knows Daodu is bored, soon, in half a month, Big Brother will take you back, okay?" Su Yunqi retreated a bit, burying his head under the quilt, pretending not to hear. "Daodu, talk to Big Brother." He lost his last refuge, forcibly embraced and pulled onto someone's lap. "Big Brother. Never mind." Su Yunqi muttered to himself, ultimately giving up trying to communicate with him, instead staring blankly outside the curtain. Pei Yanchu has changed. He seemed to have changed too. Neither of them seemed able to fully accept the real version of the other, yet they were still forcefully tangled together. The male lead in his imagination wasn't supposed to be like this. He should have been gentle and considerate, mighty and domineering, seeing everything in the world as nothing at all, the kind of overpowered character. Oh, maybe he'd never changed. It was probably himself who had misjudged him from the start. What redemption literature? Just people's self-delusion during moments of kindness, taking themselves too seriously and thinking they could become someone else's savior. The premise of salvation is that one isn't bowed down to begin with. When did Pei Yanchu ever falter? His hatred was too deep, his obsession too heavy. And the present version of himself seemed to have become something Pei Yanchu must possess at all costs. He certainly doesn't need anyone to save him. Madman. Daodu, can you stop being afraid of Big Brother? Don't you like Big Brother anymore? Why won't you smile at me anymore? Su Yunqi slightly pulled at the corner of his lips, suddenly longing to escape all this. Anyway, it's only a grand dream. He's definitely going to die, it's just a matter of when. Why is an NPC getting sentimental here? Well, this might very well be the punishment for overstepping. His heart ached so much that even he couldn't understand his own thoughts. Let's just sleep and it'll feel better. He no longer wanted to be troubled. Sleep, Big Brother will watch over you. Pei Yanchu slowly patted his lower back, softly humming sounds as if soothing a child. He had been patient in taking care of Daodu, unfortunately, it didn't seem to work. Daodu was sad, but it was alright. One day, he would come to accept himself again. He would treat Daodu exceptionally well, it just needs some cost. He believed Daodu would be willing to make sacrifices for him. Su Yunqi couldn't avoid Pei Yanchu. Comparatively speaking, he preferred staying with Ling Qi. In front of him were 7 or 8 little black balls, each connected to a thin fuse on the outside. "Master, what are these?" "Just small things to pass the time." Su Yunqi put the items back into his bag and threw all the manuscript paper he had written for more than 10 days into the stove. Some things, he knew by himself was enough. Why bother forcing to change the development of an era? He was merely a passerby, stopping to admire the scenery rather than actively stirring up the murky waters. Little 7, I'm somewhat confused. Confused about what he was doing, also confused about what the other was doing, even confused about the meaning of his reincarnation. Huai. Don't stay mad at the master. Let me give you a piece of advice, sometimes it's best to close one eye and open the other, and just live life. But what about Ling Ran? Do you treat Ling Ran the same way? Su Yunqi's mouth let slip, then regretted saying it once the words came out. Ling Qi, no, you know that's not what I meant. I didn't mean to provoke you with him. Ling Qi shook his head, indicating he hadn't thought too much about it. The master, he's different from Aaron. He's too contradictory, perhaps because he has lost too many times before, so now he fears losing anything he has gained. Ling Qi simply couldn't stand being caught in the middle. He spoke frankly. He just fears losing you too much, which is why he does so many things. Huai, really, you shouldn't brood like this, it'll only drive him more insane. Su Yunqi's eyes reddened at the edges, he simply had no idea how to deal with these kinds of situations. All he knew was that there was an issue between them, yet neither was willing to take a step back from their bottom line. Xiaoqi, I want to go home. He pouted pitifully and pressed against Ling Qi, rubbing his black hair messily across the other's shoulder. Unfortunately, the other person was too focused on trying to reconcile them rather than splitting them up. He even mocked Su Yunqi for being naive, suggesting that ignoring Pei Yanchu wouldn't solve anything. I just can't accept it, it's completely different from what I imagined. So, do you prefer the person you imagine or the master himself? Although Ling Qi was technically younger, his words struck Su Yunqi like a heavy punch straight to his nerves. Then what did he actually like? How strange, he didn't understand. Was there anyone who could show him the way? Huai, think carefully, he's coming. Ling Qi had experienced too much himself, so as a clear-eyed observer, he naturally understood the dynamics. Far away, he glimpsed Pei Yenchu approaching rapidly with an unclear expression, and immediately turned to run. Nonsense, if he didn't run now, it would be too late. The current master was not someone he dared to provoke, only Su Yunqi still had the audacity to ignore him. Daodu. The palace is in chaos. Su Yunqi thought he was talking about Ulant country and wasn't particularly moved until he noticed the seriousness on Pei Yenchu's face. Only then did he realize that their Jinlin kingdom was in disorder. What happened? How chaotic is it? Why did things turn out this way? It was rare to see Pei Yenchu look so engrossed as Su Yunqi paid full attention to him for once, which made him momentarily disoriented. Brother, speak. What has Pei Yunlan done this time? Is he plotting rebellion? Did he send someone to kill you? Daodu, are you worried about your big brother? Su Yunqi abruptly stopped talking. Clenching his fists tightly, he cursed helplessly. You dumbass, I'm asking you seriously. And what I'm asking is serious too. Su Yunqi sighed deeply, looking very earnestly at him. Alright, let's set our issues aside for now. After we deal with these matters, we'll talk again, okay? Pei Yenchu remained silent for a long while before inexplicably uttering. Chuki died. It ran too slowly and huddled near Chi. It got hit by a blade. Chapter 118, Dai Red. In the Battle of Wulan, their forces retreated step by step and were forced to send an urgent pigeon message at night, asking Pei Yunlan to come up with a plan quickly. Ever since the royal hunting event, the two had secretly started interacting. Pei Yunlan naturally passed the buck to De Han. Anyway, his wimpy father emperor wouldn't easily declare war, even now that the enemy has reached the doorstep, still maintaining an attitude of defense and seeking peace. He took advantage of De Han, wanting to use him as a pawn to kill Pei Yenchu on the battlefield, while he himself would take this opportunity of his northern expedition to gradually take control of the palace. His father emperor was old, desperately seeking immortals and doctors everywhere to prolong life and achieve eternal safety. The result was that after taking one pill per day, he eventually ate himself into collapse. It was still his empress mother who could get things done, she was more ruthless than his imperial brother, not undeserving of the name, poisonous woman. He watched indifferently as Tang Jiqing tormented Pei Ruzhang, occasionally going to the small courtyard to listen to his imperial brother play the zither, seeming like everything was under his own control, comfortable and peaceful. His imperial brother was a righteous gentleman, he knew these matters would sadden him. Once he cleaned out the palace or even the entire Jinlin kingdom until no trace of blood remained, he would personally escort his imperial brother to ascend the throne, reclaiming what belonged to him. But he underestimated Pei Yenchu. He never dreamed that this person could hide their abilities to such an extent, not only being martially strong but also having insight in military affairs. When Pei Yunlan saw the angry letter from Wulan accusing him of betraying trust, he was both shocked and angry, lashing out at a servant nearby. Damn it, all of you deserve death. He had promised De Han that once he killed Pei Yenchu, he would gift the 4 northwest cities to him and send a princess for a marriage alliance. But this was just a temporary plan. Once that baseborn child was dead, he would personally march northward to repel all invaders for his imperial brother, no matter if it cost him his life. It would be worth paying back those soldiers' favors. What belonged to his imperial brother must remain untouched by others. Where is Song Huai? Wasn't he confined in the palace? Bring him here to me. How strong could Pei Yenchu be? As long as his weakness was in his hands, there was no need to fear any rebellion. My lord. Master Song, he's gone. What did you say? Pei Yunlan was greatly startled, kicking away the trembling eunuch with a kick and personally went to look for the man. How was this possible? The palace was full of his people, not even a fly could escape. Where could Master Song, a frail scholar, possibly hide? He'd better not let him catch him, otherwise he will make him suffer dearly. Bai Ming, ever since entering the palace, never stepped out of the gates. After all, the fewer people saw him, the less likely he was to make a mistake. He wasn't just tasked with impersonating Su Yunqi. His master left him behind to monitor the political situation in real time so as to avoid any future problems. The next time he threw a too sweet caramelized crispy roll out of anger, he heard the group of eunuchs, whispering, clearly intending for him to overhear. Still thinking himself a master. We'll see how arrogant he can stay once the 6th prince takes over. Bai Ming slammed the door shut with a bang, immediately changing out of his heavy garments upon turning around, then leaped onto the roof to gather intelligence across the palace. With a solemn expression, he hastily wrote a letter and sent it out. He couldn't stay long here, or he would expose himself. Bai Ming never intended to go back to pack up anything. Finding the familiar secret passage, he pressed the mechanism and rushed towards the residence. At this moment, Pei Yunlan sensed something was off. Seeing the discarded long robe lying randomly on the ground, he immediately ordered people to surround the residence of the 3rd prince. He almost forgot, outside the palace, there was still a non-trivial place. He wanted to see exactly what extraordinary secrets lay within this residence, making even his good father emperor unable to see through it. Since Pei Yenchu left with Su Yunqi, he hadn't kept many undercover agents in the imperial city, most of whom had already mixed with the army marching northward. Before leaving, his master instructed them to first follow Bai Ming's orders. But now that he had urgently returned home, his first step was to inform them to retreat. A house could be rebuilt, there was no need for them to directly confront Pei Yunlan now. They should focus on the big picture, trying to hold on to the situation as much as possible. But they came too fast, thousands of people surged into the house, slashing at anything alive, not sparing even a rabbit. Bai Ming knew that this little creature was something valued by the young master. Hardly able to fend off a group of attackers surrounding him, he grabbed the rabbit, its white fur dyed red by blood on one side, and fled. If the master didn't return soon, they might not be able to hold on much longer. Su Yunqi's mind was a complete blank. Barely suppressing the carelessness of thinking about the pet he had raised getting slaughtered. He reached out and grabbed Pei Yanchu's collar, asking anxiously. So what now? Has Pei Yunlan already taken control of Pei Ruzhang? What are you going to do now? Should we head back immediately? Pei Yanchu, don't play dead on me. Speak up. Pei Yanchu lowered his head and held his wrist. Under the other's bewildered gaze, he gently kissed his hand back. I've sent Bai Ming with the rest of the people over first. Once my brother settles things here, we will fight our way back. He had no qualms as the imperial city contained nothing of significance to him. However, Pei Yunlan's low tactics did somewhat facilitate his actions. He had just lacked a reason to confront the throne directly, now this rebellious traitor that was delivered right at his doorstep fell perfectly into place. Dying one old emperor in the midst of conflict would also seem quite plausible. Don't be afraid, Didi. It's a small matter. Trust your older brother. How could Su Yunqi not be alarmed? After all, this plotline never unfolded in the original story. The fact that Pei Yunlan turned dark already startled him greatly. In the current deadlock, if something went awry, this world might very well collapse. Pei Yanchu roughly understood why Su Yunqi was afraid, likely the little celestial deity hadn't foreseen these events accurately, hence his panic due to deviation from the predictions. With a soft laugh, he squatted down and pressed his face against Su Yunqi's palm. Didi, just think of your big brother, and don't dwell on anything else. So, right now. Can you forgive big brother, okay? Stop throwing tantrums at big brother anymore, alright? Su Yunqi felt complex emotions stirring within him. He seemed to be led by Pei Yanchu's words into a maze. He didn't know how to step out next, but the other had already taken his hand, assuring him that everything would be fine as long as he followed. Pei Yanchu would guide him towards the correct path. It's okay if you can't forgive big brother. If you still want to throw a tantrum, then let it out, I'll be with you. Pei Yanchu continued to smile tenderly, while his grip didn't slacken as he lifted the person into his arms and carried him toward the tent. Let's go back and talk slowly. There's wind outside, and I'm worried about Didi catching a cold. Then it will be even harder to nurse you better. I'm not that fragile. Su Yunqi kicked twice before finally succumbing to bickering with him. Unfortunately, Pei Yanchu only found the remarks endearing. With cooing tones, he gently coaxed open the mouth, trying to steal a sweet moment. It was as though the previous tension were just an illusion, so long as Pei Yanchu was there was truly a comforting sense of security. Pei Yanchu never took Pei Yunlan's trick seriously. He merely allowed the other to run wild for a few more days, it absolutely wouldn't interfere with his rhythm. Perhaps rephrasing it, he currently deemed nothing in the world worth troubling over. Except the restless, foolish celestial baby deity nestled in his arms. There was nothing he could do about him. He couldn't even bear to speak harsh words, let alone act roughly. Foolish child, best figure it out quickly, or else he really wouldn't be able to restrain himself much longer. Chapter 119, Mercy. The bloody smell in the manor had yet to dissipate. The 2 rows of guards stationed at the door all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Pei Yunlan. The tip of his blade dragged across the ground, emitting a sharp screech as he took step after deliberate step inside, occasionally laughing and making sarcastic comments. Look, what a beautiful place. He sure knows how to deceive, making this place seem like a fairyland. Pei Yunlan slowly glanced around, suddenly stopping in his tracks. Ah, there was a dead rabbit on the ground, covered in dirty mud. What a pity, it was probably used to coax that ungrateful fool. With a smile, he picked up the rabbit's ear with a handkerchief and tossed it into the fire pot. Tisk. Who killed this beast without looking carefully? I'm not in a good mood right now. How about you go die with it? He gave orders indifferently and didn't bother to look back at the grim scene. Although he disliked Su Yunqi, he never said they could touch this person's belongings without permission. A hateful guy indeed deserves a personal touch for satisfaction. Everyone in the mansion had fled. Pei Yunlan guessed the other party must have left a decoy here as a disguise. Su Yunqi must be by Pei Yanchu's side. How interesting. He slowly unfurled the painting paper, lightly sketching with his hands clasped behind his back. When he was young, the Crown Prince had once patiently taught him how to paint. Those strokes, deep and light, were forever etched in his memory. What he excelled at most was portrait painting, and his most vivid piece was the figure of the Crown Prince leaning against the railing playing a flute. His brush hovered in the air as he pinched the paper and gently blew on it. He looked at the carefree eyes of Su Yunqi on the paper, waiting until it dried completely before folding it into an envelope. Let's make things more chaotic. Between the people you care about and the supreme throne, which one will you choose? Pei Yanchu had finally managed to bring back a little of Su Yunqi's heart, so he didn't dare to indulge further but just sat by the bed, caressing his face over and over again. Brother, are you going to drug me again? Su Yunqi didn't open his eyes. He grabbed the increasingly clumsy hand and pressed it firmly on his cheek. No, Daodu won't be happy. But brother won't be at ease. Su Yunqi opened his eyelids, throwing his hand away and glaring at him sideways. What exactly are you worried about? Do you think you can keep me under control by making me delirious? Who told you that this is the right thing to do? Your mind seems eaten by dogs, fighting till you've lost your senses. Every day you're thinking about these vile tricks. Pei Yanchu, I'm telling you, if I really wanted to leave, you'd never catch me for the rest of your life. Pei Yanchu's breathing became heavy. With emotions agitated, he caught Su Yunqi, who showed no change in expression, trying to get some comfort from the physical touch. I'll say it again. Let me go, it's useless to lose your temper with me now. Su Yunqi stared at the man whose eyes were red and swollen. Under his persistent gaze, Su Yunqi gradually sat up and slowly lifted his foot, smiling as he stepped lightly on his shoulder. He tilted his head, inspecting the stunned expression on his face. Then he abruptly extended his pale fingertips, strained from exertion, and with playful interest, lifted his chin. There's a limit to losing your temper. I've been enduring you for several days. Yes, I've thought clearly. You're just someone whose nature can't be changed easily. But how do you know I would give up on you because of such a petty matter? Pei Yanchu, can you have more confidence in yourself? For your handsome face, I'll give you one last chance. Stop treating me like an idiot. I'm just too lazy to quarrel with people and too lazy to think too much. If you really push me, Daodu won't be Daodu anymore. Rather, he would become the little son who, even at great cost to himself, would ensure to severely damage the enemy. Pei Yanchu lowered his head without speaking, but his shoulders started trembling faster, almost making Su Yunqi unable to stand firmly on them. Suddenly, between deep breaths, his ankle was tightly gripped by a broad palm, refusing to let go. Then he was effortlessly pulled upward. Su Yunqi leaned off balance, falling back into the bedding. His waist suspended, he struggled instinctively. However, his efforts resulted only in the gentle ringing of golden bells. What are you doing? I'm talking to you, let go. Pei Yanchu watched him struggling fiercely to climb back up and reprimand him, sending a shiver through his soul. I want to kiss you. Daodu, brother loves you too much. One kiss. One kiss. Su Yunqi tried to run when he flipped over, but alas, with his feet in someone else's grip, every time he wriggled forward a bit, he was leisurely dragged back. This lunatic was enjoying himself too much. He really wanted to slap him a few times but feared that Pei Yanchu would shamelessly request more. He gave up. What kind of person had he tangled with? Pei Yanchu, you bastard. Pervert, weirdo. The alluring demeanor of Su Yunqi as the dominant figure lasted only mere seconds before being utterly demolished by Pei Yanchu's shameless behavior. With tender skin, it wasn't long before red marks appeared on both of his ankles from rough handling. His thin and delicate feet helplessly rubbed against the white bed blanket. In the end, accompanied by a sobbing whimper indicating extreme bullying, they began to tremble faintly. Pei Yanchu, you're crazy. My lips are broken, are you an idiot? Disobedient, stupid thing. How did your brother teach you? Crying for your brother is the only thing that works when throwing tantrums. Repeat your words just now. Say that you like your brother, not just his face but his whole person. Pei Yanchu cared little about the butterflies flitting around his head arrogantly acting superior. He was simply excited by the cold expression on Su Yunqi's face moments ago. His Daodu was unique. He was different, he understood him, he knew all his petty little thoughts. His little deity had a sudden burst of kindness, forgiving him despite his ill intentions. Tired out by his antics, Su Yunqi shrunk into the corner under the blanket, seemingly withdrawn yet truly shedding silent tears inside. Having made a rare display of authority, the other party still didn't take him seriously and even interpreted his actions as flirtation. This was undoubtedly a double blow to body and soul. Hadn't he been pretty fierce just now? Woo! Daodu, stay put under the canopy and wait for your brother. In the coming days, your brother may be away for quite some time, so don't wander off. Pei Yanchu no longer wished to prolong the matter. He intended to act swiftly, capture Ulan, and return immediately. Once these troubles were dealt with, he could then take his Daodu on trips all over the place. As long as it was a country Daodu liked, he'd conquer it and present it as a gift. Everything belonged to Daodu, not a single one would be left behind. Oh, so you don't intend to do anything to me? This relaxed attitude, is your madness cured? Su Yunqi sneered mockingly, clearly wanting to insult him further. Pei Yanchu laughed in exasperation, his mood barely calming down to humor him, but unfortunately, the other party seemed to ask for trouble. Hey! What are you going to do? Iya! Brother, I'm wrong, I really am. Don't pinch anymore, they'll swell. Su Yunqi felt like crying, pleading for mercy while dodging the evil hand, repeatedly shouting, good husband, before being mercifully released. Chapter 120, Pride. The tree shadows were desolate, the cold wind swept across their faces, and the cold mist in the air turned into frost, lightly hanging on the eyelashes. Su Yunqi stood before the black horse, reaching out to touch its mane. "I know, you're a good horse, and you will bring my brother back, right?" The black horse let out a snort, turning its head to lick his face. After Pei Yanchu changed into his armor, he saw Su Yunqi coming to see him off. First, he felt delighted, but then he furrowed his brows. "Daiyuryu, put your hands back in the warming bag, they're already red from the cold." He held Su Yunqi's hands, slowly gathering them in his palms, then gently rubbed them, reluctant to let go. "I'm here to see you off. Brother, trust me, you're definitely going to win this battle. I'll wait for you to come back." Pei Yanchu spun around, letting his cape fall gracefully to cover most of Su Yunqi's figure. In the dimness, he kissed the one he claimed as his own, celebrating prematurely for the upcoming war. "Daiyuryu, hurry back. I have to leave now." Su Yunqi, blushing, took a few steps back and waved his hand a couple of times before running back quickly. When he looked back again, the other had already walked into the sunrise, leaving only a stern back shadow. "Sigh, with my husband not at home, I'm bored alone, secretly doing bad things." Su Yunqi immediately tucked away the expression of reluctance, then threatened Ling Qi not to move, tying him up tightly on his bed. He then turned around and forced Ling Ran to give him a crash course on life's great harmony right there. Ling Ran. Speechless version. Ling Qi. Blushing version. Little devil Su Yunqi, hee hee. Evil version. Master, please don't bully Xiaoqi. Ling Ran rarely saw this sharp-toothed person looking so timid. He couldn't help but appreciate this unusual scene carefully before untying the ropes. "Master, would you like to go with us?" Pei Yanchu was afraid that Su Yunqi might suddenly change his mind and, out of pride, be unwilling to say it, choosing instead to secretly follow the army. That's why he specifically left Ling Ran and Ling Qi behind to watch over him. If Su Yunqi really became interested, they would find it easier to protect him when joining. "No need, I'll just be a burden. I can't be of much help." "Forget it, both of you should go too. At least you can shoot more arrows from the shadows and protect him well." Seeing the fun interrupted, Su Yunqi waved indifferently, telling the two to quickly prepare things to help Pei Yanchu. There was no need for them to stay here wasting their skills by waiting for him. "Hurry up, seeing the two of you showing affection in front of me makes me restless." Ling Qi's face became redder, and he hurried outside after lifting the curtain, clearly unable to bear the shame. Ling Ran was caught between two difficult options, but finally flew off to chase the other under Su Yunqi's urging gaze. "Alright, all those who should leave have been sent off, and all eyes watching over and protecting him are gone. Next, it should be time for those beasts who wish to harm him to arrive." Pei Yunlan loved playing dirty tricks so much. Su Yunqi didn't believe this forced palace coup was just an impromptu decision. It was definitely planned long ago, and deliberately coinciding with Pei Yanchu being dispatched elsewhere. If this man wasn't somehow connected to the Alanka country, it wouldn't make sense. By now, as Pei Yanchu's weakness, such news should have already spread out. Su Yunqi pulled out that hairpin, watching the tassel hanging from it sway gently. "Big brother, don't be mad, Aki will pave the way for you." From the very beginning, when he willingly brought himself home, the end of this road, even if it meant death, he had to take the initiative and walk down it regardless. Living as a slacker for too long, deciding to make a change was not easy. The book's ending could only be Pei Yanchu ascending the throne, since the plot had already been distorted due to him, making everything completely different, so he absolutely could not stand idly by and be someone needing protection. After putting the hairpin on the bedside, Su Yunqi calmly walked out of the tent. He kept walking further into solitude until faint sounds started coming from behind. "Who?" Pretending to be scared, he turned and shouted. The looming shadow rushed forward, and he raised his hand, delivering a strong blow to the neck side of the young master, who was as weak as a chicken. As Su Yunqi lost consciousness, he couldn't help but mockingly comment in his mind that these people really hit hard, like wild oxen, hurting like crazy. The precious young master of the imperial city was brutally thrown over a shoulder. Despite several leaps and dives, the prince remained unconscious. That fast? De Han looked at Su Yunqi carelessly placed on the ground by his subordinate, showing slight interest as he approached. He lightly stroked through Su Yunqi's long hair in a teasing manner. "Mu Yun, why hasn't he woken up yet?" "Your Highness, the Central Plains man is in poor health, let's wait a bit longer." De Han gave a mocking laugh and suddenly tore open Su Yunqi's shirt, revealing the bruises on his neck and the marks deliberately left by Pei Yanchu that hadn't yet faded. "Beautiful one. Pampered and precious, and you hit so hard, truly showing no mercy. But this Pei Yanchu is indeed extraordinary, very intriguing." De Han reached out to embrace Su Yunqi's waist and carried him lightly towards his tent. Mu Yun was long accustomed to all he saw, their king was valiant and heroic, and heroes naturally paired with beauties, this was beyond question. Men and women were the same in the king's eyes, yet he seemed to have a special preference for those whose gender was indistinct. Beauty should be taken forcibly, seized from the vanquished, as the ultimate way to prove oneself. And this Central Plains person in the tent perfectly suited the king's tastes. With just a delicate face, they could easily pique his interest. If the Jinlin kingdom were conquered one day, this young master would likely be locked away in the harem for quite some time. Until now, De Han had never seen someone like this. Among the male concubines taken from defeated countries in the past, none had possessed the air of nobility of the person before him. His wrists bound behind his back, he slightly pressed his lips against the bed's end, leaning there. He looked at him calmly, saying nothing, seeming not even to fear what might come next. Master Song has awakened. Your king has awaited your slumber for a while now. Su Yunqi curled his lips and strained his wrists behind his back. Ah, don't waste your effort, careful not to rub the skin and make it unsightly. De Han lifted a cup of tea water, then knelt down in front of him on one knee, reaching to force it into his mouth. Su Yunqi turned his head forcefully and shot him a fierce glare. No trace of innocence remained in those usually bright and round eyes, only disdainful ridicule. De Han, if you dare to touch me, have you considered the consequences? Gradually, 2 bluish fingerprints appeared on his chin, yet Su Yunqi didn't feel the pain. He gazed into the other's eyes and said clearly. You, the son of a groom, brought in to replace a princess, and now ascending the throne, do you feel quite accomplished? Upon hearing this, De Han abruptly clutched Su Yunqi's throat and hoisted him up. While the person in his grip struggled to breathe, he turned and drew his sword, slaughtering the slave who accidentally overheard the secrets and stood there trembling in terror. Chapter 121, Correction. A spurt of hot blood splashed and dripped onto Su Yunqi's half-face. His complexion was deathly pale as he struggled to stay calm despite the nausea. De Han, breathing heavily, abruptly threw him to the ground. Then he lowered his head, coldly watching Su Yunqi lying there, coughing in disarray. How did you find out? Su Yunqi slowly turned over, using his sleeve to wipe away the blood on his cheek. Do you know who I am? Could it be that you actually think I am just Pei Yenshu's lover? De Han, do you regret at night about the year you killed your birth parents with your own hands? Each word from Su Yunqi struck deeply, his look filled with meaning and assurance, which successfully startled De Han. What? Hit the nail on the head, now angry and ashamed you want to kill me? I'll tell you, if I die, your Ulan will also be sacrificed alongside me. Anyway, what he said wasn't wrong. If anything happened to him here, Pei Yenshu would definitely level this place for him. De Han slowly squatted down, observing his calm expression with a serious face. I heard envoys say that your Jinlin country worships deities and provides special priests to pray for blessings for the citizens, obeying the heavenly god's orders to avoid calamity. Su Yunqi slightly let out a sigh of relief. He deliberately did not correct De Han's assumptions and even fueled them further. Since you guessed right, then I have nothing more to say. He then tilted his head and lightly coughed twice, clearly injured by the previous stranglehold. I understand too much, so my body isn't well, please forgive me. But wouldn't you like to try choking me again? Perhaps with more force, I might really return to the heavens. Su Yunqi's gaze was faint and cool. He knew De Han had already conceived the idea of killing him, but constrained by these theological beliefs, he didn't dare act rashly. He decided to add one more layer of fear, completely intimidating De Han. Unfortunately, after all your hard planning, in the end, it was still for others' benefits, truly a pity, ha ha ha. What do you mean? I advise you to explain clearly. Upon hearing this, De Han attempted to grab his windpipe again, but Su Yunqi directly leaned upwards without any sign of evading. I warn you, if you dare disrespect me again. You. Are you not afraid of the celestial thunder striking you down to ashes? Don't underestimate our Jinlin country's sacrificial arts. Su Yunqi raised his forefinger, lightly touching his pale lips with a bewitching smile. Hush, keep it low, you don't want to fail at the last hurdle, do you? Under De Han's watchful eyes, he hardened his pride and stood up, sitting composedly on the chair behind him, closing his eyes slightly while brushing the hair around his temple behind his ear. I can tell you some things, but I have a few conditions. Are you taking me for a fool? Do you expect me to believe in spirits just because you say so? Su Yunqi didn't rush to refute verbally. He merely flickered his eyelids before casually mentioning a name. De Dan. Why are you calling a dead person's name? Is he dead? How can you be sure he is truly dead? Su Yunqi was frantically recollecting memories inside his head. He seemed tired of this question and answer pattern and left an ambiguous statement before ignoring the increasingly agitated man. Beware of the people in your camp, De Dan will take your life. What do you mean? Mr. Song, I advise you to be reasonable. Speak what you know, I don't think you'd wish to experience Ulan's punishment, right? Song Huai, I warn you, don't play God with me. Best to confess clearly. Open your eyes for the prince, no sleeping allowed. De Han blustered furiously, his naturally suspicious nature made him believe rather than dismiss such claims now. He hesitated, not daring to touch Su Yunqi easily, only holding his position opposite him. After a long time, he stiffened his face, lowering his attitude slightly, his eyes reddened from strain as he asked word by word. Master of sacrifices, may I ask for your explanation? Su Yunqi instantly opened his eyes and leaned closer to meet De Han's gaze. I said it, within your camp, go find De Dan. Alright, I need rest. Saying too much harms my lifespan. Su Yunqi closed his eyes again, able to hear De Han's chaotic footsteps and various sounds of things being smashed. Fine. I'll give you one chance. If I find you've deceived me, the brothel outside will be your destination. Humph. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away, and Su Yinchi finally didn't have to force himself to stay upright anymore. His head tilted to one side as he limply collapsed onto the chair. Heaven knows how close he came to danger, just a moment of hesitation or showing weakness earlier would have been fatal. He wagered his life on this, but fortunately, his gamble paid off by stirring De Haan's suspicions. Nothing compared to securing his throne, which was far more important than anything else. After all, his claim had never been legitimate in the first place. Su Yinchi didn't want to remain cooped up with a dead body, but the heavily guarded entrance blocked any chance for him to go out and breathe fresh air. Forcing himself to shift his focus, he wandered around the tent, occasionally pausing to observe the objects placed nearby. He felt exhausted, scheming required too much mental energy for him. Just then, 2 or 3 people suddenly burst into the tent. Su Yinchi's heart tightened as he watched them drag away the corpse. Then, kneeling down, he carefully wiped the half-dried blood stains from the ground. "Master, the king requests your presence." A markedly handsome man bent over and entered cautiously, sneaking glances at the mysterious beauty before him, while delivering the message with slight hostility. Su Yinchi curled his lips upward, finding it amusing. It seemed De Haan hadn't completely abandoned his lustful thoughts, truly clouded by desire and unfit for greater things. His robe trailed behind him, smeared with blood, dragging a vivid red streak along the floor as he moved. "All right, tell me, who is De Dan?" Upon lifting the curtain, Su Yinchi immediately saw several men kneeling forcibly in front of him. His expression remained blank as he scanned the room, calmly locking eyes with De Haan. "I don't know. Aren't you supposed to foresee everything? Aren't you supposed to see through fate? How could you not know?" Su Yinchi inwardly sneered. He knew De Haan was testing him. If he said he did know, there was no way he would have walked out of this tent alive today. Not knowing what De Dan looked like actually reinforced the image of him being a seer reliant solely on premonitions. If he blindly pointed someone out without hesitation, it would instead raise suspicion that he'd secretly colluded with De Dan and now acted to save his own life, betraying his old master. "I only predict events' outcomes. Besides, wouldn't you recognize your own younger brother?" Hearing this, De Haan burst into laughter. Stepping forward quickly, he grabbed Su Yinchi's wrist and pulled him to the seat beside him. "In that case, tell me, what else do you know?" De Haan felt the softness in Su Yinchi's palm, glancing at the figure leaning against his arm, breathing slightly labored. What nonsense about a younger brother? A king with an enigmatic background like him couldn't possibly have any relatives. De Haan gestured to have the kneeling traitors dragged outside, ordering the servants to lift the curtain, executing them on the spot in front of Su Yinchi. Chapter 122, The Fallen One. Su Yinchi turned his head and furrowed his brows. He felt somewhat disgusted by De Haan's attempt to intimidate him through the tactic of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. "Oh, sorry, I forgot that our divine messenger from the Central Plains has a compassionate heart and can't bear to see such dirty things." De Haan was actually not as calm on the surface as he appeared. His nerves were extremely tense, even mixed with a trace of excitement. "I kept wondering how he could always break through my carefully laid defenses, but it turns out it's because of you meddling behind the scenes." Su Yinchi gave him a sidelong glance. This man was not only arrogant and greedy for wealth and lust, but also self-righteous. He just couldn't beat his boyfriend, that was all there was to it, and yet here he was making excuses, which was utterly ridiculous. "Since you're already here, you might as well stay forever. What can he give you? I can offer too." Su Yinchi smirked lightly and flatly refused. "In your dreams, what he gives me is something you can't afford. What do you want? Power? Status? Money?" De Haan rudely pulled at his collar, noticing the bruises on his neck had turned an ugly black. Su Yinchi covered the probing look with his hand, letting out a cold snort. De Haan misjudged the displeasure on his face, thinking Su Yinchi was upset, which was why he ignored all his attempts at courting favor. Still, having a bit of temper from the talented lands far away was normal, but if one grew too arrogant, then don't blame him for resorting to force. "Alright, Mu Yun went overboard and hurt you unintentionally, so I'll punish him." Seeing his objective achieved, Su Yinchi took the opportunity to request a severe punishment. There was such a large bruise on his neck. When he would meet Pei Yenchu in a few days, if the latter found out, Su Yinchi would surely be in for some serious lecturing. That infuriated him. Revenge must be taken, no matter what, and this Mu Yun wouldn't get off easily. De Haan remained silent, but outside the tent, sounds of stifled groans started echoing. Clenching his fists, he suddenly blurted out. "Since the conflict has been resolved, Lord Song will eventually join us in Wulan anyway. Why not change clothes first and wash away the dust of the past?" The difference in clothing between the Wulan Kingdom and Jinlin Kingdom was not trivial. If Jinlin's style was reserved and introspective, then their counterpart was unrestrained and vivid. Su Yinchi froze on the spot. Some servants who had been kneeling beside the chair immediately got up at the king's command, inviting him to take a step toward grooming. He never imagined there'd be this kind of step in the process. Only after being pressed onto the bed with his clothes forcibly peeled off did embarrassment and anger arise within him. "Where are you from, sir? I've never seen you before. Were you brought back by the king too?" The king truly dotes on you if he lets you sit and speak. Su Yunqi had nowhere to vent his anger, so he lashed out at the servant who was being sarcastic and rude. Do you want this fortune or not? Every day passes without worry even though the country is about to fall. All you care about is whether you'll be sold. How despicable. The servant was one who usually caught the king's fancy, otherwise he wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly. He thought he'd teach Su Yunqi a lesson, but unexpectedly, the latter didn't take him seriously at all. Su Yunqi tilted away to dodge the slap aimed at him. Loosely draped in a foreign fur robe. He quickly flipped himself over, pinning down the male slave shouting threats, then striking left and right. I'll bash your face into a pig's head for being so mouthy. Tired from beating the servant into submission, Su Yunqi glanced casually at the circle of slaves trembling on their knees, afraid to help, then went to the mirror to tidy himself up. If I have to wear it, I'll treat it as an art photo session. No need to be upset. Damn it, who says I'm not annoyed? That slant collar white embroidered robe was specially picked out for him by Pei Yenchu before he left. It now ended up dirted and discarded, and he had these people to remember. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed toward him. Su Yunqi turned around and saw that person still intent on causing trouble, even picking up a chair to hit him. What else could he do? Run. Su Yunqi had only that much fighting power. After depleting his strength earlier, there was none left, so he hurriedly lifted the curtain and ran out. God, they really had a bunch of fools, a foolish nation, a foolish king, and foolish slaves, all gathered together. Why should it concern him whether De Han liked someone? He was innocent too, all right. Su Yunqi looked back while running, not paying attention to where he was going, and suddenly rammed head-on into someone. De Han secretly ordered someone to try and discipline his temperament, but didn't expect it to be this intense. After all, he remembered how sickly Su Yunqi was, and if anything went wrong leading to his death here, it wouldn't be worth it. Su Yunqi fell to the ground. Dizzy and disoriented, he sat up and leaned forward to vomit immediately. Ugh, don't touch me. He patted his chest while pushing away De Han's hand that was trying to embrace him. The male slave from earlier had already been quietly dragged away. Su Yunqi shakily stood up, with a vivid red tinge at the corner of his eyes. Lord Song, you've got no way out now. You might as well come with me. Su Yunqi looked into his greasy gaze and slightly covered her slim waist which was beginning to show faintly. One must preserve their purity until adulthood. Didn't Pei Yenchu touch you? He couldn't. De Han stared with disbelief, and the implications of this statement instantly drew him in, leading him to burst into laughter uncontrollably. Good, ha 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 ha. Following him truly makes you suffer ha 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 ha. Su Yunqi simply found him annoying and intentionally teased him with words. She hadn't expected such joy in return, so she pursed her lips, feeling somewhat speechless. Those disrespectful slaves have all been killed by me already. Take a look, when can you help me predict something else? De Han noticed how Su Yunqi revealed even such private matters about Pei Yenchu, assuming that he had completely let go of all past disputes and was willing to work for him. Seeing that De Han had fallen for it, Su Yunqi slowly walked ahead of him, calmly saying. There are too many random elements in your camp, the hearts of men aren't united. Defeat is inevitable. She wanted to use De Han's hands to rectify the situation in Wulan on a large scale, basically, creating chaos. What do you mean by that? The old troops loyal to your father haven't been entirely eliminated yet, and I foresee that before long, news about you not being a true royal will be deliberately spread. Tell me, will they choose to support a mysterious outsider? Or will some have other ideas and start scheming against you? Anyway, the princes inside the palace have either been incapacitated or killed by you, bloodline doesn't matter anymore. Why would anyone care about you? Su Yunqi tilted her head and saw the flush on his face turn between green and red. Suddenly, she gave an odd sneer. You don't believe me? If not, why don't you check your camp and see if anyone's anxious to go back, maybe they're trying to leak information. Worried that the other side wasn't afraid enough, she took small steps closer to him, passing by his shoulder. Hurry up, remember to hurry, or the news may just get out. Of course, you can send people to keep an eye on me, but you know very well that we are tied to the same string now. If you die, then I'll have nowhere else to go. I will only help you and pray for your eternal blessing when you dominate Central Plains. Su Yunqi's ruby pendant swayed lightly as she slithered like a venomous snake around De Han, until he finally heard her words and scrambled off to mobilize his troops. Look, another fallen one who lost to desire. Chapter 123, Endgame. As evening approached, De Han still harbored some suspicions about Su Yunqi's identity, but he already believed more than half of what was said. In the afternoon, he had conducted a thorough investigation into any rogue military officers who had fled recently, and unexpectedly caught a few stragglers. The words on the paper were crystal clear. It detailed De Dan's death, Su Yunqi's extraordinary status, as well as his own ruthlessness. Even though this secret letter did not mention his lineage, it was enough to prove that Su Yunqi's predictions were not wrong. There was definitely a mole among his subordinates. They all wanted to harm him, to drag him off the throne. It didn't matter. He had Su Yunqi by his side, he would help him root out these dangers. Yes, if they were successful in killing him, their fate would be far worse than his. Mr. Song, I'd like to toast you. Su Yunqi lifted his cup half-heartedly as an act of courtesy but did not drink from it. What? Is it that our Ulan wine doesn't suit your taste? Drinking alcohol would interfere with my abilities. It will bring impure energy into my body and make me prone to misjudgments. Upon hearing this, De Han hurriedly ordered someone to remove the wine utensils from Su Yunqi's table, letting out a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, don't let yourself be deceived by such trivial matters. Hearing this, Su Yunqi immediately gave a scornful look toward the warrior trying to sabotage his plans. Ah, don't do that, Mr. Song has genuine talents, so don't offend him. The warrior disdainfully smashed the wine glass, clearly showing no respect for such supernatural talk. With his drunken voice slurring, he pointed rudely at Su Yunqi. Well, then tell me, look at me right now, what can you see? How could Su Yunqi know about these NPC's affairs? His eyebrows furrowed, and he clenched his fists tightly. See, you couldn't say anything, could you? Your Majesty, he's just faking it and luckily got lucky guesses. Instead of indulging him like this, why not give him to us for amusement? Ha ha ha. Nearby, the laughter grew incessant, and hazy gazes gradually gathered on himself. Feeling disgraced, Su Yunqi put on a serious face and coldly opened his mouth. What is your birth month and day? Hey, Miss Beauty, your big brother was born at the end of April. What, interested in me? At this moment, De Han remained silent and did not stop these people from provoking and insulting Su Yunqi, since he also wanted to see what other skills this person had. Su Yunqi kept his eyes lowered without speaking, appearing unfathomably wise. Shit, in May according to the lunar calendar, which is about late May in the solar calendar. Let's gamble, it must be Gemini. Though feeling absurd about his own actions, Su Yunqi closed his eyes and started making things up. You are extremely curious and enjoy seeking thrills. You dislike monotonous living conditions and prefer exploring something different. You have a rather straightforward personality, love being social, and dislike being alone. Gradually, the surrounding voices faded, everyone leaned in to listen carefully as he analyzed, except for that particular warrior whose expression seemed somewhat uneasy. Oh, you get bored easily and always seek shortcuts. You. What nonsense are you spouting? And you're certainly not as tough as you appear, you lack security. Su Yunqi finally finished this long tirade. He didn't believe that not even one statement failed to resonate. A universally adaptable trick, always effective. Hanzhua, did he say everything correctly? Why aren't you speaking? Isn't that true? Are you really this fragile inside? Stop laughing at him, or else later he might cry to Hongxiang. Yeah, indeed, this is the third woman he has gone through this month. Always liking someone and then disliking them. That's called fickleness. Everyone gossiped freely, shoving each other forward in hopes someone would volunteer themselves and approach Su Yunqi again. This warrior's face hit rock bottom, he looked icily at the calm visitor, and snorted. Of course, Su Yunqi wouldn't stay here and become a source of entertainment for them. He stood up, demanding that De Han prepare a tent for him as he was fatigued from expending too much mental effort and needed rest. De Han quickly stopped those rowdy generals below, then sent someone to escort Su Yunqi away. Looking at him, his complexion seemed even paler than before. So troublesome, every little bit of use costs a life, in the future he should be sparing in utilizing him. Su Yunqi entered the tent, instructing those people to guard outside only, there was no need to follow him in. He wondered whether Pei Yanchu had seen the letter he hid on his person, though just imagining it, he knew the latter would likely be driven mad after seeing it. No matter, in the coming days, once they coordinated inside and out, they would surely progress faster than Pei Yanchu acting alone. The royal city could no longer wait, he was afraid that Pei Yunlan might act too quickly, and they wouldn't be able to return in time to clean up the mess. Unfortunately, what Su Yunqi worried about had already happened. Who knows how devastated Pei Yanchu was when he saw the letter fall out as he changed clothes. He should have kept him tied down in the tent and sent a bunch of people to guard him, closely monitoring his every move. No, this wasn't enough. He should have given him medicine daily, ensuring he would obediently sleep in bed, unable to make such trouble. Pei Yanchu looked at the neatly written letter in his hand. Those were the exact strokes he had taught him, so beautiful and refined. But the content of the letter only made him angrier with each passing moment, wishing he could immediately march through Ulan, capture that ignorant butterfly, and lock it in a jar for reflection. Dear husband. By the time you read this letter, Daodu has already packed a bag and gone on a tour of Ulan. Don't worry, Daodu knows his limits and will not hurt himself. I promise that you will see Daodu in a few days completely unharmed. Do not touch Ling Qi and Ling Ran. It was me who asked them to follow you. If you dare bully them, I will run away from home and never come back. Lastly, here is my plan. Brother, Daodu waits for you to pick me up. Pei Yanchu's heart was anxious, yet he could do nothing but wait. He feared that if he acted rashly now, it would ruin everything, so he had no choice but to follow Su Yunqi's plan. She had judged his mindset accurately, which is why she dared to be so reckless. Now, she had crossed a line. Once he brought her back, he would teach her manners and explain clearly what games she could play and which ones she shouldn't. How bold and disrespectful, she had overstepped her boundaries. Su Yunqi was unaware that his freedom would soon vanish. With great patience, he maneuvered successfully, creating chaos throughout the Ulan kingdom. There was no way to keep things secret anymore. Now, Ulan was in turmoil. The old king's followers had rebelled, launching an attack and declaring their intention to remove the traitors and preserve the royal lineage of the Ulan house. Su Yunqi feigned panic, scolding Dahan for failing to capture all the rebels earlier, which caused his true identity to be revealed, placing him in a dangerous situation. So what do you propose we do? Huh? These beasts actually all want to proclaim themselves kings, have they gone mad? Through subtle questioning, Su Yunqi learned not only were there rebellions among the former loyalists, but small cities also began crowning their own emperors, showing complete disregard for Dahan. Chapter 124, Insulting. Su Yunqi secretly rejoiced in his heart as he observed Dahan, who had already been driven to lose his mind. He silently planted a psychological suggestion. Send half of the soldiers back. What's the use of you fighting at the front line now? Wulan isn't yours, and even if you fight one battle, they'll unite and devour you. Isn't that just useless effort? Go back first and seize what should belong to you, otherwise, you'll be attacked from both sides, leaving you struggling on either end. Dahan suddenly lashed out, grabbing Su Yunqi who was sitting calmly on the chair and throwing him onto the bed. Speak. Is it you causing trouble? Aren't you still not over it, hence deliberately making such arrangements and trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Su Yunqi struggled to get up, talking with this pervert always carried some danger. What can I do? Haven't you always sent people to watch me? I've reminded you before, it's your own fault for not being thorough enough. Dahan couldn't bear being criticized by others, so he let go of his grip but looked meaningfully at Su Yunqi who was supporting himself on the ground. I don't care whether your virtue will shorten your lifespan or not, tonight, you're staying here. He felt there was no retreat left for him, so Su Yunqi shouldn't have another chance to find his old master. How could this person, after losing their innocence, still shamelessly seek Pei Yanchu? Su Yunqi felt immense revulsion. He had anticipated the possibility that Dahan might use him to establish dominance, but he never expected it would be in this way. His original plan was to meet Pei Yanchu tomorrow, but the chaos within Wulan developed faster than he imagined. Dahan could no longer wait to divide the troops and return to defend. However, circumstances had changed too quickly. He had planned to wait for the enemy's forces to weaken, then work together with Pei Yanchu to swiftly clean up the mess. What surprised him more was that this lunatic was actually craving his body right before facing certain death. Su Yunqi became anxious. If Pei Yanchu really waited until tomorrow to take action, he might already become one of Dahan's dishes by then. Never mind, it was worth a gamble, after all, 12 midnight had passed, and technically, it was already tomorrow. He gambled that Pei Yanchu wouldn't feel secure letting him wander alone within the range of Wulan. He surely must have sent someone to watch early on, and countless drills had been conducted in the army beforehand. As time slowly passed, there were always people walking around outside the tent, accompanied by mocking laughter. So what if the celestial master? In the hands of the king, isn't he still reduced to being nothing but an underling? Every day acting aloof and dignified, and now look, it's good the king has finally realized what he should do, instead of easily trusting slanderous remarks from those petty officials. Su Yunqi watched with a faint smirk the shadow moving outside, finding amusement in their self-righteousness. Dahan was on edge, doing everything without discussing it with others, which led to the current situation where everyone is utterly clueless. Nearly half of the army consisted of his private soldiers, so naturally, he only sent his loyal followers back to Wulan to deal with internal matters, leaving the rest as sacrificial lambs against external enemies. It had been 3 hours since that madman left, calculating the time, it should be about right. What are you looking at me for while sitting there? Nervous and scared? After finishing the business, Dahan pulled open the curtain and saw Su Yunqi with a strained expression on his pale face. Don't worry, I've already sent them off. Once I retrieve everything, I certainly won't make things hard for you. He reached out to touch Su Yunqi, but was unceremoniously pushed away. Seeing this repressed demeanor, Dahan became increasingly excited inside. Good looks and powerful abilities, once conquered completely, does the future need any worries? Cooperate a little. Otherwise, you'll suffer yourself later. When I control the dynasty, I'll appoint you as the national master. What Pei Yanchu cannot give you, I can. Su Yunqi's veins bulged on his forehead. He had endured this person for nearly a week. When would he shut up and stop babbling nonsense? I want you to speak. He had been performing a solo act, but realized the other side remained unmoved. Immediately anger flared within him, and he signaled to summon slaves to properly discipline him, preparing to honor him when night fell. I'm hungry. Su Yunqi didn't eat well in Wulan, fearing contamination, so each meal he would only eat a little bit while closely supervising how it was prepared. Dahan thought he was giving in out of fear, intentionally bringing up different topics, maintaining outward calm but inwardly dreading himself. He reached out to lift Su Yunqi's chin, admiring his stubbornness and aloofness on his face. This was fine, he preferred spirited ones like this because they were far more interesting. Dahan thought to himself that this person couldn't escape tonight anyway, so he was especially rough with his hands, until the other cried out in pain, leaving a finger mark on his chin. Su Yunqi felt disheartened and dared not touch his own chin. This time, it was good that the wound on his neck had barely faded a little, but now there was another mark on his face. He couldn't even imagine how terrible Pei Yenchu's expression would be. Seeing his panicked and helpless look, De Han felt that his coercion had worked. Now letting him put on some pretense and deliberately drag out the time didn't matter much either. Go, attend to Master's meal, remember, don't let anyone escape. Su Yunqi touched the thing hidden in his bosom one last time before stepping out of the tent and sitting by the campfire deep in thought. After all, he had never tested the power of this gunpowder. He just carried it around for his own sense of security. His original plan was just to disrupt the morale of the troops, then later think about weakening the manpower. Then he intended to have Su Qiwen take a group of people to surround and massacre the elite soldiers halfway through their journey, finally meeting up and breaking straight through Wulan. But apparently the matters in the imperial city were more urgent. Pei Yenchu still relied on the forces of the general's mansion to break into the palace and seize the throne. Alas, both options were difficult to choose from, leaving De Han at a loss, and his situation wasn't any better either. He was always worried that Pei Yenchu might be at a disadvantage, hoping everything could go well for him. Master, please proceed. Su Yunqi remained motionless, lifting his head to look at the stars in the sky, pondering whether he would ever have the chance to get out of bed again. Master, it is getting late. Su Yunqi looked down, staring blankly at his toes. If Pei Yenchu found out that he intentionally used seduction as a weapon, he would probably be in great danger. Master. The slave kneeling beside him knocked his head on the ground. He had no choice, but since the king gave the order, he must follow through. It was clear that this celestial master was not an easy man to deal with, yet he didn't dare force him. The male slave who had been decapitated not long ago was still fresh in everyone's memory, and he didn't want to meet the same fate. Let's go. Su Yunqi slowly stood up. Seeing the slave beneath his feet who didn't dare breathe, he turned his head away and ignored him. He wasn't a saint, he couldn't save everyone just because they pitied him. First things first, taking care of himself. Everyone had their own destiny, but Pei Yenchu's fate was something he had to keep watch on for the rest of his life without making any mistakes. He didn't know what De Han was thinking when he deliberately set up the tent next to that place. Su Yunqi pulled down the curtain, secretly pressing his ear against it, and heard the chaotic yelling from the adjacent tent. Chapter 125, The Harbor. He truly had not an ounce of crisis awareness. The situation was so dire, yet he still had the leisure to deal with such trivial matters. Su Yunqi snorted with a cold laugh, hiding inside his tent and dragging out the time even further. He didn't know that far away in the outskirts, Pei Yenchu was already growing increasingly restless. If it weren't for the fear of alerting their enemies prematurely, he would have led the troops into battle the moment he saw Su Yunqi's handwriting, regardless of casualties. Tomorrow will be tomorrow, once the Z-hour passes, it counts as the next day. He couldn't bear waiting another moment, he wanted to quickly bring him back home. De Han had just finished drinking wine. His face was flushed with drunkenness, and he still clutched half a jar of alcohol in his hand. He had already planned everything out. If Su Yunqi refused to comply later on, he would force him to drink a few cups, and by then, any attempt at resistance would probably leave him too weak to do so. How many soldiers could those bastards possibly train under his nose? They were definitely no match for his own forces. He trusted his elite troops. When the time came to clear out Wulan, he would certainly decapitate these rebellious traitors and hang their heads above the city gate to properly warn those who dare harbor treacherous thoughts. Jin Lin should not launch an attack anytime soon. Su Yunqi was so confident because this threat had likely been ruled out. Besides, he still had Pei Yunlan. He would help restrain Pei Yenchu, otherwise, there was no way Su Yunqi could get what he wanted. De Han felt as if he were walking on clouds, thinking about how he would soon have beauty in his arms, leaving him restless and full of fire with nowhere to vent. Where is he? Why hasn't he been brought over yet? Unable to sit still, De Han swayed unsteadily and shouted for people. Upon learning that the other party had been in the tent for an entire hour, he hurriedly lifted the curtain to take a look. Su Yunqi was facing away from him, completely dry. Turning his head slightly upon hearing the commotion, his eyes brimmed with tears. Why are you crying? I told you, I wouldn't make you suffer. De Han loved watching beauties weep, especially when it was an arrogant swan forced to lower its head. What's wrong? Do you want my help? He rushed forward impatiently, but Su Yunqi skillfully dodged and ran off, stumbling dramatically, appearing pitiful and helpless. Blurred by alcohol, De Han yelled at the surrounding soldiers. Let him be. I'll catch him myself. Damn, so frail, he can't even run fast. Ha ha ha. Su Yunqi's skin crawled at the thought. Quickly widening the distance, he fled towards the front lines. There were more people there, and it was closer to Pei Yenchu, making it more effective than causing trouble in the rear camp. You stop right there. Keep running, and I'll make you the most disgraceful slave. The heat from running sobered De Han up somewhat, but the alcohol fumes in his brain made his steps heavy, unable to keep up with the person ahead. Losing face now, seeing the figure getting closer to the front lines, De Han grew furious. Guards, catch him quickly. It doesn't matter if you cripple his arms or legs, just don't hurt his face. Breathing heavily, Su Yunqi struggled with every step in the cold winter weather, let alone being someone who cannot carry a load or lift a finger. With only a little over a quarter of an hour left, things seemed to have gone terribly wrong. Seeing more people gradually encircling him, Su Yunqi shouted loudly, rebuking De Han for defying heavenly will, insulting divine offspring, and inviting severe punishment, ensuring a miserable end. Go to hell with your talk. Igniting easily, Su Yunqi had stealthily taken a flint from near the bonfire. Now trembling, barely containing his fear, he struck the flint against stone and threw the lit explosive towards De Han with all his might. He turned around and kept running, mainly unsure of the explosive's power and worried about endangering himself. A loud boom erupted behind him. A powerful gust of wind surged from behind, startling Su Yunqi greatly. Turning back hastily, he witnessed the ground erupt into a mushroom cloud, catapulting nearby Wulan soldiers into the air. Damn, hit first try. So fierce. Su Yunqi couldn't believe that such a lethal weapon had come from his own hands. Stunned where he stood, he watched De Han sitting disoriented and defeated in the distance. Thankfully, it was dark, so no one could see his movements. They merely assumed his gestures invoked some form of divine retribution. Not fully prepared, as Su Yunqi hadn't anticipated needing this initially, he gritted his teeth, running while tossing grenades and mentally counting how much survival gear he had left. Yellow sand scattered behind him, the hem of his robes nearly caught fire. The jade ornaments braided into his hair clashed noisily, swaying awkwardly with his movements, spilling onto his shoulders. In the dust-filled air, cries of sorrow arose with the wind, overshadowed by the bright, resolute eyes of the returnee. Each step felt like the wind beneath his feet, faster than ever before. It wasn't the earthquake caused by his explosion, rather, it seemed the approaching reinforcements were closing in. No, it was them. They had actually arrived early. His husband had come to take him home, and he had already smoothed things over here, offering his best gift. Su Yunqi slowly turned around. He looked at the fleeing Wulan soldiers behind him, their morale shattered as they shouted about divine wrath and inevitable defeat, and gave a slightly weary but satisfied smile. It had been a week since he last saw Pei Yanchu, and he hoped Pei Yanchu wouldn't be angry. From now on, he would behave and no longer test his love for him. The sound of horse hooves grew closer. He brushed his hair behind his ear and looked into the distance. Sure enough, Pei Yanchu was charging ahead. His expression didn't seem too good, so his next days might not be easy either. Su Yunqi raised his hands with an anticipatory pout, expecting Pei Yanchu to bend down to pick him up onto the horse. But instead, he saw Pei Yanchu aim a drawn bow at him, his face darkened by doubt. What's wrong? Why is the bow aimed at him? Is it because of the clothes? But he didn't have a choice, he needed to play his role convincingly. He couldn't help it. He was clean, untouched. Why did Pei Yanchu look at him this way? Pei Yanchu simply didn't believe him. He must think Su Yunqi betrayed him, which led to such hostility. No matter, just give him another chance, he will explain everything properly. As long as Pei Yanchu wasn't mad and willing to accept him back. Please, don't treat him this way. It's too cruel. An arrow shot out from the bowstring, Pei Yanchu put down his bow and watched the weapon he launched through narrowed eyes. Su Yunqi stood still in confusion, blinking slowly before giving a bitter laugh, lowering his eyelids. An urgent gust of wind swept past his ears, mercilessly breaking the string tied to his side lockets. The garnets and jade scattered across the ground with a soft clatter, much like his heart that couldn't be pieced together again. The collision of arrows created a sharp, harsh sound. Su Yunqi hadn't yet concealed the desolation on his face when he stiffly turned around. De Han was there with a twisted look, holding a bow pointed at his back. A broken arrow lay on the ground. What exactly had happened just now? De Han wanted to kill him out of anger and humiliation. Not Pei Yanchu wanting to rid himself of him. Before Su Yunqi could fully recover, a powerful arm wrapped around his waist. Song Hua Yi, we'll settle things later. With that scolding tone of voice, he was finally embraced once more in the arms he knew well. His restless heart beat once more, and he snuggled against Pei Yanchu, longing to soak up his familiar scent. Chapter 126, The Golden Chain. Pei Yanchu was deliberately doing it. If he didn't scare Su Yunqi a little, Su Yunqi would think he had a good temper and could let him act without limits. He saw the pitiful little butterfly looking at him with wide eyes, standing there not daring to move, and knew that he had been scared into submission, just like a naughty little kid who knows he's wrong and is afraid. Pei Yanchu knew when to stop while he's ahead. He scooped up the person and held them tightly, finally letting go of the days and nights of longing and tension. With one hand holding the person, he pressed their head against his shoulder, then took the sword in his right hand and went on a killing spree. Although Daodu running around carelessly was wrong, this person on the ground offended Pei Yanchu even more, not only trying to take his person away but also attempting to harm Daodu in front of him. Pei Yanchu did not immediately take his life. After disabling his limbs, he threw him to Su Qiwen beside him. Sitting on the horseback, he frowned slightly. Why were there so few people? Brother, half of the people have been deceived back by Daodu. Should we chase after them? Should we return to the imperial city first? We can come back later to clean up. Be quiet and think about how you will explain yourself to me later. Su Yunqi softly hummed twice, then buried his face again. Hand over the items. I know you still have some. Su Yunqi remained silent. He only had 3 left, and they were the fruits of his own painstaking research. He already knew that Pei Yanchu would never let him touch these dangerous things again in the future. Daodu, if you listen now, your brother can be gentler with you, okay? Su Yunqi felt guilty. Slowly, he fished around in his pocket and carefully handed the items to Pei Yanchu. After glancing at them for a moment, Pei Yanchu knew how to use them. He tossed them to Su Qiwen and asked him to go round up the elite soldiers Su Yunqi mentioned. Oh, so these are the little things that could blow someone sky high earlier. Made by Daodu? That's impressive. So next time, won't there be even scarier things? Su Yunqi looked at Su Qiwen deliberately fueling the flames and turned to lie silently on Pei Yanchu's body. Is there anyone else who knows the origin of this item? Deal with it quickly to prevent trouble later. After amusing himself with the situation, Su Qiwen started being serious. Upon receiving a negative answer, he nodded slightly and continued riding off. Pei Yanchu had discussed beforehand with him, once De Han was defeated, everything else would be easier to handle. He would be responsible for cleaning up Wulan, while this man would return to the imperial city to seize power. Pei Yanchu had never thought of abandoning any side's interests. The people under him were not raised idly, and he also controlled half of the army. He was merely helping Pei Ruzhong discipline an unruly son. How could he possibly have ill intentions? He rebelled properly and fairly. So now, the only thing making him worried was the rascal in his arms. Honestly speaking, the operations he initiated could indeed allow him to defeat De Han without expending much effort. But the cost involved was too high, far beyond what he could bear. If something happened to Su Yunqi and someone found out, would he actually have time to save him? Where was he still lacking in excellence, making Dao to worry about him so much, fear that he might lose out and fail to gain advantages? The dumb baby became smart for him, which truly astonished him. But what then? This matter could only happen once. There would be no second chance for Su Yunqi to take risks. He must scold him again, otherwise, he won't learn from this experience. Pei Yanchu remained silent after assigning tasks to Su Qiwen. He returned to the tent, holding Su Yunqi with a cold face as he removed all the alien objects from his body. Brother, let me do it myself, alright? Pei Yanchu kept a straight face, placing him down before sitting in the chair behind him. He pointed toward the sapphire blue brocade robe hanging nearby, indicating he should hurry up. Cold sweat poured out of Su Yunqi. From the beginning, he tried hiding his face in the sheepskin while hoping to escape detection, but it seemed increasingly hard to manage. What are you hiding? Nothing. This person was crafty but couldn't tell lies in front of him, having obvious flaws in every word he spoke. Pei Yanchu stood up, pulled his body toward him, then ignoring his resistance, swiftly peeled off his clothes. As a result, he didn't know until it was too late, startling both of them. Su Yunqi had no way to evade, squatting down, quietly retreating to the corner, smiling pleadingly at him. Ugly. You mean guy, what does that mean? What about him was ugly? Su Yunqi's expression suddenly changed. Defiantly puffing up his cheeks, he attempted to argue a bit. Be quiet. Fine, let's see who can hold out without talking first. Pei Yanchu grew more and more alarmed as he looked, his temper flaring up quickly. The letter had written everything as foolproof, claiming that there would be absolutely no harm to himself, he'd just go out for a spin. Now it was clear that it was all nonsense. It seemed he should have tied the person securely to his side. In merely 6 or 7 days, this guy had managed to bruise himself all over. Su Yunqi was particular about clothing materials. Even if the fabric was slightly inferior, he would easily develop rashes on his body. During those days in Wulan, he at least used Pei Yanchu's inner garments as a shield, so he didn't end up in complete discomfort. Pei Yanchu wasn't pretending to have a cold face now, he was emanating pure killing intent from within, completely subduing Su Yunqi, who could only lower his head and frantically twist his fingers. He rather harshly blanched the person through several rounds of water, then put him in his loose robe, taking out medicinal oil from the drawer and rubbing it in with force. Ouch! Brother, gently. Do you know pain now? You were so capable at the start, weren't you? And you wanted to hide it from me. Su Yunqi couldn't move, fumbling with the pillow to try and escape that extremely punishing hand. The sweat-soaked little face was easily lifted, and Pei Yanchu barely tempered his emotions, refraining from using heavy force under his chin. Brother. Su Yunqi called out twice, tearfully clinging to his hand and carefully shaking it. Calling for your brother won't help. Why not? It was he himself who said that if he acted cute and called him brother, everything would be fine. Why the sudden change of face now? So annoying. Su Yunqi tried leaning in to kiss him, but the other slapped his face, pinning him down on the bed. The golden bracelet on his ankle was released again, making continuous jingling sounds. He was forcibly pressed down, with someone pinching his ankle bone, followed by a sound of chains entwining, instantly cutting off his intention to act cute. Su Yunqi stared blankly. Pei Yanchu must have gone mad, he actually dared to chain him up and keep watch. That golden bracelet wasn't simple. With a gentle press at the right place, it could lock onto its matching gold chain. And the other end of the chain rested in Pei Yanchu's own hands. Starting today, either I take you out, or you just stay put obediently, period. Chapter 127, Walk. Su Yunqi bit her lower lip, unusually refraining from further arguing with Pei Yanchu. After all, he had long expected that the other party might be infuriated to death by him. But in this situation, he was also content. Not being confined to her quarters was a good thing, at least she could still go out and stroll around, albeit somewhat embarrassing. Her ankle was tugged by the golden chain on her foot. Su Yunqi looked up and saw him smile with an unclear meaning. Dayuti, stand up and take a walk. Su Yunqi. She tilted her head in confusion, then tried to reach her shoes with her toes, slowly crawling off the bed. Take 2 steps if you must, it's not like a piece of meat will fall off. The long robe on her body was too loose, loosely gathered at Su Yunqi's waist and hips. She shuffled in her slippers, barely moving forward before being pulled back by an inexplicable force. Su Yunqi felt exasperated. She turned around and kicked the chain to show her dissatisfaction. Pei Yanchu found this amusing beyond imagination. An indescribable sense of satisfaction surged to his head. He lifted the corner of his mouth slightly, calling Su Yunqi's pet name like summoning a little dog. Dayuti, come over, let Big Brother hold you. Su Yunqi was obedient, jumping onto Pei Yanchu after just a few steps, and then opened her mouth to bite his throat. He'd humor her for a few days. When she had more leverage, she'd definitely let this man know who the real boss is. Pei Yanchu quickly pinched her cheeks, then moved his fingers slightly and inserted them into her mouth intentionally. Su Yunqi bit him lightly. Seeing he wouldn't remove it, she tried to forcefully push it out with her tongue. Her lips were forcibly stretched apart, her red tongue curling restlessly backward. Pei Yanchu's eyes darkened as he held the person's nape and leaned down. She felt dizzy, tingling all over. Still a pure novice, she didn't know what it meant to take a breath. Su Yunqi's face turned red from holding her breath as she struggled and pounded on Pei Yanchu. Only then did he kindly let go. No, no more, next time, next time. Her lips were swollen, her eyebrows and eyes flushed red, shivering and pleading for mercy. This man's gaze was too terrifying, as if wanting to swallow her alive. She wasn't tasty at all. Not even a bit. You don't have the choice. Before I calm down, you'd better behave. Su Yunqi was scared of that overly intrusive atmosphere, but she couldn't escape, and could only reluctantly accept everything. Pei Yanchu deeply reflected on the previous lesson. He had already become adept at balancing well, ensuring that while satisfying his base desires, he wouldn't make Dayuti overly repulsed. Su Yunqi was about to seize the opportunity to vent her anger, but suddenly this person softened, hugging her tightly and trembling slightly. Do you know how worried Big Brother was? Big Brother has only you as his one treasure. If you're gone, what would Big Brother do with these things? Song Huai, I'm so afraid. Don't leave me alone, alright? Su Yunqi's anger had long dissipated. She wanted to say something comforting but was unable to express anything. She could only quietly lie on Pei Yanchu, lowering her self-protective bottom line again to indulge his treatment towards herself. Big Brother. Be quiet, don't make me repeat myself. Pei Yanchu pressed his fingers against her lips, unwilling to hear any more excuses from her. Su Yunqi helplessly pouted and pecked him, letting him lock her back onto the bed. Big Brother will prepare first. We'll return to the Imperial City in another 1 or 2 hours. That. You needn't worry about Brother Chiwen, he'll be back in a few dozen days. Although General Su can't go into battle, he will help On strategize, which is enough. But I'll handle the Imperial City myself. Prince Pei Yunlan won't stir trouble for much longer. Ling Ran and Bai Ming are already watching inside. Alright. You needn't think about anything now. Listen and lie down to sleep. Tell me what you want to eat when you wake up. Su Yunqi curled up her blanket, finally managing to say a complete sentence. I'm a bit craving double-layer milk pudding. Big Brother. Hearing this, Pei Yanchu smiled softly and pinched her cheek, responding faintly before leaving. Su Yunqi was still excited after the ordeal. She lifted her left leg and swung it leisurely by herself. Filthy rogue, let you be arrogant for a few days, 10 minutes passed. What could possibly take so long? Why hasn't he come back to find me yet? 20 minutes passed. So, what is he doing? Wasn't everything already arranged? Can anyone come to talk to me? Su Yunqi impatiently tugged on the chain, but found it useless and buried her head in the blanket afterward. Could Pei Yanchu have forgotten about her here? Could he have run off first? She felt a little upset inside. She wanted to gnaw at her fingers. Su Yunqi stared at her tender fingertips, and finally, reason overcame desire, pulling her hand back. It's not that she was afraid of being bullied by Pei Yanchu, it was just that she didn't want to dirty herself. Yes, exactly that. When Pei Yanchu came in with a bowl of goat milk, he saw a droopy little head slowly sinking, yet still unwilling to fall completely asleep. Dayuti, sleep, Big Brother is here. The bowl of goat milk emitted a warm fragrance. Since no chef was brought along, Pei Yanchu could only attempt making double-layer milk pudding himself. But clearly, he wasn't good at cooking. In the end, he settled for second best and focused on reassuring Su Yunqi. Pei Yanchu guessed Dayuti was waiting for him. His Dayuti had a small heart, unable to sleep soundly when separated from him. Yet his Dayuti also had a great deal of courage and would do anything for him. Big brother, big brother. I'm here. The spoon pressed lightly against her lips, Su Yunqi opened her mouth slightly, savoring the sweetness. She smelled the distinct scent that belonged solely to Pei Yanchu, relaxing fully before lazily curling up on him. The goat milk was eventually only symbolically sipped on a few times, and not long after, Su Yunqi half closed her eyes, grasping Pei Yanchu's hand as her breathing gradually steadied. She was too tired, this deep slumber shrouded in darkness, as if trying to replenish all her lost energy during this time. Even when someone changed her clothes and carried her onto the carriage, she remained unaware. In the end, Pei Yanchu did not follow through with his initial intention. He retrieved the chain back into his embrace, cradled Su Yunqi gently, and pulled his cloak down a bit further so no one else could peek. The carriage rocked heavily, but Pei Yanchu stood firm without moving. He wasn't bored, counting Dayuti's eyelashes alone gave him entertainment. So cute, even when upset, she could only pout and mutter a couple more times before continuing to sleep. This bruise was truly distracting, how much longer until it fades away? He disliked any trace left on Dayuti by others. Her hair seemed less smooth than before, what had the Han done? Reduced his precious Dayuti into such a wretched state. Sleep now, when you wake up, Big Brother will shower you with infinite affection. Chapter 128, Immature. When Su Yunqi completely relaxed, he couldn't suppress his coquettishness. In daily life, he was adept at tailoring his actions to the people around him. And more so with Pei Yanchu, being affectionate in front of others would make him feel embarrassed. Brother, my body aches, I'm uncomfortable. Rub me, please. I want the walnut milk from the imperial kitchen. Hold me, brother. Ow, don't pinch me, it will swell. Pei Yanchu held official documents in one hand while stroking Su Yunqi's long hair with the other, calming him down. The little butterfly had been restless after waking up and had only behaved well for a few hours. Now, his true nature was revealed again, making him cling to Pei Yanchu like a little tyrant. The carriage curtain was lifted slightly by someone outside, as the coachman handed over a secret letter. Pei Yanchu already knew what was inside, but he let Su Yunqi tear open the envelope and play with the contents, twirling the ends of his hair around his fingers. Probably Pei Yunlan still thinks you're fighting on the frontier. By the way, do you have evidence of his dealings with the enemy country? You're so cold. Satisfied, Su Yunqi smacked his lips and continued questioning the details of the attack on the capital city that would take place in a few days. After all, the original story portrayed this scene as exciting and dramatic, and he really wanted to witness how it played out. The protagonist tramples underfoot sun, moon, and stars, cutting through enemies with unyielding determination, leaving 10 miles of fallen foes on their knees in surrender. Su Yunqi was a bit excited. He was about to see the grand finale of the original novel, bringing a perfect conclusion to Pei Yanchu's great hero journey. Don't run around recklessly when the time comes. Forget it, stay outside the palace. How could that be acceptable? There was no way he would agree not to join in on the excitement. Take me with you, brother. Take me, take me. Take me, take me, take me, take me, take me, take me, take me. Pei Yanchu, you dare to ignore me despite my kindness. Smack. Su Yunqi abruptly stood up, rubbing his sore bottom as he glared balefully at the man in front of him who had just slapped him. Call me brother. You have no respect. What nonsense. Obeying Su Yunqi brought prosperity, while defying him resulted in solitude. Refusing to call him brother. That meant he was about to lose his beloved baby. Su Yunqi merely pretended to massage his bottom twice before sitting by the edge of the carriage, pointedly ignoring Pei Yanchu entirely. Lulu, come here. Humph. Pei Yanchu watched as Su Yunqi wobbled near the edge of the carriage, secretly raising his hand to tap the side of the carriage. The coachman suddenly applied an abrupt stop, forcing Su Yunqi to involuntarily retreat due to inertia. Stumbling back several steps, he landed right back into the arms of the cunning and devious man. If you don't behave, brother will hold you, and you won't fall. As Su Yunqi was about to shout that it was the coachman's fault, the man flipped him around, placing him face to face in his lap. It felt odd in this position, but without any leverage, Su Yunqi could only rely on Pei Yanchu. You can come if you wish. Stop, don't tell me the terms. With that, Su Yunqi slapped a hand over his mouth, causing the man to burst out laughing. Pei Yanchu removed his wrist and entwined their fingers. Just wait for me outside. Don't run around. And definitely don't go see anyone. He was still afraid the situation might get out of control and become too bloody, potentially scaring Su Yunqi. Unfortunately, the leisurely little butterfly on his lap seemed completely dismissive of his warnings, nodding carelessly. Did you understand? All right, both ears heard it. Helpless, Pei Yanchu shook his head. There was nothing he could do about this stubborn one, except lower his head and passionately kiss him several times, which left him grumbling and rubbing his cheeks. Brother, we're almost there. Will we just charge straight in? Retracting his death glare, Su Yunqi continued asking absurd questions, seemingly just to relieve his own tension. Will you spare them? It depends on you. How confident are you? Pei Yanchu's eyes carried a faint smile. This question Su Yinchi had asked him for days on end. No matter how many times he assured him, Su Yinchi couldn't relax. Why did he always lack confidence in him? It must be because he cared too much. His Lulu loved him deeply, so deeply. Though Su Yinchi realized it was a redundant question, he couldn't help himself from repeatedly confirming it. As they approached the city gates, the person beside him remained calm, slowly leaning close to whisper by his ear. Brother now offers the empire as his marriage vow. Lulu, will you marry me? Su Yinchi suddenly laughed, his eyes gleaming as he reached out and hugged Pei Yanchu tightly. I will marry you. Pei Yunlan had no idea that the situation outside had already turned upside down. When he learned from outside the city that Pei Yanchu had already charged in, the writing brush in his hand snapped under pressure. What did you say? Repeat it. Your Highness, Pei Yanchu has returned with troops from the northwest. This is impossible. Pei Yunlan trembled all over. No wonder he hadn't received a single reply from Dahan yet, this was what they were waiting for. He took 2 deep breaths, quickly regaining his composure, and instructed someone to take Pei Wenjing out of the city. His elder brother must not be harmed. He must stay safe forever. Even if Pei Yunlan himself were to die, he would have to ensure his life. Never mind, I'll go myself. Pei Yunlan thought back and forth, fearing that these servants might expose the truth, so he decided personally to continue acting. His dear elder brother was still kept in the dark. He could not let Pei Wenjing be disappointed in him. Pei Yunlan didn't bother with a sedan chair. He sprinted fast and tried to steady his breathing at the entrance before gently pushing open the door to the hall. Brother, why don't you play the zither today? My heart's restless. Copying some Buddhist scriptures calms me. Pei Yunlan carefully leaned on Pei Wenjing's shoulder. With a touch of yearning, he shook his arm slightly, intentionally messing up his calligraphy. Alan, are you being naughty again? Does brother want to stay for a while at Qining Temple outside the palace? Spring is coming, I think it's very suitable for tranquility. Pei Wenjing didn't respond, only continued copying the scriptures quietly. Brother, pay attention to Alan. The gentle scholar by the desk set down his brush, turning his head toward the vine creeping through the wall from outside. The cool breeze blew off the last leaf from it. Alan, is something going to happen? Pei Yunlan's heart jolted. He gripped his elder brother's shoulder tighter, laughing mischievously. Brother, what are you talking about? If you don't want to go, then don't. Alan hopes you'd stay in the palace every day to accompany me. Pei Wenjing supported himself against the desk to stand up, raising his head to meet his gaze. Who is it? Pei Yanchu. Makes sense. I've anticipated this day long ago. Let's go, brother will introduce you to someone. Pei Yunlan's mind buzzed with alarm. Stiffly grabbing onto the person trying to walk out, his voice quivered. Brother. Alan, brother practically raised you from scratch. Therefore, no matter how much you try to deceive, in brother's eyes, you're still an immature child who cannot lie convincingly. Chapter 129, Stunned. Pei Yunlan stared blankly at Pei Wenjing, unable to utter another word of rebuttal. Turns out, brother knew everything all along. Why didn't you stop me then? Pei Wenjing lifted his hand and stood on tiptoe to pat his head. Iran has grown up, it's normal to have your own ideas. Do what you want, brother will not stop you. Pei Yunlan's eyes watered, he lowered his head, allowing him to fiddle with his hair. An elder brother is like a father. He had never felt any affection from mother or father, but only brother treated him well, only brother cared about his feelings. Pei Wenjing sighed and walked towards the exit, little knowing that the moment he turned his head, the other's expression changed, and a palm suddenly slashed at the back of his neck. You. Brother, I alone am responsible for my actions. If I succeed, Iran will welcome you back to the palace. If I fail, we'll meet again in our next life. Pei Wenjing's vision gradually grew dim. The last thing he could hear was only the trembling breathing of Pei Yunlan. He thought he must be scared. Maybe he also knew he would lose to Pei Yanchu, so he chose this way. But that was his own younger brother, the brother he had raised. How could only he be wrong? It was his failure to teach Pei Yunlan well. He was the one who should die. Pei Yunlan sent the person off onto a carriage, watching as the cart slowly moved away from the side gate. In fact, until the end, he hadn't dared to tell his elder brother. He had already decided to give up. He dispatched most of his elite troops to protect Pei Wenjing, while keeping only a few people to hold back Pei Yanchu. He had come merely to die. It would be like sacrificing himself in exchange for a bit of mercy towards brother from others. He had tried his best, but he just wasn't skilled enough. Sorry, I'm going to let you down, brother. Pei Yunlan wiped his face and drew his sword, walking step by step toward the main hall. Brother. When Su Yinchi saw Pei Yanchu mounting his horse, he suddenly reached out and grabbed him. If there's no need, don't let blood be spilled. Though the original story was written in grand fashion, where the protagonist's anger caused rivers of blood to flow, he still hoped Pei Yanchu wouldn't really do that. He couldn't quite articulate the reason, he just didn't want it to happen. Pei Yanchu assumed little immortal was being compassionate, pinched his hand slightly as an indication of acceptance. It was midday, and the sunlight wasn't overly harsh. The warm cloak draped over Su Yunqi's shoulders flapped softly in the wind. How could he stay still? Su Yunqi tugged at his clothes, stealthily glanced around at the cameras behind him, and stepped inside. Sir, wait. I'll give you a chance. Either come with me, or watch me walk myself away. You choose. Hurry up. Don't waste your Su grandpa's time, or I'll report you to master, saying you stopped me from entering by hugging me. The guard standing by the door flushed bright red, completely speechless and unsure of how to handle a troublemaker like Su Yunqi. Pei Yanchu originally thought there would be heavy military defense, but unexpectedly, no one blocked his way. Everything seemed like an empty city ploy, raising doubts in one's heart. Hesitating, he dismounted and stepped onto the stairs together with the soldiers behind him. You've come. Pei Yanchu looked up and saw Pei Yunlan facing away from him, exposing only half of his face. I've waited for you for a long time. Didn't expect you to be so late. Pei Yunlan turned around, a faint smile on his face. Looks like you're not surprised by all this. But it makes sense, I've never seen fear or panic in you. Pei Yanchu felt no ripple in his heart. Suddenly, a group of shadows surged behind him, and both sides immediately clashed swords. You're stalling for time. He directly exposed the other party's intentions. Even you noticed that. But I'm curious, is there anything you don't have a plan for? Pei Yanchu, do you know how jealous I am of you? We are so alike, yet you can live such a splendid life, while I can only hide in the darkness, always reading others' expressions. Why didn't you just die? You were already thrown out of the palace before, why did you have to come back and interfere with my life? Pei Yanchu sheathed his sword. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the somewhat deranged man without saying a word. The commotion outside gradually faded. Pei Yunlan stopped losing control. He passed by Pei Yanchu's side, stood on the high steps, and silently gazed downward. Pei Yanchu, if I die, will you let my elder brother go? I don't know. What do you mean? I only take orders from one person. Pei Yunlan understood what he was talking about. He turned his head, relaxed his shoulders, looked up and sighed again. Then, for his sake, can you let my brother go? He knows nothing, he just plays the qin and writes poetry. The palace is already in chaos like a mess of porridge. As for that woman and the emperor, you can kill them if you want. Actually, Pei Yanchu didn't plan to harm him, partly because of the instructions from Little Immortal before she left, and partly because there was no need to kill someone who was already lost in despair. There was absolutely no possibility of a counter-rebellion, it lacked any challenge at all. I haven't thought of moving against Pei Wenjing, you're overthinking it. Upon hearing this, Pei Yunlan was unexpectedly delighted. He revealed another brilliant smile, which, under the glow of the distant red hue, appeared exceptionally alluring. Pei Yanchu had no interest in playing along with him or listening to his pent-up misery any longer. All he wanted was to quickly settle things so he could meet Little Immortal and go home together. He no longer glanced at Pei Yunlan and continued walking inside. Pei Yanchu. A gust of wind suddenly swept from behind. Instinctively, Pei Yanchu twisted his body and swung his sword to block the sudden attack. However, what surprised him was that Pei Yunlan, in the moment when his sword rose, abruptly retracted his hand and threw himself onto the sword's edge. You've gone mad. Pei Yanchu's pupils contracted slightly. He tried to pull the sword out, but found the other grabbing the blade with his bare hands and thrusting it further into his own body. Promise me, don't hurt my elder brother. I beg you, hate me if you must, despise me if you will. All of this is my fault. The metallic taste of blood rolled in his throat, making it hard for Pei Yunlan to swallow. The blood began to flow uncontrollably, even splashing onto his sleeves. It seemed fine like this. Afterwards, he wouldn't have to be so tired anymore. It was unfortunate that his brother might get angry when he wakes up. But that wasn't a problem. He had already punished himself for his brother. Pei Yanchu had never seen such a stubborn person. When he reached forward to grab Pei Yunlan, the latter deliberately avoided his grasp and staggered backward. Pei Yunlan, don't lose your mind. Pei Yunlan was already unable to speak. He just smiled with the corners of his mouth curved, then intentionally dropped off the high steps in front of Pei Yanchu. Taking one final gamble, betting that Pei Yanchu would forgive his brother after seeing his miserable death firsthand. Betting that he wasn't the same type of person as himself. Betting that he was a good man. Chapter 130, Jumping Off the Carriage. Pei Wenjing was finally jolted awake by the carriage ride. He knew what Pei Yunlan intended to do and desperately wanted to jump off the carriage. Hurry back. If anything happens to the sixth prince, I will hold you accountable. He rarely said such harsh words. He watched as the carriage turned around, his heart pounding. He shouldn't have been so permissive towards Lan's whims. In the end, she even knocked him unconscious and faced everything alone. Pei Wenjing wasn't physically weak, he had just become reclusive due to disappointment, using illness as an excuse. Panting, he rushed toward the main hall. At that sight, his eyes filled with blood. At this moment, it seemed like he couldn't hear anything, only seeing the child who used to cling to him and call him elder brother slowly fall from the high platform. It was his own doing, he jumped onto it and then leapt down. Pei Wenjing knew all of this, and his throat tightened. He let out a short, broken roar, panic overtaking him as he ran forward. Lan always climbed high and fell, never learning her lesson, enjoying playing with him. But this time, it seemed the elder brother couldn't catch her. She fell too quickly, so fast that even trying to crawl forward despite the pain couldn't help keep up. Why is there so much blood? Why can't the bleeding be stopped? Good Lan, don't sleep yet. Brother knows you're tired. Can you open your eyes and look at brother one more time? Just one more time, that's all brother asks for. Pei Wenjing knelt on the ground, soaked in Pei Yunlan's blood. Layers of clothing were drenched and inseparable. It was his fault, he hadn't fulfilled his duties as an older brother, leading Lan to choose the path of no return. Pei Yenchu, he doesn't know any better. Let your anger fall on me. Don't take it out on him. He hasn't grown up yet, he doesn't understand right from wrong. In the end, Pei Yunlan was still younger than Song Huai. His anguished cries merely expressed the partiality of an elder brother for his younger sibling. He knew Pei Yenchu was innocent, Lan had carefully planned everything and deliberately led to this situation. With each word, he cried, hoping to sway Pei Yenchu into mercy and allow them to live. Pei Yenchu felt conflicted and unsure how to respond. By past practice, if he found it troublesome, he'd kill everyone to settle things. Now it's different. With no spoken objections or aid requested, he stood emotionlessly as Pei Yenchu carried Pei Yunlan and walked away. Self-inflicted misfortune cannot be forgiven. Though clear-minded, Pei Yenchu still empathized with Pei Wenjing. Long ago, he himself once questioned everyone so irrationally, trying to exchange his life for another. With matters already decided, he now should find Pei Ruzhang. Tang Jiqing's hairpins were disheveled, forced to kneel on the ground by someone, unable to rise for a long while. How dare you? How dare you treat me so disrespectfully? Let go immediately. Pei Yenchu didn't even give her a second glance. Strangely enough, when it came to the final reckoning, he seemed less hateful. The woman in front of him, disheveled hair, resembled his mother's self-destruction years ago, her face crazed, indulged in her own fantasies. The damn bastard, I should have killed you, choked you to death or slammed you dead since the day you were born. Tang Jiqing paid no attention to propriety anymore, wanting to lunge at him, desperate to tear a piece of his flesh. Pei Yenchu coldly observed her and tossed a small knife nearby, tired of looking at her rant. End yourself. Why? Why must I die? I am the Empress, behind me is the Prime Minister's mansion. Who dares touch me? You've plotted for so long and worked hard. What gives you the right to compete with my son? Do you want revenge for that worthless woman? Pei Yenchu gave her a side glance. Instead of fear, Tang Jiqing continued venting her grievances. What is she compared to me? From a lowly household, she should count herself lucky to get food. And she actually dared to compete with me? Do you even deserve it? Pei Yenchu saw her defiance until death, stepped forward, and slowly squatted down. Pei Wenjing went mad, Pei Yunlan is gone. Upon hearing this, the woman widened her eyes and remained speechless. After a long pause, she smirked lightly as though indifferent. Two useless wastes, not worthy to be my children. My estate has been raided. The execution is set for a few days later. Hearing this, Tang Jiqing's calm facade crumbled little by little. Losing her wits, she screamed loudly, clearly unable to accept this fact. This can't be, it's impossible. I won't allow it, I won't allow it. How dare you touch father's things? What gives you the right? Pei Yenchu ignored her completely, stood up and turned to leave, heading into the sleeping chamber. The shouting behind grew louder, gradually shifting from incessant scolding to panicked pleas for mercy. The desperate cries couldn't penetrate the chamber doors. He shut them personally, blocking out all external noise. Pei Ruzhang had become so emaciated he barely looked human. News of his collapse had just spread when Tang Jiqing jumped at the opportunity to seize power and wealth, not forgetting to come daily to torment his fragile nerves. Actually, what Pei Yenchu found most repulsive was the man on the bed. Tang Jiqing was a brainless fool, but all the heinous acts she committed were also abetted by Pei Ruzhang's encouragement. He was a heartless man who loved only himself, darkly reveling in watching women fight over him and vie for power and survival. Speaking was an effort for Pei Ruzhang. His cloudy eyes seemed scattered before he forced them to focus on the calm victor standing by the bedside. What about that poison woman? You've done well, very well. Ha ha ha. With a deep breath, Pei Ruzhang's neck veins bulged as his hands clawed ferociously at the sheets. After a long while, he slowly calmed down. Help me sit up. Hear that? Help me sit up. Pei Ruzhang still believed Pei Yenchu had rushed back to save him. Coughing and reprimanding, he eventually realized he was performing a one-man show. His stiffness lasted several seconds before deliberately bringing up earlier events. The Emperor knows you bear resentment towards me. Resentful I didn't come to find you sooner, resentful I restricted you everywhere, and resentful I insisted you let go of Song Huai. But everything the Emperor did was for your own good. Look at you now, how powerful you've grown, able to take responsibility alone and thoroughly overthrow the Prime Minister's mansion. Listen to the Emperor. Once I deal with those people, I'll make you crown prince tomorrow in court. Would that be agreeable? Pei Yenchu tilted his head with amusement, disdainfully eyeing him up and down, eager to hear what more delusional fantasies this man could conjure. Pei Yenchu, the Emperor is asking you a question. You're dreaming far too much. Pei Yenchu never intended to show any leniency. He directly mocked him, cutting through Pei Ruzhang's false bravado. Chapter 131, Protect. Rebels, they are all rebels. Even you want to climb above me? Never. It's a dream. Bring this rebel down and beat him to death with sticks. Pei Ruzhang shouted over and over again, only to find that no one responded. Just as before when he was tormented by Tang Jiqing, the madwoman, there was still no one answering his call in the sleeping chamber. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly, looking like a trembling dried leaf in winter, extremely desolate. Indeed, everyone wanted to seize his position. Once he fell, all were watching closely, hoping he'd die soon. Pei Yenchu walked through it all with a heart as calm as still water, everything seemed quite easy. Especially after meeting Su Yunqi, it appeared that everything went without much effort. He didn't want to dirty his own hands and so quietly observed Pei Ruzhang's poor performance from afar. Yenchu, my son, stop resenting your father, will you? Your father has grown old, and some things are unclear, but I favor you. Good son, help your father one more time. Your father truly cares for you. Pei Yenchu raised his eyes and looked at the man full of hypocrisy, his lips curling up in an ambiguous manner. Sincerity. Yes, true sincerity. Pei Ruzhang seemed to glimpse hope, struggling to rise and pant hard as he reached for the hand of the person by the bed. That damp palm touched his wrist, and Pei Yenchu quickly pulled away, saying sharply. Sincerity. Do you even have a heart? No, not just that, you don't even deserve to be human. The longer your heart beats, the more I find it annoying. How dare you? Pei Ruzhang's face turned bright red. His feet scrabbled against the bedclothes, breathing out more than he took in. It was me who brought you into the palace, otherwise, you'd be a bastard. Go ahead and say whatever you want. Pei Yenchu's words stabbed at Pei Ruzhang's soul. He bent down and stared into the bulging eyes of Pei Ruzhang. Just thinking that my body might still carry your blood makes me incredibly nauseated. I'd rather be the bastard you call me. Do you think I long to return to the palace? He extended his hand, forcibly pressing Pei Ruzhang's stiff fingers down, then straightened with disdain, watching the color on his face turn green bit by bit. He was about to die, angered to death by himself. Pei Yenchu thought that without spilling blood this time, he was sincerely fulfilling Daodu's wish. Stop. As Pei Ruzhang had a moment of lucidity in the face of death, he suddenly called out to halt him. Pei Yenchu, in fact, you resemble me most. Selfish and self-serving, stubborn and quick-tempered, and supremely egocentric. Unfortunately, you've fallen for real feelings and thus cannot accomplish great undertakings. Pei Yenchu stopped in his tracks, slightly knitting his brows. Come closer, father still has something to teach you. They say people near death speak well, yet he didn't think Pei Ruzhang would offer anything meaningful. He merely stood by the door, coldly staring at the emperor lying on the bed, barely clinging to life. Come closer. Pei Yenchu saw the sudden seriousness in his expression. After hesitation, he finally approached him. Pei Ruzhang's eyes sparkled. Gazing at what he considered his best creation, he asked him to lean down, bringing his ear close. Yenchu, did your father ever teach you this? The most important thing should never leave your sight. Pei Yenchu tilted his head, feeling as though something in his mind had clicked into place, though confusion lingered. What do you mean? But alas, before he could obtain his answer, the other slowly closed his eyes, passing completely out of breath. A certain disarray filled Pei Yenchu's heart. He forced himself not to think too deeply but found himself unable to steady his steps, rushing out hastily. What is the most important thing? What does never leaving your sight mean? What did he mean? Why did he torment him even in death? How could Pei Yenchu have never been afraid? He was just afraid less often, and it was always due to someone specific tugging at his emotions. Where is Daodu? Could something happen to Daodu? It shouldn't be. He had already let Su Yunqi wait obediently outside, ensuring no one could see him. Pei Yenchu ran with large strides, refusing to look back at the deceased Pei Ruzhang or Tang Jiqing kneeling and banging her head on the ground. No disputes or rights or wrongs could make him pause. He needed to find Su Yunqi. If Daodu really disobeyed and sneaked inside to play, he would ensure he wouldn't walk for the rest of his life. He leaped off the steps, the remnants of Pei Yunlan's reddening blood lingering beside his feet. This streak of red inexplicably pierced his eyes, and at this moment, his already panicked heart became even less steady, his whole body began to tremble. Brother! I've come to take you home. Su Yunqi was naturally directionally challenged, and with having been away from the palace for so long, he circled around a great deal before finally finding the main hall. He saw Pei Yenchu looking flustered, standing alone on the steps, raising his hands high as if wanting to embrace him. His rapidly accelerating heartbeat gradually steadied down, He let out a sigh of relief, his mind blank except for Su Yunqi's radiant smile. He looked truly beautiful, let's see if he can still laugh after a while. He had already told him to listen and wait for him, but he insisted on coming inside to wander around. Well, considering that he was safe and sound, and for the effort of coming to pick him up, he would not hold it against him. Pei Yanchu thought himself fortunate. It was because of his excessive suspicion that he easily believed in Pei Ruzhang's words. From now on, no one will make his Dodo feel wronged anymore. He has obtained enough power and status, enough to protect Dodo under his wings and live carefree for a lifetime. Pei Yanchu opened his arms wide, happiness and anticipation shining in his eyes, eager to hug his little immortal quickly. But, it seemed that his little immortal did not think the same way. He immediately stopped smiling, his complexion growing increasingly pale, his hands trembling slightly, unable to hide the overwhelming panic in his eyes. Brother, be careful. What, be careful? Why be careful? Pei Yanchu's emotions fluctuated greatly and had already reached a certain level of numbness. Su Yunqi's pupils shrank. It seemed like he spotted a figure swaying on the platform pointing toward them. It appeared to be the emperor's close attendant, Changshi. Strange, how could he be here? While Su Yunqi was utterly perplexed, Changshi suddenly pulled out a bow and arrow, gritted his teeth to pull the string, and shot with all his strength straight at Pei Yanchu's back. The last task the emperor entrusted to him, he had tried his best. The prince was young and reckless. He had followed by Lord Pei Ruzhang's side since childhood, accompanying him on the path to the throne. But the emperor wasn't happy at all, too many things bound him, even the original belief of serving the country and people was completely worn away, turning into a life solely centered around power. If His Majesty couldn't get it, no one else should dare to seize it either. After releasing that arrow, Changshi drew out a short blade. He knelt facing the dragon chair and slowly bowed his head. With the master gone, there was no need for him to live any longer. Su Yunqi didn't have time to think. His actions were faster than his thoughts. As soon as Changshi released the arrow, he shouted and immediately lunged towards Pei Yanchu. Apparently, his body wasn't as frail as it looked. He could also effortlessly shield the person he wanted to protect entirely, leaving not an inch of gap. There was just some pain, but it seemed more than just a bit. In short, it really hurt. Chapter 132, Confirmation. What is terror? It should be the feeling of having your throat tightly gripped, struggling to open your mouth wide in search of a bit of air, only for that hope to be mercilessly snuffed out. Pei Yanchu didn't know where he was. It felt as though he had already taken half a step into the edge of hell, almost about to fall off the cliff. His throat was dry, and he couldn't utter a sound. In a state of complete panic, he hugged Su Yunqi but was afraid to touch the arrow on his back. His legs wouldn't hold him, and with trembling limbs, he supported Su Yunqi's slowly sinking body. All around was red, his palms were sticky with blood, and no matter what he did, he couldn't stop it from flowing. Didi, a nickname, wanted to say something. What did he want to say? He must have been sick and uncomfortable, which is why he couldn't even speak. Silly Didi, he had stolen some sweet porridge again from the small kitchen, not even bothering to wipe the corners of his mouth, yet he still gave me a foolish smile. It's fine. This time, Big Brother won't blame you. Big Brother will clean it for you. From now on, you can eat whatever you want. Big Brother will never force you to eat things you don't like again. Didi, Big Brother will take you to see a doctor. Don't be afraid, Big Brother will find a good doctor to cure you. My Didi, you need to live 100 years and stay by my side forever. Su Yunqi was in excruciating pain. He tried to speak but could only helplessly vomit blood again and again. He dared not open his mouth anymore, fearing his appearance would be too ugly or might drive Pei Yanchu crazy. He knew that Pei Yanchu would break down if he saw this. He was sure of it. Pei Yanchu kept wiping away the blood oozing from the corner of Su Yunqi's lips with a handkerchief. As if finally snapping back to reality, he shakily rose to his knees, holding the man tightly and running desperately into the hall. Call the imperial physician. Someone, quickly call the imperial physician. Didi, don't be afraid. Everything is going to be fine. We'll treat you soon. Hurts, doesn't it? Shall I catch that person for you to vent your anger? You tell me where to cut, and I'll do it for you. Let me blow on it for you. Don't worry, we're not scared, we're not scared. Su Yunqi forced himself to bend his lips slightly upward, but smiling now looked even worse than crying. Feeling exhausted, he closed his eyes but was gently awakened. Open your eyes, Didi. Be obedient, look at Big Brother, alright? Don't sleep yet. Big Brother swears that if you are good, I won't lock you up ever again. Pei Yanchu's eyes were bloodshot, the veins on his neck bulging. His entire demeanor was deranged, nearly on his knees, begging Su Yunqi not to abandon him this way. The imperial physicians arrived en masse with their medicine chests, filling the entire sleeping chamber and kneeling in fear, not daring to meet the divine gaze of Pei Yanchu. Subconsciously, everyone believed he would be the future emperor. Upon hearing the urgent summons, all rushed here, unwilling to miss the opportunity. Pei Yanchu was barely suppressing his violent emotions. He glared at the group and issued a cold order. You have 1 hour. If you fail, I'll have every one of you dragged out and executed. There's no need to keep useless trash in the Imperial Medical Institute. As soon as he finished speaking, several veteran royal physicians prostrated themselves on the ground, then crawled forward on their knees to feel Su Yunqi's pulse. Pei Yanchu's eyes remained glued to the little figure lying on the bed. He watched as each physician came forward in turn but ultimately shook their heads, hesitant to report the situation to him. Speak. If you don't want to talk, I'll cut off your tongues, you obviously don't need them anyway. The face of the senior royal physician paled to a ghostly white. He looked behind him at numerous colleagues with grim expressions, regretting accepting such a difficult mission voluntarily. Report to the Highness, the young master. What's wrong with him? Pei Yanchu's tone was eerily calm. Quietly, he drew the sword from the side of another person, raised it, and pressed it against the physician's neck. Explain carefully. Drenched in sweat, the old physician couldn't bear the stress, closing his eyes and fainting on the spot. Worthless scum. Next person, explain. Pei Yanchu's heart sank further. Trembling, he pointed to the youngest of the physicians. Yes, you. If you dare to faint now, I'll kill you instantly. The young physician's legs buckled, and he fell lopsidedly to his knees, trembling violently. Still, he answered truthfully. Highness, the arrow didn't hit any vital spots. The young master's heart and lungs are undamaged. Pei Yanchu let out a breath of relief, dropped the sword, and approached Su Yunqi kindly. But the young master is extremely weak, and may not make it through. What did you say? Pei Yanchu erupted with uncontrollable fury, glaring at the physician on the ground who was trying to bury his head. Your Highness, please calm down. Let's remove the arrow first. The longer we wait, the less likely the young master's life will be safe. Terrified beyond measure, the young physician steered the topic toward Su Yunqi's condition, allowing himself a moment of respite. Pull the arrow out, yes, we must pull the arrow out first. Pei Yanchu was in utter disarray as he scrambled to Su Yunqi's bedside and gently turned the man over onto his arms. He pried open Su Yunqi's eyelids to take a quick look, seeing Pei Yanchu forcing his tiger mouth into his lips before gripping both cheeks, prying them apart slightly. What was this person planning to do? A chilling sensation rose from behind as though someone were cutting his clothes piece by piece with scissors. How outrageous. This was actually one of his favorite outfits, now ruined on purpose. Su Yunqi's mind felt heavy, every thought tangled like glue, chaotic and messy. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck straight through his soul. He arched up, but was forcefully held down, unable to move an inch. It hurt so much, worse than the time he jumped off the balcony in despair. Spare him this suffering, he didn't want to endure it even for a second longer. Could he just sleep? A nap would be fine, surely any problem could be solved after a good rest. Don't sleep, Didi, please. Big brother begs you not to sleep. Tears streamed down Su Yunqi's face as his lashes drooped, his head falling helplessly to one side, his complexion deathly pale. The taste of blood filled his mouth. He had bitten Pei Yanchu's hand, but the other seemed completely unfazed, only stroking his face, pleading for him to open his eyes. The pain seemed lessened now, and Su Yunqi grabbed Pei Yanchu's cold hands, who accommodated him by lowering them. He prodded the bruised and bleeding bite marks with his fingers. Fine, he'd warm Pei Yanchu's hands for him. It was just one arrow, what had scared the other so much that his body went cold? Su Yunqi tucked Pei Yanchu's hands into his chest and tried to lift his head to smile at the bloodshot-eyed man beside him when the royal physician suddenly exerted all their strength, extracting the arrowhead in one swift motion. Aya! A wave of metallic sweetness surged to his throat as he let out an anguished scream, coughing up blood with a contorted expression, his whole body convulsing. The physician refused to give him an anesthetic, saying his weakened state might cause him to lose consciousness and prevent normal reactions. Why couldn't Pei Yanchu have been cleverer and given him some sleeping medicine instead? Alright, don't cry, Didi. Big brother is here. Su Yunqi weakly thrashed and kicked at him, but these feeble movements only caused the other more heartache. He couldn't even cry properly, gasping weakly as he curled up in Pei Yanchu's embrace, his broken whispers tormenting the man's heart. Chapter 133, Convalescence. Pei Yanchu couldn't control his body at all. He didn't dare to apply medicine for Su Yunqi, fearing that his trembling hands might hurt the other. He also didn't dare to look at the wound on his back. His dudu was like a piece of tender tofu, even a light touch might break it, let alone an arrow like this one. That person clearly wanted his life, yet in the end, it was Dudu who took all the pain for him. He would rather bear 1,000 times or 10,000 times more wounds himself than see another tear from Su Yunqi. Dudu was asleep, with a faint breath under his nose and still warm. He was just too tired, having cried so hard just before, wanting to sleep was quite normal. Pei Yanchu sat at the head of the bed, reaching out slowly to adjust Su Yunqi's position, preventing him from pressing on the newly bandaged wound. Several imperial physicians kept silent, exchanging glances and lowering their heads in unison, making every effort to reduce their presence. When will he wake up? Your Highness, it should be during the night, after getting enough rest. The imperial physician was also a veteran in the palace. They gradually understood the importance of the young master in bed to Pei Yanchu, becoming much more cautious with their words, fearing misfortune. It wasn't even noon, yet Dudu would sleep for such a long time, what a little sleep he had. Pei Yanchu leaned down and kissed his fingers, focusing intently on his face. He knew Dudu would be scared when waking up alone, so he stayed here by his side, ready to be the first thing he sees when he opens his eyes. He dismissed the physicians to a side hall, forbidding them from leaving without permission, while he lowered his eyes and listened as the shadow guard reported nearby. All those responsible were already dead. Pei Wenjing had vanished with Pei Yunlan, probably already out of the imperial city. A group of ministers outside the palace demanded an audience, seeking answers from Pei Yanchu regarding the emperor's death and the whereabouts of the remaining two princes. To any troublemakers, execute. He didn't care about these people's lives, issuing a brief order before waving a hand to dismiss them. An hour passed, then another hour. His Dudu truly slept soundly, always being held upright in time whenever he tried to turn over, leading to him furrowing his brows in frustration. Pei Yanchu gently cradled him, resting his head in the crook of his arm, sitting motionless by the bedside. Perhaps holding him like this would make him feel better, hugging him tightly, so he wouldn't feel fear even in dreams. Dudu, be good. Sleep, smile in your dreams, sleep, grow taller. Pei Yanchu hummed a nursery rhyme, singing it to Su Yunqi, and for the helpless child hidden deep within his heart. He had lost Su Yunqi once already, he could not lose him again. This time, no matter what, he would wrestle fate itself and keep his Dudu safe. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. By the time Pei Yanchu had waited till the end, he hadn't seen his eyes open but instead felt burning heat radiating from his body. The one in his arms gasped laboriously, his face flushed unnaturally, sinking deeper into unconsciousness. Brother. Brother. Su Yunqi began muttering nonsense, mumbling with his mouth open, completely unaware of the world around him. Pei Yanchu placed a spoon against his lips, feeding him the medicine bit by bit, only to find that less went in than came out. Dudu, drink a little. Baby, darling, can you drink a little? Swallow, please. He hadn't eaten all day, his voice slightly hoarse and faintly tinged with a sobbing tone. The physician watching beside him stood there with a stunned expression, observing how Pei Yanchu fed the bowl of medicine drop by drop. At this moment, everything happening before his eyes was incredibly shocking, finally revealing the identity and status of the young master in bed, his face turning gradually pale. If heaven meant to destroy him, if the young master didn't survive, then he likely wouldn't have a chance to live either. It wasn't until the next morning that Su Yunqi's temperature dropped. Pei Yanchu watched over him all night, only letting go of his swollen eyes after confirming he'd fallen back into a peaceful slumber. Everything seemed to be heading towards a better direction. Though his Dudu's complexion was slightly whiter, he was behaving well and hadn't caused any major commotion. Brother. His Dudu woke up, it was unknown how many times he'd imagined this. Brother, I'm thirsty. Pei Yanchu blankly fetched the tea, carefully supporting his chin and feeding him sip by sip. Su Yunqi's breathing quickened, startling the other who immediately began to lightly soothe his chest until his heartbeat stabilized. Dudu has woken up. Will Dudu sleep some more? Shall brother sleep a little longer with you? Pei Yanchu roughly believed he'd gone mad, he hoped for him to wake when sleeping and hoped for him to sleep when awake, worried he hadn't rested enough. Seeing his weary face, Su Yunqi invited him to lie down together. Brother is a crybaby, secretly shedding tears without doubt and knowing. Pei Yanchu didn't refute him, instead, he placed his hand on his own cheek, his nose slightly tingling. Daodu won't say it again. Brother should sleep soon. Let's meet in our dreams. He moved his hand to cover Pei Yanchu's eyes, but the latter gently pinched his hand, fearing that too many actions might not be good for recuperation, and closed his eyes himself. Su Yunqi didn't want to sleep. He had rested enough and wanted to cherish the remaining time while he could still be awake. He greedily gazed at the increasingly mature face of this protagonist he had personally protected as he grew up. Despite some minor flaws in character, what did it matter? How many people in this world weren't somewhat crazy? His little protagonist was merely stubborn, with no major faults. He had deceived Pei Yanchu after all. He truly couldn't stay by his side for a lifetime, and it was time for him to go again. It was just a dream, he selfishly dominated the life of the male lead, savoring the unconditional favoritism Pei Yanchu had for him. All the beauty here belonged to him, he was nothing more than a despicable thief. His identity was fake, the person was fake, and even the worldview was fake. Pei Yanchu would hate him, wouldn't he? He probably would. Losing his best friend in youth and losing his beloved one in adulthood. This inexplicable redemption was quite interesting, making himself struggle to pull Pei Yanchu back while simultaneously using his death to stimulate him, wishing he'd quickly go insane and destroy the world. His existence was a mistake. He shouldn't exist. Su Yunqi gave a bitter laugh, with a look of desolation in his eyes. He didn't want it this way, but he couldn't help it. Being cannon fodder meant being destined to be only a stepping stone for Pei Yanchu. He couldn't stand in his way nor take the identity of someone close to him to grow old together. When Pei Yanchu woke up, Su Yunqi had already adjusted his emotions. He blinked and curved the corner of his mouth, urging him to hurry and deal with state affairs instead of wasting time here. But brother wants. Pei Yanchu, are you nuts? I'm just injured, not dying. Go and do your important business. Pei Yanchu couldn't bear to hear such ominous words. Looking at the other who coughed after saying 2 sentences, he had no outlet for his frustration and could only reluctantly leave to solve those trivial matters. Day by day, whenever Pei Yanchu wanted to linger by Su Yunqi's side, he would always find reasons to drive him away, keeping so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. He didn't dare not listen to Daoda's wishes, fearing that sulking might affect his health. Chapter 134, Outburst. After recuperating for more than half a month, Su Yunqi calculated that it was about time for Pei Yanchu to officially ascend his throne. The grand finale was approaching. He found some solace in the thought that although he wouldn't witness it himself, at least he hadn't altered the plot too drastically. The young protagonist would still ascend the imperial throne safely, sparing himself from excessive torment. When Dayudi's wounds are healed, will you marry your brother? The eunuchs and royal physicians behind him had their heads pressed against the ground. No one dared to give advice to the new emperor. The last person who suggested that Pei Yanchu move Su Yunqi out of the Qifeng palace had been executed on the spot, making no one dare oppose him anymore. The new emperor's methods were cruel and ruthless. The court underwent frequent purges. Any disloyal officials quietly disappeared overnight, replaced by unfamiliar faces. Isn't it embarrassing? Humph. Hurry up, it's quite a sight to see. Su Yunqi teased him with these words, then reached out and flicked the ceremonial pendants hanging over Pei Yanchu's forehead. Though his actions seemed disrespectful, Pei Yanchu only kept his head low and allowed Su Yunqi to play with them with his fingers. Does Dayudi like it? Then wait patiently for me to come back. When I return, I'll give this to you. Oh dear, feeling a bit shy, what to do when your boyfriend is too indulgent? Pei Yanchu's sincere statement amused Su Yunqi, who shoved him, urging him to hurry so the ministers waiting in the main hall wouldn't be kept any longer. Unwilling to hurt him, Pei Yanchu stepped back slightly according to Su Yunqi's forceful push, taking one more lingering glance before striding off quickly. He had to finish everything fast. Once all was done, there would be no reason for Dayudi to chase him away to attend to state affairs. As long as Dayudi was there, he would govern the country well. His little deity harbored ambitions for the whole world, so he certainly couldn't disappoint him. The hem of the robes disappeared around the corner almost instantly. The initially upturned corners of Su Yunqi's mouth gradually fell. Cats tend to sneak out of the house before dying, finding a place where no one knows to quietly await their end. They fear dragging down their owners with their death and dread causing sorrow upon their departure. Unfortunately, Su Yunqi wasn't a cat, but he also didn't want Pei Yanchu to face his own death. He had already died once in his arms, it couldn't happen again. Struggling, Su Yunqi managed to get up. His wound at the back was only halfway healed, still throbbing faintly in pain. He pushed away the servants' helping hands and supported himself on the table inch by inch towards the mirror. It was barely more than 10 days, yet he was already so unsightly, it was hard to believe that Pei Yanchu willingly embraced him every night. Slowly pulling on his clothes, he felt somewhat tired, so he took a couple deep breaths to steady himself. Master, let me assist you. Turning his head slightly, he saw a timid eunuch crouched on the floor and accepted his goodwill without refusal. Subsequently, he pulled the hood over his head, revealing only the tip of his chin. Su Yunqi walked very slowly. Upon pushing open the door, fortunately, no one stopped him. Pei Yanchu kept his word. If he said he wouldn't confine him, then he wouldn't. It made sense too, with him being a severely injured and immobile patient, where was the need for surveillance? Likely unable to even get out of bed. He wanted to leave the palace. The way out of the palace would inevitably pass near the main hall. That was fine, allowing him to catch a distant glimpse of Pei Yanchu, leaving no regrets behind. Sigh, he should have understood this earlier. What doesn't belong to him isn't his, no matter how much he cherished it, it was useless. No problem, after all, he'd experienced it already. There was no point continuing to be greedy. Su Yunqi stopped walking. Despite restraining himself, he couldn't help looking back far into the distance. Clad in resplendent gold, Pei Yanchu stepped onto the high-reaching stairs leading upwards, each step firmly placed and turning his back on Su Yunqi. Retracting his gaze, he let himself be helped onto an unadorned carriage. Where should he go? It seemed he had nowhere to go. A soul without roots cannot find its home, drifting alone in a vast wilderness. Pei Yanchu always felt uneasy sitting on the dragon throne. This unease surged to a peak when he saw the people from the Imperial Medical Institute arrive. Ignoring the startled expressions of the ministers, he strode forward with big steps, grabbing the physician by the collar. Even the crown jewels atop his head shook violently. What did you say? You delivered the medicine, and the person was gone. Pei Yanchu's expression was almost as terrifying as if he were capable of devouring someone alive. He cast aside his crown, letting the pearls scatter across the ground. Hurry! All of you must search immediately. He refused to believe what the doctor had told him. Not until he searched the entire palace thoroughly and found no one, did he finally lose hope. Pei Yanchu forced himself to calm down. He was panting heavily as he quickly analyzed the sequence of events. His deity had run away, either hiding something from him or not wanting to see him. But no matter which reason it was, he couldn't accept it. He would only accept that Didi had accidentally wandered far while playing outside, and now he needed to personally bring him back. Didi was still waiting for him to come and take him home. Pei Yenchu had never been so decisive before. He turned around and instructed someone to bring a horse and have a carriage follow him. He knew where his deity would go. When Su Yunqi got off the carriage, he felt a little weak in the knees. He didn't pay attention to his footing and fell hard. The wound on his back had already reopened, but he didn't care. After all, this was just a ruse, he was bound to die sooner or later. The river before him hadn't changed much, with weeds growing abundantly on both sides, just like when he was a child. The big tree was still there, its thick trunk perfect for leaning against. It seemed that this place wasn't bad, peaceful and quiet, with only him alone. A big tree, a river, and weeds covering the ground. He could finally return to his roots, fulfilling his wish. Deity. Su Yunqi thought it was his imagination, but when he slightly turned his head, he saw a corner of yellow fabric beside him. Who would have thought, despite running so far, Pei Yenchu had still managed to find him. Come home with your older brother. I don't have a home. You do. I don't want to go back. Pei Yenchu fell silent for a moment, then crouched down and moved closer to him. Then your older brother will take you to live somewhere else. Wherever Deity likes, we'll stay there. Su Yunqi smiled, a small, almost inaudible laugh, yet anyone who understood could hear it and know that this person was on their last breaths. Deity, you promised you'd stay by my side forever. Su Yunqi lifted the hood off his head and gazed at the sky without saying another word. Deity, come back with me. Brother, I said it's going to snow today. Do you believe me? Come back with me. Have you heard a saying, if we can share the same snowfall today, it means we'll grow old together? I haven't heard that. My brother said it, come back right now. Pei Yenchu didn't want to listen to any more of those hidden words of despair. He reached out and grabbed him, intending to forcibly carry him away. Su Yunqi pushed his hands away and then quietly wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his lips. Don't bother with me anymore. Let me stay alone. Pei Yenchu had reached his breaking point. Seeing the indifferent figure turn its back on him, he finally erupted. Song Huai. Su Qianan, how much farther do you want to push this? I'm begging you, please look at me, stop walking away. Please. Chapter 135, Going Home. At first, Su Yunqi thought Pei Yenchu had called the wrong person. He raised his pale face, meeting Pei's gaze with initial surprise turning into calmness. Pei Yenchu didn't change his words and called out again to him, Su Qian. Ah, so he was calling him. Truly interesting, he managed to recognize him after all. No wonder the protagonist is always clever. But when did he figure it out? It definitely wasn't now, perhaps earlier, or even a bit sooner than that. In any case, Su Yunqi found himself in a situation where his identity had been exposed and completely stripped by Pei Yenchu. There was no resistance left but to be judged at will. Pei Yenchu expected fear from him but only saw a blink of acknowledgement. So what? Now that you know who I am, what do you intend to do with me? Su Yunqi sighed, curling up in a self-abandoning manner, hugging himself tightly. The fox fur coat was quite thick, the blood soaking through it still hadn't pierced its outer layer. I said, come back with me. Pei Yenchu stubbornly repeated this phrase. His left hand slipped under the knee of the man in front of him, intending to scoop him up horizontally. All right, stop it. Su Yunqi placated him like one would soothe a child, reaching out to touch his head. Subsequently, his fingers moved down to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eye. His beloved's eyes shimmered with light, trembling faintly as though on the verge of breaking. Pei Yenchu, I have wronged you. You can hate me or scold me if you wish. When I die, just forget about me. Pei Yenchu's heart felt heavy, making it hard for him to breathe. He blinked, and the sorrow fell, instantly burning Su Yunqi's hand. Aren't you even pretending anymore? What should I call you? Su Qian. Song Huai. In the end, are you not willing to tell me your real name? And what does that make me? What do we two mean to each other? Haven't you missed anything during our time together? Lulu, Anan, think a little, consider it out of mercy for me, pity me, and come home with big brother. Don't leave again. If you go, I'll lose my mind. I really will go crazy. You don't want to see me like that, do you? I don't care why you came into my life, I just need you, just you. Don't go, please. Regardless of how noble his identity, begging held no weight. He humbly bowed his head, hoping to use his timid and desperate heart to beg the other party for some affection. He was truly heartbroken, more genuine than any other time before. Su Yunqi thought, this foolish big brother, always feigning helplessness, taking advantage of his soft-hearted nature to bully him. But this time, there was nothing fake about it. There was no longer time for him to linger over acting skills. Actors on the stage needed the support and cooperation of their audience, just as he often let Pei Yenchu manipulate his emotions as he wished. He understood what Pei wanted and thought, and yet he chose silence. It wasn't within his power to act against fate. Sorry, for making you sad. Su Yunqi lifted his sleeve, wiping his tears repeatedly, but they were endless, much like the blood welling at the corners of his lips that couldn't be swallowed. Pei Yenchu must have been shocked again. He cradled Su Yunqi's face, wiping away the blood stains on his chin in a startled manner. How ironic, under the dead wood, by the long river, both silent and lost for words. Su Yunqi asked him one last question. Big brother, did you recognize me at the very beginning? Pei Yanchu refused to answer, holding onto him and leaning against the tree trunk, gently swaying him. Oh. So I was quite successful then. Su Yunqi gave a self-deprecating smile, brushing aside the insignificant disappointment in his heart. Stupid Lulu, stupid Anan. Begging you, big brother, I'm about to die, and you're really cursing me? Well, curse if you must, as long as you're happy. Su Yunqi felt a trace of moisture on his neck. Pei Yanchu must be a crybaby, this time he cried silently, hidden from view. Su Yunqi. I've told you this, will you stop crying, okay? If I stop crying, can little immortal stay? Su Yunqi heard this nickname and smiled faintly. It turned out his dear older brother had always regarded him as an immortal descending from heaven to save the world. Unfortunately, he wasn't. He only came to save one person. In the moment he was exposed, Su Yunqi was actually afraid. He feared that Pei Yanchu would detest him, that he would reveal his disgust and tell him all the affection from those days had been faked, done purely to avenge and humiliate him. But Pei Yanchu didn't do that, his feelings were genuinely for him. To betray such sincerity was to swallow 10,000 needles, a sin deserving death, leaving Pei Yanchu behind alone as he fled. If you were greedy enough not to let yourself get lost in love at the start, wouldn't it have minimized the damage? Wouldn't this prevent him from hurting like this? Ah Chi, are you about to sleep? Could you stay with brother to watch one last snowfall? Su Yunqi gave a snort, his head tilting sideways on Pei Yanchu's shoulder, barely holding on. Ah Chi, you said you liked keeping little fish, so I've already had them dig a pond in the rear palace. It's large, about the size of Yen Chun Hall. Ah Chi, you mentioned liking to eat rabbit pastries, so I've recruited all the dessert masters in the world to prepare them, waiting for you to taste them one by one. Ah Chi, I haven't had the heart to tell you, but after Chuki died, Chi refused to eat or drink, following along. Su Yunqi's breathing grew increasingly rapid. He abruptly grabbed Pei Yanchu's hand, turning over forcefully, hugging him tightly. Ah Chi. Brother, promise me, live well. You will be the greatest emperor in the world. Devote yourself to governing, with the welfare of your people always in mind. Ensure the people lead peaceful lives, without any displaced refugees. Pei Yanchu watched his once bright eyes gradually dim, panicking as his lips quivered, hurriedly embracing him. Ah Chi, it hasn't snowed yet. Don't sleep. I won't allow you to sleep. If you dare die, I'll hate you. Ranting incoherently, Pei Yanchu held Su Yunqi, the tenderness from before fading as his eyes closed. That hand no longer wiped his tears. And yet, he was still crying. Wipe them for him. Wipe them just once more. Didididi, Anan, ah Chi. Brother lied earlier, I won't hate you, I love you so much, how could I ever hate you? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Don't leave me alone. Holding on to the precious person who would never respond again, step by painful step, Pei Yanchu walked away, utterly soulless. A sudden chill brushed against his face. With hollow eyes, he looked up at the sky. Snowflakes scattered gently down, as if they were kissing his cheeks on behalf of his departed beloved. Ah Chi, look, it really did snow. Alright, since you're tired, sleep first. We'll see the next snowfall another time. Pei Yanchu sickeningly pulled the hood tighter around his Ah Chi, carefully protecting him, ensuring he didn't touch the first snow. His Ah Chi shouldn't turn gray, forever young, forever fresh and beautiful, he was satisfied with that. Ah Chi isn't afraid. You're not a child without a home. Brother is bringing you back home. Your Majesty, it's time to rest. The new eunuch didn't know the rules yet, standing beside Pei Yanchu, he whispered a gentle reminder. At first, nobody supported the new emperor. They deemed him authoritarian and brutal, even personally placing Master Song into an icy coffin to be interred in the imperial tomb, a blatant show of disrespect towards the royal family. But soon opinions shifted drastically, Pei Yanchu was obsessively seizing every day with ministers to deal with state affairs. Every few days, he went out to understand the plight of the common folk, pulling out root and branch any corrupt officials whose actions had caused grievances among the people. Rare interactions between the north and south prompted him to find ways to build marketplaces to encourage commerce between both regions. After hearing Ah Chi say bubble tea was good, later everyone in the city made it their go-to beverage, unanimously praising it. He also kept 2 rabbits, one male, one female, who had already produced several litters. The commoners hailed him as an unparalleled wise ruler, though all he did was what Ah Chi wanted him to do, nothing novel beyond that. Which year was this now? How long had he waited for his return? Even play has its limits, kids who don't come home to eat must settle for vegetable leaves fed by him. Your Majesty. The incense in his hand slowly burned out until it scorched his fingertips, waking him from boundless thoughts. Go down first, you needn't come any more from now on. Chase them away, just chasing away suffices. If he harbored murderous intent, Ah Chi would certainly be displeased. The young eunuch timidly retreated, leaving only Pei Yenchu kneeling on the ground alone, incense offered to the heavens in invocation. Come back soon, I miss you. I don't blame you for loving to play, please come back. Chapter 136, The Hostage. The carriage was shaking violently, seemingly only focused on speed and not at all concerned for the comfort of its passengers. The sickly young master from afar leaned heavily against the bed inside. With the slightest loss of attention, he would be jolted around, his face as pale as paper. A somewhat pale hand rested by the carriage window, revealing distinct dark purple veins along the wrist. It was at this moment that Su Yunqi came through. His head felt heavy, or more accurately, it ached intensely. Black shadows clouded his vision, and he couldn't make out where he was. He seemed to be on a boat, rocking back and forth. He felt like vomiting, but his stomach was empty, leaving nothing to come up. Such bad luck following a master like this. It seems our lives are over. Hurry up. Get him into Jinlin Palace. Then it's no longer our problem. What did they mean? Where were they sending him? With great effort, Su Yunqi opened his eyes. He endured the nausea and looked around. Ah, he realized he was in a carriage. Wait, hadn't he gone back yet? The answer grew clearer. He touched his burning cheeks and then looked down at his hands. Prominent knuckles immediately indicated malnutrition. Could it be that he had returned? But this time was different, it felt entirely unlike before. During the previous 2 transpositions, there had always been a strong sense of rejection, as though he wasn't really himself, keeping any personal emotions at bay. Now, despite this fragile and almost collapsing body, he felt an inexplicable sense of soul resting, as if this was truly who he was. Before Su Yunqi could process the shock, a large wave of memories not his own flooded into his mind. An unpopular crown prince whose situation deteriorated even further after the queen passed away. The emperor was incompetent, indulging in wine and women, allowing his whims to dictate who he ennobled. Living a meager existence without recognition, he cravenly sought approval from everyone yet was mercilessly mocked. He had no mother. There were enough favored concubines and royal heirs in the palace, none seeing him as a person, not even his father caring for him. At one point, merely being an eyesore led to his confinement in a secluded palace where he left unnoticed. Too handsome like his mother, his increasing charm became impossible to hide. His father decided to gift him away. Jinlin country possessed a powerful army. Under General Su Qiwen's leadership, they remained undefeated in battles. Afraid that Pei Yenchu might one day target his territory, the emperor willingly offered tributes and hostages, content to be a subordinate nation. And so now, he was that unfortunate hostage. Su Yunqi. His expression twisted, unsure how to confront Pei Yenchu. He thought that once everything was settled, he wouldn't return, which is why he responded with such calm to Pei Yenchu, effectively exposing his identity. But who would have thought that this drama would still unfold? Too theatrical. Should he cry or laugh? No, he should just concede quickly, praying God delays Pei Yenchu's realization about his true identity, buying some time to adjust. Why must he return? The original novel never mentioned what happened after Pei Yenchu ascended the throne. Driven mad, Su Yunqi rammed his head into the carriage wall. In an instant, four sets of memories surged into his mind, causing his eyes to roll back as he passed out completely. Correct, unable to handle the mental strain, he succumbed under the pressure. Thus, Su Yunqi went temporarily insane. Finally, the carriage stopped at the palace gates. The traveling nanny roughly pulled aside the curtain, sticking her neck out yelling for someone to get down quickly. Hurry up, do you want me to serve you personally? Don't delay my return. Su Yunqi's eyes were vacant with confusion. Trembling in the corner, he didn't dare look outside. He desperately curled his body, trying to use his empty sleeves to cover his face, akin to plugging his ears while stealing a bell, thinking if he can't see others, they won't notice him either. Hey, what are you hiding from? The nanny climbed into the carriage, grabbing his clothes and forcibly dragging him out. Terrified, Su Yunqi said nothing, sitting helplessly on the ground with tears silently rolling down his cheeks. Do you think you can cry? You represent Nancer, don't bring shame to us. The woman shouted curses while grabbing his collar, only to find that the boy didn't dare even look at her, instead continuing to retreat backwards. Jiang Jishu. Hey, little brat. Prince. Prince. The nursemaid was greatly startled by his completely motionless state and hastily let go of him to disassociate herself from responsibility. You figure it out yourselves. This has nothing to do with me. He might have been a fool from the start. Realizing that no one around her cared, she quickly handed him over to the palace maid in charge of receiving him from Jinlin country and then practically leapt onto her carriage, ordering them to hurry up and take her out of the city. What an unlucky omen, he's truly a harbinger of bad luck wherever he goes. Su Yunqi was severely ill, watching the familiar carriage move further and further away, he struggled forward against the resistance of the palace maid and eunuchs. He still couldn't speak, only knowing that he felt deeply upset. It seemed like he had once again been abandoned, without any mercy. Master? Please, master, first you must pay respects to the emperor. Su Yunqi didn't understand what they were saying, or rather, he chose not to listen. He resisted by kicking at the ground, but several eunuchs worked together to escort him onto a sedan chair, leaving him unable to resist as he was carried inside. Behind him, the palace gates were shut by guards on either side. Looking back, he realized he could no longer see the path from where he came. Sister, are we really going to present him before the emperor? I'm afraid as soon as he steps in, he'll be sentenced to death. It's pitiful. The young palace maid looked at the foreign prince inside the sedan chair, tear-streaked and pathetic, and couldn't help but feel sympathy. How reckless of Nansur to send such a prince to Jinlin without fearing for his life on the journey. But it made sense since the emperor hadn't held a selection ceremony for concubines or attendants in nearly 10 years. Adding to that were initial rumors about Master Song which made some schemers try to ingratiate themselves by attempting to sneak male attendants close to the emperor. It didn't work. One man, whose appearance too closely resembled Master Song, even enraged the emperor who then executed his entire 9 generations. After that, no one dared to entertain such thoughts again. Clearly, Nansur was unaware of all this or simply didn't care whether this prince lived or died. It's a pity, a person so beautiful is about to disappear. Shaking her head, the young maid tenderly reached out with a handkerchief to wipe his face. Su Yunqi's limbs were secretly restrained, but he wasn't devoid of reason, he could feel the kindness the other person was extending towards him. With a pitiful gaze, he stared at the maid, hoping she would save him and send him home. He wanted to return, to a place that belonged to him, where he could hide away and no one would ever find him, bully him. Sister, I can't handle this, I'll step back. His eyes are making me so uncomfortable. The older maid sighed, gesturing for her to leave while deciding to deal with this alone. Su Yunqi watched silently as people walked away, his heart losing hope once more. His whole body began to wither, slightly opening his mouth to breathe heavily as a soft sob escaped his lips. Chapter 137, Phoenix Hairpin. Su Yunqi always felt something familiar here, but he couldn't remember it all, so he could only timidly look around with a furrowed face. Subsequently, he was invited to get off the sedan chair. 2 eunuchs on the side helped him walk, but unfortunately, before stepping into the palace hall's door, he became too weak-kneed to enter. It was the sharp intuition of a small animal detecting unknown danger. Su Yunqi's fever grew worse, and he clung to a pillar with his remaining strength, refusing to let go under any circumstances. However, it proved useless as he was forcibly dragged in. Your Majesty, Prince Nanjing requests an audience. What kind of request? He clearly didn't want to meet anyone, he just wanted to return quickly and leave this strange place that made him feel uneasy. Pei Yanchu was still reviewing petitions. He looked at the unfolded documents on his desk, which precisely concerned the recent matter of the Nanjing Kingdom's submission. He found it somewhat irritating, thinking it was yet another deliberate flattery by them. It wasn't uncommon for some countries to send well-trained men as hostages to Jinlin since they couldn't openly present male attendants, hence resorting to this method as a discreet way to achieve their purpose, whether to gain imperial favor or to serve as spies. The restless, dull mood made him very impatient. Pei Yanchu amusingly picked up the petition, contemplating how he should throw it to scare that certain prince back. He announced in a low voice, leaning wearily against the chair back, waiting forever without the person coming in. This was interesting, what new trick was this, perhaps feigning disinterest? Pei Yanchu internally sneered. The prince really had bad luck to cross paths with him right now. Later, he would probably decapitate the man with a folder of documents, then casually explain away saying his hand slipped. Not knowing why today was like this, inexplicably getting entangled with the prince treated as a tool outside the hall, Pei Yanchu shouted outwards angrily. Are you not going to come in? Outside the hall were muddled footsteps, accompanied by ear-piercing scratching sounds. Su Yunqi had initially resigned himself to being dragged inside, but after hearing such a terrifying, cold shout, he immediately collapsed, clawing at the floor tiles with his fingers and sobbing quietly. His father had abandoned him, the nanny had also abandoned him. They must have given him away. The people inside were so terrifying, he didn't want to see them, he didn't even want to approach them, all he wanted was to go home. Su Yunqi's fingers started bleeding through the gaps, and temporarily due to pain, he couldn't help but pull his hands back. The head palace maid was anxious, urging the eunuchs to bring the person in as quickly as possible. Since the emperor wished to see, no matter what, they had to bring him in. Su Yunqi's vision blurred now. Unbeknownst to him, he hadn't noticed the threshold and got tripped momentarily. Fortunately, there were still eunuchs holding onto him, preventing his head from actually hitting the ground. However, his hair became even more disheveled, making him look pitiful and helpless. A few half-dead eunuchs finally brought him in, and they loosened their grip on Su Yunqi on either side, bowing deeply before slowly withdrawing. Pei Yanchu was about to explode while lifting the document, when he saw that the reckless hostage actually dared to crawl backward facing away from him and tried to grab the eunuch's robes. Crying faintly, like he was about to breathe his last breath. Insolent. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi quivered all over. Hastily, he turned around, with strands of hair sticking to his fragile little face. Clearly, Nanjing did not think much of maintaining his dignity, sending him in such disarray despite reaching the age of adulthood. It was evident they intended for him to be seen as nothing more than a plaything. Pei Yanchu's pupils suddenly contracted, instantly regretting shouting after realizing his error. Thoroughly regretful, deep down to the core. He stood up abruptly, his eyes fixated on Su Yunqi, who remained silent on the ground, holding his breath. Pei Yanchu wanted to speak, but after calling twice, realized his voice broke due to overwhelming emotions. His exhaled air carried only breathy sounds. He had been looking forward for nearly a decade, night and day, thinking of Su Yunqi. If he still harbored doubts the second time he met the lost one, he wouldn't now. There was no way he could mistake him. All the imperial majesty faded from Pei Yanchu's body. Propping himself up, his eyes red-rimmed, he approached step by step. Bad little brat, realizing now to come find his older brother. Deserves punishment, harsh punishment. Unfortunately, the joy of reunion seemed to be known only by him. As soon as he crouched down to embrace the person, he saw the other screaming and retreating backwards, revealing 10 bloody fingertips, trying to scrape open the door to escape. Achi. What's wrong with you? Look at your brother. Where do you want to go? Don't you recognize your brother anymore? An overwhelming sense of fear washed away the previous excitement, leaving him helpless as he knelt down, trying to coax Su Yunqi back. Don't be afraid. Tell your brother, who bullied you. I'll take revenge for you immediately, alright? Come to your brother, darling, don't hide from me. Su Yunqi's ankle was gripped by someone, leaving him unable to crawl. He gave a few soft coughs and then curled up limply on the ground. The rosy flush on his face from the fever had long turned ghastly pale due to fright, making it hard to gauge his condition. Pei Yanchu felt a sudden warmth from his hands and no longer cared about Su Yunqi's resistance. He forcibly embraced him and pressed his forehead against the boy's neck. Someone, fetch the imperial physician, quickly. It seemed that Qi was sick, his precious one was unwell. And in this state of discomfort, he had still shouted at him earlier, no wonder he didn't want to acknowledge him. Silly baby, if you're angry next time just tell me. There's no need to lash out like that, I'd rather die than see him act so recklessly. As Su Yunqi was held by that ferocious person, he trembled violently. Mistaking his trembling for being cold, Pei Yanchu carried him to the bed and wrapped him snugly in many plush blankets. Why is he stuffing him with so much? Isn't he already hard to eat? Delirious with fever, Su Yunqi thought of himself as a dish, soon to be eaten. Where's the physician? Why is it taking so long? Daring not to raise his voice, Pei Yanchu softly reprimanded before turning back to gently soothe Su Yunqi. Achi, stop crying, your brother knows you're in pain. He observed Su Yunqi's expression, noticing that he wasn't as afraid of him as before. Encouraged, he immediately embraced him and hesitated before patting his back. Where's the phoenix hairpin? Go to the storage room and bring the brightest one. Pei Yanchu remembered something and hastily gave instructions. When the chief supervisor of the Inner Affairs Office presented the item, he was barely satisfied but carefully picked up the splendid phoenix hairpin, waving it tentatively in front of Su Yunqi. Does Achi like it? If yes, make a hum, let your brother hear. Half-closed eyes watching, Su Yunqi's hand inside the blanket moved slightly, struggling to grab. So many twinkling stars, sparkling brightly, it looked beautiful. Pei Yanchu felt joyous and wanted to press the phoenix hairpin into Su Yunqi's palm. But suddenly, he noticed the still seeping blood between Su Yunqi's fingers and quickly grasped his finger roots, preventing him from hiding his injured hand further. Before being carried away, the old physician hurriedly completed his final wishes despite his jostled body aching from head to toe, finally entering the hall dizzily along with his medical box. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. Don't waste words, treat him quickly. The physician obeyed and cautiously approached to check the patient's pulse. Though unable to discern who was lying on the bed, his heart was already pounding heavily, not daring to falter even a bit. Chapter 138, The Taoist. Su Yunqi was very obedient because he was afraid of everything. Hence, he longed for his compliance to let others easily forgive him so they would tease him less. He realized he could not resist Pei Yanchu, so he could only nervously allow himself to be manipulated by Pei Yanchu, silently praying inside for Pei to tire quickly and release him. As the royal physician gradually unwrapped the blanket, Su Yunqi felt increasingly insecure. He strongly resisted his instinct not to retreat as someone held his wrist to take his pulse. The physician sighed several times, immediately listing numerous prescriptions, ones for reducing fever, healing wounds, calming the spirit, and a great many others for restoring his health. Pei Yanchu had foreseen that Su Yunqi's condition this time wasn't good. When he hugged him, he had already felt how weightless he was. Now, after hearing that his body had become extremely weak, Pei couldn't help but burst into anger. Go investigate. Find out exactly what South Jin did. Su Yunqi flinched, wanting to cover his ears with his hands, yet this man showed no intention of releasing him. Achi, don't be scared. Brother isn't angry at you, alright? Please don't cry. Pei Yanchu took 2 deep breaths, looking down to see the little bundle of tears with overflowing tears and immediately understood that he had scared him again. His Achi is so fragile now, even a loud voice might easily terrify him, it's his fault, too hasty. He has to proceed slowly. The physician took ointment from the medicine box and applied it bit by bit onto Su Yunqi's fingertips before wrapping them carefully with silk cloth. Pei Yanchu remembered that in the past, Su Yunqi feared pain, even fainting during medication left him weeping softly. But the present Achi remained so calm, not once retracting his hand. Brother will blow on it for a chi. In fact, it didn't hurt much compared to what he'd endured before. So, this slight pain meant nothing significant. This grumpy man cherished his hand as if it were a treasure. How peculiar, just as peculiar as how this place made him feel. But, he's concentrating so earnestly on blowing. Bad-tempered, seemingly powerful, but harsh in scolding. Yet, he looks so handsome. Su Yunqi mistakenly interpreted the uneasiness in his subconscious as fear and discreetly glanced at Pei Yanchu's face, unaware that the latter had already observed everything, generating doubts within his heart. The royal physician responsible for decocting the medicine entered with a bowl, sensibly placing it into the awaiting hands of a nearby palace maid before standing in a corner, waiting for the emperor's next command. After receiving the bowl, Pei Yanchu tasted the temperature first before feeding it to Su Yunqi. Su Yunqi held the medicine in his mouth, reluctant to swallow. He wanted to vomit, yet he still considered the man's feelings, trying to force it around in his mouth repeatedly. It ended up becoming more bitter. Unable to bear it, Su Yunqi turned his face towards Pei Yanchu's chest, attempting to slowly drip it off through the corner of his lips. Of course, Pei Yanchu saw everything clearly. He felt both helpless and amused in his heart. This silly baby, how come he seems stupider after being sick? Not speaking, not recognizing people, just pouting and crying, doing things that get more immature one after another. Pei Yanchu forcibly restrained the person, applying some force while holding the spoon against Su Yunqi's tongue root to prevent him from cleverly spitting out the medicine. Su Yunqi, knowing he was caught, dared not dodge anymore, swallowing bit by bit, slowly. And then, with a blank stare, he stared at people, tears streaming down his face expressionlessly, akin to a waterfall on the cliff edge, unstoppable. Pei Yanchu wished he'd express anger so that he could easily console him, yet showing grievance so directly made people feel awkward. A chi doesn't need to be upset, it's all brother's fault. A chi is such a good boy, the best-behaved child in Jin Lin country. Hearing these words, Su Yunqi shot 4 lines of tears. He was from the southern Jin country, not Jin Lin. His mind was empty, only remembering what his mother had told him before she left, to listen well to his father's words. Yet despite his obedience, why did everyone dislike him? Pei Yanchu felt physically and mentally exhausted. Since meeting A Chi, the tears haven't stopped flowing, completely submerged in his own world, rejecting all communication. Realizing there was no other way, he reverted to an old trick, ordering someone to prepare another soothing soup, carefully feeding it to him. Fortunately, the prescription did not clash. Soon enough, Su Yunqi drooped his eyelids and fell asleep, his rosy cheeks resting on Pei Yanchu's shoulder, with weary eyebrows furrowed. People within the palace tiptoed away quietly, leaving the two alone in the room. Only after Su Yunqi was thoroughly asleep did Pei Yanchu gently remove his already dirted clothes piece by piece. It appeared he fell multiple times before coming here, as bruises covered his legs, like each one striking directly into his heart. He was so thin that there seemed to be no meat left on his bones, with a small face that made his swollen eyes from crying look disproportionately large. After carefully cleaning Su Yunqi from head to toe, the anger in his eyes only grew more uncontrollable. He wished he could immediately grab the neck of the Emperor of South Jin and force him to confess what sins had been committed. Pei Yanchu gave one last glance at the sleeping Su Yunqi before turning away, determined to find someone to hold accountable. He intended to investigate bit by bit, anyone related to making a chi cry would not be spared. Your Majesty, a servant from outside the palace is delivering a message saying there's a Taoist who insists on seeing you and won't leave. Drag him out. What? A Taoist? Pei Yanchu was suddenly startled. Years ago, he'd already instructed people to widely post notices around the palace seeking this very person. Despite using every means at his disposal, he'd failed utterly to find the Taoist mentioned by Xue Jian years ago. And now, someone was coming to him voluntarily. With urgency, Pei Yanchu ordered the maids to guard the Qianqin hall, shoved aside the eunuch beside him, and strode quickly to meet this person himself. Pei Yanchu had an intuitive feeling that all mysteries were about to be unraveled, and from now on, he would finally be able to take full control of everything without being caught off guard again. Oi, keep that knife far away. Don't hurt me, or the Emperor will surely have your life. The old man isn't joking, believe me, the Emperor will even personally come to greet me soon. Heh, what's with that look? You think little of me? Wait, let me give you a divination, see if I can figure out why you're almost 30 and still unwed. From afar, Pei Yanchu saw an elderly man with patches all over his clothes boldly jesting with others. He moved strangely around the guards at the palace gate, muttering some incantations under his breath. Soon enough, the guards who had previously endured silently became enraged and raised their swords, intending to kill him on the spot. Hold it! Pei Yanchu roared loudly. Instantly, everyone within sight knelt down except for the old man who stuck his hands on his hips and cheerfully said, "Ah, look, he really came." So, as I said, the old man's words are always precise. Do you want a divination of your fate? 50 taels of silver, and I'll tell you all about it. He didn't stop teasing the young guard, squatting down to pat his shoulder with a grin, trying to negotiate a higher price. Whatever amount you ask for, I'll give it to you, but first, please come into the palace and help with something. Pei Yanchu did not care what this man was doing or how he tried to play his tricks. His current desperation led him to go along with whatever the man wanted, eager to bring him back to examine a chi as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Concealing. Xian Wei bit his lip and remained silent. He looked at Pei Yanchu with an earnest expression and said indifferently. It's not possible. If it's you, then it's not just about silver. Pei Yanchu's veins bulged in anger as he raised his hand to signal the guards to forcibly bring someone in, but alas, the person saw right through him and stepped back quickly. Tisk, why so impatient? Haven't you heard that you can't eat hot tofu when too eager? If you keep this up, the young prince will be in grave danger. Pei Yanchu clenched his fists tightly, now thoroughly convinced that this Taoist was not merely playing tricks, but actually possessed some skills. His shoulders relaxed slightly, revealing a trace of respect, and he made a humble request. Master, tell me, what do you want? Upon hearing this, Xian Wei gave a soft laugh, then suddenly glared. While I work my craft, you must kneel outside the door. I shall not leave until the task is complete. The surrounding guards immediately rebuked him, astonished by his audacity to demand that the emperor kneel. It was sheer madness. Pei Yanchu gestured for them to quiet down. With gritted teeth, he fixed Xian Wei with an intense stare. Do you have any guarantees? Heh, yet another one challenging me. How much sincerity do you have? Xian Wei waved his fan lazily, slowly walking away while entering step by step. No matter how illustrious the purple imperial star might be, their appetite was truly voracious. How could they attempt to also ensnare such a noble spirit? Let alone the fact that even after 3 lifetimes spent dissipating it, it wasn't stable. Were it not for knowing that he had been worshipping the divine for years, Xian Wei wouldn't let him off so easily. Pei Yanchu couldn't endure his unhurried nature. He forced a smile and invited him into a sedan chair, using his eyes to silently order the eunuchs carrying it to move swiftly. He expected the old man to grow dizzy from the jolts, but instead, the other seemed overly excited, shouting to go faster as it didn't stimulate enough. Pei Yanchu remained silent. This was the second person after Su Yunqi who left him completely at a loss. Xian Wei didn't disembark instantly. Instead, he propped his head up, giving a sidelong glance at those below. You shouldn't follow inside. Humph, kneel there. Pei Yanchu's breathing hitched momentarily. At least let me observe for a moment. Just a moment, or I won't feel assured. Humph. Xian Wei stopped speaking. The first autumn wind carried a hint of heat as he dramatically swung his broken fan, appearing full of meaning. Both stepped forward across the threshold. A quick glance revealed the bed empty, the one originally sleeping had vanished without a trace. Pei Yanchu's nerves were taut, this sent his sanity spiraling entirely as he frantically rummaged uselessly. With an exasperated sigh, Xian Wei turned to search inside the wardrobe. A madman paired with a fool, truly a perfect match. Only when the bedroom was fully tranquil did Su Yunqi dare open his eyes. He was exceptionally skilled at feigning sleep since he naively believed that taking a nap could help pass the day quickly. Usually unable to sleep, he enjoyed employing this method which also helped reduce hunger. He was extremely sleepy. After all, though the calming soup served by Pei Yanchu had a gentle effect, its influence wasn't negligible. Su Yunqi fumbled around, wanting to hide under the bed, but the gap was too narrow. Settling for something less ideal, he curled up inside the wardrobe, seeking security. Xian Wei tapped on the wood panel, indeed hearing the slight rustle within. That tiny sound immediately caught Pei Yanchu's attention. Only now did he finally calm down. Come out obediently, open the door. Uncle found you already. Don't throw a tantrum, the game of hide-and-seek is over. Su Yunqi peeked half-closed through the crack of the cabinet door, attempting to see the people outside. However, no matter how he squinted, he couldn't see clearly. Instinctively moving closer, he accidentally pushed the cabinet door wide open, falling straight into Xian Wei's arms. Surprised, Su Yunqi twitched twice, trying to retreat, but failed as the other effortlessly embraced him. Oh dear, feeling bad, are we? Poor thing, if you're upset, cry all you want. Uncle is here. Xian Wei smiled kindly, pinching his nose and soothing him gently. After all, he personally kept watch over this child for 20 years. Now that he had returned, there was bound to be some sentiment involved. Su Yunqi dared not move, tentatively pulling at Xian Wei's beard. Finding the other didn't care, he tugged once more. What's this about? Uncle hasn't offended you, and we agreed not to be upset over losing hide-and-seek. What's gotten into you? Xian Wei placed his hand on his forehead, stroking his brow ridge and temples, finally supporting his neck. He murmured softly. Don't worry, go to sleep. Sleep longer, rest well. Pei Yanchu stood shocked in his place. He watched as Su Yunqi slowly blinked once, then without any warning tilted to the side and fell into a deep sleep. What are you still standing there for? Need me to teach you? Go on, take him. Xian Wei had been disapproving of this man for days now. He thought Pei Yanchu was foolish and dull-witted, and wondered how he managed to win over little Fuxing. Pei Yanchu snapped out of it and hastily took the person, wishing nothing more than to keep him forever by his side. To be honest, he was jealous. Why could Xian Wei so easily soothe him, while he couldn't do anything? Xian Wei was too tired to argue with this lovesick fool. He sat on the chair and poured himself a cup of tea to calm down. So. He's back, and he won't leave again. Xian Wei guessed what he wanted to hear, but dropped a thunderous bomb right off the bat. Who knew Pei Yanchu wouldn't be as excited as expected? Instead, he hesitated for a few seconds, then carefully asked. He's sick, so when will he recover from this illness? Ho ho ho, very good, very well indeed. Xian Wei became animated. He set aside the teacup and shook his fan, creating a rustling sound. All right, stop covering his ears, he can't be woken up anyway. Pei Yanchu silently lowered his hand, continuing to untangle the other's hair gently. You know he's no ordinary person. He is the star of fortune incarnate. Unfortunately Heaven's Way had some problems, causing his 3 souls and 7 spirits to scatter across the world, only reuniting recently. He's not ill. Really? Then why doesn't he speak? Xian Wei laughed exasperatedly. All that talk went down the drain, as the man was still just interested in this. Never mind, it was actually good. Being kind to someone fortunate would lead to smooth sailing in the future. Yes, not only does he not speak, but he doesn't recognize you either. Of course, that didn't stop him from twisting the knife a little. Xian Wei was cunning, waiting for the other party to seek his guidance. All right. Pei Yanchu poked at Su Yunqi's puckered lips. No problem, it was fine that a Qi came back, he still had time, enough time to make him like him again. Being a little slow didn't matter, nor did hiding games. After all, this palace was vast, and he would always find him. Unfortunately, a Qi would never call him brother again. Hey! You stubborn mute, where are your thoughts drifting off to? Xian Wei felt his patience thinning with this stubborn donkey of a man. In all his years, he had never seen someone quite like this. I said he could recover, did you hear that? I'm talking to you, and here you stand, just sulking for no reason. Pei Yanchu wasn't exactly one to follow patterns. He didn't ask questions but focused intently on stroking the hands of the person cradled in his arms, then used his own hand to measure the other's foot. He dared anyone to get more irritated. In this short amount of time, he had thoroughly understood the impatient old man-child before him. A Qi must have just encountered a minor issue. With that assurance in his heart, there was no need to rush. Chapter 140, Guaigai. Xian Wei didn't get the attitude he wanted, so he asked again with persistence. Are you really not concerned? He doesn't even know who you are. What if he doesn't like you and wants to follow me instead? Slightly annoyed, Pei Yanchu coldly glanced at him before pulling the person closer into his embrace, just like a famished wolf protecting its food. Xian Wei was unafraid of him, throwing up his hands as he let out a humph. In that case, you can wait for 3 to 5 years. He might remember then. No problem. To him, it didn't matter whether Qi would remember or not, it was only a matter of time anyway. He planned to raise this little fool, which seemed rather interesting. This one he raised, belonged to him, and would only listen to him. Pei Yanchu looked forward eagerly, possessing a mindset beyond the ordinary. Perhaps one could say he wasn't an ordinary person to begin with. Xian Wei saw through this, feeling a chill in his heart, hastening to snatch the person away. All right, I won't keep secrets anymore. Go outside and kneel there. Pei Yanchu fixed his gaze on him for a few seconds, finally conceding by placing the person back onto the bed and reluctantly leaving while glancing back every step. Facing the main hall doors, watching everything gradually being blocked by the door, he bent his knees, slowly kneeling down. It'll be treated as praying for blessings. This is all he could do for Qi right now. Xian Wei sat by the bedside, quietly observing Su Yunqi's pale face. Karma of the world, repeating endlessly. 20 years ago, the Nanser kingdom didn't heed his advice, it was bound to perish sooner or later. Guaigai, shall we give that stinky man a hard time? Let's play more. Wake up when you truly want to. And I don't understand your eyesight. Leaving so many gentle and thoughtful people behind, yet hanging on to this single tree. All 3 chances and good fortune have been given to him. In his sleep, Su Yunqi held his fingers. After smacking his lips a couple of times, his furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Actually, Xian Wei didn't need to do much. Slowly massaging a few pressure points on top of Su Yunqi's head, humming strange tunes from time to time, occasionally pinching the cheek of the sleeping person. Not happy yet? Speaking ill of uncle in your dreams. All right, uncle will go easy. Guaigai, stop being angry. Xian Wei retracted his hand, rummaged through his cloth pouch carelessly, and pulled out a string of glittering stones, winding it around Su Yunqi's wrist. There, let's catch up, make him kneel a bit longer outside. Fear nothing, don't be afraid of him. Naughty child, always throwing tantrums at uncle, bullying inside the house, humph. Everything within the hall was peculiar. The elder was full of tenderness, rambling on softly about the sleeping figure on the bed. Observing the setting sun outside the window, he flicked Su Yunqi's forehead lightly. That remaining warmth gradually subsided, leaving behind only the elder's sighs of persuasion. Cured pain still causes a fuss, well, drink more medicine next time. Don't cry, uncle won't spoil you this time. Xian Wei clapped his hands, preparing to tidy up and leave the palace. After all, everything he had to do was finished, and what remains is to see the karmic bond between these two. Pei Yanchu's eyes were slightly sore. When he saw Xian Wei come out with his bag slung over his shoulder, he hastily rose, rushing forward on heavy knees. Are you leaving? Why shouldn't I leave? I teased you, did you really plan to kneel for a few days? What about him? Just a naughty kid, after playing enough, he'll naturally go home. Pei Yanchu understood what he meant, but he still didn't want to let him go. If Xian Wei left, no one would know his whereabouts, and they would have to wait until he appeared on his own. Oh no, he seems awake, aren't you going to see him? Xian Wei pointed at the door behind him, suddenly thinking of something and turning around immediately to run away. Talk about other things later, don't bother me. Unfortunately, he was too late. The person he wanted to evade was already standing on tiptoes leaning against the doorframe, revealing half his face, gazing at him pitifully. Su Yunqi sniffed, taking an exploratory step outwards, wanting to hug Xian Wei. However, seeing him running barefoot, Pei Yanchu directly intervened, encircling his thighs and lifting him. The person was in his arms, but his heart was somewhere else. Aki, what is Aki looking at? Pei Yanchu felt slightly displeased, jealousy making irrational sense. Xian Wei slapped his forehead, knowing this would happen, so he thought of escaping quickly before the little guy clung to him. Su Yunqi turned around and glanced at Pei Yanchu, but eventually hesitantly redirected his attention back to Xian Wei. Pei Yanchu. Xian Wei. Guaigai, uncle has something urgent to do. Don't worry, he will play with you, don't be afraid, my sweet child. Su Yunqi's lips puckered, and he stretched out his hands to turn his body to ask for a change of arms. The old master had been good to him, playing hide-and-seek and stroking his hair to soothe him. He felt so comfortable and wanted to be stroked forever. Xian Wei endured for a while, coaxing him with a couple of sentences. But it was impossible for him to stay here all the time, he had other things to do. There were too many strange events in the world waiting for him to resolve, and since these two stars were already set, it was also time for him to leave. Pei Yanchu held the person like this, watching his bright eyes slowly cloud over, condensing into clear water as they followed Xian Wei's retreating figure. Aki. Will you be a good boy and go home with your brother? Su Yunqi blinked, suddenly stretching out his hand and hitting Pei Yanchu hard. Do you still want to hit? It was just about cajoling a child. Aki was now nothing but a little fool, and if he indulged him a bit more, he would surely capture his heart eventually. Pei Yanchu curled his lips upward, leaning down to kiss Su Yunqi's palm which wasn't entirely wrapped by the silk cloth, then pressing it against his own cheek. Hit me here. It doesn't hurt. Su Yunqi didn't move, pulling back his arm, then staring blankly at the spot that had been kissed. Uncle said he shouldn't bully himself. Uncle is a good person and wouldn't lie. Uncle wants him to be brave and not be afraid. Su Yunqi's eyes darted around, kicking his legs wanting to go down, refusing to be held. Seeing he had strength in his limbs and wasn't as weak as before, Pei Yanchu instantly became elated, going along with his movements to put on his shoes and subsequently holding his hand, wandering around with him outside. Su Yunqi couldn't stop thinking about the lake he saw when he arrived. He wanted to sit inside the pavilion and look for carp swimming in the water. He liked small fish a lot, but unfortunately, the emperor had long ago filled the only pond in the garden to build trellises for his favored concubines. But there was a problem now, Su Yunqi was directionally challenged. After turning around for quite a while without finding the big lake he was looking for, he got so mad he gnashed his teeth, letting go of Pei Yanchu's hand and stomping his foot. What's wrong, my little one? Ah. What do you want? Tell your brother, and I will find it for you. Aha. From his expression, Pei Yanchu knew he had an aim, and unsurprisingly, the clumsy child still couldn't find what he was looking for. With great patience, he squatted down, smiling gently as he patted his back and smoothed his breath. This little temper of Aki's was getting fiercer by the day, but he was truly adorable, capable only of huffing and puffing until his face flushed red. Talk to your brother, let me teach you. Speak slowly and don't rush. Pei Yanchu's finger touched Su Yunqi's Adam's apple, lightly pressing as he gently coaxed. Aki was smart, he simply forgot, but he could definitely remember. Chapter 141, Mushrooms. Su Yunqi had a long memory when it came to grievances. He believed it was because of this person that he couldn't stay with Uncle Bo. He pushed away Pei Yanchu's hand, then squatted down irritably, sulking by himself like a puffy little mushroom. Be good. How about I take you to see the fish? Su Yunqi paused while playing with some grass, his eyes immediately brightened as he looked at the man before him who tilted his head, pretending to be innocent. He awkwardly rubbed his calf, slightly puffing his cheeks as he tugged on the hem of Pei Yanchu's clothes. He had no idea how much joy his behavior brought to this somewhat fierce but handsome strange man. All he knew was that the other seemed to understand him and willingly carried him, serving as his transportation. Humph HPMF. Are you happy, my good boy? Humph. Pei Yanchu struggled to decipher what these tone words meant. After checking that the silk cloth in Su Yunqi's hand was undamaged, he felt the person in his arms suddenly become excited again. It was the group of rabbits. He had previously sent people to specially prepare a plot of land for these little creatures to graze freely. Pei Yanchu picked the whitest one from the group, holding the young rabbit in the palm of his hand and deliberately shaking it in front of Su Yunqi. Do you like it, my good boy? Call me brother, and I'll give them all to you. Su Yunqi blinked twice, automatically ignoring his condition, reaching out to touch the rabbit. Nope, Uncle Bo said so. His current mission was to provoke this smelly man, and there was nothing wrong with being willful now. Pei Yanchu raised his hand a bit higher, successfully earning a tiny ball of anger. Ah. All right, here you go. Forget it, little tyrant, he can't afford to offend him now. Though somewhat resentful in his heart, Pei Yanchu planned to properly retaliate once Su Qi remembered everything. Su Yunqi's fingers were wrapped in the silk cloth, so he leaned over, gently brushing against the rabbit instead. He seemed to like them, yet something was still missing. In any case, his heart felt hollow. Pei Yanchu thought he saw some resemblance to Dada on Su Yunqi's confused little face. As Su Qiwen had said, they were correct. When little Anan was mad, he would make Dada sounds, and when he was happy, he would too, only now it had turned into and And now only he knew about this fact, no one else had heard it. Be good. Su Yunqi nudged the rabbit's ears with his nose, responding indulgently to him once. Pei Yanchu immediately felt content, continuing to carry both the boy and the rabbit forward. The lotus flowers in the pond hadn't completely withered yet, occasionally touched by dragonflies, rippling across the water. The person in his arms wriggled vigorously. Unable to help it, he placed him on the ground, fulfilling his role as a dutiful tool. Su Yunqi kicked his legs, then slapped his hands onto the ground and kneeled, wanting to reach into the pool to stir it. Achoo! Sure enough, as soon as he let go, trouble began. Pei Yanchu felt he must have devoted all the patience he'd ever have to Su Yunqi. He quickly grabbed the back of his collar, furrowing his brows, unable to help but try to teach him a lesson. Ah! Su Yunqi grinned mischievously. He stepped on Pei Yanchu's foot and bolted towards the pavilion. He instinctively knew this would make someone unhappy, but he just wanted to cause a ruckus. Who made this guy treat him harshly in the first place? Until dinner time, Pei Yanchu could only follow him around like this. He couldn't scold, and he didn't dare hit, thus thoroughly experiencing the mischievous nature of Su Qi's childhood. And as long as his expression turned serious, Su Yunqi could immediately flip and start sulking, making faces while not letting anyone touch him. Be good, please, brother begs you, can we play tomorrow instead? He felt like he had aged 10 years, numbly allowing Su Yunqi to draw circles on his face with ink. Great, this person had completely passed his top 10 tests. So from today onwards, he was officially good boy Su Yunqi's most loyal partner. Su Yunqi cautiously moved closer to him, softly kissing him. Pei Yanchu. He seemed to be increasingly unable to understand what this mischievous little brat was thinking. But what did it matter? If Su Qi took the initiative to kiss him, that meant all his efforts to win him over weren't wasted. Still, he remained somewhat frustrated. Suddenly, Pei Yanchu mumbled. Red date paste and jade buns, tonight, my good boy can only choose one. The little tyrant sitting on his knees instantly widened his eyes. He squeezed his legs together and slipped away from Pei Yanchu's reaching hands like an eel, planning to cause more chaos. A bit upset, why should he make a choice? Won't he decide directly? Doesn't he know how lazy he is? Their thoughts differed by miles. In the end, it was still Pei Yanchu who had to coax repeatedly, saying that he would have both options later in the evening, which finally caused the young Su wizard to mercifully let him go. Pei Yanchu was completely exhausted, both physically and mentally drained. He squatted on the ground, holding a spoon in his hand, looking at Su Yunqi who was crouched under the table, starting to be fussy again about food. Be good, can you come out yourself? Can brother stop feeding you? Palace maids and eunuchs stood nearby after serving the dishes, staring straight ahead, as the absurd events had already spread throughout the palace. Pei Yanchu knelt down and stretched out to try catching him. His body was large, while Aki resembled a thin kitten finding every gap to hide, making him helpless. He heard Su Yunqi knocking on the wooden boards inside as if challenging him, gritting his teeth darkly. Tomorrow, he would have all the furniture in this hall replaced, so there'd be no place for him to hide then. Su Qian. Ah. Song Hui. Pa. Oh, unlocking new dialogue seemed to make Pei Yanchu completely lose his temper. Jiang Jishu. The door panel was knocked again, as if releasing air or showing discontent. After much soft persuasion and hard threats, calling him darling countless times, Pei Yanchu finally lowered his voice and scolded. Su Yunqi, I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Indeed, he shouldn't spoil the little fool too much. Pei Yanchu held the person who was nervously looking at him, expressionless as he forced rice into his mouth. Oomph. Pei Yanchu ignored it. Wah. Pei Yanchu continued to ignore. Su Yunqi panicked, scratching at Pei Yanchu's clothes, flipping over to pry open his eyelids, forcing him to see only him. He himself had said he would play with him forever no matter what. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Was he being too excessive earlier? Yes, it was he who ignored him first. Su Yunqi's handling wasn't gentle, pressing red marks onto Pei Yanchu's face. Su Yunqi. Brother. Pei Yanchu was stunned, looking blankly at the person whose wrists he was gripping. Brother. Su Yunqi called out more and more tearfully, not knowing why himself. Before he could cry, the person opposite had already reddened their eyes. Brother. Yeah, brother's here, good boy, Aki. Chapter 142, Mother Hen. Then Pei Yanchu's countless karmic debts began. Brother. I'm here. Brother. Are you a little chick, Achi? Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi scratched him and then stretched her neck to press her face against his body, slowly yawning. After all, troubling someone is also quite exhausting. Thank goodness, Pei Yanchu silently wiped away his tears of bitterness. Finally, he managed to drain the energy of this troublemaker, collapsing and not daring to move, for fear of waking the person up. Su Yunqi ran around crazily in the afternoon, breaking out in a sweat all over. There was no way he could put the person in the bathtub now. Since there was such a legitimate reason, he had even more justification for his actions. Slap. Pei Yanchu grinned as he took the opportunity to misbehave and lightly slapped him. Stupid Achi, the meat has grown here already. Su Yunqi showed no sensation at all. At this moment, he was like a pancake being turned over and processed. The candlelight flickered, Pei Yanchu only left the last lamp. He needed to rest quickly so as not to be worn out by this little brat tomorrow. Well, he felt a bit regretful. It would be better if Achi remembered things sooner because taking care of this little idiot was not easy. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him a little devil. Bad baby. Pei Yanchu pinched his soft flesh again, encircling him in his arm before closing his eyes with peace of mind. However, not long after, he specifically got up and took out a silk ribbon, wrapping it carefully around the wrist of the person beside him, holding on to the other end only then daring to sleep soundly. Su Yunqi frowned slightly, and the chain on his hand suddenly flashed with light. When it returned to normal, the sleeping one gradually relaxed. Pei Yanchu still felt the aftermath, seemingly reviewing official reports but actually observing every move Su Yunqi made, afraid that he might cause trouble again. Unexpectedly, today's little tyrant was unusually well behaved. He sat obediently on the chair, nibbling on sugar crisp cakes bit by bit. As if preparing for a big move. Pei Yanchu swallowed a lump in his throat and continued writing down his observation, child-rearing, diary so that if anything goes wrong later, he could show it to Xian Wei immediately. Achi. Su Yunqi took out a handkerchief, wiping each finger clean before rushing to find someone. Brother. Pei Yanchu couldn't believe it. He looked over the usually naughty monkey that he had spoiled and reached out to touch his forehead. Not feverish. What's going on? Could it be that he's been taken good care of? Su Yunqi didn't get the hug he wanted, so he helplessly swatted this person's hand away, a sentence popping into his head all of a sudden. Pei Yanchu, don't take advantage of me giving you a face. Indeed, I'm giving you face. He mumbled these words instinctively, only to see the person before him frantically cajoling him. Be a good boy, scold some more, how about a few more insults? Su Yunqi looked at him as if he were a fool, wrinkling his face in disdain. He tilted his head, striving to break through the gray barrier in his brain. What a strange hobby, yet he couldn't remember anything else. Su Yunqi placed his hand on Pei Yanchu's head and murmured. Pat the puppy's head, no worries for everything. Brother is a puppy. Pei Yanchu's throat tightened, his voice a little hoarse as he leaned down and rubbed his palm gently. Alright, whatever Achi says is right. Su Yunqi successfully got hugged onto his lap, leaning toward Pei Yanchu's neck and sniffing hard. No mistake, it's this smell, announced. Pfft, what is this thing? Making him feel like a dog, so embarrassing. Su Yunqi buried his face quickly into Pei Yanchu's embrace, his earlobes somewhat red. Today, he seemed to have fallen a little more for this smelly man. Okay, not a smelly man, a fragrant man. No, men shouldn't be described with such words, right? Su Yunqi got himself all tangled up and raised his hand to bite it. Achi. A warning came from above, and he reflexively let go, completely bewildered inside. Why am I so obedient? Who am I? Where am I? Did I know this person before? Pinching is forbidden. Su Yunqi winced from a sudden pain behind, quickly covering his leg root while snarling viciously. Hurt you. Hurt you. Pei Yanchu fell silent, turning his head away and pinching his nose. He felt a bit unable to resist. So cute, he wanted to bully him a bit. Would crying make him cuter? Humph, bad brother. What a load of nonsense. Pei Yanchu pushed the person onto the desk, pinching his waist to keep him from moving around before indulging in a taste of sweetness. Between gasps for breath, Su Yunqi weakly whimpered. Brother, I don't taste good. Don't eat me. Don't eat Achi. Please, please don't. Humph. The veins on the back of Pei Yanchu's hand stood out prominently. Unable to contain himself any longer, he peeled the person clean as though unwrapping a present. Su Yunqi also knew modesty, he curled his body and tried to retreat, but was flung over someone's shoulder with one hand and tossed lightly onto the bed. While he was still transitioning from a silly baby to a well-behaved baby, Pei Yanchu had every intention of indulging himself. After all, this would be his last chance to bully him easily. At 20, the legitimate prince of Nancer was long past due for marriage age, so what he intended to do now certainly did not qualify as monstrous behavior. A red silk ribbon hooked around his knee lifted it up while Su Yunqi's hands were held above his head. Helplessly, he could only watch as he became like a lamb awaiting slaughter, left to be toyed with at will. He wanted to dodge. Desperately. What a scoundrel Pei Yanchu was. Not only did he poke him, he actually took pleasure in poking him. Su Yunqi's scarlet tongue had nowhere to hide. Good baby, cry a little, begged your brother. Pei Yanchu didn't pause, reveling in the feeling of control as he meticulously observed the natural blush coloring Su Yunqi's face. Humph hmpf ugh. Something felt incomplete, yet his mind was muddled as he submissively followed instructions, hoping to gain something. Fortunately, his obedience was not wasted. The person in power flicked his lips gently, making sure he tasted it. Su Yunqi continued to tremble. In his daze, he suddenly thought of a golden chain and the anklet that it firmly pulled. Such a pretty little thing, he kind of liked it. Of course, Pei Yanchu didn't go all out, after all, he was still waiting for the day of their grand wedding. Afterward, Su Yunqi changed his attitude again. From a little bundle of compliance to a little bundle of bashfulness, blushing at every kiss, humming softly as he half-heartedly resisted. This man wasn't really fierce, perhaps everything before was just a misunderstanding. Although he did have a naughty streak, it seemed like he wasn't very hateful either. He liked getting close to him, and he happened to like it too, just not as much as him. Right, after all, he still cared about his pride, which meant he couldn't let himself show more feelings than the other. Whoever showed more would lose. Humph. Oh no, in just 2 days, his heart was starting to falter, truly letting down Uncle Bo's teaching. But Uncle Bo, he didn't seem to be a bad man either. Even when he intentionally stepped on the man's face earlier, the only response was a loving kiss, with not even a trace of anger. Chapter 143, Su Su. For Pei Yanchu, accepting Su Yunqi's ever-changing nature was an easy thing. After all, little Qi was still recuperating, sometimes as lively and cute as an and sometimes as proud and coquettish as Daodu, with perhaps some of Jiang Jishu's and timidity interspersed. Of course, Pei Yanchu hoped he could forget the pain in the memories of Jiang Jishu. Every time he saw little Qi suddenly cowering in a corner crying, even approaching was a problem for him. He could only silently stand guard, waiting until his emotions had been fully released before tentatively hugging him back. As time passed, little Qi's emotions became increasingly stable, gradually heading down an indescribable path. Dear, are you really not getting up? The table already has the rose jade you wanted to try last night. Pei Yanchu poked at the lump of the small blanket, feeling helpless yet amused. He couldn't figure out why little Qi was interested in things that women use to enhance their beauty. Don't want to get up. Last night was last night, today is today. Sleeping is the most important. Little Qi, dear treasure. Pei Yanchu, unwilling to give up, held the bowl and pulled open the corner of the blanket. Then, using chopsticks, he dipped some sweet soup and dabbed it on Su Yunqi's lips. Su Yunqi was extremely annoyed, frowning, he pressed his lips together slightly. Then he opened his eyes a little, half awake and licking his lips in reminiscence. He smacked his mouth and naturally showed his small white teeth, continuing to wait to be fed. Even though he had already insisted that they finished washing up, he hadn't expected that during the time when he personally tasted the meal, little Qi would climb back into bed for more sleep. The lazy egg, needing help turning over because his whole body was boneless and floppy. Dear, who are you now? Mean D. Alright, no guessing needed, this was definitely Su Yunqi's original self, deserving of a good disciplining. Ao. Pinch me. Don't pinch me. Brother, I'm wrong, I'm truly wrong. I dare next time, spitting, I will never dare again next time. Pei Yanchu. Do we know each other very well? We've only known each other for 10 days, and you dare treat me like this. Pei Yanchu, unable to tolerate it any longer, flipped him over and forcefully pressed down, angrily whispering. Not just 10 days, it's been many years. How do you still not remember? Are the memories related to me so insignificant to you? Su Yunqi, I have patience and can accompany you as you slowly regain your memories, but I am not a good person. If you continue to say unpleasant things, I don't care if you want to remember or not, I'll have someone force you to bow with me in front of the ancestral altar, believe it or not. Mutual affection is your ideal state, but I am not one to hesitate about taking extreme measures, not minding playing out a scene of forceful seizure. Su Yunqi timidly took a breath, looking at the Pei Yanchu pressing him, tragically turned his face aside, with tears brimming in his eyes. Alright, please brother pity this delicate flower, ying. Pei Yanchu completely lost focus, unable to play this kind of scenario game, as he kept laughing at Su Yunqi's theatrical performances. Mainly because the man was full of drama, creating new scenarios on the fly, and if he didn't catch his cues, he'd end up being criticized instead. Alright, no more playing, get up quickly. Pei Yanchu, you're so perverted. While criticizing, Su Yunqi wiped away his own fake tears, cynically criticizing. You actually pulled out forced love in the palace drama, which is absolutely ridiculous. Pei Yanchu smiled without speaking. Where would he dare let little Qi know that he indeed harbored such thoughts back then? Fortunately, the other person's heart returned to him, though having forgotten many things, it didn't matter too much. Alright, it's not entirely baseless either. After all, considering it's you, there's a real possibility that you'd do something like this. Pei Yanchu immediately stopped smiling. Humph, fortunately, this young master is magnanimous enough to allow you some leeway. Su Yunqi affectionately patted Pei Yanchu's stunned left cheek and then strolled leisurely out while wearing shoes. This was fun, the wolf willing to humor him, so letting him mess around a bit wouldn't harm him. Little Qi. I know you're touched, but hold that thought, right now I'm hungry. Su Yunqi made indifferent sounds while pushing the door open. But he was enveloped at the waist by a strong force from behind, pulled back. What's wrong with you? Let me taste, just a taste. What do you want to taste? Pei Yanchu pushed his knees between Su Yunqi's legs and fiercely bit down on his chin. What to do? Little Qi was growing in his heart, as if tailored specifically for him, with just a word making Pei Yanchu feel restless. After a long struggle, it ended with Su Yunqi trembling while drinking porridge and Pei Yanchu left with a handprint on his face. Dear baby. Shut up. Su Yunqi dropped the spoon he was holding and looked up in shock. Xian called you dear baby, but brother didn't want to use names others picked. Moreover, you weren't obedient at all. I only called you this because you were it during that period, and would only respond when called baby. Su Yunqi's lips trembled even more, and after blinking, he choked out. Can you let me go already? You've given me embarrassing nicknames like Daodu, and now you're still doing this? Little Qi, do you remember? Su Yunqi paused, then slapped himself across the face. Damn, I spoke too fast. Actually, during these past dozen or so days, he had vague memories, especially when sleeping, where he always found himself clinging on to Pei Yanchu like sucking in his energy. But honestly, he could only recall fragments, and in these fragments, all he saw was Pei Yanchu crying while hugging him. A normal person who realizes they've lost their memory would try everything possible to regain it, reconnect with friends, understand lovers, and ultimately reach a perfect, happy ending. However, Su Yunqi was different. His thinking process was exceptionally unconventional. In just these dozen days, he figured out that Pei Yanchu was a total lunatic. Pei Yanchu acted better than him, leaving him unable to grasp the person's true dark side and bottom line. Out of subconscious self-protection instincts, he instinctively feigned ignorance, as he always felt that if he revealed himself too easily, he might be confined inside for at least a month. Firstly, he could currently confirm that his relationship with Pei Yanchu was undoubtedly extremely deep. Secondly, he had been forced to follow the natural way and die twice right in front of Pei Yanchu. That's 2 times. Finally, he had returned now, willingly putting himself back before this person's eyes. Damn it, what could his intentions possibly be? He just wanted to continue being the tyrant for a few more days, in case one day Pei Yanchu caught him deliberately pretending to have amnesia before he'd enjoyed the life where little Su is heaven, little Su is earth, enough. No time to think anymore. He needed to hurry and find an excuse, otherwise, he'd soon end up being turned upside down again. Chapter 144, Dislike. Pei Yanchu suddenly grabbed Su Yunqi's wrist and meaningfully pressed his thumb on the red mark on his face. Shoo, don't talk. Sometimes when my brother has an episode, his temper isn't good. I hope the dear can tolerate him a bit more. Su Yunqi hummed twice, intending to switch back to Jiang Jishu mode to escape. But the other party seemed to have seen through his thoughts and suddenly pinched his cheek, smiling brilliantly. What's wrong with Su? Your eyes are spinning so fast, what new idea do you have to torment your brother? He started to feel weak in the legs. Oh, my dear is so capable, let brother guess, when exactly did you start using your brain? Pfft. I've always had a brain. My brother told you to stay quiet, didn't he? Pei Yanchu held onto him tightly, sitting the person on his lap, then impulsively took a cloth towel to bind it around Su Yunqi's jaw before tying it slowly behind his head. Su Yunqi couldn't move, uttering a few choked cries before being threatened and having his thigh gripped. Well, can you listen to your brother now? Let me think. Oh, Qi loves to find loopholes. Isn't it because you're scared of me going over the old accounts from these past few decades, so you keep pretending to be foolish? Injustice, oh heavens and earth. He truly can't remember, he isn't faking it. Moreover, he just remembers a little bit now. So why are you obediently afraid? Are you scared that your brother will break both of your legs, or will your brother lock you forever in this Ganshin palace? Su Yunqi's heart was trembling, heaven above and earth below, who could save him? His kind-hearted brother was about to go dark. The strength in Pei Yanchu's hands wasn't too light nor too heavy, but he could always feel the uneasiness of the person in his arms with every touch. Bad boy, not only unwilling to admit fault, but also trying various ways to escape. Am I some sort of bad person? Why won't you explain clearly to me? It's not like I'll really harm you. Getting you back already satisfied me immensely, I wouldn't even dare to ask for anything more. But Su Yunqi clearly has memories, he recalled them but still treated him as a fool. Recently, he's been erratic, sometimes happy, then angry, yet doesn't he fully accept everything? It seems like he doesn't even like me, he merely gets accustomed to being with me, one might call it dependence, but absolutely not affection. Pei Yanchu can't teach Su Yunqi what love is. Su Yunqi is a heartless dull child, he never trusted anyone, only thinking about protecting himself. Chi, you seem somewhat selfish. Chi, lovers in this world probably aren't like them, where one deceives the other's heart but remains completely fine, taking no further steps. Suddenly, a sense of helplessness surged within Pei Yanchu, he loosened his grip on Su Yunqi, placing him on the ground, and walked out without looking back. At this point, he needs to calm down and reevaluate this relationship. Hey! Pei Yanchu! What for? He wasn't deliberately making things difficult for him, he genuinely couldn't control himself earlier. Like it went too far. Should he not have pretended to be foolish? Should he have shared whatever he thought with him, and avoided the mess they're in now? Stunned, Su Yunqi watched Pei Yanchu's retreating figure step by step, and ran after him. Brother, wait for me. Pei Yanchu heard the noise, clenching his fists and slightly tilting his head back. Don't call me brother in the future, it's disrespectful between ruler and subject. Su Yunqi was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe such cold words would come from Pei Yanchu's mouth. A sense of being wrongly accused and abandoned instantly overwhelmed him, causing him to crumble. He numbly retreated a few steps, turned around, and ran towards the palace gates. This place is no fun at all, he wants to go back to uncle. Pei Yanchu is a villain, he doesn't listen to his explanation and instead accuses him unfairly. He wasn't that bad, he was just teasing a little. If he was truly afraid that Pei Yanchu would hurt him once he was awake, he would have run away long ago and wouldn't have stayed to play with him. He just wanted to play around. How come no one likes him now? Su Yunqi felt extremely suppressed. His lower lip bled painfully as he bit into it, tears streaming down like broken strings of pearls. From behind, Pei Yanchu's explosive shouts rang out, as he looked at the guards gathering gradually. His feelings of sorrow and hatred exploded. Why, after Mom died, does Dad stop liking him and only cuddle with the newly arrived stepbrother? Why are the happy days so short? He had finally been able to feel a mother's love, yet now he had to die with tears in his eyes while wearing that hairpin. Why, when it seemed like he was finally on the road to happiness, did an arrow so cruelly cut off his hope? He has endured so much pain, but to whom can he tell it all? Someone, stop him. Escort young master back to the Chiefeng Palace. Do not let him out without an imperial decree. Pei Yanchu, I hate you. I hate you. Su Yunqi didn't allow anyone to touch him, he huddled in the corner, repeatedly striking away the hands trying to grab him. You say it again. Pei Yanchu forcibly grabbed both of his wrists and leaned closer. Su Yunqi, I'll give you one more chance. Suddenly noticing the bloodstain on his lips, Pei Yanchu reflexively pulled out a handkerchief to serve him. I've already said it, I just have impressions of some things, but I really can't recall everything. I admit I am overly cautious, but my feelings for you have never been false. Su Yunqi broke free from Pei Yanchu's restraint, leaning on the wall to slowly stand up. I hate you, I'm going to deduct 100 points from you. I won't play with you anymore. His head hurt terribly. It was an excruciating throbbing pain, pressing heavily against his temples. His vision started to blur with black shadows. Ah Chi, ah Chi. Su Yunqi thought he was still walking, not realizing he had collapsed into Pei Yanchu's arms, losing consciousness completely. Pei Yanchu, terrified, lost all composure. He called for the royal physician in a hoarse voice and rushed inside while carrying Su Yunqi. He'd been overconfident and imagined too much. During this time, since he hadn't received a response from Ah Chi, he developed some dark emotions, feeling utterly insecure. In the end, he forgot that Ah Chi is also someone who needs unconditional support, a fragile baby. What exactly did he say? What did he do? Ah Chi had fainted from anger at him. He probably would never forgive himself again. Pei Yanchu, you've gone too far. You've spoiled Ah Chi to be so delicate. He depends on you for survival, and even reacts emotionally according to your mood swings. He is sensitive and soft-hearted, always unconsciously reading others' expressions during playful moments. When you want to end it, you truly are an animal. Your Majesty, young master is fine, but the internal heat caused by intense emotion combined with his previous physical weakness has taken its toll. He should wake soon. The royal physician wiped the sweat off his forehead and retreated shakily. After clarifying everything, Pei Yanchu became like a frostbitten eggplant. He listlessly knelt by the bedside, pressing his face against Su Yunqi's palm. He began to understand why Ah Chi wanted to escape first thing. He simply wasn't ready. Turns out, he and Ah Chi were the same. It's also difficult for him to handle undesirable events in a short amount of time. For example, once Ah Chi wakes up later, he probably wouldn't treat him kindly anymore. What right does he have to be angry with Ah Chi? He owes his entire life to Ah Chi's protection. Pei Yanchu, how disappointing you are, love doesn't suit you at all. My lord, there is no harm done to young master. This episode stems merely from emotional disturbance coupled with the lingering weakness from before, but he shall awaken shortly. The royal physician wiped cold sweat from his forehead, trembling as he stepped back. After coming to terms with the situation, Pei Yanchu felt deflated like a pricked balloon. He knelt silently beside the bed and rested his face gently in Su Yunqi's palm. He began to grasp the reason behind Ah Chi's immediate desire to escape. Ah Chi simply wasn't prepared mentally. It seems he and Ah Chi were alike, both finding it hard to calmly deal with unwanted possibilities within such short notice. Just like how Ah Chi might never smile at him again after waking up. What gave him the right to scold Ah Chi? Everything he'd achieved thus far, every day he'd lived, was only possible due to Ah Chi's guardianship. Pei Yanchu, you're truly heartbreaking, never fit to speak of love. Chapter 145, Little Pant. Su Yunqi woke up. He sat up by himself, his expression blank, as bewildered as a newborn baby. Good news, he remembered everything. Bad news, he didn't forget that big battle that just happened either. What is Chi thinking about? Tell your brother, will you? Pei Yanchu carefully watched the person on the bed who appeared calm, still holding out a glimmer of hope and attempting to strike up a conversation. Su Yunqi's mouth slowly drooped. Yes, he was preparing to put on a big act. Otherwise, this smelly man really thought he was something. Oh wow, so full of yourself. Disrespectful subject, stop calling me brother. Wow, you've got guts treating me like this and even letting the guards grab me. Su Yunqi got angrier and started deducting points from him in his mind fiercely. What to say? Whatever Emperor wants to hear, Yunqi will certainly reply. Pei Yanchu's heart chilled. How could the Emperor kneel here? Aren't all of you servants good at anything? Su Yunqi pulled back the quilt, expressionless, helped him up, and then knelt down in front of his flustered eyes, ready to perform the grand kneeling salute. Of course, before he finished showing respect, Pei Yanchu already supported his knees and held him up close to his face. Su Yunqi quickly leaned on his shoulders. He was indeed shaken. If only this Nanjing hostage wasn't so physically weak, he wouldn't have been so easily held in such a position. Chi, forgive your brother. Your brother knows he was wrong. I won't scare you anymore, okay? Pei Yanchu's voice was shaking. He truly had no idea how to clean up this mess. His eyes welled up, ready to use the old trick. Emperor, men do not cry lightly. You are the son of heaven. How can you shed tears for a lowly commoner? Though Su Yunqi's words were sharp, he was actually trying hard to break free and climb off him. The maids and eunuchs inside the hall wisely retreated and made sure the doors were tightly closed. Pei Yanchu took the opportunity to place him on the edge of the bed. Kneeling on the ground, he hugged Su Yunqi's legs and then pressed his face against Su Yunqi's thighs. Chi. What is the Emperor doing? This violates the Emperor-subject relationship. Chi, please don't be like this. Those were just angry words. Brother was too hasty. Forgive me, I know I was wrong. Su Yunqi propped her chin, watching him drop tears, and suddenly blurted out. Pei Yanchu, actually, when I woke up just now, I remembered everything. Forgive me, what? Pei Yanchu experienced both extreme joy and sorrow. He immediately grabbed her hand with servility. Really? Doesn't Chi want to eat rabbit cake now? Would you like to see the fish? Shall I dig a pond for you? Su Yunqi lifted her own hand and flicked off the hand clinging to the back of hers with disdain. Emperor, please keep your distance. Chi. Emperor, my ears are fine. Chi. What did you say? Are you very regretful? Emperor, a word from a ruler is worth more than gold. From today onward, I shall not overstep a single boundary. Pei Yanchu fell into complete despair. He couldn't form a sentence with trembling lips. The 27 or 8-year-old man looked as if sentenced to death. Chi, but, you said you hated me before. You lied to me, Wu. Su Yunqi's eyelid twitched. She narrowed her eyes, teeth bared. So wasn't it because of you that I am like this? Besides, my brain wasn't clear at the time, and you actually hold a foolish person accountable. Chi is not stupid. Chi is very smart. Even after becoming a little fool, Chi still thinks about protecting oneself. Su Yunqi felt inexplicably guilty and clenched his hand tightly. Almost being led astray by this fox spirit, it's unacceptable. He must maintain some attitude. Why not trust me? I care about Chi the most. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. Little deity descended from heaven, life ahead will be tough. In the future, I swear, I won't let you suffer any more humiliation. The fragility that Su Yunqi deliberately concealed was fully exposed by him. He sucked his nose and wanted to hide in the covers to deal with it alone. Chi, don't be afraid. I am here. Don't cry secretly. If you're unhappy, tell me. Chi is not alone. Humph. Su Yunqi's lips were pressed by someone's thumb because Pei Yanchu didn't want her to bite them. The naughty kid who likes self-comfort often likes to bite things. Initially, it was biting fingers, now it's biting lips. Bad habits need to be curbed. In the future, just bite him. Chi must not get hurt. Su Yunqi mumbled incoherently, almost falling into his sweet trap. You think your words are going to work? Chi, let's call it even, alright? Brother truly knows he was wrong. Su Yunqi's eyelashes were moist. He wanted to lick his lips but ended up licking the other person's finger instead. But, I feel this way is a little improper. Pei Yanchu was now extraordinarily patient, his voice soft as he asked. Why? What's improper about it? I think it's not fair. You owe me more so that we can truly be even. Pei Yanchu had no response, holding back laughter as he buried his face between Su Yunqi's legs. Pei Yanchu, what are you laughing at? Don't shake. I saw you smiling. An aggrieved voice sounded from above. Suddenly, he misbehaved and pushed forward a bit. What are you doing? What are you doing? Pei Yanchu, get away from me. Su Yunqi's entire face turned bright red. He shoved the person away and quickly covered himself, moving backward. Pervert, at every opportunity he treated him like an easy target for bullying. Achi, brother isn't kidding around. Su Yunqi slightly froze, looking at Pei Yanchu's upward gaze toward him. He understood the meaning behind his words. Alright, your majesty. Su Yunqi wasn't unreasonable, he knew this whole thing was just a misunderstanding. It was just some lover's quarrel and excessive sensitivity. But that didn't stop him from continuing to revenge the person. Pei Yanchu wasn't stupid either. He knew this little troublemaker just wanted to tease him. He remained silent with his head down while his hands continued their exploration. Su Yunqi realized his previous address of Your Majesty hadn't fazed him, thus becoming even more enthusiastic. Emperor, Suddenly, his underwear was pulled off. He was flipped over, and his legs were forcefully bent. Pei Yanchu always prepared well before meals. He would first use a damp cloth to clean, then personally knead the dough until it became soft, leaving the warmth of his fingers behind. Brother, I won't misbehave anymore. Achi has had enough, really, Su Yunqi immediately surrendered. Unable to keep himself together, he tried to block with his hands while lying on the pillow. The next moment, both his hands and wrists were tied together. He offered himself up. Completely, uninhibitedly, forced yet voluntarily. If Su Yunqi moved his hand, it would be stretched open. So obediently, he kept them clasped behind his back, appearing extremely docile. Brother Chu, I won't play with you anymore, okay? Shit, let me go. I can't take it anymore, hit you. Su Yunqi trembled and teared up. His consciousness blurred, drooling and whimpering softly. I won't dare. Achi will behave and listen. I'll never intentionally ignore my brother again. Say it again. Pei Yanchu's fingers slightly curved. Listen, I'm a good baby. Brother, it's swelling. I can't sit in the future, woo-woo. Pei Yanchu smiled mischievously, knowing exactly how to handle Su Yunqi like a kite string. Too loose, and he would disregard him, acting freely, treating him as just a friend who only seeks enjoyment. Too tight, and he would feel confined, attempting to escape the secret garden Pei Yanchu had built for him. So by loosening and tightening it alternately, Pei Yanchu made sure that Su Yunqi would remain trapped in his snare, flying within his boundaries while being subtly warned not to cross the forbidden zone. He could humor Achi, but Achi clearly knew this was a misunderstanding yet deliberately called him emperor to poke at his heart. With about 10 phrases, Achi was penalized with 10 hours without underwear. Chapter 146, Clocking Out. Su Yunqi was dozing curled up on Pei Yanchu's chest when a spoonful of sheep milk, gum tragacanth, and bird's nest appeared near his lips. He slowly sipped it, feeling sleepy. Pei Yanchu assumed Su Yunqi had a unique palate and genuinely liked the sweet soups that used to be served in the palace for the concubine's beauty regimen. Therefore, he daily instructed the kitchen to present new variations. But in reality, it wasn't so. Su Yunqi was just purely curious. His lips were slightly swollen. He tilted his head to avoid the second spoonful, then rested his face on Pei Yanchu's shoulder, closing his eyes to relax. Little Chi, what do you want to do about Nanjing country? You decide. Su Yunqi yawned lazily and scratched his face, attempting to escape the memories. In truth, the source of his deepest suffering came from his days as a noble prince. He endured humiliations like being fed dog food, kneeling to clean shoes, and even being abused by malicious eunuchs. They took great pleasure in hearing his screams. After beating him until he was almost dead, they would let him hang on to life just to continue their torment. An endless darkness, with not a speck of light in sight. Big brother, where is my hairpin? Su Yunqi's voice carried a heavy nasal tone. He didn't dare to lift his head and instead held out his hand expectantly. Instead of a gold hairpin, he received Pei Yanchu's own hand. Big brother said, if you're unhappy, you should tell me first. Pei Yanchu, you're over the line. I don't like you at all. Alright, our little Chi has been wronged. Big brother is here, and I'll stand up for you. Su Yunqi sniffled softly, gripping Pei Yanchu's hand tightly, much like how he would hold on to the hairpin left by his mother empress during the dark nights of his childhood. Unfortunately, the hairpin was taken away, and he no longer had a hairpin. Little Chi, big brother is here. Big brother will never leave you. Pei Yanchu took the phoenix hairpin presented by the maid. It was something he had specially made by the Internal Affairs Department, and nowhere in Jinlin would there be anything more luxurious than this. Does little Chi like it? It's for you. Will you marry me, big brother? This was called taking advantage of a situation. During Su Yunqi's most vulnerable moment, he broke down all his defenses and then seized the opportunity to completely bring him into his territory. As expected, Su Yunqi, clutching the phoenix hairpin, closed his eyes and obediently offered a kiss. Pei Yanchu finally succeeded in conquering Su Yunqi after 3 lifetimes and happily embraced the beautiful woman. Big brother, if you call me Susu again, I really will get angry. I'm not a little girl. Well then, good boy. Just drop it, please. I've just gone back to the way I was before, the person hasn't changed, but you seem to have forgotten my name. Spit, not seem, you always were. Does little Chi like Jojo? Big brother likes it too. Because Jojo will never lose himself again. A sudden quiet fell within the hall, and Su Yunqi's ears turned red as he hummed and agreed faintly. Little Chi hates Nanjing. Then shall we use it as your wedding gift? Let Jojo become the new emperor of Nanjing, and big brother will take responsibility for marrying the new emperor home. Su Yunqi remained silent for a long time, eventually responding indifferently. Whatever. He didn't want to see those insincere people anymore. Pain could turn numb in the end, and he trusted that Pei Yanchu could handle everything well. Well then, big brother is just informing Jojo. Big brother understands propriety. Jojo only needs to know. Big brother will take care of the rest. So can Jojo just be a little lazy bug from now on? Big brother wants to feed you, put you to bed, and carry you around. Pei Yanchu, why don't you go a step further and help me urinate? Really, Jojo, can big brother do this? The previous warmth and moving moment were immediately shattered, and Su Yunqi gave him a speechless kick. Have some shame, keep it moderate, don't overdo it. I don't want to play perverted games with you right now. Pei Yanchu understood him well. Although it seemed like refusal, it actually meant an opportunity. That meant he needed to try harder, and soon enough, Su Yunqi might be willing to behave nicely for 2 whole days for him. Last time, during the northern expedition with Pei Yanchu, it was close to deep winter. The snow came late, and he hadn't seen it yet. However, it wasn't even early autumn yet, but this man was already wrapping various thick robes around him. I don't want it, I'm hot. Jojo, be a good child and wear just one piece, alright? No, I won't. Pei Yanchu didn't persuade him any longer. With one hand holding the clothes and the other holding his hand, he walked toward the palace gate. Nanjing lacked fighting spirit. A single war letter was enough to make them beg for peace. The letter of surrender even went so far as to secretly inquire if Pei Yanchu was dissatisfied with the crown prince, stating that for the sake of national security, they could also send a few more hostage princes. Pei Yanchu fell silent. He didn't say a word, and his murderous intent arose again in his heart. Su Yunqi, however, was like a little firecracker. Upon seeing the letter of surrender, he immediately flew into a rage and tore it into shreds. Big brother, how much longer? Su Yunqi felt like he'd already walked for an entire century. Looking ahead, all he saw was still a long red wall path stretching endlessly. Pei Yanchu only said to keep walking for a while longer, then fell quiet. 10 minutes passed. Big brother. He had never before thought the palace to be this vast. They had already walked nearly half an hour, and it was truly the first time he had so desperately wanted to ride in a sedan chair. Pei Yanchu had already taken him on a full circle around the place. Seeing Su Yunqi's weak legs start complaining softly, he quietly handed over the cloak. Let big brother carry you, but first put this on, or else it will be inconvenient for me. Without giving it a second thought, Su Yunqi clung onto him, latching around his neck, then curled up lazily inside the cloak. It wasn't particularly hot, nor as cool as before. His whole body felt warm and comfortable. Fine, too lazy to argue with him anyway, besides, he really couldn't walk any farther. He was just thinking this when he suddenly spotted the towering palace gate standing in front of him. Su Yunqi. Something felt odd, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. On the way, Pei Yanchu tried to give him more clothing, and after being refused once more, he finally scolded coldly. Su Yunqi, you've died twice in front of me, your hands and feet were ice cold, all because of winter. In an instant, rebellious little Su transformed into an obedient, well-behaved little deer who would do whatever told, but when they arrived at Nanjing, this illusion completely shattered. Jiang Xiuming stood at the forefront, with all the noble families of Nanjing behind him. He hoped Pei Yanchu would spare him a bit, which is why he personally came out to greet them outside the city. Jiang Xiuming looked fearful and humble, acting like a slave as he nervously approached the emperor. Your Majesty. How dare you let your Majesty carry you off the carriage? Impudent son. Su Yunqi rolled his eyes, ignoring them completely. He used to be stupid, not understanding the ways of the world in his youth and being manipulated by Jiang Xiuming into becoming a pitiful prince who was beaten and cursed at will. But things were different now, he was the esteemed young Lord Su, the type who could strut around arrogantly on Pei Yanchu's neck. You. What's all the fuss about? Pei Yanchu already lacked patience. After hearing Jiang Xiuming's words, his mood worsened further. He slowly raised his hand, and the soldiers behind him, who had been on high alert, surged forward. Daiyuryu, tell big brother, who bullied you? There was no connection between Su Yunqi and the concept of lofty detachment. How could he possibly resist embracing such a great opportunity? It was only right and proper for one's husband to seek justice. So, like a living Yen Wang, young Master Su pointed at people one by one like a game. Who hadn't seen death before? It was only Pei Yenchu who treated him like a delicate flower, insisting on pulling him aside and meting out punishment somewhere out of sight. With one hand holding Su Yunqi, Pei Yenchu took the handkerchief and carefully wiped every corner of the throne of Nanjing. All the tyrannical princes who had once oppressed Jiang Jishu could only see their cherished imperial seat given away as a present in their final moments. Boring. So does Daiyuryu want to sit on Jinling's golden throne? Big brother can have them add more cushions. Forget it then. He hadn't come here for some broken imperial authority, it was entirely just to save face for Jiang Jishu. Anyway, what was good about being an emperor? Waking up to piles of documents every day. If Pei Yenchu hadn't promised to take over South Jin after the matter was settled, Su Yunqi wouldn't have agreed to be this nominal emperor at all. Su Yunqi refused to bring anyone along. While Pei Yenchu was busy dealing with trivial matters, he sneaked out. He wanted to visit his mother. Jiang Shouming cared about appearances, so he ultimately buried her in the imperial tomb. However, Jiang Jishu had never left the cold palace since childhood, and he truly didn't know where his mother was. Very quiet. The guards originally stationed there had long since run away. Su Yunqi knelt before each grave in turn. By the time he reached the furthest one back, he got a feeling that it should be here. Unfortunately, he had already forgotten his mother's name and could only wipe away the dust on the tombstone bit by bit with his sleeve, trying hard to recognize it. Empress Shaoxian, Su Xiaigui. Su Yunqi froze for several seconds. Why was it called Su Xiaigui too? Was it his mother? No, Jiang Jishu was himself. So, the unyielding obsession in his heart had silently been protecting him from the very beginning. Regardless of the past or present, no matter the place. His eyes felt a little wet. Su Yunqi moved closer, pressing his face against the epitaph of Su Tsigui. He helplessly rubbed it, longing for his mother, wishing she were here, she who had never seen him in his reborn glory and had no idea how he crushed all those arrogant villains beneath his feet. Little Qi had grown up now. No one dared to bully Little Qi anymore. Pei Yenchu hurried to look for him. His hurried steps paused when he caught sight of a droopy little butterfly perched by the grave with bent legs, looking fragile as a dream. Daiyuryu, why do you always sneak off like this? Good Daiyuryu, your face is dirty, let big brother wipe it clean. Su Yunqi didn't respond, his eyes lowered as he immersed himself in his own world. Pei Yenchu slowly crouched down beside him, silently accompanying him. He had already noticed some peculiarities about Su Yunqi, but none of that mattered. Daiyuryu was just too sad, so let him hide. It was enough knowing where he hides. Stupid Daiyuryu, didn't we say you should find me whenever you're unhappy? You're not listening at all. Pei Yenchu took out an old hairpin, slightly worn, from his pocket and showed it before his eyes. Good Daiyuryu, see what this is. A flash of light passed through his vision, startling Su Yunqi into widening his eyes before leaping forward toward Pei Yenchu. It's mine. Gimme. Ah, alright, it's yours, you naughty kid. Pei Yenchu picked him up, then wiped the dirt off his face and kissed him firmly. Let's go home with big brother. Coming back to reality, Su Yunqi clutched onto the last thing Su Tsigui left him, attempting to climb back to her grave. Daiyuryu, I'll send someone to respectfully bring her home. The imperial tomb is damp, your body is weak, if you stay longer, you'll fall sick. That's not what your mother would have wanted. Humph, HMPF. Speechless, Su Yunqi watched himself being forcibly lured away from the imperial tomb step by step, rebellion rising once again in his heart. Let me go. I can walk myself. Pei Yenchu understood his tantrum clearly, it was a lesson needing to be taught. Just like spoiled kids, throwing fits and rolling around. Slap. Through the cloak, he raised his hand with false bravado, making a muffled sound, followed by lightly pinching him. Su Yunqi immediately calmed down. Big brother. We'll play on the carriage ride back. Right now, it's windy outside. Hee hee. Su Yunqi knew Pei Yenchu would spoil him. Contentedly hooking onto the other person's neck, he affectionately rubbed himself against him. Even if the sky fell, his brother Chu would still be there. Su Yunqi was no longer the unloved child. Big brother, I think there's something I forgot to tell you. What is it? Did I ever tell you, actually we're unrelated originally, it's all because I'm the scum. Fooled you. It's all premeditated by Daiyuryu long ago, so big brother, you can only belong to Daiyuryu forever. Pei Yenchu sighed helplessly, lowering his head to gaze at the silly kid whose eyes darted mischievously. He had guessed long ago, but since Daiyuryu was proud of it, he'd humor him. So how about you, Daiyuryu? Pei Yenchu didn't expect much of anything good, just asking casually. Su Yunqi flipped over with great effort, lying on Pei Yenchu's shoulder, his hand reaching out to touch the other's Adam's apple. Big brother isn't being serious. Didn't Daiyuryu already say? Premeditated for long. Su Yunqi laughed, his clear laughter echoing as the autumn breeze gently lifted the window curtain, trying to intrude on their happiness between glances. But it quickly retreated as though hearing something, covering its ears in panic, leaving behind faint whispers. Stupid big brother. A naturally could only be yours, big brother. Because right from the beginning, Dayudiyu came for big brother alone. The window was locked, as if no one else could spy on their joy anymore. The carriage grew further and further away, people could only see the traces it left behind. Winter arrived as expected, snow accompanied their farewell, and they held hands welcoming spring yet again. The arrogant emperor reverses the world. Officially concluded. Chapter 147, Epilogue 1. Su Yunqi's dream of becoming a carefree slacker was real. Pei Yanchu's strong support for his dream was also very real. So little Su baby simply threw up his hands and lay in bed, unwilling to even attend the coronation ceremony. After all, he didn't want to bother with such a troublesome event. How could this be allowed? It certainly couldn't. Pei Yanchu had been planning for 3 or 4 months and had finally chosen an excellent day at the beginning of spring. Now, no matter what, he wanted to entice Su Yunqi into getting excited about it. Sweetie, it won't be very troublesome. Just try it on. Look how beautiful this dress is. Su Yunqi, who had taken over the emperor's bedroom, was lying on the bed, swinging his legs back and forth, making jingling sounds. No, it looks so heavy. Baby boy, when you ascend the platform in front of the civil and military officials in a few days, would brother carry you there? You only have to enjoy the scenery, alright? I'm bored with looking. Little Chi darling, promise brother that you'll cooperate a little, and I'll give you a pass to leave the palace. Achi Chio Chio, just listen for a bit. Try the clothes first, I promise, after we get married, we'll play fewer times. You have some nerve to say that. Pei Yanchu, you're a big bad guy. You use my feelings for you and never run out of things from the bedside table. But brother loves you. Achi Chio Chio is too cute, and I can't help myself. I want a taste, and then another taste. You shouldn't. Kiss everywhere. Sweet baby, Achi Chio Chio, pity brother, please. Just cooperate a little in a few days. I guarantee it won't be much trouble, and after the wedding, you can do whatever you want. Su Yunqi rested his chin in his hand, feeling extremely dismissive inside. He was originally doing whatever he pleased, except during certain times and places where he really had to hand over the initiative to Pei Yanchu. I'll think about it, humph. Pei Yanchu silently made a note in his mind and then smiled with a curl of his lips. Brother knows, Achi Chio Chio is the best. Every time Su Yunqi was tortured to exhaustion, he couldn't figure out why Pei Yanchu liked seeing him turned into a little fool. A bit perverted, but he chose not to comment. And Pei Yanchu harbored a grudge deep down. Every time Su Yunqi deliberately caused trouble and tested his patience, he would quietly make a note and later release his frustration accordingly. A Chi was his beloved wife and also his unteachable stubborn child. But he just loved her prideful spirit and couldn't help himself. On their wedding day, Su Yunqi fell dead asleep and let the head maid dress him up fully before being escorted out. Your Highness, can you lift your head properly? Su Yunqi was so drowsy he couldn't open his eyes. He didn't know how much he regretted agreeing with Pei Yanchu on staging this event. They woke him up way before dawn to start dressing him, utterly insane. He barely managed to straighten his neck for them to place the phoenix crown. Wait, phoenix crown. Su Yunqi's eyes widened as he immediately looked down at his lavish palace attire. Damn it, Pei Yanchu, you sly man, you never mentioned it was a woman's outfit. Your Highness, it's improper, truly improper. The maid saw him abruptly standing up and rushed forward to calm him. The emperor instructed that nothing should go wrong today, Your Highness, so please. Nurse, do I look pretty? Su Yunqi smugly kicked his leg and spun around in one spot. Wow, a large skirt, a bright red large skirt, good looking indeed. He must be the most beautiful little phoenix in the world, yes, absolutely. Nope, Pei Yanchu needs to see this soon, otherwise once the rouge wears off, he might not see this perfect version of me. The maids, who were left several steps behind by Su Yunqi, stared wide-eyed at the prince. They couldn't keep up with his erratic thinking and hurried to chase after him. Your Highness, Your Highness. You haven't put on the red veil yet. I don't want it. It blocks my vision. Su Yunqi resisted wearing the piece of cloth, but unfortunately, he couldn't persuade the older nurses, so he obediently sat in the sedan chair and let them cover him. He could only see his toes, nothing else. How detestable, why should Pei Yanchu get away with it while he has to suffer? It's unfair, he must dress in women's clothing once like this as well, or else he'd miss out. But wait, what if Pei Yanchu ends up looking better than him? Wouldn't that be even more of a loss? Forget it, it's probably better if I stay alone looking this good. Su Yunqi's thoughts were chaotic as he absent-mindedly played with the jade and carnelian bracelet on his wrist. It was impossible not to feel nervous. First, he had never been married, second, he had never married an emperor, and third, he had never attended a real traditional Chinese wedding. The bracelet turned round and round on his wrist, the carnelian beads wrapped in gold thread shaking restlessly with Su Yunqi's movements. He was carefully set down on the ground. No good, he felt a bit short of breath, it seemed like he wasn't quite ready yet. Could he still run away from this marriage? In the secluded spot, little Sue's teeth were chattering. A corner of the sedan curtain was lifted, and shortly after, a hand extended to take his own. He mustn't speak, otherwise, his voice would tremble as soon as he opened his mouth, and he'd be laughed at for life by this person. Pei Yenchu had been worried all night long but looked extremely spirited. Clearly, he hadn't slept much. He had even meticulously mapped out every possible mishap that might arise. What if little Sue threw a tantrum upon waking up, or got upset when realizing they changed into a dress, trying to undress and pull out their hairpins, or simply refusing to wear the bridal veil due to disliking darkness? Pei Yenchu planned perfect solutions tailored to Su Yunqi's character. After waiting for hours, standing on tiptoe to observe from the high platform, he finally saw the guards leading the procession ahead. Pei Yenchu couldn't suppress the corners of his lips turning upwards. Excited, his hands trembled, and then he took large strides down the high platform to personally lift the sedan curtain. Little Sue was well behaved, sitting quietly in the broad sedan awaiting him to come pick him up. Why was he being so quiet today, not saying a word, as if he were a puppet doll? As Pei Yenchu held his hand, he suddenly noticed the unusual dampness of little Sue's palm. Ah, how could it be compliance? Clearly, it was because of fear. My clumsy baby, you're scared to marry your brother, what a little coward. At this moment, Pei Yenchu had a mischievous idea. He didn't carry Su Yunqi, instead, he merely held his hand and led him step by step up the high platform. Brother. Su Yunqi couldn't keep up the act anymore, his shoes were peculiar. If it weren't for Pei Yenchu holding him, he would have fallen. I want to be carried. You clearly promised me that. Will you be a good boy tonight? Yes. Pei Yenchu chuckled lightly and placed a hand on Su Yunqi's waist before sweeping him up effortlessly. The tail of the phoenix gown swirled in the air, drawing a stunning arc just as the sun illuminated the scene brightly, casting dazzling brilliance. Su Yunqi gave a low cry, his face partially revealed as the veil was blown up by the wind, hanging loosely over the phoenix crown. That morning, the nurse had stealthily applied some powder while he was catching up on sleep. Since he already had an androgynous appearance, now with reddened eyes and a flower emblem painted between his brows, he appeared all the more like a shy, blushing new queen awaiting her marriage. Seeing this, Pei Yenchu's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately removed the bridal veil covering Su Yunqi's forehead and used it to properly conceal him again. What are you doing? Am I not pretty? The young queen flared up and was about to argue when she heard a low murmur. Dutu, brother doesn't want to behave properly today. If you don't stay quiet, I'll let you play around for another hour. Dutu is so beautiful. I don't want others to see. Dutu belongs only to brother, to be my treasure alone. Humph. That was decent enough. Su Yunqi was satisfied, leaning his head against Pei Yenchu's shoulder while looking at the train of his gown, partially covering the imperial robe behind him. They intertwined as they passed every single stairway. Phoenix soaring, phoenix perched on the phoenix tree. Yong Yong Jiejie, blessings and prosperity follow. Chapter 148, Epilogue 2. Pei Yenchu. You beast, pervert, hooligan, lunatic. Su Yunqi cursed him with every dirty word he could think of for 8 lifetimes, but he couldn't help but feel uneasy under Pei Yenchu's predatory gaze. He shrank into the corner of the bed, biting a small handkerchief, afraid to make a sound. Dirty man, all you think about is that kind of thing. As soon as you finished fooling around with those ministers, you rushed straight to the chieftain palace without hesitation. Don't you know you can't rush good things? I haven't even had enough time in this skirt. The wedding scarf was already carelessly tossed aside by the impatient little empress. He was slowly crawling under the bed, keeping a watchful eye on the interested expression on the other's face. Good baby, are you playing hide-and-seek with big brother? Pei Yenchu. It's not even dark yet. Su Yunqi got flustered by his teasing and started shouting in anger. Lose some energy, my dear. Don't worry, the maids and eunuchs of Chiefeng Hall have gone to drink wine. No one will disturb us. Pei Yenchu still smelled faintly of alcohol. Sitting on the bed, he leisurely poured 2 cups of the ceremonial wine. Come here, sweetie. Is it not what you want on this grand occasion? Su Yunqi crossed his arms and squinted at Pei Yenchu for scrutiny. It's not that he didn't want to, he was just scared. This madman had been holding back, always testing him with little tricks. Now, he had become nothing more than an appetizer right before Pei Yenchu's eyes. How could he not be scared? Even in normal times, he could barely handle it, and now they were about to get real. He wanted to go on a honeymoon outside the palace, not stay cooped up in bed. Wah! Pei Yenchu, fearing he hadn't prepared well enough, secretly consulted Ling Ran beforehand. Until the other reciprocated with a packet of medicine. Sweet tasting, not harmful to the body, very effective, specifically designed for treating stubborn little princes who act shy but aren't. Didn't you promise to listen to Big Brother, sweetie? With a pouty mouth and sulking face, Su Yunqi threw himself into his arms. No worries. He would seize the opportunity to lay down the law and plot his way to survive. What was this? Tasted so good. Held by Pei Yenchu, Su Yunqi stacked his hands together, drinking down an entire cup of wine without any suspicion. He licked his lips, still wanting more. Big brother, won't you drink? Unaware of the impending calamity, the little Prince Su pushed and urged Pei Yenchu to drink quickly. After waiting so long, why would he agree to let their wedding end with a hitch like this? Pei Yenchu suddenly smiled, which unnerved Su Yunqi. Do you really want Big Brother to drink? Hurry up. Alright, Big Brother will do as you wish. At first, Su Yunqi grinned smugly, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. Big Brother. By the way, the rabbits in the garden are going to give birth. I should go take a look. Realizing something wasn't right, he tried to stand up and retreat, but unfortunately, his legs turned weak. He lost balance, tumbled, and fell sitting on the ground. His eyes gradually became vacant. Su Yunqi shook his head. He felt like he was flying in the sky, light and floating. Good little sweetie, poor baby, you don't know how to walk anymore. Pei Yenchu picked up the dizziness-relieving packet from the floor and slowly took off all the golden hairpins on his head. Bro. Brother. Fainting. Su Yunqi hummed softly, feeling a bit uncomfortable and restless. Pei Yenchu's desire flared up, taking his time peeling the layers, just like carefully unwrapping a piece of candy. They said this drug was actually smuggled by Ling Qi from the Red Fragrance Pavilion, but later discovered by the vigilant Ling Ran. When it finally reached his hands, only this small packet remained. Ling Ran was indeed. The newly acquired red silk fabric suited the joyful occasion perfectly. It was scarlet and slightly transparent, making her wrist look even prettier when wrapped around it, appearing subtle and seductive. These little feet were quite naughty, liking to kick when excited. The sleeping quarters of Chifeng Palace had been remodeled by artisans under his supervision. The phoenix tails on both sides of the canopy bed could hold not only curtains but also other items. Little sweetheart was crying again. To celebrate the marriage of the Emperor and Empress, treasures sent from the southern border regions had included some secret goodies hidden within them. Although he normally hated to hurt little sweetheart, today was different. He drank, and it was little sweetheart who insisted he drink. He was just drunk. Big brother. Big brother. Su Yunqi pleaded softly. Extremely sensitive, he originally thought he'd fall unconscious, but instead, he became increasingly alert. Pei Yenchu. If you dare, kill me. Bad man, cha. If this was what the little sweetheart requested, then let it happen. Su Yunqi was now too embarrassed to even cry, his small mouth drawing in short breaths as he tried to console himself. This was the husband he had chosen himself. At this age, there wasn't much else he could do about it. Surely, he couldn't ask him to be castrated just because he couldn't handle it. Pei Yenchu, please don't. His bottom lip quivered, and he felt tears threatening to fall again. Be a good boy. Pei Yenchu had never been so satisfied. He briefly recalled his personal grudge list, and began a new round of harsh retribution. For Pei Yenchu, moments like these were fleeting. At that moment, he knelt by the bed, looking completely content as he coaxed the little crying bundle who was sulking on the bed. For 3 whole days, if Pei Yenchu hadn't retained a shred of humanity by feeding him digestible soups at regular intervals, Su Yunqi would have surely died right there on the bed. Sweetie, Big Brother knows he's wrong, really. Su Yunqi weakly slapped him across the face. Pei Yenchu paid no mind, leaning down to rub against the palm of his hand, before proudly admiring the marks he had left behind. Water baby. As soon as those words escaped his lips, another slap full of anger flew toward him. For 7 entire days, Su Yunqi didn't give Pei Yenchu a single kind look, only relenting slightly when he finally regained enough strength to climb around. Dear, come over here, quickly. Hearing this, Pei Yenchu eagerly shuffled closer. Su Yunqi's pen paused mid-stroke, and his eye twitched wildly. I can't draw, you do it. Yes, just in this grid, above the shoulders will do. Although Pei Yenchu had no idea what Su Yunqi was up to, he obediently sketched portraits of both of them. He handed the brush back to Su Yunqi, then secretly wrapped an arm around his body with his large sleeve. Leaning down, he gazed at the paper as it gradually filled with details. Name, gender, date of birth. Su Yunqi massaged his wrist lightly, fearing he might make a mistake. So he wrote carefully. The ink had dried. Gently stroking the collaborative portrait, he folded the thin paper in half and inscribed 3 big characters. What is this, sweetie? A DIY marriage certificate from little Su. Su Yunqi gently blew on the 2 papers in his hands and handed the one marked Pei Yenchu to the other side. It's sort of like a wedding contract but not quite. Anyway, having this means you're my husband. Regardless of whether Pei Yenchu understood or not, Su Yunqi enthusiastically flipped open the pages, wanting to further admire his artistic talents. Gimme back. You already have yours, why are you trying to take mine? Pei Yenchu's eyes sparkled. He swiftly snatched the piece from little Su's hands, carefully folding it together with his own copy and tucking it securely into his robe. Big Brother will keep it safe for you, so you won't lose it. Pei Yenchu. You really are, you're just. Su Yunqi laughed despite his frustration. His speech faltered as he threw a punch, but soon afterward, he suddenly hugged Pei Yenchu tightly. The restless and joyful emotions in Pei Yinchu's heart gradually settled as he smiled softly, slowly burying his head in the neck of the one he loved. Everything he ever wanted was now fulfilled. The proud little butterfly had finally willingly stopped to rest on his enchanting flower, without any regrets. End. Chapter 149, Ling Qi's Record of Being Broken. I am called Ling Qi. Yes, it is a very strange name, so strange that when I was learning to recognize words as a child, it always got mixed up with the word Ran for our master. I originally thought this was the name given to me by my master. After all, he had saved me and spared me from being sold by human traffickers into the palace to become a eunuch. But later, I learned that the master specially sought out this name for me. Ling Ran, starting today, you will be responsible for him. With just a light sentence, the master sent me to the secret pavilion. Of course, it was also the path I chose myself. After all, I wanted to do something for the master, so enduring any hardship was fine. Okay, fine. I take back what I said earlier. It seems I haven't really endured much hardship at all, instead, I've been having quite a blast. Ling Ran has a high status in the secret pavilion, and others have to respectfully address him, but all I need to do is call out, Master, with no formalities whatsoever. The master is the best person in the world, oops, second best after the master himself. Those undercover guards who have trained me say I'm naturally suited for this line of work. They often praise me before the master, saying I quickly acquire skills and will surpass them within a few years. Hearing those compliments makes me feel incredibly happy, so I specifically went to ask the master for a reward. I extended my hand and asked for candy. How old are you now, still fond of such things? The master always mocks me like this, but does it matter? He's still the one who sews my clothes and tidies my bed. As I grew older, there were fewer and fewer undercover guards in the secret pavilion who could beat me. Feeling triumphant, I immediately set off full of fighting spirit to challenge the master. Little Qi, you want to fight me? What if you lose? I don't quite understand his meaning. After all, sparring between undercover guards is normal, why would I need to bet something against him? All according to master's orders. I said these words with full confidence. And then, that's where everything stopped. Little Qi, overconfidence leads to failure. Someone suddenly slapped my behind and used their knee to press against my waist, quietly reprimanding me. I couldn't move, pinned down, feeling utterly humiliated and too embarrassed to face anyone. Little Qi. Do you intend to cheat? The master is a blockhead, a big blockhead. Didn't he see how flustered I already was? And yet he insists on coming closer to shame me even more. You're crying. I quickly covered my eyes, stood up, and wanted to run away. Suddenly, something sweet was stuffed into my mouth. I bit it a few times and pitifully looked up at Ling Ran, who was half a head taller than me. From now on, call me brother. Alright. Little Qi doesn't cry. It's normal to lose to your elder brother. Honestly, I think the master should just shut up if he can't console me properly. The moment he opened his mouth, I was completely broken. You. Little Qi, I'm running out of patience, if you keep crying, no more candy. Yuck. Since then, the relationship between us two changed. Although Ling Ran claims to be patient, he's still as good to me as ever. He always cares about me and takes me out for extra treats, resulting in me gaining several pounds and trying all sorts of methods to lose weight. That day was the first time I received a mission. Our master ordered the killing of an official, requiring us to fake his death due to fear of crime. Isn't that simple? It should be easy as pie. Unfortunately, the master didn't trust me enough to go alone and insisted on following me. Fine, this time, I must wipe away my disgrace and show him what I can do. Pfft. Show him my stuff. Never again will I set such goals for myself. Who knew this corrupt official would have private soldiers chasing me relentlessly? Fortunately, with the master around, my life would certainly have been lost without him. Ling Ran took care of the mess I made. With swift movements, he eliminated the people and led me away. The journey was silent. Honestly, I knew it was my fault, after all, it was because of my restless nature that almost ruined the plan. Brother. Shut up. Dead end, the master was angry, terrifyingly so. I had never seen Ling Ran get mad before, but alas, now I've witnessed it. Tremblingly, I followed him like a little wife, looking down all the way. Until I realized we were getting further and further off course, only then did I realize Ling Ran had brought me into a sinister place. The undercover guards guarding the sides withdrew one after another, then suddenly Ling Ran roughly grabbed my wrist and dragged me into the torture chamber. The smell of blood was overwhelming, causing my face to pale in terror. Helplessly, I looked at Ling Ran whose expression remained inscrutable. Get on yourself. His expression was cold as he picked a whip from the wall and began tapping its handle against his palm. Thud after thud, my heart quivered with fear. Shao Qi, take off your clothes and lie down on it. I had never been this scared before. In the secret pavilion, there are many rules, but no one intentionally torments others. Besides, I've always been sweet-talking and skillful, so no one would punish me this way. Don't make me personally tie you down. Seeing no escape, I trembled as I took off my clothes, then lay face down on the punishment rack, baring my back. The master deceived me. I thought I'd followed his orders, yet here he was tying me up with ropes and stuffing a thick cloth into my mouth to silence me. I couldn't scream, so I struggled to turn around and look at him. All I wanted was to beg for mercy. I knew I was wrong, and I promised that next time I wouldn't be so impetuous. Crack. The whip struck my back suddenly, making me shiver all over and break out in cold sweat. Crack. It was unbearable. The pain was too much. My eyes welled with tears, and I turned my head toward him, only to see his cold face hidden in the shadows. 3 lashes, 4, 5. I felt like I was dying of pain. Pale-faced, my limbs were tied tightly, leaving me immobile like an animal being mercilessly whipped. Ling Ran's strikes were ruthless. He didn't spare any consideration for our past connections, and he brought out my stubborn nature through sheer force. Fine, hit me to death. Who cares? Anyway, I'll never want to see him again. There must have been more than 10 lashes, and because it was my first punishment, I couldn't endure it and fainted limp on Ling Ran's shoulder after the ropes were untied. If I hadn't been so exhausted from the pain, I wouldn't even let myself touch him in the slightest way. Xiao Qi, apply the medicine. When I woke up in bed, I ignored him completely, letting him mumble to himself while tending to my injuries. As soon as the powdered medicine touched my bleeding wounds, I screamed in agony and tried to recoil, but he pinned my legs down with his knee, forcing the treatment upon me. Xiao Qi, you don't need to attend training these few days. Rest and recover. He received no response from me, hesitated for a moment, and left on his own. What a cruel and evil person. I'd definitely ask our master for clemency. I refused to follow Ling Ran anymore. In the following days, I never saw Ling Ran's figure. Perhaps he felt guilty, so he didn't dare come to me. That must be the reason. But for half a month, that bastard never visited my quarters, not even during medication changes. He ordered other undercover guards to assist instead. What does he mean by this? Oh, so he thinks I'll just keep serving him forever, right? He thinks he can beat and scold me however he likes, doesn't he? Right, what am I but one of the countless undercover guards under his command? Am I worth even a second glance from him? The more I thought about it, the angrier I became, so I stormed furiously into his room, intending to sever ties with him once and for all. Ling Ran had been unconscious for 3 days. Other undercover guards said that because of that night's events, Ling Ran knelt before the master the very next day, voluntarily asking for punishment and taking full responsibility. The master originally intended to dig deeper, but when he learned the main culprit had already subjected themselves to severe torture by their own hands, he remained silent and let them deal with the matter themselves. Chapter 150, Ling Qi's Defense-Breaking Record 2. The wounds on Ling Ran's back couldn't compare to mine. It wasn't until this moment that I realized he was trying to save me. And he had even held back for my sake. Realizing all of this, I completely broke down, sobbing like I had lost both parents as I knelt by the bed. This successfully scared off a group of undercover guards. Then, my dear older brother woke up from the commotion. Ling Qi, stop crying. Wow, brother, it's my fault that you've become this way. How could I have dared to be angry with you? I'm such a fool. Wow. Ling Qi, you're disturbing my rest. I felt utterly humiliated and immediately wiped away my tears, tending to him as if he were my father. Although it seems I don't actually have one. Ling Ran is truly incredible, he has never taken my occasional bad temper seriously. He even sleeps separately in the same bed with me. After that day, I swore that I would listen to brother and absolutely not stubbornly argue with him anymore. Our relationship was like it had been elevated to an entirely new level. Sometimes when I lost my appetite due to the heat, he would even feed me spoonfuls of food. Oh heavens, so this is what it's like to have an older brother who cares for you. How lucky am I, Ling Qi, to encounter someone as wonderful as him. There was a new young master around our lord. And let me tell you, this guy is really skilled at switching his demeanor. What was his name again? Oh right, Song Huai. In front of the lord, he acted like a soft and adorable kitten, but when he talked to me, he was unbearable, annoying in every sentence he spoke, none of which I wanted to hear. Damn, the lord ordered me and Ling Ran to keep an eye on him, preventing any trouble from happening. Alright then, even though dark guards are expendable, watching over this little noble shouldn't be too hard, right? Sigh, this young lord is actually kind of cute. He's soft and gentle all over, with a sweet smile. He also boasts about his martial arts skills. Well, that's true, apart from brother, no one in the entire dark chamber dares to compete with me for second place anymore. This young lord, however, isn't bad at all. We became friends, the close, intimate kind. But it seems brother doesn't like it because whenever I mention Song Huai during meals, he gives me a cold face and tells me to stop talking. So what? I just enjoy playing and teasing with him. Play what, huh? Never mind, I'm so annoyed, I can't believe this guy lured me to a brothel. I'm just an innocent little dark guard, I haven't kissed anyone or held hands, but now there are suddenly so many women around me, and it's terrifying. Song Huai, you audacious bastard, how did I not see it before? You're a playboy. And you're handling yourself as comfortably in this environment as if you belonged here. I got suffocated by all the powder and perfume scents and scrambled out. Then, I chose to continue guarding him outside. People shouldn't do things against their conscience. I didn't dare look at the Lord's face. I immediately went limp on the ground like a puddle of mud, only able to feel a bit of warmth after Ling Ran came out and dragged me away. Perhaps today is the day I die. With vacant eyes, I was locked inside by Ling Ran, unable to move a single step outside. Actually, I can see his anger is no less than the Lord's. Well, being killed by brother isn't that bad either. After all, brother has raised me for so many years, and I couldn't just hand myself over to another person, could I? Drink it. Brother tossed a packet of medicine powder into a teapot right in front of me, stirred it carelessly with his finger, and handed it over to me with a gloomy face. To be honest, I'm really scared. I'm not nearly as composed as I appear. I don't want to die yet, I still want to live. Hurry up and drink it. The Grim Reaper was coming closer with its sickle, mist swirling in my eyes. I couldn't clearly make out Ling Ran's expression. Still, brother took action. Seeing my refusal to obey, he snatched the teapot from my hands and forcibly pried open my mouth. Wave after wave of hot liquid poured down my throat, causing me to cough violently. He patted my back while still forcing more of the liquid down. Grieving in despair, I recovered some strength and lunged toward him, hitting and punching him. Anyway, I'm going to die, might as well vent some anger before I go. Why does he get to be my executioner? Ling Ran didn't resist, standing there letting me beat him. His face was still sour, though. But as I continued to hit him, I started to lose energy. Wait, judging by the knowledge the old master once imparted to me. Holy crap, I've definitely been dosed with Chinese medicine. And it's aphrodisiacs, too. Ling Ran dragged my body, throwing me onto the bed before straddling over me. He ripped apart my sash, coat, undergarments, and underwear in one swift motion. Then, in my terrified gaze, he discarded my underclothes, shoes, and foot coverings to the floor. Wait. Brother, please leave me one piece of clothing. I pressed against my undergarments and retreated, not understanding why Ling Ran wanted to take off my clothes. I'm just dealing with Chinese medicine, I can handle it myself, so why does he have to do all these strange things to me? Ling Ran's expression clearly became even stranger than before. He grabbed my foot and dragged me back, then took out the medicine from his pocket and continued to pour it into my mouth. Damn, this is forced feeding, truly. I'm about to choke to death. The effects of the medicine doubled instantly, leaving me limp on the pillow with a face flushed red. Little Chi. Who am I? Ling Ran leaned close to my ear, softly asking. Big. Brother. Brother, save me, I feel terrible. Quick, get me a doctor, why are you still playing this guess who I am game? Your little brother is burning up here. I couldn't bear the discomfort and tried reaching down, but my big brother had his own ideas. Hell, he also pulled off my undergarments. What does he think he's doing, heavens above? I tried struggling and turning to look at him, but before I could speak, an excruciating pain nearly took my life. My mind went blank as I collapsed into despair, screaming helplessly. I mustered some strength and kicked wildly at Ling Ran, but he was prepared. Little Chi, brother will only make you hurt once. Learn your lesson. Afterward, following brother won't lead to you being treated unfairly. My defenses crumbled in that moment. To hell with it, no unfair treatment. But unfortunately, the medicine had hit me too hard. As soon as I flipped over, my body swayed, landing right back into his clutches like a fish into the net. Perhaps I cried too loudly, and Ling Ran kissed my cheeks, comforting me. I didn't want his comfort, I hated him deeply. I thought of him as a brother. Yet he viewed me as a woman. I'll kill him, I must kill him. Wailing endlessly. For 2 whole hours, the effects of the medicine on my body had long worn off. It was just my inability to resist that allowed Ling Ran to take advantage further. It felt like I was splitting apart. That dead donkey. Little Chi, do you still want to kill brother? He appeared completely calm, as though showing no regret for what he'd done. Kill. Yes, let's do it again. That night almost turned into my nightmare. Later, I developed a high fever. Ling Ran held me and fed me medicine. Any hint of defiance, and he would torment me. I was utterly afraid, not daring to resist, letting him manipulate me as he wished. Still, I'm young, with a good foundation in health. So when my wounds healed, I directly slung my bag over my shoulder and fled. My master didn't take my life, but he definitely handed me over to Ling Ran for punishment. Once I figured this out, naturally, running away seemed the best choice. After all, I can't beat Ling Ran. Staying here would only mean getting ridden forever, wouldn't it? Damn it, there's actually a real chance I might be ridden forever. I was wrong. I didn't escape in the end. I was caught halfway back by Ling Ran, bound hand and foot. Little Chi. Go away. You try killing me if you dare. Good. That evening, I suffered unbearable pain as if Ling Ran was intent on giving me a severe lesson. Brother. I beg you. To run. I won't run anymore. I was left gasping for air like a flickering wisp. Chi. Follow brother. I couldn't open my eyes, weary and curled up on the bed, secretly shedding tears. Chapter 151, Ling Chi's third breakdown record. Master spared my life. But now my life is in Ling Ran's hands. He can control everything about me. Young Master seems to be doing fine, at least not as wretched as I am. Master really spoils him, favoring him like no end. Hey, someone save me, get this person away from me quickly. I stood stiffly in place, looking down at him clinging to me, not daring to move an inch. I broke down, completely and utterly. He must have noticed it, I know it. I suddenly felt that everything was meaningless, just extremely embarrassing. I couldn't hold back my tears, they were almost spilling over. Ling Ran's expression turned sour again. Now I finally understand why he wasn't happy. Because he was jealous. Brother, I'm in pain. Under his tutelage, I learned to show weakness, and he didn't press me any further. He took me away from all the trouble. I hate him. But I can't shake him off. Ling Ran is meticulous, he exempted me from daily training and started raising me like some delicate thing. Pfft. Trying to erode my will. I've always been a man of great ambition, I won't bow down. But, this bowl of pork knuckle is so good. The other secret guards can only watch me eat, Ling Ran hasn't touched me anymore. He helps with laundry, brings meals, makes the bed, adds clothes, even willingly gives me a back rub. In short, I live like a lord. I can't part with his kindness and the consideration he reserves only for me. So one night, while gnawing on the sugary candy he gave me, I timidly probed him. Brother, are we still good buddies? The moment the words came out, Ling Ran's eyes changed. That night, I paid the price for what I said. He locked me in the room, chaining my legs to keep me from struggling. But that jade stick was going to kill me. I was forced onto my knees on the bed, crying wildly until I finally apologized and confessed fault. I'll ask again. What are we? Husband and wife, wah. Damn husband who is gentle, cruel, hateful, and impossible to get rid of. It turns out novels aren't lying. People really can be tamed. Nowadays, whenever I see Ling Ran, I'm scared. As soon as he calls my name, I instinctively clench my buttocks. Why? I refuse to accept it. Just because he's eaten a few more years' worth of rice than me. Everyone else feels sorry for me, but only those dark guards who I couldn't subdue continue to bark at me like dogs. Long time no see, big brother-in-law. Go die, before you call me big brother-in-law, you better meet my fists first. Turns out, after being pampered and coddled, my physical strength improved. But immediately, my ass got into trouble. It was them who cursed me first. I was hung up, barely able to stand on tiptoe. What did they call you? Big brother-in-law. Ling Ran smiled with deep meaning. That day I didn't want to mention it again, almost wetting myself. Of course, my suffering wasn't for nothing. Those people were sent off to receive lashings straight away, the reason being deliberately causing discord within the group. Sigh, satisfying, serves them right for laughing at me. Ling Ran continues treating me like the pupil of his eye. He never minds washing my feet when I'm too lazy to do it before sleeping. He personally carries a bucket of water for me. After a while, naturally I became lazy about washing my own feet every day. I accept his kindness without hesitation since it's all owed to me, right? Why should he focus only on tormenting me? Spit. That's not even correct. If he doesn't focus on me, who else will he focus on? Does he plan to wash someone else's feet? So one bright morning, Buddy here had an epiphany. Geez, I'm a young lad. He has to take responsibility for me. And furthermore, we need to set some rules or I'll be at a disadvantage. I'm an action person, immediately bustling off to find Ling Ran, telling him that I've thought it through and decided to spend my whole life with him. Clearly, when Ling Ran heard these words from me, there was an instant spark in his eyes. How about this, we split it 50-50, first half of the month you're on top, second half, I'm on top. Look, how fair I am, everything is planned out already. Unfortunately, Ling Ran doesn't understand my goodwill. He laughed very loudly, as if mocking my overestimation. What are you doing? I can do it well too. Damn nasty man, his laugh drained nearly all my confidence. Ling Ran pinched my face. To be honest, he's not bad looking, he just looks a little intimidating. Shao Qi, you'd better beat your big brother first. Hey, he said it himself, if I beat him up, he has to let me dominate him. Fat chance. I still can't beat him, wah. It seems like all my resistance is just a joke to him, he always plays with me. He's gonna regret this, because I'm determined to get back at him for last time. Young master is the best, only he understands how I feel and knows all my grievances. Why do I have to be the one on bottom? What gives? Why, after putting in so much effort, am I still treated like a pancake being flipped over and over? I refuse this. I do not accept this. That day during the hunting encirclement, young master was stopped by Ling Ran from leaving. Actually, I could tell that Ling Ran was anxious too, but he had no choice but to follow the master's rules. But I'm not afraid anyway since master already gave me away to Ling Ran. Young master is indeed a kind person. When he saw me helping, he even said he would find me lots of good men. Hee hee. Shit, laughed too soon, I forgot that Ling Ran let me pin him down just to humor me. Looking at the grass before me, I shifted my sore hands behind me. Big brother. Let me explain. Shut up. You'll talk with another mouth tonight. Oh God, please help me. I've really lost my cool. Bro, I'm an unkillable cockroach. While I can still speak, I blabbered out everything, mentioning life and death and dragging Master into it. Okay, done talking. Now it's Ling Rant's turn to throw threats around. Alright, I admit it, this guy is tougher than me. The words coming out of his mouth alone make my scalp tingle. But so what? I can still bicker with him despite having a painfully sore ass. I swear, as long as I live, I will achieve my dream of pinning Big Brother down. Shao Qi's rambling notes end. Chapter 152, Chaotic Afterward. There were two incidents in Jinlin country that were widely talked about. The first was how Fuyao, the Prince of Nansur, ascended straight to power with the Emperor's authority and claimed the throne, becoming the new Emperor of Nansur. The second was when the new Emperor of Nansur was soon married off to their Jinlin Holy Emperor. Both events were more explosive than the last, but what could they do? They still gossiped and laughed as usual, while life became more and more comfortable. The young Empress liked to dress up in disguise and wander around. In truth, everyone knew it, but no one admitted it, for her noble aura and celestial charm were unmatched by others, which also explained why the Emperor was so eager to keep her hidden in a luxurious palace. Su Yunqi would occasionally carry out small reforms to improve people's livelihoods. Pei Yanchu was delighted to see him interfere in politics, sometimes even willingly sharing stacks of petitions for him to review together. Well, it seemed his dream of being lazy had been pushed even further away. No one, or perhaps no one dared, to object to Su Yunqi marrying Pei Yanchu. Except one person, Su Qiwen. That damn scumbag. Just as he finally returned to the capital after so long, he found his good friend had found another replacement. He couldn't take it anymore. Was this not simply playing with people? Didn't he know how stubborn this guy was? He just forcibly married someone. Now there was bound to be some dramatic love saga unfolding. With a heart full of indignation and disappointment, Su Qiwen rushed to the palace. He wanted to make Pei Yanchu snap out of it and also to meet this empress, who managed to bewitch the stubborn donkey's heart. In big strides, he entered the palace gate and marched all the way to Shifeng Hall. As soon as he poked his head out, he saw a little figure crouching over a big water vat, using their fingers to tease the fish. Su Qiwen. He felt that time was up. If he didn't grab hold of this one, this guy would absolutely slip into the vat. Su Yunqi was completely absorbed in his mission to save the fish. After all, his little red fish was about to be eaten by the little black one. Ah! The maidservants had been on edge ever since he left the sleeping chamber because the emperor was still in the diligence hall. The only person who could manage the young master hadn't returned yet. Prince, Prince. Just in time, amid the shrill screams, a large hand suddenly shot out and caught Su Yunqi, who had already sipped pool water. Cough, cough, cough. Su Qiwen lifted the little drenched chicken somewhat flirtatiously and then turned his head to scrutinize him. Indeed, there was an inexplicable feeling again. Su Yunqi's clothes were half wet, his spirit unsettled, he clung helplessly to Su Qiwen's body, trembling all over. He was merely afraid that this matter would once again be discovered by that serious husband-manager, in which case, he would undoubtedly have to endure another round of punishment. Su Qiwen hesitated before lightly patting his back. Prince, this isn't appropriate behavior, is it? All Su Yunqi could think of was finding himself a pillar of support. He looked pitifully at Su Qiwen. Brother, Brother. Your Highness, you've mistaken your identity. Wait, did anyone tell him that the Empress was supposed to be dumb? So, what was he doing now? Arguing with a fool. The maids knelt on the ground, not daring to look. After all, it was the royal family's private matters. Even if the young prince wanted to have an affair, they had no right to intervene. Although Su Qiwen said that, he didn't pull the person off himself. He walked forward a few steps and finally couldn't bear it anymore, so he carried the person back inside the hall. You tell your emperor, I am innocent. I only helped because I couldn't bear to see it. Su Qiwen placed the person down in the hall and hurriedly ran out. Of course, if he didn't run, he might be ensnared too. Su Yunqi smoothed his wet hair, took a deep breath, and quickly went to distribute silver. While there was still time, he had better bribe them, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to plug their mouths later. Where's Chunwan? Report to your highness, Chunwan is in the diligence hall. Su Yunqi fell silent, then collapsed on the ground in despair, not bothering to tidy up, nor allowing anyone to approach. What else could he do but play the pity card? Pei Yanchu knew leaving this delicate package alone in the bedroom was sure to cause trouble. He was both anxious and angry but restrained himself so as not to scare him. After Su Qiwen informed him, he happily followed the irate emperor to watch the drama unfold. Daodu. Su Qiwen. Brother, my legs feel weak. My head is dizzy. I want hugs. Su Qiwen. Pei Yanchu had no way with him and picked up the nearly half-dry pitiful little one from the ground, feeling quite heartbroken. Then, like shooing away a fly, he sent Su Qiwen off, who was still lingering around. I'll change Daodu's clothes first, you go out. Su Qiwen. After everyone left, Pei Yenchu changed his expression. Little devil. If you want your brother, let the maid call him. Jumping into the water vat, what do you think you're doing? Su Yunqi immediately pulled back his aggrieved look and threw his shoes at him. You didn't come to pick me up when I woke up. What, you expect me to come find you on my own? Pei Yenchu was so mad he laughed, picking him up by the collar and throwing him onto the bed to change. For being proud. The two immatures wrestled around and only settled after Su Yunqi made concessions regarding some secret conditions. Su Qiwen was full of questions. He sulked while squatting by the water vat, occasionally splashing the fish inside on purpose. Yenchu, I look down on you. When he saw Pei Yenchu carrying the substitute that looked flawless from every angle, he delivered a deep condemnation. Daodu, your brother is cursing me. Su Yunqi was speechless for a moment. He raised his head and rolled his eyes, warning him not to say nonsense. Complicated supernatural affairs were involved, so for the bigger picture, he didn't intend to break this facade. This suited Pei Yenchu's intentions too, as it ensured Daodu belonged solely to him, without any competition. What should Big Brother say? Big Brother is about to become an unforgivable disloyal person. Su Yunqi's face showed perplexity. Since he didn't want to be the scapegoat, he'd better just keep sour in the future. He swiftly jumped off Pei Yenchu and dashed into Su Qiwen's arms in small steps. Brother Daodu likes you. Su Yunqi. Oh, your highness. The fire in Pei Yenchu's heart flared, and he rushed forward to grab the unfiltered brat, but Su Qiwen instead found delight in it. Your highness, you like me even though you recognize me. How interesting this little thing was, although a bit overly familiar, making him suspect something might be off upstairs. He got seriously ill when he was young, maybe seeing someone familiar triggered it. Brother Achu bullied me. Taking advantage of the situation, Su Yunqi pouted, pouring oil on the fire expertly. Get down, no more leaning on others. Despite considering brotherly ties, Su Qiwen reluctantly pulled the person down and stuffed him back into the other's arms. Bro. Su Yunqi's mouth was covered, looking up at the dark face above. On. That, be kinder, after all, growing up hasn't been easy. Su Yunqi. He froze instantly, then looked at the seemingly benevolent good man with disbelief. Poor thing when you think about it, capital was destroyed by you, and he was forcibly brought over, also ending up somewhat mentally incapacitated. Su Yunqi's fists clenched tighter. Well, it's been 10 years. If you think this is what you want, consider me never having come today. Pei Yenchu pressed down on his neck to prevent struggling, maintaining a serene appearance as he exchanged banter with Su Qiwen. Su Yunqi bit his shoulder. Alright, Yenchu, I'm rushing back to see my wife and kids. Su Qiwen was parched, seeing that nothing seemed amiss with his spirit state, he wanted to leave. On his departure, he suddenly remembered his identity and bowed obsequiously. Minister respectfully takes his leave. Finally, Su Xiaojun successfully obtained a parting smile curse from Pei Yenchu and turned away contentedly, still fanning the flames as he went. Your Majesty must watch carefully, or if another handsome man appears next time, your precious one will fly away. His voice faded further, yet Su Yunqi's eyes grew more sincere. I'll say it beforehand, he talks nonsense. You know I don't have those feelings. Daodu. Hee. Pei Yenchu touched the bracelet on his wrist and smirked. Dumb and mischievous, loves bullying at home. He swore he was just trying to tease a bit when the other felt guilty, but unexpectedly received a lonely in the empty room package deal. Your Highness, the Emperor has been blocked outside the palace hall for 3 days. Has he admitted his mistake? The Emperor just had the walls of Shifeng Hall torn down. It said that the feng shui isn't too good, not conducive to the peace of the harem. Su Yunqi was at a loss for words. He rested his cheek on his palm and looked at Pei Yenchu who had, boldly, stormed in. After all the palace maids retreated from the hall, this person immediately dropped their pretense of dignity and began fawning over him like crazy. Hey! Su Yunqi hooked his chin with his finger, carefully inspecting the bad man in front of him, who was obviously trying to lure him subtly like a peacock showing off. Hurry up, it's been 3 days. I'm already craving. Pei Yenchu succeeded, quickly rushing forward after rising. Young Lord Su leaned by the bedside and sipped the tea afterward. Sigh, ignoring Pei Yenchu's face aside. Okay, completely impossible to ignore. Hee. Chapter 153, Bonus Chapter. Su Yunqi was not really the kind of flawless great person everyone thought he was, after all, he was super ultra revengeful. And if his enemy lived better than him, he would suffer from restless sleep. It was a bright spring day, sunny and warm with a pleasant breeze blowing and everything looking lush. The ever-restless Crown Prince Su casually wandered out of the palace through his face value, then sat in his exclusive carriage and wanted to visit a sugar water shop outside for something new. The food in the palace was good, but Pei Yenchu managed strictly, insisting on moderate consumption of everything, so it was hard for him to indulge. Of course, he didn't think this had anything to do with skipping main meals and indulging in desserts excessively. Su Yunqi felt no guilt at all, he patted the purse in his pocket and lazily sprawled on the couch, pulling out a comic book from the cabinet below to read. Your Highness, do you really want to go against our master? Ling Chi spoke hesitantly. Each time he accompanied this guy to fool around, his heart would be both fearful and excited. Since the master arranged for him to serve as Su Yunqi's bodyguard, he was excused from all covert guard duties and only needed to follow him around to have fun every day. He didn't need to guess to know that this was Ling Ran's idea. Alas, being untrained for too long and spending all day eating, drinking, and having fun, his brother even said the muscles on his body became softer. And said this gave a better hand feel. What resistance? Hey Xiaoqi, he surely knows about it, I'm just giving him a chance. Giving him an opportunity to find fault and release some stress, see how thoughtful I am. Su Yunqi threw the comic book aside and ran off, dragging Ling Chi along. They haphazardly piled up a lot of stuff intending to bring back to the palace to enjoy life while lying next to ice blocks. What are you looking at so enthusiastically? While distributing the loot in the carriage, Su Yunqi broke out in a sweat when he suddenly noticed his accomplice slacking off. That person seemed somewhat familiar. Su Yunqi carelessly rested his face on the window of the carriage, and once he got a clear view, he immediately shouted for the driver to stop the carriage. Highness, why do we stop here? To watch the show, what else? Su Yunqi's eyes grew larger and larger. He was dissatisfied with the blurry view inside the carriage, so he had to specifically sit outside to watch. Good grief, because he had been driven half-mad by Song Jin years ago, he intentionally gossiped about him to pass the time, never imagining that it would actually turn out to be prophetic. Seeing the farce unfolding at the princess's residence in the distance, Su Yunqi almost fell out of his carriage. Follow me back to my palace. Highness. Song Jin was forcefully kneeling on the ground, unable even to raise his head. His gentle demeanor seemed to intensify as the years passed, the two words escaping his lips filled with helplessness. I can't bear it anymore. I want to go home for a while, please. Song Jin felt disgraced, noticing that the crowd surrounding them was growing larger and larger. Practically begging, he said. Highness, let them go inside first. I'll return to the mansion in a few days, alright? Princess Zhao Xian was the most famous among all the princesses of the former emperor due to her domineering nature. Plus, since her mother was the imperial consort, generally no one dared cross her path. That year when Song Jin entered the palace, she fell head over heels for him and openly proclaimed to the emperor that she demanded a marriage decree. Emperor Song initially did not consider his illegitimate son suitable for official circles, but later, with Song Huai being favored by Pei Yanchu, he was more satisfied with Princess Zhao Xuan's matrimonial desire. Unfortunately, their eldest son passed away, though his position rose slightly after Pei Yanchu ascended the throne, but it hardly changed much. Normally, he still had to depend on others. At last, the two sons left behind were nothing but the useless bag that attached itself to the princess. Despite his disdain, he couldn't give up the benefits derived from such a relationship easily. What little hardship did the illegitimate son endure, his official career couldn't stagnate, especially when Jiang Wan caused trouble after the death of the elder son, and now she runs shops independently in Qingdong making a fortune. He could not possibly let himself fare worse than her. The Zhaoxian princess naturally had an aloof attitude, seeing Song Mingyi fawning upon her as if selling his son made her even more inclined to bully Song Jin. Unfortunately, this person turned out to be overly delicate, always running home every 3 days or so, acting as if she was going to eat him alive. Bring His Highness the Prince Consort back to the room. No one is allowed to send food without my order. A few hungry meals should deter him from playing these tricks on her any longer, all this fussing about, indeed itching for some punishment. Princess Zhao Xian stood there with her hands on her hips, watching him being dragged back in full tears, showing absolutely no resistance. She smirked wickedly, pulled out a whip hidden in her sleeve and lashed it towards his legs. So eager to cry, well, cry all you like. Su Yunqi watched from beginning to end, crazily rubbing the goosebumps that had formed on his body. Wow, city folks really know how to play, but it was just tough luck for his venomous younger brother with a pure facade. Given the stark difference in their social statuses, he didn't dare to complain for himself. Your Highness, you're laughing like a creep. Tisk, children wouldn't understand, go back and read your storybooks. Ling Chi bit his lip and quietly commented. But, I'm still 4 or 5 years older than you. Shut up. Oh. Su Yunqi couldn't wait to share what he saw and heard on the road with Pei Yanchu when he got back. But as soon as he got out of the carriage, he saw Pei standing at the palace gate, waiting personally for him to return. Oh no. In person. Waiting for him to come back. Your Highness, I suddenly remember Iran needs me for something, so I'll take off first. Hey. Su Yunqi silently retracted his Elkong hand, then turned around innocently. Pei Yanchu wanted to laugh when he saw Su Yunqi like this. He helplessly shook his head and slightly opened his arms. Daodu, come here. Brother's coming to pick you up to go home. Su Yunqi immediately brightened his eyebrows and eyes, revealing 2 shiny little tiger teeth, looking like a bird eager to return to its nest. I'm coming, I'm coming. Chapter 154, Strange and Unusual. Su Yunqi had never imagined he would appear in front of Pei Yanchu in this way. He was just craving for a taste of the file-tail goldfish he had fished, but in the blink of an eye, he himself became a fish. Location, by the pond, beside the barbecue rack. Su Yunqi flicked his tail and jumped into the pond with a splash to take a breath. He swam beneath the lotus leaves and gradually fell into deep thought. What were the chances that Pei Yenchu could overturn the entire Jinlin kingdom? And what were the chances that he would turn completely dark due to not finding him? Unfortunately, now his fins couldn't slap his own face, and he swore that he would never be so greedy in his next life. So, where did Pei Yenchu get such an extraordinary goldfish? Why did it conflict with his nature like this? Bubbles spewed from Su Yunqi's mouth as he meandered around in the pond. Then something happened. Behind him followed a large group of goldfish, neatly moving along as they wandered aimlessly together in the pond. The problem was, he didn't know how to speak fish language right now. The two bubbles that came out of his mouth were evidence of his futile attempts at communication. Pei Yenchu hadn't actually completely withdrawn the hidden guards around Su Yunqi. How could he have bad intentions? He simply didn't want Lodo, a nickname, to cause trouble without someone there to cover for him first. When he saw the two hidden guards he sent rushing back like crazy people, utterly losing their composure and collapsing in screams, he immediately realized that something had happened to Su Yunqi. Master! Master, little lord has turned into a fish. Snap! One guard fainted. I saw it with my own eyes. Him. Snap! Another one fainted. Nowadays, Pei Yenchu's capacity for accepting strange things had reached an absurd level. He ordered the unconscious guards dragged away, given medicine to clear their minds. After all of this was done, his expression contorted as he rushed to Jinqi Garden. Next time he definitely would tether this guy onto his own body. He swore, he would never be soft on Su Yunqi again. Su Yunqi was exhausted from dodging like a madman among the fishes, he just couldn't figure out why these little fishlings kept chasing after him. Pei Yenchu stood by the lotus pool holding a net, catching sight of that abnormal and silly little fish at once. The silly little fish was being courted by other fishes. Whoosh! With a swing of the net, Pei Yenchu scooped up the fish and dumped it into the wooden bucket beside his feet, then lifted the bucket and left. Su Yunqi bumped his head against the wooden bucket and continued spitting bubbles. Swinging his big tail leisurely, even though his expression couldn't be seen now, Pei Yenchu could still sense his fearless demeanor. Su, Yun, Qi. 2 bubbles. Change back. 3 bubbles. Pei Yenchu lost his temper and suddenly thought of something. He picked up the ink on the table and poured it into the bucket. Lodo loved beauty and definitely wouldn't tolerate being stained, hence it wasn't that he couldn't turn back, it was clearly because he found this amusing and wanted to tease him. Puff. Seeing this smelly man pour the ink into the bucket, Su Yunqi panicked and tried to leap out. In the heat of the moment, he immediately transformed back into human form. Cough, cough, cough. His whole body was soaked with water, and his clothes had disappeared somewhere in the process. Hee. Still hiding? Brother, I was just joking with you. Plus, I really didn't expect it to end up this way. Pei Yenchu ignored his slick talk. He helped Su Yunqi put on his clothes and then carefully dried his hair with a towel. Brother. If you don't care, I'll just turn back into a little fish. Pei Yenchu stopped what he was doing. Standing upright, he glared at the little rascal who was still smirking mockingly. Go ahead, change. Try transforming if you dare. Pei Yenchu grabbed his wrist, reprimanding him in a low voice. Where's the bracelet on your hand? Probably in the pond. Su Yunqi rarely got scolded by him, so scared by this sudden outburst, he trembled and confessed truthfully. All the palace guards were dispatched to search for the bracelet. Fortunately, the item was finally found by the rack, intact and undamaged. Feeling nervous inside, Su Yunqi knew that Pei Yenchu was truly angry this time and therefore didn't dare to retort. After taking over the bracelet, Pei Yenchu fastened it carefully for him and then remained silent. He took out a golden chain, locking it on Su Yunqi's ankle bracelet and linking it to his own hand. Do you follow me to the diligence hall or choose to stay here reflecting? Decide. Su Yunqi kicked his foot and decided to stick close to him first before anything else. Truth be told, he was still a little scared, afraid of being locked in the hall alone with no way out. Pei Yenchu didn't carry him but tugged on the chain to make him follow. Big brother, carry me. Su Yunqi realized Pei Yenchu was trying to mess with his mind and quickly clung to the door, unwilling to go out. Nonsense, if anyone else saw this, would he even have any dignity left? He was an exceptionally prestigious little prince, second to none and above all others in the BKJNG realm. Go. Carry. Go. Pouting, Su Yunqi collapsed limply onto the ground and sprawled out, acting as though he'd never get up again unless Pei Yenchu spoiled him endlessly. This thoroughly infuriated Pei Yenchu, who simply yanked the chain and dragged him back inside the hall. Ah. 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 Click. The golden lock mercilessly clasped shut, tethering him to a bedpost. His face betrayed complete helplessness. If you don't want to go, stay here then. When you've thought things through, call me. Without looking back, Pei Yenchu left. On his way out, he summoned over a dozen palace maids to guard outside the chamber in case the young lord acted out. Ling Qi, just try helping him. He made sure to warn the little guard lurking outside before finally feeling at ease after receiving a timid nod of agreement. Seeing that he'd truly been abandoned, Su Yunqi's little face instantly fell. He had moved the chain away because he feared it might burn during cooking. How was he supposed to know this would lead to so many mishaps? A few minutes passed. Su Yunqi silently untied the golden chain, jumped off the bedstead determined to seek someone for reasoning. All these things were mere formalities. Pei Yanchu hadn't genuinely intended to confine him. The key to unlock it had always been in his own possession. As he was about to push open the door, he suddenly devised a plan to smooth things over quietly. Su Yunqi quietly sat back on the bed, relocked himself, then curled into the corner of the bed frame, supporting his head while closing his eyes. Let's sleep for a bit first, there's still plenty of time. The palace maidens from Chiefeng Hall had to report duty to the diligence hall every quarter of an hour. With their two lords in a cold war, they became the go-between. No movement. It's been quiet in the room. Kneeling beneath, the maid hardly dared to breathe. Your Majesty, perhaps the young lord cried himself to sleep. Pei Yanchu pressed his lips together and tossed the pen back into the small bamboo tube Su Yunqi had made earlier. Testing the waters cautiously by observing his reaction, the maid carefully probed further. Your Majesty, would you like to check on the young lord? Not long after, a shrill eunuch voice rang out from outside the hall. Proceed to Chiefeng Hall. Pei Yanchu felt increasingly uncomfortable. He wanted to stubbornly scold Su Yunqi, but his heart kept flipping restlessly. The interior of the hall was indeed very quiet. Without allowing the eunuch to announce his arrival, Pei Yanchu entered himself. The delicate chain withdrew slightly behind him. Pei Yanchu hesitantly pulled aside the window curtain and saw him facing away with his buttocks sticking out, head leaning against the wall. After a few seconds of silence in the air, Pei Yanchu finally broke it. Su Yunqi. Pei Yanchu grew a little anxious. Daodu. Now completely losing patience, Pei Yanchu exclaimed. My good lad, you can't keep treating yourself like a game. I know you love to play around, but daring to jest with yourself like this. Big brother is really going to be angry this time. You're always like this, causing trouble without learning anything afterward. One day, you'll scare big brother to death. It took Pei Yanchu great effort to finish his rambling, yet received not a single response from the other side. Now, he was truly frightened. Pei Yanchu hurriedly went to embrace him. As soon as he touched Su Yunqi's waist, the latter dropped down easily. Oh, it seems he was asleep all along. Now awakened, Su Yunqi clearly wasn't satisfied, murmuring incessantly with his mouth wide open. Face expressionless, Pei Yanchu raised his hand and slapped lightly toward his thigh. One slap wasn't enough, another one followed. This startled him to immediately jump toward Pei Yanchu's body. Still dazed, Su Yunqi looked down at the person he embraced. Big brother, please let me explain. Damn it, how could this person walk without making a sound, as if he had wings? Well, then tell me. Pei Yanchu's hand brushed across his chest and snatched away the key he'd hidden inside. It wasn't intentional, I didn't expect things to end up this way. Give it back, give it back. Reaching out twice, Su Yunqi found no opportunity, blocked tightly by the other's unrelenting defense. Did you sleep well? Big brother, I missed you so much I couldn't fall asleep. And what exactly were you doing just now? Su Yunqi draped his arms around Pei Yanchu's neck, humbly offering up a kiss. I was reflecting deeply. My reflection has reached such profound depths that my soul seemed to float away, experiencing enlightenment akin to being struck by lightning. It feels as if I've achieved ultimate clarity. Pei Yanchu lay down on the bed with his boots off, allowing himself to be climbed upon as he accepted the other's affection. I know I was wrong. Gradually, Pei Yanchu's sash loosened. Next time, I'll definitely be more careful. His inner shirt was pulled away. Su Yunqi's voice trembled slightly. I'll never dare to do it again next time. Unable to support himself, Su Yunqi finally relied on Pei Yanchu's help. Feeling this suffering shouldn't go unrewarded, Su Yunqi struggled to sit up and hoarsely asked the smiling Pei Yanchu below him. Big brother, are you satisfied now? Will you return the key or not? Let me have my fun first. Su Yunqi completely gave up, slumping to the side without caring about Pei Yanchu at all. How could Pei Yanchu let go of something good within reach? He grabbed the golden chain and wound it around his hand a few times. Pei Yanchu. Don't be unreasonable when you're right. Pei Yanchu patted the soft flesh beneath his palm. It's already been said, begging works only when calling me brother. A troublemaker like Su Yunqi, if given any chance, would explode with mischief. Seeing the other drenched in sweat, even if he felt no better himself, Pei Yanchu wasn't letting him off easily. Slap. This instantly woke Su Yunqi, who could only comply under threat, tears brimming in his eyes. Say it again. Big brother. He swore, he'd never spar with Pei Yanchu again next time. Bah, like he'd dare. He was Prince Little Su after all. The young prince was unbeatable under heaven and would never bow his head. Daodu, how did you get so soft? It was fine, revenge comes in 10 years for gentlemen. His priority was to protect his bottom for now. Because I like Big Brother, whatever form Big Brother wants Daodu to take, that's what Daodu will become. Oh. How does a little cat mew? Little by little, Su Yunqi's claws dug into Pei Yanchu's flesh, his throat pinched as he emitted a shameful mew. Meow. Satisfied finally, Pei Yanchu feared pushing too far would make Su Yinchi storm off, so he began coaxing gently. That's enough, enough. A chi isn't a kitten. A chi is brother's treasure forever. The end.